He was once a student at a culinary school. He had a small dream of becoming a famous chef. His story was tied to a fairly familiar reincarnation scenario. He was hit by a car and transported straight to another world. The world he arrived in had monsters and magic. This place also had an empire that was at war with the dragon race. Unfortunately, the male lead had just transmigrated when he was conscripted for a 15-year military service. Under the name Allison, he survived the war and became a legendary archmage. After all the hardships, Allison finally achieved his dream. In a strange world, he opened a restaurant in the city. While Allison was sobbing like a child in front of the store, a woman caught sight of him. Thinking he was in trouble, the woman approached to ask what was wrong. "Are you okay?" Allison wiped his tears and explained that he was very happy because he had finally opened a restaurant. Seeing a young man as the owner of a spacious restaurant, the woman was a bit surprised. She introduced herself as Ren, while Allison gave his real name to avoid revealing his identity. The two quickly became acquainted. Ren asked if he lived alone, and Allison replied that he did not. He lived with a friend he knew from his time in the military. She slept a lot, so she probably would not wake up until the afternoon. After chatting for a while, Ren eagerly asked about his restaurant. Ren said that he needed a place to get meat, and her husband owned a butcher shop. If he went into the alley to the left of the village's main gate, he would find that butcher shop. Hearing that, Allison decided to go get the meat immediately. But Ren worriedly told him her husband was a bit hot-tempered. Even so, Allison was not too worried. She was kind, so her husband probably was not that bad. He had met all sorts of people after 15 years of service. Yet upon seeing Klon's terrifying face, Allison suddenly cowered. He said he was the restaurant owner and wanted to buy some meat. Before he could finish his sentence, Klon slammed the table, shouting that he would not sell, then grew even louder. That man said he had seen many like him, buying cheap meat and selling it for double the price. He said he had been scammed like that for 3 whole years, and now he did not trust anyone. He insisted that he had no meat to sell him. Right then, a large pan slammed down on Klon's head. Ren appeared, shouting at him for talking nonsense. Although angry seeing his wife, Klon immediately became docile. Ren apologized to Allison, saying her husband had a hard time calming down when angry. She asked if he needed to buy Baloran meat. Afraid of getting a pan to the face, Klon had to give in and went to the back to get the meat. At this point, Ren apologized to Allison once more, hoping he would understand. He told him that her husband had once managed a restaurant for a close friend when he was a mercenary, so the betrayal had been a huge shock. Ren asked Allison, who did not look that old, if he had done his military service. Remembering his lost 15 years of youth, Allison could not hold back his tears over the terrible things that had happened. Just then, Klon returned with a bag of meat, challenging him to show his skill. Allison was astonished because it was not Baloran meat. Klon laughed gleefully, saying did he think he would easily give out precious meat. He said from now on, he would only supply meat to restaurants he recognized. He demanded that he make a special dish with that piece of meat, or else he would not get a single ounce of fat. He said he was very strict, telling him to prepare himself. Seeing Allison stunned, Klon became even more satisfied, asking if he was scared yet. He wanted to see what decent dish he could cook. Right then, the legendary pan struck again, and Klon passed out. Ren tiredly intended to give Allison some quality Baloran meat, but Allison refused, saying it was fine, he would cook for the two of them. He invited Ren and Klon to dine at his restaurant this afternoon. Ren was astonished that Klon had given him the cheap gooba fat meat. She did not have time to exchange it before Allison turned away, saying it was enough, said goodbye and told them he would see them later. In this world, animals and livestock had completely different names from Allison's old world. Cows were called Guka, chickens were Palenque, and wolves were Baloran, and pigs were called Guba. Allison looked at the pork belly in front of him, now understood why Klon had gotten angry at it. This truly was premium meat. In this world, Palenque was expensive while Guba, or pork, was the easiest to buy. This pork belly was the cheapest kind, not highly regarded by people here. Allison did not complain because it was cheap. With this quality, the best way to enjoy it was to grill it. He used magic to create fire in his palm to light the stove. As an archmage, he easily applied magic while cooking, which made the food taste better. When dusk fell, Klon and his wife arrived at the restaurant as invited. On the way, Ren questioned her husband about his rule of only supplying meat to recognized restaurants. Klon asked his wife irritably, could he not be kind to the newcomer? You just met him today. How could you be so sure? Ren grew even angrier upon hearing that. It is still better than being blatantly deceived, Klon. Do you not think others have more accurate judgment? He did not even mean that. Checking his cooking skills was just an excuse. What you wanted to see was his sense of responsibility, right? Having lived together for so many years, how could Ren not know what her husband was thinking? Though struck right in the sore spot, Klon still refused to back down. You know perfectly well I am a picky eater. What if his cooking skills are not up to standard? The two had no idea the person about to cook for them was a great archmage. During the war, Allison Allison had saved countless lives with his extraordinary magic, and now that magic was being used to cut meat. Every form of magic has its own use. Scoring the meat helps the seasoning penetrate, and when grilled, the surface loses moisture and becomes crispier. The moment Allison finished the preparation was the same time Klon and his wife arrived. As soon as he stepped in, Klon showed his displeasure and complained about everything. It was not until Ren brought out the legendary pan that he finally sat still and waited for the dish. In the kitchen, Allison was preparing the meal. The pan was hot, and he poured in a little oil. Since the pork belly was quite fatty, just enough was needed to prevent sticking. He placed the meat skin side down, otherwise the skin would dry out by the time the lean meat was cooked through. Allison was completely focused. He saw the kitchen as a battlefield and cooking as an art. Every action had to be precise. A delicious dish enhances the appetite through sound, and the sizzle of the pork was no different. He seared the skin, then adjusted the heat to achieve a better color on all sides. After sprinkling on some salt, he continued roasting the meat to ensure it was cooked from the inside. Then he cut it into bite-sized pieces, and next prepared the accompanying salad. Perhaps eating just such a savory dish would not suit the local palate. The aromatic vegetables and sauce would balance the richness of the grilled pork belly. Mr. Klon seemed meticulous, so it was best to avoid adding unnecessary things. Finally, he presented it beautifully. Salad and grilled pork belly complete. After finishing, Allison carefully brought the dish out to the first 2 customers. The moment she took the first bite, Ren's taste buds suddenly exploded. She felt as if she could see the scene of pigs roaming through endless fields. Oh my, this dish is amazing. Is this really gooba belly? The outside is slightly crispy, but the inside is so juicy. The slight soreness of the salad cuts the richness. I never would have thought of such a perfect combination. This reaction did not surprise Allison. He had tasted the worst food in the world during his military service, so he understood Ren. I am glad you like it. Ren gave a wry smile. I really do like it. It seems I will have to provide the meat to be able to enjoy your cooking. Allison said happily, thank you for the compliment. And what about you, Mr. Klon? Does the dish suit your taste? Turning to Klon, Allison was startled. The man's plate was completely clean and his face was dumbstruck, with drool flowing like a stream. No way, the meat is gone. Bring more here, I need more meat. Just then, Ren promptly stopped him with the legendary pan. If you want to eat more, ask politely with your mouth. Klon laughed out loud. Passed. Honestly, among all the gooba dishes I have ever tasted, this is the best. Deal, Klon, just tell me the type of meat you want. I will provide the best from the Louvren Empire. In the end, everything went smoothly and Allison found a good butcher shop. It was enough to consider the first day of business a success. But right at that moment, Loli Rurin woke up because she smelled the food. Things were about to get interesting. In the late afternoon, in the outskirts of Edrit City, Allison had easily adapted after a short time of opening the restaurant. The number of customers was not huge, but it was steady. Everyone who tried Allison's dish came back multiple times. After seeing off the last guests, Allison began cleaning up the restaurant. At that moment, he realized he was almost out of spices. Sauces and spices, everyone knows how important they are in cooking. However, in this world, they were both rare and expensive, and could not be used carelessly. Additionally, their quality and variety were not as good as in the modern world. Allison took a gold coin, placed it into a pre-drawn magic circle, and chanted the incantation only he knew. That was the fastest way to solve the problem of ingredients. The essence was to use the summoning incantation of this world to call objects from the modern world. Actually, Allison had accidentally created this incantation while trying to find a way back to his old world. The spell, depending on its use, had limits on size and weight, but it was still useful nonetheless. The incantation was imperfect because it could not help him return. Feeling guilty for taking things, he left behind a gold coin. Also, fresh meat, eggs, and unprocessed vegetables all spoiled when summoned. Processed products also had a shelf life but were not affected. Allison did not know the reason. Another thing was that it was very exhausting. Though bearing the title of Great Archmage, Allison could only perform the incantation once per day. After transferring the ingredients into different containers, he immediately put them into the magic-powered refrigerator. But the moment he opened the fridge, he saw red. What the hell? Where did my beer go? Allison recognized the culprit as little Loli Rurin and dealt with it immediately. Rurin was drunkenly asleep amidst a pile of beer cans when she was knocked on the head to wake her up. What is it, huh? What did I do? Allison picked up the beer can and questioned, who gave you permission to drink all the beer in the fridge? At least you should clean up after drinking. Rurin, still drowsy, tried to argue back. Who told you not to save the good food for me last time? Besides, I am a dragon. Cleaning is the job of the lower class, I won't do it. Seeing the leopard argue back, Allison got furious, so she punched her and dragged her off to work, peel the pile of onions. Watching Rurin cry while peeling onions looked harmless, but Allison was still a little worried. As she had said, she was indeed a dragon, even though she was currently in human form. I found her after she lost her mother and her home in the war with the dragon clan. I couldn't abandon her, so I helped, and we've been together ever since. Even though she has lived for hundreds of years, she's still quite young by dragon standards. Maybe that's why she's a bit childish. So she's a legal loli, everyone, don't think dirty thoughts. Unable to bear seeing poor Rurin being punished, Allison softened. I'll make steak for dinner if you finish peeling that pile, stop crying. Hearing meat, Rurin's eyes lit up. Steak? You promised. This loli seems a bit easy to tempt. Just then, Klom walked sadly into the store. Get me some beer and a snack. Allison opened the fridge to prepare the items, but since the beer had been drunk by Rurin, she had to serve wine instead. Good thing you summoned this last time. But to be sure, it needs to be switched to a different bottle. Seeing the clear liquid brought over, Klon was astonished. What is this? This isn't beer, it's that water. Allison poured the wine while explaining. No, it's not. If you're curious, why not try some? This is soju. The smell was a bit strange, but Klon still trusted her and downed a whole cup, along with a few pieces of meat. This stuff is good, a bit bitter at first. The sweetness afterwards goes really well with the meat. The snack combined with soju is fantastic. It has a different charm from salad. I knew it, but your skill truly is extraordinary. Can I have another bottle? Even as he praised, Klon's face was utterly sad. Allison knew at a glance that something had happened. After gulping down 4 bottles of wine in one go, Klon still wanted to drink more. Seeing this, Allison quickly stopped him. Mr. Klon, you've drunk too much. This wine has a very high alcohol content. But Klon didn't stop. I said bring another bottle. I'm not going home unless I'm drunk today. Allison was sure something was wrong, so she asked, what do you mean? What's the matter? Waiting for that, Klon helplessly poured out his troubles. Ren, I suspect Ren is having an affair. At first she said she needed to go out for a bit, but it happened more often. Every month she dresses up on a fixed day. This went on for several months, so the other day I decided to secretly follow her, and I saw her meeting an old colleague from her mercenary days. He used to be my best friend. That must be why he suddenly disappeared after I opened the butcher shop. He must feel ashamed to face me while secretly having an affair with Ren. And today she went out even though it's not her usual day. She probably doesn't care about me anymore. Klon's mood shifted from anger to helpless sorrow. Allison didn't know what else to do but advise, first calm down. Getting drunk won't solve the problem, right? Klon shouted, unable to stay calm, but I can't face the truth, and you know what's ridiculous? I still love Ren even with this situation. I can't live without Ren. What should I do? I'm truly a useless man. That was also the reason Glenn had endured for several months. But now he had reached his limit. The marriage would soon fall apart if nothing was done. Unable to ignore this scene, Allison decided to help. Leave this to me. I haven't known Ms. Ren long, but I don't think she's the type to do something like that. Wait here. Allison then played the role of a detective investigating the affair, and of course, she couldn't do without her assistant Rurin. At this time, Rurin was still crying while peeling onions. So many, Allison is an idiot. After changing clothes, Allison called Rurin, stop peeling and come outside now. There's work to do, or you can just keep peeling. Of course, Rurin chose to escape this boring task, so a human and a dragon went to scout the restaurant Klon had mentioned. Wow, those restaurants are so crowded, unlike the other places. The other places were Allison's restaurants. Looking at the customer flow, Allison could only wish. But the important thing was to find Ren. Mr. Klon said it was around here. Ms. Ren and a man were sitting opposite her. Is he the colleague Mr. Klon mentioned? After finding the target, it was time for Rurin to be useful. Rurin, do you see that man and woman? Have drop on their conversation for me. Of course, Rurin wouldn't do anything without payment. If I do it, can I eat steak without having to prepare ingredients? After Allison agreed on 2 sticks, the deal was made. Rurin focused, using her keen dragon senses to eavesdrop, then relayed it back to Allison. Don't you think it's time to tell my husband, Mr. Ment? I think my husband is getting more suspicious of our relationship. He's very sad that you haven't visited the butcher shop. Ment hesitated and then replied, but you know how he is. If he found out I was helping him, he would avoid me immediately. Hearing this, Allison was astonished and confirmed, is that what the man named Ment just said? After being confirmed, Allison deduced that this didn't seem like an affair, so he decided not to scout further but to go down and talk to them directly. Poor Rurin, after losing her usefulness, was taken home to wait. At this moment, Ren continued the conversation. I understand why you think that, but it's not fair that you are misunderstood. You only did it for our marriage. Just then, Allison stepped forward and interrupted. Sorry, can I join the conversation? As she said, Mr. Klon had completely misunderstood the two of them. While later, Klon was enjoying himself at the restaurant when he was awakened by the sound of the door opening. The ones opening the door were Ment and his wife. Not having seen them for a long time, Klon was so angry he trembled all over. That is right, the two of them walking together really looked like a perfect couple. Ren hurriedly explained, brother, it is just a misunderstanding. The matter is not like that. Kron saw his wife still denying it, clenched his fist and shouted, what do you mean it is not like that? Anyone else would be fine. Why did it have to be Mr. Ment? I trusted him. Klon could not take it anymore and rushed in to punch Ment straight in the face. The magical shield stopped it just in time before things went too far. Mr. Ment, please resolve this misunderstanding. Why did you let him punch you like that? The issue will not be resolved that way. Mr. Klon will calm down if you tell him that you were the one who lent him the money to open the butcher shop. Just hearing Allison's words, Klon was so shocked he sobered up immediately. What did you say? Allison at this moment calmly carried the ingredients into the kitchen. Everyone, please sit down and talk first. I will go prepare the food. Allison had thought of the most suitable dish for this situation. Mr. Klon had been drinking all day, so soup would help him sober up. Since Miss Ren brought Baloran meat as always, a pot of sabu hot pot was the most suitable. The Japanese nabamono hot pot dish consists of thinly sliced meat and vegetables boiled in water, served with dipping sauce. Allison took a deep pan and started cooking. He prepared various sauces along with soy sauce for the meat dipping sauce and broth, filtered anchovies and MSG, and poured all the water into the pot. The sabu pot was finished. Meanwhile, Klon still could not believe what he had just heard and asked his wife again. Ren, what did you just say? Did Ment really lend us the money to open the shop? Ren sighed and explained. It is as you said, when you had no money left after being cheated. Mr. Ment lent us almost all of his savings to invest in the shop. Now the shop has a steady income. I meet him monthly to repay the debt. That is all. Klon broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. But that money was from the Lord returning it after catching that swindler. Are you telling me that was a lie? Everything he had known for years suddenly becoming false was hard for Klon to accept. Ment spoke up. At that time, if I had told the truth, would you have accepted the money? I am sorry for not coming to celebrate your opening. I had no other choice, because the truth came out. It would be no different from me deceiving you. I never thought you were in such difficulty. It seems I have done unnecessary work. Klon's face darkened as he asked again, but didn't you have a plan to retire as a mercenary? So why did you give that money to me? Just then, Allison brought the hot pot up, interrupting and making Klon furious. Sorry, the vegetables cannot be boiled too long. Wouldn't it be better to talk while eating? And with that, the suffocating tension was broken. When Ment was curious about the thin slices of meat, Allison explained, that is Baloran meat from Mr. Klon's shop. I cut it very thin because this dish is for dipping the meat into the hot pot and eating it directly. Everyone, please try it. After tasting a piece, Ment greatly enjoyed this unfamiliar dish. Then he ladled a bowl of soup, handed it to Klon, and began to talk. Do you remember the Battle of Perun? That day, you were stabbed by a sword protecting me. I still remember that day vividly. We ran out of all our food because the war lasted longer than expected. The only thing we could eat was bland broth. After that, I caught a wild Baloran, even though I fainted right next to you after catching just one. That Baloran meat broth was very bland, the meat was tough and gamey, but that thing tasted better than a delicacy. Klon, while slurping the bowl of soup, recalled the old memory, his whole body involuntarily trembling. That's right, it was delicious. Ment ladled another bowl for himself and continued. Earlier you asked me why I helped you despite my retirement plan, right? At that time, I didn't have any plans at all. I had no plan that was more important than helping you. Klon now understood everything, tears beginning to fall on his rugged face. I am sorry, I am truly sorry. Allison stood nearby, witnessing the old friends resolve all their misunderstandings and felt happy for them. But he had run into a big trouble named Ruhr. A promise with a dragon was absolute, but he did not take it seriously at all. Allison quickly tried to mediate. It is not evening yet, but let me make you a stack. But Ruhren was still very angry. It is already evening, how dare you treat me like this when I only ask you to do what was in our agreement. Just as Ment stepped forward, Allison had to cover Ruhren's mouth and lift her up. He wondered if this action counted as abusing a several hundred-year-old young dragon. Ment, though puzzled by the scene, did not dare ask too much and told Klon the main matter. I came here because I wanted to ask you something. Recently, the mercenary group accepted a commission to escort an important figure, and we want to hold a celebration party. So if you are fine with it, I would like a dinner at your restaurant before we depart. Is that okay? This was an excellent business deal, so Allison naturally did not refuse. The next day, Allison went to Klon's butcher shop to buy palanqueo meat, which was chicken meat, but it was not available. If Klon could sell that type of meat, he would already be wealthy. Allison was disappointed. So you don't have any. You said you would sell me any meat I wanted. What happened to the confident Mr. Klon from before? Klon was bitter but could do nothing. You brat. Palanqueo meat is a different matter. Ah, right. I heard they've been appearing frequently in Limong Forest lately, and that was why Allison went to Limong Forest, but things were not easy. Palanqueo were monsters shaped like chickens, but in this world, their behavior was completely different. They changed their habitat periodically, making them very difficult to find. They were extremely agile, making catching them even harder. That is the reason palanque meat became a precious and highly demanded ingredient. After a tiring chase that annoyed him, the palanque finally stopped to provoke, making Allison furious. He wondered if he should just set this forest on fire. Now he regretted adding this dish to the mercenaries' menu. After a futile struggle, Allison gave up and asked Rurin for help. After this incident, he would have to wash a lot of dishes. Rurin unleashed a powerful draconic aura, causing the palanquin to freeze in fear. With a single dark dragon roar, the premium chicken ingredient was secured. How does that feel? Quite frightening, right? If you had not eaten the dragon heart, you would end up like that palanquin. Because he had eaten the dragon heart, Allison withstood Rurin's attack and kept her from running wild. After that, the two hunted 15 more palanquin to cook. After working hard, Rurin returned to the restaurant and treated herself to a cold mat beer. Drinking beer after finishing work was great, but in truth, she just wandered around scouting the monsters and did not really do anything. Meanwhile, Allison diligently prepared the food for the afternoon customers. This dish was perfect to eat with beer. At dusk, Mr. Ment's customers arrived at the restaurant and were ready to eat. Because the new restaurant was not renowned, it was met with suspicion. The customers asked if this was the place he had mentioned, and if the food was definitely good. They did not trust Mr. Ment's judgment. Only Minton Ment Latins Jr. believed unconditionally. People often joked that he would praise the food as delicious even if Ment fed him grass. Just then, Allison appeared and began serving the dishes. Matt took the opportunity to introduce Minton to Allison. "This one is my dear junior." Minton, full of excitement, said he had heard a lot about him and was very eager. Despite being praised to the skies, Allison remained calm. He hoped today's meal would live up to expectations, then announced that the food had arrived. Seeing the pile of crispy fried legs and wings before them, all the diners stared with their mouths wide open in amazement. Seeing their reaction, Allison immediately explained, "Do you all know the palanquin? This is crispy palanquin." Hearing this name, Minton stood up and shouted, "That is a legendary monster that even professional hunters could not catch." Allison was slightly surprised, said it was not that legendary, and urged them to eat before it got cold. He could not believe a chicken was a legendary monster that made hunters afraid, Allison thought to himself. But to Allison, it was just a slightly difficult ingredient to obtain for cooking. The diners who took the first bite could not contain themselves. They praised the dish as truly delicious. Unlike Mr. Ment's usual fare, Minton was not talkative, stuffing the food into his mouth without even a word. Just a fried chicken dish caused such excitement. It lived up to its reputation as legendary ingredient. The restaurant was too crowded, so Allison went into the kitchen seeking help. He told Rurin there were too many customers and asked her to serve. How could a noble black dragon become a waitress? Rurin asked if he was serious about making a dragon serve humans. With no other choice, Allison resorted to a sob story. "Well, if you do not want to, then forget it. But do you remember? We promised to open this restaurant together after the war ended and overcome everything together. Indeed, a dragon's heart is fickle. I was so happy every time I thought about that. I can do it myself, you can go back." Though several hundred years old, Rurin was still a child easily manipulated psychologically. "I understand, I have changed my mind. Being a waitress is a new experience for a dragon. I need to bring out the beer, right?" Allison's plan had succeeded perfectly. With the help of the lowly waitress, everything finally settled down. To reward her hard work, Allison saved some chicken and beer for Rurin. After working hard, Rurin enjoyed the pile of fried chicken deliciously. At that moment, Allison noticed his surroundings and spoke up. "By the way, I did not ask you to clean up. What happened?" "She has finally grown up." Rurin leaned her head on Allison's shoulder and replied, "Because this is our restaurant, the restaurant belonging to the two of us." Taking the opportunity, Allison wanted to skip the matter of washing dishes from a month ago. But life was not as easy as a dream. The matter of a great mage washing dishes for a month was unavoidable. Just then, a stranger's figure appeared outside the restaurant. As soon as Rurin sensed the aura, she immediately hid behind Allison. What could make a dragon so afraid? Before Allison could understand what was happening, the restaurant door slowly opened. How annoying. The city of humans is a testable place to visit. Allison was not surprised at all, saying it had been a while, hadn't it? Black Dragon Elder Medisana. Medisana appeared extremely annoyed. "My name is not for a mere human to casually call." Allison stood up to face him, ready to fight, and asked what business he had here. Medisana approached, saying, "You are living comfortably with a dragon in this small place. Is there a problem?" Rurin timidly poked her head out, answering no. She seemed very afraid of the Black Dragon Elder. Allison was completely different from his usual approachable demeanor. He turned colder, asking if he had come for Rurin. As far as he knew, no one could challenge his right to care for Rurin. "You were punished with the burning fire last time, remember?" Mentioning this made Medisana extremely dangerous, saying your mouth is still as insolent as ever. "Yes, you are right, I came for Rurin." Though scared, Rurin mustered all her courage to resist, saying, "I will stay with Allison." "Why are you suddenly doing this? You already abandoned me anyway." Medisana lowered his voice. "Child, who said I abandoned you? I was just late. Even though your mother committed a great mistake for the clan." Allison interrupted, telling him to stop talking about that. What matters is the promise between you and me. I heard promises are very important to dragons. Medisana was not angered but smiled fiercely, saying you are right. I came to talk about that promise. Yes, we promised to entrust Rurin to you, but it came with conditions. Shouldn't the first promise be fulfilled first? When Allison asked about the condition, he responded without hesitation. The age at which a black dragon is considered an adult in the clan is 800 years. At that point, a dragon without its own lair will be protected and sent to the sanctuary. Rurin used her mother's lair, but it was destroyed in the battle. Rurin, a dragon about to turn 800 next year, must leave to find her own sanctuary. This is the clan law, and no one can defy it. If he breaks the rules, it will be considered a declaration of war. Allison sighed, just do it, as you said. Medisana flew into a rage upon hearing this, his killing intent radiating terrifyingly. But Allison was not only unafraid, but also continued speaking. I was just worrying over nothing. Why would I? Isn't it something we can do? Thinking it was a declaration of war, Medisana almost transformed into his true form. You brat, you may have eaten the Duke's heart, but you underestimate us too much. As expected of a black dragon elder, this power is truly terrifying. If he unleashes his full strength, this entire place will be shattered. Rurin, frightened, repeatedly is, Allison, I am fine. You cannot declare war. Allison looked dumbfounded. Ah, declare war on what? I was just talking about creating a dragon's lair. Medisana and Rurin were stunned upon hearing this. A dragon and human war almost broke out because of this young man. Allison continued, I mean, we have a whole year, right? Just complete it within that time. There will surely be enough treasure to start right now. We can do it, right? Medisana, not knowing what to do, decided to escape. Yeah, that's feasible. Then I will return in 1 year. That was the beginning of Allison's dragon lair creation. A dragon's lair, simply put, is a cave for a dragon to live in, with magnificent interiors and treasure as its symbols. Creating one costs a lot of money and time. Therefore, Allison would have no free time even starting from now. But unfortunately, the restaurant suddenly became unusually crowded. Customers flooded in due to rumors that the restaurant sold palenque meat. Although Allison said that meat was no longer sold because it was a special menu item, the number of customers did not decrease. Even with Rurin's help, the workload was still overwhelming. This cannot continue like this. Allison had to find a way to reduce the number of customers. Next day, Allison went into the forest with Klon to the place of the palenque herd. Klon still did not understand what was happening. What the hell is this? Allison immediately explained, palenque, of course. I will supply palenque to you, the only person in the empire. You will sell palenque meat and attract many customers. Klon still did not believe it. What? How will you catch palenque? That task is difficult even for the top hunters of Greg City. Allison reassured. Not difficult at all. Just bribe Rurin with meat and it's done. Ment's mercenary squad has eaten it before. Profits split 50-50. I'm not giving it away for free, so I'll only take half the selling price. Klon immediately objected. You are doing too much. You catch them and hand them over to me. Why only take half? But Allison did not care much about money. Half is fair enough. I cannot supply large quantities, so I won't take much. Instead, use it as bait to sell other types of meat, buy new clothes for Miss Wren, and treat her better. Although very angry at Allison's unreasonable attitude, Klon could not do anything and had to agree. Alright, I will sell for you, don't change your mind. Of course, Allison would not change his mind. This was the plan to reduce the customer load for the restaurant. But there was one problem. The palenque herd would periodically change their habitat. And of course, Allison had already accounted for that. He merely waved his hand, creating a giant barrier enclosing the palenque herd in the forest. Klon witnessed this and stood agape in astonishment. Creating a barrier of this size is no easy feat. This is not something one can do after a few years of studying magic. Allison, who exactly are you? Allison immediately gave the secret sign. A restaurant owner retired after the war, just like you, Mr. Klon. So, please keep my use of magic a secret. Allison's plan went perfectly. The next day, his restaurant was empty with not a single customer, exactly as intended. But Rurin wondered, is this something to be happy about? Allison was now in tears. Damn Klon, I thought at least 1 or 2 customers would be left. But at least the 2 of them now had time to build the dragon's lair. Hearing this, Rurin was very happy. Ah, right, the lair. Heh, will you live with me when it's finished? Allison immediately refused. Of course you will live here, the place you worked so hard to build. Rurin heard this and jerked up. What? Then I don't need it. Declare war on the Black Dragon clan. Damn, humanity's fate seems unstable. Allison had to coax her that the place would be nearby, and only then did Rurin agree to listen. And the location of the dragon's lair was none other than the hill right below the restaurant. Because the restaurant was located on the outskirts of the city, all the surrounding land belonged to Allison. Therefore, the 2 of them could do whatever they wanted. However, the core inside the lair needed to be excavated using magic, or the entire hill would collapse. Rurin imposingly decided to start digging the lair immediately, but her teammate slipped away at that moment. Well, I'm going back to the restaurant, keep it up. I mean, I can't leave the restaurant for too long, right? Rurin stood frozen in place. Mother told her to go to work, but Allison was lying sprawled on the table enjoying this rare time of rest. Just then, someone walked into the restaurant. Excuse me, is this the famous restaurant? Allison quickly stood up to greet him. Welcome, famous or not, I don't know, but this is definitely a restaurant. The guest continued. I heard I could eat the legendary palanquin meat here. Allison sighed dejectedly. Sorry, we no longer sell palanquin meat. You have to stop by Klon's butcher shop. The guest still refused to leave, but I can't. Is there anything else? I want to eat something, anything. Allison told the guest to wait a moment and went into the kitchen to prepare a dish. From his attire, Allison guessed he looked like the son of a nobleman in trouble. Since one should not discriminate against customers, Allison would serve him as usual. Allison used magic to cook. The only dish I can make to please a child's palate is a hamburger, because I make it frequently, Hillary said. As for the meat, I will use unca loin, mince it finely and shape it. Add some salt, fry it with butter alongside the bread. Place the meat patty on top of the lettuce, cover it with demi-glace garlic sauce. And finally the egg I got while catching the palanquin. Thus, a hamburger that could bribe a dragon was completed. Allison thought about the recipe in his head while making the food. It had become a habit. The young man was astonished to see the dish. Awesome, is this a sandwich? Since it was difficult to explain, Allison said they were similar. Just as the young man was about to take a bite, a man suddenly pushed the door and rushed in. Young master, I have been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing in a place like this? What if you get food poisoning from eating at a place like this? Please follow me outside. Allison could no longer bear seeing the restaurant being criticized, so she spoke up. She said she had tried to hold back, but he had gone too far. The man still did not stop, asking if she knew who she was serving food to. This is the son of the Lord, the Baron of Greg. The Baron's here is Dieren. But Allison did not care at all. She said that whether it was a baron or a duke, she only served food to customers. The two argued for a while, neither willing to back down. Dieren hurriedly tried to calm them down, asking everyone to stop. Feeling guilty, he left a gold coin and then left, but this only made Allison feel more annoyed. A moment later, Rurin, covered in mud, ran back crying. She shouted that it was Allison's turn now. Rurin complained about having to do all the work, saying her hands hurt too much to continue, but Allison had already changed clothes, ready to go. She said not to worry, she would dig tomorrow. More importantly, she needed to go somewhere. Hearing this, Rurin asked why so suddenly. Allison stared intently at the gold coin in her hand. She promised to cook something for Rurin when she returned. She said she had taken the money, so she had to do the job. We have to go to the Lord's castle. At the castle, Dieren was sitting sadly alone in his room. Suddenly, a teleportation gate appeared. Stepping out from it were Allison and Rurin, who greeted the young Baron of Greg. Dieren was speechless with shock. Allison approached with a paper bag and told him he had forgotten this. Haven't tried it yet, have you? I have reheated it. Take a bite. Damn, was this delivery service from another world? Funny, those AD delivery guys also use teleportation gates like that. Holding the hamburger in his hand made Dieren's mouth water. Even though he had many questions, he decided to take a bite first. Was this young man really planning to eat food from a suspicious person who magically entered his room? His brain must be messed up. Just then, a knock came at the door. My lord, I heard a noise in the room. Is everything all right? Allison's face now looked at Klon with annoyance. No way. Let the kid eat his hamburger, you bastard. Dieren looked at Allison tremblingly, seeking help. He asked what to do. Allison softly asked him what he meant. Just tell him there is nothing wrong. You are the heir and a baron. They cannot disobey orders, be confident. Dieren lowered his head and sadly said they had never listened to him. Instead, Klon ignored him. Because he heard no reply, the person outside knocked harder, announcing they would open the door. Unable to bear it any longer, Rurin used magic to change her voice and shouted loudly. She said there was nothing wrong, go away. She did not order anyone to come in. Hearing a voice identical to his own, Dieren was extremely shocked, but he still looked worriedly at the door, afraid no one would obey the order. The knocking stopped. The servant replied that he understood and asked him to call if something happened. Dieren's mouth hung open in shock. Allison spoke up, see, I told you so. You have to create your own authority. Dieren immediately knelt down, calling Allison master and asking to be taught. Allison's face froze like Klon, not understanding what was happening. Afterwards, Dieren told his past. His mother had died after giving birth to him. His father remarried not long after and he lived with his stepmother. His stepmother was a very strict person. She told him he had to be careful because he was the Lord's son. Even so, he still loved her because those were happy days. But everything changed when his father fell severely ill and was bedridden. She no longer looked at or talked directly to him during meals or parties. He wanted to become a good lord like his father, but the servants had tried to control and limit his activities on the stepmother's orders. He had no one to talk to, everyone ignored him. From then on, he felt he would not be treated any better, even after inheriting the title. But his thinking changed after today's incident. He asked Allison to teach him how to become a good lord. In Dieren's Darren's eyes stars sparkled with intense hope, but Allison replied harshly, saying that conclusion was a bit strange. She wondered how things had come to this. She was just a restaurant owner. Darren said the reason was that this had never happened before. Klon would still come in even if he told him to go away. Allison had realized the problem. He lacked confidence, seemingly deliberately throwing away his dynamism to become more introverted. Allison sighed once and then spoke. Look people in the eyes when you talk. You say you want to become a good lord. The position of lord comes with responsibility. You must be responsible for every word. I am not telling you to ignore others. Listen, think carefully before making a decision you believe in. If it is beneficial, that is fine. If not, then accept it and take responsibility. In my opinion, that is what makes a good lord. These words seemed to awaken something in Darren. Before he could fully understand, Allison prepared to leave. She told him to eat the burger before it got cold, and occasionally visit the restaurant. Afterwards, Darren still pondered over what had been said. Just as he took a bite of the hamburger, he suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that he understood now? A good lord must be someone dedicated so that all the people can enjoy delicious food like this. It seemed this young man had understood it into something else entirely wrong. Elsewhere, Allison and Rurin teleported outside the city. To be safe, Allison told Rurin not to think too much about that boy's words. Rurin asked if she meant that kid, but why did she put so much effort into him? It seemed she really cared. Allison took out the gold coin she was paid. She said she was just doing the work she was paid for. Holding the gold coin, Rurin was surprised. This was 100,000 rubles. An ordinary hamburger costs 200 rubles. Did he really pay that much just to eat one hamburger? Allison replied yes. That was the reason to provide proper service at that price. This was not a discount restaurant. He was as rich as a dragon. Allison hoped he would become a regular customer. But Rurin hoped that would not happen, because it would reduce the number of hamburgers for her. What a gluttonous dragon. In a forest in the outskirts of Greg, there was a strange and very famous clinic. The doctor there was highly skilled and had learned healing magic. But that was not the reason for its fame. The biggest reason was that the clinic owner was an elf, not a human, so patients traveled to this remote place. Elena, the owner of the clinic, was currently confiding in Ren about returning to her hometown. Was torn about whether to return to his hometown. He loved helping and healing people so much that he left the village despite the objections of his clan. But reality turned out to be far different from what he imagined. No one cared about the healing. They only wanted to see a female elf at all costs and did not see him as a doctor. Recently, a woman got angry with him, saying he had seduced her husband. He knew not all humans were like that, and he did not hate healing them. But it was truly very difficult to keep it in his heart and continue this work. Ren listened and asked back, by the way, did she dislike him too? Elena quickly explained no, she liked Ren. Moreover, she and Klon treated her well, which was why she accepted this without prejudice. Ren then asked further, so if there were more things she liked here, she would stay, right? There were many things she disliked about her husband, and his voice was even foolish. But there were also many things she liked more. She liked his reliability that was only for her, and that Klon always did everything well. She said she still enjoyed healing people, didn't she? Then try having dinner tonight at the restaurant next to that hillside. The reasons for her to love this place could increase little by little, and Allison's restaurant could be one such place. On the other side, Allison was caught by Klon while digging a hole with a shovel. Hey Allison, what are you doing here? He was about to head to the restaurant, so Allison asked back cheerfully. He was about to go back there too. He had just left some construction work unfinished. So who was this person? According to Klon's introduction, this was Nellin, his nephew. Since they had something to discuss, the two planned to eat at the restaurant and talk. At that moment, Klon mentioned that his wife and an elf would be visiting the restaurant. Hearing this, Allison grabbed his shovel and ran to the restaurant with Klon. On the way, he asked Klon. Usually elves wouldn't leave their home forest. That person must be very famous, right? Klon said irritably not to ask. He heard that all the boys in town had run over there just from getting a splinter in their finger. That sounds despicable. After hearing those things, he understood why elves hated humans so much. Allison replied there were also elves who were not like that. He shouldn't impose such prejudice. He did admit elves were a very proud race, but before Allison could finish his words, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Lena, a noble elf, was kneeling trembling in fear before Rurin. You are great existence. Please forgive my rudeness. Rurin's whole body was now radiating killing intent. So you know you were rude too. He will let you off if you spend the rest of your life as his subordinate. Watching this, Allison stood with his mouth agape in shock. Seeing Allison return, Rurin boasted, "Oh, you're back. I've found a usable elf subordinate." At this, Allison's hands were clenched tight, enveloped in angry flames. What the hell are you doing to our guests? Few minutes earlier, when Rurin was lying sprawled on the table, Elena pushed the door open and walked in. Is anyone here? Is this Allison's restaurant? Seeing this, Rurin stood up to greet the customer. That's right, but he's not here right now. More importantly, you are an elf. Once again being singled out because of her race, Elena bowed her head to the ground. Yes, that's right. Rurin approached. The elf race is indeed as beautiful as Hong said. Elena stammered, ah, you are beautiful too and much younger than me. Rurin gave a dangerous smile. Younger? Are you saying I look young? I may be young for my own race, but I am still much older than you. Who allowed you to speak so casually with me? A terrifying aura radiated out, causing Elena to kneel in fear, and this was the scene Allison had witnessed earlier. After dealing with the leopard, Allison opened the door for the customers. Aha, I apologize for the noise. Please come in. After enduring a slap on the head, Rurin sobbed pitifully. Witnessing this, Elena's eyes widened in shock. Am I dreaming? She really is of the dragon race. One thing everyone, from young to old, knew was never to anger a dragon. Dragonkind were walking natural disasters who could whimsically burn down an entire village. They were the strongest race, the peak of all species. He had heard myths about dragons since childhood so much that he was sick of them. However, he was treating that dragon like a child. Who on earth was he? While Elena was bewildered, Allison approached. Forgive me, on her behalf, I apologize to you for what happened earlier. I really didn't expect something like that to happen while I was away. Elena asked fearfully, are you truly a human? Allison was a bit surprised but realized Rurin had revealed her dragon identity. Having no other choice, Allison had to whisper, yes, I am human. That girl is a dragon, as you know. My living with a dragon is quite strange, but explaining this is a bit difficult. Can you keep a secret? Elena trembled in fear. Of course. I have no intention of provoking a dragon. I don't want to die yet. Allison didn't know what else to say besides reassuring her that she wouldn't be killed here. It seemed Rurin had made an extremely bad first impression. At that moment, Allison asked, speaking of which, are you the elf doctor that Ren recommended to come here? Elena answered wearily, yes, that's me. I'm Elena. Allison's face went blank upon hearing this. Elena continued, I came here on a friend's recommendation, but was forced to become a subordinate. An unbelievable oppression. The first impression was terrible. If this were on Earth, this place would have been demolished by a food critic. I heard I could eat delicious dishes here made only from vegetables, so when it came to food, Allison was extremely professional. That's right, it's possible. Do you have any allergies? Elena explained, it's not for any humanitarian reason. My body can't digest meat, so just no meat is fine. Allison thought for a while, then went to the kitchen to prepare the food. There are many delicious dishes that don't need meat, but I think pasta is one of the best. Thinly sliced onion, garlic, and mushrooms were added to a pan of hot olive oil and sautéed to blend the flavors together. Next, the crushed tomatoes were passed through a sieve and then added to the pan. Salt, sugar, and other seasonings were added. Then the heat was lowered and the sauce was watched to prevent burning. While waiting for the sauce to thicken, the pasta was boiled for 8 minutes, remembering to reserve some pasta water. Finally, the pasta was tossed with the sauce and some pasta water was added to thin the sauce slightly. The pasta dish was finished. Allison brought it out to serve Elena. Please use the fork to eat. I didn't add any meat, so you can rest assured. As soon as she saw the dish, Elena wanted to enjoy it immediately. She picked up the fork and slowly savored the delicious pasta. Meanwhile, Allison continued to bring the gooba meat dish to Klon's nephew. But Allison noticed Nellen seemed unhappy. Could it be he didn't like this dish? When she turned to look at Elena, Allison almost couldn't believe her eyes. The noble elf image had completely vanished. In its place was a gluttonous girl enjoying her delicious meal. So delicious, up until now I had only eaten raw vegetables. I never expected there could be such a tasty dish. After just a few bites, Elena had quickly finished the plate of pasta. Just then, Allison stepped close to her, startling her. It seems the pasta suits your taste. Elena shyly covered her face, apologizing that the dish was so good she couldn't help herself. Allison smiled warmly and handed her a handkerchief, saying not to worry, she was happy Elena liked it. She asked Elena if she often went to other restaurants. Elena shyly replied that because she attracted many stares in the city, she only ate vegetables bought from the market. It wasn't that she had never considered having a proper meal at a restaurant, but restaurants had few vegetarian dishes, and even when they did, it was no different from raw vegetables, so she wondered if it was worth cooking. Allison understood that feeling. Here people used few seasonings, every dish was bland. Elena suddenly excitedly said that her opinion had changed after coming here. The dish just now was delicious. She had to thank Ren. That meant the earlier bad rating had been revoked. Allison breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Klon suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. What? What did you just say? Nellen repeated. He said he just discovered that he and his mother are not biologically related. This moment at the mine, Nellen's mother worriedly brought food deep into the mine for her son, but she had no idea Nellen was not there. Klon calmly sat down and asked him who he heard that from. Nellen slammed the table and shouted loudly. That doesn't matter now, he has been deceived for 20 years. He couldn't focus on work, so he left the mine early. Elena and Allison silently listened to the drama. Klon advised him, do you know what your mother went through to raise you? She worked selflessly even though your father died as a mercenary. You are smart enough to realize that yourself. Ellen's face darkened, his voice trembling. He knows he is in the wrong. But this morning, in a fit of anger, he refused the lunch his mother prepared and called her an old woman. Hearing this, Klon angrily grabbed Nellen by the collar. There are things you are not allowed to say, you idiot. Things spiraled out of control and Allison had to intervene. Just then, Ren frantically pushed the door open and rushed in, shouting loudly, "Ellen, big trouble, follow me to the mine quickly." "The mine collapsed where your mother was, she's trapped inside now," Kron shouted excitedly. Ren frantically explained he wasn't sure, but she went in looking for Nellen, and then Nellen lost his composure and rushed to the mine alone. Allison and Elena also wanted to follow to help. At the mine, everyone was trying to restrain the agitated Nellen. He wanted to rush into rubble to save his mother. Everyone stopped him, because the mine could collapse again. Allison and Elena arrived, asking everyone to calm down so they could go in and save Nellen's mother. The others quickly stopped them, saying he couldn't go in either. Who knows when the mine would collapse again? Allison explained that Elena was a healer who knew healing magic. "We are wasting time, please let us through." After some explanation, the two were finally allowed inside. On the way, Elena thanked Allison but told him he didn't need to follow since it was dangerous. Just then the mine shook and countless rocks fell down. Fortunately, they were all blocked by Allison's magic barrier. Allison said he was quite proficient in magic and would block the falling rocks. Elena asked in astonishment if he was a mage. Allison walked while recounting that in his youth he was quite successful, but had since hung up his sword. He was curious why Elena came here. He heard that Elena had a clinic in the city of Greg. He said this because a friend of his is also an elf. He didn't think she owned a clinic just because she is an elf. Perhaps humans have treated her poorly. Yet she still entered a collapsing mine to save someone. Is there a special reason? Just as Elena was about to answer, the two of them arrived at a fork. Oh no, the path splits in two. We don't have time to check both routes. Allison closed her eyes and began chanting a spell. The light spirits were summoned, illuminating the entire space. Even Elena, an elf, was amazed. The spirits split apart, flying into both passages. Before long, they discovered the injured person. The worker panicked at the sight of the glowing lights. What is this? I must be about to go to heaven, starting to see hallucinations. Fortunately, it was real. Allison and Elena had arrived in time. Are you okay? Can you move? The wound was not too severe. With some magical first aid, the worker could make his own way out. At that moment, the spirits reported that there were other injured people. The rescue team immediately began operating at full capacity. Allison used magic to protect and move the rocks. Meanwhile, Elena focused on using healing magic to save the workers. After receiving first aid, the victims were successively brought outside by Allison's magic. A moment later, all the workers had been rescued, but Nellen's mother was still missing. The two continued deeper into the mine and discovered Mrs. May lying unconscious. Elena quickly approached to check and said she is severely injured. I will use stronger magic, but I cannot guarantee the result. Elena placed her hand on her chest and began to chant. Gentle blue light immediately enveloped everything. The temporary first aid station, Ren could do nothing but cry incessantly. Klon stood beside her to comfort her, saying Miss Elena said the magic would work, don't worry too much. Your mother will surely wake up. Seeing his mother lying still with a bandage on her head, Nellen was stunned. Allison could only reassure him, saying there's no need to worry. Miss Elena quickly treated her with a powerful spell. She has passed the critical stage. Elena was exhausted, her whole body trembling. She had a severe concussion, but the treatment was successful. The wound near her eye was not serious. She can still see normally. Nellen then opened the basket beside his mother. This was the breakfast your mother worked so hard to prepare, yet you cruelly refused it with harsh words. Now regret is too late. It was because of you that your mother came looking for you and ended up so severely injured. Just then Mrs. May's hand moved. Nellen, is that you? The mother just awakened called her son's name. Maternal love is truly sacred. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nellen was drenched in tears. I'm here, Mom, your son is here. I was so scared that what I said this morning would be the last words I ever said to you. Hearing that, Mrs. May also shed tears. You called me Mom again. I'm sorry for making you worry. Thank goodness you weren't in the mine. Witnessing this scene, Elena was moved. She approached and spoke to Allison. As you said, I was actually planning to close the clinic and return to my homeland. I was disappointed in humans after witnessing the terrible things here. But Miss Wren told me this. Try to add more of the things you like about this place. Perhaps I was too hasty in coming here to seek that out. Human lifespans are shorter than those of elves, but they can express their emotions freely. That makes them prone to disappointment and hurt. I used to be the same, but ironically, that is why I opened my clinic. I think there are many things here that make me unable to leave. I love the genuine emotions of humans. And now I also know the food here is very good. Today I realized many things, but Elena nearly fainted from exhaustion before she could finish. Fortunately, Allison caught her in time, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After that, Allison began channeling her magical power through her hand. Elena felt the flow of magical power entering her and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the mana transfer spell of the elf tribe?" Allison quickly let go and explained, "The friend I mentioned before taught me this magic. His name is Beaton." Hearing the name, Elena shouted in shock, "Beaton, the hero of the elves? That Beaton? How can you?" To avoid complications, Allison merely replied that she was a famous mage. Meanwhile, on Burness Hill at the foot of the restaurant, Rurin was still sulkily digging a tunnel alone. That bastard Allison, leaving me behind with Klon. Why did he tell me to dig a tunnel just because I can't use magic in front of others? So unfair. I just wanted to recruit a subordinate to help out in the restaurant. Suddenly, a stream of water shot up, soaking Rurin completely. When he returned and saw the mess, Allison questioned her. You're saying water gushed up from the ground on its own, and then you dug to find its source, resulting in this mess. Rurin, covered in mud, put her hands on her hips proudly. Exactly. Allison was furious but had to hold back. Don't get angry. She didn't mean to upset him. Looking at the messy ground, it seemed Rurin had tried to dig further but found nothing. Allison said there must be an underground stream nearby. You probably struck it. You dug quite deep, but even with magic it's hard to see from here. You remember what I said earlier, right? We need to line the cave with barriers. Rurin of course remembered. Otherwise, this tunnel would have collapsed long ago. Allison then released a tremendous amount of magical power and created a magic circle. Rurin reminded him from the side, remember to control your power, don't blow the hole apart. The spell Allison used was an 8th tier magic called the Prison Rune. In the blink of an eye, the cave was dug much deeper. At this moment, Rurin still did not forget her mission. With just a stomp of her foot, she erected a protective barrier to prevent the cave ceiling from collapsing, and thus Rurin's lair was completed. Just then, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a stream of water erupted from beneath the earth. Allison observed closely and realized the spell had struck an underground water vein. It was definitely hot spring water, but Rurin, without a second thought, rushed over intending to bathe. Allison screamed a warning that the water was hot, but it was already too late. Rurin was engulfed by the hot water and screamed loudly. Afterward, she had to take off her soaked clothes to warm herself. Allison, you cannot just rush into everything like that. Allison reminded her while using magic to create a spherical barrier. By pressing the barrier into the ground, the earth settled on its own, forming a basin for clean water. Then, all that was needed was to remove the top part of the barrier, and a hot spring pool was ready. Allison threw Rurin into the water without any mercy. Rurin fell into the water screaming hysterically, "It is too hot, I am being boiled alive." Then she realized the water was only slightly warm, as Allison had cooled it beforehand. Allison took off her outer robe and entered the water with Rurin. After hesitating for a while, Rurin spoke up to ask, "I saw you disappeared, where did you go?" Allison replied that the mine had collapsed and she had gone to rescue people, but Rurin only cared whether she had gone with that elf woman. Allison hurriedly explained that of course she needed her. She knew I am not skilled in healing magic. But Rurin had already sulked and turned away, saying, "No wonder you looked so cheerful. I had to go dig a cave while you know, I hate elves and those other races. I hate all of them except you." It seemed this little girl was jealous seeing her man out with another woman. Allison carefully prepared a cup of hot cocoa and handed it to Rurin. Despite her sulking, Rurin could not resist. She took the cocoa cup and drank it happily. Seeing the atmosphere calm down, Allison, while making herself a cup, spoke. Cocoa powder is processed from cocoa beans. It looks simple, but it goes through many steps: planting, fermenting, drying, roasting, and grinding to produce it. Many people worked hard so that I could drink it. I have the power to blow up a mine shaft, but I cannot heal the wounded, and I cannot even find simple ingredients without Klon's help. Even using space magic here, I still had to rely on the dwarf to build a dragon's lair. Everyone differs in race, ability, and personality, but that is no reason to shun them. Even a dragon cannot handle everything alone. Hearing these words, Rurin understood somewhat. "I understand, but I will still treat you differently from them. You are special." And so the two enjoyed the hot spring for the entire night. Elsewhere, Ment's mercenary group encountered trouble on their escort route. They were surrounded by a group of people and forced towards a cliff edge. Despite trying their best to break the encirclement, Ment was targeted by a bandit who charged together with him over the cliff. Back at the restaurant, today Allison hung a closed sign to focus on other work. When Rurin asked the reason, she explained, "The other day we drank hot cocoa, but unfortunately we had no milk. So I am going to build a farm to have a steady supply." Everything starts from zero. What Allison needed was Baraneric downstream of the Varing River. When told to teleport to the downstream of the Varin River, Rurin was bewildered. "Do you not know I cannot teleport to a place I have never been? Last time I followed the scent to the Lord's castle." Allison remained stubborn. "I will tell you the location and distance. Just follow your feelings." Rurin, though unwilling, still complied, and the two were teleported to the downstream of the Vernus River. From here, Allison could clearly see a herd of Paraneric nearby. The only problem was that the two were free-falling from midair. At this moment, the two were still in the mood to argue. "You are a dragon. Why are you afraid of falling? Do you not have wings?" Rurin wrapped her arms around Allison's neck and screamed loudly, "I will not transform into a dragon form. I would rather die." It seemed that for some reason, Rurin did not want to shift into her dragon form. Allison did not find it convenient to ask further. The two landed safely thanks to Allison's magic. On landing, Rurin was overwhelmed by the vastness of the river. When Allison explained it was the sea, she felt a little embarrassed. That was understandable since Rurin had never seen the sea since birth. And so a plan for a day trip to the beach was made, and Ruin was extremely excited. The task now was to catch about Timberaneric. Whoever catches fewer will have to do the cooking today. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, 3 humans were sitting listlessly at the door as if they were on the verge of starving to death. It seemed Allison's 3 hardcore fans could no longer live without his food. While waiting, the 3 of them got to know each other. Allison, oblivious to it all, played with Ruin for a long while before heading back. Thanks to the mind manipulation magic on the dragon race, the Baroneric herd docilely followed and stayed in the pen. Allison's flimsy fence would probably hold. He would build them a sleeping area later. The task at hand now was to reopen the restaurant. As soon as he reached the door, Allison was shocked to see 3 starving ghosts loitering about. Luckily, he returned in time so no murder occurred. The 3 were then served their favorite dishes. Honestly, what would everyone have done if I hadn't come back today? Just waited by the door like that? Klon answered bluntly. I reckon you would have had to dig 3 graves beside the restaurant, 'cause of death starvation. Speechless truly Klon. At that moment Ruin was washing dishes because she lost a bet with Allison. When he learned Allison wanted to raise Baroneric, Klon immediately questioned him. How do you plan to manage them? Aren't you short on manpower? Allison replied, I'm thinking about hiring staff. The pasture needs careful tending. I'll prepare some job postings. I immediately had a good idea. You mean interviews? Don't worry, don't elves have the ability to see through one's heart? And our boss also needs to know who is good and who is bad. I've met many people when I was a mercenary. We've bothered you on your day off. Let us help you interview personnel. We'll pick the most talented employees for you. Just leave it to us. That was why the next day, the interview for the pasture position began. Many people heard the notice and came to apply. Judges this time were none other than the trio of Klon, Elena, and Daeron. The first person who just opened the door and walked in was eliminated immediately. The young man had no enthusiasm. How could he manage Baroneric? Next person. Geez, is this hiring an employee or a director? The next person was a handsome, seemingly energetic young man. Seeing this, Klon was somewhat pleased, but his head was full of nothing but indecent thoughts about Elena. Elena saw through his heart and eliminated him immediately. The next person was a middle-aged uncle with a pipe. I have 30 years of experience. I will make this the most beautiful pasture in Grape. This time it was Daeron's turn to step in. What do you think about the comfort of Baroneric? Before the uncle could answer, Daeron pulled out a scroll covered in dense writing. You have plans for the Baroneric's sleep and play. What about people with ill intentions? How is the milk supply? You must prepare a clear plan to be competitive. I'm also curious how you would handle it if one got sick. You must write health reports and ensure they are healthy. This isn't just a simple pasture. I am a baron. I care for the Baroneric like people. You shouldn't look down on them. Geez, truly speechless Klon. The uncle couldn't take it anymore and got up to leave, leaving behind the words, what a madman. Daeron still didn't stop. Where are you going? You must protect the people, you know. People like him don't even care if the Baroneric are sad or not. Witnessing the trio's operations, Elisander exclaimed, Klon, old friend, I have a bad feeling. And the interview continued. As it went on, the reasons for elimination became increasingly absurd and ridiculous. Some people were even eliminated before they could say a single word. Allison, at this point tears streaming down, could only watch in helplessness. Truly, enthusiasm combined with ignorance equals destruction. After a while, there were no more candidates left. No more candidates. Is the salary too low? Haha. Klon still didn't know it was all because of the 3 of them that the candidates all fled. Out of options, Allison was forced to step in. Sorry, I'm very grateful, but let me interview the next person. Just then, Minton pushed the door and walked in. I saw the job posting. Can I work here? Klon was astonished. Minton, why are you here? Weren't you on an escort mission? Minton then recounted the situation. We were attacked by bandits. The senior fell off a cliff while trying to help me. Klon worriedly said, that bastard meant. Why didn't he tell me? How is his condition? Minton's face darkened. Senior was injured all over, could only move one leg, so he had to retire from his career as a mercenary. Elena really wanted to help, but too much time had passed since the injury, so there was nothing she could do. The only thing was to visit and check on his situation. Just then, Ruin replied, why are you looking for a job when Mint is the one who got hurt? Allison scolded her immediately. Watch your words, she's already stressed enough. But Ruin still wondered, aren't you curious? It seems she's also quit being a mercenary. Her quitting alongside Mint and asking to work here is quite strange. Minton awkwardly explained, I'm just trying to find a suitable job for Mint so we can work together. As she spoke, her face blushed red with embarrassment. Everyone immediately noticed the problem. Klon couldn't believe it and asked again, don't tell me it's you. How old are you this year? When he learned Minton was only 29, Klon shouted out loud. A whole 13-year gap. But Minton didn't mind, she only considered age a number. Elena wondered why it couldn't work. Among elves, a 13-year difference was nothing. Allison explained that you couldn't compare with elf lifespans, because human lives were much shorter, so 13 years was a huge gap. Minton showed her determination. Whatever, I've already decided. I'm leaving the mercenary group. If you don't take me in, I'll starve to death on the road, Klon. That job application method was surreal, but Ruin seemed amused. Girl, I like you already. Age isn't an issue. Except, she's accepted Klon. Rurin seemed to assert that her being over 700 years old was nothing. Min was overjoyed, but Allison spoke up. I'm grateful that you and Ment want to work, but we haven't heard his opinion yet. Minton blushed in embarrassment. That's right, I haven't asked the senior yet. I plan to talk after I milked one bottle. The senior taught me everything, from how to hold a sword to maintaining weapons. The pasture work was quite hard, but I wanted to handle it myself. After that, I wanted to show him how the work turned out. Already planning so far ahead without even getting the job, that was surreal. This love story moved Elena greatly. How wonderful. That's the steadfastness of love, a beautiful yearning. But her choice of words seemed a bit off. Allison thought for a moment, then spoke. When you milk that first bottle, I'll think of a perfect dish for our visit to Ment. I'm really looking forward to working with you. And so, the restaurant gained a new employee. The next day, Minton eagerly arrived early to work. Her first task was to lead the Baronerics out to graze. Minton eagerly and carefully approached the first Baroneric. She was quite surprised the Baronerics didn't cause any chaos. Some magic must be making them docile, it should be fine. Things weren't that easy. The Baronerics didn't attack, but a gentle push was enough to send Minton tumbling. No matter how many different methods she tried, Minton only got a face full of dirt. After getting the Baronerics to the field, Allison assigned the next task. Wild Baronerics were active, so they didn't need hoof trimming, but since they were domesticated, it had to be checked regularly. And of course, Minton got kicked flying time and time again. The next day, while Minton was preparing dry hay, the Baronerics swarmed over. No, get away, the fresh grass is over there. Hopeless, these beasts just wouldn't listen. And so Minton got kicked flying again. A few days later, a dirty Minton sat down to complain. I'm exhausted. I can't do anything right. Herding cattle, trimming hooves, haven't milked a drop. I was so confident at first. What am I even doing now? What if I get kicked out before I even get to work with the senior? As if hearing her thoughts, the Baronerics came over to comfort her. They seemed to understand and actively wanted to be milked. A delighted Minton carried the first bucket of milk to show Allison. Boss, I did it, I milked them. This exceeded Allison's expectations. He thought it would take a week to get any milk. Taking the bottle, Allison beamed. Good job, time to prepare, I suppose. There are clean clothes over there, go change first. Minton was puzzled. Prepare for what? Allison replied, the special dish for men, of course, an extra cheesy pizza. First, heat the milk on low for 30 minutes. Next, lower the heat and add vinegar to curdle the milk. After the milk thickens, scoop out the curds and keep the liquid whey. Put it in salt water, then knead the curds after soaking in warm water. This process removes the air and remaining whey. After shaping it, we have mozzarella cheese. Seeing this strange thing, Minton asked, is this cheese? It looks different from what I know. Allison explained, it's just a different kind. We'll put it on bread and bake it. You need a special gift when you confess your feelings, right? Ment likes food. This gift makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Mentioning a confession, Minton blushed. Confess feelings? I haven't thought about it. No, this could be my chance. Allison kneaded the dough while boasting. Trust me, back in the day, a lot of people chased after me. That didn't sound believable at all. Embarrassed, Minton asked, so you have a lot of dating experience then? Allison bluntly said she'd never been on a single date, almost earning herself a punch from Minton. Allison handed over the pizza and continued. There's one thing I know for sure, sincerity always works. Put all your sincerity into this dish. Ment will notice it. Truly a love expert spouting philosophy. Once everything was ready, everyone headed to Ment's house to check on his health. Meanwhile, a shy Minton stood outside holding the pizza. What would her decision be? After some small talk, Allison introduced Elena, who was running the clinic. Ment was very surprised by this visit. Oh, that famous elf lady. But how did you guys know? You couldn't have known unless you were with the mercenaries. At that moment, a blushing Minton stepped in. Senior, how are you feeling? Now Ment understood the reason for everything. Elena used healing magic on Ment's leg. She couldn't heal it completely. She would help in the recovery process. Ment approached Minton. Ah, I thought you had something else you wanted to say. Minton's face flushed bright red, sweat pouring from his entire body. This matter was truly very important. It was more embarrassing than he had imagined. Everyone around was waiting for a romantic confession scene. But Minton suddenly changed the subject. You must be hungry, right? Eat first, then we will talk, Minton said tremblingly. Stay calm, like taking the lead. Clon sincerity will be effective. I will express my feelings through food. Minton had arranged the sausages into a heart shape on the bread. Ment still did not understand anything. Seeing that, Minton explained that this dish was called pizza. I made it myself, and Allison also helped a lot. It is beautiful, isn't it? It looks like... At the crucial moment, Ment could not resist and reached his hand in. Shall we try a taste then? Minton cried silently when he learned the liquid flowing on the bread was cheese. Ment was very amazed. He had always thought cheese was that smelly thing sold at the corner of the market, but it was actually just cooked milk. As soon as he took a bite, Ment was instantly conquered by the chewy, delicious flavor. Everyone, eat up too. The plan to confess with food failed. Minton could only eat through tears. After finishing the meal, Ment chatted cheerfully. I never thought you could cook this well. How did you do it? Minton spoke seriously. Senior, have you decided on your future yet? Ment did not understand what was happening. The atmosphere was tense. I will think about it slowly. Then why don't you come work with me at Allison's ranch? Ment was surprised. Allison's ranch? Do you have a ranch? Allison smiled. Just recently, I would be honored to work with you. Miss Minton is also working for me now. Ment was astonished. She is already working there? What about the mercenary band? Minton turned away in embarrassment, gathered all his courage and shouted, I left right after Senior Clone. In the future, I want to be by your side. Ment seemed to understand and accepted the job at the ranch. Everyone was overjoyed, especially Minton, but it turned out Ment did not understand anything at all. I am glad you came to work at the ranch. At least now you can freely pursue love, right? I did not think you could date while being a mercenary. Now that you are grown up, you should try dating some boys. I think I owe Allison this time. When do I start working? Allison could only reply, right after you recover. He felt guilty. Miss Minton, I am sorry. I thought it would work. In short, sincerity is useless. Truly, one should not trust inexperienced children giving foolish advice. On the way back, Allison spoke up to comfort her. Miss Minton, please don't be too heartbroken. You two will work together at the ranch. Minton forced a smile. I'm not heartbroken. There will be many opportunities in the future. I am very happy to work with everyone. I am going home. See you later, boss. Saying that, Minton still cried while walking, but she was determined not to give up no matter what happened. The power of love is truly strong. The three gossiping people shook their heads in dismay, unable to help. Meanwhile, Ment sat by the dim lamp, sighing deeply with emotion. What should I do now? It seemed Ment had known everything from the start. He just did not want to face it. Next day, the Crown Prince of the Leuven Empire, Leon Harris, came to visit this place. His mouth smiled, but he showed contempt. This place is so peaceful, how ugly. When he saw two beautiful girls standing by the roadside, he did not hesitate to approach and invited both of them to his room tonight. Truly a trashy man. Seeing that, Pogo Tamaran asked Grand Mage Medrin about the Crown Prince's actions. He wants those two girls to come to the castle tonight. Pogo's face turned dangerous. This is a royal meeting, how rude. Tell them to handle it themselves. I am already tired of babysitting the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Dieren prepared for the meeting with the Crown Prince. Because his mother felt something was off, he would have to go alone. The butler saw his worry and encouraged him. After everything that happened, you are already a true lord. Every word you speak will represent the city of Greg. Please do not forget. Entering the room, the presence of the Crown Prince and Pogo made Dieren anxious. Father, grant me your wisdom. As soon as he sat down, Pogo inquired about the health condition of the Viscount of Greg. Mentioning this matter, Dieren was sad. Yes, my father is still bedridden. Leon spoke up at this moment. What a pity. If I remember correctly, Count Greg is a subordinate of Duke Saren. Saren immediately replied, that is correct, but they have not spoken for a long time. I have not seen him either. Leon continued, perhaps so. I heard Duke Saren is also unwell. Pogo immediately chimed in, then isn't it time for you to change masters? I am saying you should stand on my side. This way this territory will be firmly protected, and your position will not be shaken. Don't you think so? Dieren thought it over carefully before replying. That is a difficult question to answer immediately. You understand that one should not rush a decision during this sensitive period. Pogo still would not relent and continued. Then let us talk about something else first. With the large-scale irrigation project and the civil war in the neighboring kingdom, many things are happening. Greg City, like other territories, will have to pay more taxes. The punishment platform was stunned. Is the demand from the central royal family? Pogo sneered, that is not important. Managing the territory is the Count's responsibility. Of course, if you accept our proposal, this matter will be reconsidered. What, is this also too difficult for you to answer immediately? As a Count, Klon had to face the choice. For better or worse, a decision had to be made, because there is no option called doing nothing. So what is your decision? Pogo, like a venomous snake, constricted the knave Dieren. If nothing is done, Greg City will be torn apart by the wheels of power. Having no other choice, Dieren shouted, fine, I will host a grand banquet and give you my answer then. Pogo thought this god-forsaken place had nothing good to eat, and was about to refuse, just as Leon interjected, that sounds interesting. It is just the right time. I needed something to pass the time until dinner. So can you bring dishes that will satisfy me? I am tired of the food at the royal palace. Dieren forced a smile, of course. Because in Greg City there is an excellent restaurant. At this moment he could only rely on the self-proclaimed master Allison. At the restaurant, Allison was serving lunch to the workers. Today's menu included fried rice. Just looking at it made mouths water. Before eating, Rurin complained, the amount of food I eat is decreasing. You really are a gluttonous dragon. Luckily Allison made a lot, so you can have another plate if you keep talking. Right at that moment, the door was kicked in and a squad of knights entered. You are the owner of the restaurant, aren't you? They did not know they had picked a fight with the wrong person. Allison stepped forward without fear. Yes, I am, but what is this about? Sheathe your swords. The knight did not retreat. Who do you think you are ordering? You recognize us, right? Allison replied, I know, you are Imperial Knights, the Genesis Knight Order. Minton was too scared to move. Rurin was still focused on eating. She needed to eat quickly to ask for another plate, but she still did not forget to eavesdrop. What's going on? Allison said he would handle it. No need to worry. Again, can you lower your sword? People are eating here. The knight pressed his sword to Allison's neck and threatened, "You seem to not understand the situation, do you? Kneel. If not, today will be the last day you see the sunlight." Allison could not stand it. "I am warning you for the last time. Get out of the restaurant now." He was ready to use magic at any moment. The knight, realizing nothing, swung his sword in anger. Just as the knight was about to meet his doom, a voice rang out, "Stop it, what are you idiots doing? Who ordered you to do this?" It turned out to be Allison's acquaintance, Vice Commander Darien. "Please forgive our rudeness. Long time no see, Archmage Allison." After that, the group of knights was punished by kneeling with their hands raised outside the shop. "I apologize to you on behalf of the members. I ordered them to keep an eye out in case you left, but I never expected them to do this." Allison was not petty. "Alright, it is fine, your men are loyal. How long has it been?" Darien replied that 5 years had passed. Being called an archmage made Allison uncomfortable. After all, he had retired from the military long ago. Darien recalled the past. "I have never forgotten even a single moment of that day, when the 3rd Battalion was surrounded and nearly annihilated due to the poor command of the Marshal. Archmage Allison single-handedly broke through the encirclement and turned the tide of the battle." Allison smiled. "That was thanks to the battalion holding the line until the end. Being able to do that was because you fought with your life on the line, Darien. And since then, you have refused rewards and demanded punishment. Please do not do that anymore." Mentioning this, Darien felt ashamed. A knight must live and die with honor. "At that time, I could not believe a criminal should accept a reward. Aware that my wife was suffering hardship because of the war. When I heard the news, I felt as if I had been slapped in the face, thinking only of my own honor. A knight who could not protect his loved one." The heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken by Darien. "Later I learned that Archmage Allison had secretly sent the reward money I refused back to my wife. I am indescribably grateful to you. I have been troubled over how to repay you, what I could do to help the Archmage since you left the service. Then afterward, hearing that you opened a restaurant, I suddenly had an idea. Let me eliminate all the restaurants in Greg City, except this one. The Archmage's restaurant will become the greatest." It was a perfect plan, truly the whispers of the masses. Allison was dumbfounded after hearing this. "Is your head normal?" And so Darien drew his sword to go carry out that foolish idea. Truly hopeless. On the other side, Pogo was extremely worried about Crown Prince Leon's decision to eat at an unfamiliar restaurant. Currently, they had no escort. It would be very dangerous if something happened. But Leon did not seem to care at all. Just at that moment, countless arrows flew straight towards Leon. But the magic immediately blocked everything. That was the reason Leon felt completely at ease. The presence of Grand Mage Medrin was enough to overwhelm almost anything. The assassins then revealed themselves, shouting to hand over the Crown Prince, and they would release the others. Daring to face Grand Mage Medrin, they would pay with their very lives. Screams rang out. The assassins were completely buried under the rock and earth. Crown Prince Leon was unharmed, letting out an exclamation of awe at the overwhelming power. Looking at the severely collapsed mountain range, Leon praised endlessly. "Truly the Empire's strongest Grand Mage. With you here, even the river is nothing to worry about." Medrin smiled slightly, telling him he flattered her. Surprisingly, one man still survived after being buried by the rubble. He still had the strength to call Medrin a monster woman. Crown Prince Leon smiled cordially but spoke venomously enough. "They only have one sentence left. This is my order. Leave no one alive." Medrin obeyed. Another wave of rock and earth fell. The surviving man left without speaking his last words. Darien silently marveled that the events before him were truly extraordinary. The rumors turned out to be true. There was only one mage in the Empire who could single-handedly face an entire army. That was level 7 Grand Mage Medrin. She had just cleared the path for the Crown Prince to continue. Meanwhile, at Allison's restaurant, he confided in Darien that he had a bad habit. Whenever he got excited, Darien would charge forward without looking around. Darien honestly confessed. Allison laughed, but used magic to lock him in a position with his head stuck in the ground and his rear pointing at the sky. The blood rushing to his head cleared Darien's thoughts on many things. He yelled he would change. Only then did Allison let him return, his head breathing fresh air again. Darien exclaimed, "My God, I'm alive." Allison loudly criticized Darien while the soldiers questioned who the rash man had just pointed his sword at. The disoriented soldier had poked the wrong hornet's nest disguised as an ant nest. Darien honestly confessed his plan to repay Allison by going to every restaurant and spreading rumors of bugs in the food. Allison remarked that this creativity was misapplied. Darien awkwardly apologized and promised to find another way to repay the favor. Just then, Darien was startled by something he saw. He hurriedly ordered the night squad to stand still. The Crown Prince was approaching. Seeing Darien, he immediately recognized an acquaintance and judged that this was no ordinary restaurant. Darien knelt to greet the Crown Prince, apologizing profusely for thinking His Highness would be at Count Greg's place until evening. I planned to, but I heard there was an excellent restaurant, so I came to see for myself. And of course I am not alone. Allow me to introduce the Crown Prince's devoted entourage. Darian felt uncomfortable seeing Medrin there as well while Crown Prince Leon warmly greeted Allison. Allison responded but thought to himself, so the Crown Prince came here. That is why the Knight Order of Origin was present in Greg City. And the woman behind the Crown Prince was a familiar face that Allison did not like. Wait, this uniform is from the Royal Mages, the sharp-eyed Crown Prince remarked. Allison replied that he once served in the Mage Corps, now wearing it again for comfort, even though he had been discharged for quite some time. Leon was delighted to learn Allison was a former mage, believing he must have heard the name. I am talking about Medrin over there, a level 7 Grand Mage. If you ever served, you must have heard that name. The Crown Prince enthusiastically introduced his prized subordinate, but before hearing Allison's reply, he loudly called Medrin over. Your subordinate is here. Pogo frowned, thinking it a waste of time in this tiny restaurant, and reminded Medrin the Crown Prince was calling. Medrin heard but was too busy trembling, unable to reply, a look of terror clear on her face. At that moment she saw nothing but Allison in front of her. Being scared and then pressured by her teammate was truly bitter. Only when Pogo called a second time did Medrin startle into a reaction, but she still could not speak. Pogo asked if she was too tired just now. Telling her to go meet him, Medrin apologized, then dismounted her horse, took off her hat, and walked to the Crown Prince. Leon cheerfully and warmly introduced him. I heard this man was once a mage. Do you know him? Medrin stammered, sweating, recalling the scene she had encountered with Allison before. She reassured herself, if she did anything wrong, everyone here would be buried like Klon. At that moment, Allison flashed a smile and introduced himself, which was in fact a warning sign for Medrin. She hurriedly complied. Medrin also gave her name and said it was the first time meeting him. Leon realized they had just become acquainted and felt a sense of regret. He did not know Medrin was using her entire brain to decipher Allison's intent. Seeing him pretend not to know her meant he did not want to be involved in trouble. She had to try to act natural. Thinking this, she mustered all her acting skills, saying she would host a banquet for the Crown Prince at this restaurant. It would be a great honor for any chef. So please kindly prepare a lavish meal immediately. Allison looked at her with a dark gaze, but still agreed. Minton in the meadow was also eavesdropping. Now that even royalty was involved, she grew even more curious about Allison's true identity. Inside the restaurant, Leon praised the interior for being cleaner than he imagined. Allison smiled and said he did not expect such distinguished guests, so the reception was not thorough. Asking for Leon's understanding, Leon laughed and said the taste of the food was what mattered most. But since everything happened so suddenly, may I confirm one more time? The restaurant serves dishes that surprise the Crown Prince. Leon said excitedly that Klon Count Greg's secretary was very confident in this choice. So my expectations are high. Allison stared directly at the tailless golden leopard sitting timidly. So it was this guy who brought trouble here. Allison understood the awkward situation. He deeply felt that his peaceful post-discharge life was in danger, because Count Greg was bedridden with a severe illness. Greg City was currently unstable. He must have come to me for help, unable to bear the pressure of the power struggle. Especially this old man. The Tamiron formula is one of the 3 great powers of the royal palace. He held a dining knife, looking at Deeren appraisingly. I hope this is not your way of stalling for an answer, Deeren Greg. The Crown Prince also sided with the Duke. Leon half-jokingly told him to look at that man and prepare a lavish feast, because they had much work to do tonight. Allison realized he could not turn a blind eye to this matter. Just then, the Crown Prince suddenly had an idea and called young Greg over. We trusted you enough to travel to this remote restaurant, so you should trust us in return. You understand what I mean. Leon smiled but emitted a dark energy, then proposed a bet on whether the restaurant could bring out a dish that would satisfy him. If he lost, he would have to run naked around the city of Greg. The boy paled at the prince's condition, wondering if this guy had perverted hobbies. He kept laughing heartily, saying that if he trusted the restaurant, there was nothing to fear. Allison smiled dangerously, saying he would make a dish that would satisfy the prince. In his heart, he thought both the prince and the duke had to understand that no one was allowed to touch the city of Greta. The Crown Prince gleefully sealed the deal, demanding a dish that would satisfy him. Could such a dish exist, when the opponent had already tasted countless imperial delicacies? Allison brought out the appetizer, introducing it as a light mushroom soup to stimulate the taste buds. The prince seemed quite excited when he saw the mushroom soup. Allison knew well that pleasing a diner with food was not easy. Leon praised the dish as fragrant and rich, and the perfect temperature control helped maximize the essence of the mushrooms. He thought this was not enough to satisfy him. Duke Pogo wiped his mouth as he agreed, saying he had eaten many mushroom soups like this. Allison smiled gently, saying he wanted to hear reviews from other guests, including one who could not refuse his request. Medrin tremblingly opened the lid of the mushroom soup pot and received a message appearing on the water's surface. The message asked her to give a review in a truly fiery manner. Seeing the message, Medrin broke out in a sweat, fearing she would ruin her makeup. She tremblingly put a spoonful into her mouth and then exploded into an acting performance. Medrin slammed the table and stood up, crying out at the excellent flavor of the soup. She praised the taste and texture profusely, saying she felt the mushrooms growing in her stomach. She compared the soup to a level 9 magic spell from the culinary world, her expression as if she had just been gifted a passionate night. Duke Pogo and Prince Leon looked dumbfounded at Medrin's over-the-top display. Dieren was also surprised, only Allison was barely holding back his laughter. Medrin blushed and begged the prince to taste it again, because the dish was truly delicious. The embarrassing situation made her wish she would rather go to the underworld. Leon was stunned, then reluctantly agreed to taste it again, because the girl had praised it so much. He commented that Medrin displayed a richer range of expressions than he had imagined. Dieren acknowledged the soup was delicious. If not for the important occasion, he would have ordered more. But Medrin's fiery reaction was not just about the flavor. A high-level mage would have certainly eaten this dish before. Prince and Duke wondered why she praised the dish so excessively, suspecting someone was forcing a level 7 arch. Could it be the restaurant owner? Looking at his reaction, it seemed plausible. Allison covered his mouth and smiled, declaring he would prepare the next course. Leon tasted it again but still found it not much different from the soup in the palace. Duke Pogo agreed, saying he would add this dish to the menu when he returned to the palace. Medrin was startled and quickly said the food here was truly special. She immediately demonstrated by finishing the bowl of soup in the blink of an eye. When the bowl was empty, another message appeared asking her to go to the back of the restaurant. Medrin felt regretting she had gulped down the whole bowl of soup, then immediately spat it out, coughing and choking violently. Leon sensed something was wrong, whispering to Pogo that she was not usually like this. After she finished choking, Medrin trudged over to the meeting place with Allison. She saw him standing at the railing, gazing into the distance. Meryl crept around, not daring to approach, and decided to talk from a distance. She stammered, asking if he had called for her, while a rainbow barrier appeared. Medrin recognized it as soundproofing magic. Allison turned his head and smiled harmlessly, praising that it had been a long time, and her review of the soup was excellent. Medrin stammered incoherently because the praise felt like a reprimand, but then he continued speaking. Allison still smiled, but the magic power around him radiated terrifyingly. He said she should not have done that, even though he had clearly warned her last time. He reminded her not to let him see her again. Medrin swore she truly did not know he was here. Medrin retorted immediately. Allison narrowed his eyes and asked the reason she had come here. Medrin said she was following the orders of Duke Tamuran, traveling through the territory to increase influence. Allison interrupted, saying it was not about the Duke. It was about the prince. Hearing that, Medrin was so scared she sweated profusely, her face stiffening because even in this remote place, he knew about Leon's terrible reputation. She knew he was famous for moral decay, his lust for women and power, and not caring about anyone but himself. Allison sighed, saying that until today he still believed that to be the truth. But he pretended to be rebellious. In reality, he knew how to use his status. He threatened the son of Count Greg like a game, using his image as a facade. Allison, Duke Tamuran's takeover of the city of Greg was just a small step in a larger plan. Medrin bit her lip until it almost bled as he continued. The prince's ultimate goal was what he was asking about. Medrin said she could not speak of it. She begged for anything except that matter. Even if her mouth was torn open, she could not reveal it. Allison coldly asked again. Even if her mouth was slit, she still would not confess. Rurin emanated a terrifying dark aura from somewhere, stepping forward wanting to see if that was really true. Medrin cried out in anguish, collapsing to her knees, lamenting that she wanted to go home because this place was full of man-eating demons. Of course she could never return. Medrin returned to the banquet table with a face that worried both the crown prince and the duke. Medrin patted her chest to calm down, lying that she was savoring the aftertaste of the soup. The crown prince sighed. That soup was a real surprise to appear in this suburb. Perhaps even that little brat Greg is feeling optimistic about the bet. Of course, the crown prince would not let it go so easily. He turned to ask Duke Tamuran about the betting condition, which was to serve a dish that satisfied him. Leon smiled viciously and said he was no longer in the mood for surprises today. This soup would usually be enough to satisfy me, but today there is an extremely important bet on the line. After laughing, he felt lightheaded, held his head to rest, then continued to pressure DRM. You are not stupid, so surely you understand what this means, right? Leon said coldly that even if your sick father stood up to invite me, I would not be satisfied. If I hear the answer you postponed in Greg City, my mood might change. Dieren clenched his hands, closed his eyes, and said he could answer. An Earl must be responsible for his people. I can endure personal humiliation, but I will not let the lives of the people be threatened to temporarily alleviate that shame. Above all, I trust this restaurant. Let the bet continue. If I lose, I will walk naked around Greg City. Resolute, but not the answer the crown prince wanted to hear. I hope you do not regret your faith. By afternoon, the sky was dyed orange and gold. At this moment, Allison brought out the main course. Looking at the smile on his lips, Crown Prince Leon saw absolute confidence. Allison said this dish held great significance, so he must be confident. When the lid was lifted, a clump of earth billowing with steam appeared. Pogo asked what it was, and Allison calmly replied it was a baked mud lump. Pogo showed contempt, asking why mud was being served to them. Allison picked up a hammer and calmly replied that of course, it was not. He decisively struck the hammer down, shattering the clump of earth. A layer of leaves was revealed inside, stunning the Crown Prince. Washing off the leaves, they immediately had a golden roasted piece of meat. It was clay-baked chicken. Leon wondered how Allison got this type of meat. He innocently replied that it was not usually served, but reserved for the most distinguished guests. Allison carved the chicken, working as he said this dish looked like a worthless clump of mud. It could hide itself many times over, he said with his mouth, but he had already cut the meat and sent a plate to Leon. He smiled and said that was only because the chef did not understand the essence of the dish. Breaking the mud shell revealed the delicious meat. Everyone's reaction would be very interesting. The Crown Prince wanted to know who he was hinting at. Allison turned his back, picked up the broken mud clump to examine it, and leisurely said this dish was like a deep scheme to eliminate the nobility to consolidate royal power. Acting like a fool, just like the Crown Prince, he actually dared to say this. Everyone froze, faces full of horror. He acted as if nothing was wrong, coldly breaking the mud shard in half and continued. Of course, like this dish, even if broken, it still retains its inner value. Right, Your Highness. Crown Prince Leon felt as if he were attending a Hongman banquet. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Let us talk about the current situation of the Ruben Empire. The empire weakened after the Dragon War. The king's control was loose, and the earls freely expanded their power. Allison seemed to know everything as if lying under bed. He placed the mud shard on the table and said the most reasonable approach was to abandon authority. The Crown Prince, his sore spot hit, broke out in a sweat. Look at me, I have no desire for power or anything. I am completely harmless. That was His Grace's intention. Leon, immersed in beautiful women and wine, now sat still like a child who had done wrong. Allison said that was just his speculation, while Pogo looked at him with dangerous eyes. Pogo asked if he was aware of what he was saying. Allison turned his back and told him to be patient a little longer. The truth was that everything the Crown Prince did was just an act. He was quietly preparing a counterattack against the nobility. Allison smiled and asked what would happen if the plan was exposed. Assassination plots were only for children. Pogo slammed the table and called out loudly, "Darian!" Darian immediately rushed in. Pogo looked at Allison as if he would be torn apart instantly if he uttered another word. He said that was an interesting thought, but do you not understand the situation right now? This restaurant will be wiped out today, including the restaurant owner. Darian was worried, not knowing what disaster Sir Allison had caused to be so serious. Allison smiled lightly and asked if they intended to eliminate him. He could take on 10 squads of prime knights. Pogo, furious, continued to mobilize all available resources. Medrin shouted at him to kneel down immediately. She was trembling in fear, biting her lip and saying, "Let me kneel for him, don't you guys provoke my father anymore." Medrin trembled. Oh, impossible. Even though Pogo didn't know, she understood very well how terrifying Allison was. She had sent out a warning signal, but none of her teammates picked up the signal. Pogo was startled. What are you saying? Unbelievable. Allison didn't bother hiding his mocking smile, saying directly that Medrin was still the most sensible. But Medrin giving up didn't mean Pogo would stop. The old man's facial features twisted in rage. "Fish Inspector, Primordial Knight Order, hear my command. Behead this man immediately." Before the Primordial Knight Order could raise the white flag and embarrass themselves, at that crucial moment, Crown Prince had used a fork to spear a piece of chicken, brought it to his mouth, and began to eat. He even used his hand to casually tear off a whole chicken thigh. Commotion was so loud it made the other 3 people stare blankly. Leon laughed heartily. "This dish is super delicious, Clon. What are you people standing there like statues for? Hurry up and try some." Pogo stammered, Your Highness, I am sorry, but the current situation." Crown Prince slammed the table and shouted, "Sit down and eat. Stop pretending all these years." He understood the principle that a wise man submits to the circumstances quite well indeed. Pogo felt a bit intimidated seeing him so unhinged. Swallowing his saliva, he sat down, cut the chicken, and began to eat. "How is it?" Leon asked. "It is delicious, sir. Are you satisfied?" Pogo was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Yes. Finally, the old man caught the brain frequency of his teammates. Seeing things had calmed down, Crown Prince Leon decisively declared the matter settled. "I have lost. I would be lying if I said I was not satisfied with this excellent dish," he said while wiping his mouth. "Congratulations, Secretary Greg of Count Greg. You have won extremely well." Darian was startled but quickly thanked the Crown Prince. Leon stood up and said to Allison, "Thank you for the wonderful meal. We will be leaving immediately." Allison replied politely, "It is an honor. But you said you wanted to hear the answer from Master Greg." The Crown Prince, donning his robe, said, "I intended to stay an extra day. due to an appointment with some ladies, however. Think I've already heard the answer from Master Greg, he sighed and guaranteed. There will be no more trouble. Gather the primordial night order. We are returning to the capital. Finally, those old Buddha figures disappeared. Allison, who had been tense all along, instantly slumped down as if sad. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Phew, everything went smoothly. Luckily, we won the bet. Darren smiled reluctantly. He was happy but did not understand the current situation at all. And how could you do that? Allison smiled gently. You don't need to understand just yet. What I can say is that as long as I am here, you don't have to worry about these matters. Darren was about to say more but was cut off by Allison. Now that the troublesome guests are gone, let's slowly enjoy the roasted palanquin. You said you wanted to try it earlier. Ah, I will eat it with great enjoyment. Your statement earlier was very impressive. A count must be responsible. Darren felt shy. Allison handed him the chicken thigh. Outside, the Crown Prince's entourage returned in a state of silence. Pogo and Medrin both bowed their heads and said nothing. Darian Vuxi had a blank face, not understanding what was going on. Can someone please explain to Darian? The Crown Prince suddenly spoke up. Mary, that chef. Is he the person you mentioned before? Medrin, though spared, was still nervous and took a long time to answer. Yes. Pogo was startled. Impossible. Leon laughed heartily. He had thought so too, but the reality was not. There is a person whom even my father and the nobles dare not underestimate. Pogo was unconvinced. He said that was the reason, but at that time the primordial night order and Medrin were also present. Ignoring him would have been too dangerous. Of course, it was not the only reason. We expanded our power by pressuring the nobles, using the primordial night order and Medrin to tighten the noose. But the Crown Prince recalled the determination of the young man Greg and smiled bitterly. If I were in that situation, would I have accepted the extreme gamble like he did? Pogo could not answer, only listened in silence, trusting and entrusting everything to the young man I once threatened. Let's start over. This time let's try harder to build trust. The current path is even more dangerous than walking naked in the streets. It seems after this feast, Crown Prince Leon had a change of heart, and it turned out he didn't suffer a single loss. Back at the restaurant in the morning after the turbulent day of hosting the Crown Prince, everything was peaceful. Rurin asked with a frown, while Minton marveled, truly wonderful. Allison sighed, wiped his sweat, and proudly looked at the structure before him. This was the stable so Baron Eric could sleep comfortably. An innocent cow mooed, then lightly kicked the door with its hind leg. The stable immediately collapsed into a heap of wood scraps. Allison was left speechless, his mouth agape. If he could turn to stone to avoid embarrassment, he would have done so immediately. Rurin looked disgusted. If they slept in there, they would all be dead. Allison hugged the pile of wood scraps and cried out loud. Building a stable without knowing anything about architecture was truly arrogant. Rurin wondered how he managed to build the restaurant, hammering all day long. Allison sighed and admitted, I only hung the sign. The restaurant was built by workers, but there are also some rare cases. Perhaps I need to visit that place for a trip. Where is that place? Naturally, the place with the world's top architects. Get ready, we are going to meet the wolves. A place deep in the mountain range containing a large amount of gold, silver, and rare treasures, looking like a treasure trove. Here I can feel a familiar aura, an interesting fellow being. Just when I was bored, running into this is fun. The hot woman with a toned body, more abdominal muscles than those gym guys, fiery red hair like fire, must be a fierce god here. She belongs to the Red Dragon race. Her name is Serena. She laughed without any good intentions, daring to step into my territory. I will teach you some manners. You guys think she is super cool, right? A second later, she immediately revealed her true form. Finally, I can get out. Miss Hess stood up, saying that this group was a perfect target for her punishment, as she was bored with no one coming to pay tribute. Her crime was daring to trespass on the territory of the Red Dragon Serena. She monologued, then carelessly stepped on the golden crown, causing its peak to hit the bronze cylinder, hurting herself before even fighting, yet she wants to punish others, truly ridiculous. In a different corner, a small dragon was in trouble. Rurin pouted because she had to climb the mountain. Allison told her to bear with it. Rurin asked why they didn't hire human architects, but Allison had OCD about the restaurant. No one could build better than Boaf. Seeing Allison's certainty, Rurin excitedly asked if Wolf Village must be amazing. It had been a long time since she last visited. The gate and the surrounding water were overgrown with moss, unsure if that could be considered wild beauty. Rurin admired the large gate but felt something was wrong. Allison also didn't expect this place to turn out like this. There was no guard at the entrance, and inside, piles of dry bones lay right at the entrance. Someone had arrived before them. Rurin immediately assumed a defensive stance. Who could it be? A gigantic shadow enveloped the two of them. Something charged in, causing an explosion right in front of the gate. Colossal spiked tail with fur at the tip appeared. What was this? He rushed out eagerly thinking it was a fellow dragon, but it was just an arrogant brat. The gigantic red dragon sneered upon seeing Rurin and Allison, showing disappointment. How irritating, thinking someone dared to trespass, but it was just a human and a baby dragon. Hey, were you the culprit? The red dragon asked in confusion. Was that guy talking to him just now? How dare you be so disrespectful to a peak dragonman? Allison dropped his things, telling it to answer. Red Dragon flared up in anger, cursing that the lowly being must have lost his mind. It opened its mouth and shot out a massive flame. Rurin screamed in panic. "It's the Red Dragon roar, Allison. You can't block that with a magic shield." Allison switched to a cold mode. He had already activated the magic array from somewhere. His eyes shot out a scan. It was level 9 magic. The terrifying flame was shrunk down to the size of a torch. The Red Dragon's eyes widened in shock because the Red Dragon roar was blocked. Allison said coldly, "Short fire." A tremendously powerful blue light beam shot into the Red Dragon. His stomach area was burned. The Red Dragon was startled, asking if he was human. Looking at Allison's handsome face, the Red Dragon was stunned, realizing something. Serena clutched her stomach, gritting her teeth, saying that legend says, "There was a human who once slaughtered many of my kin. But why are you traveling with a black dragon?" Rurin did not like the way it described her. Allison sighed and asked why it still hadn't answered. Allison, annoyed, prepared to unleash another light-based attack. Serena fell to the ground in fear, stammering to clarify, "It wasn't me. By the time I got here, everything was already like this. I apologize for my rudeness." Allison still frowned. Serena said softly that she had gone inside once but hadn't seen any living wolf, so she hadn't received the tribute yet. There was a big door blocking the way inside. I hadn't seen anything. "A door? Where is it?" Serena saw an opportunity to turn the tables and came up with an idea. She tossed her hair and said, "If you need a guide." Stop the old-fashioned posturing. I can take you there. Much more fun than going with this little girl. Allison is mine. Rurin rushed over to assert her claim and kicked Serena's bronze cylinder. Serena clutched her bronze cylinder in pain. Rurin yelled at her to reveal the location. Allison wondered about Rurin claiming he was hers. Serena, in too much pain, had to speak. Underground, the deepest floor, Allison and Rurin set off. He had never seen the little miss so agile. At the Count's estate, Dieren was telling his mother about the restaurant. "I heard you weren't feeling well. Are you feeling better now?" the boy asked cautiously. The Countess of Greg, Madame Bernard Greg, coldly said she was fine. She didn't touch the delicious pastries on the table. Dieren worriedly said, "You skipped a meal again." He could change the dish if she didn't like it. No need to worry about that. She was very cold towards Dieren, making the boy feel hurt. Returning to the room, she sat by the bed, looking at her unconscious husband. Bernard poured out her heart, saying she felt truly suffocated. "This vast space feels like a coffin enveloping me. Even the sweet pastries taste like sand. Can you hear me?" She could not stand it anymore. The gaunt man still had his eyes tightly shut. Every second beside Dieren was torture. Back at the ruined dwarf village, corpses lined the path. Not a single survivor. It was definitely the work of the Dragomen. He should go back and deal with that red dragon. Rurin is still holding a grudge over the Serena incident, even though she seduced Allison, right? Allison quickly stopped this reckless girl. "Calm down. I don't think the Dragonman is lying." Just then, the two of them came across a door. It must be the door that was mentioned. The massive door was sturdy, with bulging parts and intricate patterns. Allison sensed many signs of life being blocked. This door was not easy to open. Rurin tried punching and kicking it to test its hardness and concluded that breaking it down would be enough. Suddenly, the orb in the center of the door leapt and spoke. "Stop, begone, intruders. This place does not welcome you." Allison was amazed, seeing such a wondrous sight for the first time, but he still recognized it as a dwarf and asked them what had happened. From inside, a reply came, "The red dragon destroyed this place." Rurin shouted, "See, knew it was a Tama." "Alright, let me deal with her. That girl's temper is as hot as cream. Raising her is a billion times more troublesome than raising other species." Allison quickly grabbed her. "Wait, let's hear more first." A voice came from inside again. "A red dragon?" The more Allison tried to stop her, the more Rurin jumped up. "So what, we just need to go snap their heads off? The dwarf will open the door." "You talk as if it's picking a blade of grass." Allison said things were not that simple. On the door were traces of the Dragomen. Inside, a trembling voice. "The Dragomen, the pinnacle of living creatures." Rurin, hot-headed, yelled. "Then find another red dragon and smash its head in. This auntie, if she gets any bigger, she'll probably think she owns the sky." Allison whispered, "Calm down, I have an idea." "What do you plan to do?" "Only now did I stop causing trouble." "Hey, peaceful measures are preferred." Allison smiled meaningfully. He was no slouch when it came to dirty tricks either. "How long have you all been behind this door?" "About a year, I think. And it's not strange if problems arise. For example, the matter of food. Aren't you all planning to open the door?" "I only said that because I want to help." "Why should we trust you? Can you prove you're not a minion of the Red Dragon?" Rurin, hearing this, started making a ruckus. "How dare you treat us like servants? That's not comparable." Allison quickly covered this leopardess's mouth. He sighed. "Alright, I respect your opinion. Thank you for understanding us." Allison told Rurin to go get the luggage. She grunted in acknowledgement. Allison stacked stones and used magic to create a fire for a cooking stove. The people inside began to get curious. "What are you doing?" Nothing. We need to return to the surface, but it's quite a long way, right? It will be tiring, so we need to eat something before we go." "Eating in front of hungry people's gate is truly cruel. Why eat here? Go outside and eat." The people inside couldn't stand it and ordered them to leave. Allison replied innocently, "Going outside is still far, so eating first is better." "Take it out, Rurin." She immediately pulled out a string of sausages. The people inside got curious again. "What is that?" This is called sausage, made from minced meat mixed with spices and stuffed into casings. Allison put the sausages into the pan to fry. The aroma immediately wafted out, truly tempting. The group, having starved for a year, made noise. We're underground, so the smell won't reach here. Allison replied, good, then we can enjoy it longer. The people inside were startled. Do you have no sympathy? Do I need sympathy too? Arguing began from inside. Chief, the smell is really good. Just have a little taste. All of you shut up. Allison was happily stirring up trouble outside. Rurin realized this was his idea of peace. Said, actually, this food is a gift to ask you all for a small favor. But the current situation doesn't seem like the right time to ask. However, I still want to know what happened here. Can you tell us? The people inside seemed stubborn, not willing to reveal more. Allison then opened his own pack. No choice. I have to whip out the beer, came the reaction from inside. What's that sound? Allison shook the pan of sausages and introduced them. This dish is quite salty for preservation, so it goes very well with beer. He and Ruin each took a sausage and a can of beer, counted 1, 2, 3 cheers, and began to eat. At this point, the door began to open. Allison smirked. Looks like we have results. The large door swung open, a voice full of craving. Just one bite. Hot, crispy, fragrant fried sausages lay before their eyes. 4 dwarf men drooled together. Allison saw how thin everyone was. The food shortage must have been severe. He told everyone to eat slowly. He had prepared enough for the whole group. The white-bearded old man took 1 bite and was moved to tears. One of them drank beer and sighed, combined with beer, it's the best. Never thought I could eat such delicious food again. Allison thought he shouldn't give beer to hungry people. But dwarves handle alcohol well, and they weren't on the brink of starvation. Chief, how is the taste? The one in the helmet was the chief. Even though he worried about poisoning, he was the first to nibble on it. The dwarf chief chuckled. That was an exception. We owe you a great debt. I'm glad to hear that. I plan to distribute sausages to the other dwarves. Is Goza here? The dwarf chief was stunned. How do you know him? I met him before. I have something to discuss. The chief realized Allison had connections with higher-ups and promised to personally take him to meet. The dwarves, having eaten and drunk their fill, came much more agreeable. Inside the dark mine tunnel lay a complete, well-lit village. It was estimated that around 20 or 30 dwarves were surviving. Allison truly couldn't understand how things had come to this. Very quickly, they arrived at a room with guards outside. The chief spoke to ask someone inside. Lord Goza, a human wishes to have an audience. Meanwhile, Allison asked Ruin if she had handed out all the sausages. She confidently confirmed she had. Come in, Goza allowed them inside. Long time no see, go. Allison greeted him warmly like an old friend. The old white-haired dwarf was the dwarf clan chief Goza. He apologized for meeting him again in this situation. Allison and the person beside him must be the almighty one, right? The old man said this dragon was as hot-tempered as ice cream. Rurin, when praised, also responded politely. Goza was old but still sharp-eyed. Hey, I am already very familiar with this aura. The wolf tribe leader wondered who these two were that even Goza had to speak so humbly. So what did you want to talk about? Goza asked. Surely you must know. What happened in this place? Why did the main gold mine of the dwarf tribe decline like this? Goza grimaced, struggled for a moment, then said it was because of the red dragon attack. He fought to the end, but it was futile. In the end, only a few survivors retreated to hold this place. Allison immediately asked, does the red dragon have red hair and backward curving horns? No, Rurin almost attacked the wrong person. Goza continued. We were attacked by a group of red dragons. Allison understood. Indeed, the marks on the door were caused by their combined attack. It was hard to believe those arrogant dragonmen would cooperate. Were they insane? Or there was a major problem that forced them to lower their pride. Something was fishy, Allison said with a dark expression, startling the wolf tribe leader. Goza still calmly replied. After a moment, he reached under the table and pressed a hidden red button. A sliding door opened to a secret room. Goza led the way. Allison and Rurin were still stunned by this space. There was something I wanted to show you. Goza said, this was not the first time we were attacked by dragomen. This large, secret chamber had been raided many times, but we stayed because we were protected by a guardian spirit. Goza presented a gem that emitted a mysterious blue light. The light illuminated a set of giant sea bones. He introduced it as the Golden Dragon, the noble Kur Levi, the guardian deity of the wolf tribe. Allison looked at the dragon skeleton and was also shocked by its size. This dragon must have lived at least 5,000 years. Did you pay tribute to the dragoman in exchange for protection? Goza immediately denied. He never accepted tribute. He simply helped us, protected us from foreign invasion, and imparted knowledge with warm generosity. But in the end, he could not resist the flow of time. Allison and Rurin were silent for a moment. Goza held up the glowing ring and turned to look at them. You are very curious, aren't you, Allison? Why did the group of red dragons attack us? Why do we insist on staying in this declining mine? The ring turned into a gem, and Rurin seemed drawn into the light. Goza said it was all because of this. The ancient gem was the essence of magic power that could give birth to a dragon king. The dwarf tribe had to protect it. The dragon king was said to have commanded the dragoman. If the supreme dragoman operated like an independent country, no hero could stop them. This carried the will of all races. The world could be destroyed, and that happened very rarely. Only a few dragomen could create an ancient gem, the necessary item for the birth of a dragon king. The golden dragon Kur Levi was one of them. He hid to protect this place. place, preventing the gem from being used for evil purposes and preventing a new Dragon King from being born. The number of gems needed to create a Dragon King was undetermined, but the more Rurin listened, the paler she became, remembering a past memory. At that time she was still a small baby black dragon happily playing around. Rurin was startled as she remembered. She remembered the figure of a girl who was taken by the black dragon elder Medisana, a name that had once come to Zico and Allison's restaurant. At this moment, Goza spoke the name Gatira again. This name awakened a memory that seemed to have been sleeping in Rurin's heart. That was her mother. Rurin remembered when she was with her mother, lying in her arms laughing, until she couldn't see the sun. Mother said you shouldn't come here. Rurin still laughed and replied, Mother, you are a fool. Now Rurin clutched her chest and collapsed to her knees, her face deathly pale. In her mind, scenes of blood flowing like a river appeared. Rurin's tears fell profusely as she called out to her mother. Allison quickly hugged Rurin to comfort her, and at the same time answered Goza, There are three crystals being gathered by the Dragoman to fully awaken a Dragon King that will destroy everything. Goza hugged the gem, closed his eyes, and said, I understand her pain, I am truly selfish. Goza hid the gem back in the ring and said, The ancient gem is tied to sorrow. The Dragon King Kurlevi, and I once tried to destroy it, but never succeeded. Allison said, We plan to build a dragon lair in Greg City. Come with us there. We plan to build a new village there. Goza was stunned. A new village for the dwarf tribe? As you can see from Rurin's reaction, we do not intend to use the ancient gem to create a Dragon King. This place has already become a target. Dragoman will continue to attack. Goza looked at the dragon skeleton with great regret. He seemed unwilling to leave this place. Allison said immediately, I am not forcing you. I know that for the dwarf tribe, the homeland is the most precious. The decision is yours. Goza, hit right in his sore spot, stood still in silence. Outside, Rurin had stopped crying loudly. Only sniffles remained. Do you feel better? Rurin wiped her tears and replied with a hum. Then she asked, Are we just leaving like this? Not taking the ancient gem? Allison said he had set magic traps for intruders and could provide support if needed. Hearing him say that, Rurin accepted. Allison explained that leaving suddenly was very difficult because many memories were tied to this place. On the other side, Goza was pondering in silence. Just then, the tribe leader walked in. Chief Goza, I have something for you. He brought out a plate of steaming sausages. Goza stared wide-eyed as if seeing something strange, saying this was the food that human had left behind. The others had already started eating. He told them to wait, but they could no longer control their hunger. The leader pulled back the curtain and led Goza outside. The entire dwarf clan was feasting and drinking as if at a banquet. Goza was extremely astonished and moved to see the smiles on his people's faces. He suddenly realized something and recalled a distant memory. When he was young, a voice called out, Look here, Goza. You called me Lord Dragon King Kulut. Frail-skinned dragon said, Living in this cramped, dark place must be very miserable, right? Goza answered firmly, The Dragon King finds it cramped, but to us it is rather spacious. The Dragon King laughed. I thought you were here because of the ancient gemstones. Goza was startled. My lord, we are well aware of their importance. Goza grew anxious hearing the Dragon King joke. He said demonic energy could conceal the gemstones' power, but the Dragoman would find them. After I leave, take the dwarf clan away from here. Goza was surprised. How can we abandon you in our homeland? The Dragon King laughed foolishly. All I leave behind is a pile of dry bones. Do not say that, my lord. Dragon King became serious. Listen to me. If no one remembers me, both I and this homeland will become meaningless ash. Therefore survive. What is the meaning of departure if it only brings pain to those left behind? Eat, drink, show mercy, and live happily for the sake of future generations. Did not come here to make you suffer. Goza was stunned. What do you mean, my lord? You have helped us so much. Kulat laughed loudly. I never expected you to protect the ancient gemstones anyway, Goza. It has been a long time, since the last time Goza saw his people smile. I apologize, Lord Kulat. Goza knelt down. Chief Goza, the leader, Huanghuo, called out. At that moment, Rurin and Allison had already left the village. Allison, hey Allison, a voice suddenly called from behind. The two turned around and saw someone running toward them. Please, wait a moment. I was wrong. Allison flashed a victorious smile. Total tribute of Mount Melioric, we will help you build the dragon's lair. Goza panted, please accept us. And so the dwarf clan came to live in Greg City. It only took a few sausages to lure the whole tribe into becoming construction workers. Well done, Allison. As soon as they arrived, the dwarves started building the dragon's lair for Rurin, so no need to worry about being chased by the black dragon elder. The matter of building a nest for Rurin was considered settled. Seeing how productive these small people were, Allison felt relieved. I entrust this task to you. Allison admired how fast they were. Goza assured him to leave it to them. But is it okay to start work immediately? Do not worry, though hungry, everyone is still healthy. But I still want to eat more sausages. Do not worry about food, Allison turned to ask Rurin. Though beautiful, right? Rurin replied excitedly. She smiled contentedly because she no longer had to dig a muddy den every day. say. Now the remaining problem is this. Allison held the ancient gemstone with a hesitant expression. I trust you, Allison. We'll use it correctly. Goza smiled confidently. That is why I entrusted the future of the dwarf clan to you. Allison stared blankly at Rurin. Absorb it. Rurin exclaimed, don't make such a bad joke. She reached out and punched him repeatedly while Allison put the gemstone into his pocket. So I have to keep it from now on. Patted Rurin's head to comfort her. Rurin said the birth of a new Dragon King would never happen. They both agreed it needed to be prevented. At the same time, some was crying. I was so excited to go out and get some fresh air, but I almost went broke from being defeated. Serena was hugging a bronze tube, crying like rain. Suddenly she sensed something and spoke up to ask, who is there? Don't tell me it is Yi. Get lost now, I have nothing to say. Yay, who is that? The two figures looked familiar, so she was hiding something after all. Serena trembled with fear. Allison and Rurin looked terrifyingly imposing, ready to overwhelm her. She does not accept tribute, but this nest is full of treasures. I came to ask, but now it seems unnecessary. Serena prostrated herself on the ground looking at the two monsters. I already told you everything last time. Poor thing, with a reputation as an arrogant dragon woman, now crying nonstop. Despite her bitter crying, Serena was not spared. Who is Ye? From the story, it seemed he was one of her kind. Did you attack the dwarf mine with him? No, Serena denied immediately, stammering. He is my ex-boyfriend. Allison said he could not hear. Serena blushed and yelled, he is my ex-boyfriend. I mistook you two for him because he often stops by. Allison looked dumbfounded and apologized for accidentally touching on her pain. She cried again, I have only been here half a year. I have not seen any gang. Rurin asked, then where did the pile of treasures come from? You said you do not accept tribute. Serena gritted her teeth and snapped her fingers. The pile of treasures evaporated like boiling water, and then she screamed. It was all fake. Allison and Rurin were stunned, looking at the empty space. Serena felt as if she had just been stripped naked before them. She blushed and cried, are you satisfied now? Take it all if you want. Watching her cry was both pitiful and amusing. Back at the inn, Allison and Rurin discussed. We were a bit too harsh. We have never seen a dragoman this sorrowful. There is still no information about the group of dragomen who attacked the dwarf clan. There is nothing left to investigate, Allison said. But thanks to the gemstone, we will slowly find out. I wonder which gang would do such a thing. Just then, two guests, Mr. Mant and Elena, entered the restaurant. Allison joyfully greeted them, asking Mr. Mant's health had recovered. He was happy as seeing Mr. Mant recover so well. Leaning on his cane, he replied that strenuous movement was still difficult, but he had improved a lot thanks to Elena. Elena humbly declined the credit and said it was his willpower that made the treatment process faster than expected. Allison replied with a smile that everyone trusted Miss Elena. Rurin, standing nearby, was so jealous she looked like a jar of sour vinegar. Unaware of Rurin's attitude, Allison asked Elena about the difficulties at the clinic. Elena replied with a bright smile that everything was better now, though the old problems remained. Nellin and his mother had come to the clinic to express their gratitude. Many miners had also come and even helped Elena stop some people with bad intentions. Elena said she wasn't sure, but it seemed the trouble had lessened. Allison immediately guessed that Miss Wren had helped by spreading rumors about Elena's difficult situation. Truly that sly Aunt Six. Elena was about to ask about the sauce Allison taught her when the dwarf Goza suddenly popped up from the tunnel, cackling and asking if there was any stewed bird seed left. Elena was shocked to recognize the new arrival as a member of the wolf tribe, and was dumbfounded to see the dwarf had dug all the way here. Goza kindly told her not to see them as monsters. Elena noted that he was well versed in elven rituals. Goza didn't want to hear her say that. Just then, the front door burst open and Mr. Klon roared, demanding pork belly. Everyone had gathered, and the noisy chatter was overwhelming. Allison smiled awkwardly at Rurin, saying the restaurant finally had an atmosphere. Rurin, already in her apron, sighed and asked if he wasn't the one who wanted a peaceful life. The food was quickly served, including sausages, pork belly salad, and pizza. Mr. Ment took a bite of pizza, hummed in appreciation, and said he had missed this dish too much and needed to learn properly from Minton. That sentence made the love-struck girl's heart flutter, her face turning bright red. Rurin beside her even teased her to save some face. The others were also extremely satisfied with the delicious food. Allison smiled and asked if they should cook anything else. The dwarves cheerfully raised their glasses for a drink of sorrow alongside their plates of sausages. The warm, lively scene in the restaurant made Dieren, standing outside, look unusually sad. The boy watched Allison cheerfully picking up food for Rurin. He slumped down against the wall, calling out dejectedly, "Master, did you call me?" Allison suddenly opened the door and stepped out, startling the boy. "Why are you sitting out here?" "It's about..." The boy stammered, asking if he could make a dessert. Allison replied that he knew how, but was hesitant. Dieren bit his lip and knelt before Allison, begging, He asked him to cook a dessert that could make his mother smile. This request surprised Allison, and he asked again, "You mean Lady Bernard?" The steak looked passable, the head chef was working on it. At the same time, he asked the assistant if the soup was done, reminding him to check constantly so it wouldn't burn. This was the kitchen of the Count's castle. Most tools and ingredients were available, but Diren said to let him know if he needed anything else. Looking at the abundant ingredients, Allison marveled that the Count's castle was nothing like his restaurant. There were many spices that an ordinary restaurant wouldn't have. It seems everyone here is very skilled. Just look at how the chef scolds the assistant for overcooking this, Diren said awkwardly. The atmosphere isn't usually this tense. Allison didn't mind, after all, the Count was in the kitchen. Usually head chefs don't talk much, is that true? Look at that head chef now, smiling at the crying employee. Hard to believe, but with these things, I think we can make a delicious dessert. Diren asked excitedly if it was true. Allison confirmed it firmly and told him to wait until dinner. Lady Bernard wiped her mouth and praised that today's meal was very delicious. But the tempting plate of cake was left untouched. Seeing the plate returned intact, for the first time, Allison doubted his own skill. Seeing him stand frozen, Diren stammered that he hadn't expected her not to eat a single bite. Allison replied shakily, "No, if she had eaten even one piece it would be more hurtful. I understand now." Steadying himself, Allison turned to ask Diren if he still kept his distance from the Countess. Since when did Lady Bernard stop eating dessert? Diren lowered his head sadly and said it wasn't always like this. She used to love it. But the dessert was the key to unlocking the sealed door of his mother's heart. As I once said, Lady Bernard is a very strict person. Many years after leaving Greg City, his father and I hadn't seen her smile. And Count Rick was extremely unsettled by that. City Lord of Greg City, Count Leon Gregg was still healthy back then. During the meal, Leon and Bernard discussed Diren's education. Leon thought the boy was still young and didn't need to be so strict. Bernard replied that she was teaching him to behave like a noble. Diren obediently sat eating, not taking part in his parents' conversation. Count Leon smiled kindly. "Behave, huh? Then is it because of those rules that you don't smile?" The question startled Bernard. "I've noticed for a long time. It seems you're bound by responsibility. For the past 4 years, I haven't seen what you like or want to do anymore. Can't you relax a little? Now this place is our home." Leon saw that Bernard's plate was empty and asked, "Did you finish your dessert already?" Bernard was also surprised to see only crumbs left on her plate. Count Leon laughed heartily. "Haha, I understand now you like desserts." Bernard blushed, about to deny it, but Leon was still excited, saying he couldn't do it before because of reclaiming the territory. But now he knew what she liked. "Even though sweets were hard to come by during wartime, I promise dessert will always be on the table." Little Diren was happy to hear his father say that, and that was how he learned his mother liked sweet things. From that day on, Count Leon brought desserts continuously. It started with a 2-tier cake and the radiant faces of the father and son. Next, he presented a menu full of desserts that left Diren astounded. One dish after another, it was only natural. Leon cheerfully told his father to calm down. The desserts had arrived. As a result, after eating through the entire sweet menu, the father and son's faces turned pale from being overly stuffed. But Leon stubbornly insisted on keeping the chosen menu. In the midst of the family's risk of diabetes, Lady Bernard chuckled. "Haha, you can stop now." Seeing her smile, the father and son were delighted. The Countess's smile was truly beautiful. No wonder the Count risked everything to lock in a menu full of sweets, but doesn't anyone think these two are a bit silly? One day, Diren was walking in the hallway when he heard shouting. "I can't believe you still don't have an hair." The boy was startled but quickly hid by the window to eavesdrop. Not wasting his effort in listening in, a booming voice sounded from inside again. "It's been 5 years. Lately, you haven't even replied to me. Don't challenge me." With that, the door swung open. Diren didn't react in time and took the full force of the door to his face. Getting hit was only natural for unprofessional eavesdropping. The angry man stormed off, not bothering to notice the accident he had just caused. Diren sat down on the floor, and Lady Bernardi was surprised to see him. He awkwardly asked his mother what was going on. Bernard gently helped him up. "It's nothing. I think he's just upset because I didn't answer him." Diren asked, "Was that Count Dizran, the head of the House of Dizran?" Bernard smiled warmly. "You don't need to worry. I am still a person of Greg City. Now let's go eat." She cheerfully took her husband Stepson by the hand to go eat. Diren was young, so he didn't notice. Now that he thinks back, he feels everything went wrong from that moment. He thought it was because of the desserts that his mother changed so much. For example, during meals, when he ate messily, Bernard would still frown and remind him, "Mind your manners at the table." Although strict, she now knew how to smile. Right after scolding him, she would smile gently and hand him a napkin. "Use this to wipe yourself." Diren was very happy when Bernard did that. He and his father would sit and enjoy and enthusiastically clap. Only then did they truly feel like a family. But that period was very short. The two of them once learned to make cream puffs together. Lady Bernard played the zither well, but was terrible at baking. Looking at the cake like a messy heap was proof. "Failed again," she said dejectedly. The head chef suggested, "If you are calmer when piping the cream, the result will be better." She said she would try again. The chef told her to stop to save herself the trouble, but Bernard insisted on making the dessert herself. Just then, Deeren excitedly shouted, "Mother, I did it." He held up a perfect pastry, startling Bernard so much she nearly cried. He comforted his mother. "Didn't you say effort would be rewarded?" Bernard said painfully, "I never thought my own words would be used to teach myself." Afterwards, she got angry at the household staff. "Who dares to run around in the arena like that?" The bespectacled butler ran over flustered. "My lady, young master, there you are. We must hurry. The city lord has collapsed." The cream puff fell to the ground. The cause was unknown. That was the doctor's diagnosis regarding the condition of City Lord Li Ding. There were no signs of poisoning, and the symptoms were rare, making diagnosis very difficult. That day, he did not respond, nor did he eat or drink normally. Deeren cried out to his father, but Leon could not reply. It was as if his soul had been taken. At that moment, little Deeren, frightened, turned to look at his mother. He still clearly remembered Bernard's expression that day. It was as if her soul had departed along with Li Ding. Contained within were grief, anger, and a complete loss of will, a look that seemed ready to abandon everything. After that, Bernard did not touch desserts and kept her distance from him. She only communicated through the servants, no longer chatting or smiling. From then on, his life fell under her control. That is why he ran to his master's restaurant. Allison listened to Deeren's story in silence that he simply missed that time. The boy was still sobbing. "Sitting together, laughing, and eating meals is my happiness." Deeren cried pitifully. Is dreaming of that too much to ask? On the way back, Allison felt the whole thing was strange. Many things about the lady's actions were puzzling. She fell into depression after Count Greg collapsed, but why did she keep her distance from Deeren? Was it because he was not her biological son? No. If that were the case, she would not have opened her heart before. Lady Bernard had a political marriage, but she deeply loved her husband. So what was the reason she distanced herself from the family, loving them yet staying far away? Allison suddenly thought of it. Guilt. It made sense. He immediately rushed home and called for Rurin. Rurin was engrossed with Ment when she heard Allison's panicked voice. "What is it? I didn't do anything wrong." Allison put his hands on his hips. "I'm not scolding you. I need your help with something." He posed a hypothetical to Rurin. "Imagine if I fell unconscious and couldn't speak, would you be sad?" Rurin affirmed she would. He told her to follow him quickly. Rurin complained he had skipped many details. Allison added, even though she loved desserts, she didn't eat them. Rurin listened, bewildered, having no idea what he was rambling about. Oh well, if she didn't understand, she'd just go and find out. At the same time in the Count's arena inside the room of City Lord Li Ding, Bon was feeding Li Ding spoonful after spoonful of porridge. Leon was now just an empty shell, not taking in anything from the outside. As a result, when fed, it just flowed back out. Bernard showed no reaction, like a robot, wiping the spilled porridge off her husband. Just then, a servant with an extremely unpleasant face opened the door and entered as if the room was empty. He said, "We should prepare. Count Dizran has arrived." Hearing that name, Bernard's expression was even more horrified than if she had been struck. She held still for 12 seconds, then set down the bowl of porridge. "I understand." She then stood up and followed that loathsome-looking man. No sooner had he left than Allison's spatial gate appeared. This time he brought Rurin straight to Count Li Dingclon's room. The man was wondering when she would leave this place. It seemed they had been waiting in ambush within this spatial gate for quite a while. Rurin looked at the man on the bed and began assessing whether he was the city lord. She wondered if, given his condition, he might be cursed. Allison speculated but admitted he did not understand much. Rurin could not diagnose the illness just by looking. Allison walked around searching for something while asking Rurin if she knew the cause. Rurin said she had not seen a similar case in a long time, so she had to give up, but she was also curious about why he had come here. "I think there will be clues here, but I cannot understand Lady Bernard's true purpose," Allison said while rummaging through the drawers. Just as he turned around, he caught Count Li Din staring intently in one direction. Because he had been overthinking in the final stage, Allison felt like something was wrong. His eyes were not only empty but also seemed to be looking at something. Rurin could not tell what he was looking at either. Following Count Li Din's gaze, it seemed he was looking toward the piano. Allison was still wondering why there was a piano here when Rurin immediately rushed over. She pulled apart some white slats on the piano, searched, and pulled out a scroll. "Secret documents. There are secret documents here. Why is the main detective frozen like this at this part? Is Allison like Leon struck by talent? Open it quickly," Rurin urged. "Alright, but calm down." The two silently read the contents inside the scroll. Elva Rurin was extremely shocked and stunned. So the secret was, these documents showed that Lady Bernard had embezzled the taxes of Greg City. Not only that, but it clearly recorded how much she had embezzled from most sources. A shocking truth, but it did not stop there. The person who compiled these documents was... Allison folded the scroll. "Rurin, can you go to the imperial capital for a bit?" Rurin was surprised. "Now, what about Klon? have one person brought back to a different room. Father, you called me? Bernard asked with a blank expression, addressing her father Walter Dizran, who should not have appeared here. Count Dizran stopped admiring the scenery outside the window, turned, and smiled kindly, telling Bernard to come in. Hey, whose house is this that he acts like he owns the place? This old man about to kick the bucket must be up to some devilish tricks at his daughter's husband's house. Sitting alone in his room, Darren heard a knock on the door and wondered who would come at this hour of the night. Hamburger delivery Allison pushed the door open with a bright smile. Darren was startled to see him. Master, why? Were you not at the restaurant? Allison handed him the scroll he and Rurin had just found. Read this. What is this? Darren opened it in surprise. After reading the contents inside, his face gradually turned pale. So my mother transferred Greg City's taxes to Deathland City. He was extremely shocked seeing this and spoke a bit loudly. Allison had to remind him. Shh, Count Dizran is here. Darren quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. Afterwards, his mood completely collapsed, his face as pale as a ghost, and he could not help trembling. So everything my mother did was this. Who could have gathered this information? The name is at the bottom. Allison also became somber and reminded him. Darren looked down at the bottom of the paper in surprise. The name on it shocked him even more. Darren dropped the entire scroll to the floor. Allison said heavily, this kind of information no one could have gathered. It was a confession written by Lady Bernard herself. The last lines of the scroll read, with this, I, Bernard Gregg, admit to all the tax embezzlement above. Darren trembled in confusion. Why would mother confess? Allison used magic that was only meant for special situations and said to Darren, we have to investigate. As you know, Count Dizran is here, right? Over there during a cold father-daughter reunion. Why are you here? Bernard asked coldly. Dizran replied bluntly, do I need permission to see my own daughter? Bernard maintained her cold attitude. Since when were we so close? Dizran stroked his mustache and remarked, you are truly cold. I have heard some interesting news recently. The expression on his face suddenly turned frightening. The crown prince and princess of Tamuran came to Greg City and Darren was the one who welcomed them, and the boy behaved very well, that uncouth little brat. Is that not a bit different from what you told me? Bernard immediately denied. I know nothing. Dizran tapped his head, acting like a doddering old man. I thought the boy was useless. Did he regain his confidence? Haha. What should I do? Should I turn him into a second hybrid? This sentence made Bernard extremely panicked. She tremblingly asked her father what he was talking about. The old man threw his head back and cackled like a madman. Ahaha, you do not know. Well, it seems I did it without telling you. It is not that hard to understand. I am the one who poisoned Lydin. Dizran's smile looked exactly like a monster. And I plan to do the same to Darren. At this moment, Bernard could not hold back and exploded. You bastard, I will not allow you to touch Darren. Daughter, did I ask for your opinion? As soon as he finished speaking, the man who had called her there appeared behind Bernard. He even had a rope in his hand. Anyone could guess what happened next. And everything happening over there, Darren and Allison could hear it all. Dizran was telling his henchmen to be careful. They could not let Lady Bernard get hurt. Allison grimaced, knowing Count Dizran had poisoned Leon. Now the reason Lady Bernard confessed was also clear. Over here, Count Dizran was continuing his plan. Lock her in the basement so no one can find her. Darren was furious. He slammed the table, demanding to gather the soldiers in the City Lord's arena immediately. Allison bound him with magic. He screamed loudly, Master, what are you doing? Allison coldly told him to observe the situation. Count Dizran's spies have infiltrated deeply enough to poison the City Lord's meals, and have already kidnapped the lady. Can we trust the soldiers in the arena? As you said, the butler with the monocle has also been stopped by the soldiers. Allison held Lady Bernard's confession and said to Darren, of course, we can catch them with my help, but the chance of Count Dizran carrying poison is very low. Even if we catch him, there is no evidence. We can only charge him with kidnapping, not poisoning the City Lord. Or do you plan to use this document as evidence? That way, we can imprison both the Count and Lady Bernard. Darren was helpless. Then what am I supposed to do? Allison offered a strategy. We need to create a situation with solid evidence, carried out by a person of high status. As he finished speaking, Rurin had already grabbed that high-status person and brought him over. Who else could it be but poor Medrin, peacefully in the middle of the night being dragged here? Is this the person? What the hell is this? Darren exclaimed in shock. I have an idea. Allison smiled at Darren. Kid, I need you to endure a bit and play a role, okay? Night fell, then a new day began on Craig's territory. Bernard was freed from the worms, but her hands were still tied and her mouth gagged. Count Dizran pretended to be a father concerned about his daughter and came to ask, are you okay? It's dawn outside, but it's still very dark down here. There's a place we need to go. Follow me for a moment. Bernard had not yet calmed down from the shock her father had given her last night. Just as she was allowed to speak, she screamed, why? Embezzled taxes from Greg City and always scolded every action Darren took. Father, you've gotten everything you wanted, so why touch Darren? He smirked as if he had just heard a funny story. Ahaha, I told you I can't stand his actions. Ah, by the way, originally I planned to poison De'Aaron first. After securing an heir, I would take over all of Gregclon City. Was the Count who changed, or is it just that you aren't seductive enough? He talked as he walked, leading Bernard up from the basement. Suddenly, Desran spun around, grabbing Bernard by the hair and yanking hard. This is my verdict. You know I'm the one who poisoned him, right? Say it. You shoved that ugly face in close. Are you afraid of ghosts? Desran threw Bernard to the ground like discarding an old item. You need to learn to act. If I say I poisoned him, you at least have to show some surprise. Ignoring the bleeding wound on her forehead, Bernard sobbed and pleaded, please. Please, I beg you, father, spare De'Aaron. Desran laughed until his eyes narrowed. The more his daughter trembled, the more he enjoyed it. Humph, even if you say that. I've already poisoned his breakfast. Desgan gleefully opened the door, flaunting his achievement to Bernard after last night's decision. It will be even better if you witness it yourself. By then, De'Aaron had a face exactly like Count Leon. Desran laughed mockingly at Bernard's stunned expression. But don't worry, because you will never know what I can do. Haha, you, Bernard cried. You are a monster. Sharing blood with you is disgusting. Ah-ha. Bernard burst into sobs, continuously screaming Darren's name. Desran sighed, finding the scene heartbreaking, but his face was grinning. Just then, a soldier beside him pulled out a scroll. My Lord Count, what is this? Desran was quite surprised to see it. It was found in Count Leidengrav's room. Lady collected evidence of tax embezzlement in Greg City on your orders, Count Desran. Count Desran was stunned reading the contents of the scroll. Bernard, upon seeing it, seemed to lose all hope. No, it can't be. Berna intended to lunge and grab the scroll but was blocked by the soldier. Count Desran burst out laughing, haha. This is what you were relying on. My dear daughter, ha. It's over. The scroll, containing all the evidence, was flung into the furnace by Count Desran. Watching the scroll burn, Bernard went rigid. At that moment, Desran laid out the outcome for this ill-fated relationship. After her husband was poisoned, all she had left was her son. And when the son became just like the husband, Desran drew a knife. Driven to utter despair, she killed her husband, her son, and herself. Humph, a perfect story. He trembled, self-praising his genius for fabricating tales. Meanwhile, the soldier holding Bernard leaned in and whispered to her, it's all right. Desran wanted to quickly finish off De'Aaron. He wanted to send him to the afterlife with a compliment. You did very well. The soldier also removed his helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome face, and flashed a charming smile. A perfect story wouldn't be like that. Allison used magic to block Count Desran's stab, simultaneously incinerating his weapon. Desran clutched his broken wrist from the counterattack, not understanding what just happened. At that moment, Madrin burst in. Count Desran, I accuse you of plotting to murder the Gregg family. Medrin, the magic squad captain. His face paled upon seeing her. De'Aaron immediately dropped the act horrified and delivered the final judgment. It's over, Count Desran. Lady Bernard, seeing her beloved son still normal, trembled violently. Unable to contain herself, tears burst forth like a broken dam as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Lady Bernard didn't even notice she was still tied up, shakily thanking Allison repeatedly. Thank you truly, thank you so much. De'Aaron's face looked ready to kill. Old Desran still didn't understand why his masterful plot ended so pathetically. The most puzzling thing was that De'Aaron was still sitting there intact and unharmed. Medrin frowned, telling him not to resist as it would be a waste of effort. Just stay quiet and follow the Empire's orders. Desran gritted his teeth. Though old, he was still quick-witted. Kneeling down, he put on a serious face and said, What are you talking about? This knife was only for self-defense. I accidentally dropped it. I swear I didn't intend to harm De'Aaron. Medrin coldly cut him off. And you didn't intend to kill the father and son of the Gregg family either, right? Count Leidengrave is ill, isn't he? I knew you would say that. With a flick of her wrist, Medrin produced the ham sandwich. I brought the breakfast that was given to De'Aaron earlier. Eat it and prove your innocence. Desran was stunned. How could he dare to eat something he made himself? Trembling, he reached out to take the sandwich, crushed it, and took a bite. This time, he had completely revealed his true nature. So what? He knocked over the entire plate of food. You think I'm the only culprit? Bernard has been embezzling taxes from Gregg City for a whole year. If we're talking about crimes, throw that bitch in jail first. Lady Bernard could do nothing but cry. She never expected the gruff man before her to be her own father. I don't know what you're talking about. De'Aaron picked up the scroll detailing the evidence that the old man had burned minutes ago, asking where his proof was. Cornered by his own actions, Desran then called De'Aaron a scoundrel. Have you been watching from the very beginning? Desran's face turned red. Seeing this, the soldiers all shouted slogans pledging allegiance to the Count. Loyal indeed. But let's see how long you guys can last under Medrin's magic. She angrily summoned earth and stone, ready to bury these people along with Count Desran Klon. There are some things in this world that should not be touched. Whether a knight captain, a formula, or even a king, everyone is the same. Yet an ordinary noble like you dared to act so recklessly. Below the stage, his long robe fluttering and a familiar voice rang out. It was the captain of the Knights of Origin, Darien. Knights, follow my orders. Quickly eliminate the worm that has wormed its way into Gregg Castle. The knights entered the arena like walking corpses, showing no regard for anyone. Inside, the old man Desran laughed madly, completely out of his mind. He was tightly bound by Medrin's magic, but still seemed dangerous. God asked them how they dared to do such a thing. The mutinous soldiers in the castle had all been subdued. The traitors were tied up, crying and lamenting that they were only following Count Dizran's orders. Allison looked through the window, smiling in relief that things seemed to be settled. He turned back, untied Lady Bernard, and said they should leave this place. It was fortunate she was safe. Wait, who are you? Lady Bernard was still wondering about Allison's true identity when she heard a deeply emotional call of "Mother." Diran approached with a worried face. "Mother, are you all right? You're injured." Mona lowered her head, sobbing. "Don't worry about me. I am very glad you are safe." Diran knelt opposite his mother, his expression displeased that it was all over. "Why won't you look me in the eye? Because I am a criminal. Because of me, Count Greg ended up like this. I didn't just embezzle the taxes of Greg City. I also lived in the arena even though I knew Count Dizran was the culprit. I even put you in danger. I only feel guilty for still being alive." Lady Bernard confessed all her faults, hoping her son wouldn't forgive her. Diran was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. "Mother, you have to live with the burden of your guilt. So why are you using the word forgiveness? All of it was Count Dizran's fault, not yours." Diran inherited the discernment of his parents. He really was very understanding. Seeing his mother weaker than usual, he grew angry. "Why did you leave behind that file without saying a word? Did you think you would feel less regret going to prison with Count Dizran? You should have told me. No matter the circumstances, you should have talked to me." Diran couldn't control himself, his voice trembling as he said, "Me and father too." He dropped the charred scroll into the water, covering his face and sobbing. "There will always be me by your side, because that is what a family is. So mother, lift your head up." Lady Bernard reached out and embraced him. I'm sorry, Diran. I am so sorry. I was so foolish. I won't do it again." The mother and son hugged each other and sobbed. As evening fell, Count Dizran was locked in a cage being transported to the city lord's castle. He remained unrepentant, even more ferocious. "Untie me, you idiots, don't you know who I am?" The two transporting soldiers ignored him, asking each other if the items in the castle had been moved. Of course. Moved without a trace left. "You are making a big mistake. Do you think I have no connections in the Empire?" He gritted his teeth and threatened. When released, he would finish off the two of them first. "I am Count Dizran. Who are you?" Allison used magic to fly over. Annoyed by this question, he showed himself. This guy needs a bigger taste of his own medicine. Allison was extremely angry. "Who do you think you are to say that?" Deirdre looked at him, sweating but still tough-mouthed. "Who are you? Are you a mage sent by the Empire?" Allison did not reply, glancing sideways before speaking. "To get this land and this huge arena, you tampered with Greg's city. Look closely." Allison coldly cast a spell. "The things you built your whole life, so despicable." The Swan Arena and the fertile land shook and crumbled as if hit by a terrible earthquake. Count Dizran couldn't believe it, shouting, "What are you doing? No, it can't be. Nothing is impossible." Once Allison made a move, it was thorough. "Look, Diran, what is that?" Lady Bernard raised her head, bewildered. Diran sat excitedly at the dining table, with Count Leon by his side. "I wanted the whole family to have dinner together after a long time, so I ordered you a table full of sweets. My goodness, so much sugar. After this meal, the whole family will probably be sweet." Diran also invited many acquaintances to join the celebration. Most of them were Allison's friends. Lady Wren's eyes sparkled at the cakes. Mr. Klon reminded her eating too much would make her gain weight. "Don't complain later." Immediately, he got a punch to the head from his wife. Over here, Alina and Rurin were also at their limit. A sweet tooth like Lady Bernard needed no mention. Her saliva was almost dripping down her chin. Right then, Medrin, standing by a tree, shouted loudly, "Everyone, look towards Lord Dizran's city for a moment. There will be a special performance for the dinner party." Diran excitedly turned Count Leon's chair in the designated direction. Anna was startled, not understanding what was happening, then froze stiff as she looked over. Oh my, Lord Dizran's arena was ripped from its foundations and lifted into the air like a flying saucer. A strange light enveloped it, and the arena began to explode from the inside. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Count Dizran, sitting in the cage, cried out, "Stop! My arena!" Too bad it was impossible. Allison smiled with satisfaction, pointing his finger and saying, "You won't see the light anymore, enjoy it while you can." No wonder Madrin feared him like a tiger. Even 10 times her rocks couldn't fill this gap. Allison turned Count Dizran's arena into a brilliant fireworks display, celebrating the Greg family's return to normal life. Diran came out to watch the fireworks, marveling and asking his mother how she liked it. Lady Bernard's clear eyes were captured by the unparalleled fireworks display. Bernard picked up a cream puff and ate it tremulously. Tears streaming down her face, she answered, "It's wonderful." The brilliant fireworks lit up the vast sky. "This was truly the best dinner of my life." Although the dishes were a bit too sweet, everyone enjoyed them very much. Everyone ate with spring rolls and sausages in hand, mouths stuffed full, eating until they were bloated and then went to relieve themselves. After eating, the moon was directly overhead. Today was truly happy. I don't remember how long it's been since I last ate my fill of dessert without a care. Castle that once imprisoned me, but finally I am free. Lady Bernard stood by the window gazing at the moon, looking cheerful. She turned to feed Leon some food, still chattering away. "You don't need to worry about Diran. I have realized how foolish I was. No matter what happens in the future, I will not avoid my responsibility anymore. At this moment, Count Laidin had a better reaction. He began to eat. Lady Bernard gently wiped her husband's mouth. Yes, but I haven't told you this yet. I should have let you know sooner, shouldn't I? But I am glad I can express it even if it is late. I was very brave to say this. Please listen, Lady Bernard said, grasping Count Laidin's thin hand. I, Bernard Gregg, love my husband Leon Gregg very much and will always do so. Dear and outside heard and silently judged. This time he was able to crack a truly satisfied smile. While the three people inside were confessing their love, Count Dizran was taken by carriage to the middle of the road for the people to throw rotten vegetables and eggs at, enduring countless harsh curses. Count Deathland only mumbled in confusion about his super-huge castle. Not far away, the duo Darien and Allison stood watching the beautiful scene. Darien put his hands on his hips, praised his friend, and reminded Allison about the spies they had caught. Did Medrin really do all that? In the middle of the night, getting kidnapped like this? Allison gave a wry smile and apologized. What about Duke Tamuran? Did he say anything? At first he was surprised, but then he fell silent when he heard it was your plan. Perhaps he would want to come in person if he saw what is down there. Darien turned to look at the abyss behind him, unable to help but marvel. No matter how you look at it, he is still very strong. He is that strong but does not show off at all. That is why he has lived long, brother Darien. Allison laughed smugly. That was a spectacular performance I created. Gregg City is about to experience beautiful days. In reality, Allison was a great mage, not a prophet, because the next day rain poured down onto the ground. Allison stared blankly at the rain, remembering his promise about beautiful days. Rurin yelled angrily because she had just hung out the laundry. Truly a shared hardship. Old Man Mant and Miss Minton struggled to hold the fence in the heavy rain. Minton could not resist the wind and was knocked over by a fence post. Old Man Mant cried out in alarm, but it was too late. When they entered the house, they brought in a puddle of water. Allison said beforehand that he had told them not to go to the farm in this weather. Today I forbid everyone from working outdoors. Allison was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts worried for the workaholics. He handed them towels to dry themselves. Old Man Mant and Miss Minton still lamented the fence, while Rurin was reluctant about the laundry spot. Allison suggested that instead of fighting the weather, they should help serve the customers. The restaurant seemed quite busy today. Allison worriedly dried Ren's hair, telling her to dry herself off first or she would catch a cold. Old Man Ment and Miss Minton looked at each other, blushing furiously on seeing the other two being overly intimate. Allison still casually dried Rurin's hair. The two of them stood flirting in broad daylight without any shame. At that moment, a guest braved the rain to arrive, truly a peaceful scene. That person marveled, catching Allison's attention. He looked up and recognized Benel, who was taking off his coat and ordering a warm dish for the rainy day. Not long after, Allison brought out a bowl of palanquiu meat noodles and introduced it. It is chicken noodle soup. Benin was surprised, asking why he was selling it again. Allison replied that since many guests came to the Creston butcher shop, he started using it again. More importantly, how is your orchard? Benin laughed, recalling how Allison once wanted to buy that piece of land. Allison laughed loudly. The price you offered was several times higher than the market. Benin burst out laughing, admitting defeat at Allison's sharp tongue. It seems the rain won't stop if I just stand in the orchard trying. I have done my best. Benin put a piece of noodle into his mouth, marveling that this dish was so tasty it was worth braving the rain for. Urin ran over from somewhere to whine, asking why he had stopped drying her hair. Allison said to wait a moment because he had a guest, but she kept fussing. Benin looked at this scene, slightly stunned, then called Allison again. He poured himself a glass of wine. In your life, have you ever made a decision you regretted? Allison froze and asked back. Benin tilted his head back and drank the wine, speaking of a decision that if he could time travel, he would take back, a decision that pained him every time he closed his eyes. You probably haven't. I see you are too harmonious with your wife. Allison's face twisted, saying Rurin was not his wife. Benin did not listen, continuing to pour his heart out that even though he lived in solitude, he once loved someone with all his heart. He loved that person from the age of 10, over 30 years now. It was his childhood sweetheart named Minton, the only one who ever stirred his heart. Allison asked in surprise if Minton Yu was the person he had pined for 30 years. Didn't you confess? Benin smiled thinly. That was precisely the decision he regretted. When he was young, he was not mature enough, always thinking they would end up together because of their happy days together. That was what he thought back then, Benin recounted as he reminisced. It wasn't until she grew up and started talking about marriage that he woke up. But that was right before Minton moved to the neighboring village to start a family. He arranged to meet her on the outskirts of Gregg City, planning to confess. Benin excitedly carried his basket and went in the dead of night. However, he never saw her again. A dragon attacked just then. Also the first time Allison came to this world. Hearing this, Allison was quite surprised and worried. Could it be, that's right, was that 15 years ago? Right when the war with the dragon race began, and I ran for my life. Afterwards, I learned she was still safe. But I no longer had the courage to find her, because I was a coward who broke my promise. For the past 15 years I have heard nothing. Now she has returned to Gregg City. Benin looked at Allison sadly, seeking sympathy. Do you understand my situation? I am tormented by regret every day, remembering her every moment but afraid to meet again. so take care of your wife with all your heart, Allison. At that moment, Rurin sneezed and coughed continuously, whining that she had caught a cold. Benon put on his raincoat and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he still enthusiastically shared his experience that even if she had to leave on May Day, she should not regret it. Allison tried to explain that Rurin was not his wife, but he was no longer listening. Night fell, Rurin slept soundly while Allison stayed awake. He looked at her and asked himself, what is 15 years of human longing compared to 150 years of a dragoman? And he thought it was wrong. This was not something he needed to worry about, right? Remembering what Benon said about that girl recently arriving in Greg's city, he had to go ask tomorrow. Mian? Ren was surprised to hear the name, then she beamed a bright smile. Of course I know her. She just opened a clothing repair shop nearby. We even became friends. Truly, you did not find the wrong person. Why are you asking about her? Lately she seems very troubled. What is it? Troubled? Last time she asked something with a sad expression, Ren tried to recall. Minton had asked in her life, had she ever made a decision she regretted? Oh my god, how is the wording exactly the same word for word? That is also what Mr. Benon asked me. Ren was surprised. Was Benon not that old orchard manager? Allison saw that the girl knew a lot, so he asked her to tell him what Minton had said so he could take care of it for Mr. Benon. Have you always lived here? Minton asked Ren. Ren said she moved here because of the war and then settled down with her husband. Minton said she had left Greg 15 years ago and just returned. 15 years? Why did you leave here? Ren was surprised. There was someone I once loved. No, I still love him, but I can never see him again. 15 years ago, he wanted to see me one last time, but I could not go. I ran away from that place. He bought flowers and went to the meeting place. As for me, I ran away like a coward. Recalling the story from 15 years ago, Minton was still trembling with heart attack. Allison heard the story and stated firmly, the person Miss Minton spoke of is Mr. Benon. What? Ren was so surprised she forgot to control her expression. Wait, so she also regretted Mr. Benon? That is exactly it. Both went to the meeting point, but both fled from the Dragon Clan attack. Both thought the other had abandoned them, leaving with regret for 15 years, truly suffering for both. So unfair. Even though the love story was a bit melodramatic, Ren was deeply moved. Minton lived alone from then on, refusing all proposals due to the misunderstanding. Do not worry, Ms. Ren, Allison smiled. Can I tell Ms. Minton this? Allison brought a box to Benon. At that time, he was harvesting apples. Allison said to Benon, this is a gift, reading glasses. Ms. Minton said her eyesight has been poor lately. If she feels tired wearing them, you can bring them to my shop for an adjustment. A gift for Minton? Allison gave him a knowing smile. Tonight, Ms. Minton will wait for you on the outskirts of Greg's city. You can give it to her. Benon froze, his eyes wide. Allison, what are you saying? I cannot see her. Did you not say that was a decision you regretted? I believe everyone has made mistakes. No one wants to make mistakes, and no one can predict the future. But worrying over the same problem creates another problem. You know what to do. In the evening, Benon walked step by step on the old road. His feet felt heavy as lead. With every half step, he thought of countless scenarios. Would she be angry? If she called him a coward, he would run away again. It has been 15 years. What if she does not come? He missed her so much. But dear God, before dying of lovesickness, he might die from terminal overthinking first. Seeing the familiar silhouette of a girl under the tree, Benon burst into tears. Truly, how pointless. Just then, Minton turned her head. Mr. Benon. Benon was stunned. Is it really you? Minton. Benon gripped the glasses case tightly, cursing himself as a fool if he tried to run again. That was not what he should do. Minton was also deeply emotional. I have something to tell you about that day. Benon bit his lip, startled. The suspended heart finally settled down. Benon smiled, breathing a sigh of relief. Me too. He thought even if Minton cursed or blamed him, it would be fine, because the greatest regret of his life was an apology left unsaid that day. I am sorry for not coming to the meeting point 15 years ago. I am sorry for not coming to the meeting point that day. Both closed their eyes and shouted in unison, tears brimming at the corners of their eyes. Then both stood frozen as if glued stiff. Benon was so shocked he forgot to cry. Minton also stopped her tears, dazed. What, you? We both? Then, they both burst into louder. Oh my god, here were two mad people. The misunderstanding was resolved, and Ren was elated. She and Allison found a nice spot to witness the reunion of the overthinking lovers. Ren looked at Allison with curiosity. Why did you not tell them the truth beforehand? He smiled. It was a problem they had to solve themselves. No one could speak for them. How else would there be a good show for us to watch? But do you not find it unfair that they were lonely for so long over a small misunderstanding? But was the misunderstanding not already resolved? That was what had tormented them for 15 years. Allison looked at the result of his meddling intervention and smiled gently, full of satisfaction. They had met again. Benon gave Minton the Nobita glasses, and they were holding hands, playing happily. They held hands the whole way back, and nothing could make them let go of each other anymore. A few days later, Benon and Minton stopped by Allison's restaurant together. He came to sell the fruit tree garden that Benon had tended for so long. Of course, Allison did not lower the price this time. Benon was resolute in selling the land to get money to build a house in the center of Greg to marry his beauty. He kissed Minton's hand, vowing not to hesitate for another 15 years. Minton's whole body flushed with embarrassment, but her heart was happy because she was about to have a house in the middle of the city. That was what Benon wanted to do, so he would have no regrets. After buying Benon's land, Allison became a real estate tycoon. The land around the restaurant was now all his. Even though he was rich, he still lamented that there was no room left to build a dwarf village. Fortunately, Rurin, while munching on an apple, agreed to the plan of building the village somewhere else. She did not want to keep the dwarf tribe in the dragon's cave, because that was her and Allison's private space. Of course, except for one person. Rurin suddenly felt sad, saying that Allison would be at the restaurant. But the cave was still very spacious, and seeing her sad, Allison felt his heart stir as well. Remembering Benon's advice, Allison blushed, cleared his throat, and asked Rurin if he could live in the dragon's cave after the construction was finished. Rurin was stunned at first, then her eyes lit up. She smiled brightly and sprang onto Allison's neck like a spring. She asked rapidly, "Really? Are you serious? The more spacious the better. You can even build a tunnel to the restaurant." This time, Rurin was the happiest person. She told Allison not to go back on his word, then waited impatiently for the cave to be completed soon. Yellow leaves fell, autumn had arrived. The dragon cave was 70% complete. Goza announced the project would be finished after next year. Rurin praised him with satisfaction. Just then, Allison brought out steaming hot steaks and also praised them for doing a good job. Goza smiled, his eyes crinkling, saying that they hadn't paid off their debt yet when Allison had already found the land to build the village. At the other dining table, Minton told Sang that the number of baronerics had increased. Sang nodded, saying they might need to upgrade the farm. Everyone then discussed expanding the farm together. Outside, the siblings Linktek and Matt stood quite far from the restaurant. Even from a distance, the sister with the keen nose could still smell the aroma. The brother sensed it too and spoke up to ask. Linktek introduced himself and asked if they could apply for work at the farm. Matt, his sister, produced a sheet of paper that was dirty and torn. Allison raised an eyebrow. Oh, that paper had been thrown away long ago. He asked where they had found it. Linktek blushed and stammered. The two siblings stood stiffly in place. Allison smiled, saying they were about to make a new advertisement to recruit people. He invited them to eat first, then they could talk. The cooking class was starting. Allison said he would prepare a hot dish since the weather was cold. The pieces of guca beef were fried with butter. In another pan, he sautéed shallots, minced garlic and mushrooms until they changed color, then added tomato sauce. He added seasoning and beer to the meat, cooking them together. The aroma that rose made Allison exclaim that this was natural MSG, no more needed. His mouth said that, but his hand still added MSG, thinking a bit more wouldn't hurt. But after eating, the whole group would lose their minds. And after a while of cooking, the guca stew was finally finished. Linktek picked up a piece and was surprised to find it was meat. Allison told the two siblings that he had cooked quite a lot, to eat their fill and not worry. Linktek and Matt happily agreed immediately. The meat was tender, the sauce rich, a wave of warmth spreading through their bodies with every bite. The warm feeling made their faces flush with happiness. Linktek said solemnly that this was the best dish he had ever eaten in his life and offered his heartfelt thanks. Seeing that they seemed hungry, Allison told them to eat slowly, then asked if there was any particular reason they wanted to work at the farm. Linktek's face was full of determination. He said he loved animals very much, but besides that, he didn't know anything else, only that the two siblings were very resilient. Allison felt a bit relaxed but still called Elena out to verify. Elena confirmed that he was telling the truth about their resilience. However, they were hiding an important truth that made the two siblings' faces change color. Linktek tightly gripped his bandaged wrist. Allison gave a cold smile and asked for permission to see his wrist. Linktek gritted his teeth, slowly unwrapping the white bandage on his wrist. On the wrists of the two siblings were revealed very fresh red marks. Immediately recognized them as shackle marks and asked if they were criminals. Allison asked sharply. Matt stammered, about to explain, but was yelled at loudly by Linktek. Linktek bowed his head and apologized for hiding the truth, but he begged them to believe that they meant no harm, and he also understood that he had asked too much of them. Having said that, Linktek immediately stood up and dragged Klon away. Matt held on, but was roughly pulled out of the restaurant by her brother. She thought they should at least clear up the misunderstanding, because they seemed like good people. Linktek, while rebandaging the shackle marks, told Matt that a criminal was always a criminal. His eyes were sad and teary, not wanting to say more about the things that had happened. Linktek patted his little sister's head, reassuring her that he did not regret his actions. Matt asked if he regretted not finishing the food, and if he did, would it be shameful. But in that atmosphere, they couldn't eat anymore anyway. In the evening, the whole village dispersed after the meal. Allison was washing dishes while Rurin stood beside him, remarking that the interview had been a failure. It seems they have a private matter, but they refused to clarify, so I have no choice but to give up. You should consider how awkward this will make things for Miss Minton and Mr. Men. Rulin also admitted that truly loyal subordinates are very rare. Allison thought they needed to make another flyer. Looking at the kitchen shelf, he realized the restaurant was out of seasoning again, probably because there had been too many customers lately. Using the same old trick again, just go buy supplies from the modern world. Magic was activated, and after finishing summoning the pile of items, Allison grimaced from severe dizziness. So it was from exhaustion. Summoning is the only magic that tires me out like this. Whatever, casting it should have been impossible since I haven't absorbed the Dragon King's heart. Suddenly, Allison felt something strange inside his body. He staggered and nearly fell, making Rurin call out worriedly. Allison gasped for breath, his eyes wide. This feeling is a bit unusual. He can't absorb any more magic power anymore. Hey, what's wrong? Rurin asked frantically. Allison collapsed to the ground unconscious. Ah, if I had known this would happen, I would have listened to you back then. Something inside felt like his heart was breaking. The blurry vision gradually became clear. Rurin sobbed while calling out Allison's name. Allison's face was red as if roasted, and his sweat was drenched. Are you okay? Can't you see, man? Still asking. I'm fine, don't worry. I just ran out of magic power. Ran out of magic power? You're a 9th rank mage. Rurin panicked. Allison comforted her, saying that if he just rested he would be fine, so stay calm. Rurin bit her lip and then replied, Is there anything I can do to help you? Just tell me. I will take care of you today. Rurin declared so boldly that even Allison, though tired, had to startle. After that, Allison laughed happily. So, can you help me with something? Rurin put on an apron, looking at the familiar cooking ingredients. It was true she had offered to help Allison. But why did that guy have to make me cook? Rurin wailed loudly. This was even worse for Rurin than being grabbed by those dragons. When she wants to eat something I made with my own hands, what do you expect from me? She must be delirious from the fever. Meanwhile, there were people lost in the cold night sky. They were the brothers Linktek and Matt. Although they tried to find work, no one in the city would hire them because they were former criminals. That was why they came to the outskirts restaurant. Even prison would be warmer. Who told the prideful older siblings not to mention the past? If they had spoken out, they would have been taken in. Linktek gritted his teeth and called his sister. He could not take it anymore. We have been through too much. I do not care about others anymore. His brother completely agreed with Linktek this time. Rage and hunger and cold had driven them to fight for food in the trash with a stray cat. Stealing food from Marin's house, we have become real criminals. That is right, nothing can stop us. Who knows if the food in the trash has side effects or if hunger and cold have ruined their brains. Linktek knew they were rummaging through the trash. It was also there that the two found the restaurant's advertisement. At that moment, he noticed the stray cat crying. A trace of tenderness hidden yet revealed. Seemingly loving animals, Linktek told it. Alright, we will search more thoroughly. Brother, that is, a fat nobleman with his subordinates. Are you sure Linktek and Matt got out of prison today? Yes, I am sure. Then find them immediately. These two brothers were honest. How could their technology stand against a fake noble thug? Linktek, seeing the fat nobleman, went berserk, his face full of hatred. His brother felt the same. She clearly remembered that man was the construction site supervisor, Ratanda. She did not expect him to still be after us. Linktek gritted his teeth, flames of rage rising to the top of his head. That man had never admitted his mistake. He was so angry he jumped to his feet but was pulled back by his brother. Brother, we have to endure this. This time it will not be just 2 years. 2 years ago in a room, sounds that should not have been heard echoed out. The fat man Ratanda pressed a girl against the wall despite her crying. He laughed vilely, dismissing me while the construction site was working. Isn't that unreasonable, huh? He ran his hand over the girl's cheek. Think about your husband. He is working hard without pay. It must be difficult. The girl bit her lip tightly. Ratanda continued to show off. I am more masculine than you think. Just then, two people burst in through the door, urgently calling him. It was the brothers Linktek and Matt, both with bleeding heads. The scaffolding in Zone 3 collapsed, injuring many people. They need treatment. Hearing about the bar area, the girl trapped in Ratanda's arms somehow found the strength to dash away. He could not stop her, so he turned to vent his anger on the Linktek brothers. Idiots, you caused this mess. His face, twisted in anger, looked like a lump of fat, so scary it frightened even ghosts. He followed the plan correctly, but the scaffolding suddenly collapsed. The supports were damp. It must have been due to substandard materials. The old man muttered thoughtfully, then turned and ordered his men to restrain Linktek. What are you saying? Are you accusing me of embezzling construction funds? Ratanda kicked Linktek hard, hitting him repeatedly while cursing. I even adopted orphans and gave them jobs. You are fired and the accident damages will be deducted from your wages until you owe debt. Seeing her brother beaten so badly, Matt cried and begged for mercy. I am sorry, Lord Ratanda. Please forgive us. Horny fat man who had just lost his prey set his eyes on Matt. He sneered, approaching to lift her face and inspect her like merchandise. Seems like you have another way to earn money. Many nobles have strange tastes. How about it this way? His sister was being humiliated. Lingtek immediately went mad. He broke free with a lunge. The soldiers, fattened by Lord Ratanda's favor, were sent flying. In the stunned gaze of that man, Lingtek shot forward like lightning, his fist slamming straight into the middle of his face, making him see stars. His nose bled, and a few teeth fell out. The fat man was knocked to the ground headfirst, crying from the pain. Ratanda's two subordinates hurriedly tried to block Lingtek, but failed. Once Lingtek's battle lust was up, he could take on all three of them alone, and the fat man was beaten to a pulp. After that fight, Lingtek and Matt walked hand in hand to prison. Since then, inside, he kept fighting with other prisoners and getting hurt. I do not want to see you like this anymore. Matt held her brother's trembling hand. Lingtek thought that was true. If he went to prison again, how would he ever get married? He admitted he had been too hasty and abandoned the plan to go beat up that mixed-up pig. Before we get caught, we should just run. On this side, Ratanda was grinding his teeth and cursing. Enough of this. Did you think that after 2 years in prison, everything would be over? Bring them to me now. Just beat up anyone who can find those bastards. The man in the turban said awkwardly, Lord Ratanda, you know that Lord Dizran has been transferred to the capital. It would not be good to make a big deal out of this. Ratanda was furious. What did you just say? He slapped the speaker across the face. Do you think I would not dare to do anything without a backer? The subordinate with the turban wrapped around his head, having been hit, was resentful, but only dared to glare at him silently. Ratanda continued to grumble like a mad dog. Useless bunch. If I had not stepped in then. Just then he saw someone's shadow flit gently past the place. It was none other than Elena. Ma'am, it is already night. What are you doing here? Ratanda sneered. Look there. He immediately charged his fat body towards Elena. Just ask the person who just passed by. Check if there is anyone else around here. At this moment, Allison was pulling out the ancient treasure jade. He finally understood why he could not accumulate mana. It was due to the side effect of absorbing the ancient treasure jade. Allison sat on the ground, absorbing energy from the jade, breathing heavily. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He had to use all his strength to crawl to the bed. Allison did not plan to absorb it, but the summoning spell requiring immense mana had triggered the side effect. Now all he could do was wait, but once the absorption process began, it would continue even if he tried to stop it. Allison happily propped up his legs and chuckled to himself, since all he could do was sit there and wait for Rurin to bring him a midnight snack, and Rurin had promised to handle everything. Allison was certain that he had cooked for her for a whole year, so she should have grasped the basics. Perhaps the high fever made his mind hazy and overly optimistic about Rurin. Right then, he saw the last leaf still clinging to the tree branch outside the window, and Allison's spirit sank by more than half. He thought he was about to die from hunger while Rurin still hadn't arrived. How could Rurin possibly arrive when things were charred black, eggs were broken, tomatoes were crushed, and oil was splattered everywhere? The food on the plate was half blackened and half unrecognizable. Rurin's face was smudged with soot as she looked at her finished product, on the verge of tears. She could not let him eat this dish. Allison would die. What kind of care was this? In a stroke of cleverness born from desperation, Rurin had an idea. If she could contact that elf girl, with the elf race's mana transfer skill, they could recover instantly. Even though she disliked living together with her for the sake of Allison's life, Rurin decided to endure it this once. However, she did not know where Elena was, so she had to go sit on the stool to eat and sniff around. Although Rurin's sense of smell was sharper than a dog's, the stool did not retain any scent. Rurin angrily kicked the stool. If that's the case, then I have to go kidnap a chef from another restaurant. While planning the kidnapping scheme, Rurin realized she was just like the person looking for someone. She recalled the words she once said to Allison about how a bloodline body could resist the effects of recovery magic. King Tu told him to cook for himself. Rurin trembled and bit her lip. After everything, she could not use recovery magic, nor could she cook. She again remembered Allison's words about differences in race, ability, or personality, but that was no reason to distance oneself from others. Even a criminal could not live in isolation. Back then, Rurin had not listened. Now she could only blame herself for being unable to do anything for Allison. Meanwhile, Elena had been caught by the scarf-wearing leader, and she was frantically begging for mercy. That man Ratanda stroked his chin and appraised her. Elves were always so beautiful. I have come to the clinic a few times. Do you remember me? I am looking for some people. If you answer well, you can go. He patted Elena on the shoulder and licked his lips lecherously. If you cannot answer, truth be told, I am really looking forward to that. Lingtek and Matt, do you know where those two brothers are? Elena froze upon hearing those two names. Weren't they the ones who just came to Allison's shop to apply for a job? The scarf-wearing leader thought that the pig-faced bastard had eaten too much and gone crazy. How could an elf living in the suburbs know about two men who were released from prison just yesterday? He knew for sure she did not know, but he still harassed her anyway, finding the whole affair tiresome. Yet Elena actually said she knew, leaving both of them dumbfounded. The scarf-wearing leader swore he would never guess blindly again. Ratanda asked her how she knew. Elena silently chanted a spell, then shouted, "But I will not tell." A blinding light erupted, blinding those bastards. Elena took advantage of that brief opportunity to make her escape. Ratanda gritted his teeth and cursed Elena as a lowly creature who dared to run away. If I catch you, things won't be simple, so be sensible. Elena turned her head and saw the fat man's hand very close. Holy Holy crap, he was fat but that fast? Logically, he should be slower than her. At the critical moment, Lingtech could no longer hold back. This time, as before, he aimed a punch straight at that despicable fat man. Sorry, Matt, that bastard Rotanda was hit and flew off like a punching bag. He couldn't hold back anymore. Lingtech was still gritting his teeth after the punch. This time, Matt didn't blame him, even had a wooden stick ready to help. It's okay, big brother. Tanda was punched flying straight towards his two lackeys. His blood was on Lingtech's hand. Matt said, I'm glad you did that. This time I want to go along with it too. That way we can live through winter peacefully. Then the two stopped. Alina was trembling on the ground, but still recognized an acquaintance. He looked back and told her to leave quickly. That pig was pressuring them. Lingtech cracked his knuckles and cursed through gritted teeth. This guy really causes trouble even for unrelated people. I'll remind you about what happened 2 years ago. Rotanda was knocked onto his back, but still had the strength to pull out a whistle and blow a loud alarm. That damned fat man got up and laughed. You're talking about the memory of 2 years ago. You think I didn't prepare anything to catch you? You're about to die. The newcomer made Lingtech and Matt feel evenly matched. 3 thugs with fierce faces appeared, their gangster aura filling the scene. Oh dear, the person who hired us is in trouble. The one in the lead with a chest tattoo was a lackey of the Greg Roman Hutter gang. Is he the one the old man wants us to deal with? Meanwhile, a young girl was knocking on a door in the middle of the night. Madame Wren had to get up from her warm blankets and comfortable bed with her husband. Honey, I think there's someone at the door. Her husband, eyes still closed, mumbled about who would come at this hour. Wren opened the door while yawning sleepily and asked, Who is it? Seeing Duran standing there with a pale face, Wren was startled. I can smell it here. This is the closest place. Can you tell me where the clinic is? The doctor is at the fight scene right now. At that moment, Lingtech had just taken a punch to the face. His jaw didn't seem good at all. Lingtech was furious and wanted to hit back. Before he could do anything, that bastard Roman struck him with a penetrating punch. Lingtech's vision blurred. Seeing his brother being beaten so badly, Matt charged in aggressively with the stick, but was discovered before he could strike. That bastard Roman caught the stick with his bare hand as easily as eating a cake, and sighed. This is no joke. Roman snatched the weapon, grabbed Matt by the throat, and threw him to a lackey to hold. Lingtech had already been knocked sideways, and seeing his sister being bullied, he couldn't do anything because he couldn't even get up. Hey, Rotanda laughed with glee. Don't treat Roman like an ordinary person. He is a seasoned mercenary. Roman cracked his neck and asked, should we rough them up a bit more? Do not touch him, he is still useful, and do not lose sight of Elena. Rome was also annoyed by this fat man's bad habits, but since he had already taken the money, he had to endure it. Lingtech gritted his teeth and tightly held onto Roman's leg to let those people leave. Roman went crazy, turned around, and kicked Lingtech straight in the stomach without any mercy. Witnessing him being beaten so cruelly made her tears flow. Roman was still not satisfied and intended to snap Lingtech's wrist. Elena was scared out of her wits, but still timidly begged for the two brothers. The henchman saw Elena speaking inappropriately and immediately reminded her to be quiet. As for Lingtech, he continuously endured countless punches. Beaten to the point of self-doubt, Lingtech wondered where he went wrong. He should have just ignored it and covered his ears and eyes. Perhaps he should have run to another village to avoid all this trouble. No, he should have endured it from 2 years ago. At this moment, Lingtech's hand was already twisted behind his back by Roman. Lingtech gritted his teeth in indignation, refusing to submit. In the nick of time, someone shouted, "Found it." Rulin appeared like an angel. She did not use teleportation because she was deep in the forest. That was a good decision. Hey, elf girl, we need your ability. The henchman holding Elena wondered who had just appeared. Elena tremblingly replied that she would like to help, but based on the current situation, it really wasn't possible. Rulin glided past Roman. That one step alone made him break out in a cold sweat. His instinct told Roman this was a dangerous person, and the best way to survive was to lower his head and run away. Rurin's face was as cold as stone. Should she deal with this scum? Roman immediately raised both hands in surrender, tremblingly telling the henchman to release Elena. Rotanda stood frozen, looking at the scene in confusion. Clearly he paid for someone to be beaten. How the hell did they all quit the job now? What are you bastards doing? Why are you just standing there watching? Drag that girl over here. Roman's men had all disappeared, leaving only a bewildered Rotanda. With no one to command, the fat man reached out himself, intending to grab Rurin to sell her. Who would have thought he'd bitten off more than he could chew? Rurin said coldly, gravity. How can such a troublesome thing talk like a human? This Rotanda's hand was twisted until it was deformed. The fat pig only now started crying pitifully. Hearing his agonizing screams, Roman's group was both frightened and secretly spared a moment of silence for him. Rurin quickly ran over to Elena. Are you done? I'm all finished here. Let's go, there's urgent business. Elena was carried back to the restaurant to treat Allison. As soon as the treatment was done, Elena was exhausted. Rurin rushed over to ask about Allison. Allison patted Rurin while sighing in thanks. Lena, still trembling, said it wouldn't affect her daily life. She wondered how strong Allison was to hold on for so long. Rurin furrowed her brow and sat up on the bed. Your name is Elena, correct? Yes. Thank you for your help, Rurin stammered, blushing. This sentence shocked both the patient and the doctor. Could Rurin actually say thank you? Oh, I'm just a little surprised. I was already very generous for even considering it. Allison was a bit stunned, asking when the two of them would finally come out. Linktek and Matt, who were loitering outside the door, were startled. Ah, you already know. You two come inside to talk. I want to thank her for saving us. Allison looked confused, asking what he meant. Matt sighed and recounted how Ratanda had chased them from the beginning, dragging innocent people into trouble. It wasn't your fault. That construction site supervisor was notorious for being evil. Why didn't you tell me the truth when you first came to find me? Linktek clenched his fists, frozen in place. If it were 2 years ago, I would have done the same. I didn't want to lie about my own sins. Allison smiled and asked if they had a place to sleep tonight. She offered a gold coin enough to live on for several months, leaving the two brothers stunned. Linktek held the money in disbelief. Why are you giving this to us? Because you two need to work on the farm starting tomorrow. The two were shocked again. But we are criminals. Rurin thought she was about to get new subordinates, but Allison sighed and explained that they knew who to blame. The two brothers knelt on the ground, swearing lifelong loyalty. Just think of me as the manager. The next morning they went to start work in bright new clothes. Clothes indeed make the man. Miss Minton, being called senior, stammered shyly. Am I a senior now? I am very happy to work with everyone. Old man Ment looked at the handcuff marks on Linktek's wrist and sighed. That was Manager Allison's decision, so I have no opinion. But I don't fully trust you two yet. Yes. But if it were me, I would have beaten that Ratanda black and blue too. Linktek, who had been dejected, suddenly cheered up. Start with stacking the hay. We will work very diligently. Inside, Allison was once again admiring the Dragon King's heart. He thought his magical power was nearly recovered and probably wouldn't have any reaction when using it anymore. Allison suddenly remembered that the item he ordered would arrive in just a few days. This time it was for Rurin. Allison turned and saw Rurin hugging the doorframe, peeking at something, so he asked immediately, "What are you doing observing the customers? I see a lot of unfamiliar faces." Allison froze. Rurin was paying attention to others again. What could be going on? Last time she even thanked Elena. What had happened after all? Rurin suddenly asked, why do human women wear so many shiny things? Probably because it's pretty. Allison also noticed Benon organizing another event. Long Nun also fills his lair with treasures and jewelry. Well, I'm not too sure, but my mother's lair wasn't like that. Have you ever wanted or received such things? Just then Rurin saw Benon giving Minton a necklace. She looked dazed. I don't really know either. A new customer arrived. This time it was an acquaintance. Aaron ran in joyfully with a scroll in hand, shouting, "Master, good news. This morning we caught that bastard Ratanda while he was still in the hospital. Tax evasion, deceiving women, rape, assault. He was arrested on many charges. He will surely never see sunlight for the rest of his life." Darren spoke rapidly. Allison handed Darren a hamburger, exclaiming that he was worse than he had thought. Darren continued, saying those close to him had betrayed him and provided information. It turned out the one backing Ratanda was Count Dizran. Even though Count Dizran had been arrested, Ratanda still acted recklessly. It was surprising that not all of his accomplices were in the arena. Aaron's face looked like it would fall. Telling so much without running out of breath was surprising. But you did well. Are you free in the evening 3 days from now? If it's an invitation from Master, I will make time. Allison leaned in and whispered to him about a mysterious event happening at the restaurant. After hearing it, Darren exclaimed, "Great, I will definitely join." Oh ho, just wait until that day. 3 days later, Goza sat still with a dark expression for a while before speaking. Allison, you arrived right on time. What I want to say is hand over the items first. Allison cut him off. I have finished them. Goza pulled out a bag. Ho ho, very good. Allison looked at the contents and smiled with satisfaction. I gathered everything. Nothing is missing. Several bags and boxes were brought out. Everyone come out and eat. Tasty sausages and cold beer are ready. The wolf tribe has another enthusiastic worker, recharging their energy. Do you need to act like that? I just wanted to try. It will be great if everyone joins. Allison felt regret. Goza could only scratch his head, but the project is in its final stage. I can understand you. Late at night with a clear moon and cool breeze, Mr. Klon walked and remarked. This was the first time he had received an invitation like this. Ren also said excitedly, "That's right, I am very excited." Lingtek was surprised to receive the news. They could also participate. Right, he said the farm employees should join in too. At the restaurant, Rurin saw Allison arranging plates, non-stop, and asked in confusion what this was. Allison was surprised. You don't know what day it is today. Everyone, I am very glad to see you all here. Thank you all, we have prepared a small event. Rurin, standing next to Allison, realized the restaurant had a special event today. The game is called What Did You Put in My Mouth? The rules are simple. Wear a blindfold, taste the food, and guess what dish it is. Those who guess correctly will receive a prize. First person is Miss Minton. Minton was startled when her name was called but still joined in confusion. Phi. Fish. Is this edible? Of course, everything is edible, though it depends on how you perceive it. Why didn't you say that from the start, you bastard? The food arrived. Something was put directly into her mouth, because Allison said that she was quite nervous. She felt something hot and soft, did not know what it was, had never seen such a texture before. A moment later, something else jumped around inside, scaring Minton so much she spat the food out. Allison smiled widely. Ding, Miss Minton is eliminated. The dish Miss Minton just ate was this. It is called a marshmallow. Minton, with tears and snot all over her face, asked in horror what that was. It is made from sugar, a treat that cannot be found around here, because it originates from very far away. Heh heh. Aunt 6L is too cruel, Minton said furiously. How could I possibly guess that? Even after eating it, I still do not know. Old Man Mint tried a bite and praised it as delicious. Minton was aggrieved. Yeah, being blindfolded scared me too much to taste the sweetness. The next lucky person is Mr. Klon. He insisted he would clear the entire table. Ren cheered very enthusiastically. Unfortunately, after eating a chili pepper, Mr. Klon was eliminated immediately. Ren bit the chili like a vegetable and said indignantly, "It is not even that spicy. How can you not eat it?" "I cannot eat spicy food," Mr. Klon said, crying tears. Meanwhile, the host of the party laughed heartily and sighed that this was just a bit of fun. I wonder if anyone will guess correctly. The next dish was brought out, and Rurin was the candidate for this one. She was confused when Allison pushed her into a chair and blindfolded her. He said, "Of course. Is it not too obvious, and magic is forbidden from use? What are you planning to feed me?" "This is a game, just try your best to guess." Allison fed Rurin. She chewed seriously and racked her brain to figure out what Allison had fed her. Now things had come to this. She would try to guess correctly using her Dragoman senses. First, it is soft, this is bread, and I also taste the cream from a recent party. The bread is layered and sweet. Moreover, the fresh flavor definitely means there is fruit inside. I know it, this is cake, it is a cake. Rurin excitedly tore off the blindfold. How about that, my senses? Rurin stopped mid-sentence because before her eyes, everyone was setting off fireworks. Allison smiled widely. Correct, this is a birthday cake. Happy birthday. Rurin was so surprised that his expression changed. Everyone was happy and sent their congratulations to Rurin. She was dazed for a moment before realizing today was her birthday. Allison happily explained that she thought Rurin knew about the party. It turned out she had no idea, making his scheme a complete success. Rurin shyly hummed in agreement, her face turning bright red. She asked again if everyone had come for her. Elkin covered his mouth and whispered to Elena that Rurin was about to say thank you again, but she screamed out in embarrassment, telling Allison not to get his hopes up. Allison knew she was just shy because of the crowd, so she said that. Allison sympathized and quickly changed the subject, saying that since she guessed correctly, she gave a gift. It was an item that the wolf tribe had worked hard to make for her. He pulled out a luxurious box containing exquisite earrings, making Rurin blush. She asked in surprise when he had prepared them. Allison cast a spell while holding the earrings close to Green and smiled. He said he could not forget her birthday, then gently helped her put on the Klon jewelry. He thoughtfully brought out a mirror for her to look at, then asked for her thoughts. Rurin's face was as red as a boiled shrimp, and she turned her head away without answering. Alina and Ren both found these two very suspicious. Rurin touched the earring, stammering that it was luxurious. At that moment, she understood everything. She remembered the moment she saw in the restaurant this afternoon. She let out a crisp laugh, admitted it was very beautiful, and now she understood that feeling. With the main part done, Allison immediately turned to the next game and invited Corinne. He said her dish was very crunchy. Old Man Klon immediately chimed in that it was a bug. Ren instantly spat out all the food in his mouth. Allison laughed loudly and said it was fried shrimp. Ren got furious and punched Old Man Klon in the head for making her lose, and he accepted the beating. Next was Linktech with a pitch-black, smoking dish. He chewed for a long time without guessing, and Allison declared his failure. The answer was Gooba meat grilled by Rurin. Right now, Rurin was very angry because Linktech did not recognize the meat she made. With the game over, everyone happily enjoyed the birthday cake together. It was already late at night. Rurin said emotionally that this was the first time someone had held a birthday for her. Allison replied that this was the last birthday before the coming-of-age ceremony. Lying sprawled on the table, Rurin blushed and softly replied. At this moment, Allison looked out the window. He pulled Rurin outside to watch the snow fall, and she happily agreed. The two went outside to drink hot water and watch the snow. Rurin remarked melancholically that time flew by fast. It had already been a year since he came. 1 year was short for her, but for humans it was quite long. Rurin pouted and argued that Allison was different because he had absorbed the ancient gem. Allison said no one knew if it extended lifespan because he was the first one. Just then, a very bright shooting star appeared in the sky. Rurin cheered in excitement, and Allison encouraged her to make a wish. Rurin gazed at the star for a while, then said she had finished wishing. Her wish was to stay with Allison longer. Seeing she was serious, Allison teased her. She refused to reveal her wish and told him to wish on his own birthday. Meanwhile, at the Black Dragon territory, a man rushed in aggressively to report, cursing nonstop. It was Black Dragon Nis. He angrily asked his uncle how long he planned to let that that arrogant human go unpunished. His uncle Dahima, seated on the throne, asked him directly if it was because of Rurin. Struck in his sore spot, Nis fell silent. His uncle scolded him for being foolish, saying he should have treasured the girl instead of bullying her and feeling humiliated now. Nis frowned, saying this was not just personal but concerned the survival of their entire race. Many of their young women had died in the previous battle. He feared peacetime would not last and they could not rely solely on a promise. He wanted his uncle to force Rurin to return. His eyes gleamed brightly if his uncle would allow it. Hema told him to calm down, saying that man was not someone he could face. Fortunately, he had spared Nis's life. Nis gritted his teeth, insisting that an ordinary human could not be that strong. But Dahima said breaking a promise would ruin the dragon race's honor, and Lord Metadana would not permit it. Nis frowned and asked if his uncle meant keeping the chastity was enough. Dahima said he had come up with an idea. He was also dissatisfied with the promise, but if things went wrong, they would act as if this conversation never happened. Finally getting his way, Nis smiled coldly. He agreed, saying they would be benefactors, not usurpers. Snow fell thickly on Mount Melioric in the Arctic. Rurin was wrapped up tightly, leaving only her eyes and nostrils exposed. She asked Allison what he came here to get. He excitedly replied it was mushrooms. She wondered why he traveled so far for that. Allison explained those were not ordinary mushrooms but extremely rare ones. He had heard about them at a restaurant. While cleaning up, he had overheard a conversation about rare mushrooms in the Arctic. A nomad was following a few gooba. One gooba suddenly started digging frantically. That gooba had found a valuable mushroom. The nomad reported it to the chieftain and received a lot of gold. Thinking about that, Allison stroked his chin and smirked, recalling a rare mushroom that had never been discovered before. It must be cheese mushroom. Surely there will be a type of mushroom similar to cheese mushroom in this world. So how do you plan to find it? Rurin wondered. The mushroom scent will be stronger than usual, but it's very hard to find because it grows deep underground. But I have you, Rurin, you have the senses of a dragon human. So you're using me again. So what does it smell like? Allison scratched his head. Well, it smells like cheese, I think so. He was flustered because of the vicious cycle he just realized. To find the cheese mushroom, you need to know its smell. But to know the smell, you need the cheese mushroom. He felt numb, having to rely on the smell of cheese from the modern age. What if the cheese smell here was slightly different? Rurin was at a loss with this idiot guy. Just then, a howl echoed from afar. A group of goblins holding spears were surrounding and attacking a giant cat by the cliff wall. The cat trembled and cried out. About to be stabbed and slashed, the mutant cat thought its end was near. Then a red flash streaked by. Yeah, no miracle happened. The cat's leg was slashed, making it fall flat on the ground. Stop, a deafening shout rang down, and the fight immediately ceased. Surely you guys are fighting for some reason, but you cannot fight here. Allison's action of meddling caused the goblins to shift their target to him and Rurin. But they only had time to take one look before being intimidated by Rurin's gaze, dropping their weapons. The group hurriedly fled, shocking the mutant cat as well. Allison said immediately, they didn't run away because of me. Rurin, receiving the compliment, wasn't arrogant, telling Allison he should value himself higher. At that moment, the cat charged forward with a somewhat fierce expression. Then it dove straight to the ground, wagging its tail. Allison immediately thought of Dieren back home, acting exactly like this when begging to become his disciple. The cat kept meowing. What is it saying? Rurin became the reluctant translator. Thank you for saving me. It wants to repay your kindness, perhaps. The cat looked at Allison with sparkling eyes. Yeah, repayment. Now the two cats are flirting with each other. Rurin and Allison sat by the round council table, watching the cats in love. Ah, so that's why she wanted to stop those monsters, but what would she get from him in return? Just being cautious, he might find treasure for us. Because there was a strange scent earlier. Cat brought back a pile of stuff, gleefully showing it off to the two. Rurin immediately pulled her scarf over her nose. That's it, that smell, what is that? That's not treasure. Wrong, Ruin. This is exactly the treasure. Meanwhile, in a ruin resembling a battlefield. Nis, what the hell is going on? You called us here. The three black dragons arrived together. The long-haired, sharp-chined one is Daba. The handsome, gray-haired guy with tape on his face is Neku. And the guy with spiky hair and a grim face is Hoven. Nis, with a face as grim as minced meat porridge, declared he would take Ruin back to the Holy Land. Hoven was the first to be shocked, his face muscles relaxing. Neku laughed, ha ha ha, are you looking for a mate? Well, Rurin's appearance is passable, but isn't Rurin staying with a human mage named Allison in Greg City? Nis gritted his teeth. I don't like that. We are keeping a promise to a trivial human. Moreover, Rurin's overconfidence. I have received permission from Lord Dahima. He said an attack is possible if there is a justifiable reason. So I ask, what is your plan? What are you going to do? Daba also said this matter is quite difficult. Attacking humans is forbidden by the treaty. It's no joke. joke. The only exception is revenge for the massacre of our people. But isn't that too absurd? Although he is a great mage, he is still human. He cannot harm the dragon race. The treaty is to keep him safe when meeting us. They really won't believe until they see the coffin. No, he is capable of it. What, really? So that rumor is true. The group of rookies were startled upon hearing this. Just then, someone cut into the conversation. If that's the case, I think I can help you guys. Nis immediately turned to ask what that black thing in the iron cage meant. Neku saw him and frowned, thinking someone like him was useless and wouldn't help at all. Don't get angry and listen to me first. I know a red dragon. The one in the cage is Red Dragon Jiat. She lives near Greg City. You can use her. Allison, on the other hand, was ecstatic. This is it. This is the cheese we've been looking for. This is called cheese. The big cat sighed. It's their food buried in this land. It seems only they can find this. However, the smell is too foul. Throw it away. Rurin waved her hand to throw the mushroom, startling the cat, while Allison screamed, "Stop. Do you know how expensive they are?" Allison was calculating what would happen if this cat found enough cheese to eat. Then he told Rurin to translate his words to convey to the cat. What do you want to say? Thank you for repaying me. I cannot stand still after receiving such a precious gift. Rurin let out a cat sound. I will appoint you as the guardian of the dragon nest. What do you think about leaving this dangerous place and moving to a peaceful village? Rurin immediately translated but suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, what did you say? You plan to raise this guy? The dragon nest needs a guardian. The cat knelt before the two. Allison immediately grinned happily. Alright. I don't know what you said, but it's probably something good. Rurin didn't think it was very good. Isn't the nest a place only for you and me? Over here, Serena was sitting alone, sadly, in the old dwarf village. Recalling the time before this place was accidentally visited by Allison and Rurin, she was exposed for her disguise about a nest full of gold and silver, and threw a crying tantrum. At that time, Allison gently apologized for not knowing it was an illusion spell, and that her nest didn't actually have many treasures. Rurin's face was full of disdain. Rurin's face twisted from her friend's rudeness, while Serena was furious. I don't have one, I am building one. Serena was purple with rage. You don't even have a nest and you dare to look down on me. Rurin triumphantly linked arms with Allison, making him blush while she raised her chin. I run a restaurant with Allison. Even though the restaurant isn't as big as your nest, I have never been disappointed. Rurin stuck out her tongue, teasing Serena. Meanwhile, Allison, stuck on a beautiful dragon lady, was flustered. Well, Rurin, let go of my arm. Thinking back to this made Serena wonder, should I meet that human again, just to kill some time? And what happened next she didn't say. Suddenly, a strong tremor made Serena think the two people she was waiting for had arrived. She immediately pretended, what is it? Now what do you want? And if you wanted to come, you should have come earlier, not after a whole month. Serena's face was scrunched up as if she had just heard a sound coming from the throat of a bastard. Long time no see, but he was truly a bastard with that gaunt face of his. Serena immediately flew into a rage, demanding to know why he was here. She gripped the chair tightly, flames flaring up, shouting that he took threats as a joke. He replied that he had something to say. He wanted to date her. Lin Yi was really reckless, talking about love even with blood rushing to his brain. Being thick-skinned was truly a talent. He said after such a long time, she was the only one who truly loved him. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her, and performed very deeply. I thought that in the next life, he should stop being a dragon and become an actor instead. The more Serena heard, the colder she felt, not moved. She gritted her teeth and asked when he had that thought. He replied it was from the moment he begged her not to leave. Wings and a tail sprouted from her back. Serena screamed, recalling the moment he disappeared, or when they attacked the village. Serena completely transformed into the form of a giant red dragon. She cursed him as a bastard, that he was still the same, and shouldn't have come alone. She looked ready to devour him. But he didn't come alone. He grinned hideously, praising her for still being sharp. At that moment, several holes were blasted through the cellar. Lin Yi exclaimed, it's time. 3 dragon heads poked through, 2 of them opening their mouths and charging energy, preparing to gang up on Serena. He ordered the attack. 4 men surrounding a single girl was truly despicable. Serena seemed to be in deep trouble. Look at her frozen in place. Purple energy like infernal fire descended upon Serena. She couldn't dodge, fell to the ground, and vomited blood. She screamed, asking if they didn't know about the treaty. She demanded whether they dared to bear the consequences. The 3 black dragons stood there majestically like monsters. Lin Yi quickly fished in troubled waters, telling Serena not to worry. He said as long as she kept silent, no one would know. He cast a spell, placing a magic circle around her neck. Serena shouted loudly, breaking the neck shackle circle, yelling how even he dared to use their kind of magic. Taking that chance, Tennis, who was lying in ambush behind, struck Serena. Purple light filled the screen. Serena seemed to be in deep trouble. Meanwhile, Goza looked up maliciously, wondering how this monster could be called a mercenary. Rulun, the mutant cat, enthusiastically introduced itself, with 2 kittens on its shoulders. Allison confirmed it was indeed the Rulun race. Because it lived in a cold region, Allison asked to increase the room's temperature. Rulun looked at her like she was a scammer, bitterly saying she thought he brought it back because of the psychic mushrooms. She asked how to cook the psychic mushrooms now. Rurin replied that was also the interesting part. Allison held the black mushroom chunk, explaining it had a distinct aroma, which would create a different flavor for the dishes. She was curious how the customers would react. Allison tried new dishes as if she was throwing a feast for the whole village, from pizza to pasta, hamburgers to sandwiches. Most of the people ate and exclaimed in admiration, praising how delicious the food was. They said they had never tasted this flavor before. It was truly enticing. One person praised the special, miraculous taste and said it was also very good for health. Sir Klon didn't need to exclaim. Just looking at how he ate was enough to know it was delicious. Rurin and Lady Minton had a less positive reaction. Rurin made a sour face and cried out. Seeing the mixed reactions, Allison couldn't force a bright smile, thinking she couldn't put the mushroom on the regular menu. Looking at Alina and Rurin ordering as if they were arguing, Allison's smile became even more strained. She decided to only use the mushroom for special guests. At Serena's lair, someone cursed in dissatisfaction because she had escaped using instant teleportation magic at the very last moment. He said the spellcasting speed was too fast, as if she had prepared it in advance. Lin Yai quickly made excuses for his intelligence. That man laughed hoarsely, saying Serena's escape was nothing to worry about. He had tracked the flow of the teleportation magic. It was connected to Great City. Neku asked Niz with hands on her hips, "What are we going to do now?" Niz grinned maliciously, saying he would find his own way to Greg's city. No need for direct teleportation. He asked Gaiad if he was sure no other dragonkin would answer her call for help. Gaiad was certain, knowing she couldn't teleport to the Holy Land. He also came because he felt sorry for Serena. Neku sighed, mentioning how they treated humans as slaves like them. I said impatiently, brushing it off, that he didn't care about their preferences. He was only satisfied if he could get a connection to Greg's city. He said that if so, he would forgive their crimes as promised and ordered them to get lost. Lin Yi immediately scurried away as fast as his 3 legs and 4 arms could carry him. Mrs. Gaze turned extremely cruel, saying even though she had escaped, she had lost too much blood to recover. That red dragon would die. He chuckled, a perfect story. Allison had killed a red dragon. Back at Allison's restaurant, Rurin asked him how he felt about cooking the remaining mushrooms. Many people who ate it found it delicious. Suddenly, Rurin's face turned grumpy and Allison had to look over to see what was going on. Serena appeared, beautiful and without a scratch, asking why he was so indifferent to her. Was it because she looked too haggard? Allison held him back, asking if she's the red dragon who once lived on Mount Meteorex. Rurin snapped, asking Serena what business she had here. Serena pulled out a chair casually, saying she came to the restaurant to eat, so just bring out whatever was available. Serena asked, is it that rushed? Allison brought out a plate of meat, saying this was the quickest ready-made dish, not sure if it would suit her taste. He looked at it from the outside and remarked that it looked okay. Rurin slammed the table impatiently, telling her to just say what business she had here. Serena skewered some meat and ate, sighing as she complained about the poor service, but praised her earrings, saying it was the first time she's seen them, asking who gave them. Rurin immediately smiled brightly, showing off that Allison gave them to her. Serena focused on chewing and swallowing, sighing in admiration. She praised the dish, saying it was a flavor she had never tasted before, and it suited her very well. She said that the man who gave you those earrings must be dear to you, right? If Allison hadn't held him back, Rurin would have lunged at her. She asked, are you jealous because I'm too easygoing? Rurin interacted with her mouth since she couldn't hit her. Serena lowered her eyes. She felt the same way. She said she would have to wait and see, even though she wouldn't live much longer. Thank you for the meal, which was suitable for a final feast. The other two were shocked, asking what do you mean by final? However, I don't know what true love is, whether it is real or just a rash lie. Therefore, I have dated both dragon people and humans. I once said no dragon person understands human men better than I do. But thinking back now, it was all a waste of time. I was just too lonely, that is why I did it, Serena cried while sweating. She was dying but still tried to meddle. Because I hated being alone, I caused chaos. Now I still have no trust for my own kind, how ridiculous. Serena's back was burning. Allison only then realized something was wrong. The wound on her back. Should I find something I like? There are many things to try besides love. That is right, cooking would be fine. Serena started spewing blood and collapsed to the floor, startling Allison and Rurin. Wake up quickly. Serena remained still and gushed blood. She was dying now. How could she get up? She was too badly injured. It seemed her bones were broken. At this rate, even a dragon person could not recover. She was about to die. Rurin diagnosed her faster than a doctor. Allison was also worried because the dragoness had hidden the wound with an illusion, so they did not detect it in time. He did not know who did this. Just then, a red gate appeared outside the restaurant. A size XXL armored foot stomped the ground. A voice was heard before the person was seen. Grand Sorcerer Allison, you have crossed the line. How dare you murder a red dragon? Some strangers arrived at the door right when Serena had just sprayed blood all over the floor. Rurin looked at Allison with suspicion. Hey, those guys outside. That is right, I can sense it too. They are all dragon people. Moreover, there are 5 of them, fat, thin, and average. This is clearly a setup. This is a trap. Rurin, do you remember this red dragon said she had lost all trust before fainting? Clearly, she knew something. Take her to Alina, she will surely be able to treat her. Rurin immediately opened a teleportation gate. I understand, I have known the clinic's location since last time. What about you? His military robe fluttered. Allison's expression turned serious. I have to welcome the customers. Restaurant door opened. Allison poked his head out like a thief caught in the act. Hello, why are all the difficult customers here at the same time? What business do you have? I am a red dragon. Fortunately, Allison dodged quickly, or he would have taken that magic circle head-on. The restaurant door burst open. Serena's bloodstains were exposed right in front of everyone. Allison did not expect things to come to this. He bit his fingernail. First of all, everyone please sit down for tea and we can talk slowly. I must deal with you, Allison. All red dragons, total attack. Allison cried out to the heavens. This is your choice. At this moment in the forest, the Niz group was laughing heartily. I can feel the magical shockwaves from here. As expected, the battle is very intense. I do not think the red dragon side would be fooled by Allison's attack. Who gathered them together? Niz sighed with a confident attitude. His side was the young red dragon squad leader. His personality suited the plan. He found personal concern troublesome, so he emphasized unity. I thought he would charge in recklessly when he learned a clan member was attacked. That is right, the old dragon opened his mouth to spew a fireball to intimidate Allison. How dare you attack my clan? The other side fired a fireball. Allison gently waved his hand to create a 5th level spell. He easily turned the fireball into a toy, and incidentally shot an energy pillar into the sky to open a teleportation gate. Let us go. You do not want others to get caught up, do you? The other side was furious, his face twisted. At the same time, Alina was sitting sorting medicinal herbs when Rurin and Serena arrived. Elena trembled as she looked at Serena and asked, is that one also an almighty being? Can you save her? Elena was extremely panicked but quickly cast a spell to stop Serena's bleeding. A dazzling green light shone. At this time, Allison had lured the aggressive dragons to a desolate place. Is this the place? It will serve as your grave. The old man over there responded quickly. Allison frowned and racked his brains to figure out what was going on. They thought he had killed a red dragon clan member. This was definitely a trap to frame him, but there was still one thing to consider. They set this trap specifically for him, or were they fooled by the one who created this trap? If it is the latter, there is still a chance to talk. Everyone please calm down first about the bloodstains in the restaurant. Allison did not finish speaking when the other side, not disappointing Nis' expectations, jumped at his throat. Do not think you can convince us that is definitely dragon blood. Everyone knows that. It is true that a red dragon came to the restaurant to dine, but she was injured before arriving. I am not the culprit. Currently, I am treating that red dragon to save her life. The other side immediately stirred. The man demanded to see for himself if she was still alive. Allison could not let that happen because he suspected all of them were involved in this. This matter is very suspicious, and more importantly, before fainting she said she was betrayed. At that moment, a dragon claw swiped straight at his handsome face. This bold dragon was none other than Jiat. Of course, his claw did not reach Allison. How long will you listen to the nonsense of this human? This man has murdered Serena. Serena told me directly this human kicked her out of the cave. When she refused, he murdered her. Allison's face fell. So that red dragon was Serena. At this point, he was sure Jiat was the one who set the trap. Correct? But it is not enough for you, sir. The other side heard Jiat and got so angry he showed his true form, frantically screaming Allison's name. He had his name called a bit too much in one evening. You dare use lies to escape blame, how disgraceful. Now we have a clan member's testimony, so your words are meaningless. Damn it, this old dragon is so stupid it made Allison start losing his temper. He was getting hot under the collar. Terrifying magical power radiated around him, forcing Jiat to retreat. Is your clan that important to you? If so, then you should not treat them like this. You should not abandon them when they are injured. Shut up. The other side was indeed good at verbal combat. Before a few words were spoken, he opened his mouth and spewed fire to burn the house. What do you know about the laws of dragon people? The other side's fire was extinguished by Allison with water in an instant. He was getting furious. If you want to accuse me, then stop pretending to care. What is that? Green energy and red flames clashed with immense force, terrifying the other dragon people. Allison fought the other side one-on-one without any sign of fatigue. Jiet was so scared he fell to the ground. Why is a human this strong? The dust from the collision cleared, revealing a team of 4 superhero brothers led by Johnny in the sky. Instead of protecting peace, these 4 brothers specialized in destroying villages and neighborhoods, especially Nis, who no sooner arrived than he arrogantly criticized, calling him an idiot and a worthless human who dared to attack a dragonman. After you, Nis, a black dragon arrived. I sensed a surge of magic power, so I came. According to the law, I will assist you. Nis, Allison's expression darkened. He knew that man. Nis was surprised that Allison seemed to know him. He quickly laughed arrogantly. Haha, I have heard rumors about you as well. Among humans, you're said to be very strong. Allison sighed, thinking that he had to change his plan. At that moment, Nis transformed into his true form and sneered. In the end, you are just a worthless human. You will pay for not knowing your place. Beside the tense battle, the situation of the healing on the hospital bed was also not optimistic. Elena gasped, blood seeping onto the floor. I am sorry. Hick, I am truly sorry. I tried to heal her, but it was already too late to save her life. Rurin frowned, looking at Serena dying on the bed. No, Rurin grabbed Elena's hand. It is not too late yet. Rurin's purple magic flowed into Elena. Why are you transferring magic power to me? Continue the treatment. This time you will not lack magic power. At this moment, the 3 black dragons opened their mouths to fire their cannons. Allison used earth and stone to block those cannons. He thought that although bitter, he could not kill all of this group, because if he did, even if Serena lived, she would face trouble. But this group was too large. The situation was still under control. Allison needed something to control the flow. He activated a golden yellow magic. Earth and stone flew into the air. One black dragon shook its head and lamented. Sir Dahima was right. Realizing it now is damn too late. Neku Dubba, support me. Under Nis summons, the trio of hitters gathered their energy into a giant sphere of energy. Let's see if you can block this. Seeing this, Allison felt this round was extremely tense. Seeing this, the red dragons also swarmed to hold Allison back by continuously spewing fire. Allison waved his hand, using water to extinguish the flames. Nis did not miss this golden opportunity. Believing the battle had reached its end, a shocking roar sounded. Stop. 4 teleportation gates opened. Before the person was seen, curses were already heard. You fools. Are you trying to start a new war? Why is my lord here? The other side appeared very timid. The law agreement meeting just ended. What in the world is this? The arrivals were all important figures. Rurin's grandfather, the black dragon elder Medisana, and the red dragon elder Dedank. You are always at the center of conflicts, aren't you? You have a silver tongue. Explain the situation. Allison smiled wryly and lowered his hood. You have finally arrived. I never thought I would be happy to see you all. After this deeply emotional greeting with acquaintances, Nis reluctantly transformed back into human form and put on a dignified air to greet the elders. Nis thought unhappily. That human is probably overjoyed that the elders have come to protect him. Rurin is Medisana's granddaughter, and he is with Rurin. That is wrong, and this is the situation I wanted. There is no way that Red Dragon woman will survive. The elders will also side with me if I prove that human murdered a red dragon. Then he will be executed. Nis was very confident in this plan, but Allison knew what he was thinking, and he allowed him to think so. After all, he trusted that Rurin and Elena would definitely save Serena. Judging by Elena's face, the situation did not look optimistic. At this moment, the bleeding had just stopped, but it was still not enough for Serena to survive. Rurin called Elena from behind. Just like before, I transfer my magic power to you and you use it. We're using a small amount of magic power like before. Yes, ma'am. I am also uncomfortable saving this woman, but Allison is in trouble and needs a witness. I will change the method. From now on, I will synchronize with you. The Dragoman's magic power will flow precisely through your body. If you do not convert all the magic power into healing magic, your body will explode from the overload. Elena was stunned to hear this. Rurin pressed from behind. The choice is yours. What will you do? Elena trembled, finally deciding to listen to Rurin and accept the magic power synchronization. Rurin grinned in approval. I really like this courage. Prepare your spirit. Massive magic power invading her body shocked Elena, causing her to collapse to the ground. She felt the magic power of a Dragoman. Her magic power was like a speck of dust compared to this immense magic power. Lady Rurin, please reduce the synchronization a little. I cannot bear it anymore. Rurin furrowed her brow and shouted loudly. Wake up. Are you not a physician who saves lives? Increase the magic output now. Elena snapped awake, gritted her teeth, and stood up to continue. You cannot bail out the sea with a bucket. Elena bit her lip, concentrating all her magic power into the healing. Purple and blue light shone simultaneously. Rurin frantically disengaged. You hurry up and recover too. Red Dragon, show me the resilience of the Dragoman. Serena's eyes flickered. While everyone was straining for her man, Nis recounted the situation to the elders. Medisana summarized. Allison murdered the Red Dragon Serena, and you were punishing him. You saw the Red Dragon being attacked and helped according to the treaty. That is correct, Elder. The other side also pleaded. Elder, what are you hesitating about? Serena's blood is splattered all over the restaurant floor. He is a grand mage, not an ordinary person. Allison calmly suggested everyone sit down, have some tea and cake, and explain the whole story clearly. Yi hurriedly jumped into his throat. I am a witness. He definitely murdered Serena. If you do not believe me, let's go into the restaurant right now. Dehema immediately understood this was Niz's plan, and that Harklong would help Serena when she was attacked. Even if Allison was cleared, it would not harm them, nor was it bad. Let Dank turn to ask Medisana. Serena's lair is near Greg's city, so there's a reason for war. What do you think? Allison, do you have anything to say? Allison shrugged. It's been a while since anyone said something sensible. Yes, I have a lot to say. First, he told me to kill Serena because her lair is near Greg's city. Anyone who has experienced war would understand. I never kill Dragonkin for that reason. Right, Lord Dedank? That's right. The only condition I set during war was not to slaughter other races. I swear I never touched a clone who upheld that standard, even the red dragons who started wars. But killing her just because the lair is near Greg's city is absurd. The other side argued that was just Allison's one-sided statement, but he ignored them and continued his reasoning. Second, Harklong appeared right after the attack. Since when were Dragonkin so friendly with each other? They showed up as if waiting, as if they knew what would happen. Nis frowned. I sensed the magical collision and came to check under the treaty. What are you trying to say? Medisana continued. The red dragon and Harklong set a trap and you were framed. That's what you want to say, right? Allison immediately agreed. Exactly as the elder thinks. Dedanka got furious. I cannot overlook this. Do you have evidence? Evidence. It's here now, folks. The portal opened behind Allison, along with his smile and Nis's pale face. You'd better hear it from the person involved, right? Not only Nis, but his followers were as shocked as seeing a corpse come back to life. He had also trembled as he looked over. Surprised old hag. It's the mother of the convoy. Serena struck a beautiful pose and smiled seductively. Oh, so many familiar faces. Behind her were Rurin and Elena, trembling. Your expressions are really worth seeing. Allison praised Elena endlessly, but she was only terrified to see so many supreme beings. While Elena shyly counted the dragons, Rurin happily showed off her achievement. She tried applying the mana transmission called synchronization, because that wound could not be healed with ordinary magic. Allison remembered she learned this skill from him. Rurin grew even more excited. That's right, Elena is also quite talented in magic. So that's why Nis's face now looks like someone with diarrhea. Elge whispered to Rurin, you see that? Lannis, this might be his doing. Wait, I have an idea. Allison turned to greet Serena. Are you alright? She smiled brightly in return. Of course I'm fine. You guys are doing well too, right? Allison immediately gave her a knock on the head. Here's for fine. But first, how do you know my name? Serena held the lump. Why did you hit me? Allison was furious. Why? Don't you see the situation? Because you collapsed in the restaurant and spilled blood everywhere. Everything became this chaotic. Explain yourself, now. Serena, in pain, immediately said what needed to be said. It was those guys 4 Harklongs and Giat. Yeah, he disappeared now. That ex-boyfriend is fast. He ran the moment he sensed trouble. Anyway, those 5 broke into my lair and ambushed me. That Harklong lady and this elf healed me. They are benefactors, not attackers. The 2 elders of Harklong and Red Dragon stiffened. Serena asked Allison if that was enough. He nodded. Okay then. Rurin suggested the girl praise her more. At this moment, the other side shouted Allison's name. Then he rushed over and knelt at his feet. I apologize for doing terrible things to you. I am ready to accept punishment. Allison gritted his teeth and sighed. An apology as fast as his actions. Fine, it's okay. But for the liar, it's a different matter. Hoven quickly begged the elder to allow an explanation, but it was too late. No one here wanted to listen. Medisana's face was extremely grim. What I want to hear is not your sophistry. Tell me why you did this, knowing it breaks the treaty. The mastermind was so scared his eyes went white and he panted heavily. He couldn't believe the truth. Clearly the wound was irrecoverable. The internal organs had been burned away. No, was it because our side took too long to take down that human? Why did everything turn out like this? Human with such immense power and Rurin too, truly too generous for a mere mortal. Nistok appeared behind Allison, and with terrifying killing intent he shouted loudly, "Know your place, you lowly human." He unleashed a fearsome strike, blood splattered everywhere. Allison quickly pushed Rurin to the side, and he took Nis's force field head-on, hitting Allison. Nis laughed hideously, while Rurin stared in shock as he fell to the ground. His back was covered in blood, he couldn't seem to move at all. Elena broke out in a cold sweat, bewildered and not understanding what was happening. Seeing Allison lying motionless, Rurin trembled as she called out to him, "Why? Blood, blood." Rurin's face turned pale, tears streaming down. "This can't be. Why did you push me away?" The other side turned to confront Nis. "You attacked from behind, have you no honor? Whatever you do, your crime cannot be forgiven." Nis shouted loudly. "I am the one who saved the dragon race from the brink of extinction." "What?" The other side was stunned. Has this guy gone mad? Indeed, he has gone mad. Everyone, open your eyes. The reason the covenant was made and no Dragon King was created was to prevent anyone from gaining too much power, right? But look at that human. He withstood the combined attack of the Dragonkin without counterattacking. If left unchecked, he would surely be a great threat to the dragon race. Elena tried to heal Allison but was powerless. She cried and begged Lady Rurin to synchronize man again. Rurin was so panicked she spoke in the Klon alien language. Looking at the blood on her hands, Rurin grew even more frantic. "Allison, get up, hurry. The dragon lair is almost complete. If you're not there, then... Niz looked at Rurin like that and smiled a meaningful smile. He thought to himself that this was right, that expression suited her very well. It's useless no matter what you do. Oh, elf. His case is no different from Serena. Even if his magical power is equal to a dragoman, his body is still human. Without a shield, he cannot withstand my magic. What is this? Serena let out a contemptuous laugh. Is this your specialty, attacking from behind? You did that to me before too. Serena sat down and spoke to the distraught Rurin. Hey you idiot, I know you are in shock. But what are you planning to do without understanding the situation? This guy has not weakened at all. His power has increased even more. The wound on Allison's back was healing at an astonishing speed. He reached out and wiped Ren's tears. Stop crying. A burst of bright blue light exploded violently. Nis was once again stunned into shock. Elder Medisana immediately recognized this energy source as the ancient gem. Allison had stood up, the gem shining above his head. Truly, this was a risky gamble. Brother Sang continued to shine, dazzling those beside him. A pair of wings sprouted from Allison's back. I was worried you might lose your will to fight. Fortunately, you attacked me first. Rurin still had tears welling up. Allison stroked her head very affectionately. Rurin, from now on, watch closely. Allison's radiant smile made Nis even more panicked. Huh, how can this be? The magic you used happened to awaken the ancient gem. When he attacked, Allison let the gem absorb all of that energy, and it was too weak to kill me instantly. Nis, bitter and gnashing his teeth, revealed his true form and opened his mouth to gather a new technique. I will use all my magical power to destroy you. Before Nis' effort, Allison blocked with one hand. He sneered, your magic is too weak. Do you understand the terms of the treaty? Dragomen must not kill humans, kidnap, or attack other races, but they are allowed to defend themselves if in danger. Nis, I allow you to defend yourself. Try to block this attack. A meteor shower with intense firepower came crashing down. Until the final moment, Nis silently admired this absurdity, and passed away without time for final words. He was completely buried under the burning rocks, burned to ashes. Watching the horrifying scene, the Avengers who followed Nis, grieving and regretful, turned pale. He had slain a dragoman as easily as squashing a fly. Allison turned his head to look at Rurin with loving eyes. Rurin, let's go home. Rurin, still not stopping her tears, threw herself into Allison's arms and answered, okay. Of course, no one added another word about that decision. The subsequent verdicts were delivered by the elders. Nekyu, Daba Hoven, you will be imprisoned in the deepest part of the Forbidden Land for 3,000 years. That is Elder Medisana's ruling. The criminals have been punished. The victim has been compensated. Serena was compensated by having her nest filled with assets. Her nest has been fully repaired. A few treasures were surely taken by the attackers. Although it is not much, please accept these as compensation. Serena was thrilled to her core but had to put on an act. That is right, those bastards stole all my treasures. Ah, right, has he not returned yet? A special hunting team is chasing him, they will catch him soon. Just at the mention he got furious. I swear when I catch him, I will make him suffer many times more than you did. Serena found this guy a bit pitiful, but whatever, she had almost died because of him anyway. I want to witness that. The horrific incident that shook the inn had ended peacefully. But someone was not having a peaceful time, such is the trouble of having a sulky dragon at home. It was understandable for Rurin to be upset. Allison had almost died, and the little lady was frantic, but him lying there like that was unbearable for anyone. Rurin, what is wrong? Seeing her sitting with her face to the wall, Allison asked cluelessly. Rurin grumbled at him. What you did this time was truly foolish. If Nis's magic had been a little stronger, you would have died before the gem awakened. I truly thought I had lost you. Only then did the young man realize what he had done. Rurin, with tears welling up, was startled when Allison hugged her from behind. The little miss blushed. What, why so suddenly? I am sorry, Rurin, I did not consider your feelings. I should have explained beforehand. The reason I took such a risk is because from now on, you and... That is enough. Elder Medisana appeared out of nowhere, barging into the romantic scene, startling the young couple. Because he jumped in at the wrong time, Elder Medisana got punched in the face by Rurin. What is this? Why are you here? Elder Medisana, with a swollen face, was stunned. I am an elder. Only then did Allison scratch his face and explain. Calm down, Rurin. I called him here. Rurin was startled. What, you called him? So, what is it? Elder Medisana held his red face and asked. Allison's expression turned serious. He roughly said you saw me awaken, but this is about the ancient gem. Allison was very thoughtful and even prepared drinks. Is it alcohol? Elder Medisana immediately recognized it. Allison then promoted. Whiskey is a steeped spirit. I have steeped it for a long time, but it is very precious, so I only took it out now to treat you. Elder Medisana grumpily took a sip and immediately felt the astounding flavor. It smelled like spring grass and flowers, soft yet strong and refreshing. This is a long-aged spirit because all the flavors are perfectly blended. I never thought a human like you could steep such a spirit. It must be around 60 or 70 years, right? Exactly. Allison smiled faintly. You guessed the steeping time correctly just by tasting it, as expected of a dragoman's senses. Rurin looked at the bottle curiously. Was it really that good? Her hand was already reaching for it. But halfway there, she met Allison's stern gaze. He scowled and gave Rurin a smack smack on the heading. Hey, you cannot drink this. It is high proof, you will pass out right away. Who does that? You only ever let me drink beer. Be grateful you are allowed to drink at all, sis. Do you know how crazy you get when you drink? Who cleans up? Who suffers? Me, that is who. You are trouble with beer. With liquor you would be a disaster. Elder Medisana laughed and sighed. You two really have no shame, do you? Sometimes when I see you two, I forget we are dragomen. Is there any difference? Alright, those were the rules you set from the last battle. You also rendered great service this time for dealing with Niz in front of everyone. Rurin was still upset at being yelled at by Allison, but her mouth spoke out to defend him. It was that bastard Niz's fault. If Allison had not done it, I would have. Allison was silent for a while, then asked, if you say that, do you mean I almost died? How could the one who told me not to get close to Niz trick me like this? Rurin sensed something was wrong and immediately asked, if I absorb one ancient treasure jade, I will become stronger than other dragomen. Absorbing 2 would allow me to rule the pure-blooded dragomen. If I absorbed 3, my power would be enough to rule all dragomen. In the war with the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King back then had only absorbed 2.5 jades. Allison, take this opportunity to absorb 1 more. If I guess correctly, the Dragon King's heart is already inside. Allison agreed with Elder Medisana. He had now absorbed 3 ancient treasure jades. If he were a dragoman, he would have become the sovereign. But this was also what puzzled him the most. Even if someone absorbed all 3 completely, would the ancient treasure jades continue to appear? Usually not. Only when a dragoman awakens as the Dragon King, no more jades would appear. No matter how many were stored, when the Dragon King is reborn, the remaining ones would disappear. The case of a human absorbing 3 jades has never happened, so it is hard to confirm. Allison fell into deep thought after hearing this. Elder Medisana wondered why he was asking about this. Allison hesitantly shared his speculation. It seemed someone was planning to resurrect the Dragon King. Elder Medisana was stunned. Rurin quickly voiced her thought. Could it be those who attacked Warfole village? That is right. I saw an organized group of dragomen attacking the place where I obtained the ancient treasure jade. I want to ask you to investigate that place. Medisana understood what needed to be done. He also speculated, could the reason he absorbed jades everywhere be? That is right. If someone is planning to resurrect the Dragon King, they will definitely target me, because they do not know if the ancient treasure jades will still appear with me. The elder suddenly sighed. So you used yourself as bait. You truly are a fool. After sighing, he was hit on his pitiful bald head. The one who struck was none other than his granddaughter Rurin. The elder wondered. He was clearly an elder. Rurin did not think that was the main concern. An unfortunate family, a helpless head. I hope you will help me investigate. Next morning at Elena's house. This amount of herbs should be enough for a short while. You are here only now, huh? Serena suddenly appeared behind Elena, scaring the timid girl. Why are you so startled? I like it here, so I plan to stay a little longer, Serena declared stubbornly. Only then did Elena see that the newcomer was Serena. I heard Miss Wren has prepared and repaired the residence for you. Serena's expression darkened, because that place is too spacious. Besides, I am still a patient. How dare you drive me away? You are colder than I thought, Serena said as she sprawled on the bed. No, I did not mean that. Are you not feeling better already? Serena pulled Elena's arm. Do you know something? Elena fell onto Serena, supported by her mother's knee. Serena chuckled. If you teach me how to convert magic power, I can occasionally help you with treatment. I am a dragoman who knows how to repay favors and take revenge. I do not know yet how you will repay, but seeing you two in this posture feels a bit off. Then, Lena stammered to ask if he would be fine with all vegetarian food. Big sister, there are people outside the door who saw you two and are evaluating you. Then eat at the restaurant from now on. What a way to enjoy life. While everyone was having fun, a pair of legs were running nonstop. The divine being Jiat was struggling to flee when a very melodic voice sounded from behind. Your escape skill is quite good, huh? Jiat stopped, looked back, and realized it was an acquaintance, Sydney. Sydney leisurely smoked a cigarette, hands on his hips, asking him. While Jiat was panting and stunned, Sydney casually listed a few of his failed tasks. I asked them to break through the wolf village gate, but you could not get through. After searching the human town, you let the black dragon find your weakness. Tell me, what reason do I have to spare you? Sydney asked darkly. Jiat quickly strained his neck to defend himself. Wait, on the contrary, this is an opportunity. This time, the human Allison has absorbed 3 ancient treasure jades. If we capture him, our plan will proceed smoothly. This news excited Sydney considerably. Very logical, is it not? Jiat smiled as if he already saw the words life spared before him. Sydney quickly swung his hand. A gust of wind swept past his neck. Jiat rolled his eyes and fell. That is hardly a reason for me to spare you. At the restaurant, someone had just finished a delicious meal and left. At that moment, Allison and Rurin were cleaning the dishes. Rurin turned to ask him if they would still open as usual today. I have already asked Elder Medisana to investigate. We have no urgent business now. Just then, someone came looking for him, calling out from outside the door. Brother Nellin brought an orange stone, happily saying, I have a gift for you. Honestly, I do not know if it counts as a gift. This is something I dug up from the mine. The senior said if I brought it to Brother Allison's restaurant, he would probably like it, so I brought it over. Allison indeed liked this salt stone very much. Nellen brought it but did not know it was a salt stone. Rurin quickly tasted a bit. It is naturally mineralized salt. Ah, so that is why the seniors said it would suit your restaurant, Allison. It makes me nostalgic for the old days. You said old days. While the two men chatted animatedly, Rurin cried out in pain because the salt stone was too salty. Allison said he was nostalgic for his time in the military. Thanks to this salt stone, he was able to fight at the training camp. Back in time, Allison had just crossed over to the new world and was immediately brought to the camp. He was still bewildered when the instructor there demanded his name. Seeing he was just dazed, the instructor angrily slammed the table. But when Allison said his name, it turned into some strange language. The instructor could not make out the words and sighed. What kind of pronunciation is that? Now that I mention it, you have not registered your hometown of Klon yet. The instructor thought Allison was crazy, so he decisively waved his hand. From now on your name will be Allison. Take this form to the counter next door and receive basic supply materials. Everything Allison received back then was very unfamiliar. The instructor with the red hat saw him struggling to lift his bag and mocked him. Oh God, can you not lift it properly? Moreover, Allison was also bullied by people he met for the first time. In a tent with over a dozen people sleeping together, even though they agreed to be quiet, all kinds of snoring and murmuring sounds filled the air. Allison stared wide-eyed, unable to sleep, only wishing that tomorrow would never come. Back then he was homesick, could only curl his legs and bite his lips, crying and calling for his mother. Yes, you did not hear wrong, he really missed his mother. However, the thing that hurt Allison the most was not that. What assaulted his senses every day was nothing other than the food here. Marching like eating mud just to get a bowl of food worse than pig feed made him indescribably frustrated. Like everyone else, he sat at the dining table and wondered in confusion. What the hell is this? It has been 2 whole weeks and I still have to eat this. How can everyone eat it without seeing any problem? Or am I the only weird one? The food truly had no flavor. I could tolerate other things, but this iodine-deficient taste was unbearable. Just a little bit of salt, the flavor would be so much better. Surely there must be someone else who felt the same. I cannot be the only one with such a strange palate. While doubting his taste, Allison heard 2 instructors nearby complaining about the food, but overall they were still indifferent about eating. After a week or 2, the training became less difficult. To open a restaurant, he first had to endure this place, but Allison had forgotten that. Though time passed, he still could not get used to the torment of 3 meals a day. He dazedly wondered if there was any place to find Salt Rock, if only the sea were nearby. Damn it, I do not want to go back to the mess hall anymore. Living miserably day after day, one day, the chance to change everything came. It was magic class. Cheer up, today you will learn attack magic. I am a 5th rank mage, exactly this old man with spiky hair and curled mustache. Because he was a high rank mage, he acted very haughty. Normally, new recruits hearing my theory is already a miracle. But given the current situation, if you can learn successfully, consider this an opportunity to become an official Imperial Mage. Start by closing your eyes and focusing on your inner senses. You can feel the flow of mana around you. Venin created a green energy sphere and explained, this is mana, the foundation of all magic. This circle gathers mana into one place, adding other circles to manipulate properties. The power of magic is determined by the perfection of mana, making it both basic and the most difficult. At this moment, Allison listened very attentively. For example, if we add the fire attribute here, then Venin created a fireball the size of a rice bowl and shot it at the training dummy. He explained that it would become the basic attack magic fireball. So who wants to try first? The soldiers strained with all their might to produce only a small spark of flame. But before it could reach the target, the flame went out. Venin angrily scolded that it was not strong enough. The fireball could not maintain its shape. Where are you aiming? Open your eyes. How are you sensing the mana? Hey, your mana is not being activated properly. Venin scolded nonstop, but the soldiers were still as dumbfounded as if they were from Delner. He gritted his teeth, thinking that even with the military shortage due to the war, there was nothing to be done with these greenhorns. Only chosen people like myself can use magic. Just as he was feeling smug, a blinding golden light shone, and a fireball as big as a beggar's bundle was shot out. It burned the training prop dummy Klon to ashes and exploded with a bang. The author of that cannon-like shot, Allison, had a dazed expression. The cliff behind was so affected that its edge collapsed. Everyone there, including Allison and Venin, stood frozen still. Hey, how did you do that? Venin excitedly grabbed Allison and asked, did I hear wrong? I just focused mana and shot a fireball as instructed, Allison replied innocently. How did you manage to focus the mana? Well, isn't all the floating smoke around us mana? Allison, having transmigrated with a dazed soul and having to start learning from scratch, was naturally gifted as a genius, making Venin break out in a cold sweat. You can see the mana in the air? Ah yes, the recruit Allison seems to possess abnormally high mana sensitivity. What? Venin was even more shocked by this news than by the afternoon explosion. This is a rare case in mana testing. Similar to Highlanders developing stronger breathing, people from areas sparse in mana often have high sensitivity. But this was also the first time the Black Hat instructor had seen it at such an extreme level. Forgot to introduce, this man is the head instructor of the Zoran Northern Training Camp. Enan was so angry he slammed the table. I also learned magic on my own, but it's very strange to explain it so simply. How can mere high sensitivity allow the immediate use of strong magic like that? Humans are influenced by environment and talent. It is not the high sensitivity that makes him a genius, but think of him as a genius born in a mana-sparse area. I have never considered him a genius. Regarding his performance, perhaps we should postpone his deployment to the front line and send him for advanced magic training instead. Allison, hearing this outside the door, was overjoyed. Who in their right mind likes going to the battlefield? While listening, the door opened, startling the man so much he had no place to hide in time. Venan warned sternly, do not get complacent just because you can shoot a fireball, you rookie. This training camp is funded by Imperial taxpayers' money. Since you have damaged it, try your best to restore it to its original state. Is this considered taking anger out on someone else? Bullying a subordinate? Though unconvinced, Allison still had to go clean up the mess he made. Not finished by nightfall, he muttered while sweeping. I do not know how high a 5th rank mage is, but it seems pretty high. However, his heart was narrow. He should have praised the recruit if they did well. Allison remembered his time in the old world. Oh my, our son got into a culinary high school? Yes, the results were just announced. Oh my, what a surprise. Mom is so proud of you. Hey, I think it was just luck. It is not luck, it is your talent. Mom knows in her eyes, the dishes you make are the best in the world. Allison collapsed remembering these things. A little praise would not kill anyone. Just as he was staring at the ground dejectedly, he saw some glowing orange-yellow stones. Allison picked them up to look, and found they were fragments from the cliff but had strange, sparkling edges. Thinking it impossible, Allison tasted it and was so stunned he fell to the ground sitting. It is salt rock. Is this really salt rock? Allison immediately thought of using this salt rock. The next morning, the mess hall hung a motto: eat with gratitude and do not leave leftovers. The soldiers receiving their food complained bitterly about having to eat this again. But today they had a huge surprise. Has the taste changed? Really, I want another bowl. Me too, the food is really delicious today. Hearing this, Allison's eyes sparkled wide open. Even those rough people noticed the difference. Just by adding a little salt, the flavor changed so much. Allison silently resolved to improve the food here bit by bit. Zoran asked his colleague, head instructor, did we change the cook? The red hat head instructor guessed. The cook did not change, but today's meal is good because salt was added. Zoran was very curious about where this change came from, so Allison tried to cook at night to improve each meal. Of course, there were times he grumbled. These people do not even bother washing the potatoes before cooking. It is too dark here, ouch. Perhaps they throw the vegetable clone into the pot without caring, so I will prepare them a bit. Should I cook some soup? And so by the time his hands were full of cuts, Allison was moved to tears when he received the food. This is it. Do you all understand? This is the minimum standard for a military meal. This was exactly what Allison longed for. Ideally, adding other spices or mushrooms would be best, but not sure if ingredients from this world are the same as home, so this is enough. Cannot be too greedy. Just as he brought the spoon to the bowl, Allison was called again. Zoran said with a dark face, come see the instructor after you eat. You know the reason, best yourself, right? Who knows what the hell? So Allison went to see the instructor, and the two faced each other in extreme tension. Zoran raised his chin and spoke first. Recruit Allison, I hear you have displayed extraordinary magical talent. Allison admitted that this matter was exactly as he had heard. That is good news. Strengthening the soldiers will provide a strategic advantage on the battlefield. However, there has been a frightening rumor spreading in the kitchen recently. Allison felt a little uneasy. She was very uneasy. Someone sneaks in at night and leaves before the cooks start using the kitchen. If he leaves before 5 a.m., he cannot be caught. But if caught, he will face severe punishment. Allison bit her lip, sweat streaming down. Seeing this, Zoran relaxed his facial muscles and said with a smile, but that is not the reason I called you here. I called you to congratulate you on your magic training achievements. Can you dispose of this for me on your way out? This is the result of a personal investigation. You can use it if you want. Yes, I understand. And they both held that scroll. Instructor Zoran asked again, do you understand, Recruit Allison? If he leaves the kitchen before 5 a.m., there is no way to catch him. Allison stiffened. At night, he lit a campfire. In the forest, he opened the scroll to look at it and laughed, haha. So he already knew everything. You can use it if you want, meaning the scroll only contained edible mushrooms and spices, meaning cooking properly. Right. So, with the tacit approval of the instructor, the meals became more delicious and abundant. In the end, the Northern Training Camp became famous for having the best food of all. Even after I was discharged, the cooks passed down the recipes and maintained that reputation. Looking back, it all started with that salt rock, so nostalgic. Nellen asked Allison if she was cooking that dish. Allison laughed it off. That is right, that exact flavor. The recipe is exactly the same. Let us relive the old memories together. Rurin looked at the pot of food and asked, "Is this the dish you ate when you were still in service?" From back when I was a trainee existing for some reason. Oh, I came to give a gift, but it seems I am the one being treated. Rurin, Nellen, eat first. It is just passable enough to fill the stomach. This is the best meal in the training camp later. Rurin grumbled and complained. Even Allison, when she ate it, found the nostalgic taste was not as good as in her memory. Food really does have a different flavor depending on the circumstances. Allison wondered if the old instructor could hear her. It had been a long time since she relived this memory. Honestly, she did not miss it that much. At the same time in the forest, someone was constantly wailing for food. Lady Serena lay on the table, groaning, "I need food, but where has she gone? Oh, I am so hungry, huh?" While she was lamenting, two children came over. "Excuse us, is Sister Elena here? My little brother fell and got hurt." Serena told the two children that Elena was not there. The girl suggested Serena treat her brother instead. Serena looked at the boy's scraped knee and declared, "This is just a small scratch. It will heal on its own. Go home quickly and ask for a bandage." The girl said awkwardly that their parents were at work, and her brother just kept crying. Serena clicked her tongue, struggling internally. Why do humans always make me feel so annoyed? When Elena returned, the two children were standing sweetly outside the door. "Thank you, miss, thank you so much." Elena recognized them and immediately asked, "Oh, you two got hurt? Ah, Sister Elena, we are fine now. The sister over there treated us." He, the new employee, seems kind. New employee? Elena was still confused. While Elena was confused, Serena stomped out angrily. "Why'd you only show up now? Did you treat those children?" I can use simple healing magic, but only this once." Elena grinned. "Oh, Madam Serena is really kind, isn't she?" Serena's face turned beet red and she immediately retorted, What? Don't talk nonsense, you are mistaken. And where have you been? I am starving to death here. I went to the Lord's castle for a medical checkup." "Oh, is that the person you mentioned before, the one in a coma?" "That is right, I heard it was due to poison. But it was so unusual that they did not recognize it at first. The Lord's brain is severely damaged. They tried many methods but have not seen any progress." "Brain damage from poison?" Serena thought for a while and said, Thinking about it now, there is someone who knows a lot about that. A brain researcher from another species." "What? Really?" Elena was extremely excited. Serena threw cold water on her again. "But it has been a long time, so I do not remember his name." Elena stared, frozen. "I do not even know if that person is still alive, but I will tell you if I remember later." "Yes, thank you." Just then, a bluebird flew to the window, a piece of paper tied to its leg. Serena also noticed it and asked where it came from. Elena explained that this bird species only lives in the elf forest. "That is a letter from my homeland. I have not received any news from them until now." Reading the letter from home, Elena was more shocked than if she had met a genius. "What is wrong? What does it say?" Elena trembled, sweat pouring out. The elf forest is in danger of being destroyed by a dragon man, and to avoid the disaster of extinction, I must become that dragon man's bride." Elena said, tears welling up in her eyes. "If they cannot find a suitable bride, they will burn down the entire forest." Serena sighed. "What? Oh my. I thought it was something serious. What should I do? Shouldn't I marry someone I love? At least I should learn a bit about them first." "Hey, you idiot, calm down. Them saying they will destroy everything if they do not get their way is just typical dragon race intimidation. So the elf forest is still fine, at least for now." Elena finally stopped crying and asked Serena if the information was true. She pulled a chair over leisurely. "And what is there to be afraid of? You have me here." Serena emanated a blazing aura. If only she had been like that when they were attacked by 4 black dragons, it would have saved so much trouble. "Take me to the elf forest. I will teach that arrogant dragon man a lesson." Meanwhile, in the elf forest, the messenger bird had returned. Another elf saw it and said, "Lady Neria, it seems the letter has been sent safely." What a relief that we cannot be certain whether the letter was sent out of the forest. Neria is an elder of the elf tribe. Though it is a bit abrupt to ask, is that letter too detailed? Will Elena really return to her homeland because of the threat from the dragon race? Neria believed Elena would return because she is very selfless. But as soon as she comes back, she is not sure the girl can solve the current problem. Elena has not even dealt with the immediate problem yet. Serena grimaced and yelled, "Hey, do you not trust me? I am trying to look cool here. Why bring them along?" "Allison, the restaurant is closed." "Rurin, what? Do you have a problem with that?" "Elena, please calm down, sir. It is not that I doubt your ability. I just want to prepare for every situation." "That is right. If I bring her along and then return with a hole in her back, Elena will have to carry everything." The 3 people talked with their heads down, without noticing Serena was furious. "It is because they attacked our council. Anyway, we'll go take a look at what Elena's husband candidate is like. Do not tease me anymore. Over here everyone is cheerful, but that other person is going crazy. Surrender quickly or everyone everyone will die. Finally, the group reached the edge of the elf forest. Without teleportation, the distance was quite far. The sky was bright, so they would just fly. I apologize, but the elf forest has magic that nullifies instant teleportation. It's fine, I have encountered this before in the dwarf clan mines. Stop, stand still, or you will be shot. What business do you have in the elf forest, intruders? The lead elf archer was a very cool-looking girl. Elena quickly spoke up. Lilinia, lower your bow. It is me, Elena. These people are... Miss Elena, I do not doubt you, but the others need to have their identities verified. You, the young man there, tell me your race and purpose. Allison said with a grimace, I am a human, here to assist Miss Elena. He noticed a flash of blue light was the elf's mind-reading eyes. Although he thought it was not a big problem, it was still very important. Approved. Next, the red-haired girl standing near you, state your race and purpose. Serena was about to state her identity when Allison interrupted. That is right, I forgot to tell you, my name is Allison. I live in Greg City and run a small restaurant that is very well reviewed. When you are free, you can stop by for a meal. Linnea got annoyed. Hey, I was not asking you. I am asking the red-haired girl next to you. Answer. An elf wearing a mask rushed over to stop her and whispered. Lilinia was surprised to receive Neria's orders. Shortly after, the order to lower weapons was given. Rurin tilted her head. Their attitude makes me angry. Hold on a bit longer. Things are going smoothly. Lilinia quickly apologized. We apologize for not recognizing the honored guests. It was disrespectful. Please come in. Chieftain Neria is waiting for you. Welcome to the elf forest. I apologize for the incident at the entrance. When I first heard the news, I was very surprised that Alina knew you, Sir Allison. It must have been a long journey for all of you. Allison thanked Neria for her hospitality, and Elena also looked surprised. Sir Allison and Chieftain Neria knew each other beforehand. No wonder they let the whole group in so easily. Elena thought she should not be surprised, as that day with the dragons was much more shocking. Neria said sadly, Elena, that must have been a difficult decision, yet you still came. I feel terrible for placing this burden on your shoulders. Elena asked tremblingly if it was about the marriage. Serena interjected. By the way, what is up with that guy? What idiot wants to marry her? Neria turned pale with fear upon hearing that. What do you mean by calling him an idiot? He can hear you. He is a dragoman, an almighty being. Rurin emanated a dark energy. Oh, give me a break. We are dragoman too. Serena chimed in. Our mission is to send that noble creature to the moon. Neria stood frozen then grimaced. Sorry, Allison, I have a headache. About that. I was planning to explain. Elena lowered her head. It is just a bit long-winded. Yes, they are also almighty beings. Neria suddenly felt a headache, her heart raced, and her face turned pale. Over here, the monstrous dragon was still causing chaos. Your life force is draining. Fine, the fat dragon used its thick hide to breathe smoke. Fine, if death is what you desire, I will grant it to you. Damn, this dragon was incredibly ugly enough to offend the eyes. His name was Iramantium. He was a gold dragon who had accepted tribute from the elf clan for generations. Neria recounted tremblingly. Rurin gritted her teeth and cursed that dragon as Anson. For over 100 years he had refused to accept tribute, but recently started demanding an elf bride for himself. Neria knelt on the ground and recounted. Allison told her to sit comfortably. Why act like that? Rurin wondered. But why does it have to be Elena? There are so many other elves in the forest. Initially, I planned to sacrifice myself for everyone, but the other elves stopped me because I am the chieftain. The elves kept crying, but Neria was determined to pave the way for the light. Do not be sad, sacrificing for the race is my honor, Chieftain Neria said. Who would have thought that before she even left the door, she heard the dragon? Iramantium decreed, go back, I do not like your hairstyle. Next. Neria thought she heard wrong, but Iramantium continued. Did you not hear me? I do not like you. Next. The other elves also returned smiling one by one after being rejected by the dragon. The whole clan was in an uproar preparing candidates, but they went and came back until there was no one left. Neria sobbed. He was not pleased with anyone. In the end, I had to ask Elena. If so, I think I will also be rejected. Rurin declared Klon, if he dares to hurt her, calmly lead me to his lair. Sulina seemed thoughtful, then suddenly she exclaimed, that is right, Iramantium, I remember now. It is him. A dragoman who studies the brains of other races. He can cure Lord Greg. This information shocked the group. You mean Darren's father? Rurin immediately said, then we do not need to drive him away, we must capture him. Allison agreed. That is right, we cannot let him go. Just then, an elf rushed in to report that Iramantium was approaching. Neria guessed he was angry because he had not seen a new candidate. He was extremely cautious and kept away from other dragomen. Although he had demanded tribute for generations, he had never let anyone guard him. When he sensed the energy of another dragoman, he would immediately immediately flee his lair. Serena immediately thought of needing something to attract him. Allison agreed with the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain so he would not notice anything else. And so everyone looked at Elena. Elena lamented again. Wait, did not everyone come to do the opposite? She objected, but it was futile. Over here, the vicious dragon was still trampling the forest trees. The elf fighters were red-faced with exertion. Call all the teams here, hurry up. Damn elves, you dare insult me. The dragon with the pig legs truly hurt the eyes. Iramantium roared, opening his mouth to breathe fire. Die in trembling and regret. Sir Iramantium. Neria appeared with the bride here. Sorry for the delay, but she is the most beautiful elf of the clan, so she needed more time to prepare. I am sure she will meet your standards when you see her, Neria said as she removed the hood. Elena became a beautiful bride, shyly stuttering an introduction. My name is Elena. Oh my, the half-breed dragon was also blushing profusely. It was truly too magnificent. Done, he achieved it, ha ha ha. He laughed like a madman. You should have brought a lady like this from the very beginning. Amidst the hearty laughter of the old dragon lord finally marrying a beautiful wife, 3 figures in the area were observing from a suitable distance. Allison said angrily, you all try to hide your presence. Alright, I think he has become infatuated with Elena. Serena remarked, let us prepare to capture him when he leaves this place. So the whole group followed him back to his lair. Elena walked while wondering why those 3 were not ready yet. Just then, Iramantium turned back and asked, your name is Elena, correct? Elena, startled, replied, yes, Lord Iramantium. Do not call me that. The old dragon used his claw to hold a maid outfit. He blushed and demanded, from now on, call me master in a formal manner. Elena held the outfit, wanting to cry, but she told herself to endure. The others would surely save her soon. In the pitch-black cave, a soft voice called out, Master. Iramantium grunted in acknowledgement, then turned to ask Elena, what is the matter? I told you not to enter the research room. Elena, looking shy in the maid outfit, said, this research room is a bit dirty and messy. Let me clean it for you, Master. What do you think? If possible, please leave the room for a moment. Her cute appearance excited Iramantium greatly. He said agitatedly, not like that. That forceful statement made Elena step back in fear. She asked with a trembling voice, what? Is it not like this? I am sorry, Master. Iramantium scolded angrily, you look so cheap. Do not keep apologizing to me like that. Be confident and follow my lead. He coldly raised his claw and said, we are not lonely, are we? Just like my disgusting body. Although I acted coldly at first, you will gradually open up to my friendly personality. Elena made an annoyed face, then nodded in agreement, yes. Seeing this, he said with amusement, that is right, that exact expression. Iramantium posed, now look at me with that expression. Elena was secretly terrified, this is too weird. They clearly said to hide first. She quickly looked for Allison's group, where were they after all? But as soon as she looked up, she saw 3 pairs of eyes watching intently. Serena whispered excitedly, her face is turning red. Rurin murmured, he told her not to say sorry anymore. Their nosy demeanor infuriated Elena. She shot a sharp glare in their direction. Suddenly, Elena yelled, are you guys spying on me from that spot? Iramantium confusedly looked where she was staring and asked, what? 3 of them also exclaimed in panic, we have been caught. Seeing Allison's group, Iramantium asked in shock, what are you people doing here? Do you know Elena? In an instant, the 3 of them were ready in battle positions. Allison coldly ordered to capture him. Iramantium turned his head in fear and ran. He cursed angrily without stopping, damn it, those are no dragonkin. Iramantium tried to use instant teleportation to escape, but suddenly found his magic broken. He let out a confused sound. Seeing the 3 preparing to launch an attack, Iramantium yelled irritably, hey, if that is the case, then only the cave entrance leads to the forest. Stay there, you fools. But in an instant he was bound by magic and thrown aside. Serena glared at him sharply and asked, where does this bastard think he is running off to? Iramantium stubbornly cursed, release me. How dare you bastards trespass in my private residence? At the same time, a wave of killing intent appeared behind Serena and Rurin, sending a chill down their spines. Elena asked darkly, since when have you guys been spying on me? The 2 immediately denied it, because this guy's teleportation magic was not set with just 1 or 2 types. Allison beside them covered his mouth and nodded in agreement. It probably was not just 1 or 2 types. Elena raised an eyebrow, noticing him, and called him Allison. He immediately shifted the blame. Sorry, those peasants thought Miss Elena's reaction was interesting, so they told me to stay and watch a bit longer. Serena angrily rushed over and hit him, yelling, hey, you dare sell us out. You clearly also said you wanted to see Elena's new outfit. Rurin said furiously, you are something else. Allison immediately retorted, what are you people saying? Anyone hearing that would get the wrong idea. At that moment, Elena suddenly blushed and asked shyly, really? Do I suit this outfit well? Allison quickly replied, no, they made that up. Her expression made Serena a bit curious. Now, Iramantium on the side was mumbling incessantly. Rurin asked curiously, what has he been mumbling about this whole time? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared surrounding him. He laughed loudly and said, you fools, you have made a mistake. At that moment, in the elf forest, a voice called out to Lady Neria. Then, the air was silent for a few seconds. Lilinia hesitantly asked if Elena would be all right. Neria gently reassured her, do not worry. she said confidently. Alina has brought some truly amazing people along with her. Suddenly, everyone gathered to one side, making Neria curious, so she looked over. Two walked over to check, and a blue sphere suddenly appeared, floating in the air. Neria asked in wonder, what is that? Just then the sphere unexpectedly exploded. A cloud of black smoke was released. The powerful destructive force terrified the two of them. Linnea quickly covered her nose and called Lady Neria, but unfortunately Neria had inhaled the toxic gas and her gaze became dazed. Immediately after, everyone in the tribe also became dazed. Suddenly, everyone simultaneously drew their swords. Each person instinctively pointed their sword at themselves. Back at the cave, Iramantium laughed in warning. To destroy the magic that has been set, you must check not only this place but also the elf forest. Release me now, leave Alana behind, and quickly get out of here. He shouted, if you do not, you will witness every elf in the forest commit suicide. Hearing this, everyone was panicked and speechless. At that moment, Rurin looked toward the forest. Seeing the blue energy, she murmured, it seems something is spreading in the forest. Ah, this. Her expression turned serious, and she said it is true. It feels like a knife stabbing into the neck. Serena wondered, could a high-level creature have the ability for wide-range mind control? Hearing this, Aramantium confidently replied, I have studied creature brains for 100 years. This kind of control is nothing for me. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted in a pained voice, this is the magic I perfected while gritting my teeth watching countless bride candidates abandon me. No one knows about my pure love. Alina, do you want to be the one I use this magic on? At that moment, Aramantium's reason seemed to have vanished. He spoke threateningly, you decide now, will you try to abandon the elf tribe or not? He grew more agitated, or maybe let those bastards leave and become my bride. Alina cried out to stop him, wait, I understand, I will become your bride so... Suddenly, Alice interrupted with a massive source of magic and said, you do not have to do that. He solemnly placed a magic circle on the ground and spoke, are you Aramantium? If it were pure love, you would not threaten like this, and you would not need to force her. Now the circle has suddenly appeared right in the elf tribe forest. In a flash, a dazzling surge of magic power suddenly descended upon each member of the tribe. Under the influence of the magical power, their consciousness seemed to resist, and Neria's hand holding the sword trembled incessantly. Done with the task, Allison smiled reassuringly at her, saying everyone would be safe. Elena fell to her knees in joy, exclaiming, what a relief. Thank you, sir. Elena shakily expressed her gratitude to Allison. Aramantium asked in disbelief how such a thing could happen. Rurin glared at him angrily, moving her wrist and saying that guy didn't seem easy to coax. Serena sighed in agreement, saying they had to hit him first, wondering if Elena would be okay. Elena burst into loud sobs. Yang coldly looked at him and replied that he was the worst dragonman he had ever met. Aramantium, however, grew excited at that sincere verbal abuse, exclaiming that Elena was exactly that right now. He secretly rejoiced, thinking it was wonderful, but immediately suffered countless blows from Baron and Serena. That evening, after dealing with Aramantium, everyone returned to the elf forest. The whole tribe was overjoyed, lighting a fire to celebrate their liberation. They held a grand feast, with the sound of music echoing everywhere. As soon as she returned, Elena burst into tears and threw herself into Neria's arms. Aramantium, covered in wounds, lay by the forest watching them happily, tiredly wondering if he was going to be okay. During the feast, Serena looked at the food hesitantly. Is this a feast? It's all grass. Rurin happily took a bite of a vegetable and said it's pretty good actually. Rurin handed Serena a bottle of seasoning and she curiously asked what it was. Rurin replied it was Allison's sauce, and it would taste better mixed with the vegetables. Serena immediately lunged forward to snatch it, saying if it was good, she should share. Rurin snatched it back and yelled, come get it yourself, you idiot. Neria stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I do not know how to express my gratitude fully, but the elf tribe will never forget this kindness. Thank you all. She softly continued, talking about how they freed them from the magic. Rurin, while eating, refuted that she was mistaken, that they had only escaped from that beggar. She calmly stated that the one who freed them was Allison. Hearing that name, Neria was astonished. Serena burst out laughing. I thought you already knew Allison did it. Neria hesitantly asked again, could we not have controlled all the magic here ourselves? At the feast table, Allison cheerfully held a bottle of sauce and asked who wanted salad dressing. Everyone smiled and answered in unison, a little please. As he poured the dressing, he thought to himself that he had brought it because he thought he might need it, and it turned out to be true. After eating, everyone excitedly discussed the fresh taste of the dressing. Allison quietly walked over to the statue and said, come on, you should eat too. He looked at the statue and said, it has been a long time since I last saw you. I am very glad. His only reply was the silence of the air. Allison remained gentle. You look more like a statue than a living person. Suddenly remembered the last time when this person had come to shove him and call his name. Back then, Allison was a 7th rank mage mercenary, chewing on a chicken leg while forcing a smile as he asked back. That person angrily shouted, and Allison retorted nodded in anger as well. Errol sat idly by and said, "Here we go again." Vedin, the elf hero, bluntly poured out his salad and demanded meat. Allison asked Vedin why he still demanded food when he could not digest it. Vedin admitted that his cooking was so good he could digest it. Darren chimed in, "I think the elf-dwarf war made more sense." The other two shouted at him in unison. Darian grew serious and pointed over there, telling them to stop arguing and look. Seeing the monsters attacking the villagers, Darian realized they were a swarm of bugs. Allison said the refugees were under attack. Vedin sighed in annoyance and said, "Let's go." A villager was picked up by a bug, about to be eaten, and screamed in fear, begging for mercy. Immediately after, a massive surge of power struck the bug directly in the face. The blow enraged the rest, making them charge forward. Furiously slammed against the refugees' barrier shield. A girl behind the shield burst into tears in terror, but something appeared that confused her. A man spotted Allison's group and shouted, "Those are the three heroes." The person beside him said joyfully that they were saved. Darian grandly declared that the bugs were forbidden from killing people, kidnapping, or attacking other races, or they would be annihilated. Vedin quietly reminded him to give them the right to counterattack. Allison said irritably for him not to ruin the moment. Darian pointed at the bugs, adding that any additional rules were fine, but if they'd not want to die, they should get lost now. Returning to the present, Allison laid out the food and said that from then on, he had always followed the rules, and he was sure that must be a relief for him. He looked at the piece of meat and then spoke, "Or perhaps you do not want me to do that." Someone approached and Allison asked softly, "Do you resent me?" Nelia slowly replied, "Lord Vedin would not have done that." Allison smiled and asked back, "You think so?" He suddenly grew serious and asked Neria directly. Allison recalled and asked her if she resented him for bringing Vodin's body back 2 years ago. At that time, seeing Sarkvan and Neria's face went blank as if she had lost a loved one. Pulling herself from the memory, Neria shakily recounted Vedin's promise. She burst into tears, saying that he had helped Vedin keep his promise, so she could not resent him. Neria asked Allison if Vedin had contributed to the power he had today. Hearing this, the hand pouring his wine froze. He gradually calmed down, poured the wine, and replied, "Not just a small part. I owe him my entire life." Allison gently handed Neria a glass of wine and said the true savior of the elf tribe was not him. He raised his glass high and called for a toast to the newly revealed hero. The next morning, a clear blue sky began to appear over the elf tribe's forest. Lilinia bowed respectfully, giving her thanks once again for saving the elf tribe and thanking everyone. Burin pointed at Iramantium and said not to worry, he would not be able to return to his lair. Elena cheerfully told the elves she was very happy to see everyone after such a long time. Iramantium shouted in panic, asking where they were taking him. Sorina snapped at him to shut up, and that he would know when they got there. Burin suddenly spoke up, asking Allison if his conversation with the tribe leader yesterday was quite long. Allison asked back if her hearing was quite good, and if she had heard everything already. Elena silently wondered if Lord Allison had talked with Lord Neria. Rurin, walking beside him, said it seemed Neria did not know he had absorbed the ancient gem. Allison said that was a secret from others. Upon hearing this, Sorina, Elena, and Iramantium were all bewildered with exclamations of "huh," "what," and "hmm." Rurin ignored them and continued, saying that Sorina and Elena had seen him absorb the gem. Iramantium curiously asked again. Sorina said it was nothing strange since he was already strong. Allison up ahead nodded in acknowledgement. Allison asked if Neria realized that, and if she could deduce it from what had happened. Rurin said it was because he had displayed that type of magic. Allison glanced slightly at Iramantium and said that, regardless, they came here to help Elena. Iramantium was still dazed, asking again if he had really absorbed the gem. That evening, in a certain castle, a voice rang out saying it had received a gift like never before, one that smelled unlike anything else. As the door opened, Dear Greg rushed over excitedly and called out to his master. Allison slowly stepped in and apologized for the abrupt arrival. De'Aaron smiled and said the restaurant had been closed for a while, but was now open again. He said in astonishment that he was very surprised to receive news of his master coming to the castle. Allison nodded, confirming this was his first official visit. Once inside, Allison looked around and asked where the others were. De'Aaron replied that they were in the next room. He led Allison to meet his father. When introduced, Bernard Gregg asked in a daze if this master was the guest. Aaron proudly pointed at Allison and said this was the person who had helped him greatly. Allison introduced himself by name. Seeing his face, Bernard Gregg suddenly associated him with someone else. She exclaimed in shock, "You are..." Lady Gregg hurriedly asked where he had been all this time. Allison smiled and replied that the lady still remembered him. Allison leaned down and quietly asked De'Aaron if she knew he was the one who destroyed Dizran's castle. The boy forced a smile and said no one knew except him. Bernard grasped his hand emotionally and said she had wanted to find him to express her gratitude for saving her and her son. Allison calmly released his hand and said the lady did not need to thank him yet. He asked seriously if there was still one person who had not been saved. The question made the two Greggs, mother and son, become awkward. At the same time, Rurin dragged a man in. That man bowed his head and said, "I understand." Adamantium looked around and asked which person needed treatment. Rurin kicked him, pointed toward the other side, and warned him not to pull any strange tricks. He walked over to Leon Greg's bed and asked if this was the person. Aaron glared at him angrily and said he did not know who that man was. Allison patted his shoulder to calm him and told him to just watch. Adamantium gently touched his head and said the brain was severely damaged. He did not know who the poisoner was, but the poison was very dangerous. Adamantium said in a low voice, "Let me see," and then gently blew a breath onto his body. Immediately, a mystical magic array appeared on Leon Greg's body. After a moment, he gradually regained consciousness. Bernard Gregg called out to the Count emotionally, and Darren choked up, calling out "Father." Leon Gregg opened his weak eyes and looked toward them. He spoke in a faint voice, calling out "My lady." Hearing that voice, both mother and son immediately burst into tears. They both rushed to hug him, calling out "Lord Leon" and "Father." Allison smiled benevolently at the warm scene. He suddenly remembered his own mother, remembering the old images. Allison had to force back the emotions welling up inside him. Urin, laughing, removed the restraining magic from Adamantium and warned that if he dared cause trouble, he would not be forgiven. He nodded in response. Edison stepped forward and called for Rurin to go. She asked back, had he healed the Count? Wasn't he staying to receive a reward? He said, "We have enough money already." He looked at their family scene and said, "How could we break up this moment of reunion?" In the end, they left, giving the space back to the Gregg family. By the time they returned to the restaurant, it was already late at night. Allison sighed in relief and said he would go to sleep after preparing things for tomorrow. Rurin agreed. He placed the magic coin on the table and said the one who secretly drank the beer was the reason it was all gone. Hearing this, Rurin jumped. Allison gently used the coin and thought to himself that this was the first summoning since absorbing the ancient gem. He felt a little less tired now. The coin on the table shook continuously. A source of black magical power appeared, making Allison exclaim in astonishment. He looked at the darkness before him and asked in shock what that was. That evening, in the silent night, a figure walked slowly on the empty street. Allison yawned as he walked, thinking that even preparing ingredients had made it this late. At that moment, from a street corner came a trembling voice, "I surrender." Seeing this, Allison shouted, "Hey Rurin, what are you doing there?" That girl turned around with sharp, cold eyes and angrily asked back, "Rurin, what are you saying?" At her feet lay the shadow of a man who was beaten black and blue. She looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" The question stunned Allison. "What?" He stared blankly around the familiar street corner before letting out a heavy sigh. Allison looked at the girl in front of him, wondering why Doreen was wearing a school uniform. Seeing he did not answer, she asked angrily, "Hey, just who are you?" Allison held his face in confusion. "Why am I here?" A thought suddenly flashed. He remembered this was where he once lived before being dragged to another world. Right then, a car appeared behind him. Upon returning to this place, Allison burst into sobs. He had missed it so much. He whispered softly, "I want to go back." At that moment, the car from earlier stopped right in front of him. In an instant, Rurin suddenly appeared and shook him awake. "Allison, wake up." Allison looked at the girl before him and softly called her name, Rurin. She saw the strange cars around and screamed in shock. "What is this?" Rurin trembled in fear and asked, "Where are we?" Allison woke up in a daze and asked, "Is this not a dream?" The girl by the roadside approached worriedly to ask, "Excuse me, are you two okay?" The kind girl took out her phone, asking if they were hurt and if she should call 911. Rurin quickly asked back, "What is 911?" Before she could finish, Allison stopped her. He said, "We are fine, not injured." Allison shouted an apology to everyone, then grabbed Rurin and ran away. That girl stared blankly after them, wondering why their clothes were so strange. Allison took Rurin to a safe place, then began to introduce this world. After listening, Rurin exclaimed in shock, "What? This is your hometown?" She looked around curiously and said, "So it looks so strange with iron cars and towering buildings." Allison calmly replied, "To me, it is also old. It looks interesting." His eyes grew calmer, his voice gentle as he said, "I never thought." He admired this beautiful city, and then continued, "that I could return to this place." Rurin looked around with interest and asked curiously, "If this is your hometown, then you must know it well. Where are we?" Allison replied, let me see." He suddenly remembered the girl earlier and thought, that thing I saw was definitely a mobile phone. It looks like a new model. Looking at the skyscrapers and strange vehicles, Allison guessed that time had probably passed for over 15 years, just like in the other world. Suddenly another thought flashed, but after observing carefully, he felt doubtful. Even if the buildings changed, the road structure should still be the same as before. Perhaps if I compare the locations of intersections and expressways with my memories from 15 years ago. Finally, Allison naively scratched his head and admitted he did not know where he was. Rurin was shocked. "You said this was your hometown." A comforting voice rang out, "Do not worry too much." He suddenly remembered someone and said, "I know where we can go." Suddenly he reached into his pocket and took out an item, saying, "Fortunately." Allison held a gold coin in his hand, confidently saying, "We do not need to worry about money anymore." The next morning at the horse ranch in the other world, Lynn saw Minton and Ment approaching and greeted them. "Hello, seniors." Ment smiled and replied, "You came early." Minton approached to open the ranch gate and said, "It is still cold this morning." Mint nodded in agreement. If Wei Pief had not rebuilt the stables, we would be in trouble. At this moment, Lin walked over and said it seemed the restaurant opened late today. It was pitch black inside. He asked in surprise, "Really?" Menti suspiciously wondered. He is not the type to sleep in, is he? In the present world, Allison had taken Rurin to change clothes. Rurin looked with interest at the strange clothes and asked, "Are these the clothes of your world?" He replied, "That is right. The ones earlier were too eye-catching." He sighed softly, thinking to himself he could not change as much money from the gold as he had thought. Earlier, Allison had gone into a currency exchange. The owner looked at the coin and said this was pure gold. He smiled and said it could be exchanged for 4,000,000 won. The owner continued if he had an ID card he would pay in cash. Rurin asked blankly, "What now?" Upon hearing this, Allison stiffened, asking back, "An ID card? Then what about this?" Allison looked at the stack of money he just exchanged, finally accepting to sell it at half price, on the condition that the man did not ask for ID. Since when did a 500,000 won bill exist like this? Suddenly Rurin rubbed her stomach and asked, "Allison, are you not hungry?" He put the money into his backpack and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Allison quickly searched for a restaurant. "Any good restaurants around here?" Seeing a restaurant, he excitedly exclaimed, "A Chinese restaurant. That is right, black bean noodles are the best choice." He told Rurin, "Let us eat there." She eagerly asked, "What are we eating?" When they stepped inside and tried the black bean noodles, Rurin was utterly astonished. She happily laughed and said, "It is so delicious, Allison. This dish is really good." Rurin naively said, "You should eat quickly too." But when he looked at the price, Allison froze. He groaned in pain. "It is not just clothes that are expensive." He continued painfully, "In my time, black bean noodles were only 4,000 won." Rurin helplessly said, "You sound just like an old man." Finally, Allison closed the menu and decided, "All right, why bother saving?" He told Rurin, "Next we will eat rice cakes and intestines too. We will eat everything we want." Rurin excitedly asked, "Everything we want to eat? Then do not regret it." The two happily ate and played. "Drink this, it is so spicy." It using a fire dragon spell. When the shaved ice was brought out, Allison smiled and reminded, "Your head will hurt if you do not eat it slowly." Rurin happily said, "It is so sweet, I love this. It is delicious." The two finished eating in the restaurant and then went to the street stalls. Rurin quickly took a big bite and then yelled it was too hot. Allison held the food and introduced, "It is called teokbokki." Rurin excitedly dragged him to another place. "Allison, this too." Allison looked at the sign and hesitantly said, "This place does not have food." At this time in the other world, at Allison's restaurant, Serena was banging on the door and yelling loudly. After calling for a long time with no response, she angrily wondered where they had gone. Serena said angrily their day off ended yesterday. Elena held her stomach in pain and said, "I am so hungry." Klon also sadly said, "We will surely starve to death." He looked at Ment and asked, "Ment, did you hear anything from them? They have never left without saying anything." Ment sighed and replied, "I do not know either. We are also confused here. Customers came one by one and then left in anger. They are taking another day off? Then I came for nothing. They do not even know if the food is good." Ment watched the number of customers leaving and painfully thought, "This is a big problem. We do not know when they will return. If regular customers keep leaving, the restaurant's reputation will be severely damaged." Minton worriedly asked if something had happened to them. Ment sighed and said he thought so too, but even Bereneric's group listened to them. Tratlin suggested that they should do it this way instead. He said, "All three of our meals were cooked by manager Allison, right? And surely everyone knows how the food here tastes." Lin made a bold suggestion since the ingredients were available in the kitchen. "Why don't we manage the restaurant while he is away?" The two Minton asked in surprise, "What?" As for Allison, after a long day he tiredly said he could not eat anymore. Green happily rubbed her belly and said she was too full, had eaten everything here. Allison smiled and said he was glad she liked them. On the train, Rurin curiously asked what this was. "Another big iron cart." He replied it was called a train. Since the destination was far, they had to use this vehicle. Using teleportation would cause a commotion. Rurin admired the beauty outside and then said, "Let us go." She asked seriously, "We are going to meet your mother, right?" Allison was a bit surprised, smiled and asked if she already knew. Rurin replied how could she not notice when he kept being so excited. Suddenly the scene before them made Rurin widen her eyes. The sky outside had been tinged with orange as dusk fell. She took a deep breath and then laughed excitedly. "Your homeland looks beautiful, doesn't it?" The peaceful image made Rurin exclaim she liked it. Contrary to her eager expression, Allison was quieter, his gaze distant. He pondered for a while then called out, "Rurin," she asked in wonder, "what is it?" Allison looked straight at her and asked, "What would you say if I asked whether we could stay here?" His voice hesitated as he asked about living here forever and never returning. The question made her ask back in confusion. On the train, Allison hesitantly said he had thought about that since arriving in this world. The peaceful scene made him continue. Now the ancient jade is gone. The threat from the Dragon King has also vanished, right? His eyes became sorrowful and he said that was why he was wondering. After some thought, Allison spoke up. What if we started a new life here? Rurin fell into contemplation, unconsciously drawing circles on the window glass. Receiving no answer, Allison said awkwardly that of course she did not need to reply immediately. He had caught her off guard, right? Realizing his lapse, he shyly said to take it easy and tell him after she decided. Suddenly Rurin spoke up, hey. She lowered her voice and asked if she refused, would he give up life here and return with her? He had no intention of living here, right? Long ago, when they were still in the forest with Vedin and Darien. While Vedin was fast asleep, Allison secretly drew a formation array. Vedin groggily woke up and asked what he was doing. Allison's body was trembling from exhaustion. He slowly replied that he had finally succeeded. He weakly touched the magic circle and commanded to take him home. Take him. Vedin was startled, rushed over to grab his neck tightly and cursed. Oh God, this bastard is at it again. Vedin hurriedly turned to Darien and said to stop him quickly. Allison struggled and yelled, let me go. Darien angrily cursed, that thing will close very fast. Do you want to lose your fingers? Hearing that, Allison got scared and had to test it with a piece of paper, saying he understood, let him go. As soon as the paper was inserted, the explosion occurred, its destructive force spreading throughout the forest. After the earthquake, the magic circle slowly faded away, and Allison lay down exhausted, gasping for air. Vedin angrily scolded Allison. I told you to stop this spell. This is a magical problem you cannot handle. Van N warned in a cautious voice. You will not be able to use magic for a few weeks now. Suddenly, Allison asked Daryl, will you return to the mining district after the war? He slowly sat up and continued asking Vedin, and you, will you go back to the elf forest? Your fiancé is waiting for you, right? Vedin nodded and replied, that is correct. Hearing this, Allison said in pain, what about me? He burst into sobs and said, where am I supposed to go now? A trembling voice echoed through the forest. Someone please answer me. When all of this ends, where in the world am I supposed to go? Back in the present, the painful memory made Allison fall into thought. Finally he replied, have I ever abandoned you? Hearing this, Rurin's eyes lit up. She smiled excitedly and said, you would not do that, right? After that, Allison decided to go home first. Rurin happily agreed, great, let us go to your den. In the other world, customers excitedly asked each other. They heard the restaurant reopened. The other person replied skeptically, but the owner is away. They looked at each other and discussed. I thought so too. Probably not. Come back next time. Inside the restaurant, everyone was busily preparing food. Ngo looked at the thinly sliced meat and asked if this was enough. Ment praised your experience as good. Lin excitedly said perfect. Then he quickly bent down to search. Now just need to grill it. Where did I put the wood? Minton asked naively, I thought you did everything with magic. Lin stammered magic. Minton replied frankly, that is right. Then both turned to look at Elena. Elena quickly understood. She immediately created a flame with magic. The flame was tiny. Elena said shyly, I learned this to use when camping. Lin muttered too small. Serena added more magical power and said blaze. The flame immediately burst up brightly. Serena confidently said, do not worry about the fire, just focus on cooking. Seeing the huge flame, Lin thought in amazement, not knowing who she was, but the problem was solved. Minton immediately put on an apron and said, great, the ingredients are prepared. I can start cooking now. Let us open the restaurant doors. The first customer walked in, but the first dish served was burnt black. The customer looked and was speechless. He said, listen, I am a miner. This is called coal, the thing I see at work. Why are you giving me this to eat? Lin said in a fluster, I am sorry. We will redo it. The customer asked suspiciously strange. Are you feeding me coal because I am a miner? In the kitchen, Klon held a seasoning bottle and looked at the plate of vegetables asking if he should add more. Mitten worriedly asked what that was. Before he could finish speaking, the man already sprinkled it in. The dish was served. The customer immediately spat it out and asked, what the hell is this? Isn't this dish supposed to have a fresh taste? Why is it so salty? Ment immediately took out the bottle of sugar seasoning and asked Klon, that's salt, right? Klon naively replied, I think so. After it was seasoned, the customer tried it but then spat it out. How could it be this sweet? Then came countless complaints. Do it again. Call the owner out. I want a refund. Lin in the kitchen was worried sick. What should I do? If this continues, the restaurant will collapse before the owner returns. He fearfully watched the blazing flame, thinking he had to deal with the fire first. But as soon as he put the meat in, it instantly burned black. Lin turned and saw Serena excitedly making fire, then fearfully thought to himself that she had no intention of lowering the flame. How could the meat cook if it wasn't grilled? Lin whispered in panic, if you add water, you won't be able to cook anymore. Bruck looked at the pot of soup beside him and said, "Wait, maybe I can do it." At the same time in the real world that night, Allison and Rurin were strolling on the main street. Rurin called out and asked, "We haven't gotten lost since we arrived here, have we?" Allison confidently replied, "Of course." He looked at the surrounding buildings and said, "Although things have changed, there are also things that haven't. Whether it's 15 or 30 years from now, I won't get lost in my hometown." Two walked and chatted until they reached a certain road, where Allison stared intently at the familiar path. "I really miss this place, my home." They finally arrived at the familiar apartment complex. He smiled happily, looking up at that room, the place he could return to, and softly whispered, "I'm home." The two immediately went up to Allison's mother's room. Standing in front of the door, he nervously raised his hand and knocked lightly a few times. Seeing Allison sigh in relief, Rurin gleefully teased him, "You're nervous." Her voice startled Allison into remembering. He asked, "Rurin, how should I introduce you?" She honestly replied, "Shouldn't you tell her the truth about the dragon person?" Allison scratched his head and asked, "Are you joking?" His heart was uneasy. Does she still recognize me? Even though 15 years have passed, my hair is the same. He called out, "Mom, it's me." But there was no response. A quiet air enveloped them. Rurin hesitantly said, "This place is really quiet." Allison wondered, "Is she sleeping? Let me call again." Just then the door next door slowly opened. The neighbor woman curiously asked, "Who are you? I'm sorry, but..." Seeing Allison, she blankly thought she had never seen this man before. He awkwardly replied, "Sorry, I've come to visit mother in room 604. The neighbor glanced at that room and exclaimed two words, "Oh my God." She widened her eyes and asked, "You are Ms. Jiang He's son?" Allison excitedly confirmed, "Yes, I am her son." He quickly asked, "Do you know where my mother is?" The girl hesitantly replied, "She doesn't live here anymore. Can you follow me for a bit?" A while later, on the road, the girl recounted that when she moved here 5 years ago, she got to know the lady because she was busy with work. She only knew how to survive on instant noodles. Then the lady started cooking side dishes for her, and they became close. She looked at Allison and said, "When she ate, she always talked about her son, saying he was about my age, and now I see it's true." Neighbor introduced herself, "By the way, I'm a writer, though not famous yet." Suddenly Allison interrupted, "Sorry, but..." He looked at the unfamiliar road and asked, "Where are we going?" The girl paused for a moment, then said, "Ms. Jiang, he missed you terribly. I advised her to look for you, but she refused." Hearing that, the atmosphere became heavy. The girl asked, "Why?" She led him to the grave and tearfully asked, "Why did you decide to come back only now?" Her voice trembled with reproach. "You should have come back 2 years earlier." The neighbor took a drink from a leather pouch and said she had been fighting stomach cancer even before they met. She slowly put down the bottle of liquor, her voice trembling as she recounted. She had surgery to remove her stomach so she couldn't eat or drink. She liked watching others eat well, so she took good care of me. Saying this, her tears fell uncontrollably. But 3 years ago, the cancer returned. She was hospitalized, and then later. Looking at the grave before him, Allison's eyes immediately blurred, his heart aching. Why haven't I reunited with my mother yet? Memories of his mother kept surfacing, the image of her smiling and asking, "Are you hungry? Sit down, my child." That gentle voice and those caring words. The food my mother cooked probably only exists in my memory now. Allison wept and whispered to himself, "I never expected things to turn out like this." Girl gently wiped her tears and said, "Honestly, I don't care what you did, it's too late now." She sadly said, "Even if you explain, she can't come back." But then she reached into her pocket and took something out and said, "But..." She handed the old letter to him. "This is the letter she left behind." After handing it over, she turned and left. Before leaving, she asked, "She said it fell into her house. You wrote it, right? She thought you came to get it back, so she wrote the answer right below it." Allison softly hummed in response. She angrily spoke up, "But it seems you didn't even think about retrieving it." As soon as she left, Allison slowly opened the letter. Reading the content inside, his eyes became unusually sorrowful. Rurin hesitantly asked, "Did this paper come from the Reuben Empire?" She asked, "Is this letter yours?" Every line of confession cut into his heart. "Mom, you won't believe it, but I am in another world. This place is very different. I'm telling the truth." Just after reading it, Allison fell to his knees in pain, saying that the magic was unstable, but he wanted to send a letter back. Even though he couldn't return, he still wanted Mother to know he was okay. He wrote everything from becoming a level archmage to his plan to open a restaurant. He trembled and gritted his teeth, saying that even though there was a way to send letters, he soon gave up because he thought he couldn't receive a reply. Allison painfully shed tears, his voice faltering, but Mother replied, "Go ahead and open the restaurant. You've become an archmage, have you? After you open it, remember to invite me. I love you, my child." Edison cried and blamed himself. How could I be so stupid? He heavily blamed himself after getting the dragon heart and summoning magic. Why didn't he think to retrieve this letter? His voice rang out incessantly. Why didn't I send more letters? If I had done that, I wouldn't regret it so much. Rurin slowly hugged him to comfort him. Next morning, Allison's restaurant was packed with customers from early on. After their meals, everyone happily praised the food and ordered more dishes. Ment smiled and told Lin that dish was delicious. Lin replied that the fire was too strong, so she figured out a way to avoid burning and found this pot. Lin said she suddenly thought, why not cook the belly fat of the young dragon into a dish? Serena looked at the result and laughed hoarsely, saying it was thanks to her firepower. Elena also cheerfully said she had contributed a little. Suddenly, Ment said thoughtfully that there was no need to worry about customers now. They just had to wait for the manager return. Early the next morning in the real world, under the rustling trees in the gentle wind, Rurin sat quietly beside Allison. She just silently looked at him as a comfort. Finally, Rurin gently removed a leaf from his head and told him to eat something, to take care of his health. Allison replied in a low voice, apologizing. Rurin, I already said it earlier. Allison said if she said she didn't want to stay, he wouldn't return to that world with her. The words made Rurin widen her eyes in astonishment. Allison said tremblingly that for 15 years, Mother only had him, no matter what, he would stay here. He said sadly now he had nothing left. Rurin held his hand and asked, do you think so? She asked seriously, do you really think you have nothing left? Rurin gently rubbed Allison's hand, repeating his own question from when they boarded the ship. What if this place became their new home? She used her hand to warm him and slowly said she had never intended to refuse. Leaving him behind and returning alone was impossible. Rurin warmly said if he wanted, she would stay here with him forever. Then she suddenly thought of something and hesitated. Rurin paused for a moment, then softly asked, what about the people at the restaurant? In the other world, Deer and Greg asked in astonishment if the mage really wasn't at the restaurant. The subordinate nodded and replied they only saw the others. Bernard Greg was extremely flustered. How could this be? Leon Greg immediately spoke up. Can't you express gratitude? Hurry up and prepare to go to that restaurant. The dwarf clan, the red-haired man banged on the door and asked Goza if he had heard any news. He said hastily that Allison had suddenly disappeared. Contrary to that worried look, Goza calmly said you are worrying too much. What needs attention is the deadline and quality of the nest construction. The red-haired man stammered an apology and said he would get to work immediately. After he went out, Goza quietly looked up at the ceiling and wondered if Allison had abandoned them. He whispered, asking Daryl if he thought so. Rurin stood up and said everyone was waiting for him over there. Humans, dwarves, elves, even dragons might be knocking on the restaurant door. She retorted, saying he had nothing was meaningless. Rurin asked gently, weren't the 15 years there enough reason for him to return? Hearing that, Allison was silent for a while, then mentioned the lines in the letter. He asked weakly if Mother would believe it. Rurin smiled and replied she had never seen parents doubt their own child. She excitedly pulled him to his feet and said, let's go back to where we belong. At this moment, on the main street, there was a bustling flow of people passing by. The flower shop owner worriedly thought 2 days had passed and still no news. Perhaps she had been too harsh. She angrily told herself it couldn't be. The lineage had been through so much, and now writing such nonsense about becoming a 9th level Grand Mage. Suddenly, an apology sounded. Allison suddenly appeared, smiling and handing her a money pouch, telling her to take it. She asked in panic where he came from. What kind of clothes were those? He replied he was charging mana to recover, but mana was hard to find here, so it took a while. She sighed and asked what mana hadn't he given up that strange habit yet. But looking into the pouch, it was full of gold. Allison said it wasn't much, hoping she would accept it. She spoke hesitantly. Allison created a spatial passage and told them to go to the restaurant. There were people waiting. He stepped into the passage and disappeared, only leaving behind thanks for taking care of his mother's grave. The scene before her eyes left the girl stunned and dumbfounded. She suddenly remembered the time taking care of Allison's mother, once asking worriedly if the aunt had gotten better. She answered weakly that she was better. Suddenly, she spoke up, saying there was a restaurant she really wanted to go to. The girl enthusiastically asked if that was true. She was happy that her sister wanted to eat. She eagerly asked where the restaurant was. She smiled and replied it was very far, but it was probably open now. She closed her eyes in thought and said it was the restaurant of a 9th level Grand Mage. The girl slumped down in fear, unable to believe it. The people around were also panicked. Seeing the traces of spatial magic, she murmured it was real. Now she truly believed he was indeed a 9th level Grand Mage. In a distant mountain area, a soft puff of breath was heard, followed by an exclamation as if coming from many lifetimes ago. Allison opened his eyes and looked at the majestic mountains before him, sighing that this place was too far from the restaurant. He didn't know where it was. Hearing that, Rurin was about to open a teleportation gate back to the restaurant, but Allison raised a hand to stop her, saying hold on. Suddenly, Allison created a massive spatial passage. Rurin touched it in astonishment, her voice shocked as she exclaimed that it was just like spatial magic. As soon as she stepped in, she angrily ordered him to teach her immediately. Allison asked bluntly, didn't she say she didn't want to learn? She retorted that it was because all the other dragons knew it. After stepping through, Allison laughed helplessly and said the regulars at the restaurant were probably annoyed, disappearing for days without notice. Everyone was surely shocked. Rurin turned and replied that there probably weren't many people there, but the noise in front of her surprised her. The giant statue in front of the restaurant. Everyone had gathered and was chatting excitedly. The statue of Allison made everyone exclaim in awe, "What a truly magnificent heroic monument." Seeing that, Allison asked in a daze, "Could it be that we came to the wrong place?" And Rurin was equally panicked. In the restaurant, Lin emotionally recounted, "Do you all know who saved Lord Deer and Greg?" "That is right." Lin cried and shouted with pride, "It is the owner of this restaurant, Mr. Allison." The guests were all moved to tears, truly admirable. Seizing the opportunity, Lin promoted the dish in front of him and said this was the dish that had cured the knight back then. "Why not take a bite to regain your health?" Immediately, everyone was eager to try me. "I want to eat first, I have money right here." At the same time, Allison unexpectedly walked in and stared at Lin, sending a chill down his spine. Seeing him, Lin fell back in fear, yelling, "Mr. Allison." Allison ordered, "Explain yourself to me now." Suddenly a voice rang out. It was I who suggested this. A moment later, Allison sat at the table to taste the special dish. But his heart ached, thinking that simply putting meat into boiling water was not delicious enough. Perhaps this suited him better than working on the farm. After eating, he slowly stood up and apologized. "This time I was wrong, so I will not blame you." Allison stepped out, pointed at the statue outside, and asked helplessly, "But what in the world is that statue?" Leon Gregg excitedly replied, "Ah, that is a statue to honor your achievements. Do not worry, the Night Council will handle it." That excitement made Allison ask blankly, "I am not worried about that. What achievements are you talking about, sir?" He chuckled and said he was too modest. Leon Gregg gently recounted, "Back in the day, I heard a story about a legendary warrior in the Dragon War. A strong figure appeared in his mind. He emotionally said he did not obey orders from superiors but ran everywhere to help people. He was a good mage, but the worst soldier." The following sentence made Allison freeze. "From what I heard, his name was Allison." Leon Gregg opened his eyes wide and asked, even though not everyone knows the story, "If I said Greg was the village you saved, would you believe it?" He recalled the day Dizrin led the attack on the castle. Leon Gregg confidently said, "The moment you entered my room, I guessed your identity." Hearing this, Allison sighed and admitted, "I did not think you were conscious back then." His eyes were sad. "You saved the city and my family. I will do anything to help you, so I used all my strength to support you, Mr. Allison." After telling the story, he asked, "Do you understand now?" Allison let out a soft laugh. Then he coldly used magic to attack the statue and said indifferently, "No, I do not understand." In an instant, that heroic statue was completely destroyed. After destroying it, Allison quietly spoke, "I do not want anyone to bring up other matters when evaluating my restaurant." Seeing this time Leon Gregg fell silent and was speechless. He let out an awkward few gentle laughs and said, "Alright, the statue was a bit excessive, haha. I went a little overboard." Edison looked at him darkly and asked, "Can you also take care of the rumor about the healing dish, sir?" Leon Gregg replied awkwardly, "Of course, I will explain the truth." Early the next morning, a beautiful day arrived at that academy. Suddenly a collision occurred between three female students. The two girls awkwardly picked up their books and apologized. "Sorry, I did not see you there." The girl who was bumped into used magic to help the brunette pick up the books and asked, "I am fine. Are you hurt?" Mary looked at the book, said, "Oh, you are studying magic. Good luck to you, but be careful when using it indoors." The brunette girl shyly held the book and said, "Thank you, miss." After Medrin left, the brunette blushed and exclaimed, "Medrin, talk to me." The blonde excitedly said, "She is amazing. Did you see the speed of her magic? I did not recognize Klon." The two girls kept discussing enthusiastically. "The rumors about her are all made up, right? I do not believe them." Medrin had not gone far. Hearing this made her jump. That girl continued, "It cannot be that Medrin was kidnapped, tied up, and crying. Who spread such dirty rumors?" The words made Medrin tremble. She silently admitted movingly, "That is right, I wish those things were just rumors." Medrin walked while thinking about the one who did that. Suddenly when she approached a room, she stopped in shock. Medrin looked inside and muttered darkly, "Someone is in there." Her eyes darkened, her heart weary, thinking only Duke Tamaran would enter a room without permission. But he was not home. A demonic figure of Ruin appeared in her mind. Then it must be. Just as she stepped in, Leon Harris sitting inside said cheerfully, "Medrin, at last you are here." She suddenly screamed, I will go with you." Medrin cried and begged, "This time please do not tie me up and drag me away. The rumors have spread all over the city. Please be a little gentle." Leon Harris heard this and blankly held Laika, looking at her. He asked fearfully Medrin, his voice trembling, "What are you saying?" Seeing the person in the room was Leon Harris, Medrin felt embarrassed about her actions just now. A moment later, the two sat calmly talking. Medrin broke the atmosphere. "The crime rate in the city of Dizran is rising, and it will surely affect the neighboring city." She continued, "Manpower has been mobilized, but many problems have arisen." Leon Harris replied, "It is good that you know." He looked at her red face and asked, "Why do you not lift your head?" "I did not hear a single word." Medrin lowered her head and asked, "Why did you not say you were coming in advance?" Leon Harris promised not to tell anyone. Suddenly he asked seriously, "The situation in the city of Devran is severe, right? How many people have died?" Finally, Medrin lifted her head, replying 3 people. Leon Harris asked in surprise, in such a short time, no one wants to go. Hearing this, she volunteered, can I go instead? Leon Harris refused, no, if they encounter a stubborn one like Cody, they will run away. He took a bottle of potion from his coat and said, then we cannot find out who made this poison. Medrin lowered her head again, but we do not have much manpower to send to the city of Death Run at the moment. Suddenly, Leon Harris flashed a strange smile, but there is one person. A figure of that person appeared in his mind. He said, looks ordinary on the outside, but is actually a monster. Medrin immediately recognized it. You are talking about. That morning at Allison's restaurant, a voice rang out signaling preparations for departure. Allison cheerfully brought out the food, saying he could finally eat a proper meal after all the waiting. He carefully sliced the meat, each piece delicious and juicy, beautifully arranged. Next came the meticulous step of cutting the vegetables. Finished, he carefully presented the dish to make it as visually appealing as possible. When he completed the fragrant bowl of savory broth, he smiled contentedly, saying it was wuka broth. Allison gently handed it to Rurin, telling her to take it to the guest. She nodded in response. Right after, Rurin quickly brought out a bowl of white rice for the guests. Serena looked at the empty bowl of rice, surprised, and asked where the meat was. Rurin, chewing, replied that the bowl of rice was just that, making Serena tremble with rage. Serena lunged forward, ready to throw a punch, shouting that she was tricked. Rurin immediately retorted, telling her to eat and stop complaining. Meanwhile, Bernard Gregg was happily enjoying his meal and complimenting the restaurant on its delicious food. She asked Allison with interest if De'Aaron had come here many times himself. He nodded, confirming that he was a regular customer. Bernard Gregg awkwardly said he did not want to make a fuss about this. Edison gently reassured him that the Duke had explained everything. Suddenly, someone entered and asked if they had a dessert. Allison said yes. That person sat down at a table and ordered 2 more portions of that dish. Allison sighed, replied yes, and asked them to wait. After a while, he finished 2 bowls of fried rice, carefully brought them over, placed them in front of them, saying these were 2 portions of wuka fried rice. Leon Harris quickly scooped up a spoonful of rice, brought it to his mouth, and said, let's see. As soon as the rice grain entered his mouth, the rich flavor spreading made him freeze and exclaim in surprise. Medrin replied with a laugh that it was absolutely delicious. Allison suddenly bowed, asking bluntly why he was surprised. He was not one to be easily surprised. Leon Harris frowned, saying that he had already disguised himself, yet he still recognized him. Medrin exclaimed that they could not fool Allison. Allison shouted in frustration, asking what kind of disguise that was. Leon Harris pointed to Bernard Gregg, who was busy enjoying himself. Leon Harris scooped another spoonful of rice and slowly replied, first, he wanted to try the good food, and second, there was business. He took a medicine bottle from his coat pocket and asked Allison if he knew what it was. He was curious. Leon Harris suddenly heard him say it was poison, a type that could destroy a person's brain. He said the news that shocked him was this poison had kept Count Leadengrave bedridden for many years. Leon Harris put the bottle away, continued chewing, and slowly said this type of poison was spreading throughout the empire. He said finding evidence was difficult because it left no trace on the victims, when suddenly 2 bandits burst in, shouting to freeze. They aggressively ordered everyone to hand over their money and food. Bernard Gregg screamed in fright. They raised their swords, threatening that if they did not want to die, they would obediently listen, announcing they were the bandit duo Milan and Voy. Seeing the crowd standing still, they laughed heartily, mockingly, thinking everyone was too scared. Milan and Voy loudly warned them not to mess around. Medrin, filled with killing intent, slammed the table and stood up. In an instant, the 2 were beaten black and blue, groaning in pain, bruised, and thrown head over heels. Medrin sat on Milan's body, her foot pressing on Voy's head, telling them to tremble in fear. They were terrified, apologized piteously, their voices trembling as they begged. They weakly begged the Great Mage for mercy. Medrin laughed excitedly, confirming that she was indeed the Great Mage. She laughed loudly, asserting she was the only level 7 Great Mage in the Empire. Leon Harris awkwardly explained. Allison held the poison bottle and asked if Leon Harris wanted to assign a mission to investigate the source of the poison in Death Run City. Leon Harris reminded him that even under interrogation, Count Devron would not confess, and every general sent there had died. He asserted this was done by the same group, which was now expanding into Gregg's city, while Medrin was amusing herself playing with the bandits. Allison wondered why he would assign such an important mission to a restaurant owner. Leon Harris smiled enigmatically. He looked at him slightly and asked if he felt responsible for the situation spiraling out of control. Hearing this, Allison curiously asked who had said that. Leon Harris bluntly replied he could not say. It must remain a secret. He suddenly mentioned Medrin, saying only the Empire's level 7 mage could have said this. Medrin panicked, gathered her skirt, and ran over, calling out, Your Highness. Leon Harris laughed, saying he left it to him, and to ask for whatever he needed. Allison gritted his teeth and agreed to follow his plan. That evening, the atmosphere was eerily silent on the outskirts of Death Run City. The suffering citizens lit fires to keep warm in the freezing night, their faces full of exhaustion and despair. Meanwhile, the bandits rampaged openly, smashing houses, and seeing this, Allison said the problem problem was more serious than he thought. Rurin asked why he was here. Allison scratched his head and replied it was to catch the person who made the poison that harmed the Count. Rurin asked if it was because of it that the city was in chaos. He nodded in confirmation and said all the generals sent had died from the poison. He began to calculate. If he caught them all at once, they would escape, but he could not interrogate anyone else. An idea flashed through his mind. He called Rurin, who looked at him blankly. Allison slowly said he had a plan. She curiously asked what it was. He said a bit awkwardly that it might make her uncomfortable. Rurin laughed confidently, telling him he was overthinking. Rurin gave a happy smile, saying she would do anything for him. Allison was touched. She asked what the plan was. A short while later, exactly as planned, Rurin successfully got captured and locked up. Before that, Allison had whispered the plan, and now in the cell, Rurin stared wide-eyed at her kidnapper. The group in the cell saw Rurin's eyes light up. The large one in the middle asked whose birthday it was today. The hoarse-voiced man asked Rurin if she wanted to know what happened to the first girl who entered this room. Rurin replied contemptuously, "This place was terrible. Did the prison not even separate men and women?" Sharp claws suddenly emerged from her hand, her voice icy cold as she said she had no obligation to endure this. You people would become the laughingstock of the entire district. The kidnapper fearfully calmed her down, told her to stay calm, then sighed and said to lean against the wall. Just as he opened the prison door, a majestic voice rang out, "The steward has arrived." Seeing Rurin, a panicked voice asked, "Damn it, why is there a female prisoner here?" The steward slowly walked over and asked if it was definitely here. He looked into the cell inside and said he heard there was a new shipment today. He was the steward of Castle Dizran, Ricardo. The kidnapper pointed at Rurin and said this was a prisoner caught for assaulting a passerby. Rurin angrily grabbed the iron bars and cursed, "So you people are a bunch of bandits." An amused voice sounded. Ricardo looked at her with bright eyes and said that was right. She was a bit stubborn, but that was her charm. Take her out and separate her. He said Ridden and the others could treat her badly. It would be a waste to leave her here. Suddenly a maid came over and addressed him as Sir Steward. Ricardo wondered what was the matter. The maid whispered into his ear. After hearing it, he panicked and said again. He said he was on his way. That night, when darkness had fully fallen over the castle, Ricardo walked while cursing under his breath at these bastards who never learn. Despite that, on the surface he still wore a bright smile but was constantly calculating in his heart. After 3 people had come and gone, they must understand. Ricardo slowly opened the door and entered the room where someone was waiting. He kept his composure, put on a gentle smile and apologized for keeping you waiting. "I am the steward here." He hesitated and said he heard you came from the royal palace. The other person cut him off and said, "Oh, so you are the steward." That person was Allison in disguise as Reebok. She smiled and introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Count Reebok. From now on I will manage Castle Dezran." Hearing Reebok's introduction, Ricardo bowed humbly with a woeful voice and apologized for arriving late. "I was busy handling the prisoners." Reebok handed Ricardo a notice. He read it while saying there was something odd happening at the Lord's arena. The timing was quite sensitive. "I hope you understand." Ricardo stared intently at the notice, saw the familiar red seal and suspiciously asked, "This is the royal seal." Reebok replied, "Do you think it is a fake?" He slowly folded the paper and said, "No, but we think it arrived earlier than expected." Ricardo's eyes turned cold. He said in a suggestive tone, "Unfortunately for unknown reasons, the 3 officials sent here have passed away." He handed the paper back to Reebok, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. As he said, "I thought nobles would stay away from this place. But you are different." Ricardo smiled, but his voice was uncomfortable as he replied, "You sure know how to joke. How would I dare think such an irreverent thing?" Reebok flashed a sinister smile, then repeated Ricardo's word, "irreverent." He tore up the notice right in front of Ricardo, then spoke softly. That action left him completely speechless. Reebok bluntly continued, "Now that is irreverence." Ricardo panicked and asked, "What are you doing? How dare you tear up a letter from your superior?" Reebok calmly scratched his nose and said the content was clear and no longer interesting, inwardly thinking the letter was written by the crown prince. Reebok arrogantly propped his legs on the table, his eyes gliding over the torn paper as he said it was just about ensuring security, caring for the people, and eliminating corruption. "I read it in a flash, but I do not care." He rested his head on his hand, a meaningful smirk on his lips as he threatened, "I want this place to be more interesting. I am sure you would not want the officials to be replaced constantly." Reebok raised 3 fingers and asked, "Is there not areas of shared interest between us?" He slowly said, "I also heard many rumors before arriving." Ricardo's face relaxed but remained wary. At that moment in the prison, the kidnapper walked in and called for Rurin to step out. Rurin looked up with a bored expression and asked, "You suddenly transferred me to Salim, and now where are you taking me?" He coldly replied, "You do not need to know." Rurin angrily thought to herself, if it were not for Allison's request, they would have been dead long ago. Before being imprisoned, Allison instructed that the criminals would clearly know the source of the poison, so she should bear with it and enter the prison. Suddenly a wild laugh rang out asking, "So you are leaving?" The male prisoners in the iron cage teased and said, "You will soon cry missing this place, because this is heaven compared to where you are going." One agitated man said, "If it were me, I would bite my tongue and die right now." The kidnapper angrily shouted, "Shut up." After that man fell silent, Rurin was taken away again. At this moment Ricardo slowly approached, his eyes following her. He could not help but think, what am I to do? Count Reebok seems different from those gentle fools before. He took something out of his coat pocket and silently calculated, I cannot simply kill all the dispatched officials. And what he liked was that he was a count. Ricardo looked at the vial of poison in his hand, a feeling of excitement rising in his heart. Maybe it was worth the risk to see if he truly had guts or was just putting on a strong front. In the darkness, Reebok observed that Ricardo showed no reaction. He admired the poison vial and thought to himself, people rarely made this type of poison themselves. They must have underworld connections. I have played the role of a corrupt official, but tried to appear knowledgeable while knowing nothing. Will that be all right? Reebok slowly put the vial away, thinking if he suddenly brought up poison, the man would definitely play dumb. For now, he just hoped something would happen on Rurin's side. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Someone outside asked if they could come in for a moment. Count Reebok replied, "Come in." A maid carrying a tray of drinks entered and said, "I have prepared tea for you. The steward sent me." Reebok spoke up and thanked her, telling her to set it down. The maid said, "I apologize, but..." Sharp Eyes looked at him and said, "The steward requested that I only leave after you have taken a sip of the tea." The maid said coldly, "In those days that was called a sign of trust." Reebok immediately paused, thinking to himself he could not believe the man so blatantly poisoned officials. He wanted me to drink the tea to show trust. Reebok looked at the maid holding the teacup as she approached, calculating that if he refused using his title as count, the steward would never reveal his true intentions. He took the teacup, telling himself if it was poisoned he would stop the act and use it to threaten him. If it was not poisoned he would continue playing the role of Count Reebok. He raised the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, calmly thinking to himself either way. After drinking, an expression of bewilderment suddenly appeared on his face. Reebok exclaimed in shock, "Wow." His eyes lit up, and he said it was really good. Must be the premium kind. The maid smiled and replied, "I knew you would like it." He stared at the teacup. There was no poison in the tea, so had he already passed the trial? The maid walked to the door, paused briefly, then turned to smile. She said there was one more thing, that he requested this gift be presented after he passed the trial. She said this was a symbol of sincerity. When he saw the gift, Reebok's pupils dilated, his eyes opening wide. He sighed, resting his hand on his head in thought. This matter was more complicated than he thought. Reebok looked at the woman brought to him as a gift, a feeling of weariness suddenly rising in his heart. He said he did not expect them to have slaves. The maid slowly turned and walked out of the room, saying she hoped he would be comfortable. Reebok stepped forward to observe the female slave. She seemed dazed, as if hypnotized. He called out softly, "Hey." Seeing that she did not respond, he asked if she could hear him. Suddenly, she pushed him down to the floor. Then she brazenly sat on top of him. At that moment, in a terrifying place, a cold voice sounded. "All right, what do you want to say?" The man in the presiding seat asked indifferently about the intruder who entered the empty house. Then a woman appeared and fought with him. He looked at their gaunt faces with curiosity. The two thieves, Milan and Voy, replied in pain that she was very strong, not like an ordinary person. The man's voice was flat. "I told you to lie low because I just killed the officials. If you can't control yourselves, then don't get caught." He called out slowly, "That won't do, Veneto." The man beside him replied, "Yes, my lord." He coldly ordered them to be taken to the training room. Hearing that, they shouted in fear, begging for mercy. "We won't cause any more trouble." Voices of anguish rang out incessantly. Manager Raiden was the ruthless human trafficker of Dizran City. He asked indifferently why they kept begging for one last chance. Being alive was already their last chance. At that moment, Veneto announced that Ricardo wanted one more slave. Raiden's face darkened, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he asked if that man never got tired. He thought it would be very dangerous to attract more attention. Should he be dealt with? He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Didn't Ricardo say he would send the female prisoner today?" Veneto replied yes. He heard she committed assault. Raiden's eyes lit up, his voice low as he said if it was assault, she could be the one who defeated his minions. He immediately asked if she was in the sorting room. Right at that moment, Rurin was being led in by subordinates. Following behind her were countless other slaves, their steps weary, their eyes vacant. The overseer sitting on the chair read the list softly, 3 in the training room, 2 nobles, 5 for the black market auction. Finished, he gave the next order. Rurin thought irritably, what a surprise. Even though she didn't fully understand human ways, she knew the slave system was illegal throughout the empire. She quietly glanced around this place, her heart stirring within. She didn't expect them to have such large-scale trading operations. Rurin calculated softly, unsure if they had concocted poison, but she should report it to him. She opened a small spatial rift to send a message. She leaned close to the spatial rift and whispered, "Allison, can you hear me? This matter is bigger than we thought." But the sight before her made her choke up. The sight of Allison struggling with the female slave made Rurin misunderstand. Allison hastily explained, "It's a misunderstanding." Rurin was furious, her killing intent palpable, as she asked what kind of misunderstanding. At that moment, the female slave added fuel to the fire, saying, "Master, Please give your orders. Allison replied in panic that whatever she was thinking, it was a misunderstanding. Instantly, Ruin's rage shattered the shackles on her hands. She asked coldly, "You know what I'm thinking?" Allison yelled in grievance, "It's really a misunderstanding. She was already like this from the start, I didn't do it." He said indignantly, "If we continue like this, we'll get caught. We barely managed to get in here." Ruin gritted her teeth and said, "Go find out what the training room is, we'll deal with this later." Before closing the spatial rift, Ruin warned him, "You should start preparing yourself." At that moment, the guard outside noticed mana fluctuations and looked confused. What was that? He immediately rushed in to check. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ruin turned her head bluntly and replied nothing. Angrily, she crushed her handcuffs and said, "The cuffs are broken. Give me a new pair." The two men above watched Ruin's actions. One asked, "Is it her?" The guard was dumbfounded, holding the pieces, and asked, "How did you break them?" Ruin replied, "You must have used fake goods." The two men above spoke warily. The brown-haired man asked, "Should we interrogate her?" Raiden said, "Don't provoke her." Raiden said coldly that she was not human. The brown-haired man asked in shock, "What?" He looked at Ruin thoughtfully. He didn't know her purpose, but she was an incomprehensible existence. If they provoked her, all their efforts would collapse. "Let's handle matters here first." The next morning, a fresh new day arrived. Ricardo cheerfully greeted "Good morning." He stepped into Reebok's room, his eyes full of anticipation as he asked if he had received his sincerity. Reebok, though angry, still smiled and replied that he was very satisfied, but felt annoyed at being tested. He reminded himself not to smile because he had already been misunderstood because of that person. Ricardo laughed awkwardly a few times and apologized for the tea incident. Reebok replied politely that he had said to forget it all. He looked at the female slave lying on the bed and slowly said he would keep her for a few more days because he quite liked her. Ricardo replied indifferently, "As you wish." Reebok took a sip of tea and said, by the way, this wasn't his first time seeing a slave, but she had something different about her. He said in a firm tone, "She looks quite strange." Ricardo laughed and replied that he had noticed. That was what made the goods of Desran City special. He thought about the other slaves and became excited. A slave who completely obeys orders because they have been brainwashed. We don't have to worry about them escaping or rebelling. We can handle them without any concern. They will obey every command. Ricardo grew more excited as he spoke. Who in their right mind would refuse this? Reebok's face darkened completely. This was truly hard to hear. He looked at him with disgust and cursed inwardly. That man was rotten to the core. He wondered if he should destroy Klon's slave breeding camp. Revoke calmed himself. He needed to be patient a little longer. If he didn't root it out completely, it would be no different from destroying Deadland City. He put on a meaningful smile and asked, "You want to expand the slave trading market, right?" Reebok continued without waiting for a reply. "High-quality goods and my status. You want to combine them to open up trade routes with the nobles of the empire." Ricardo laughed awkwardly and replied that he was right to cooperate with him. Reebok suddenly set down the teacup, his voice calm as he spoke, but before that he wanted to confirm a few things with him. He looked at Ricardo directly and asked, "Were those slaves related to the training room?" At the mention of it, Ricardo's face drained of all color. He exclaimed in shock, "How did you know about that?" Revoke replied bluntly. He had said he heard some rumors about Deadland City. He gently scratched his head, his tone reminding, nobles were usually very cautious. He needed a clear confirmation, an introduction to the distribution process. If he did not dare, then forget it, the trade route would be postponed for a while longer. Ricardo laughed and replied, "No." He laughed wickedly. Weren't they partners now? There was no reason he could not show him. That place was closer than he thought. Footsteps echoed in the wide corridor. Ridden slowly walked to a room. He lightly knocked a few times and the person inside said, "Come in." Ridden opened the door and entered, saying, "Forgive me, it seemed he had encountered a rather troublesome problem." The red-haired woman was surprised. A surprise from someone like you who does not care about the palace officials at all. "What problem?" Han tilted his head. "There was a special creature among the slaves. He saw a dragon like you, Miss Sydney." At that moment, Ricardo had already taken Reebok to tour the so-called training room. Entering the room, he slowly said, "This place is..." Reebok's gaze swept over the complex magic circles on the floor. Ricardo confidently introduced the training room that the city of Dizram was proud of. A special smell forced them to wear face masks. Ricardo said happily they made medicine from herbs and mushrooms grown here, creating goods loyal to their master. Reebok frowned as he looked at the magic circle, silently asking, was that magic? He did not expect them to be right under the white villa so blatantly. Seeing slaves die from the toxic fumes, he said worriedly that they did not look well. Ricardo replied with a laugh, "There were many toxic medicinal herbs. They could not stay long." Reebok stopped again, slowly speaking, "So these ingredients..." His eyes lit up, his voice excited as he asked, "Could they create a poison that left no trace?" Ricardo looked at him as if seeing a kindred spirit, smiling as he asked, was he interested in other goods? He lightly put his hand in his pocket, about to take something out. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Butler Ricardo." Ridden stepped forward, his sharp eyes staring intently at the two of them. He looked at Ricardo indifferently and asked, what business did he have here? Being Ridden, Ricardo excitedly called out, "Lord Ridden, sorry for the late introduction. This is Count Revox, who will be joining us." He rambled on, no offense, but the noble at the top of the empire would eventually have a clean sword across his throat. Ridden angrily withdrew the bloodstained sword, his voice cold. How could he be so foolish? Ridden continued irritably, exposing this matter to the newly arrived official. Reebok was horrified to see Ricardo's head fly off. Next, the magic circle on the ceiling burst into flames. Ridden stood still, speaking. He was sorry. He was not sure if he was on their side. He spoke again. It was better deal with him first. Reebok removed his face mask and retorted, "Do not worry, his suspicions were correct. The game of being an earl was over." At that moment, at the slave-holding area, everyone was cleaning up the living quarters. In the cell, Rurin grumbled irritably, so noisy. She frowned, silently thinking if she heard that this place was about to close down. Was it Allison? A woman opened the door to Rurin's cell, stepped in and said, "That was right." She thought Raiden was mistaken. Sydney raised her eyes, looking at Rurin with interest. A dragon slave. It seemed she had struck it rich. Rurin sighed and asked. She did not expect to meet a dragon in this place. She had been found out. Who was she? Sydney replied with a smile. She did not know her, but she knew her very well. Sydney revealed her identity. Rurin, the daughter of Vision. She asked in surprise, how did she know her mother's name? Sydney laughed. She did not just know her name. Sydney looked at her greedily. She also remembered the moment she breathed her last breath. She excitedly asked if she wanted to hear it. Rurin lowered her face, thinking luckily Allison was not here. She revealed a source of power, saying he would try to persuade her to give someone like you a chance. A powerful surge of energy burst forth, shattering the small prison cell. Rurin transformed into a black dragon enraged. She would tear her into pieces, leaving only her mouth. He charged forward to stand opposite Sydney, declaring boldly, let her see if she could still speak. Sydney did not back down, releasing her own power. Why not try it? She knew her mother's mouth was quite good too. Fearing Rurin would misunderstand, Sydney added, she meant her mother. Rurin shouted, shut up right now. Unable to contain herself, she let out a roar and lunged at Sydney without hesitation. Rurin's immense power exploded, leaving a long trail on the ground. The guard screamed in terror. His face turned pale. He exclaimed in fear, impossible. Rurin attacked them. They panicked and turned to run, shouting, a dragon, run. Sydney's voice taunted again, angry, are you? Amid the thick black smoke, a red gleam flashed. A cold, threatening voice spoke, too arrogant. A slave dares to act recklessly. A stream of red-hot power shot straight toward Rurin. She quickly sidestepped to dodge. Through the swirling smoke, Sydney transformed into a giant red dragon, her eyes blazing red as she looked at Rurin and asked, why did she have to wander here, stay in Greg and play house with the man she brought? Suddenly she screamed excitedly, if a fly flies into the house, you have to catch it. Why not just live on like that? Without hesitation, they both charged at each other. Rurin was furious. Her stench reeked all the way over here. In the training room, the guard saw the fire and panicked, yelling, fire, put out the fire. Ridden spoke up, no need, they were leaving. He hesitated and called out, Lord Ridden. At that moment, an ice magic formation appeared in Reebok's hand. He waved his hand and the entire fire instantly froze into cold ice statues. Reebok said calmly, let me put it out myself. If it destroys all the evidence, that would be a waste. Ridden looked up at him and said, just as I thought, you are not an official. He gently swung his sword, eyes flashing with sharpness, then spoke, a mage, I knew you had something strange about you. Revoke indifferently scratched his ear, his voice lazy, are you talking to me? A sharp sword tore through the wind towards Reebok, but was blocked by a shield. He narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, that swordsmanship. Ridden stepped back slightly, his eyes darkening, and said slowly, your shield is quite impressive. Revoke frowned, his voice cold. When you suddenly charged in, I recognized it from the second move. He suddenly asked, making him freeze, that is the swordsmanship of the first-class knight order, someone from the royal palace, right? Ridden's eyes blazed with fire as he looked at him with interest, his voice excited, you become more and more interesting, but also... Paused for a moment, then continued, too dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. The sword struck the shield heavily, producing a piercing sound, but Revoke still stood calmly, unleashing 3 magic arrays. Ridden dodged them all easily, confidently saying it was easy to avoid binding spells if you could see the magic flow. Reebok drew a magic array while talking casually, even Palanqueus knows how to do that. Ridden rushed through the thick smoke like the wind, his voice full of confidence as he replied, you cannot use powerful spells because you want to preserve the evidence. Reebok waved his hand, a golden magic stream appeared and struck directly at Ridden, who quickly leaped up to dodge. Ridden dodged to the side, then slowly spoke, you engrave evil. He suddenly swung his sword at him without any hesitation. In an instant, Revox was enveloped by sharp sword strokes. Reebok's shield firmly blocked them all. He looked at the slashes and thought to himself, this is not the level of a first-class knight. Ridden took the opportunity to advance, his voice firm. The broader the defense, the weaker it is. A calculation flashed through his mind. If he focused his attack on one point, instantly a sword blazing with fire swung towards him. The blade pierced through the shield. In an instant, the shield cracked, signaling that the defense was about to collapse. Yet, amidst the cracks, Reebok still stood calmly inside, his voice serene. In theory, that is the correct method. A firm voice rang out, so you know how to kill a mage. Seeing him unscathed, Ridden thought in panic his shield is fine. Suddenly, Revoke glided in front of him, unleashing a magic attack, and said coldly, "But this is where it ends." He threw a powerful punch straight at Ridden. A terrifying impact created a violent shockwave, forcing Ridden back. He stood up in pain and said, "You are strong." Revoke approached him in confusion and asked, getting up already, "You are tough, even though I didn't intend to kill." Suddenly, the scene before him made him freeze, his eyes wide with shock. Amidst the thick dust, Ridden still stood upright. Revoke asked suspiciously, "What are you, that body of yours?" That morning at Allison's restaurant, a man outside called out, "Your Highness." "No, my young master has arrived." Darian Ober walked in, holding a scroll, and said, "Exactly as you requested." Leon Harris sat calmly at the dining table and replied, "You must know his real identity by now. I was here for a few days and finally got discovered." Bernard Gregg, sitting nearby, asked fearfully, "Why is your Highness here?" He smiled faintly, turned to the lady and said, "Madam Thirst, I am not here to arrest you. You may go. I know you were not in cahoots with Lady Thirst Isran." Bernard Gregg replied excitedly, "Thank you for your grace." Bernard Gregg immediately ran off, shouting respectfully as he went, "Long live the Crown Prince." Darian Ober slowly walked over, sat down leisurely and asked, "Is the restaurant still open even without Allison?" Leon Harris replied, "There is a farm manager who is a good cook, boiled guba. Right, very delicious." He looked at him hesitantly and asked, "What about Devran then?" Darian Ober replied, "He still hasn't said anything." He recalled the miserable state of Walter Devran and said, "He must have been in shock seeing the castle destroyed." He kept muttering, "Green clothes green, a mage dressed in green is coming." Leon Harris was pensive, then he asked, "Let me ask you a foolish question." Leon Harris paused for a few seconds, then bluntly asked, "If you and Allison fought without considering rank, who would win?" Upon hearing this, both Medrin and Darian Ober immediately choked on their water, spraying it out simultaneously. He asked in panic, "Your Highness, what do you mean by that?" He urged impatiently, "I am serious, answer me." Darian Ober coughed a few times, tried to calm down, then replied, "I don't know why you ask such a foolish question, but..." He looked straight into Leon Harris's eyes and said firmly, "I would never win, even with Miss Medrin's help." Hearing this, Leon Harris's face darkened as he asked, "Is he that strong?" He replied, "He is a monster beyond common sense." Darian Ober rubbed his chin and continued thoughtfully, "I know another such person, but I am an infantryman, so I could not serve directly." Leon Harris asked in surprise, "What?" He put on a respectful expression and replied, "A great master who redefined the swordsmanship of the first-class knight order, Commander Edrin Pierce. I have never seen a swordsman as talented as in those days." Darian Ober's eyes darkened, and he said in a low voice, "He is the reason I am still just a vice-commander." Leon Harris sighed and said, "The commander of the first-class knight order, but I am talking about someone still alive. It might not be very accurate because I was away from the palace during that time." He looked up with innocent, doubtful eyes and asked, "But didn't he go missing at the start of the war?" At the same time, in the training room, Ridden stood opposite Revok. He slowly picked up a piece of cloth from his body and asked, "What is your name, mage?" Reebok was silent for a few seconds, then replied, "Allison." Ridden called out in a low voice, "Allison A." Suddenly he spoke again and said, "You are the deserter Allison." He was startled and thought to himself, he knows that much. Reebok quickly created another magic array and said, "With a body like that, I have many questions to ask you, but I will have to hear it from your mouth." Ridden swung his sword confidently and said, "That will be difficult. Vita has matters to attend to. See you next time, Allison." He quickly swung his sword, delivering 2 strikes straight at the support pillars. Reebok watched in horror as the support pillars collapsed. The pillars. Ridden stood there calmly and said, "Didn't you want to protect the innocent slaves and the evidence?" He laughed eerily and said, "It's a pity. If someone like you had been by my side, I might have taken a different path." At that moment in the dungeon, flames billowed amidst the hazy smoke, and an eerie laugh echoed through the cramped space. Sydney saw Ruin transform back into her human form and said contemptuously, "Look at that." Zemia said calmly, "I told you she talks too much." Ruin walked over slowly and said, "Tell me, how do you know my mother?" Sydney did not answer but asked in return, "Do you think I don't know? No secret is kept forever." Sydney looked at her with a sharp gaze, saying that her mother had created the ancient stone and was imprisoned for it. He curled his lips slightly, his voice full of contempt as he recounted that the woman had died miserably in prison with no one to help. Sydney continued speaking frankly, but when the ancient stone was mentioned, Ruin exploded with a powerful surge of energy and attacked fiercely, cutting Sydney off. Ruin used her sharp claws to sever his head, her voice dripping with killing intent. "Why don't you keep spouting nonsense? If the secret is exposed, I just need to kill everyone who knows about it, and it's done." A hexagonal blue shield was erected, bearing the impact of falling rocks that slammed into it. Slaves cradled their heads in fear, and someone spoke up to reassure them. Calm down, this place won't collapse. A curious slave lifted his head and uttered, "Huh?" A female slave with tear-filled eyes looked at Reebok. Her voice moved. "You are Count Reebok, right? Thank you so much." Reebok pointed at the shield above, replying, "It's nothing. Please take care of the injured." Suddenly, a noise rang out, drawing everyone's attention. 3 slaves looked at the corpse on the ground with confusion. There is a corpse here." Someone recognized it immediately and felt anger. "Wait, that is Ricardo." Anger flared violently as feet stomped heavily onto Ricardo's corpse accompanied by curses. "Thought it was someone else. Turns out it's him. Trample him, you perverted noble. This man did so many disgusting things to me." Someone found the reaction too harsh and gently advised, glancing at Reebok, "Calm down, don't do that in front of the one who saved us." The girl looked unwilling, but Reebok noticed the commotion beside him. Knowing everyone was hesitant because of him, he put on a carefree act and said innocently, "How about we all trample him together?" In the palace, a strong tremor caused objects to crash to the floor, and the maid looked very worried. She exclaimed in panic, "What is happening underground? Lord Ricardo is still down there." She suddenly noticed a figure appearing behind her. She asked, "Who are you?" The man wore a tightly covered hat, his hand filled with blue light, and spoke, "I heard there is a patient here." Maid frowned, eyeing him warily. "Sorry, but I haven't heard of any expected guests. Please leave." Before she could finish her sentence, a stream of blue energy surrounded her face. She immediately fell into a sleep, slumping to the floor. The man said smugly, "Of course not, because no one said there would be any guests." He opened a door and stepped inside. Looking at the female slave lying on the bed, he wondered to himself, "Is this the girl?" Underground, Rurin stood before the iron bars of a prison cell. She calmly bent the iron bars with her bare hands, opening an escape route. There were no more guards, everyone should run. Instead of the ferocious faces of captured slaves, she realized this place was the same. Rurin muttered in annoyance, "Damn it, this is why they never escape." A cheerful voice called out her name, Rurin. Rurin saw him and immediately asked, "You are here." Revok adjusted his clothes and replied, "You said you had infiltrated, but it seems you've caused chaos in this place." Rurin explained helplessly, "I had no other choice. A dragon discovered my identity." Reebok immediately asked, "Is it the red dragon whose form had its head cut off?" Rurin nodded, "Yes, I made sure it would not cause any more trouble." Her voice suddenly turned serious, "That is not the problem." Rurin looked at him worriedly and voiced her concern. "That dragon knew my mother created the ancient stone, and that I absorbed it." The ancient stone inside Rurin's stomach began to glow. Reebok scratched his head and said hesitantly, "Damn it, things are getting more complicated." He put his hands on his hips and looked at her. "I have confirmed the place where the poison was created. We will end everything here." Rurin looked around and asked, "What about those other people?" Those dull, lifeless faces must have been brainwashed. They only react to those they recognize as their masters. Reebok answered confidently, "I have called someone who can handle that matter." Then he shouted loudly, "Over here." The hooded man from before had come down underground. He took off his hood, looked at Reebok and said, "You said you would release me if I cured the count." Rurin asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" This person was Iramantium. He continued, "You are taking advantage of my favor a bit too much. This is the last time, is it not?" A healing orb floated in midair, emitting streams of green mist throughout the cellar. The eyes of a female slave gradually regained their focus. She exclaimed, "This is..." The green mist dispelled the curse placed on everyone. Those who gradually regained their senses realized the problem. "It seems I was kidnapped." Someone said emotionally, "I am free." Immediately, everyone shouted noisily as if it were Independence Day. "We are free, the curse has been broken." People hugged each other happily. Amazing. Edison had been freed from his identity. Reebok yelled loudly, "Everyone line up." Beside him was a pot of boiling water along with many bowls. He stirred it and said, "We will serve everyone a meal." Rurin looked at the item with strange packaging in her hand and asked, "Allison, what is this?" Allison replied mysteriously, "It is cup noodles. I brought it from the other world." He thought to himself that after awakening, the summoning magic no longer exhausted him. He added, "This is the best food when you are hungry." Boiling water was poured into those cups of noodles, which looked truly appetizing. Each person held a cup of noodles and queued up waiting for hot water. Allison instructed, "Close the lid tightly and eat after 3 minutes." The girl stammered in reply, "Thank you." The golden, steaming hot noodles were delicious to eat while blowing on them. Female slaves sat on the iron bars of the prison cell, eating steaming hot cup noodles and praised with delight, "The soup is so warm, truly delicious." While everyone was clamoring for more food, Sydney's corpse faintly made a sound, but no one noticed. Rurin touched her mouth and softly called out, "Allison." Allison knew what she wanted to say and replied, "I have already prepared a portion for you." A dark figure stood in the middle of the cellar, listening to the lively words. Someone asked, "Please, may I have another bowl?" A voice replied, "Of course." Iramantium stood there quietly. He remembered the past, the words of scorn and disdain coming back to him. You want to date me? You do not even know your place. The noble ladies uttered those contemptuous words. You think being good at magic is everything. I cannot stand looking at your face. Adamantium looked at the hands that had used magic to heal so many people. He recalled Greg's wife and child crying and clutching his hands tightly with reverence and gratitude. Thank you for saving my husband. Greg even suggested, should we build a statue of you? The female slave lying on the bed whom he brought back to life also held his hand and said tearfully, thank you. I thought I would be trapped here forever. Adamantium looked at the hand clasped tightly by those he had saved. He stood against the light casting a large silhouette. It seemed his mind had been opened up even more. Night fell with a sky full of stars. A sigh of relief echoed from Allison's house. Finally we are back. Who would have thought erasing the brainwashing would be so easy? Adamantium is quite skilled in that field. I heard he treated the person who came to my room already. Rurin's eyes gleamed dangerously as she looked at him. Now then think back. She recalled the scene of the bound female slave sitting on top of Allison. I forgot one thing about what happened back then. Allison's face was full of confusion, not knowing what to say. He retreated back in panic when he saw Rurin lunging at him with a dangerous tone. Are you ready to pay the price? He thought World War III was breaking out, but Rurin only suddenly embraced Allison tightly. Allison's face was slightly red as he looked at her and softly called out, Rurin. She buried her face in his stomach, hiding her face that was as red as fire. This is your punishment. Seeing that he did not react, her voice snapped, hug me now, Allison. I said it is your punishment. Allison awkwardly patted her head. All right. The two shared a warm embrace. Rurin said softly, do not do that again. Allison knew he was in the wrong. All right, sorry. He thought he was so proper, who would have guessed? Allison said shamelessly. But if this is the punishment, I would not mind receiving it a few more times. Rurin warned Allison. He suddenly asked Amani, you cleaned up the dragon's corpse, right? Did you do that so the prince would not see it? Rurin was confused. I did not do that. This time it was Allison's turn to be dumbfounded. What? Rurin stood up and said, I thought you were the one who cleaned it up. Both of them felt something was wrong. Allison rubbed his neck and sighed inwardly. Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. Scene transitioned to a different place. A hand was containing blue magical power. Sydney looked at the blue lights in his hand and exclaimed, is this the limit of a clone with half the magical power? I thought it would be stronger, but it seems it is still different. Zemia looked at the person behind him and asked, what about the boy? Edwin, his clothes tattered, looked at Ada and spoke up, sorry, he is very strong. Sydney seemed to hear something hilarious. Haha, this is the first time I have heard that word used to describe a human. Zemia held his pipe and said coldly, forget it, I should have told you about Allison sooner. It seems we need to adjust the plan. Trails of thick smoke were placed on the table. Someone spoke up, as expected, you did a very good job. Darian Ober sat opposite Leon Harris and replied, the more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. Not just poison, but they also treated people like slaves and created brainwashing drugs. It is truly unimaginable. Leon Harris rested his chin on his hand and looked at the teacup, agreeing, you are right. He took a sip of tea, quietly thinking he did not expect everything to be resolved so easily. Allison brought out some pastries and asked if he had any more business in the city. Leon Harris replied that there was still one matter to hand over. He asked back in surprise, hand over. Leon Harris said what was more surprising was that the main culprit was actually a dragon. Darian Ober remarked that the accomplice used swordsmanship from the First Night Order. He wanted to see who would dare to tarnish the Order's name. Someone asked about the dragon's corpse having disappeared. Allison replied that it might still be alive. He told Leon Harris that this matter involved the Imperial territories, but you knew not to get involved in dragon affairs. He laughed loudly, agreeing to end it here, because he did not want to die early. Allison sighed and suggested that this time a proper supervisor should be sent. Leon Harris pulled out a scroll, saying he knew he would say that. He handed the scroll to Allison. He noticed but said a supervisor was no longer needed. Allison took the scroll, opened it, and read it with a face full of surprise. He exclaimed, wait, what is this? He rolled up the scroll and asked if his lordship had prepared this from the start. Leon Harris held his teacup in disagreement, saying that way of speaking could easily cause misunderstanding. Outright coercion was very troublesome. He remarked that if other nobles received that letter, they would immediately bow their heads to the offer. The magnificent palace, shocking apologies rang out. A voice said, forgive me, your highness. Leon Gregg declared with conviction that his wife was innocent, that everything was caused by Desran. Bernard Gregg cried and raised his hand, saying his lordship had finally changed his mind. Please arrest me. The prince and the vice-captain were stunned. Leon Harris held the letter, furious, saying that was not the reason. Darian Ober waved his hand to calm him, saying read this letter first. Leon Gregg took the letter with trembling hands, reading an indictment. Darian Ober saw he was about to speak and immediately threatened to stop, otherwise he would truly arrest him. Leon Gregg finished reading the letter, his face full of shock. Seeing her husband silent, Bernard Gregg asked what it said. Leon Harris turned to explain that since Desran was captured, the territory's management capability had been highly evaluated. He glanced at them, saying the poverty rate had decreased and security was stable. The central government realized there was a better way than sending a new supervisor to Deathland. He turned to face them, announcing that Desran and Gregg would merge. The administration of Desran was entrusted to the city lord. Bernard Gregg heard this news and could not believe his ears. Leon Harris gave a radiant smile, congratulating the Viscount. His territory had expanded greatly. He pondered over his question about how he felt. After a moment he spoke, saying, "I cannot." The words shook Leon Harris. "I cannot take on the management of Death Run." He was stunned, scratching his hair, asking why. This should have been good news, so good that one should bow and give thanks. Bernard looked at her husband. He explained in more detail that he would not accept it. There was someone more suitable. Time passed. The golden afternoon sun fell through the canopy of leaves. The prince and the vice-captain rode their horses back. He clicked his tongue. That was an unexpected answer. Darien Ober agreed. Leon Harris sighed, thinking this would help strengthen the relationship. Darien Ober looked at him and said at least his lordship had received the proposal. He nodded, replying that one could say that. He did not expect him to see it that way. Darien Gregg stood in front of the door. He opened the door and went inside, smiling as he asked, "Father, you called for me." Leon Gregg smiled gently, holding a pastry and calling for his son to sit down. He said he had prepared dessert. Delicious, soft pastry was already a third eaten. The father and son sat facing each other. He put the pastry in his mouth and asked how his father's health was. He replied that he might soon not need the cane anymore. Darien Gregg was delighted, praised it as truly wonderful, and said he should thank Miss Elena. He added happily that he had heard about Desran merging with Gregg. His father's responsibilities were heavier, but he congratulated him. Leon Gregg listened to his son speak, lost in thought. Then he ate a piece of the pastry and asked him how old he was this year. He obediently replied, 17. He idly nibbled on the pastry, saying his son was grown up now. Did he have a girlfriend? Darien Gregg's face turned bright red upon hearing this, asking why his father would ask that. He held the fork in his mouth and said it was time to think about and hear. He had already informed the palace. The declaration shook Darien Gregg. "But I will take on the management of Dayrand." He looked at him coldly, recalling the time he was bedridden. He often visited, and he had heard his worries. In the past he visited him, sharing his feelings. He recounted that even within limitations, his concern for the people in the territory were practical ideas. Being exposed made Darien feel shy, lowering his head to listen to his father speak like a reigning lord. He held his hand and advised him, "So this is what I want to say." His face was full of kindness and trust. He firmly grasped his hand. "From now on, as the official lord of Dejran, you can realize all your ideas." Dejran Gregg. He bit his lip, his eyes glistening as he listened to his father speak. "I am sure you will become a better lord than I." Darien Gregg pursed his lips, wiping away the tears that were about to fall with his hand. Immediately, his face changed to one of determination. He pounded his chest and said, "I understand. I will ensure Desran prospers with my own hands." Dark night fell over the town, which looked very desolate. The houses had dim lights, and the glass windows were shattered. Rats ran freely everywhere, no different from a slum. Darien and a servant were there, beside them the Gregg family butler. He unrolled a scroll, saying he had personally investigated. Along the road stood desolate, gloomy high-rise buildings. Security in Desran was still terrible, truly shameful compared to Great City. He looked around and saw this place was very dilapidated. The largest criminal organization had been dismantled, but many other groups were fighting for position, and the situation was back to square one. Darien Gregg saw the deserted streets and asked in dissatisfaction what the army was doing. Were they not even patrolling? The butler pointed in one direction and told him to see for himself. Where the soldiers were stationed, there was no sign of discipline. There were only some dead drunk, men drinking and gambling. Two soldiers saw the strangers and whispered to each other, asking what that was. They said this was the first time they had seen them. Darien Gregg was stunned. Kim stood by, confused, explaining that this was not normal. His eyes were full of confusion at the miserable sight. He thought everything was over. What should he do? Kinza kicked two of them, defeating one, and urged them to clean up immediately. Without any fear, they argued back that this was the first time today. Darien fell to the ground in fear, sitting there. He asked himself what he should do and where he should start. A new day began at the Allison residence, the atmosphere lively and cheerful. Lynn brought out a beautiful plate of beef, asking everyone if it looked okay. Allison nodded in praise. The color was very nice. He had cooked it deliciously. Rurin, hearing the praise, murmured that she could also cook like that. Lynn naively replied, "Not necessarily." Rurin asked if he had tried it. Lynn asserted that he had. Ren, eating breakfast outside, asked if they had heard that young Master Darien had arrived at Desran. Plon Creston, eating salmon across from him, confirmed that was right. He had built a reputation. Ren added, but he had been through a lot. The restaurant door suddenly opened, interrupting the conversation. This was not strange given the current state of Death Run. It was none other than the previously mentioned Darien. He looked exhausted and ordered a hamburger. Immediately after, he dropped his face onto the table of the two of them. Hearing the noise, Allison asked Rurin who ordered the hamburger. Rurin hid behind the curtain and replied, "A corpse." Allison asked again in surprise, "What?" A moment later, Allison finished the hamburger and brought it out, saying, "Here is your food, sir." Dieren grabbed it immediately and ate ravenously, praising it as absolutely delicious. The three people watched him eat. Allison silently felt pity and asked if he must be very hungry. Ren, sitting next to him, told him to eat slowly, then asked concern if his complexion was bad, if there were any difficulties, and if he needed help. During the offer of help, Dieren immediately looked up. He stopped eating, lowered his head, then spoke. Actually, his heart. He thought he could not always rely on his master whenever he ran into trouble. Allison frowned at him with a worried expression. His thoughts went one way, his mouth said another. He said he was fine, just dropped by because he craved the food, but his mouth blurted out the sentence, "I am about to die, save me." Allison asked in confusion, "Is it so bad that you are dying from difficult eating?" Dieren was blank, huh? That moment, he realized something was wrong. He was too dazed. He quickly explained that it was just a joke. "I am fine, sir." He placed a coin on the table, then said he was busy, asking to leave first. Hurriedly grabbing the hamburger and leaving, he thanked them for the meal and said goodbye. Allison rested his chin in thought and asked Rurin if they still had that thing. She poked her head out and asked back what thing. The dark attic was fully stocked. Rurin said, thinking back, it was finished but never used, probably stored on the third floor. At the Lord's office, Dieren sat on a chair, his hands clasped together, mumbling blame at himself for unconsciously relying on his teacher. Suddenly, he slapped his own cheek hard to sober up, startling the butler who worried for him. His left cheek swelled red. He pulled out a roll of paper, thinking he needed to stay calm. If it only required a few measures, it would have been done long ago. He needed to set priorities. He recalled the desolate scene of Desran. The most serious problems were official corruption and territorial security, which directly affected the people. It was a closed loop, these two issues interconnected and growing worse. Corrupt officials meant weak security. Criminals used bribes to fuel the corruption. Reading the documents, Dieren realized the top priority was clear. He remembered the soldiers' quarters and the state of the military, the forces keeping order. He rolled up the report, dejectedly wondering if no one could quickly arrest the criminals. Allison's face suddenly appeared in his mind. Immediately, he slapped his right cheek hard and told himself not to rely on his teacher. The butler cried out in alarm. He looked at him as he heard him say that "I have decided already." Dieren clasped his hands on the table, ordering the summoning of each official in charge of the departments. The butler obeyed. He added that his face hurt a lot, so the butler brought him a cold cloth. At the soldiers' barracks, shouts could be heard, "You idiots, run faster." Two soldiers who had been drinking and gambling the previous day were lying on their backs on the ground, complaining about leg pain and upset stomachs. The squad leader angrily scolded, "And you still call yourselves soldiers?" One replied, "Why have you been so strict lately?" The squad leader put his hands on his hips and said the Lord was too merciful. "You bastards are lucky to still have your heads." He shouted, asking how they intended to live. The two soldiers, faces full of discontent, said, "No, we are also very hungry. For you were so lenient, why are you different now?" The word struck Kin's vital point, freezing him stiff. One looked up and said they had tried, but then what? They spoke of an old festering sore. With just one order from above, all efforts went down the drain. Maybe it was time to accept reality. Night fell over the town. Kin was patrolling alone. His heart was full of knots and doubts. Recalling the soldier's words, he blamed himself. Yeah, the fault was mine, damn it. Wanting to relieve his mood, he thought he would find a place for a few drinks tonight. A brightly lit tent caught Kin's attention. What is this? Curious, he smelled a strange fragrance. It was not here yesterday. He approached and lifted the curtain. "Excuse me." A cheerful, welcome voice sounded. It was none other than Allison and Rurin. "Welcome to their mobile restaurant." Kin asked in a daze if this was a restaurant. Allison replied yes, he could have a meal or a few drinks. Seeing Kin eyeing the delicious-looking skewers of meat, Allison asked if he wanted to try some. He reluctantly ordered a few drinks and some snacks. Allison used magic to blow the fire, telling Rurin to get more meat. The skewers of grilled meat were glistening, fragrant, and steaming with smoke. Below were pieces of red-hot firewood, radiating intense heat. He poured out a strong cup of alcohol. Allison cheerfully brought out the plate of meat, skewers, and drinks. "Enjoy your meal." Kin drooled as he looked at the delicious plate of meat on the table. He picked up the skewer of meat and sniffed it, silently praising. The charcoal grill smell was truly fragrant. He took the first bite of meat. His face full of happiness, he exclaimed, "This dish was so tender, the sweetness from the vegetables blending with the meat, delicious to the point of ecstasy." His face already slightly flushed. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Annie sighed in admiration. Allison smiled and asked if the flavor suited him. He replied it was perfect clone. He caught the main point when Kin confided. Today was really tense, but now it felt healing. Allison said, please enjoy the meal. Feel free to share anything. The scorching noon in the Lord's manor, an echo sounded. Greetings to the new Lord of Deadland. A long-haired man introduced himself. I am Vendung, the treasurer in charge of taxes and finances. Diren unrolled the document and read, without looking at him, a pleasure. In his heart he calculated, the administrative records had almost nothing correct. He whitened his eyes and coldly stared at Vendon. Most of the funds had unknown whereabouts. The figures did not match. He spoke up, 20 million was used to repair roads 4 months ago, but a check showed no place had been repaired. What is the meaning of this? Vendon had already prepared a small wooden box. Upon hearing the question, he immediately presented it. I knew you would ask about this matter. He opened the lid. Inside glittered gold, silver, and diamonds, so I have prepared the perfect explanation. Blatant bribe. Diren suppressed his anger, quite slick. He was about to raise his hand. Should he call the soldiers immediately? He imagined slamming his hand on the table to give the order according to Lord Diren's decree, gather the soldiers at once. Immediately he was bound by magic. Diren Holin, what are you doing? Teacher Allison reminded him to assess the situation. One needed concrete evidence and thorough preparation. Diren instantly became alert, his hand slowly lowered. He looked at the treasurer. If he arrested him right away, rumors would spread. The officials would be on guard. Then rooting out corruption would be even harder. His hand touched the gemstones in the box. In this situation, he put on a greedy demeanor and said, you are smarter than I thought. I love bribes very much. I am counting on you, Vendon. At the mobile food stall, Kim slammed his wine glass hard on the table, looking drunk. I joined Dedrun with so many aspirations. He was truly drunk, recounting and vowing to turn this place into the safest territory. I promised to have safe streets even at night. Allison noticed the sword at Kim's waist. He continued, even when not on a mission, I still patrol. Allison rubbed his chin and spoke up. You are a soldier, you must have worked hard, but the unit situation is worse. Is there a problem? Hearing this question, Kim did not know how to answer. When he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a burly man who walked in. Hey, what is this? The thug rubbed his neck and asked, who gave you permission to trade here? Allison ignored him and called out to Rurin, handle this for me. But she was already dead drunk, holding a wine bottle and swaying. Allison panicked. Hey, when did you start drinking? Seeing that he was being ignored, the thug grew angry. This kind of joke is not funny. His sentence was cut off by the sound of a table being slammed. I will tear this place apart. Kim slowly stood up, truly sad. The state of the Diren army had deteriorated to this point. He was filled with rage, his sharp gaze fixed on the man. You scoundrels dare to commit crimes in front of me. As soon as he finished his sentence, before anyone could be arrested, he immediately took a punch to the mouth. This punch knocked him unconscious. Allison judged, weakling. Thug clenched his fist and said, all talk and no action. Some people don't get it until they take a beating. The man aggressively threw a punch towards Allison, while he was rubbing the head of the drunk Rurin. Lord Diren must be having a hard time. Rurin mumbled, yes, you're all being punished. A lightning bolt struck down from above onto Allison's mobile stall. The thug was electrocuted until he was charred black, sitting dazed on the ground. Allison Shaw expressed, I want to crush this man's base, but I cannot interfere directly. It seems Diren wants to handle it himself. Rurin clutched her belly, laughing secretly, your scent is nice. Allison glanced towards Kin. In the end, he had to help. He was completely drunk and asleep on the table. Allison remarked his attitude was not bad. Perhaps he should be given a chance. Flashback appeared. Young Kin, full of enthusiasm, stepped into the guard unit. I believe, from now on I will join the guard unit. The old guard lay back picking his teeth and said, I am Gabon the captain. No weapon training or techniques, train yourself. Kin was stunned to hear the irresponsible words, waking up broken if someone came down from the castle, because this was not what he expected. Corrupt youth leading Kin drew his sword. They openly robbed purses on the street. You just stand and watch. The majority clan wins. Everyone joins in. Try it yourself. The young lads willing to shed blood to catch criminals rejoiced. Look, we caught one. The disgusted criminal said, who are you? Do you think the Lord will let this slide? The Lord at that time poured cold water on them. The guard unit's work is not my request. Release him and bring him back. The injured youths were bewildered by this rottenness. Gradually people lost their original purpose, disheartened by the corruption from above, encouraging them to try again. But all shook their heads. I cannot. It is so unfair. When he saw his comrades gradually leave, they cut their pay and did not supply materials. The more they patrolled, the more they lost Matt. He softly called out to them. The response was reluctant steps. Captain, let us stop. The past memory ended. Kim jolted up with one swollen cheek. There was no stall anymore. On a dark street someone spoke from behind, finally awake. Kim remembered the owner of the food stall. Allison pointed to the right and said with a smile, I left a gift for you there. Make sure to get it. The thug's name was tightly bound and lying unconscious beside him. Allison still smiled as he instructed to take him to Klon prison on the way back. Kim was surprised, realizing it was that thug, and asked what he had done. Allison did not answer but asked back, back, "You are Kim, right?" He repeated Kim's old ambition of making Death Run safe again, and asked if he still believed in it. Kim's hands clenched tightly on the ground, leaving scratches, his voice trembling. "Yes." Allison smiled, satisfied with the answer. "I have not given up on my dream." The man in armor stepped out of the alley and said, "Then seize this opportunity." Kim was stunned. "No, you are the vice captain of the first night squad." Darien Ober raised his hand in greeting. "Nice to meet you. I am Darien, the one who will guide you in swordsmanship." The Lord's mansion was still lit, with the sound of angry arguments echoing out. Darien propped his chin and laughed helplessly. His expression was extremely bad. He recalled the first bribe giver, a cheerful man in a beret who said, "Greetings to the new Lord. I have heard much about you from Treasurer Vendung." A fat man lifted up a jar, rejoicing, "I am delighted to welcome an amazing lord like you. Please accept this gift." A curly-haired noble held a golden vial full to the brim and spoke, "I do not know what others do, but this is true sincerity." Behind Darien was a mountain of bribe money. He exclaimed, "What is this?" The butler standing beside him looked at him warily, startling him. "No, do not look at me like that." Darien pursed his lips. "I will call the next person." He thought dejectedly, "Corruption runs this deep. Once I start arresting people, the backlash will be fierce." The next person was a short-haired girl wearing round glasses. "Greetings, my lord." He asked who she was. She adjusted her glasses and introduced herself. "I am Mohan, in charge of land management." Her gaze focused on the pile of gold behind him. Mohan pursed her lips, disappointed, thinking it was the same this time. Darien asked, "Anything else?" Mohan lowered her head and clutched her hem. "I apologize, my ability is limited. I have not saved much, so it is hard to show sincerity or give you a gift." Darien's eyes lit up as if he had found the truth. "You have nothing to offer?" Mohan replied, flustered, "Yes, you can dismiss me." Darien was stunned, then stood up, firmly gripping her hand. "I have been waiting for someone like you." Mohan was taken aback. "What kind of approval is this?" Darien seemed ecstatic to the point of madness, speaking out his ambitions. "We will collect all the bribes from corrupt officials together." Mohan trembled in fear. "He is insane. The Lord has truly gone mad. I need to escape immediately." Kin was swinging his sword stroke by stroke, his entire body drenched in sweat. The training ground was deserted. Only Kin remained, tirelessly swinging his sword. Allison asked how it was going. Darien Ober crossed his arms and replied, "What do you think? He needs to learn how to hold a sword again." He said bluntly, "With Darien here, there is nothing to worry about." On the grass, Ruin was fast asleep. The two men exchanged information. "How do I return to the palace?" "I will handle your travel arrangements." "How long will it take to complete the guard squad's mission?" Darien said, "It is surprising to see you taken down by a thug. Even with daily training, it will take at least 3 months. Allison leaned against a tree and sighed. "That is long." He thought he should not interfere but could not abandon the people. He suddenly realized something. Then it was his foolish grinning face. Darien assessed. It seems he has an idea. Best not to ask to avoid getting involved. The full moon hung high in the night sky, and a complaining voice was heard. "Really?" A girl carrying a loaf of bread walked down the night street, complaining that she planned to go home early, but got lost. The gleam of a knife frightened the girl. "Yeah, first time here?" 2 thugs tried to extort her. "Never seen you around here. Do you know whose territory this is?" The girl cried in fear before the knife. "Sorry, I do not know." The spiky-haired thug acted smug. "It is fine, do not be scared. You can pay off your debt slowly." A shout rang out from behind. "Wait." A finger pointed straight ahead. That person said, "Drop your swords, you are the bad guys." Allison and Rurin had their heads completely covered, only their eyes showing. He shouted loudly, "We are the patrol squad bringing justice to Dedron." Rurin echoed, "That is right." The 2 thugs looked at them. The blonde thug said fearlessly, "You are dressed in rags like that and want to play heroes?" Before he could finish, Allison raised his finger and pointed it at them, calling forth a ray of justice. A brilliant golden beam shot and broke the sword in the spiky-haired thug's hand. The light flew straight up into the night sky. The girl holding the bread was stunned. The 2 thugs broke out in a sweat, looking at the sword that was now just a hilt. "My sword." They immediately fled, not forgetting to leave a threat. "You lot, we will remember this." Allison proudly put his hands on his hips. "You saw the power of the street vendor squad, did you?" Rurin tugged his arm. "Please change the name." The rescued girl spoke shakily. "That voice and that magic, it cannot be." Allison froze when he heard her ask, "Count Reebok." Allison scratched his head. "That woman, I remember now, you came to my room." The girl happily asked again, "You are Count Reebok, right?" Allison thought to himself, "Damn it, I should not have been caught this early." At the candlelit dining table, 3 people were discussing matters. Megan said, "Ricardo is dead, Lord Raiden is missing, and both the planting and sorting rooms have been shut down." The one-eyed Volta, leader of the Dedran human trafficking ring, asked, "The new lord has arrived. My men are causing a ruckus, but that will not last forever." Mekan, the leader of the Deathran assassination team, declared it was time to choose a direction and called Van to the closest person to Lord Raiden. Benito, the deputy leader of the Dedran human trafficking ring, sat in thought and then said he would inherit Raiden's legacy and rebuild the kingdom. On the table lay a plate with a few slices of dry bread. Kim's hand ached from sword training as he picked up a piece of dry bread, sadly recalling the taste of the meat skewers from back then, even though he had no idea what meat it was. Despite his hand being covered in wounds, he still held the bread and told himself he had to eat to endure the training. Few soldiers approached to strike up a conversation, asking where team leader Kim had been to get his hands so dirty. He replied that he was just training, which made the blonde soldier suspiciously repeat that phrase. The soldier did not believe him. Kim gnawed on his bread, and then asserted firmly that he had not given up yet. The two soldiers, hearing him say he still had hope for Deathrin, quietly called him team leader. High above, the moonlight shone down on the dilapidated, cracked building, causing many residents to exclaim in shock. At that time, I was very grateful. The girl also realized in surprise that the Viscount had stepped back. Allison took off her robe, admitting that the secret of the food truck group was Viscount Reebok. He looked at the female slave holding a loaf of bread. She replied that the new lord had given the former slaves temporary shelter, and once the investigation was done, they would go home. Allison was surprised by this information and thought to herself that the lord was doing a very good job. The female slave shyly said the meal portion was too bland, so she intended to buy more bread. On the food plate were 2 slices of bread. Allison asked if she had been captured by them at that moment. He rubbed his lips, calculating, then called everyone over. The words made the girl freeze. Did she not want to take revenge on those bastards? She could not believe her ears. The former slaves, hearing him speak, showed irritation at having to avoid those bastards' territory, even though they had been captured. He turned toward the door, leaving a promise that he would lead anyone who wanted to follow to a place where someone could teach good weapon skills. On the training ground, Kin was sparring with Darien. Darien only used one hand to teach, saying that cutting was not simply about swinging a sword quickly. Instantly, he swung his sword, cutting off Kin's attack chain and knocking the sword out of his hand. The both watched the sword stuck in the ground. Darien taught how to adjust the blade's direction, saying a sword that could not do that was worse than a stick. Kin was covered in wounds, sighed tiredly as he picked up his sword, and asked to be taught more. Darien looked at him and said he very much wanted to but could no longer teach him alone. Heavy footsteps accompanied a question. Had team leader Kin done everything by himself? The former slaves arrived at the training ground, holding whatever weapons they had, and asked to join, recalling the urging to run. Kim gasped for breath, his face drenched in sweat, stunned as he looked at the crowd approaching and called out to them. The former female slaves also spoke up, asking to be taught. They wanted to show the kidnappers their true strength. Darien scratched his head helplessly, saying he thought he was only teaching one person, but Allison slyly replied that she had never said that. He then covered his head completely, leaving only his eyes visible, saying the number would increase, because he wanted to give a chance to all the victims. Darien suggested he needed to bring more people from the capital. At the guard camp of Dedran, land manager Moen held a scroll of documents, puzzled that she had been told to collect bribe money for shady dealings. She recalled an old conversation. Daron had said that among the officials giving money, some were forced to bribe even if they did not want to, and her task was to investigate the origin and find out if there was coercion or embezzlement. Owen held the scroll, still feeling uneasy and unfamiliar. She worriedly asked why such an important task was given to her. Daron smiled and replied that in that situation, she said she had nothing to give. Moen hugged the scroll, thinking this lord was truly different, wondering if Devron could really change things. She approached the guard camp and heard indistinct noises from inside. She lurked outside, peered through the window, and heard a simple statement. That man, Gabon, dead drunk, said, "Do you want to withdraw the guards from the sorting and cultivation room? They do not do much. Tell them I agree." He took a gulp and then told them to send him a beautiful woman after the job was done. The masked soldier clasped his hands behind his back, replied that he would inform him when the matter was handled, and said it was easier with Ricardo around. Mohen outside heard the entire conversation and worriedly wondered to herself what the sorting and cultivation room was about. Inside the Devran sorting room, it was piled with waste. The thugs chose this place as their base. One of them held a torch, looked around and said this place was completely destroyed. No one was here anymore. A hand with sharp claws appeared. Praise good, Gabon had completed the task. Ekin coldly ordered this place to be rebuilt. When the sorting and cultivation room was reconstructed, Dedran would regain its glory. The dark night shrouded everything that happened. In the Lord's room, Dieren was diligently reading documents, the steward pouring tea beside him. The origin of the bribe money was becoming clear, only a few months left to finish, but handcuffs, swords, and machetes appeared before his eyes. Dieren calculated that the biggest problem was the army. Once assembled, he had to act quickly and cleanly before other officials discovered it. He inwardly lamented how the guard's condition was. He was wondering if he needed help from the city of Greg when a spatial vortex appeared beside him. The person who jumped out was Allison. Dieren called out Master in surprise. Allison bluntly said hello and asked what you were saying. I am only part of the food truck group. He invited him to follow for a moment because there were some people he wanted to introduce. A sword arc flashed through the space. In the middle of the dark night sky, the former slaves were diligently training with their swords. Allison brought Darren here. He was stunned to see them. Allison said with crossed arms, from guards to former slaves, everyone volunteered to train. Darren was personally instructing. He said angrily, hands on hips, no, I told you not to do that, so frustrating. In the old days this would have been handled quickly. Allison's voice rang out. At first it was just one squad, but now look how many people have gathered. He looked at them and said, it seems. Darren's eyes were moist with emotion. Eliso added, it's not just the Lord who wants to change Iran. The soldiers were still diligently training. Darren felt proud and emotional seeing everyone train for the future of Desran. Yes, I am not alone, Desran will change. 3 months passed. In a decrepit slum, a masked soldier said Lord Veneto has a new report. He began to report that the sorting and guard rooms had been fully established. Veneto laughed smugly, excellent. He rested his hand on the desk and said, I lost some income because I couldn't touch the commoners thanks to those food carts. But it's over now. It's time to seize every establishment in the region and take control. Inform Mekan and Volta from now. His words were cut off as a subordinate rushed in panting, my lord, Lord Veneto. The two people in the room looked at the man outside in confusion. Outside the human trafficker's base, Darren had ridden his horse with his army and stood before this place, shouting loudly, Veneto, right here. He said boldly, if you surrender peacefully, you will face trial according to this land's laws. But if you resist, only severe punishment awaits. Veneto was surprised. A serious army, huh? The guards are just untrained puppets. The subordinate was dripping with sweat, stammering about this matter. Something was wrong. The sword tip planted hard into the ground. This Kim was different, tougher. He looked at the sword on the ground and said coldly, all you criminals. Stepping out, the former slave girl had also transformed, shouting aggressively, you kidnappers come out now. Veneto stood on the wall watching everyone's momentum, his face blank, what's wrong with them? Mohin pointed his hand at the corrupt officials and ordered coldly, arrest them all. No sooner had he spoken than 2 soldiers quickly seized Vendang. Not stopping there, Mohin continued ordering the arrest of all who had bribed and were involved in corruption. Before Vendang could recover, he said in stunned anger, what is this? Who authorized your insubordinate actions? Suddenly, an angry cursing voice rang out from behind, you scoundrels. The newcomer was Gabon. He stepped forward furiously, his voice sharp. Are you planning a rebellion? He tried to persuade calmly, remember I am your leader. As soon as he finished, the group replied, sorry, but we are only following orders from our superiors. One person continued, isn't a soldier's duty to listen to his superior's orders? Gabon was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. He exclaimed, what? Darren Gregory rode forward, his face calm but determined, saying, today. He slightly opened his mouth, his steady voice rang out, today we will wipe out all the evils of Death Run. The people below were ready, hands gripping their swords, eyes burning with determination. Deliran Greg spoke, his tone calm but authoritative, our army. Suddenly he almost shouted, show them the justice of Dedran. As soon as the words ended, no one hesitated, everyone immediately charged into battle. A powerful sword strike swung down. The man hurriedly raised his sword to block, his face full of difficulty, letting out a cry. His face was drenched in sweat. He thought, are these really soldiers from Dedran? Those thoughts lingered endlessly. He thought they were just weaklings. King said in a cold voice, all criminals will be crushed. Suddenly from above, a large figure rushed down swiftly. The one who just appeared was Veneto. With weapon in hand, he slammed it heavily onto the ground, the impact creating a terrible noise. Dirt and stones flying everywhere, a wide area cracked open. Veneto noticed the difference. He said it seems they have gotten a bit stronger, but in the end, they are still untrained fools. He swung his weapon and charged forward, shouting loudly, advance. Kim saw his arrogance, lowered his head and sighed, then replied coldly, never trained. Kin continued in a stern voice, we have been through hell for the past 3 months. Do you know what that is? Without a word, the two clashed in a fierce battle. Veneto was surprised to see a completely unfamiliar technique from Kin. He exclaimed, you brat, how do you know that swordsmanship? The battle grew more intense. The sound of weapons clashing sent chills down the spine. A strained voice of resistance escaped. One man shouted loudly to encourage his comrades, all right, advance calmly, don't forget your formation. Before he could finish, his face showed clear confusion. Powerful attack sent him flying, he groaned. At that moment, a voice full of bewilderment exclaimed, what is this? Volta was gripping the chain tightly, looking at everything with utmost surprise. He muttered, they said the new lord uncovered the bribery, but maybe that's not it. At the same time, the female slave fighting nearby also couldn't hide her confusion. A commanding voice rang out from behind. Soldiers blocked the other side. One soldier turned back, his face full of questions, muttering, hey. The female slave went almost crazy, her eyes sharp as knives, almost screaming, that man, we have to catch him. Hand tried to reach up, blood splattered all around. A corpse lay still on the ground. A voice rang out full of doubt. Why isn't Veneto making any move? Mekan slightly furrowed his brow, his voice low. I don't know who taught them, but they are using sword techniques. But do they think they can defeat me with just that bit of training? He looked at the man before him, his eyes cold and warning. This one is not like the others, everyone be alert. Mekan continued in an arrogant voice, remember your level. Before he could finish, a cold voice interjected. Let me lower myself to your level then. A figure slowly emerged. It was Darien Ober. He said coldly, eyes sharp as knives. Initially I only intended to observe from afar, but now things have changed. Darien Ober drew his sword slightly, his eyes cold and sharp, continuing Moin's assassin group, the one constantly targeting the crown prince. You are the leader, Mekan, correct? Mekan exclaimed in shock. Darien Ober swung his sword down hard. Mekan had not yet recovered his senses. The sharp blade swept through, blood from Mekan's body splattered all over the ground. He coldly taunted, saying that he had merely slipped. Turning his back to walk away, his voice rang out coldly, believing that his opponent could hardly reach his level. He told himself, if the three main characters were only at this level, the current soldiers would handle them but would have to try hard, and it would be over soon. Meanwhile, Volta trembled as he weakly resisted with his chain. The female slave held a sword, her sharp gaze ready to finish him off, making him think in confusion that these slaves were so skilled with weapons. Beads of sweat on his forehead. Volta struggled to say that their eyes made him uncomfortable. Do not underestimate him. He roared, swung his weapon with all his might towards the female slave and yelled, damn slave. But just as the weapon was about to touch her, his face changed color, and he stammered out an "oh." The female slave's sword had already pierced through his chest first. He screamed in agony. The hateful expression, the female slave sternly said that he should lower his voice. Scum. The whole team cheered loudly. Volta had been captured. Capture them all. One by one they were caught. Cheers rang out that this side was cleared. Victory belonged to them. Veneto witnessed his side's defeat. His expression was tense. Kim rushed towards him, loudly asking him where he was looking. Veneto felt strange, thinking that his attacks kept being blocked by strange magic. He gritted his teeth, thinking that today was supposed to be the day to reclaim everything, but the situation was like this. He wildly unleashed his skills, dirt and stones flying everywhere, almost screaming that it could not end like this. Kin hurriedly resisted and shouted that he was running away, chase after him. Veneto ran with all his might, thinking that as long as he was not caught there was still hope. He would try again even if it took 10 times or 20 times. His figure gradually disappeared, his mind still revolving around the thought of reclaiming the kingdom at Dizran. Suddenly Veneto's face showed extreme confusion. Allison appeared, sitting on a corpse blocking the path. His appearance made him sigh. Veneto asked in confusion if he had come from the carriage. Allison coldly asked back if he was the criminal. He stated clearly, telling him to go back because he would not get through, causing Veneto to be horrified as a familiar voice rang in his head. That voice kept echoing, a despicable creature like him dares to do anything, get lost. It lingered in his mind, you dare to step into this place with the same guts, I will burn everything. That memory made Veneto tremble. He opened his mouth but could not utter a word, only stammered, ah, you are. He trembled so much he could not speak. His words were broken. That demeanor made Allison extremely curious, wondering what was wrong with this guy. Veneto sat down on the ground screaming. Darien and Allison frankly replied, oh, it's exposed. How did he recognize him? Veneto could not suppress his fear. He panicked and said, he's here. A footstep stepped forward, along with a tired voice sighing. Allison removed his hood, happily saying it seemed everything had been resolved properly. Suddenly a voice answered back, that's right. Allison turned back in surprise and asked, really? Darien Ober wearily replied, sorry, our side has someone injured while subduing Mekan. Allison gently asked Han, get up, how are the injured? Darien Oberlin replied, their lives are not in danger. Suddenly Darien Ober stammered, but Allison, didn't we agree to let Count Darien handle this matter? He continued to ask, why did you decide to interfere? Allison smiled and replied, I intended to, but it seems I am easily swayed by requests. At a certain villa, a cry rang out. Leon Gregg happily ran into the room out of breath and praised, I heard the news. You did well. You successfully captured the criminal organization and corrupt officials. He clicked his tongue in praise, truly my son. But De'Aaron Gregg said drunkenly, I am just a good for nothing. He was so drunk he collapsed onto the table, muttering, not worthy of being a lord, a real nuisance. This made Leon Gregg extremely curious. He softly called his name De'Aaron. Delicious piece of grilled meat was being cooked, emitting a tempting aroma. Rurin asked while preparing the meat, so the reason you used magic to protect the soldiers was like that? Allison gave a light smile, his voice warm as he replied, it is not only that. He continued, but Darren's complexion was not very good. Rurin asked curiously, why so? Wasn't no one dead? Allison heard her question and replied, I have already guessed the reason. I hope he does not blame himself too much. At this time, Leon Gregg entered the room. He began to announce the capture of the bandit gang and corrupt nobles. The operation was successful. He continued, however, you borrowed Lord Allison's power to achieve victory. His eyes looked straight at Dieren, who was sitting with a gloomy face. He asked, "That is what weighs on your conscience, right?" Dieren lowered his head, his voice full of sorrow. "I was determined to resolve this matter myself. I thought that to become a true lord, the first step was not to rely on others." He sighed, his voice choked, but before the battle my mindset had changed. He recalled everyone's faces and continued, "I was afraid my decision would cause the soldiers to be injured and die. I declared that I would change Death Run, but in reality, I only had determination without any preparation." He lowered his gaze, his tone sad as he said, "I am sorry, father. Perhaps I cannot continue governing the city of Desra. I am not qualified to become the new lord." Leon Gregg remained silent, his eyes full of thought. After a long while, he gently spoke, "Follow me." Dieren Gregg raised his head, his eyes confused as he asked, "Why?" Leon did not answer immediately. He opened the door and stepped out before replying, "Take a walk with me for a while. I will explain to you more clearly about being a lord." He led Dieren to a dark place, surrounded only by quiet mountains and clouds illuminated by moonlight. It was then that he calmly reasoned, "Dieren, since you were young you have always said you wanted to be a lord like me, right?" Dieren Gregg replied, "Yes, that is right." Leon questioned further, "So what kind of lord is that model?" Dieren smiled and answered, "Father is the lord who revived Gregg City, the place that was devastated by the war with the dragon race." The image of Leon Gregg first stepping into Gregg City was recalled. He hesitantly rode in on his horse and wondered to himself if this was Gregg City. Dieren continued, "At that time I was too young, so I only heard this story. When I grew older, everyone told it that way. It is unbelievable that Gregg City could revive so quickly from the ashes. Therefore it is understandable that I took father as my role model." Leon asked him if he knew what the first step to revitalize Gregg City was, which was to beg for help from the surrounding lords. Hearing this, Dieren was extremely shocked. He could not believe his ears when he heard his father say that. He recounted the story of having gone to many other lords, earnestly asking for help for the starving people who needed food and shelter. He continued to tell Dieren that he had constantly begged others like that. He gently advised that it was unacceptable for a lord to constantly bow his head before others. "If you can solve the problem yourself, it is very commendable. Remember one thing." He smiled calmly and said, "All worries are for the people in the domain." He touched his shoulder and kindly said that caring for soldiers and sacrificing for them was admirable. Dieren shyly called out to his father. Suddenly, Leon pushed him away and said not to frown on this beautiful day anymore. Dieren exclaimed in surprise. Leon laughed and continued, "From now on, Desran City will be under your control." Dieren fell to the ground, crying out in pain. He asked back in great confusion. Before he could understand what was happening, a voice suddenly rang out saying that day had come. Dieren looked up and saw everyone sitting and waiting, welcoming the new Lord Dieren. Allison smiled happily and called him over to sit. Rurin also chimed in to join the fun. Dieren saw the people before him and happily exclaimed, "Everyone, master." Leon stood outside observing, smiled contentedly and gently said, "Be happy, my son." Everyone enthusiastically waited to welcome the new lord, handing Dieren a skewer of meat. He was surprised to recognize the palanquin dish. Kane awkwardly spoke to the female slave. She smiled back in response. Leon looked at the scene inside, broke into a satisfied smile, and said he was very proud of his son. The next morning, when the sun was already high, the sky was clear and bright. Dieren Gregg, after a joyful night, was sleeping soundly at the table. A voice rang out saying it was finally done. Rurin walked and said she could not believe they drank until dawn. Allison smiled lightly and replied it was because they had gone through a major campaign. He asked Rurin if she was sleepy. She asked back in surprise where to. Allison replied to a place where he had a few things to ask and wanted to say. Scene shifted to the Louvre Empire, the Royal Palace Library. Leon Harris was standing intently reading a book. Hearing footsteps, Leon Harris softly greeted Medrin. She respectfully greeted the Crown Prince. She asked curiously what the matter was. Leon Harris paused and then said she seemed knowledgeable about history. He continued to ask about the 3 heroes who had sacrificed themselves to protect the races in the war with the dragon race. Thanks to them, the Empire's casualties were minimized, but the remaining person was still an unknown. He pondered and then said more precisely, there was no surviving historical record about that person. Although he had tried to investigate through people who had experienced the war, their testimonies were very contradictory. Leon Harris's eyes showed suspicion. He said they claimed that person was a powerful great mage and a human. He stated his speculation. When hearing these 2 things, he immediately thought of one person. He pointed at the book and said that even after scouring all the records about Allison, he only found one line about his discharge from the military. Medrin broke out in a cold sweat. She stammered in confusion, calling out the name Allison. Leon Harris said in a sharp tone that even though she had denied the 2 had ever met, Medrin replied tremblingly that Lord Allison was very different from what the Crown Prince imagined. In a certain room, the shadow of a person appeared. Allison, with a lively smile, cheerfully greeted that it had been a long time. He respectfully greeted the king. King said it had been a long time, Allison. This person is King Lemden Hulet of the Liuyan Empire. He cheerfully continued, it was an honor for a distinguished guest to visit. Rurin smiled in response, wondering who this person was. Lemden Hulet asked, surprised that he had returned to the palace. Had he visited the Magic Academy yet? Allison sighed, a thoughtful expression on his face, answering why he would go there. They would probably go crazy. Allison hesitated, then softly stammered that he was a terrible liar. Right at that moment, Medrin also mentioned his name. To explain, let us go back to the past to learn a bit about the Royal Magic Academy. Akaban announced the meaning of the Liuyan Empire and the goals aimed for at the academy. Shouts of despair rang out that he was being held back again. Principal Astaban furiously pressed Allison for an answer. Faced with his teacher's criticism, Allison could only say thank you. He hurriedly explained that he had tried his best, mentioning the saying that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. His words made Ashaban angrier. He shouted for him to get out immediately. Allison hurriedly replied yes. Senior students Marudal and Dugent looked at Allison and smiled, talking about his being held back a year. Allison smiled back with a self-deprecating tone, saying failing and being held back was normal for someone incompetent, and was scolded. Marudal said in surprise that he could not understand his thinking. Allison smiled and suggested they go eat. Behind them, senior student Medrin quietly observed Allison with eyes full of hatred and thought to herself that he was a fraud. In the practice hall of the Royal Magic Academy, a voice asked everyone if they could see clearly. Azkaban demonstrated while explaining that this was a variation of the freezing spell, with a slightly different way of using the magic circle. He told the students to practice on their own and remember to keep a safe distance. Allison stared intently and then stated he could not do it. Ashaban sighed, trying to be patient, intending to show him another spell. He said it was a basic spell that every final year student could use. But before Ashaban could finish, Allison cut him off. He could not do that either. Ashaban's anger flared up immediately. He shouted that even a first-year student could use that spell, telling Allison to try. However, he casually replied that students these days must be far more talented than in the past. Allison's words were the final straw, making Ashaban angrily yell, "You bastard." Even though he was cursed at, Allison showed no worry and instead smiled smugly. He thought he had no reason to use magic to help others. It was fine to just stay here idly waiting for the war to end. On the other side, a professor praised with an admiring gaze, "Remarkable. Where did this talent come from?" The professor witnessed Medrin casting magic and could not hide his amazement. "I cannot believe a first-year student could perform magic so perfectly." Medrin humbly replied that it was all due to his teachings. The students around were full of praise, seeing the pure magical power, unhindered by any superfluous element. The professor went to Medrin and said that her level was so high he wished that guy could learn a thing or two. The scene of Allison being scolded by Ashaban was mentioned again. The professor said they once had high hopes for his future. Hearing this, Medrin could not hide her displeasure. She frowned, breathed heavily, and thought to herself, how pathetic. Back to the present, a voice cut through Medrin's thoughts. Hold on. Leon Harris frowned in thought, and then asked the restaurant owner if that was Allison, the one who could not use magic. Medrin replied that more precisely, he could only use one spell. Leon Harris wondered why they still kept him, making him repeat the year. There was a war going on. Those without talent should be sent to the front lines as regular soldiers. Medrin tensely replied that she only found out later. The single spell Allison could use was actually more than extraordinary. She reminisced and began telling Leon Harris about the memory of that day when she and a friend walked in. Students saw Medrin and excitedly said he wanted to ask her how to decode the magic circle. But immediately, the friend beside him crushed that hope, saying Medrin was on a different level, to stop dreaming. Medrin was praised by the professor again for getting a perfect score on the test. He said she was a once-in-a-century genius, an astonishing talent. All eyes were on Medrin with admiration. Endless praise echoed, people saying she had already learned second-tier magic, surpassing even the upperclassmen. Medrin smugly thought that she was the true genius, far ahead of all junior students, and the seniors did not intimidate her either. Outside, the scene was one of devastation and ruin. Allison's technique had a terrifying destructive power. Principal Astraban witnessed the scene and immediately praised, "Good, that is enough." A voice called his name and Allison eagerly replied yes. Ashaban sighed and asked why he could not use other spells like that. Allison did not know how to answer, just chuckling it off. Medrin happened to pass by and saw that scene. She was stunned and wondered what that technique was. The friend with her explained and asked if it was Medrin's first time seeing it. The friend continued, saying Allison could not use any other spell, but the destructive power of his fireball was unbelievable. Everyone was saying that fireball was stronger than even the professors. Allison replied that was exactly the reason he was kept in the academy. The friend added that Professor Klon regretted not being able to let him graduate. Hearing that, Medrin was stunned, unable to hide her disappointment, muttering, "Impossible." She looked at the scene before her, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, "How could it have such immense destructive power?" In her heart she told herself, "But I am the genius." Dense thoughts swirled in her mind. She could not accept the future of the academy belonging to someone else, when everyone still acknowledged her. She bitterly remembered Allison's figure, her heart full of resentment. Especially, she could not accept being pushed out of the limelight by an inferior student like him. A fireball with terrifying destructive power was launched, shattering everything nearby. The professor praised Medrin for a job well done, her magical foundation solid just as expected. Everything around collapsed under the devastation from the technique she had just cast. Even with the praise, Medrin was not satisfied. Her face full of disappointment, she muttered, "No, it is still not enough." A plate of food was brought up. Dugan could not stand it, complaining that even the Magic Academy could not do anything about these terrible dishes. Marudal said dejectedly that they clearly did not want to invest magic in agriculture. Allison appeared from somewhere, laughing and saying that they did not want to eat anyway. The voice sounded again, then all three of them dumped the food into a trash bin. The chef was angry seeing this, but they did not care, only busy inviting each other to go somewhere else. Medrin saw Allison and his group blatantly throwing away their meal. She angrily thought to herself, "It is that trio again." Medrin's two friends saw her staring fixedly at Allison and mockingly asked if she liked bad boy types like him. Marilyn was annoyed, her expression shifting, almost shouting, "Can you stop? I hate people who live irresponsibly." The two friends quickly apologized, saying it was just a joke, and that Allison was too different from Medrin. He was irresponsible in every way, and it was even rumored he did not want to become a mage. Medrin was eating, but upon hearing that she stopped. She asked loudly, demanding a clearer explanation. That friend, sweating profusely, stammered that it was just a rumor. The scene shifted to another room where two pieces of fresh, delicious meat were hanging. A fragrant aroma emanated from the freshly prepared meat. A piece of meat was put into a mouth and chewed with relish. Dugan finished eating, praising how incredibly tender the meat was. Marudel, eating nonstop, added that when he tried to cook it, the meat was too tough to swallow. Seeing Allison open the pot lid, Marudel asked what he was doing. Allison laughed and replied, "Ha ha ha, I am always right." The recipe was revealed. After marinating the seasoning, he vacuum sealed the meat and slow cooked it in water at a specific temperature. Cooking it long helped the meat retain moisture and not become tough. Finally, he seared it to get a nice color, and it was done. Dugan smiled and said, "Look at this pot. See how much magic was used, from water circulation, temperature control to auto-off arrays." Allison did not hesitate to admit he had woven them all together. Marudel happily said this guy had been lying to the professors again, saying he could not use spells. Allison retorted that he wanted to starve to death, thinking he would bribe him. Dugan suddenly asked Allison if he still had not changed his mind. Did he not want to stop repeating the year and graduate? Allison looked surprised. It was then that he honestly replied that he did not know what he should fight for. He turned his back and continued, saying he did not want to become a soldier, he only wanted to be a chef. Magic to him was just a tool. He did not want to use it to kill anyone. Marudel agreed, saying he did not want to fight for some random nation either. Allison replied that his point was that no one was talking about protecting the country anyway, since he was just an orphan. Dugan sighed and reasoned, telling him to forget it, that he was just talking nonsense because graduation day was almost here. Allison lowered his head, his voice dropping low. "Just need to wait a little longer. I feel that failing 2 more times will get me sent to the front lines." Marudel nodded, replying softly, "Yeah, at least we tried." A voice echoed in their ears, "By then we will get promoted, right? And then we'll order you around endlessly." A laugh shattered the quiet atmosphere. "Ha ha ha, that idea is good." Medrin stood outside listening quietly, but inside she felt very confused. She frowned, wondering, what the hell is that? He pretended not to know magic just to fail again. On the announcement day, Headmaster Ashaban appeared, his voice echoing throughout the hall, drawing all eyes to him. "Congratulations to all of you." The students below were all expectant. He continued, "Although the study time was shortened, because of the war, you have achieved basic magic skills. This sign shows you are recognized as royal mages. Remember, not many people can do this. At the same time, know that there are many more steps to climb. Consider level 1 a low starting point to reach the peaks." Marudel stood at attention, his eyes fixed on the headmaster, listening to every word. Shaban shouted loudly, his voice resounding throughout the hall, "Step forward, royal mages." Everyone in the courtyard could not contain their excitement, cheering back, But Allison was not interested at all. He sat in a corner watching everything but did not want to participate. The ceremony ended, the students left, the hall quickly became empty of people. Ashaban spoke up to ask, "Do you want to tell me something, Medrin?" Medrin immediately replied, "Yes, it is about the student Allison." All the graduating students were happy. They proudly pointed at the badges on their chests, grinning with satisfaction. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, a voice rang out from the crowd, "Class 312 graduates, you all are leaving soon, right?" Dugin turned his head, replying softly, "Yeah, that is right, except for you, old man." Allison flashed an awkward smile, asking further, "Hey, where are you guys heading?" Marudel replied enthusiastically, "We are assigned to the same territory, Northern Dillon City." Allison answered slowly, "That is quite a long trip." Dugin smiled calmly, "We are real mages now, but we will really miss your cooking." Marudel picked up his backpack and said, "Then..." The two moved towards the gate. Marudel turned back to wave at Allison. "We are off." Dugin also added, "Try to graduate before it is too late." Allison smiled and waved, saying, "Do not worry. When the war ends, I will open a restaurant. Make sure to visit." The scene shifted to a courtyard. Allison walked in alone. He was casting spells smiles while thinking, now the next classes are also about to become seniors. I will definitely make friends in the next class. After thinking, he muttered out loud, so what kind of food should I try? Suddenly a calm voice sounded in the room. Finally back, Allison. Allison was startled, quickly looking towards the figure who had just spoken. He panicked, realizing it was Headmaster Ashaban, and exclaimed, Headmaster Ashaban. The man looked around the comfortable space and spoke calmly, quite a comfortable space. Huh. His gaze stopped on the magical array Allison had crafted at the door. He continued, the magic at the entrance is very creative. You combined illusion magic with a shield. Ashaban stepped forward to open the pot lid, looking at the complex magic around it and said, furthermore, these complex spells on the pot. Allison stood still in a corner, not daring to make a sound. Ashaban continued, these very things make me believe you cannot use the simple spells I taught. He used magic to take a piece of meat from the pot, speaking slowly, and this is... Then he put the piece of meat into his mouth and chewed, eating while praising nonstop, very delicious, very delicious. Only then did he continue speaking amidst Allison's shock. Jurgen and Marudel told me about you. He turned his back to speak. They said you lacked the ability to be a battle mage. Not just those two. Everyone who was close to you during your senior year said the same. A war-hating pacifist with a passion for cooking. And there were even rumors you were conscripted into the army due to an administrative error, even though you are not a citizen of the Luvern Empire. He paused and then spoke up to give his terms, so I will give you two choices. He clearly stated the requirement. 1. You will go to the battlefield with your classmates as a rank 1 mage. Any mistakes you made will be overlooked, leaving no record. You will leave with honor and fight alongside your friends. The second choice is to work at the academy as a chef. Hearing this, Allison showed clear confusion. Before he could think it over, Ashaban continued, however, you will have to do some extra work. You will be responsible for arranging a certain list. What is your choice, Allison? Allison stood dazed, not knowing which choice was reasonable, his emotions mixed and impossible to define. Returning to the present, his voice rang out asking, what do you think I chose? One side was soldier, the other the chef I desired, plus he agreed to let me leave when the war ended. Landon Hewlett replied, so there is no need to think further. Allison quickly answered, that is right. He continued, of course I said I would be the chef. Suddenly his face darkened, his voice sharpened. Those were happy days until I discovered what that list meant. Going back to the past to a time 3 months later, Allison was still enthusiastically doing his favorite job as a chef. He thought to himself, burning wind. His eyes focused on the food, thinking about the technique. With this flame vortex, I can mix ingredients at high heat. Delicious food was poured onto the plate, but the thought lingered. Normally it is hard to stir-fry large quantities, because it easily burns unevenly, but not with method. He labored over the dish, and then brought it out for the guests, smiling as he introduced stir-fried vegetables in guba. 2 female students could not contain their excitement, praising nonstop, oh, this is really delicious. Never tasted anything this good. Medrin enjoyed it while thinking to herself, what I did was enough. I reclaimed my position as the most talented person. It is a shame Allison was demoted to chef, but that was his own fault. She lowered her head slightly, a thought surfacing. With this I have returned to the top spot. A word of praise rang out. Wonderful, Allison. Everyone was excited about the new dish. Master Asturban said sternly, now I am entrusting the task of organizing this list to you. He instructed Allison, read them and divide them into groups of 200 people, and also arrange them into books in order. Allison listened and then hesitantly asked, groups of 200, in chronological order? He focused on the papers in his hand, read through them and suddenly blurted out, what is this? Ashaban did not change his expression, replying coldly, read carefully and make sure the arrangement has no mistakes. A new batch will arrive in 3 months. Hearing him tell this, Lemden Hewlett asked again, is the list you are talking about? Before he could finish the sentence, he replied yes. His face darkened, his voice full of depth. It was the list of fallen soldiers, knights, infantry, mages. While I was still comfortable here, the names of the dead were being recorded on these scrolls. In the quiet night, only the moonlight cast through the window. In the small room, Allison was still immersed in his unfinished work. He once thought the war would end in a few years, and he was merely here temporarily. Before him were names and fates, each name a tragedy. Celine Eve, 23, head wound. He continued to think about the wicked dragons. He once dreamed of a peaceful life, everyone happy and the war ending gently. He would open his own restaurant. But reality was not a dream. That beautiful picture did not come true. He wondered why things were like this when knights and mages had bravely fought dragons. He remembered the Louvain people's words about the nation's threatened future, fallen soldiers. He thought it was just a crisis report in the movies. He continued writing the list. Evan Hall, 18, died in the rubble. Ship Batman, 25, with multiple stab wounds. 17, body shattered on the battlefield. Nadrin, 19, infection from wounds after returning to the rear. Malone, 35, excessive blood loss. Allison's heart was hollow. He kept asking himself why. He sat dazed at the desk, unable to believe the cruel truth before him. Thoughts circled in his head. Why were there so many deaths? His hand could no longer write. He gritted his teeth in anguish. He crumpled the paper in his hand and screamed, why? He read on, Dugan, 20, bruises all over his body while on duty. Marudal, 19, neck wound. Scene shift as Allison cooked, his face no longer smiling, but filled with sorrow. He recalled his two friends Jugan and Marudal happily eating the dishes he cooked. Thinking of them, his eyes drooped sadly. He brought the food up and said it was ready. A trainee immediately awkwardly apologized. Chef. She smiled and thanked him for the delicious meal. The girl beside her shyly said she missed his food at the front. They were about to graduate, but Allison remained still. He remembered Principal Astrabon's instructions to read carefully and arrange without error. A new batch would arrive in the next 3 months. Thinking of that, he seemed to grasp the implication in her words. The night was still. An arm pushed open the door. Principal Astrabon was already inside. He asked in the dead of night, is there something you want to say, Allison? Edison stood still for a long time, saying nothing. Suddenly he knelt before Astrabon, choking out a request to be sent to the front, because he could not bear it any longer. Hearing this, Astrabon remained silent, not answering. After a moment he took out an item and handed it to him, saying it was the fireball he once used. I know you control mana. His voice was deep but firm. Show me your resolve to graduate. In the darkness that enveloped the space, something suddenly flashed brilliantly. Allison said no one witnessed the performance that night because it was very late. 2 sleeping trainees were awakened by the sphere's power, panicking and shouting that there was an earthquake. He recounted that Principal Astrabon explained it was just a minor incident on the training ground. Astrabon observed his technique and then said please. He looked at the terrible destruction caused by the sphere, fell silent, then instructed, save as many people as you can. That large crater only fueled the students' imagination. That night, an ungraduated first-class mage quietly departed for the battlefield. Returning to the present, Medrin continued with a thoughtful voice. Allison gave up being a chef and disappeared. Leon Harris was stunned. Medrin said, even though the principal said it was an accident, that crater was made by Allison. Medrin sighed, muttering that she thought she would feel relieved when he left, but it turned out she was wrong. The traces of his techniques remained, proving his presence had not vanished. She closed her eyes and recounted that the next time she heard news of Allison, he had become a frontline soldier despite not graduating. One night on the front line, a voice asked, so you are Allison? He replied that he was contacted by the academy. Captain Dagos looked at him slowly. They have never sent anyone this urgently. It seems you are not very fortunate. Edison's face was expressionless, standing still listening to him speak about the time he was deployed. He rubbed his forehead recounting the fight against monsters. Though called the war with dragons, it was the monsters that caused heavy losses. They destroyed and killed every time we let our guard down. He told him it would be difficult to join the fight immediately, go to the tent and wait for orders. But Allison firmly requested to be sent where the monsters were thickest. Dagos exclaimed in shock. Dika. An exasperated voice said, damn it, he will not hold out long. A team member asked in confusion why he let him have his way. He was a rookie. Dagos said the situation was urgent. He said in a low voice, he did not come here just because he knows magic. Have you seen his class badge? I cannot command someone like that. A man said the graduated trainees had been deployed 3 months ago. Suddenly a soldier rushed in shouting, Commander. Dagos asked what was wrong. The soldier reported a mage on the battlefield. He had to come see for himself. The battlefield was a scene of death, corpses strewn about, blood flowing like a stream. Dagos was stunned. Dagos asked in disbelief, you said this was caused by one person? At that moment, a call of commander came from behind. Allison had just arrived, saying to him, tell me where the next battle is, quickly before the list gets longer. Hearing that, Lemden Hewlett asked him, do you ever blame Principal Astrabon? Allison fell silent, then replied, do I have the right to do that? What should I be angry about? That he didn't teach me better when I was living comfortably, or that he didn't transfer me and kept me at the academy all this time? His eyes full of sorrow, he continued, I am certain he had read through those lists. In the end, I understand why he never showed up before the graduating students. I heard he could not bear it anymore and joined the front lines a few years later. Landon Hewlett added to the statement, he passed away while trying to stop the dragons alone. Allison remembered the memories of being scolded by him and regretfully exclaimed, right? She blamed herself and everything that had created those lists. Allison was silent, her hands clenched, and she asked in a low voice, do you know what happened after that, Your Majesty? Landon Hewlett immediately replied with a somber tone, I truly apologize for what happened back then. His voice deep, he answered, I know you had no other choice. If I could turn back time, perhaps I would have thought of a different solution instead of running away. Turning to Prince Leon Harris, Medrin continued the story. But upon hearing that, he could not contain his surprise and blurted out, what? Allison deserted. Medrin saw that he was a bit loud, so she signaled, shh, keep your voice down. This is top secret. Hearing her mention it, he covered his mouth and whispered, ah, sorry. Medrin continued the story. Because of her ideals, Allison decided to betray. She lowered her head slightly and said with a frown, no matter how I think about it, I should not say anything more. Just one small mistake. and our heads will roll. Leon Harris spoke up in irritation. You stop right after saying all that. How frustrating. I am the crown prince. Medrin's face showed fear as she continued. Even if we are not proud of our own actions, the people involved in that incident are the biggest problem. Even if you are the crown prince, I do not think I can say anything more. I heard that person is currently in the capital. Soft sound of footsteps was heard. Suddenly, a truly interesting voice rang out from behind the two, making them both sweat in fear. The newcomer was the third Duke of the Luvern Empire, Melech Delian. He walked in and said, I never thought I would meet your majesty here, and Medrin as well. Leon Harris felt a chill run down his spine, his expression anxious as he thought, one of the three most powerful dukes of the empire. Why is Duke Delian here? I am not strong enough right now. It is too early to reveal my intentions. With a bit of tension, Leon Harris tried to steer the conversation. He walked closer to Medrin, a forced smile on his lips. Indeed. Suddenly, he pulled her into his arms and said, I believe anyone should jump into the fire when a beauty is involved. Her chest lightly brushed against his. He bent down to kiss her hand, and she stuttered shyly, Why, your majesty. Leon Harris said to himself, Please forgive me. Melech sighed and said, I will not discuss your personal life, your majesty. However, Medrin, I did not expect you to act this way. He pondered for a moment and then continued, Are you still greedy for power even after reaching the pinnacle as a 7th Circle mage? Hearing this, Leon Harris asked in confusion, 7th Circle mage, I do not understand what you are saying. It was then Melech spoke up to explain, Do you see the emblem on her robe? An emblem with 7 rings is not something just anyone can boast about. Leon Harris scratched his face and asked, Really? I do not know anything about such complicated matters. I only borrowed her from Duke Tamuran for a short mission, because she is beautiful. Melech saw that he knew nothing and thought to himself, he is still just a child. He walked out of the room and said back over his shoulder, At least ensure you spend time together away from prying eyes. The royal library is not a place for fun. Even though we are in the palace, I fear rumors will spread. It was then Leon Harris breathed a sigh of relief. Who? He released Medrin and said softly, I apologize for my rudeness, Medrin. The situation was truly urgent. Leon Harris hesitantly asked further, and as for Duke Delian, what did he think? Before he could finish, Medrin sobbed resentfully, Huff. He paused then asked in confusion, calling her name Medrin. She recalled his earlier words, a mage spending their entire life looking down on everyone with noble dignity and brilliant talent. A life devoted to practicing magic, where relationships were considered unnecessary. The noble status of a 7th rank mage was enough to keep those clumsy fools from daring to approach. No one had ever had a deep relationship with her, only shallow ones for the sake of reputation. Medrin's resentful voice kept echoing, Huff, ah. Those words kept lingering in her mind. Simply put, something like this had never happened to her. Her entire body trembled, her mouth stammering, a man and a woman. Tears streamed down her face, her cheeks flushed red. She mumbled, being this close to each other. Suddenly she collapsed. Leon Harris hurried over to catch her, then called her name. Medrin, you're joking with me, right? Outside a voice rang out, Rurin, Rurin. Allison was carrying Rurin on his back. He called her softly, time to wake up. Seeing her fast asleep, he smiled and thought, she's already asleep. He had asked earlier if she was tired, but last night neither of them had slept at all. He looked forward then thought again, come on, I've said what needed to be said. Now let's turn back and let her sleep. Suddenly from inside, Leon Harris also ran out carrying Medrin. He exclaimed in surprise. Allison asked in confusion, Your Majesty and Mage Medrin. Harris was equally puzzled and spoke up, Allison and the girl with you? At that moment, Allison asked him, Are the two of you in such a relationship? He quickly spoke up to clarify, No, don't misunderstand. Both of them stepped into the library and a voice rang out in great surprise. I did not expect to meet you here. Leon Harris, his eyes full of suspicion, asked, What brings you to the royal palace? Allison replied, I have some matters I wish to discuss with His Majesty. He still could not hide his doubt, asking again, With my father? Allison answered in a low voice, This matter could also be important to you in many ways. I hope he will tell you about it someday. Allison smiled then continued, Then I shall take my leave. If they wake up now, everything will become noisy. But Harris spoke up to stop him. Wait, Allison. He immediately replied, Is something the matter? Harris gritted his teeth then muttered to himself, I'm sorry, Medrin. After a moment of silence, he spoke up, I have heard about your past. He lowered his head and continued, Of course I don't know the whole story, because Medrin didn't want to tell me everything. Allison stood with his head lowered. Harris continued, When I finished my studies and returned to the Empire, I heard there was someone so dangerous that even my father did not dare to casually speak of it. And I realized you were that person when I arrived at Greg City. The incredible skills I witnessed firsthand and have heard about ever since. He recalled the scene from years ago. Father had once said, We have no chance of defeating him, even if we join forces. He remembered and continued, the more I heard about you, the more your image matched that person. Leon Harris's eyes darkened. He spoke in a heavy tone, one of the 3 heroes of the war and the supreme mage who went missing. He could not help but stand up abruptly and say, the man known as the Dragon Slayer, protector of the people and soldiers. The mage who surpassed the 7th rank and became a 9th rank mage. Suddenly Leon Harris choked out, if that is truly you, please, lend me your power. Allison's face was cold. He did not respond to his words. He called his name with a pleading tone, Allison. At this point, turning back to the king, Allison spoke up. I know you could not do otherwise, but if I could go back to that time, perhaps I would think of a different way instead of leaving. I wonder if I could return to the past. Could I make a different choice? In the main hall at this moment, Lemden Hewlett was troubled. He suddenly shed tears, his gaze looking into the distance. Someone entered, speaking, Your Majesty, I heard a rather interesting story on my way here. Melich approached and asked Allison, I heard that annoying mage has entered the Imperial Palace. Is that true? He looked around, saw the injured knights, and guessed the matter was true. Lin Dangsu remained silent for a long time before speaking. Duke Delian, I apologize. Continued, but I cannot answer that question. Melich's eyes darkened. What do you mean? His feet ached. Approaching Lin Dangsu, he said impatiently, You are not joking with me, are you? The guard knight stopped him. Please show respect before His Majesty Duke. Suddenly, a guard appeared. Melich Delian with sharp eyes shouted, Who are you to dare stop me? He quickly blocked Lin Dangsu's knight and said with a contemptuous tone, Are you still dreaming of past glory? Melich showed no respect. Have some sense, you wretched knight. A voice abruptly interrupted. Enough. Do not be angry anymore, Delian. Someone entered accompanied by words, This is the Imperial Palace. If that mage is truly here, as you say. The person was Duke Bogotamuran of the Ruben Empire. He spoke, Should we not act more cautiously? Melich glanced around, seemingly pondering. Tamuran. He waved his hand. Fine, I will stop here for today. Melich left, not forgetting to remind, You better take good care of that great mage. It is truly unbearable to see her flirting beside the crown prince. He ended with a final sentence. Do not lose any more honor for the Imperial Palace. Bogotamuran fell silent again. He asked respectfully, Are you all right, Your Majesty? Melich, still gloomy. Thank you, Duke Tamuran. Tears rolled down his wrinkled skin, his voice full of self-blame. How shameful. My son Leon. No wonder he was disappointed in me. The curtains in the room swayed in the wind. A voice echoed, Allison, you also know about this matter? Leon Harris leaned on the table, his voice carrying the authority of a fallen emperor, the cause being the collapse of the First Knight's Order. He analyzed, when the Dragon War broke out, Father tried to reduce civilian casualties by dispatching the First Knight's Order to different regions, as the other areas had almost no defensive forces, except the borders. He thought of Lin Dangsu. He hesitated, but that decision... Leon Harris spoke, saying that it became a mistake. Lin Dangsu's silhouette stood looking at the buildings shrouded in mist. Leon Harris continued, The Imperial Palace at that time only had the captain of the First Knights, and a minimal defense force left. That was too little to stop the dragons. The First Knight's Order at the Imperial Palace was annihilated, and the captain went missing. He was disappointed. The knights scattered in the regions also failed one by one. It all happened less than a year after the war began. Allison turned his head and asked, Do you know what that means? The reply came, I know very well. Leon Harris, with sorrowful eyes, That is losing control over the lords, that is correct. He lowered his voice. When the First Knight's Order disappeared, the Imperial Palace's commands lost their authority. The lords barely responded to the summons, only sending weak soldiers, even using hostages as bargaining chips. Leon Harris slammed the table, his deep, hoarse voice full of indignation. We exhausted all our strength to protect the people, but those very people... In his anger, he scratched hard at the table, leaving marks on the wooden surface, then gritted out, Those very people... Leon Harris let out a bitter smile again. Yes, I actually knew that too. He continued, The reason I am furious is the helplessness of being unable to do anything. Suddenly, Allison stood up. Leon Harris pleaded, his voice full of regret for being in a foreign land, only able to watch while I should have been there. So I ask you once more, Allison. He exclaimed in astonishment. No. At that moment, Leon Harris, caring about nothing, knelt and begged, I beg you, Allison. Before he could finish the sentence, he quickly helped him up. Please stand up. You do not need to kneel like this. Allison explained, The person before you is just a restaurant owner. Hearing that, Leon Harris pursed his lips. He blushed awkwardly. Is that so? Sorry, it seems I guessed wrong. He suddenly raised his hand pointing at the emblem, then spoke, but the emblem immediately emitted a puff of white smoke. Leon Harris exclaimed in surprise, Huh? From within the emblem, interwoven rings appeared. Allison said sternly, I have not yet abandoned my duty. He spoke bluntly, Let me be clear. I will never raise my hand to eliminate political rivals under the orders of the Crown Prince. I have no intention of siding with any faction in the Imperial Palace. Allison touched the emblem and said proudly, If anyone dares to betray betray the Ruben Empire, threaten it, or plunge it into chaos. He left gracefully, leaving his echoing voice behind. He will have to get past me first, not as a restaurant owner, but as a mage. A low laugh rang out. Leon Harris could not hide his joy. That is the emblem of a level 9 archmage. Turning to the past, in despair a spark of hope flickered. Louder echoed again. Leon Harris paused upon hearing a voice. I heard the Lowen Empire is about to collapse because of the dragons. That crown prince, so stubborn, just wait and see. Outside, those three laughed heartily and gossiped. At first he acted kind, but I almost died from bowing too much. I heard he clings to the title of war hero. Can 3 people truly bear the nation's fate? We have come this far. Leon Harris, frightened, ran over and shouted, enough. Be quiet. What do you know? They saw him, ignored him, and left. Now you have heard it. Hey, too troublesome, let us go. Leon Harris trembled with anger. How much do you think you know about the heroes who saved my country? Leon Harris muttered, I was right, I knew I was right. I heard he went missing. He thought to himself, but Allison has been that hero for a long time. Rurin was fast asleep at this moment. Her face rubbed against a rising mound, looking satisfied. Finally caught you. Why were you avoiding me? Suddenly, Rurin opened her eyes, dazedly looking at the thing sticking out in front of her. Huh? Medrin trembled and said shyly, awake. You are awake? Rurin's face changed color. She gritted out each word. You dare touch my body? She retorted, I did nothing. Meryl explained, when I woke up you were already hugging me. Just then, Allison entered. I knew it. Minutes later and it would have been a disaster. Rurin, seeing him, joyfully rushed over brother. Rurin hugged him tightly and asked where he had gone, leaving her alone. Allison comforted her. I did not abandon you. It is all over. Let us go home. Medrin asked in a cold voice. Even you, Allison. Why are you here? He explained. I have something to do. You will know that Hidalian is coming. She hesitated for a moment but still reminded him to be careful. Hearing Medrin say the Delian formula was inside the royal palace, he suddenly fell into thought. Allison said faintly that it had been a long time since he had heard that name. Rurin gently stroked his clothes, silently thinking it was yet another name she did not know. Allison sighed. Do not worry. I will complete the mission and return right away. She asked in surprise. Mission? He answered. You have clarified everything about my past. Medrin could not hide her astonishment. Allison raised his hand, and a powerful surge of energy emanated from the mark. He heard her say, you could not keep the secret about the Death Run castle, and now you do this. Medrin stammered, oh. He moved his energy closer, making her entire body tremble. She stuttered an explanation. I'd not say everything, just a little, she pleaded. Van Jin, please forgive me. Leon Harris, sitting at the corner of the table, muttered an apology to Medrin. Allison replied coldly that it was the Crown Prince's order. Immediately after, only a miserable sound rang out. Outside the restaurant, the sky was blue with gentle, peaceful sunlight. Allison could not help but exclaim, now I have to leave the restaurant for quite a long time. Returning, he did not forget to praise the two. Lynn and Matt have taken care of everything while I was away. A round of applause for them. Allison did not forget to add, and of course, thanks to Mant and Minton as well. The other two happily burst into a round of applause. Rurin pointed at herself in dissatisfaction. What about me? Lynn recalled that while cooking, a dark shadow had been lurking outside the door. He said bluntly, Allison, you said you left the restaurant, but you still check on us occasionally, disguised as a trash bag, right? Allison felt guilty. How did you guys know? He replied, we saw you. He then pretended to cough once. Anyway, you have worked very hard, you deserve a little rest. Allison announced, we are going camping. Minton was extremely excited. Sounds like we will get to travel together. Rurin was stunned. Camping? As if thinking of something, she blushed and asked, are we going together? Allison smiled smugly. Not just us. I am the social butterfly of Drachima City. I will invite so many people that it will be hard to tell if this is camping or a festival. Klon stopped handling the meat chunk and said, camping? I do not think I can go. Len, busy carrying in ahead, also said, sorry, lately we have been getting so many orders from Duran City that we have to sacrifice sleep. She suggested, but I can recommend a few good spots. Allison scratched his head blankly, but I have no one left to ask. This was Drake City's clinic, a simple house built in a small forest. Inside, a girl was yawning widely as she woke up. I am Serena, the greatest creature in this world. Elena checked the boy's hand and then said cheerfully, the wound has healed. The boy replied with a bright smile. Thank you. That was Elena. She praised the boy. You endured the pain very well. Even though Serena said there was no need to worry about money, because the basement was full of treasure, she still insisted on treating the patient. Elena said with a smile, Serena, you are finally awake. Serena scratched her head in embarrassment, calling her truly stubborn. I told you I could bury you in gold bars. She replied with satisfaction, but gold cannot ease a patient's pain. Serena was speechless, then said helplessly, I am certain you are a fool. Just then Allison poked his head in and asked, is Elena here? Serena looked the person over with scrutiny. Elena shyly stammered Allison's name, but he hurriedly cut her off. I have something to tell you. Serena thought in silence. Look at that. That expression is clearly a smile, yet it is completely different from when she talks to patients. Looking at Elena's radiant smile, she analyzed a hint of nervousness in it, joy and anticipation mixed with every emotion. Allison recounted the story and said, I have decided to go camping with the people from the restaurant, but I thought it might bother you since you often eat there, so I came to ask if you are interested in joining. Elena was only waiting for that, quickly agreeing, of course, I will go. She added, thank you for inviting me. At this moment, Serena became even more contemplative. I want to know more about that expression. She mused, is it love, admiration, or something completely different? Suddenly, Serena flicked her hair seductively and said, camping, fine. I will grace the trip with my presence. A voice rang out, what is that? Allison was surprised. Huh, you want to come too? Hearing that, she immediately grew angry. Hey, so you were planning not to invite me? Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the rocks. Allison's group was standing in a place full of rocks. Rurin exclaimed in awe. Truly beautiful, a wonderful natural scene with a waterfall cascading into a clear blue lake, sunlight filtering through the leaves creating a magical atmosphere. Elena eagerly asked how he found this place. Allison replied with a smug smile, I am quite good at communicating. I just asked someone to recommend a good spot. Behind them, Matt and Lynn whispered, you say that, but only 2 people joined the group. Be quiet, do not speak so loudly. Allison cheerfully carried his bag. Now let us set the stuff out first. Inside the waterfall, backpacks, blankets, pillows, and cooking utensils were all neatly arranged. Rurin looked around and asked him, I think everything is set. Shall we set up the tents now? Allison was busy rummaging through his bag and replied absent-mindedly, leave that for later. After searching for a while, he happily pulled out a box. All right, pay attention. We are going to play Leuven Marble, similar to Blue Marble, the Korean version of Monopoly. Ment walked in and asked suspiciously, a game. Rurin also sat down. Isn't everything in your native language? Allison explained, do not worry. The important parts have your language too. He handed each person a stack of money. First, take your money. Ment wondered, Lynn, is this paper? Allison pointed at the common tokens. The basic game is to multiply everyone's assets. Everyone rolls the dice and moves their token according to the number shown. You can buy land and build using your money. When someone else lands on your property, you collect a fee based on the land's value and structures. He continued, after 10 rounds, whoever is richest wins, or you can make others go bankrupt before the rounds end. Rurin was excited. In other words, this is a world conquest game. Serena spoke up, you dragged us here just to play with fake money. Allison replied, there are rewards and penalties for the winners and losers, so just wait. Elena exclaimed, this figurine really looks like me. Ling seemed thoughtful, a reward, huh? Then let us start. He drew 2 cards from the deck. The token landed on a space. A voice exclaimed, ah, that piece of land is... Serena went wild, ha ha ha. How dare you set foot in my territory? Ling was scared by her. This is just the beginning and it's already like this. Allison spoke up, it is fine, that piece of land is not very valuable. Hearing that, he happily paid the money. Ah, right. Serena was displeased. Hey, that is too cheap. Rurin held a card and grinned happily. Great. A special card comes to me. Her card was attack. All structures on the land with the highest total value are destroyed. At that moment, the dragon blew away all the tokens. Rurin was deflated. Oh my god, what bad luck to draw this card. She gritted her teeth. I will kill that dragon. How dare it? Allison suddenly exclaimed. I landed on Elena's land. She looked up in surprise. Ah, you picked, and she has built a restaurant and a hotel there. This fee is going to be very expensive. Elena's face flushed, secretly happy inside. Allison has come to my land. This caused her mind to conjure up a scene. Under a calm sky, a small wooden house shone brightly in the middle of a white snowfield. A sound came from outside. Elena seemed nervous. Welcome, huh? Allison walked in. Wearing a thick fur coat still could not stop the bone-chilling cold. His face flushed red. He let out a sigh and said, the blizzard here is really strong. He approached and hesitated. Can I stay the night here? How much will it cost? Elena stammered shyly, unable to form words. A clear sound rang out as she recalled the memory. She replied shyly, free, please rest comfortably. Allison was awkwardly embarrassed. What? Matt and Minton discussed whether to invest here. The city of Ladder does not have much value, so a small shop is enough. Compared to that, the city of Cameroon, here, this is a personal game. Ling was almost going to crush this person. Ha, my dear younger brother, be generous for once, he said with a sly smile in his eyes. What does family affection have to do with money? Calm down, this is just fake money. Rurin declared with fierce determination, I will break the prison with absolute power. He quickly stopped her, not allowed unless you roll doubles on the dice. Time passed, and then more time passed, and then it stopped. The game was over. Allison announced with beads of sweat on his forehead. Count the money everyone has left. He thought to himself, they lack such basic knowledge of board games that playing with them is truly exhausting. But at least they can count money. Minton, with his amount rank 5, Ment, rank 4. It cannot be that difficult. Her eyes looked smug as she sat on the dragon. Is this the life of a noble? Rank 2. You have rank 6. Since the losers were clear, Serena went bankrupt. Rurin went bankrupt. The two sat in shock as if they could not believe it. Allison cheerfully announced, "Congratulations, Elena. Currently I am in rank 3. He continued, "You won easily." Elena achieved rank 1. She asked back in surprise, "Really?" Allison handed her a piece of paper. "The first place reward is 1 free wish. As long as it is within my ability, I will do anything for you." Elena was astonished. "A free wish?" He asked again, "What do you want?" Elena looked at the paper, silent for a moment, then spoke hesitantly, "Can I save it for later?" Allison replied, "Of course, there is no expiration date." Serena urged her internally, thinking, "Fool, what are you thinking? Seize the opportunity while it is in your hands." He announced further, "Second place gets to freely enjoy their time here." She sat up, "Enough daydreaming, get up and work." Serena was surprised, "Crazy, a free wish." Immediately after, Allison stated, "And the 2 losers will have to set up the tents." The 2 losers were shocked upon hearing this. In the end, only 2 people were left to set up the tents. Rurin yelled loudly, "Not that place, you idiot." Serena stammered, "I do not know how to do this." By this time, night was gradually falling. The 2 tents were finally set up. The men's tent, Allison slept on one side. Lynn and Minton talked in their sleep. If you take this, what will I live on? How dare you talk back to me?" The women's tent, Serena and Rurin were already fast asleep. Elena was still dazedly looking at the piece of paper. Suddenly, she kissed the piece of paper. Elena's eyes suddenly shifted slightly. A figure was sitting up. That person gently opened the curtain. She wondered who would visit in the middle of the night like this. A hand slowly pulled the curtain aside. Mystical light shone, revealing Minton's face. She looked around at the group of people who were drunk to make sure no one was awake. When she walked, Elena broke out in a cold sweat, shocked to realize it was Minton, wondering what she was planning. At that moment, Minton left the tent alone and ran off somewhere. Elena watched her, extremely suspicious. It was definitely Miss Minton. Where was she going at this hour? By the lake, a figure asked if she had arrived. Immediately after, Minton approached, softly replying yes, she was sorry for calling him at night. Minton happily rushed into the other person, whining that she couldn't stand being away from him. The other person was stunned. Under the bright moonlight, Ment's face flushed red. He calmed down and told her to calm down, Minton, while she giggled and replied to the senior. Elena saw this scene from afar and was extremely astonished. Miss Minton and Mr. Mentla, she had never noticed because they rarely looked at each other. Ment looked at her seriously, reminding her that they had agreed to keep this secret from the people in the restaurant. Minton softly replied that she had come out very quietly. No one would know. Elena breathed a sigh of relief because everyone was asleep. She had to keep this secret. At that moment, Sarir appeared from behind with a surprised look, complimenting how wonderful. Rurin innocently asked what they were doing, while Elena held her head and exclaimed, "Oh my." Serena bluntly declared she had heard everything from the start. What secret? Rurin also chimed in asking what secret. Everyone already knew those two liked each other. The 2 people caught red-handed widened their eyes, stammering speechlessly, finally only making strange sounds. The morning sunlight shone down, along with someone's exclamation, "Oh my god!" Allison stopped chopping onions, silently thinking what a great story to hear at the start of the day. He asked again if Mr. Ment and Miss Minton were officially dating. The 2 bowed their heads to confirm, "Yes, I plan to tell everyone soon." Allison asked why they looked so guilty. "Congratulations." Lynn carried the pot away, saying if she had known, she would have brought 3 tents. With a dazed look, Sheeks didn't know anything, brother. We were so stupid. Allison raised his voice and said, "Come on, let's hear the details during breakfast. I've prepared the perfect camping curry." He used the pan skillfully, each piece of onion tossed up and down in rhythm, just frying the onions with oil over low heat for a long time. When the onions turned brown, shrank, and were richly fragrant, he divided them into another pot, stir-frying them with vegetables, meat, and butter. The heat was higher then, each piece of meat turned golden and crispy, blending with the fried onions. Then he added water to the mixture, stirred it well with curry powder to avoid lumps, and finally added seasonings like pepper. And so the perfect camping curry was ready. The smooth curry sauce was complete. Urin was mesmerized looking at the plate of curry, exclaiming how fragrant it was. Lynn enthusiastically said it made her ravenously hungry Klon. Allison scooped another plate for her, saying there was a meatless curry portion reserved for Elena. She shyly replied with thanks. Lena put a piece in her mouth, her heart sweet, unable to help thinking how much she liked this thoughtfulness. Allison, while scooping food, suddenly spoke up, so he curiously asked who confessed first. Seeing the other person holding Ment's arm, she smiled and replied that she confessed first. He answered seriously, "I knew of Minton's feelings, but the age difference made it hard for me to overlook. At first I planned to refuse." She leaned on his shoulder listening. "But suddenly I thought again, would it be right to hurt someone just to appear considerate?" Ment sincerely said the most important thing was their feelings for each other. Hearing this, Elena froze. Rurin nodded in agreement, I think so too." Allison stroked his chin thoughtfully, then suddenly spoke, "If so, Gleefully said the wedding would be held in Greg's City Square. Don't worry about the cost. Ment shyly replied about that. Talking about marriage was still a bit too soon. Serena suddenly said to Kiss, complete what wasn't done yesterday. The two startled asking what. Lin and her eyes were full of anticipation cheering them to kiss. Clapping and Vu's voice rang out kiss. Ment stammered asking right now, while Minton was already blushing deeply. Serena cheered you love each other but can't do that. Her eyes joined in cheering kiss. At this moment, Rurin suddenly became completely silent. Before everyone's expectant eyes, Minton looked up and gave Ment a kiss. The crowd excitedly cheered excellent. Allison and Alina looked at each other and smiled. Minton and Ment's faces were as red as peppers, their lips full of smiles. Rurin glanced in that direction as if in thought. After a moment, a soft sigh rang out. The curry pot was eaten clean, continuous praise rang out. Lin hugged her full belly, smiled and praised it was truly delicious. Matt looked happy, said brother. This dish reminds me of the stew we used to eat. He replied it could rival that, little brother. Rurin picked up the box and walked over to him saying play this game with me one more time. Since we've been caught anyway, how about a walk? Allison smiled and asked if she was still mad about losing. Then Ment and that girl left affectionately. She gleefully replied yes. Serena rubbed her stomach and belched, satisfied and praised not bad. This dish was called curry something acceptable. Elena nodded in agreement. I really like it too. I'll go wash the dishes quickly. Suddenly someone spoke up. No matter what it is, don't suppress too much, Elena. She suddenly startled and asked huh. Serena hinted meaningfully that the wish ticket might not expire, but good boys have an expiration date. Someone might snatch him away. She continued saying it seemed today he had made some kind of decision. Allison's piece landed on a square. Someone's panicked voice rang out. I just fell into the cabinet. Rurin threw the piece again, exclaimed bad luck. He remarked a rough start. Allison picked up his teacup, teasingly asked Rurin if she was also surprised about Minton and Mr. Ment. Rurin looked at the card in her hand, calmly replied who would have thought they met when we were outside. I wasn't surprised because Minton Thickman has liked him from the start. She suddenly added, what was more surprising was your reaction. Allison, who was sipping tea, immediately looked puzzled. She frankly declared I like you. The tea in Allison's mouth immediately sprayed out. His face flushed, voice stammering asking what, why suddenly. Rurin spoke up, from before till now I thought just saying it was enough. She recalled everyone's smiling faces, uttered her inner thoughts. In that place they were both shy and grateful, but when I saw Ment and Minton's feelings being celebrated today, I feel my relationship with you is so different. People celebrate, admire, and wish them happiness, but how are we different? Allison explained that was the celebration when a relationship begins, similar to how we held a birthday party for you. Rurin looked at him firmly, retorting that party was to celebrate her birthday, not the relationship between the two of them. Allison tried to explain, well, yes, he and she were like family, a perfectly normal thing. Rurin angrily shouted, no. She bit her lip and said, I do not see you with ordinary feelings, and I do not want anyone to belittle this relationship. Rurin continued, it has to be a little more special. His face darkened, and the dice in his hand fell. Both dice landed showing a single dot. Allison forced a smile to change the subject. Oh, double dice, lucky me, should I try to get out of jail? Rurin raised her card, you will not escape. He looked at the card with a surprised face. Allison almost cursed. What kind of rule is this? If you roll doubles, you get out of jail immediately. If you land on jail, you have to kiss the black dragon. There is no other way. Even though Ren's face was red, she spoke softly. That action drew strong reactions from everyone. No matter what they thought, that was the only difference. She stepped forward, pressing close to him, firmly saying if the act of touching lips was that important, then there was no reason not to do it. She grabbed his clothes. That is the only difference I could think of. Allison stuttered, Rurin. Sweat trickled down. As if the decision was made, I will get you out of jail. With those words, Rurin offered her lips. Allison stared dumbfounded, not dodging. Close up, a flying stone made a clacking sound. His face flushed crimson, flustered. He stood up. Oh no, Kaji must have dirtied all the dishes. I will wash them. Rurin called after him, hey. She only saw the back of Allison fleeing for his life. She softly muttered, what difference does it make? The stone lay on the ground. Knees touched the ground, trembling slightly. Beside it was a pile of bowls. That was Elena. She was still stunned. A few minutes earlier, a voice had asked if I could wash here. Elena was carrying bowls, thinking if she washed them on the spot, the lake water would get dirty, so she went to get water, when she suddenly heard the line, regardless, that is still the only difference. She saw Rurin approach Allison. If the lip touch was that important, then there was no reason not to. From afar, she saw the two silhouettes. Rurin whispered, I will get you out of jail. Allison froze. She picked up the stone, her mind exploding. What did I just do? Elena covered her face, wondering why she had made a noise, interrupted them. Elena, you idiot. At that moment, a piece of paper fell down. She focused on the paper, the wish card that grants any desire. Elena hesitated in thought. She remembered Serena's words. The wish card could be used indefinitely, but a good person has a time limit. Someone else could steal it. Serena's voice echoed. Today he seems to have made a decision. Elena held the paper and murmured. At first it was just curiosity, gratitude, and a little interest, a special relationship. Remembering the memories, the person who taught her the joy of cooking, helped her see the beauty of humanity. But when she understood more, he was not just an eccentric person. She remembered earlier, Neria turned and said, Allison was once a comrade of Baden, Elena. She was astonished. Allison was a battle companion of Baden, one of the 3 heroes. She was surprised, not expecting him to be here. Elena silently repeated his name, Allison. At first it was just curiosity. The restaurant's dim light shone through the door, the reason she came to the human world, the hero who along with Biden saved all races. In the kitchen, Allison carried a bowl of noodles and called, ready to eat, Elena. She sighed. When the curiosity was satisfied, different feelings gradually grew. Elena hesitated. She remembered Serena asking, Elena, you have not changed out of that outfit yet. She held the maid uniform and stammered, just spare clothes for emergencies. And the urgency pushing her, today we are going to the restaurant, right, Serena, hurry up. Serena did not move. She just wanted to sleep. She hesitated, holding the wish card. Elena firmly said, I have decided. The bright sun shone on the lake. Everything was tidy. A voice rang out, look back, I hope everyone had fun. Everyone was preparing to leave. Minton praised it as the best trip with great food. Lynn said she definitely had to learn the curry dish. Matt laughed in agreement. Serena glanced and saw Rurin turning her back and walking away. She remarked, why is she so exhausted? Did something happen with Allison? This thing? Maybe it is good news for Elena. She is carrying the dishes over there. Allison asked in surprise, Elena, you washed all the dishes? I was supposed to do that. She softly answered, you invited me, so this is the least I can do. He suddenly froze. Elena hesitated. Allison. Finally she raised the piece of paper, her voice calm. I want to use the wish card right now. Allison laughed heartily. What have you decided to wish for? Tell me. Elena looked at the paper, her face slightly flushed. After a moment. Back at the clinic, a voice said, I am home. Elena stretched comfortably. The vacation is over, too short. She asked Serena, did you have fun? Serena replied casually, it was okay. She turned around, you rest. I will finish preparing tomorrow's consultation work. Suddenly Serena called out, hey. She asked directly, why did you do that? Why waste the opportunity? Going back to the earlier scene, a hesitant voice, oh, Elena finally spoke, full of hope. I wish Allison will continue to run the restaurant in the Greek town for a very long time. She smiled happily, that is my wish. He looked at the paper hesitantly. The restaurant. Elena asked, was it too hard? Allison denied it. I was planning to continue anyway. Serena hid nearby and heard this. Allison asked again, but was she sure? The girl affirmed it firmly. Elena continued, that was all she truly wanted. Back in the present, Serena could not hold herself back and asked why she did that. She should have at least wished for a trip for just the 2 of them. Serena said, did she think such an opportunity would come easily in the future? Upon hearing that, Elena immediately retorted. She spoke up, but I saw it. He recalled the moment Rurin approached. His face flushed red, but he did not resist. Allison's eyes at that time were clearly brimming with affection. Only then did she speak up. Elena's eyes welled with tears. She sobbed. I saw the look Allison gave Rurin. She said, if it was just me keeping my distance, that would be fine. Serena squinted, thinking she could see that if she followed Elena, she thought that this person's sincere and pure love would be very beautiful. Unlike her, tears streaming down, I just need to see him occasionally at the restaurant. She reached out her hand, thinking she could witness the true love she had always yearned for. Serena hugged her, helplessly calling her a fool. Serena suddenly realized that only deep sorrow remained. In a corner of the restaurant, Rurin carried a tray, slowly thinking. Lately, Allison had been acting very strange. She noticed his unusual behavior, muttering strange incantations and often losing focus. Lane asked with concern, manager, are you okay? Rurin's face darkened a bit. More than that, he was avoiding me. He recounted at night. He would turn his back and flinch when I hugged him. Before, he easily accepted my actions. Her eyes looked at Rurin, then she asked, oh, Rurin, are you taller? He thought, then asked again me. Eyes replied, yes, certainly, I noticed it during the camping trip. She stared blankly at her hand. Was it because the coming-of-age ceremony was approaching? Suddenly, Rurin asked if height mattered. Eyes answered, huh? Not really, but you look more mature. She asked further, is that good? She replied, I am not sure. Lin called out manager. Seeing he did not react, she called again manager. Allison startled and replied, yes. What is it? He reminded, your hand. You cut your hand. Only then did Allison snap back. Oh, right. Lin worriedly asked where the bandages were. He smiled and replied, bandages? It is fine. This kind of wound can heal on its own. He said in astonishment. In his head, Rurin's words appeared again. I will free you from your own prison. Lin cried out in horror. That is not good at all. At this moment, blood from his hand splattered from the agitation. Allison thought silently. It seemed he had made his decision. He propped his hands on the table, just as Rurin had done before. Even so, Allison was determined. At the holy land of the Black Dragon, the gentle moon shone. Elder Black Dragon Medasana stroked his beard and spoke, asking about the preparations for Rurin's coming-of-age ceremony. Elder Dahima replied, yes, everything is proceeding smoothly. He said with satisfaction, good, what a relief. Dahima reported that all traditional aspects were ready. Medasana was skeptical about this. His expression became pensive upon hearing about pairing Rurin with a mate. Dahima took out a scroll and then spoke. We have selected many candidates. Would you like to look them over? Medasana glanced over, saying regretfully that if Niz were still alive, he would have been a wonderful candidate. He replied, perhaps so, that fool. Medasana seemed to see something, suddenly hesitating as he asked Dahima. Medasana probed, do you still feel anything about Allison, who killed your grandson? Upon hearing this, Dahima seemed startled. Finally, Dahima replied, not really. Medasana said again, but know how Rurin feels about Allison. He interrupted, I will speak plainly. I already know about Nissa's plan to harm Allison. Upon hearing this, Medasana could not hide his astonishment. Dahima continued, I did not support that plan, but did not stop it either, because Venus was right about the decline of the Black Dragon lineage. Medasana angrily questioned, then what about entrusting a rare female member to a human? Dahima said seriously, my top priority is the Black Dragon lineage, just like Elder Medasana. He brought up the old story of the Sinner Baron, who broke the clan's taboo and created ancient demon soldiers. Even though she was his daughter, he personally imprisoned her. Dahima squinted coldly and said, but in that decision there was regret and error. Understanding that, I will share my honest thoughts. Medasana was contemplative. He asserted that Rurin must be paired with a fellow Black Dragon. The light from the restaurant shone through the window, voices drifted out. Did you have a good holiday? Yes. It was really great. Plon was eating ravenously. Ren cheerfully said, is that so? We would like to go too. Allison replied, you two are busy, so too bad. I will call you next time. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, is Rurin's birthday coming up? Do you not have any plans this time? Allison said, I have already prepared everything. It is something I made a long time ago. Ren asked curiously, what kind of technique did you prepare? He scratched his head sheepishly. A house. An exclamation of surprise, a house. Now, let us rewind time a little. Gozang looked up and said to someone, everyone has worked very hard, huh? Rurin pointed at himself, indicating he had not been praised yet. Gozang understood, all right. Goza said softly, of course you also worked very hard, Rurin. He turned back to speak to the guards. Sorry everyone, although it is finished, I still worry about the small details. One of them replied, what are you saying? Making something this perfect makes us very happy. Under the dim light in the palace, a tall object could be vaguely seen being erected. Perhaps this was Goza's masterpiece. He wondered how they would react. A harsh voice rang out, you are the disgrace of the clan. The gathered crowd pronounced judgment. Your mother is a criminal. The war happened because you created the ancient orb. Rurin's tears streamed down. He stammered to explain, I only. Medasana's face darkened and he delivered his verdict. Rurin, I will banish you from the holy hall. She woke up in shock, drenched in cold sweat. Rurin sat up but showed no reaction. Looking at the walking stick beside her, she whispered, Allison, is it you? Rurin ran outside in panic, praying inwardly, don't leave me alone. Allison stepped out. Rurin, you're awake. Goza said in surprise, oh, Lady Rurin. Is something wrong? She calmed down. Ah, no, you are here. He nodded. Perfect timing. Allison said calmly, I plan to tell you on your birthday, but I'm busy this year so now is a good time. Rurin tensed up involuntarily, letting out a soft exclamation. She asked him what he was talking about. Allison hesitated. Well, about your lair. Beneath the house an underground door appeared. The corridor glittered in the light. First let me show you the entrance. Allison exclaimed in amazement. It looks like a palace. Rurin also marveled the house is too tall. Rurin cried out when she saw the person. He asked warmly, is this also Rurin's room? He replied, yes, as a guardian of course. Before the two's astonishment, Goza introduced, in addition, there is a cellar, a dining room, a bedroom, and a treasury also prepared. He opened the exposed door, and finally, look at the center. Goza said proudly, there is a large bathtub, a beautiful fountain with multiple tiers and cascading streams. Rurin ran over excitedly. Is this using the underground spring from last time? He replied, yes, cause you like hot springs, I made this. Seeing her happy, Allison smiled. Fortunately, seeing the lair improved her mood. Thinking of something, his face flushed. He couldn't avoid it forever when Rurin's birthday came. While he was thinking, Rurin called out, what are you doing there? Bring the cocoa here. Allison asked in confusion, what? She said bluntly, like last time, let's bathe together. As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped in. His face turned bright red as he called out, hey wait, Rurin, stop. Goza covered his face. Oh dear. She soaked in the water, bowing her head and muttering, really? This is so awkward. After a moment, Allison sat down on the floor. still not recovered. She is too fast, let me prepare mentally first. At this moment he sat outside shaking his head to dispel the thought. No, actually maybe Rurin is the one feeling embarrassed. He pondered, we used to bathe and sleep together, but now suddenly keep a distance. A spatial vortex appeared accompanied by a voice. Bathe and sleep together? Allison exclaimed in terror. Elder Medisana. He emerged through the vortex, somberly saying each word. Bathe together. Sleep, you bastard. What have you done to my granddaughter? Being choked by the neck, his face twisted, trying to explain it was a misunderstanding. Medisana was furious to the point of tears, roaring, you are dead. Medisana spoke, you thought I wouldn't show up. Then he walked in the palace, interrogating, you promised. Allison secretly followed behind. He asked, is this Rurin's lair? He answered obediently, yes. Seeing the bathtub was empty of people, Allison guessed Rurin had finished bathing and left. Medisana praised, I must admit it is quite beautiful. I didn't expect you to prepare a lair like this. He continued, honestly, I didn't think a man like you could do it. Allison asked with a glimmer of hope, so have I passed? Medisana fell silent. Finally, he looked at him. If I said you failed, would you accept it? Allison was stunned. What? Medisana stated his demand. Let's talk. He submerged himself into the water. Medisana soaked comfortably, while he was uneasy. Allison broke out in a sweat, alarm bells ringing in his heart. So awkward, this pressure is completely different from the pressure from Rurin. He forced a cheerful expression. Elder, what do you want to talk about? He frankly recounted, before I was born. Medisana continued the story. A long time ago, a dragon lord was born after absorbing 3 ancient orbs. He reminisced, his name was Balaka, the first and worst dragon lord. Humans knelt before him in fear. Balaka considered all non-dragon creatures insects. Of course, such dragons still exist today. However, the difference was that Balaka had the power to act on that thought. Everyone stared up in shock. Balaka furiously spewed fire, commanding the annihilation of all non-dragon creatures. After years of slaughter, nothing remained on the ground. Beautiful nature and civilizations all vanished. The story continued. After everything was burned, only dragons remained. Fortunately, Balaka regretted his choice. He realized that dragons only exist because of other creatures. When everything was lost, dragons degenerated into beasts preying on each other. Finally, the dragons resisted Balaka's rule, those who had absorbed even 1 ancient orb before he became lord. They led the rebellion. Under the attack, Balaka fell. They finally killed him, ending his rule. However, when control was gone, the remaining dragons saw the scene, their mouths stained with blood. The horror was deeply engraved in their minds. All dragons were silent at that moment. He hesitated, then continued, to prevent the birth of a complete lord in the future, and that is the reason we consider dragons who create ancient orbs as criminals. Allison's expression shifted slightly. Medisana stroked his chin and said, what I'm about to say is related. It's about Rurin's mother, my daughter Baron. The Black Dragon Sanctuary, a clear sound rang out. Grandpa. Another sound, Grandpa rang out. Medisana looked towards the source of the sound. He asked in surprise, Rurin. She replied sullenly, who else would I call? Rurin was still a little girl at this time. She climbed onto Medisana's shoulder playfully. Play with me. He asked affectionately, where has your mother gone? About 300 years ago. Rurin mischievously pulled his hair. Medisana yelped, don't pull my hair during the peace of the Holy See. Suddenly a voice rang out. Rurin maintained decorum. She stopped her actions. Rurin obediently apologized. I'm sorry, Grand Elder. The Black Dragon Grand Elder Saren indicated, it's fine, come down now. She said helplessly that he spoiled the child too much. With disheveled hair, he replied apologetically, I am sorry too. At that moment, a powerful surge of air rushed over swiftly. That ferocious beast broke through the wall and charged in. The one who shattered the peace was a furious Saren. He roared, what the hell is this? Who dares to do such a thing in the sanctuary? The dragon panted heavily, asking as it ran, sorry, no one is chasing us, right? Urgent calls rang out. Elder Medisana looked astonished, while Rurin cheered happily. Black Dragon Baron, looking miserable, held the orb and said hurriedly, quickly, we have to hide this. He added, that is my daughter and the orb she brought along. The ancient gem was placed neatly on a square cushion. Seeing it, Medisana and Saren were both horrified. They knew this was an ancient gem. Baron. Medisana looked at Baron holding the orb and asked, where did you get this? Baron confessed honestly, I snatched it. Then she corrected herself, more precisely, I secretly brought it out. Hearing this, Medisana angrily scolded, what? This is not something you can take away casually. Do you know what it means to possess an ancient gem? Why did you cause such a big trouble? Saren beside him advised, calm down, Elder. Then she narrowed her eyes and calmly demanded, explain it as clearly and in as much detail as you can. With a determined look, Berendab said, a lord may soon be born. In a dark place within an ancient castle, a person in a red robe walked up the steps towards the altar. He held a short blade, its point aimed at himself. In his left hand, he carried an ancient gem, with 2 more on a tray before him. Then flesh and blood sprayed behind him along the cutting path of the blade. At that moment, Beren was hiding behind a large pillar, witnessing the scene, and narrated with wide, astonished eyes. I am not sure, but I am certain other ancient gems appeared. She held the precious gem with both hands and lamented, I tried to bring them all back, but I only managed to get one. Then she twirled it on her fingertip and said cheerfully, even so, no one can match my flying speed. Even just one is absolutely amazing. An elder asked on behalf of the others, do you understand this situation? Saren thoughtfully repeated, do you know what will happen now? Medisana worriedly turned and asked, Grand Elder, what do you mean? She narrowed her eyes and replied, unless it is of noble blood, the energy of an ancient gem cannot be hidden by magic. The principle must be followed, Elder. Hearing Medisana argue against that unreasonable tradition, Baron spoke up, it is fine, Father. I am well aware of the risks of bringing this ancient gem back. Then she placed it on the table and continued, but there are still conditions. Grand Elder, if you accept them, I will be ready to comply. After some time, Rurin ran barefoot, stomping along the corridor, grumbling, you are such a fool. The little girl pouted sulkily. Mother has been back for a while now, yet you would not even let me see her. You do not even play properly with me. Suddenly she stopped, perplexed to see a group of people standing before her mother. Medisana, in front of the holy attendants, looked at his daughter and declared, listen carefully, Sinner Baron. Then he continued, you have broken the covenant between the dragon races and created an ancient gem. The people around broke into a sweat of shock. Create an ancient gem? Good heavens. Baron calmly listened as Medisana questioned, do you confess to this crime? She replied, I confess. Medisana's face darkened as he grimly pronounced, you will spend the rest of your life in a place known to few. A place where no one will find you, and from which you will never escape. Do you accept this punishment? Rurin struggled to weave through the crowd, hearing Baron agree. I accept. The little girl called out in panic, Mother. Then the girl sobbed. Wait, sir. Medisana, with a resolute gaze, coldly ordered, detain her. He added, when that place is complete, I will personally transfer her. After hearing the story, Allison jumped up in the bathtub and shouted, how can that be allowed? Medisana, sitting beside her and leaning against the edge of the pool, questioned, you didn't know about this? Allison stood looking at him, loudly declaring, I only know that Rurin's mother is considered a criminal, but she didn't even create it herself, right? Medisana turned his face away and advised, calm down. Even if the girl is charged, the main reason is to protect the ancient gem from those who covet it. That location is only known to Saren and me. That rare place was built with layers of the highest level magic, allowing no one to enter. Allison was still unhappy, questioning, even so, the truth is it is still a prison that hasn't changed. Medisana sighed thoughtfully. That's right, it hasn't changed. His face grim, he continued, at that time, I acted like someone who understood everything, but in reality my reaction wasn't much different. So, looking at his reflection in the water, he added, I made a mistake I shouldn't have. In the bedroom, shouts rang out. Outside, a few gossips said, I don't even know how many weeks have passed. What else can we do? Her mother has become the tribe's great criminal. Medisana opened the door, hearing them continue. You must understand, after all, she is just a child. But even so, that is not something we can overlook. As soon as he spoke, a pillow hit him straight in the face. The little girl, Rurin, sat on the bed sobbing. Get out. I hate you. I don't want to see you. Medisana still approached, placing the pillow on the bed to comfort her. Calm down and listen to me, my dear. I need you to do something. But Rurin cried like rain, demanding, bring my mother back. Medisana took her hand and said, Rurin, this is something only you can do. Do you understand? Don't tell anyone. That startled her. Then he asked her to go to the place he was about to show and bring back several types of herbs. Time passed quickly. In a dense forest, Rurin sighed in frustration. Why is this place so troublesome? She fumbled along, looking around, muttering, is he deliberately making it hard for me? Fine, I'll just grab a few poisonous herbs and get out of here. Honestly, suddenly Rurin saw a small crevice at the base of a rock mountain. She squatted down curiously. Just this. It was supposed to be inside a small crack. Then Rurin crawled inside, grumbling. This is exactly why he said only I could do it. All right. A moment later, she saw the cave entrance where there was a blinding light, marveling. So bright. On the other side there was a small waterfall with sunlight shining down generously. And there was a mature dragon standing beside the waterfall, with its eyes closed, enjoying itself. Rurin's eyes widened in astonishment. She blurted out, huh. Looking at the large dragon, she called out, Mother. This caused it to open its eyes in surprise, turn its head, and stammer, Rurin, why are you here? Seeing that it was indeed her mother, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears and she sobbed. And she rushed over, crying out loudly, Mother. Erin watched Rurin hug her tightly, thinking her daughter must already know what happened. She gently called out, Rurin. The girl looked up with wet eyes, full of confusion, while Baron secretly worried because the girl knew this was wrong and had to leave immediately. At this moment, Rurin, dirty all over, her face smudged, still kept crying. Baron frowned, thinking to herself reluctantly, so that was how it was. She hugged the girl, wondering what a mother should do. Her daughter would not listen, just like her mother. Then Baron thought, in the end, this matter could not be avoided anyway. After that, the mother and daughter sat by the waterfall bank and talked. Was all this scenery an illusion? Yes, the view was blocked by a wall. Letting Ruin sit on her lap, Baron reminded that she told her not to come here. The girl happily reassured that he was too foolish to notice. Hearing that, Baron asked if that was so, then who told her to come here? Ruin replied that he told her to go pick some herbs. Then the girl suddenly realized, thinking back now, it was he who brought her there and told her to keep it a secret. A voice echoed from inside the crevice, "It is fine, mother, no one saw me." Baron looked thoughtfully into the distance, replying that she understood. Father was indeed a fool. Currently, Allison sat down in the bath, curiously asking so he had left the entrance open. Medisana stroked his beard and admitted, yeah, with an attitude of not caring about anyone. Having no enemies, a child like Rurin could disappear for months without anyone knowing. Rurin happily ran around Baron, the mother and daughter having happy moments together. Time passed, though not long by dragon standards. Rurin had grown up. They grilled meat together by the fire and enjoyed the meal. Unlike other dragon whelps, the girl did not explore the world or learn magic, but spent all her time in her mother's cave without a single complaint. Time passed. Each time Rurin grew bigger, Baron would draw a line on the cave wall to mark it. Klon worried the girl might become isolated from other dragons. Medisana was concerned, but one day Rurin ran stomping down the hallway shouting that, "Elder, I will go out for 2 years." Medisana felt that just seeing his granddaughter smile again was enough. Seeing her happiness, the two men gossiped that Rurin has been more pleasant lately. She is still just the child of a criminal. A moment later, Rurin leaped out of the castle. She transformed into a dragon and swooped down, happily thinking that when she was old enough to be independent, she would stop visiting this holy land. Rurin spread her wings in the vast sky, feeling freedom, then swooped away thinking that she would continue to live with her mother. After that, she held 2 fish and crawled into the cave, shouting loudly, "Mother, I am back. This crevice is getting narrower. I caught a few more fish." But Rurin saw Baron kneeling beside a gem, trembling, and called out in confusion, "Mother." Baron's face was pale and dazed. She screamed, frightening Rurin, who asked what was wrong with Mother. Was she hurt? Then she heard her mumbling, "Ah." Baron, pale-faced, revealed that they had stopped searching for the 3rd gem, abandoning the goal of becoming a complete lord. Now all that remained was, at the same time elsewhere, mysterious people in red robes with hoods covering their heads gathered in a building. A dragon wearing a red necklace spoke. "The awaited moment has ended." Red Dragon Lord, his eyes bloodshot, declared that with the power of the Red Dragon, I will restore this world. Then in the silent space he added, "The era of war has begun." Saren lamented that there was no progress. She placed her hand on the map marking 2 ancient gems beside the one Baron had stolen, and the search for the incomplete lord who had absorbed it. Medisana on one side sighed that everything was happening as initially predicted. They deliberately hid their identities until the 3rd gem was found. Saren agreed that the ritual's purpose was to create a complete lord. Then her ear vibrated, causing her to cry out in pain. Medisana quickly asked if she was okay. Saren staggered and replied, "I am fine, but my ears keep ringing. Lately this been happening more often." Suddenly, a messenger bird landed on the railing, making Medisana curious. Watching him remove the letter from the bird's leg, Saren asked curiously what that was. He replied, "It is from the Red Dragon side. The palace has been sealed with magic." Then Medisana, eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. "This is..." Saren heard him say he wanted to share information about the Lord, and wondered why now and at this exact moment. In a place in the forest, a circular magic array like a spatial gate was opened. Medisana appeared behind the red-haired man, speaking, "Long time no see. This sudden request surprised me." Dank turned his head hearing him say, "Elder Dank, honored guest. Long time no see, Medisana." Then he inquired if he remembered what he said a long time ago. Medisana, with a serious face, replied, "Ah yes, that the Red Dragon planned to create a lord I asked you to investigate." Dank confirmed, "Yes, at that time I denied it. For nearly 300 years everything was quiet. A lord, I once thought it was just baseless rumor." This made Medisana confused and asked what he was talking about. Dank opened his mouth regretfully. "I was wrong." Then he continued, saying that the Lord's command had been issued to all red dragons. Medisana broke out in a sweat, shocked. "What?" Meanwhile, Dank's eyes were bloodshot, his countenance blazing as he said, "The target is the destruction of the Ruben Empire. Please." Then he shouted out in a roar, "Stop us." Suddenly he transformed into a dragon, flapped his wings and flew up, causing Medisana to panic and shout loudly, "Elder Dank." Medisana thought that peace was shattered in an instant. The war had begun. Red dragons flying in the sky looked down at the human king on the city wall, looking at the smoke-shrouded fortress. The war to destroy the Ruben Empire. The royal palace was the first target, and had been destroyed. Though stuck full of swords and arrows, Dank still commanded the dragon horde to burn a fortress. With immortal vitality, the Red Dragon Lord led the conquest, erasing Ruben's territories one by one. Nevertheless, the war dragged on because a black dragon stomped its foot, shattering the ground, and shouted to punish the covenant breaker. Then the black dragon opened its mouth and fired a shockwave at the red dragon, shouting to destroy the Lord's minions. Medasana continued to tell about the support of us, the black dragons. Covered in grime, he instructed his subordinates, thinking that throughout the war I was quite at ease about Rurin and Baron. The forces of the red dragons and black dragons were equal, leaving no spare strength to focus elsewhere. Somewhere Rurin called out in confusion, "Mother." Waterfall in the cave still flowed, mixing with the call of Mother. Mother was right. Medasana thought silently. Baron's cave was the perfect fortress. Rurin, sweating, shouted loudly that the real Lord had appeared. Baron listened pensively as the girl said that he told her she had to stay here for a while. Medasana thought, but it seems my daughter thought otherwise. Then Baron pulled out a cluster of blue light, to the girl's astonishment, and called Rurin over here. Medasana silently judged that she had probably prepared her mentality beforehand. Baron created a magical array between the mother and daughter, instructing her that she must learn to protect herself. We will begin learning magic. Currently, Medasana stood up from the bath and said that from then on, Baron taught Rurin how to fight. He put on his robe and continued from magic to dragon combat techniques, everything, continuously throughout the war. And those words stunned Allison for 13 long years. Medasana turned her back to him, continuing, "You know what that means. At the end of that time, what happened? Let us go back to the past together." Rurin, in her dragon form, craned her neck and spewed green energy onto the magic barrier atop the corridor. Instead, Baron clapped her hands in praise. "Fantastic. You learned faster than your mother expected," making Rurin squint her eyes and smile with great delight. Later, when the girl transformed back into a human, Baron bent down and told Rurin that she had taught her most of the basic principles of magic and combat. Rurin excitedly replied, "Yes, and later I will learn flying techniques too." Hearing this, Baron rubbed her head and said there were still many things she wanted to teach her, causing Rurin to widen her eyes in confusion. Then Baron frowned, her gaze full of sorrow as she said, "But I am sorry, Rurin." He hugged her daughter close and drove one hand through Baron's stomach, pained but resolute. "We have no more time." Rurin coughed blood, staring in shock as Baron withdrew her hand from her own body. And she fell as she watched Baron take the Patriarch's gem and ask Mother. Then Rurin saw her mother holding the gem with both hands, making it shine with a brilliant blue-white light. Long after, in the darkness, she heard her mother call Rurin. The girl opened her eyes in a daze, doubting reality, when Baron urged, "Get up." Rurin sat up in a panic and asked, "Mother, my stomach." And Baron, kneeling beside her, calmed her. "Calm down. What is wrong with your stomach?" Rurin touched her stomach in confusion. "Huh? Was it just a dream?" Even her clothes were intact. Orderly Baron asked, "Rurin, can you feel the mana overflowing one side?" Rurin released green energy around her body, looking at her hand and replying, "Yes. I do not know why, but I feel very strong." And she gaped in astonishment when she heard Baron say the ancient gem had been absorbed into her body. Then Baron placed a hand on Rurin's shoulder, instructing that in the war, her power would become important. Stay in the sanctuary with him and assist him, causing the girl to confused. "But Mother, was this gem not forbidden to be absorbed?" Hearing this, Baron raised a hand to her mouth thoughtfully, saying that was the reason she must never tell anyone. Understood. Perhaps Rurin still did not fully grasp the meaning. The girl blushed happily when Baron entrusted her with the responsibility, saying this was a secret mission between mother and daughter. Rurin replied, "A secret mission?" What was the meaning of Baron letting Rurin absorb the Patriarch gem? Suddenly Baron hugged her daughter and said, "Rurin, this was my decision. Always remember that as you move forward." Then she flushed and expressed, "Thanks to you, my memories in this den have all been happy ones." Rurin also hugged her mother tightly, filled with sweetness. "I am also happy when I am with Mother." Afterwards, Baron waved goodbye to her daughter and did not forget to say words of love. "I love you, Rurin. Now go." The girl squinted her eyes with a smile and ran off, replying yes. And she promised she would return. That was the last time. Time flew by swiftly. Rurin in her dragon form stood frozen with her eyes wide open. Drops of dragon blood fell pattering onto the ground. The final conversation between Baron and Rurin. The girl looked at her mother's wounded dragon corpse lying in a corner of the corridor. Rurin, tears streaming down, cried out in shock, "Huh?" Suddenly someone approached from behind the girl. In that horrifying scene, Rurin sobbed, "No." Medasana said, "You surely understand better since you witnessed it with your own eyes. You who arrived at that time were Allison." He sadly muttered to himself, "Did I arrive too late?" Medasana sighed, "I will not explain what happened afterwards, since you experienced it all." He continued sadly, "After countless sacrifices, the Lord was destroyed. At last the war came to an end." Allison added, sweating, "And then Rurin was expelled from the sanctuary." Followed Medasana, puzzled. "Even after hearing this story, I still do not understand why Rurin was abandoned and ultimately driven away, even though the war had ended." Then Medasana's voice echoed echoed in the space. Before my daughter accepted all the punishment, she made a condition. He recalled that when he brought back the ancient gem, Baron had once said before him and the Grand Elder, just one condition. If everyone accepts this, I will gladly comply. Then with pleading eyes, Baron continued, I do not want Rurin to be treated as a criminal like me. There is no other choice now, but one day, let her live proudly as a member of Black Dragon race. Now Medisana closed his eyes and clenched his hands, saying, Rurin was just a child back then. She could not completely conceal the aura from absorbing the ancient gem. A blue energy radiated around Rurin's body as she walked. Medisana said that whenever she was deeply emotional or during battle days, the other dragons would immediately sense it. Alison's face darkened as rage flared up while listening to him. After everyone believed Baron was dead and the gem had vanished, we could not leave the girl in peace. He then questioned Medisana, that is why you had me take Rurin in to raise her, because I had absorbed the Lord's heart and could suppress her aura. Then he exposed further, moreover, by using the clan's laws, you planned to summon Rurin back to the sanctuary when she grew up and no longer had her own lair, he said. Medisana admitted, I have disappointed you. Instead, Alison angrily cursed, how could you act so selfishly? Expel her according to your own will, and summon her back according to your own will. Have you ever thought about Rurin's feelings? Order, Medisana spoke. Then you tell me, Alison, causing him to startle and freeze in confusion. Seeing that tears were streaming down his face, Medisana turned and asked, what should I do? How must I act to do the right thing? And Medisana recalled the image of the crack into the lair that had become a large door, saying, you have seen how Baron's lair was broken open back then. It was exactly that crack. Imagining Rurin finding it, he continued, that small crack I created caused Baron's lair to be breached and my daughter to be killed. Medisana, unable to hold back tears in his grief, bowed his head and sobbed, because of my stupidity, that child died. What else could I do besides accept her final condition? Alison then had to frown painfully, listening to him add, the war had significantly reduced the number of female individuals in the clan. There would never be a better time, before or after, for Rurin to return to the sanctuary and be fully welcomed. Medisana walked over to the fountain, a few droplets pattering, and clenched his fist with determination. I know my words sound insincere, but even so I beg you, Alison. Then, as the fountain spurted warmly, he implored, please abandon this lair. Outside, the room's door was slightly ajar, and Medisana's voice rang out, not for me or for others. Behind the door, the girl was astonished to hear her grandfather say clearly, Mavurin. Alison spoke, so you mean to tell me to give up everything? He turned his back, showing a gloomy expression, and said, this lair and even Rurin. Medisana, with tears streaming endlessly, pointed out the issue. Rurin is a dragon and you are a human. No matter how strong you are, that does not change this. Then he asked a question that made Alison's eyes widen in shock. Are you certain you can walk alongside Rurin for a long time? He recalled the time he had sat drinking tea and confiding in Rurin. She had said, it has only been a year since we arrived here. He then corrected, only a year. Baron was puzzled, then continued, a year may be short for you, but for a human, it is different. And he closed his eyes, savoring the taste of tea as he heard her ask, but haven't you absorbed the dragon's heart? Wouldn't that be different? He replied, no one knows if it will extend my lifespan. I am the only human who has absorbed a dragon's heart. Now Medisana's words struck Alison's heart and he clenched his trembling hands. After a long while, Medisana wiped away his tears, stood by the slightly open door, and said, come out. Inside, his granddaughter rolled her eyes as she heard Medisana call, Rurin, I know you are behind the door. She stepped out and said, Medisana, Alison. The Black Dragon Elder held his granddaughter's hand, glancing at Alison as he spoke. From now on, Rurin and I will go to the Holy Land to prepare for the coming-of-age ceremony. Afterwards, we will find a suitable dragon for Rurin to pair with. She was startled, asking in doubt, pair up, I have never heard of this. Then she paled, struck dumb when Medisana said, Rurin, you heard Baron's request just now. Afterwards, she turned her head and shouted at Alison, why are you just standing there? Do something. Medisana turned away and said, Alison, I know my place. I understand that my plea is not enough to stop you. He pulled Rurin away, telling Alison, you have the right to decide regardless. If after weighing all the differences between our two races and Rurin's last chance, you still do not accept, stop me right now. I will accept it. As she was pulled through the spatial gate, Rurin still looked back at Alison, calling out sir. Alison stood dumbfounded, muttering, Rurin, I am sorry. She shed tears when she heard him say, I cannot be so selfish. She asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? Then Rurin watched the door slowly close, screaming, Alison. That night, a full round moon shone down on the Dragon Clan's castle. Medisana instructed, stay here until the coming-of-age ceremony ends. Seeing Rurin lying sideways on the bed looking sad, he said, I have arranged your old room again. Tell me if you need anything. Then he could not help but advise, you are still not strong enough to conceal the aura of the ancient gem. And as for fighting others, she cut him off, I know already, go away, I do not plan to do that. Medisana replied somberly and sadly, very well. When he got outside, someone said to him, this situation is far from what we predicted. Dahima crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. I did not expect you to bring the girl here so easily. Do you still remember what you said? Medasana passed by, emitting killing intent. Nothing is certain yet. Just proceed with the ceremony as planned. Of course, everything is still going smoothly. Elsewhere, someone cried out excitedly, loving pa, loving pa. Klon cheerfully held a fork, ready to enjoy the food. Another day of eating loving pa. Friend sitting beside him sighed. Can you not talk normally for once? And why do you always eat the same dish? He stuffed the loving pa into his mouth while gleefully saying, what can I do? It is delicious. But the next second, Klon quickly spat out the food in horror. Serena beside him holding a fork of meat and sticking out her tongue. Terrible, what is this? Glon dropped his face onto the table, grumbling, hey, why does it taste strange today? Meanwhile, the kind-hearted Elena still forced herself to eat the plate of noodles, squeezing out words of comfort. This is edible. Serena dropped the meat plate and shouted, stop forcing yourself to eat, you idiot. Hey Allison, get out here now. He walked out and asked, what is it? But with a gaunt face, long streaks of tears, and a look of intense pain, he wondered, what is wrong? Serena and Elena were stunned, thinking, what is wrong with him? Tratlin, standing nearby, whispered, he has been strange lately, but now he has completely lost control. He replaced all the seasoning with sugar, pouring it all into the food. He has finally lost his mind. The two girls were shocked, while Allison trembled behind them, muttering, I am truly trash. Serena rested her chin and thought, thinking about it, that person is nowhere to be seen either. Could there be a connection? Suddenly someone opened the door and walked in, saying cheerfully, today I will treat everyone to a meal. The Potterhon walked in with a backpack, asking, sounds good. Is this the restaurant you mentioned? Next to him, the gardener Benon squinted with a smile, confirming, that is right, and it is famous for being very delicious. Afterwards, Allison heard a voice calling Allison, give me 2 bowls of soup. Huh, why do you look so miserable? Under the twilight glow, a voice of doubt rang out in the restaurant, no soup today. Allison came out to receive them, saying, sorry, I do not have the strength to cook today. Lin also knows how to cook. He will prepare something else for everyone. Hearing this, Han gave a wry smile, I am fine, anything is fine. You look way too tired. And Benon asked with concern, Allison, what is wrong? It is not just because you cannot make soup, you look very troubled. He listened sadly as the old man asked, then said, tell me, did I not once receive great help from you? Then Allison remembered the time he met the man in the fruit garden. Thinking back, he had told Benon to keep Minton. He brooded, blaming himself. What was I thinking when I confidently advised Benon like that? And replied, there is a couple I know, the 2 of them are completely different. Then imagining the image of the girl living in the castle, he recounted, the woman comes from a prestigious family. Even though she ran away and fought for freedom, her family still desperately wanted to bring her back. It was also her mother's final wish. Afterwards, thinking of the contrasting figures of the 2, he said, the man's status does not match hers. His health is weak, he might not live long, even die before her, leaving her alone. Allison imagined the scene of another man approaching the girl. In this situation, there is a marriage proposal from someone of matching status. This is a chance for her to erase all conflicts and return to her family, and her family fully supports it. Next, he thought of the other man, speculating, in that situation, if the man takes hold of the sword blade. Allison asked with anguish, then what should he do? Then Benon and Han heard him continue, did Benon not tell you before? Act in a way that leaves no regrets, as if there is no tomorrow. Hearing this, the man replied, that is right, he said that. Allison asked them somberly, as if questioning his own heart, so if there really is no tomorrow, is it right to hold her back? Is it right to take away all the opportunities given to her? Benon glanced and said, first let me ask one question. He asked bluntly, do you have a serious illness? Are you dying? Startling Allison into blurting out, why would I? Benon continued, why? Clearly this is your own matter. You never denied it. Then Benon turned to Han and said, doesn't this story sound very familiar? And heard the man echo, I was just thinking the exact same thing. Afterwards, Han stood up, took his backpack, and placed it on the table, saying, perhaps this will help you make a decision. Why don't you hear my choice? This left him confused. Then Han took out 2 plates, one intact and one cracked, beginning, the choice I made. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Medasana sat alone, looking extremely lonely. He was lost in thought, motionless, and recalled the time he sat talking with Dahima. The man said Rurin must be with another black dragon of the same kind. Why don't we make a bet? Hearing this, Medasana was suspicious. A bet. Dahima stroked his beard, raising an eyebrow to offer his opinion. I believe that with her black dragon bloodline, Rurin must pair with another dragon. But the elder seems to think otherwise. So, why don't you tell Allison everything? Then he continued, including Burin's past and why this opportunity is important to Rurin. No lying. This shocked Medasana, making him break into a sweat and blurt out, what? Dahima was not done. If after knowing everything, Allison insists on taking Rurin away, we will omit the pairing ritual from this coming-of-age ceremony, regardless of tradition. Then with sharp eyes, he continued, but if he makes a different choice due to some mistaken belief, then Rurin will pair with one of the remaining male dragon candidates. And asked, Elder, which side will you bet on? Sitting opposite, Medisana replied seriously, of course. Now sitting in the study, he reached for a glass of red wine, lamenting, I trust Allison. But the hand holding the glass trembled, betraying Medisana. He grimaced, his face covered in sweat, thinking anxiously, that foolish head Allison. You should have held her hand, should have stopped her. You should have yelled and fought for Rurin. Afterwards, Medisana let his mind wander, imagining the scene of Allison grabbing his arm and yelling, Hey old man, do you think I would give up? Rurin, it is time to reestablish the Dragon Order. Then frightened, oh, such terrifying spirit, and Rurin happily called out, Sir. Then Medisana joyfully pushed his granddaughter into Allison, declaring, there is no other choice now, is there? Hurry up with the ceremony. And they all happily said, a happy ending. At this moment, Medisana thought painfully, if he had said just one word, she would have stopped. He leaned back in his chair and downed his glass of wine, muttering in self-reproach, should I not have mentioned Baron's lifespan or her last wish? I should have held back my tears. You are such a fool, Allison, always overthinking everything. Then Medisana recalled Baron when she said she did not want Rurin to be regarded as a criminal like herself. It cannot be changed now, but one day, let that girl live proudly as a member of the Black Dragon lineage. Medisana brought her hand to her forehead. My daughter's wish will probably come true in the worst possible way. Time passed swiftly, and the auspicious day had arrived. The Black Dragon tribesmen gathered. It had been so long since the last coming-of-age ceremony. The child receiving the rite this time was Rurin. Oh my, a perfect timing. Everyone eagerly welcomed the ritual. In a small bedroom, a maidservant pushed the door open and called for Lady Rurin. She was having her hair adjusted by the maid. She heard the reminder that it was time to depart. Rurin turned her head and said to wait a moment. Suddenly there was a commotion outside, and the maidservant at the door cried out in shock, Stop, you cannot enter here, Lord Luhat. He roughly kicked the maidservant down to the floor and snarled, Get lost. Do you know who you are talking to? Startling Rurin. With a sharp glare, Luhat asked, Are you Rurin? She immediately questioned back, Who are you? Holding a wine bottle, his face flushed red with drunkenness, he replied, That doesn't matter, I was just worried you might be ugly. I am Luhat. Then he added in a slur, Your fated partner. Medisana repeated the name Luhat in suspicion, then unfurled the scroll and asked, You say this man will be Rurin's partner? Standing before the desk, Dehima clasped his hands behind his back and confirmed, That is correct. Dehima explained, not only had the female population declined due to the war, but the male population had also decreased significantly. The survivors usually fell into two categories. He thought of those who were either fat or as thin as a stick, or those too weak to fight, and he added, or strong enough to survive the war. Hearing this, Medisana broke into a suspicious sweat. Clearly Luhat was a failure. Dehima immediately explained, the second case, he is a hero of the war. Among the newly matured dragons, no one can match Luhat's strength. He assured, among the candidates, he is the best one to entrust with the elder's granddaughter. Medisana shook her head. I am talking about Luhat's character. His voice was displeased. That bastard slaughtered indiscriminately in the war, caring nothing for human casualties. At that moment, Luhat narrowed his eyes and mumbled, What a relief. I heard rumors, but needed to see her face with my own eyes. Using a cold tone, he praised Rurin. You are even more beautiful than I imagined. He told the maidservant, All of you leave. Luhat stepped closer and confided, Power, honor, women. I have never failed. After proving my strength in the war, only two things remain. He lifted Rurin's chin and looked straight at her. By possessing you, the elder's granddaughter, I will have both, even if the status of a criminal's daughter is somewhat troublesome. Suddenly, Rurin grabbed Luhat's wrist tightly and twisted it, asking, Are you strong? She radiated a warm killing intent, her demonic eyes nearly widening. With this strength, what do you prove? Only one person in the world is allowed to touch me. Feeling the immense energy, Luhat turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat of shock. Is this real? This is not killing intent a fledgling dragon could emit. Then his eyes turned sharp, and Luhat declared war. Good, taming you will be fun. Someone cut in, Stop. That person walked to behind the two of them and said, It is good to have expectations for each other, but your energy is excessive, causing them to stutter. He looked at Saren and exclaimed, in shock, Grand Elder. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, reminding them, Killing intent is forbidden within the sacred hall. She chased them straight back to their rooms immediately. Afterwards, a protective sphere formed along with Saren's voice. The elder has warned you. She looked at her sitting on the chair with a kind expression. Rurin, do you know what you have absorbed within this sacred hall? Only the elder and I know that secret. Exposing that killing intent earlier was reckless, was not too obtuse. Hearing this, she lowered her eyes and replied, I am sorry, Grand Elder. Seeing Rurin like that, Saren gently touched sadness. She stroked her head to comfort her. I only emphasized it because it is extremely important. You look truly beautiful in this outfit, Rurin. Then she mentioned her late mother. Baron must have so wanted to see this, causing her to freeze. Rurin spoke up, Grand Elder, may I ask one thing? Saren asked suspiciously, what is it? Rurin raised her sad eyes and asked, the Dragon King is dead and the war is over, so why is my mother still a criminal? Saren's aged pupils narrowed as she questioned, you know my mother was not the one who created the ancient sphere. She turned and walked away replying, because that is the principle. Principles must be adhered to, regardless of circumstances. She explained, if we made an exception for Baron, others who created ancient spheres would come up with all sorts of excuses. Hearing this, Rurin shouted, Grand Elder. But she cut her off. You have already told me. She firmly stated the dragon race's principle to prevent the birth of a dragon king. Those who created ancient spheres would be imprisoned forever in special layers, along with its essence. Saren's next words stunned Rurin. Dragons who absorb the ancient sphere must be destroyed. She narrowed her eyes and turned her head to add, the only exception to that principle, distorted by Baron's sacrifice, is you, Rurin. I cannot let you be treated as a criminal like your mother. Thinking back now, perhaps that condition was set from the beginning with this intention. As she stepped outside, Saren reminded her, complete the coming-of-age ritual safely. She disappeared from sight, but her voice still lingered, only if you cherish your own determination. Elsewhere, Han asked, do you want to hear? Then he presented 2 plates, one intact, one cracked, the choice I made. Han cheerfully recounted, these plates were dishes I prepared as a wedding gift for my daughter Tina. I was a plate artisan. When Tina reached marriageable age, 2 suitors were vying for her, Jiro and Pinner. Han thought of one gentle person. Pinner was close to Tina since childhood, a childhood friend. However, he was poor and orphaned, with nothing at all. Remembered the other. Meanwhile, Jiro was the eldest son of a large workshop in Mensi. Wealthy, high status, a perfect match that made everyone envious. Then Han sat down and continued, what people call a suitable life partner. Then he recalled how he had been confused and knocked the plates over. Should I choose Pinner, whom Tina loved, or Jiro, the ideal choice? In my hesitation, I smashed these plates. Now Han picked up the cracked plate and said with emotion, so as a test of craftsmanship, I gave them the task of repair. Initially just a normal request, but it clarified my choice. Han held up the 2 plates to show, hey Allison, this is Jiro's repair and this is Pinner's. He scratched his neck in confusion as he heard the old man ask, which plate seems better restored? He pointed at the intact plate and replied, this one, right? Han narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, Jiro's plate. He shattered Allison's judgment. Externally it is perfect, but as tableware this method of restoration fails. He used an adhesive toxic to humans, unable to hold food. Picking up the cracked plate from the table, he remarked, meanwhile, Pinner's plate looks crude but retains its essence. Though it has a crack, it is firmly bonded. Han cherished it and said emotionally, just like Pinner and Tina, I just approved their marriage. Then he remembered the couple's happiness. How happily they laughed, it made my previous worries seem foolish. He handed the cracked plate to Allison and asked, when love is the core, what else matters? I was blinded by appearances. His master held the plate and fingered it. Han asked, what do you think? In your eyes, is this plate worthless? When he heard the real-life example, Allison imagined the scene of a human and a dragon facing each other. She was a dragon, they were too different. His own lifespan was uncertain, and Rurin's chance to return was now. Allison, like a black and white phantom entity, silently analyzed. It was ridiculous to worry about this when they belonged to different species. What if he stayed with her and Rurin was left all alone? Suddenly Rurin's goofy face appeared before him. He thought a dragon pairing with a dragon would be her happiness. Then he remembered when Rurin was worried while he was sick, she said, let me take care of you today. After that, his mother Rurin's final wish appeared again. He recalled the moment she smiled brightly and foolishly admired, so beautiful. He thought silently that she would return to live as a part of the tribe. Rurin happily intertwined her hands with Allison's and said, I will stay here with you forever if you want. Allison thought, when he brought her from the sanctuary, he knew this day would come. Remembered the time Rurin lay face down on the bed muttering punishment. Allison decided that was the reason he tried to make her leave. But another image appeared when Rurin leaned her head on his shoulder and said, restaurant. Allison couldn't help but think, well then. Then he recalled the time they sat together, looking out the window and blurting out, our restaurant. Allison touched the surface of the cracked plate. Tears streaming down, he muttered, truly a beautiful plate. Finally, he told himself in his heart, give me one more chance. He said once more, it is perfect, when someone tapped his shoulder and called out to Allison. Then Klon punched Allison in the face and scolded, you idiot. He held his cheek listening to the old man yell, after all those words, it was all for Rurin. Aren't you going to chase after her? He blurted out, brother Klon. Suddenly, Minton also had to slap Allison and scold him, you idiot. She looked at him sitting on the floor with anger and questioned, does our relationship seem foolish to you? After everything you've done, you cannot act like this. Allison asked in surprise Miss Minton, when did brother meant bring people here? Then he argued, foolish, I never thought that. Benon and Han sat at the table laughing joyfully, it seems we are all the same. After that, Allison looked up with confusion. and he was hit on the head by yet another person, causing him to shout, "It hurts." Looking at the elf girl before him, Allison King Elena, he was confused when she brought out the knight armor set. Elena pouted and exhaled, saying, "That is cheating. You wished for a restaurant, not a place to work alone." Elsewhere, the noble knights gathered and chatted boisterously. Medicana in dragon form spoke up. Silence. He glared and began. "From now on, the coming-of-age ceremony will begin." As soon as he spoke, "From now on, Rurin will," she walked in through the large door. The maids lined up on both sides and bowed. Though dressed beautifully, Rurin entered looking extremely dejected. Seeing her, those around praised her. "How foolish. It is time to forget your mother's sins." Luat smiled and thought, the more he looked, the better she seemed. Farewell to detestable ones. When she reached his feet, Medicana said, "Before the ceremony, release your transformed form and reclaim your true shape." Then Rurin lowered her pale face and replied, "I refuse." The crowd murmured as she continued, "This is my true form." They could not believe it. "Oh my god, how dare she? Do you deny your dragon identity? Living with humans has ruined her." Suddenly Medicana flew into a rage and shouted, "Silence, silence, continue the ceremony," and silently called out to Rurin. Then he continued to preside over the ceremony as Luhut stepped forward. He came to stand beside Rurin and heard Medicana declare him as Rurin's mate. That man felt it was a great honor to stand here. Then Medicana looked at the two and said, "At midnight, Rurin will be acknowledged as a mature black dragon. According to tribal law, she will be protected in the sanctuary until she wishes to create a lair, bear children, or seek independence." Rurin listened to him with a distant, indifferent gaze. According to tradition, an unmated female must pair with a mature male through the ceremony. In her head, she only thought him. She longed for it. "Find me once more." Then her mind drifted back to a previous day when she was knocked flying into the cave wall. She heard someone yell, "Did you not hear me tell you to get lost?" The two named H. Longness and Holborn stood to the side and shouted, "This is the lair of a criminal. Your mother's sins cannot be forgiven by your merits." Then they flew to the cave entrance and called back, "Don't deceive yourself. Even after the war, you cannot hold your head high." Suddenly, Allison appeared amidst the blue bone screen magic and asked why she endured this. In her struggling dragon form, Rurin heard him wonder, "You could easily crush a few dragons." She replied, "It is none of your business, don't interfere." Even so, Allison still pointed his finger, conjuring blue magic to indicate, "Anyway, I won't interfere, but a meal is another matter." He asked, "You haven't eaten anything yet, have you?" While Allison cooked, Rurin lay sleeping across from. A moment later, he scooped a large bowl of food and began speaking so. Then he brought the bowl before her and asked, "Why do you let them hit you like that? It is truly strange." Suddenly, a binding golden light radiated out. Allison raised his hand to shield himself and blurted, "My eyes." Rurin, dirty and smelling of the ground in her human form, answered irritably, "I told you, it is none of your business." When she reached out her hand to take the bowl, he pulled it back and demanded, "Speak." She cursed angrily, "This bastard is so unfair." Then Allison stared wide-eyed as she recounted, "Because of the ancient gem my mother passed down. For dragons, that is a grave crime." Rurin held her hands out near the stove and continued, "Because I am still young, I cannot completely conceal its presence. Mother told me to go directly to him. He recognized it and set up a barrier to prevent others from detecting it." Then Rurin continued indifferently, "But it is not perfect. If I fight, they can sense it. So I just silently take the beating." Allison was puzzled. "So isn't it just a matter of not fighting?" Then Rurin's eyes went wide in surprise as she heard him suggest, "How about I take care of them for you?" These words made her burst out laughing happily. She couldn't stop laughing and exclaimed, "You are the only one who can calmly utter a sentence asking me to hit a dragon." Allison narrowed his eyes in affirmation and handed Rurin the spoon. "I am serious, take it." She took the bowl of hot food, closed her eyes and said, "It is fine. We also contributed to ending the war." He said there was still a way to restore my mother's honor. While sipping the soup, Rurin stated, "The day I return to the sanctuary, everything will be fine. Until then, I can endure these weak punches." Then she said firmly, "As long as my mother is vindicated, I can endure everything." As time passed, the two concluded their discussion on the war, and the post-war negotiations with the Red Dragon race continued. The noble families were busy consolidating their bloodlines. "You will have a difficult time ahead." Theron stood by Medicana's desk and asked, "Is Rurin still in Cloud's lair?" He replied while looking at the scroll, "Yes." Hearing this, she suggested arranging a separate lair, as that place was unsuitable. Medicana earnestly requested, "Chieftain, it is time to officially announce Baron's actions and restore the girl's honor. The war is over." Saren listened thoughtfully to his persuasion. Even the recovered ancient gem no longer existed. He could not let her daughter be treated like this. She insisted, "It cannot be done. The law has no exceptions, elder." Saren emphasized that Baron was still considered a criminal, causing Medicana to shout in anger, "Chieftain." Then she covered her mouth and said, I misspoke. Actually, there are 2 exceptions if I recall correctly." She jabbed at Medicana's pain, a small stain where the prison once stood, and the turning a blind eye when Baron absorbed the ancient gem. Then looking at Metasana's clenched, sweaty hand, she asked, those are the only exceptions meant to be kept, correct? Time flew like a dog running through the fields, and this matter just drifted by. In the lair, Rurin scratched another mark on the wall and shouted, today is the day. She stood beside Allison cheerfully, the day I finally returned to the sanctuary. On one side, he looked at the tally marks on the cave wall and sighed, is it already time? Time sure flies. Rurin was excited, cheer up. He said something that made Rurin's laughter die down, her jump in surprise, even so, I feel a little sad to part ways. Then she turned and scolded, you're saying irritating things again. It is strange that I spent so much time with you. I am a dragon. At least show some respect, making him helplessly play dumb. All right, your eminence, you have worked hard. Hearing this, Rurin happily turned her head and suggested, at least the food here is not bad. If you want, I can take you to the Holy Land as a servant. But Allison waved goodbye, I have other plans. After finishing here I will leave. Take care of yourself, remember to eat well. After some time at the territory of the Black Dragon, the noble lady swung her hand and delivered a hard slap, shouting, how dare you come here? Tears streaming down her face, she wailed, daughter of the one who created the ancient gem, my son died because of someone like your mother. Beside her, a middle-aged man held her shoulder to stop her. My lady, please calm down. Rurin held her slapped cheek in shock, listening to her continue, do you understand? And blurted out, huh? The people around began to murmur, so she is Baron's daughter. This war happened because of people like them who created the ancient gem. By what right do you boldly step in here? Rurin shrank back in fear, sweating as she listened to their insults. Even as a child, you have no sense at all. Then she stammered, asking if something was wrong. And according to Tao, everyone still resented her mother. Suddenly Metasana, his aged face dark, shouted loudly, Rurin, I hereby expel you from the sanctuary. Immediately the crowd roared to the heavens, get out, the daughter of people like you has no place here. The disgusting words rained down continuously. How dare you defile the sanctuary, get out. This made innocent Rurin's tears fall, stunned into stillness as she thought, all that I endured, what was it all for? Nothing has changed. She remembered the tally marks counting each miserable day in the lair and lamented silently. Everything is still the same, nothing has changed. The image of her mother lying in the lair, passing on to the ancestors, surfaced. Rurin thought that it was as if time had never passed. Time slipped by swiftly. Allison sat in the lair eating and was startled by the sound of footsteps. Rurin, why have you returned? She gloomily brushed past him and replied, I have been expelled from the sanctuary, shocking Allison to asking, What are you saying? Expelled, but weren't they going to clear your mother's name? Rurin coldly stated that perhaps she was useless to them. Allison sadly listened to her lament that everything they did became meaningless, then comforted, Rurin, I understand your feelings. He watched her touch the time marks on the wall and say, but to think that way, then she interrupted, understand what? Stop pretending. Then Rurin sneered, admit it, you find it funny to see me being beaten by others, right? Which made Allison frown and yell in panic, Rurin. Suddenly she transformed into a dragon radiating a purple aura, and lashed her tail at Allison, shut up. He quickly raised his hand to conjure a protective spell as she raged, don't pretend to understand me, do you know how I've waited day after day? Rurin, hot-tempered, knocked over the pot of food on the fire and chased him away, get out. Allison was wounded as she cursed, you're just a human, you never had a place from the start, an outsider from another world, what do you know? Hearing that, he turned and walked straight out, without looking back, leaving her alone with the mess. Rurin in her dragon form panted heavily and muttered, what do you know? Recalling it now, Rurin thought very sadly, I spoke out of turn. Someone like me has no right to demand anything from anyone. Edasana spoke up. Before the coming-of-age ceremony, Luhat had already been recognized for his contributions in the war. And like him, Rurin, who comes of age today, must also receive the blessing in this ceremony. Then the two, with different states of mind, turned to face each other as he said, now face each other. At that moment, Rurin finally felt regret, but then tears flowed as Metasana continued, finally the oath kiss. Remember, you are the one who held me, even when I kept pushing you away. So just this once. Luhat lifted Rurin's chin, ignoring her tightly shut eyes as she wept in resignation, but in her heart Rurin only thought, come find me again one last time. Then her tears fell drop by drop on the floor. Suddenly a loud noise rang out, causing the entire castle to shake. It startled Metasana and everyone else. Rurin turned her head back when she heard someone shout, what happened? There's a collision with the barrier, we're under attack. No announcement from the gate, who is it? She thought to herself, it's him. Then a series of rumbling sounds came from outside the large door. A panicked man yelled, no news from the Holy Land Guard squad, while the girl beside him screamed in terror, the barrier is about to break. Bang, the building's door was thrown open, emitting a brilliant golden light. Someone trembled in disbelief, how could they break a high-level barrier created by many dragons? Metasana spread his dragon wings to shield Rurin and Luhat in the middle, while he turned his head in fear and stammered, who's there? Outside the door, Allison stood on a pile of broken rubble, looking at the girl in his heart and calling out, "Rurin." "Master," she said with tears brimming in her eyes, hearing "I'm sorry I'm late, aren't I?" Allison, wearing a knight's robe and hood, ignored someone's cry. He looked at her deeply and said, "But this time I won't hesitate anymore," and firmly stated, "I've decided." Meanwhile, Dahima leaned against the upper floor railing, looking down and thinking, "Allison, finally you've arrived, one of the 3 great heroes of the war." Then he added, "The only 9th rank mage of humanity." Watching Allison, radiating vast blue energy as he walked decisively, Dahima sighed in awe, the dragon slayer. Meanwhile, Metasana's mind blossomed with boundless joy as he exclaimed, "My future kin, finally here. Oh my, you nearly made my heart jump out, take Ruin away quickly." Flushing red, Allison asked what her purpose was for coming here. Order cut in. This place needed no explanation. No one was allowed to enter the holy sanctum. He surged with green power, raised his claw and said, "I, Klon, wish to see you. Just looking at the dragon was a crime, yet you dare to obstruct the ritual." The crowd echoed to drive him away, but Allison calmly replied that it was the first time hearing that looking at a dragon was a crime. The man's veins bulged. He angrily asked about the preservation site. That man transformed into a dragon and cursed, thinking he was something for taking down a few dragons, daring to insult Lord Luha. And that man shouted he would tear apart that person's mouth. Before he could make a move, Allison pointed a finger, creating a formation, slamming him to the floor, sending dirt and stones flying. That scene left everyone stunned with their mouths agape. Allison stepped forward coldly. "You must be Angalu the singer. You are not worthy of Rurin." Luhat, hit by Allison's attack, kept screaming, thinking in panic that it was just an enhanced magic spell. Luhat fell to the ground, a white-haired dragon appeared. Saren yelled for Allison to stop. Looking up, the holy cathedral began to tilt with the patch of green land. The white-haired lineage cried out in panic. Allison slowly walked forward and said, "I ended the war and brought peace to all races. I absorbed the ancient gem and the Dragon King's heart." The 2 people behind him panicked, telling each other to activate a nullification spell. Luhat revealed his true form as an older man, lying prone and stammering. Allison replied, "I used that power to uphold the dragon race's pact. So who among you is qualified to speak of authority to me?" Rurin watched, wiped away her fearful tears, thinking Allison was too agitated. Allison lost control, created a green vortex, and said sulkily, "You sniveling brat." The vortex grew larger like the fury within Allison's heart. An elderly woman spoke up. "That strike didn't threaten his life, did it? Be magnanimous and forgive." The 3 elder lineages appeared, the matriarch of the Black Dragon clan named Saren. Everyone knelt respectfully and chanted in unison, greeting the matriarch. Saren smiled eerily, "You are qualified, but the punishment will be proportional. You aren't being executed just because you're a human." Rurin worriedly broke out in a cold sweat. Allison rubbed his chin and replied, "That is the clause preventing the birth of a dragon king. I have no authority to command, so there is no reason to punish me." Having said that, his hand created another new green glow, and he continued with authority, "I was prepared for you all to say that. Go ahead and try to punish me if you wish." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, their mouths and eyes wide in shock. Rurin agitatedly negotiated, "Matriarch, please don't do this. I will participate in the coming-of-age ritual as prescribed. Don't punish Allison." The elder lineage considered, then replied, "I will think about it after I hear the answer." She turned and asked Allison what his purpose was for coming here. He answered indifferently, "I came to set things right." He turned to the girl he was close with, ready to expose her secrets. Someone who doesn't know how to keep things tidy. The matriarch was surprised and snorted upon hearing this. Rurin blushed in embarrassment. Allison rattled on endlessly. "She has caused endless disasters, stole beer to drink, and didn't use honorifics with guests. Her cooking skills are so bad that anyone who tries it could be sentenced as a criminal." Rurin stammered out a plea to stop. He didn't listen and continued to badmouth her. "Her temper is quick, and she'll pick a fight at the slightest provocation. But Rurin is not the daughter of a criminal." The elder lineage snapped, "Think carefully, you brat. Thoughtless words can destroy every sacrifice." Allison stammered an apology, "But I have already finished thinking about it for a long time." Lost control and roared, "Baron did not create the ancient gem." Rurin cried out emotionally and Allison continued, "Baron stole the gem from the group that wanted to create a dragon king." Everyone was stunned, asking each other what was going on. He turned to question the elder woman, "Is it true, matriarch?" Rurin was moved, thinking he had finally done it. Just like 2 years ago when he had turned the holy cathedral upside down. Recalling 2 years ago, Rurin was shunned by the dragon kin, cursed as the tribe's disgrace. Her mother a criminal. He is also joined in the criticism. The war happened because she overstepped her bounds by creating the gem. What does her daughter want now? The young men laughed and gossiped. It seemed Nis didn't like that it was just a lie. Looking at the pitiful Rurin, tears streaming endlessly, she stammered to defend herself. "I only wanted to restore my mother's honor." The more Allison remembered, the angrier he got, telling them, "I don't need anything else." Rurin endured injustice for the tribe. But now, after tormenting Rurin, you want to accept her, because the tribe is in danger. Don't say such ridiculous things. Suddenly, Rurin collapsed to her knees, letting out a loud scream. She burst into tears emotionally, her voice raspy as she cried out, "Hilarious indeed. He's done it to me again, who the hell?" Ruin remembered the past. Her mother was branded a criminal, and she herself was driven out of the holy cathedral. She despairingly thought negative thoughts. No mother, no tribe, I am alone. She looked up at the bowl of food that had been overturned onto the ground. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes. Ruin remembered when she was with the tribe and was driven away, the shouts ringing out, "Get out of here, daughter of a criminal, get out of here." The purple dragon roared a warning at Ruin, telling her to leave. She suddenly remembered Allison and the cold words she had spoken. He was an abandoned one, an outsider from another world. Tears fell, and Ruin cried out sorrowfully that she was not alone. She admitted she was wrong and called Allison back. The door had not yet closed. As soon as she finished speaking, Allison appeared, startling Ruin. He said he had known this would happen. Allison was both pitying and teasing, holding a plate of fragrant food in his hand. He asked where she was crying, all crumpled up. He set down the delicious beef stew, inviting her to get up and eat. Surprised and still in tears, Ruin asked what was the matter with him. Allison smiled lightly, brought the spoon up, and said she was not being expelled but was being taken away by him. At the chaotic sacred ground, Olda dazedly asked what happened. The young man fearfully replied that Allison had come and taken Ruin away. Back in the cave, Allison approached and said he would open a restaurant, but it was hard to manage alone. He proposed that she come with him. He promised from now on he would make lots of delicious food for her. Ruin took the plate of hot grilled meat and began to skewer a piece to try. She still hesitated and asked him once more, from now on. The food reached her mouth, but she choked up. Ruin sobbed heavily, confirming that he would be with her forever. 2 years later, Allison strongly admitted that he had taken her away and would never give her back. He said this time he would no longer use the restaurant as an excuse. He pulled his hat down and made a domineering confession that he just wanted her by his side. He told her not to turn into an angry spirit in the restaurant. Ruin excitedly demanded to eat beef stew pie, thinking there were dragon mates like that in the mate selection ceremony. She boldly hugged and gave Allison a passionate kiss, and she slyly asked him if it was too late. She affirmed that she had been his dragon mate for a long time. Suddenly, the old dragon Medicana called their names from above. He reminded that it was now midnight. He clarified that adult females without a mate would be paired with adult males. But here there was already a wonderful couple, both blushing happily. Medicana declared Baron's honor restored and recognized Ruin as an adult, sincerely thanking Allison. The ceremony was over, wishing them a peaceful life. The scene flashed back to the past. Ruin naively asked Allison what a restaurant was. He explained it was a place to make and sell food. She asked if she could eat all the beef stew. He said customers have priority, but if there were leftovers, she could. He wondered why she changed her way of addressing him. She stammered that he was still him. Scene shift, 2 plates of food on the table were completely empty. Ruin contentedly praised how delicious it was. She looked at the pitch-black sky and then shyly said to Allison that it was late. The two sat on the bed far apart. Allison awkwardly said it was time to sleep. Ruin confirmed. Allison, embarrassed, rubbed his nose and praised her dress. Ruin lowered her head in response, remembering in her head the time he had run away from the bathroom. Her heart pounded from a strange feeling. She asked Allison to help her take off the dress the servant had put on her, because it made her uncomfortable. She asked him if he could take it off. Allison was surprised by the heated request but quickly agreed. He moved closer and pulled the zipper down most of Ruin's back. Suddenly she stiffened, her face flushed bright red, breathing heavily from shyness. Amidst the romantic atmosphere, 2 monitor lizards appeared. The voices of elderly people arguing rang out, saying they could not go now. The older matron was annoyed by what Medicana said, thinking there were still matters to discuss. Medicana helplessly called out to her, but she said goodbye and left. A voice of inquiry rang out in the room, startling them both. The girl whose mood was ruined immediately flared up and punched Medicana straight in the face, causing the great matron Saren to frantically call her name. Ruin angrily demanded why the elder had come. Everyone tried to stop her. The great matron told her to stop. Allison also called for her to calm down. The old dragon who was punched fell flat on his face, pitifully saying his life had never been this sad. They went outside. Allison politely poured wine to entertain them. He asked why the great matron had left the holy temple. The elder dragon sipped the aged whiskey and praised it as delicious. The dragon matron calmly said her decision depended on his answer. She said seriously that he had absorbed 3 parts of the ancient treasure jade, granting him a dragon's lifespan. If the treasure jade was no longer produced, she could understand all his actions this time. She calculated that revealing the truth about Baron did not endanger the Dragon King. His taking Ruin away was also acceptable, if he lived his whole life with her. She asked him if he had resolved those 2 issues. Allison slowly replied that he had not. He said he did not know about that. He was not sure if he had a dragon's lifespan and also did not know if the treasure jade would be created again. The great matron asked him again in surprise. She asked if he had broken the rules, caused chaos, and robbed Ruin of her opportunity without being certain of anything. Allison did not care, asserting that his stance only knew one thing. He recalled an old conversation with a friend about final words. The friend repeated repeated Allison's own words that he already knew the answer to what to do with Minton. Allison replied that he could not say that again. If he could die before his loved one, then how would he know the right answer? But he knew the wrong answer. Back in the present, Allison told the matron that forcing Rurin into the holy temple against the rules and letting Baron suffer the punishment was wrong. The dragon matron darkened, annoyed, saying that was just a petty sense of justice. She told him he did not know how much Baron had sacrificed. Originally, the dragonkin who created the ancient gem could not absorb it themselves, so the sinner and the gem could coexist in the territory. But Baron spent a long time protecting it, even though he did not create it, all out of loyalty to the tribe. If you knew of that patience and sacrifice, Allison spoke. So what? Is there any benefit to treating the dragonkin who created the ancient gem as a sinner, or was the Dragon King born? In the end, she died without receiving any help, having to prevent the birth of the complete Dragon King by transferring the ancient gem to Rurin. The three bloodlines answering, "This is the merciful way. I believe at least you will understand." Allison replied that he was a human who had participated in more wars than anyone, so he said that principle was wrong. From the start, no one could be blamed for something they never wanted to do. This sentence seemed to awaken something in the old dragon lady. Another fragment of memory replayed, this time belonging to the old dragon lady. The young man's opening voice rang out. "So your name is Saren? This is a great fate." The young dragon lady Saren asked back, "What do you mean by that?" The red-haired young man laughed heartily and replied, "I am Sutherland. We both start with the same letter. It feels like we are a good match." Hearing this, Saren turned and walked away, letting out a harsh remark. "Red dragon has nothing to do with black dragon." Sutherland firmly continued, "I do not care about that." The old dragon lady gently patted the head of a dragon who had lived too long and said, "It has been a long time since I heard anyone say that." Allison continued, "I have been wondering since last time about that crown. It looks exactly like the Dragon King's necklace." The old dragon lady Saren did not deny it and replied, "That is right. This is something he gave me a very long time ago." Upon hearing this information, the two of them were startled, finding it hard to believe. In a memory from long ago, the eager young man Sutherland hid behind a tree and shouted in a whiny voice, "Saren, come out, far, 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 Sutherland is here." Saren looked helpless and slowly replied, "Again, are you not tired of this?" Sutherland replied that every time he saw her, he felt happy. It had been a while. How was the harvest today? Saren sighed and said she had already come yesterday. Sutherland insisted he would come again tomorrow. The night sky was full of stars. Watching Sutherland's retreating figure, Saren weakly called for him to wait. He smiled and replied to wait. He had found a place with a beautiful view. That piqued her interest. They sat by the beach, with a field of blooming chrysanthemums behind them under the sunset. Sutherland called out the name of the girl beside him, Saren. He said he liked her black hair. Saren replied that she admired his red hair. Returning to the present, the dragon lady held the crown, lingering on the past, saying she had loved him very much, but in the end they could not be together. One night in the past, Sutherland called out in a daze, asking her not to come looking for him anymore. What was she saying? He was truly worried, panicked, and begged that if he had done something wrong, she should tell him. Saren replied with a heavy heart that she would attend the coming-of-age ceremony, where her life partner would be chosen. Sutherland asked in pain. She already had him, and still a life partner. Saren turned her back and replied that interbreeding between different dragon tribes was taboo. If an incomplete dragon king was born, the resistance to commands would decrease. That was a great crime against the tribe. Please go. That day it rained heavily, each raindrop heavy on the leaves, as heavy as Sutherland's heart at that moment. In the heavy rain, the dragon race's tears fell heartbreakingly. Sutherland held the crown and spoke his last words to the woman he loved most. There being two different dragonkin was merely a coincidence, but him loving her was inevitable. Yet merely because they were different races it became a crime. No one could be blamed for what they never wanted. Every word Sutherland said tore at Saren's heart, making her clutch her chest and weep bitterly. Sutherland stubbornly said he would rather she gave another reason. Then he might be able to accept it. That sentence pulled the dragon lady Saren back to the present. The old wound that had healed was torn open again. She could not hold back her tears, her hand tightly clutching the crown that held memories of her youth. She choked out an explanation that it was a rule that must be followed. The sad story made the elder and Saren sympathize with her more. The dragon lady continued that the conclusion of that person was not entirely correct. After all, it was still a gamble. But I will pray that the path you choose is the right one, Allison. Watching the dragon lady turn and leave, he called out, "Grandmother." The dragon king left one final message. A golden beam of light served as a path leading to the final message. Following the direction of the light, the dragon king's final message gradually appeared. "If I had known things would turn out like this, I would rather have eloped with her that day." I have regretted my whole life for not kidnapping her and running away that day. Allison said sadly that at the time she did not understand the meaning of those words, but now she understood. It was a message for grandmother. Hearing the final heartfelt words of her beloved, the dragon lady smiled contentedly and replied that it was truly a sentence fitting of him. The elder scratched his head and said that at this age, hearing about his mother's love story was truly strange. The dragon lady reminded him that he talked too much. Allison watched their figures gradually leave and asked in confusion, "Mother, is Lady Sarin the mother of Elder Medisana?" "Wait, you just throw out a line like that and then leave?" At this moment, in the bleak forest full of grass, Rurin's annoyed voice rang out. "Why is it always not letting me and Allison be at peace? This time Elder also chases me away." Saying this, Rurin continued walking around the forest alone in annoyance, muttering as she walked, "She must set up magic to block teleportation near the territory." At this moment, a white flower suddenly appeared, blooming brightly, illuminating the area. Rurin curiously sat beside it, confused, saying, "What is this? A flower blooming in the middle of winter? I like its nobility." Flowers on both sides. At this moment, Rurin's deep blue eyes widened in surprise. Right after, a green-haired girl chewing grass appeared, her white outfit emanating an aura like the flower from before. Rurin asked strangely, "Who are you?" The green-haired girl introduced herself as Sally, the embodiment of the Hiberian flower. Rurin thought worriedly, how long has she been standing there? Rurin put her hands on her hips and asked, "Aren't you cold? What have you been chewing on this whole time?" Sally chewed grass and replied, "It's just grass. Very delicious." She picked up Sally and shouted loudly, "The Hiberian flower is also delicious, don't eat it." She held the flower in her hand and replied. The more she looked, the more she liked this flower. She would take it back to decorate her room. The girl saw this and was surprised. "What, sister is a mage?" She walked away waving her hand, denying, "Who is your sister?" "Anyway, I'm leaving. I already know the name of this flower. No reason to stay." There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "Really?" Rurin walked away saying, "I'm going to a warm place with lots of food. Follow or not is up to you." Sally ran after her, shouting loudly, "Wait, I'm coming, sister, wait." Klon fluffed up its fur with a scary face. Rurin said there were guests, it replied Rurin. The girl was a bit scared. "What is that?" She replied, "Security." He opened the door and said, "Have all the intruders left?" Allison smiled and replied, "You're back. Sorry for abruptly sending you out." He looked at the flower and asked, "What flower is this?" She asked back, "Isn't it beautiful?" "The pure white flower," Rurin spoke. "It is called Hiberian flower. I will plant them on the second floor of the restaurant." They looked behind the door. His voice rang out, "But," he asked, "who is she?" The girl was a bit shy. Allison replied, "I am Sally, your younger sister." Allison looked confused while Rurin immediately denied, "We are not biological sisters. Mother only gave birth to me." Her voice still rang out, "I only brought her back because I saw she was lonely out in the snow." He chuckled softly. "I wasn't going to say anything." His voice still carried, making her shy. "But actually, I am even happy to see you caring about others." Rurin ran over and hugged Allison, shyly speaking, "Then reward me like back in the Holy Temple." Sally stood watching the two of them in confusion. Allison's cheeks flushed as she turned away, replying, "You can't do that in front of children." Rurin spoke up, "Sally, go outside now." The girl asked, "What is the Holy Land?" He laughed happily and said, "Let her stay here for now." Rurin, "Keep an eye on her." She replied, "Me?" Seolai was delighted, "Sister, over." Outside of the house was filled with laughter. Ren laughed and said, "Miss Rurin, you're back." Rurin replied cheerfully, "Was I gone that long?" She replied, "Now Allison will probably return to normal." Sorina mockingly remarked that May had finally grown up, saying it might have been more interesting if she had bonded with someone else there. Rurin was displeased and replied that not seeing her face was the only good thing about the Holy Land. Elena spoke up to stop them, telling them not to argue anymore. She laughed happily with Rurin and said it was fortunate that Allison was not late. Rurin spoke, "I heard your contributions were great." Elena replied, "We did not do much." Her voice still sounded, making Rurin shy. When they met, what did she say? Tears rolled down Rurin's cheeks as she kissed Allison, causing him to blush. She said, "From this moment, I am yours." She ran off and answered with a shy laugh, "That is a secret." Lena spoke emotionally, congratulating her. Serena said angrily, "Hey, hurry up and set the food out." Strange sounds came from upstairs. She spoke with a bit of anger, "Wait a moment." Rurin opened the room door and yelled, "I told you not to disturb me when I am working." Sally was playing with a pillow. She laughed happily and said, "It is sister." She looked at Sally and angrily questioned, "You said you hated being alone, so I let you use the restaurant." Sally cheerfully replied, "All right, I will stop." Rurin shouted in anger, "You said that last time too." The girl dropped the plate and said, "I only broke one plate." She said angrily, "Stay away." The girl asked curiously, "What is this?" Rurin immediately stopped her, "Do not touch it." Of course, her warning was completely ignored. Rurin's anger reached its peak, but Sally, in the end, she could not bring herself to act. She suddenly realized that Sally's mischievous acts were exactly like what she used to do with Allison. Allison washed the dishes and laughed with delight. "How wonderful." The male employee asked manager, "What happened?" He replied, "Someone is just getting their karma." The afternoon sunlight shone on the tall buildings. The feathers scattered on the floor were being swept up. Miss Wren held the broom, gazing thoughtfully at the beautiful sunlight. Allison walked up and said, Rurin, this cake is for you. The cake looked tempting. He spoke, I made pancakes. You can just, smiling gently, he said, you worked hard today. Eat it with Sally. She looked thoughtful and replied, brother. She was flustered. I have treated you unfairly all this time. Allison laughed heartily, saying Shelley earned merit on her first day. I did not expect her to make you reflect on yourself. This cake is for you. Cake was cut. Rurin and Sally ate very happily. Green ate as he exclaimed. The cake was soft and fluffy, the sweet syrup soaked in, spreading sweetness with every chew. The girl ate joyfully. It is so warm and delicious. She happily replied, indeed, Allison's food is the best. She was surprised, so I am loved that much. Rurin asked, everyone talks to sister. Is it because sister is beautiful? Rurin heard and replied, listen to this little girl talk. Her? She spoke, but I do not need fame. The girl asked while eating why. She picked up a piece of cake, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, because at the most important moment, the people I wished for have already found me. Charlie still ate silently, not speaking, a hazy shadow of smoke. The girl asked pensively, then will anyone look for me? Green immediately asked, did you lose someone? The girl replied, it was a green leaf. Song rang out in the dark night. A voice told the girl to go back to sleep, surprising her. I do not remember home nor my family, but this song is engraved in my heart. The girl mused, I want to find someone who knows this song. The girl spoke, it might be my parents. Rurin replied, clearly your parents sang it to you. Charlie picked up a piece of cake and replied, but no one knows who you are. If you become famous and sing it in public, the news will spread. Rurin felt sad hearing that, thinking they would come looking for her. Rurin suddenly recalled the scene of Allison finding her. Aaron patted the girl's head to comfort her. They will definitely find you, just like they found me. In the green room outside the building, she said, this is what I used to wear. The girl wore the blue clothes. Rurin asked if it was okay. While he spoke, my throat suddenly felt choked. Rurin replied, you are so greedy. She spoke, then remember to subscribe to my channel. She looked at Rurin and replied, let us go find Sally's parents. She agreed, the girl cannot stay here forever. After all, his voice sounded, but the girl only remembers her own name, right? Her voice replied, there is also the song. Allison thought and replied, have to ask that person again? She asked, who? Outside the house, his voice still sounded, the person with the largest information network in the city of Greece. He sat outside, opening the door and stepping in. A voice rang out in welcome. He laughed cheerfully and asked, have things in Dizran settled down? Ren laughed happily and replied, they finally managed to open their own slaughterhouse. Creston just stepped out. Feel free to look around. He will be back soon. She asked, so you are looking for the parents of a lost child? He replied worriedly, but I am not sure they are from Greg. The girl does not remember her parents' names either. Ren was startled. Huh, what is the girl's name? Rurin led Sally in. The girl's name is Sally, around 13 or 14 years old. Rurin heard that and angrily said, that is not an age. Allison replied fearfully, just put down 14. Ren wrote in the book, name Sally 14 years old, right? Got it. If I hear anything, I will report immediately. He told Sally to quickly thank the sister. Sally bowed her head in reply. Rurin spoke, it is nothing, why would I accept thanks? On the street, someone mentioned the girl's name, asking if anyone was looking for a lost daughter named Sally. In the cafe, people were whispering and gossiping. Celia had never heard this name before. Last time it belonged to Mr. Omar. Rurin sat with Sally sewing a pillow. His daughter hadn't returned either, but that was a different matter. The little girl sat sewing happily. Regardless, I will investigate further. She sewed and smiled gently. Sally, never heard that name before. Down in the kitchen, Allison was making pancakes. Little girl stood outside the door, watching intently without looking away. He cracked the egg with a worried expression. Everyone's gaze was sharp because the little girl's parents were missing, but Sally was the most worried. He added flour and spices, stirring them in. If even Ren doesn't know, maybe she came from somewhere outside of Greg's city. The batter was poured onto the hot pan. He turned around, laughing out loud. Come on, eat first. His voice still rang out. Sally, could you go call Rurin? Sally shyly replied yes. While eating, the little girl exclaimed it was delicious. He asked if she liked pancakes that much. Sally replied it was only second to his cooking, which surprised him. My cooking? Downstairs, the tables and chairs were neatly arranged. The little girl spoke up. It's really quiet today, she replied. The diner is closed for business. Allison held a piece of pancake, pondering as she asked, hey, about what happened earlier. While the little pink-haired girl was eating, he asked, Sally, is there any place you want to go or want to play? Looking at Rurin, Allison thought it had been several days with no news about her parents. Her heart must be very sad. Rurin replied, you want to cheer her up? He asked Sally, tell me, even if it's to the ends of the earth, I'll take you there. The little girl replied, really? Sally made a request. Those eggs from this morning, I want to see the animal that laid them. Both were surprised, he uttered. An animal? She spoke up. If we're talking about animals, there's Rurin or Baron at the farm. No, we are too scared. I want to touch the small ones. Allison thought for a moment, then replied, not possible. Well, normally we use Sarabin bird eggs, but our place uses a different kind. His voice still rang out. You can look, but touching is a bit difficult. The forest on top of Great City. A hen was squawking noisily. The little girl saw it. Her eyes lit up with joy, saying it was so cute. Rurin looked at the chicken in confusion. That's cute. The little girl asked, can I try to pet it? He laughed happily in response. Beside him, Allison said dejectedly to go ahead and try, but he missed. He explained, Celia's still young and doesn't know. Even skilled hunters find it hard to catch these. Their super-sensitive senses detect sound, vibration, and mana flow, so magic is difficult too. His voice still rang out. That's why they have the nickname Living Legends. Sally shouted joyfully. I caught it. He couldn't believe his eyes. Hugging the chicken from behind, the little girl happily said, look, isn't it cute? Allison couldn't believe it and exclaimed, how did you do that? Rurin dusted off her hands and walked away, replying, Rurin 1 point, Sally 1 point. Hearing Rurin say that, he collapsed and Allison lost a point. In the night sky, a tower building was brightly lit. Inside the room, Leon spoke. Sally. Bunna said while eating a piece of cake. That's right. Now everyone in the city is asking if anyone knows the parents of a little girl named Sally. Her voice still rang out. And he is the perfect match. I hear Allison and Rurin from the diner are searching. She spoke fearfully. We want to help too, but Lidine lamented. So disappointing. Bernard's voice was full of remorse. Sorry, I forgot my role again. Been chatting too much. He stood up, his voice reproachful. Why didn't you tell me earlier? She was surprised. Huh? Leon slammed the table, his voice full of anger. If it's to help Allison, even if I have to walk a path full of thorns, I won't hesitate. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to find the little girl's parents. His voice still rang out. I will mobilize the entire Greg City government, if necessary. She was both scared and blushing. My God, you are so... Leon hugged Bernard, laughing loudly. Open the treasury. Whoever finds the little girl's parents will be handsomely rewarded. Bernard replied with a laugh. So cool. Should have told you sooner. The guard thought, is this really okay? He continued. From today, the guards will interrogate everyone entering and leaving the territory. Turning back to Allison, the three of them walked out of the forest. Sally said happily. So fun. The little girl looked at Allison and laughed. Your panicked expression just now was hilarious. He wondered. But wait, how did you do that? Rurin replied, meaning he has no idea. The little girl turned back and asked, did I do well? He confirmed, of course not everyone can do that. Sally replied, I'll become famous. Just you wait. The little girl jumped and danced joyfully. I think today is the happiest day ever. Sally ran ahead happily. The inn is so warm. The pancakes are delicious and Palanku is cute too. Her tiny feet suddenly stopped. But what should I do? Sally flashed a warm smile and said, maybe tomorrow will be even happier. The little girl held hands with the two of them, walking and singing, making them both stunned. Rurin smiled very gently. The little girl sang and laughed joyfully. Little girl spoke up. You sing too? Let's sing together. Allison replied, I suppose. Rurin chimed in. Your face is all red. He asked, embarrassed because of the song. His face was flushed, and he replied shyly, no, it's just... His voice made Rurin shy and blush. This feeling is like a family, having a father, a mother, and a child. Sally smiled contentedly. Well then, the three of them held hands and walked back, full of warmth. Fine. In the night sky, outside the castle walls, a carriage was approaching. The guard called out, halt, ahead is the territory of Greg City. The person on the carriage replied, here are the travel documents. The guard took the paper, reading aloud, traveling to Giltaman City, by order of the Count. A pair of eyes, sharp and cold. The purpose was unclear. Inside the carriage, people were chained by the neck like criminals being escorted. The guard checked the documents and declared them valid. Another was about to let them pass, but then a final question came. That voice spoke again, asking them if they knew a child named Sally. They were looking for its parents. The listener was startled. Huh? What? A prisoner whispered, scared and crying. Mr. Sally is still alive. Allison sat in the room, his gaze full of thought. Rurin opened the door and walked in, asking why he had not slept yet, even though it was late. He called out her name in response. He asked where Sally was. She replied that the girl had gone to sleep early, unsure if she was fast asleep yet. Allison used magic, saying it was perfect timing. He needed her help to decide on this matter. His voice turned serious. Rurin. Before he could finish, Rurin jumped up in a panic. Sally's parents, perhaps he had found them. She exclaimed, what? The man responded indifferently. He had never heard the name Sally. First time being checked like this. A prisoner suddenly spoke up. Wait. The child was about to speak when his neck was tightened by magic. He remembered now. Sally. The soldier spoke up, saying a child like that would know nothing. The magic user called him a soldier. A mocking voice sounded. The master must be very idle to dare detain someone with a permit. Our baron is not that merciful, so I give you two options. Her voice scared the children. One was to delay the mission, causing conflict with Giltaman City. The little girl was being choked, struggling to breathe, or ignore the prisoner's words and let them go according to the law. Her voice frightened the soldier, who said the choice was yours. The soldier opened the city gate and replied, "Cleared to pass, no problem." Allison sat upright, saying they had received news from Ren and also from Leon. He continued, no one was searching for a child named Sally. Rurin was confused, how could there be no one? He hesitated in worry. Sally was found on the outskirts of the village during winter. His voice rang out, sometimes the poor, lacking food, had to reduce the number of mouths to feed. She paled and asked what he was implying. Rurin feared Sally had been abandoned. Allison explained that severe trauma could cause memory loss. His gaze was stern, that was just a hypothesis. Now for the main issue, if they could not find her parents, they had to decide Sally's living situation. He continued, making Rurin ponder whether to keep the girl or send her to an orphanage. The bedroom was pitch black with no lights. Suddenly there was a noise upstairs that startled her. Both of them jumped up in panic. What was that? The kitchen sound. She spoke angrily, "Who dares?" She continued probing, asking who was there. Sally, covered in flour, smiled and replied she had been caught, and said she was making pastry. The little girl's hands stirred the dough, her mouth hesitating. She only ever got to eat fried pastries. Allison, standing at the door, understood, so the girl wanted to try making it herself. That was why she had been staring intently then. Rurin came over and asked where the ingredients came from. Sally answered nervously. Earlier she went to see the palanku creatures. She took them from the nest. Suddenly a plate and a spice jar fell to the floor and broke. She spoke sternly, "You dared do that." Rurin looked at the girl, then said, "Decision made, come with me, Sally." He watched them hold hands, surprised. This reaction was completely different from what he imagined. A prisoner from earlier who had been tortured named Ment. They cried and begged for it to stop, apologizing, saying they would not do it again. He held a wooden stick and angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are messing with? If you open your mouth again, I will tear out your tongues." The cat stretched and spoke, "Take it easy." She instructed him, "These are children who cannot be killed, even by accident." The two scared ones looked at him and replied they understood. They sat in the carriage crying and whispering to each other, "Brother." The cat sighed, hitting too hard had paralyzed them. He replied they would get used to it gradually. Suddenly the child in the carriage began to sing. Rurin led Sally out into the dark forest under the night sky. Both were silent, no one spoke. The little girl asked fearfully, "Are you angry?" She said, "You caused trouble for me and him. No one knows you spoke up." Her voice panicked Sally, meaning her parents were not in Greg City. The girl clutched her clothes nervously. Just as she thought, no one was looking for her. Rurin walked while saying happily, "Starting tomorrow you go downstairs to the first floor to learn serving food." Sally was surprised. "Huh?" The girl wondered. "The first floor, you said I could not go down when there were guests." She turned back and smiled. "That was before we knew you were staying." She continued, surprising Sally, "From now on you live with us, so why would you not learn kitchen work?" Rurin hugged Sally tightly, her warm voice saying she could stay here forever. Hearing that, Sally's face flushed, her eyes welled up. "From now on, forever?" The girl replied, "Yeah." The two held hands and laughed joyfully on the way back. "What?" Allison looked down from above, happily saying his worry had been unnecessary. She said, "Tomorrow I will introduce you to everyone at the ranch." The girl asked me to teach her cooking. Rurin replied, "I learned it from Allison." Suddenly the little girl's eyes were filled with fear, so the wall of the prison cell appeared ahead. The little girl's eyes were full of worry. Sally's head throbbed, making Rurin worried. "What's wrong?" A dark dirt road lay ahead. The little girl replied, "My memory recognized this road." The little girl continued, "There is someone I really want to meet." Full of fear, "Did we agree to meet here?" Sally's face was pale. She said in fear, "No, don't go down that road, absolutely not." He was cleaning up the broken plates, suddenly heard, "That is Sally's memory." She said when walking on the road out of the territory. Allison asked, "You're back so soon, how is Sally?" "Sally is sleeping in the room," she spoke up. "The child is resting on the second floor." The memory suddenly came back. She must be very confused and scared. Rurin ran off, angrily said to keep an eye on her. "If it's okay, take her down to the cave to sleep. I need to go back to that road." He replied, "I know." Petals were drifting out the window. The little girl sat on the bed, deep in thought. "I remember everything now." Outside, the night sky was quiet. Her voice rang out, "Does Sally have someone important?" She walked into the forest and shouted, "Hurry up, you bastards." Rurin looked around, thinking to herself that no matter what, this method was too reckless. Sally had warned not to take this road. Suddenly the prisoner transport cart moved toward Rurin. Cart passed by her, gloomy. She wondered, a prisoner transfer, they aren't even human. The child in the cart was whispering. Suddenly Rurin was startled by hearing a familiar melody. The horse suddenly stopped and neighed. She asked, "What's wrong?" The wheel was stuck in the mud. She yelled, "Why aren't you moving?" Rurin stood by the cart, spoke up, "Stop, I have a few questions." Sally sat on the bed, remembering, not parents, but the people she longed to find and meet again. The two frightened children were crying bitterly, "My siblings." Rurin's eyes turned sharp. She crushed the wooden bar and asked, "The two prisoners behind that song, where did you hear it?" The two prisoners in shackles inside the iron cage, upon hearing the shout, burst into sobs. "Answer me quickly." The cart suddenly stopped. The driver was startled, turned his head to see Rurin and widened his eyes in shock. He thought, "Am I seeing things? She stopped the horse cart with one hand. She crushed the wooden bar of the cage, coldly asked, "Is it because of the two ahead that you are afraid? I promise, no matter what you answer, they won't be able to touch you." One prisoner cried with tears streaming down his face, his voice choked. He stammered, "That song is..." At that moment, a female voice carrying a laugh rang out. "Shut up, dare to open your mouth, and this time I'll cut off your head, not just your mouth." The person in the driver's seat jumped down, turned toward Rurin. Very interesting, for something like this to happen in such a remote place. That was MAGE, a level 5 mage, blood red mana radiating from him. He glared with reddened eyes and laughed, asking, "Who are you? Do you know whose cart you're blocking?" Rurin looked straight, calmly replied, "I'm not hindering your work, but if you won't open your mouth, a nod will do." The two prisoners huddled in the corner were startled when they heard her ask, "Do you know Sally?" One remained silent, crying even harder, then gently nodded. Rurin asked, "She is important to you?" The prisoner tremblingly replied, "Yes." Rurin used her bare hands to break the cage bars, said, "That's enough, come out." That action shocked everyone. MAGE's eyes widened in a laugh upon hearing Rurin declare, "I am taking these children away." Immediately cast a spell commanding Klon separate the horse cart. He asked fearfully, "MAGE, could it be?" MAGE curled his lip, sneered, and replied, "Correct." "This bunch are all trash." Began to chant, casting an S-rank fire spell, Lao and Talan. In the magic circle, countless scorching sparks shot out like a meteor shower, all simultaneously launching toward Rurin and the escaping prisoner. A huge explosion burst forth, flames and violent surges rolled fiercely. Standing amidst the firelight, MAGE smiled maliciously, his cold eyes savoring the scene. He spoke up from the checkpoint to that crazy little girl on the road. "Sally, who is she?" "The Duke's daughter." Just then, from within the blazing flames, a figure slowly stepped out. A voice rang out, "I gave you a chance." The sudden sound from behind made her flinch and change expression. Waves of frigid air radiated amidst the scorching sea of fire. In an instant, a sword of ice crystallized from mana appeared. Rurin directed the sword straight at her, eyes full of killing intent. "Lately I've been cultivating my mind, so I haven't killed you, but from now on you must learn to behave." Before MAGE could recover, the ice sword tore through the wind, piercing through her hand in an instant. MAGE's face darkened, looking at the arm that had been miserably destroyed. Clutched the wound and knelt, her shoulders trembling violently, tears streaming down her face. Wailed, "My hand, it hurts so much." Two prisoners were terrified, their entire bodies trembling. She paid no attention, simply pointed ahead and said, "Come on, hurry and get treatment." MAGE beside her kept shrieking, "It hurts so much." The two remaining prisoners were stunned, their voices shaky. They stammered, "You? Who exactly are you?" Rurin drew a magic circle resembling a gate, glanced back and answered, "Sally's big sister." Scene change, she suddenly kicked the door hard, the loud bang making the door burst open. Standing in the doorway, Rurin shouted, "Hey you, wake up." Elena was flustered. Serena, groggy and startled, asked, "Are we under attack?" The scene shifted to the dark corridor of the castle, where silver moonlight filtered through the tall windows, casting onto the stone floor. In the silent space, Rurin called out excitedly, "Sally." Already gone down to Dragon's Cave. Standing by the bedside, Allison happily turned to ask, "Rurin, you're back?" Sally sat on the bed, beaming, said, "Big sister." He put his hands on his hips, exclaimed, "Did you look upstairs? It's rest time, so I took Sally back to the Dragon Cave." Rurin stepped closer to the two of them, asked, "Is Sally calmer now?" The little girl excitedly replied, "I'm perfectly fine now." She gently rubbed her nose, smiled smugly, and told him not to be surprised. She had good news. Both were surprised to hear Rurin say she had found the children who knew that song. Rurin asked, "Their names were Belly and Melly, right?" She widened her eyes and stammered, "That is right. Sally, you remember?" Before she could answer, Sally rushed over and hugged her tightly, joy overflowing as the little girl tightened her arms and shouted, "Thank you, big sister." Rurin patted her head, smiled helplessly and replied, "They are your brothers and sisters." Sally shouted, "Really? What a relief." Allison asked how she met the kids. Rurin replied, "On the prisoner wagon. They were injured, so she left them with Elena. Their lives are not in danger." Allison breathed a sigh of relief, "As long as they are safe." Rurin told her to go to sleep quickly. Tomorrow they would go visit together. Sally chirped, praising how amazing she was. Rurin reminded her, "Remember to brush your teeth before sleeping." After changing clothes, all three quickly fell asleep. Only Sally was still awake from anticipation. Deep gratitude welled up in her heart. What a relief Belly and Melly were still alive. She clasped her two hands close together, thinking to herself how wonderful it was. Memories of the first time she met Rurin flooded Sally's mind. Back then, Rurin turned back and said, "Come to a warm place with lots of food." Sally joyfully chased after her. The girl thought further, finally someone loved her. Back then, Rurin patted her head to comfort her, saying they would surely find them. Sally's train of continued with the memory of eating double cakes. All three ate together. Sally happily praised how delicious it was. Rurin asked if she liked it that much. Sally replied, "Only after big sister." Thinking of this, tears streamed down Sally's face, but the girl still smiled happily and secretly rejoiced. And the girl could live the happiest moments. Sally tightly hugged the two people, tears streaming endlessly, but her face blossomed into a radiant smile, even laughing out loud from happiness. Scene transitioned to a small village. Allison was sleeping when he turned over and woke up. He sat up in a panic and exclaimed, "Huh." Rurin was lying next to him. Allison shook her awake. She opened her eyes and asked, "Where is Sally?" Rurin jumped up and exclaimed where she had gone. Allison replied seriously he also had not heard anything. Rurin agreed she was the same. Allison raised his hand to his forehead and guessed. Maybe Sally went to Lena's clinic. She wanted to see her brothers and sisters, but probably did know the address. Rurin sat up to put on her clothes, saying, "Speaking of which, there was something strange yesterday." He asked what it was. She remained silent without answering, only saying first they had to get to clinic. Scene transitioned to the clinic. Rurin flung the door wide open. She shouted anxiously, "Is Sally here?" Elena happily greeted her. Serena saw her, glared, and told her to open the door gently. It would break soon. Elena pointed towards the two people on the bed, saying what perfect timing. The patients just finished treatment. They needed rest due to severe concussions. Just then, an excited male voice rang out. "Benefactor." Rurin stood beside Allison, looked over confused. Surely these weren't Sally's brother and sister? His face suddenly fell, his mouth trembling as he muttered, "What is this?" Rurin clearly. Allison recalled the moment last night, Sally hugging Rurin tightly and saying they were her brother and sister. He asked, "Brother and sister?" Belly blushed and shouted loudly, "Sorry about yesterday's panic, but thank you, Benefactor, for saving us." Belly behind also continued, "Truly very grateful." Allison wondered, "Sally isn't with you too?" He raised his hand behind his neck and smiled sheepishly. Seeing the scene, Rurin immediately frowned, turned around and walked towards the door, saying he could watch the kids for now. He hurriedly asked where she was going. Scene transitioned to the butcher shop. Rurin called out loudly the name Ren. Ren heard the voice and answered, "Welcome, customer." Rurin hurriedly stepped closer, a worried expression on her face, as she asked loudly if Sally had come here. Ren raised his hand behind his neck. "Unfortunately, the little girl hasn't come yet. I have never met Sally and really want to. I heard the girl is at restaurant A." Upon hearing this, she froze, her body stiffened, unable to believe her ears. Rurin tried to smile, her voice trembling as she asked, "Never met. A few days ago, when we came here to ask about finding Sally's parents, the girl came to the butcher shop with us." Ren was surprised and denied it. No, at that time it was only Rurin and Allison. Rurin curled up, clutching her body tightly with both hands, cold sweat breaking out, drenching her pale face. Her eyes trembled, her pupils contracted in terror, her breath rapid. She stammered, "What is this all about?" At the same time at the clinic, everyone sat around a round table. Belly excitedly asked, "Sally said we are her brother and sister. That is just like Sally." Belly followed up, "That is definitely Sally." Both chuckled together. Belly continued, "To Melly, Sally is a sister, but to me she is not." Precisely, Sally does not remember ages clearly, so she always calls me little brother, but she and I are the same age. Allison covered his mouth looking at them, muttered, "Being the same age is the problem." Then he raised his voice to ask, "Sorry, but how old are you two?" Melly replied in surprise, "I am Melly, 17 years old this year." Melly also replied, "I am Belly, 18 years old." Upon hearing this, he lowered his head, sweating profusely, anxiously considering. Sally looked about 13 or 14. What is going on? Sally even knows about not remembering ages. She couldn't have mistaken someone with the same name. Lena worriedly asked Allison if he was okay. Serena also asked him what was wrong. It is like he just saw a ghost. Allison held his face, sweating profusely, extremely frightened, and forced out with difficulty. In his train of thought, the image of Sally walking away appeared. Countless questions in his head. Why is there a 5-year gap? Allison asked her if she had ever seen Sally. Serena replied, "I have never seen her either. I have also never laid eyes on the girl." He asked again, not even her voice. Before, Rurin used to go upstairs and whisper something. She replied, "Even so, no one ever heard the voice of another person. I just thought she was throwing a tantrum and sulking to herself." Allison held his face, horrified by the speculation. Now that he thought about it, even Ren had never spoken directly to Sally. Why was it that only he and Rurin had ever met her but not anyone else? No, he heard when Sherry first arrived, Rurin threatened her. That was the very moment he met Sally. He recalled the scene of Rurin holding out the flower plant in front of him, wondering what kind of flower it was. She said happily, "Beautiful, right? It's called a hybrid flower. I will plant it on the second floor of the restaurant." He jumped up. As he moved towards the huge magic gate, he said, "There is something I need to check." Serena and Elena stood up worriedly. She asked if they should follow. "This place is full of the strongest mages." "Elena is the eldest, I will go." Allison fell into thought, hybrid flower. He stepped through the gate to go home, suddenly thinking back. Sally had definitely come with us, but only when I saw this flower did I feel her presence. Seeing Rurin standing by the bedside, Allison called out. "Rurin," she turned her head and replied, "Yes." Rurin suddenly turned to look at the flower pot she was holding against her chest, exclaiming in panic, "That plant! I took very good care of it, watered it regularly." Everything had returned to how it was at the start, like the plate Sally broke, the pillow carelessly thrown aside. Everyone from the gate gradually moved outside. Rurin stared at the flower pot, her face turning pale, a mix of disappointment and fear, trembling as she said it was as if she had never existed. Seeing that, Elena was startled, stammering, "Oh my god, Miss Rurin. Isn't that the Hesperus flower?" Rurin and Allison were startled, looking towards her. He asked, "Do you know something about it?" Elena lowered her head without answering. Serena, standing beside her, raised her voice, "You brought it back without knowing what it is. It is extremely rare." She continued, "It is also called La Placia. People know it as the undying flower of the underworld. Legend says it is connected to the transcendence of souls, wishes, and reincarnation. Records state the flower withers after conveying the voice of the dead to the living." Hearing this, both were taken aback, their faces full of panic. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "What are you implying? That no one ever met Sally, or that it carries a message from the deceased?" Belly laughed awkwardly, asked what happened to Sally, then clasped her hands worriedly. "Where is she?" Rurin turned to them and said, "You girls are not ordinary prisoners." He looked at them seriously. "We need your help to find Sally. Tell me how you were separated." Belly stammered, "We were slaves. We met Sally in the sorting room." The images from then came back one by one. From deep in the dungeon, a singing voice suddenly echoed through the space. When the singing started, Sally's eyes lit up. Even though she was locked up, she clapped her hands with a bright smile and praised, "You sing so well." Belly beside her added, "It sounds like a bard singing Klon." Millie at that time, with reddened eyes, smiled radiantly, her voice excited. "I don't really understand the meaning, but once I get out, I will sing this song forever." Seolai giggled, "I will play music beside you." Miolai responded enthusiastically, "Awesome." Beolai, you dance? Beolai asked in panic, "Dance how?" He reached out and grabbed the chain around his neck, asking worriedly, "Can we escape without being shot?" She stood beside him laughing and saying, "Then we will escape that way. Who would want to buy kids like us? We won't be sold for at least a few years. We can practice for now. Maybe when we grow up, we can break the bars." Sally laughed and asked, "What is that, sister?" Belly raised her hand with determination. "I am starting Klon training now." Suddenly, the middle-aged masked man threw his head back and laughed loudly, shouting, "These kids are perfect. Brothers, I will take them both." People around murmured, "Heavens, since he has set his sights on them, we will yield. We will withdraw Klon too." Ellie and Melly hugged each other tightly, their faces pale with fear, trembling incessantly. Voices of pity came from around, sold to him, how unlucky. Sally curled up in a corner, arms wrapped around her body, head bowed in silence. Suddenly he stopped upon hearing someone's voice from inside the cage. "Old man, are you blind?" Everyone looked in shock towards the source of the sound. He asked, "Who said that?" Girl stood up and pointed to her ear. "My ears probably know Klon too." Miolai called softly, "Giolai, what are you doing?" Giolai ignored her and asked, "So what? You think these kids can work when they're thirsty? Perverts like you probably don't care anyway." He burst out laughing and shouted, "I like you now. Manager, swap her in." The manager opened a ledger and wrote, "As you wish." Ellie suddenly rushed forward and shouted, "What? We will go. Take us instead of her." Sally was being dragged away, signaling to him to be quiet. The girl was taken out of the cage. Giolai, with tears streaming down her face, said with a smile, "As the big sister, I have to use Klon to protect my siblings, right? Remember the song I taught you? One day listen for it and find me." Both of them rushed to the bars, clung on tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, screaming frantically, "Sally, no, don't go." The girl was led away, leaving behind the children's calls. Sally. Back to the present, both of them were crying uncontrollably. Millie wiped her tears and continued, "That was 5 years ago." Millie choked up and said, "We have to find her again." Rurin stood there, her face darkening. Seeing this, Allison approached worriedly and called out, "Rurin." Suddenly the flower emitted magical power. Rurin was surprised. This flower, the mana, is whispering towards it. She made up her mind and spoke, "I also made a promise to Sally. Will everyone go with us?" Melly and Belly behind her answered fervently, "Please let us go." Everyone arrived at the hill. There was a loud shout, "Seolai." Rurin asked loudly which direction. Allison used magic to hold the plant to see the path, pointing forward, "It is leading this way." Melly ran behind, calling out, "Sister." Rurin channeled the small energy in her hand, thinking she left without a word. She recalled Elena's earlier words about the flower conveying the voice of the deceased. Rurin summoned a teleportation circle. The image of Sally turning and walking away, humming a song, appeared in her mind. Suddenly she had no strength left and slumped to the ground. Allison worriedly approached and helped Rurin up, saying, "Rurin, you have teleported too much. Let me handle the rest." Melly stood behind and called out with all her might, "Sister Sally." Memories of the days in the dungeon suddenly flooded back. Sally lay stretched out on the floor, carelessly chewing on a blade of grass growing between the cracks in the bricks, cheerfully saying, "I can eat grass." Everyone sitting around asked in unison, "Really?" Another scene. Belly strained with her bare hands, trying to bend the cell door, asking, "Impressive, right?" Back to the present, everyone could see the tower from afar. Allison spoke up, "That tower, the mana is leading towards it, let's go." Ellie and Melly ran behind, their breaths ragged, beads of sweat on their foreheads. The teleportation gate brought everyone before the tower. Rurin pushed the door open with her body. Allison called out loudly, "Sally." Suddenly Belly and Melly looked ahead and froze, both their faces turning pale and sinking, as if they had just seen something terrifying. At that moment Sally's song echoed through the silent space. A metal rod carrying someone's prisoner belongings lay in the corner. Without hesitation they both stumbled and ran toward that place. The girl's clear voice still rang out, and without knowing when, tears had streaked down both their cheeks. Rurin and Allison just stood there silently, both immersed in the darkness, exuding a terrifying and chilling aura. The scene before them made everyone freeze. Only Sally's skeleton remained there. Belly and Melly knelt beside it, tears falling, sobs ringing out in pain. The door opened and MAGE cursed in annoyance. Damn it, are there any bandages left? The man following behind answered, the emergency medical supplies are inside. All the slaves have escaped. Light the signal flare and notify the count. Inside, Rurin and Allison with darkened faces glanced out with resentment. MAGE and Ahut's coachman were terrified when they met their eyes. Forcing themselves to stand, Belly and Melly let their tears fall freely, the pain in their hearts turning into sky-high hatred clearly visible on their faces. Facing that gaze, MAGE instinctively hugged her arm, her pupils contracted, her face full of horror. Rurin stood not far away, narrowed her eyes slightly, her face hardened with fury as she spoke. It seems I miscalculated a step. She gently spread her hand, revealing a small, constantly fluctuating energy spark, then continued, even though you once tried to kill me, I will still give you a chance. MAGE raised her hand, summoning a glowing red magic circle that spun, while the coachman beside her tightened his grip on his sword hilt, lowering into a combat stance. She roared furiously, a chance to live, you monster. Suddenly, another energy source rushed in and shattered the magic circle, the unexpected scene shocking them both wide-eyed. It was Allison who created that energy stream. He waved his hand, his gaze pitch black and cold, as if struggling to suppress his rage. At the same time, a green energy stream appeared in Rurin's palm. She faced the two of them and spoke. Thinking back now, a massive energy source erupted, fired at a terrifying speed, leaving a blazing trail hurtling straight toward MAGE and the coachman, accompanied by pained screams. The green energy enveloped her body, carrying a terrifying aura of death. Rurin slowly opened her mouth. That chance disappeared 5 years ago. Melly and Belly knelt beside Sally's skeleton, silently bowing their heads, their hands resting on the white bones stained by time. Behind them, Rurin and Allison stood motionless, the air heavy and gloomy to the point of suffocation. Melly let tears stream down her cheeks, speaking in a choked voice. This isn't how I wanted to meet you again. Rurin from behind gently bent down, her face hard, speaking softly. What are you still standing there for? She used her hand to break Sally's chain lock. Then Rurin continued, now you won't feel suffocated anymore. Suddenly, the flower beside Allison opened its petals, emitting a faint light and a powerful energy source. The energy radiating from the flower slowly descended before Sally, gradually condensing into a radiant energy sphere. A clear voice rang out, finally found everyone. Allison looked up and said, you. Rurin widened her eyes in astonishment, stammering, Sally? From that energy mass, the girl's soul gradually appeared distinctly. Sally beamed a radiant smile, pointed at herself, and exclaimed, you really came looking for me. Me-o lie and be-o lie. Tears streaming down rushed over and called out in trembling voices, big sister lie. Both of them threw their arms around the girl, shouting in unison, sister. Sally, hugged messily, leaned back and chuckled, saying, strange, now everyone is taller than me. Ellie looked at the girl's transparent soul, speaking hesitantly, Sally, Sally looked at the girl, smiled and replied, sorry, it seems I don't have much time left because the power of the Hyperion flower is about to run out. Belly, have you been practicing lately? Belly pursed her lips, tears and snot streaming out, and stammered, then do you know what I had to do to get here? Mia lay beside her, her voice choked with sobs, continued, I wanted to practice with you. I even found an instrument and learned all the songs, so I beg you, please don't leave me. I haven't even had a chance to properly thank you for saving me. Sally gently closed her eyes, smiled and said, remember what I said. An older sister will always protect her younger siblings. He forced a smile, his voice hoarse. We're the same age, remember? Sally approached Allison and Rurin, calling out cheerfully, big brother, big sister. The girl chuckled and said, do you know, the time I spent here was the happiest time of my life, even though that life wasn't long. If we meet again someday, will you make pancakes? Both of them hugged the girl tightly. She said, is that even a question? He also replied, of course. The flower beside them was slowly dissolving into nothingness, accompanied by the girl's voice asking again, really? Sally also gradually dissolved, her lips still smiling sweetly, her voice lingering, promise. Sally slowly dissolved with the flower amidst tiny specks of light. Allison could only stand and watch, tears streaming down his cheeks. A heavy silence enveloped them. Finally, Rurin closed her eyes and then choked out, I promise. Ellie and Melly collapsed to their knees, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Rurin, standing behind, silently conveyed to Sally, you don't know what I gave up and how deeply I wished for you to live with me. Rurin reached out toward the girl's skeleton. Her tears fell, and she said in a choked voice, let's go. Sally, let's go home. Scene shift to the meat shop. She suddenly asked, don't we define Sally's parents anymore? What's wrong? Did you find them? Allison walked into the shop covered in mud and dirt, still holding a small shovel stained with dirt in his hand. The somber face Ren stood there, head bowed, speaking softly, I see, a lot has happened. Not long after at the house, Allison asked, huh? You two are leaving? Melly and Belly had packed their bags and slung them over their shoulders, replying, thank you for everything. He asked where they would go. Belly laughed and said, I want to go everywhere, share Sally's songs with everyone. That was what we always dreamed of. Allison spoke up worriedly, saying she could stay a little longer. Rurin leaned against the doorframe, suddenly tossing a heavy bag toward him and telling him to take it. Belly exclaimed in surprise, huh? He opened it, and it was a bag full of gleaming gold coins. Rurin continued, saying it was not much from them, and to keep it hidden in his clothes so thieves would not find it. Ellie shouted in panic that he could not accept this. She glanced and smiled, saying if he got hungry, he could just come back here. Sally's grave was set up in front of the house next to a tree. Rurin said that Sally and Sister Klon were waiting for him here. Ellie and Belly had red-rimmed eyes, crying tears of happiness. He hugged the bag of money tightly and said shakily, thank you truly. The two turned around and walked away, waving goodbye. Rurin thought. Then the rumor once spread throughout Gregtown. The story of the family finding their lost child gradually settled down. That night he had a strange dream. A voice called out, hey, are you traveling alone? Sally turned her head and replied, huh? Yes, he was traveling alone. The other kids did not come. Lucky, the woman said with a smile, that is good. Have you eaten anything? The girl replied that she was not very hungry. The woman took her hand and pulled her along, saying this place was always crowded. Come here, I will make you a snack. A twin cake was placed on the table in front of Sally along with a cheerful voice, done. The girl saw the cake, her mouth watering as she shouted, a twin cake. The woman asked curiously, have you eaten it before? Sally replied excitedly, yes, she loved it. The woman said these were even better. No one could match this super refined batter mixing technique. The girl took a bite and spoke, the exact same taste as Klon used to make, really delicious. The woman asked in surprise, really? Even the flavor is the same? And the woman brought her hand to her mouth and laughed, could it be? Have you eaten at the inn run by the mage before? Marsley smiled brightly and exclaimed, how did you know? There was a sister and a brother there who were extremely kind. The woman leaned her hands on the table and said gently, tell me more. Do you want another cake? The girl replied, she had many more good stories about that inn. Allison, who was sleeping on the slide, suddenly sat up with a start, drenched in sweat. He sat there panting heavily, recalling the old memories. The image of the woman in the kitchen tying an apron, smiling brightly at the call of mom. Allison was startled by the voice beside him, brother. Rurin sat up, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes as she spoke shakily, in my dream. Lai was walking with someone who had the same scent as mother, don't you think? She came to put an arm over his shoulder. Allison covered his face and sobbed. Now Sally would never go hungry again. In his heart, he thought that was definitely not a dream. The scene shifted to the central square of the town. A beggar sat in a corner muttering, please spare some change, give me a coin. Few passersby threw him a coin or two. The beggar lowered his head in thanks. The chef in the restaurant held a pot of water and yelled in annoyance, that beggar is back again. He had rummaged through the trash and then come back to the front of the restaurant. He threw the water at the beggar to drive him away, get lost. The man could only grab his things and run, shouting a few cries. The beggar took off his hood and said, but that leftover food was not even good. His face revealed to be Darien. He held a gold sou coin and laughed, as if the bowls of rice at the Gregtown restaurant were never left uneaten by customers. The chef turned back into the restaurant with a look of disgust. The man muttered to himself, now that he thought about it, this place regarding Lee family was also a restaurant. Darian's grimy face with a greedy lip lick looked even more grotesque. Darian turned and walked away, pulling his hood up. No focus on remembering the mission. He was not here to play. Night fell, a bright moon hanging overhead. He walked through a deserted alley. Darian thought, hoping they would come soon. They always chose deserted spots. From behind, a figure jumped out with a sack to cover his head, and next to him was a rope coiled around Darian's neck. He ignored it and did not resist. The sack covered his head, the rope bound his body. The two masked men spoke, caught him. The other complained, damn, it is a boy, whatever. The first one said while crouching down to tie Darian tightly, any gender is fine as long as it meets the quota. He asked, who are you people? Inside the sack, his face showed clear disgust, but his screaming had not stopped. Please spare me. Darian inwardly lamented. It seemed he had actually succeeded this time. The Earthen City, after a large-scale purge targeting corrupt officials in criminal dens, the group all raised their swords high and shouted joyfully, long live Lord Darian. Dizren City is finally clean. A person stood towering behind everyone, wearing iron armor. Do not celebrate too soon. Darian in his valiant armor raised a hand to his head in confusion. Someone has softened the blow for you all. Without that help, there would surely have been casualties. He reminded everyone, remember the gaps caused by my negligence were filled with the blood of comrades. Everyone's mood instantly sank. Darian smiled and sighed helplessly. Well, anyway, everyone rejoiced upon hearing his words of praise. With such a short training period, you all did quite well. Everyone watched Darian's retreating back and shouted in unison, we will continue to work hard. He only replied quietly, it is best that way. Suddenly someone called out to him, making Darian turn to look, thank you. It was a group of women with swords in their hands. Thank you so much for giving us the strength to protect ourselves. The long-haired girl stepped forward and smiled brightly. Even though Count Reebok saved us from slavery, we still lived in fear every day. Now knowing I can fight back makes me happy. He smiled and replied, that is good. But she lowered her head, her face turning pale. But now you probably do not need to worry about that anymore, right? I heard that Allison destroyed all the breeding and sorting facilities. Some people are beginning to recover their memories as the brainwashing effect weakens. Her voice grew more and more shaky. Upon hearing this, Darian's expression changed drastically, his eyes wide open. We remember being transferred to Deslin City from somewhere else after being brainwashed. This is not the only facility for sorting or breeding slaves. The scene went dark, with only a lamp shining on a man in shackles. If only it were just memory loss, how good that would be. A line of people in ragged robes followed one another into a place like a coal mine. So it was true. A neatly groomed man was sitting at a desk writing something. Darian lowered his head in thought, his brows furrowed tightly. As long as they were not regular soldiers, they probably would not recognize his face. The man stopped inspecting him and Darian breathed a sigh of relief. A strong build very suitable for auction. He was locked into an iron cage by the man. Darian looked at the locked bolt. Now he just had to wait until morning. He looked around to assess the situation. Escaping probably would not be too difficult. He just needed to memorize the layout then sneak out to report. Guards pulled the two slave sisters away, crying and begging not to be separated. Darian couldn't bear to watch. He just turned his face away, his whole body radiating helplessness. The older sister was tied to a post by the guards, the whip lashing hard across her back, blood soaking every wound. The miserable screams echoed in the prison cell surrounding Darian, who could only curl up and endure. Darian pulled taut the chains on his wrists, his entire body trembling violently. He knew it all along, these kinds of tasks were not his business. The guard outside the cage was startled when he saw him rush forward, and immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" Darian's muscular arm reached out, clamping the soldier's neck tight. The others stood stunned, not understanding what was happening. The iron door opened. Darian dropped the guard, pulled the sword from his belt. His figure now looked no different from a demon. I have never stood still when seeing a scene like this. A group of soldiers assembled, facing him. Darian, alone with a single sword, stood tall. I will remind you of the laws of the Empire. In another corner, a plate of braised ribs with carrots and potatoes was laid out, the fragrance filling the room. Allison stood nearby, eyes narrowing into a smile as she asked, "What do you think?" Lin sniffed the air, praising, "It really smells good." He looked at the big pot on the table, very unusual. Placing his hand gently on the lid, he said proudly, "This is a pressure cooker. It cooks evenly with high heat." Allison added, "I use magic, but since Lin probably finds it hard, I brought this over." He suddenly asked, causing Allison to freeze, "Are you going somewhere again?" After a moment of silence, Allison replied, "Sometimes you need a change of scenery." Elsewhere, a scruffy-looking man was devouring a piece of richly flavored braised ribs, a bright smile on his face. He chewed the meat ravenously, eyes bright, shouting, "This just isn't enough." As he bit into the meat, he praised, "The meat falls apart soft, but still has a bit of chew." His wife reminded him, "Eat properly." He retorted, "This is the right way to eat." His wife felt awkward. "It's because I'm not used to using a knife." Suddenly, a plate of wet towels was handed over. "Well, that's true." Rurin gently smiled. "Using a knife is indeed difficult. Here, I brought wet towels. Feel free to eat with your hands." Seeing this, said triumphantly, "See, I was right." His eyes showed a bit of surprise. "First time I've seen Rurin smile while bringing out food." Selena chimed in, "I thought she'd still be sad after that incident, but she recovered quickly." Elena sat silently. Finally, she spoke, looking into Rurin's dark-circled eyes. "Really? Is that what you think?" In the dark cellar, the dungeon, the guards were struck down, blood flowing like rain. Darian stood upright among the corpses. One who refused to accept defeat weakly asked, "Who are you, you bastard?" He looked at the nicked sword, thinking to himself, "Even though it's not my sword, seeing it chipped still shows I have a long way to go." Darian turned toward the cage, raising his sword. "Step back, I'll get you out right now." The girl in the cage was startled, thanking him. Suddenly his whole body stiffened, hearing a voice from behind. "What now?" Pair of boots stepped lightly into the wreckage. First a noble mage, now a sword-wielding slave. Redden's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, his face gloomy. "Why is every place I go like this?" He slowly drew his sword, looking at Darian's back. "Let me rest a bit, I've done a lot of work." Darian held the sword with both hands, his eyes sharp as he turned around. "I've heard of you, one of the key escapees from the city of Dizran." Redden. Both assumed fighting stances, dust swirling thickly. He suddenly asked, "Who the hell are you?" In the night, the full moon shone brightly, illuminating every corner of the city. In the room, a map studded with red pins lay spread before the man. "Is this true? All these areas?" Leon's face darkened, stroking his chin as he growled, "They're trading slaves right here in our Leuven Empire." Leon sat beside him, his expression no better. "Unfortunately, This is probably not all of it. He looked up at his son blankly. You've met Allison, right? The man trembled slightly. Yes. Leon recalled that day. He had asked them to investigate the slave trading facilities within the Empire. The result was this map. He remembered Allison's grave expression. Father, I think the Crown Prince needs to know about this. Leon gritted his teeth, his face darkening. So that's it. I was just glad Dizran was stable, without seeing the bigger picture. He looked at the marked points on the map. The scale is too large. The facilities are systematically and secretly organized. Leon suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Even a regular lord would find it hard to manage this. Who could be behind it all? Leon's hands clenched tight, sweat beading on his forehead. The escapee who destroyed the breeding facility in Dizran used swordsmanship and was from the First Knight Order. He remembered that heroic back. The commander of the First Order, Edwin Pierce, went missing right at the start of the war, didn't he? Leon's words shocked Lemedon. I believe he is the man behind all of this. He immediately retorted, this cannot be done by an ordinary person. It's certain, but that can't be. Leon rubbed his chin, looking helpless. He was promoted and then went abroad to study. Allison said the user of that swordsmanship was only around 20 or 30 years old. He explained, the commander of the First Order was nearly my age. If he were still alive, he'd be close to 60. The man stood up abruptly. What? Darian was still trying to fight, the sword in his hand already broken. Hard to believe a man of that age could run such a network. Redden glided past Darian, blood spurting like a fountain. The rebellion is over. I'm disappointed in you, Darian. The belongings were neatly packed, a backpack, high boots, a cloth bag, a compass, and a small jar of spices. Allison stood next to Rurin. So, is that enough? She placed her hands on her hips, smiling. Looks good. Rurin nodded, laughing as she reminisced. Back in the day, we were always moving like this too. He smiled. After absorbing the heart, right? She opened a drawer. Inside was a torn cloth. And you? Rurin took that thing out. So you're still carrying this. Allison rubbed the corner of his mouth, bowing his head slightly. No, I don't need it. The two of them, one with a large backpack, one with a cloth bag, walked side by side, no longer opening street stalls or running an eatery. Redden turned his head to glance at the man he had just cut down, a contemptuous look in his eyes. If a vice commander is like this, the era of the First Legion is over. Might as well have disappeared when the war started. He spoke while dodging the flying broken sword. In the end, it was just a hasty restoration anyway. Arian bent down to pick up another sword from the pile of dead soldiers. Seems you were once a soldier too. I won't ask how you knew my name. His entire body soaked in blood. He still forced himself to stand straight, sword in hand, his gaze resolute. But the First Legion was not something to be casually discussed. Raiden raised his sword in an attacking stance. Darian thought his words were reckless. And when the sword broke, he leaned back, narrowly dodging a fatal spot. He charged in, swords clashing and sparking, ignoring all the talk. Thinking back now, he no longer felt any attachment to that feeling of disappointment. Over by Leon, he was still sitting and chatting with his son. There was nothing surprising about the matter now. Leon heard Lamita mention that name, his mouth hanging open but no sound coming out. That man Riden was using the sword techniques of the First Legion. He remembered the scene of rows of people practicing swords before the majestic armored figure. Commander-in-Chief Pierce had once personally traveled across the Empire teaching swordsmanship. Leon's face was somber, his brows deeply furrowed, showing the marks of time. Like sowing seeds, he gathered and shared techniques with those who wished to learn, hoping someone would surpass him. He sat across from him, not knowing what to say, only silently listening to his story. That was just the kind of man he was. Leon's face was ashen, his thoughts in turmoil. So wasn't it precisely because of the Commander-in-Chief that bastard Redden was so dangerous with his terrifying swordsmanship? He remembered that back, that dragon. Even if he wasn't the Commander-in-Chief, he was still very dangerous. Escaping from Allison proved he was no ordinary man. Allison draped the scarf over his shoulder, his expression indifferent. Even so, if someone wanted to plunge the Louvain Empire into chaos, he walked leisurely out the door into the darkness. He will have to face me, not a tavern owner, but a mage. Leon crumpled the piece of the map, sweat pouring out in waves. Father, this matter is more dangerous than we thought. I beg your leave. He stood up abruptly and slammed the table, the pressure weighing down the air, proposing to immediately seek Allison's help. Lee Midon rubbed his temples helplessly, cold sweat ceaselessly streaming down his aged face. Under the moonlight, after a long silence, he finally spoke. I am sorry, that cannot be done. On the fierce battlefield, Redden and Darian clashed, their swords meeting and sparking, creating a terrifying pressure. He struggled to face his opponent, his face contorted, using the same swordsmanship. How the hell could his level of comprehension be this high? Across from him, his opponent calmly raised his sword. Redden's eyes were bloodshot. It was only by predicting the point he was aiming for that he avoided a fatal blow. The two swords clashed, creating a terrifying pressure that forced them to leap apart. Darian panted heavily, kneeling on the ground. From the skill to the voice, it was very similar. He muttered, unwilling to admit it. Darian looked up at Redden's stance. Are you his son? Sorry, he swung his sword, sending sparks flying, but I am older than I look. Before he could get up, a terrifying force crashed down upon him. The dark red prison couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked. The wounded soldiers crawled away to escape death as it was about to collapse. Darian tried to ignore the pain and launched an attack. Quickly, he was pressed close by Redden, whose bloodshot eyes were full of annoyance. Unwilling? I told you to slash upwards. Darian's face showed despair, cold sweat pouring like rain, truly unbelievable. He remembered back when he was young training with the sword. As Darian panted heavily, someone reminded him. Not like that, the way to slash upwards combined with the footwork isn't like that. Edwin stomped his foot, cracking the ground. Your right foot must plant firmly, don't let it wobble. The sword in his hand swung in a perfect arc. Your wrist leads the path, following the momentum. You must rotate without deviating. Just one such slash, and the entire stretch ahead was severely affected. Edwin took off his helmet and instructed him. Remember this, Darian. Edwin looked at the sword in his hand, his expression somber. A sword guided by the correct technique will never chip. Darian looked at his figure and called out softly, Commander. The force of the slash leveled the training ground that had just been cleaned up, and so they had to use the hall to clean up the destroyed place again. I heard about the clash at the Imperial Palace. Darian, drenched in sweat, looked at Edwin. The nobles are opposing your teaching of swordsmanship. They say there's no need to strengthen military power. Edwin bowed his head in thought. A sword locked in a storeroom will only rust. I do not intend for my swordsmanship to end up like that. I will continue to pass it on, to train, to hone, and then share it with everyone. When nothing is left that is solely mine, someone will surpass me. That is the cycle that maintains progress. Darian listened, stunned, his eyes wide with amazement. That boundless potential is the true strength of humanity. He let out a soft snicker. Let me fulfill that wish. Edwin laughed heartily. If you create a swordsmanship greater than mine, I accept. They both looked at the sunrise. Darian said proudly, at that time I will just need to be your student ready to receive your instruction. The memory ended. His body was torn and bloody, yet he still gritted his teeth in anger. You dare to impersonate him. A series of techniques were unleashed, his sword carrying his wrath. I swung my sword day and night, from a foot soldier to a vice commander, all because I wanted to inherit his last wish. He growled, losing control. And yet you dare. Redden's face was emotionless. He loses focus when provoked, so easy to read. He watched Darian go mad, using his last bit of strength to vent. You haven't changed one bit, from your character to your knowledge. The sword in his hand swung in a perfect arc, carrying flames. In an unguarded moment, Darian struck him, blood splattering. Redden was stunned. Do not defile Commander Pierce's legacy. A look of shock flashed in his eyes, his already bloodshot pupils constricted violently. Redden grinned wildly, ignoring the blood spurting everywhere. His blade pressed against Darian's neck, his voice contemptuous. Legacy? How laughable. But as the sword tip thrust forward, it was blocked by a shield. A voice rang out, interrupting the battle. How about we stop here, shall we? Ermanthium pointed at the soldier bound by magic. It seems this person has something to say. Raiden spoke up. Who are you? Darian was also puzzled. The soldier shouted, Lord Raiden. He screamed with all his might. Urgent matter, extremely serious matter. But he calmly replied, not you, it's the one behind you who just used the magic. Leon still stood frozen in place, staring at Limidan. Father, what are you saying? He spoke out indignantly. It's obvious, why not ask for help? I know he wants to live in peace, but this time is an exception. Isn't that what we agreed on? Leon turned around. If it's difficult for you, father, then let me try. It was only then that he spoke slowly. That's not it. Leon hastily put the berries down, stammering that he had misunderstood me. When I said impossible, I meant. He finally looked up. I sent a letter 2 days ago to Allison. Leon was stunned as he turned to look at Lemidon. What? Then who is Allison? The soldier finally shouted. We are being attacked from all sides. Names called out were all locations on Lion's map: the city of Luzon, city of Satmon, the city of Lunada. Redden listened, veins bulging on his face, his eyes bloodshot. All the facilities we manage are collapsing like a chain reaction. The soldiers were trapped in a sea of flames, unable to escape. A figure stepped out from within the sea of flames. Unbelievable, the seal. Seeing the emblem on that person's round tunic, someone immediately shouted, that seal. Began to flatter shamelessly to survive. Oh, war hero, please spare us. That person with a twisted face raised a hand and shot out a beam of light. Stop, I do not wish to be called a hero by the likes of you. His face turned pale, trembling as he begged. War hero, please forgive us. Allison shouted with a manic air. Shut up, I do not want to be called a hero by the likes of you. 8th tier magic erupted violently. They immediately fled in panic. Run. The powerful explosion shook the space violently. That force split the ground open, forming a deep crater. The entire space was now completely engulfed by magic. He remained indifferent. Finally, the rats are gone. Everyone immediately cheered with joy. Thank you very much. A pile of supplies appeared before them. Here is water and dry rations. Allison's voice was deep and firm. If you follow this path, you will meet a soldier. Ask him for help and stay under his protection. She exclaimed in astonishment. The legend is true. Grand Mage, I will never forget that face. He exclaimed excitedly, truly the aura of a hero. No need to mention the villains are afraid. A doubtful voice rang out slowly. Looks too pretty. Maybe a woman. The boy laughed with delight. Sister, the mage is so ugly. She immediately interrupted. That is rude. Quiet murmurs arose. So many scars, they must be remnants from the war, right? His facial features are sharp and bright. He remained calm. Allison immediately took off the mask. You are here? Urin's face showed complex emotions. My side is done too. Move to the next location. Erymanthium sighed softly and spoke with admiration. How dangerous. He hesitated, speaking with a doubtful gaze. Can you make it? Darien replied casually. Thank you. I have heard many reports about you. He declared clearly. The dragon healed Count Leon, great Erymantium. Darien's voice dropped with implication. Did not expect to meet you in a place like this. Initially I did not plan to interfere, but the battle was too large. His face showed complex emotions. Luckily he listened to the soldiers' reports and let us go. I thought I was dead, Klon. But things are not over yet. Wish I could fight another battle. Erymanthium immediately interrupted. Forget it, if I jumped in I would probably be crushed. Darien's gaze turned puzzled. A dragon saying it cannot fight humans? He looked on with suspicion. Humans, you mean human beings? He paused. What do you mean? Erymantium answered awkwardly. Nothing, I might have misseen it. Darien spoke with unease. More than that, I worry about those left behind. At least we should escape together. He immediately declared, rest assured. Erymanthium remained indifferent. I rescued them all while you were happily fighting. He was astonished. What? His gaze turned toward the door at the foot of the mountain. Want to see my new shelter? Erymanthium entered with enthusiasm. Everyone is all right. An exclamation rang out. You are back. Maid's eyes lit up, their voices sweet. Welcome home, master. Why so long? He laughed excitedly. Am I too late? A coquettish voice rang out. Do you know how long we have waited? He paused. Who are those people? Erymanthium's face showed complex emotions. They are all former slaves. His eyes held calculation. Some were brainwashed, some had nowhere else to go. The ones just rescued are the same. Some learned medicine from me and settled elsewhere. Some work here to earn a living. Some recovered their memories and returned home. Erymanthium's lips curled with implication. You know, when everyone looked down on me, the only thing I could cling to was spirit magic. I once had a twisted desire that if no one truly loved me, I would force them with magic. His gaze grew heavy as he fell silent. But you cannot obtain a person's heart that way. His face showed satisfaction. Treating people genuinely well makes them open up much more easily. A respectful voice rang out. Master, dinner is ready. Do you two want to bathe first? Erymanthium fell into thought. It seems that Twisted Desire is still here. Erymanthium wants to eat first. She was immediately dragged away decisively. Suddenly, the heavy sound of a bag dropping. How many times do I have to remind you? Go clean the herb storage room. Right now we are no different from honorary butlers. He immediately knelt down, speaking earnestly. Sorry, I plan to clean up before going out. Medrin immediately declared, that is right. She stepped on Erymanthium and warned. With that filthy body, you can only do this much, master. The corner of Medrin's mouth lifted with interest. Where did you dig up a new bunch of slaves this time, master? Arian stood frozen in shock. He too was speechless with surprise. Lady Medrin? Tears immediately fell as Medrin whispered. Why? Scene shift to within a dark forest. The aroma of food spread through the space. Smells good, right? Almost done, wait a bit. Allison spoke excitedly. Eating meat when tired is the best, feels like camping. Rurin answered heavily. Brother. Her voice turned slightly low. Sorry, I have no appetite at all. His face showed complex emotions. Really? The problem I was worried about. Allison suddenly slowed down. She had never cared before. Rurin's eyes darkened. Above all, we must hurry to the next facility. She immediately stopped when he spoke. You feel guilty for empathizing with others, don't you? Allison's expression turned complicated. The act of eating well, chatting, or just sitting to rest for a moment. Rurin clenched her fists to suppress her emotions. Every time I sit still, Sally's face appears in my mind. She clenched her teeth to hold back tears. I don't want any child to suffer Sally's fate. There is no time to sit still like this. He stepped forward, his voice reassuring. I was once like you, Rurin. Allison hesitated, her eyes heavy. In the third year of the war, right after graduating from the Magic Academy, I was sent straight to the front lines, constantly moving, clearing the monsters that swarmed in, the desolate landscape thick with the stench of slaughter. The voice of admiration rang out with a sharp breath. He is the combat mage from the rumors. He saved our lives, took down all those monsters alone. Allison coldly pulled back the curtain and stepped in. You're back? Agos's voice was slow, full of authority. You've worked hard. There's hot water over here, go rest. It should be quiet until morning. He spoke decisively. Please give me the location of the next mission. The old man frowned firmly. Hey, I understand. The number of casualties has dropped because of you, and we are very grateful. But this is overdoing it. Dagos declared firmly. This is an order. Eat and rest, even if just for a bit. Steam rose from the hot bathtub. A lavish meal was laid out on the table. Allison's back was heavy. How many people has it been? His expression was complicated as he bathed and drank the soup. How many people have died? Allison stood up abruptly and laughed loudly. Numerous soldiers lay sprawled on the ground. Opening a diner. Huh. It's really nice to eat my fill like this. Just then the alarm horn sounded. The moment of rest was cut short by the horn. The soldiers struggled to their feet. The entire unit, emergency alert, assemble immediately. He hastily equipped his armor. The rift appears at the forward outpost. Finally, the chance has come. Allison's eyes were etched with bloodshot veins of fury, those who started the war and could also end it. He charged straight towards the magic formation. I once encountered one when I first arrived, but with completely different skills and mindset. The soldiers were crushed, with no strength left to resist. A terrifying explosion split the ground open. Allison declared with piercing eyes, "Look this way." That was the first time I truly faced a dragon in combat. He charged forward to confront Sidlong directly. "You bastard." Dago spoke urgently, full of anxiety. "What, Allison went alone?" He reported. "Yes, his tent is empty. Someone saw him run off." The old man immediately questioned. "Why didn't anyone stop him?" He lowered his voice. "How could anyone stop him? It's Allison. I heard he practically flew out of Clon's place." Dagos bowed his head, his complexion pale. "If it's Allison, is it possible?" Allison charged forward to confront Sidlong directly. "Facing that dragon alone?" His voice was slow, as if echoing from hell. "Just a mere human." Sidlong declared. "You are rushing straight to your death." His eyes turned manic. "Watch closely what a human can do to you." The erupted force shook the ground. "Those endless lists, I will end them by erasing you with all my mana." He felt a moment of terror seeing the power surging towards him. The Saedlong was immediately engulfed in the raging storm. Allison's expression was complicated. "It sounds strange, but Senior Klon knew I was different from others." He slowly expressed, "I see the flow of mana. Use it to understand the formulas and enhance spells exceptionally." After leaving the academy, I realized that was not normal. Allison hinted meaningfully, "So be honest. I thought I would win." He still stood proudly. "You broke my shield, even wounded me. This is not normal." His expression changed. In that moment, I suddenly understood why they call it that. The embodiment of death, the flying calamity, the pinnacle of all living things. The Saedlong's eyes bloodshot, declared, "But even so you are still merely a mortal." He immediately engaged Allison with terrifying speed. He panicked, his eyes unsteady. "So fast. Should I dodge? The area of effect is smaller than a fireball if I raise a shield." A hand suddenly appeared, grabbing Allison's sleeve tightly. He instantly flew to the side to dodge the attack. Allison froze as a mocking voice rang out. "Fool, even among dragons, no one blocks a full dragon strike." That was the first time we met. Darien and Veden were the first comrades I met. Darien's eyes were skeptical. "Level 2, huh? I thought you were a higher rank." Veden's lip curled, but still commendable, daring to use your shield to block a dragon's breath. He declared, "Celebrate, today is not the day you die." He was still in shock. "Who are you people? Wait, how did you get here in the middle of the campaign?" Darien decisively charged forward to engage head-on. "Get back, that thing is dangerous." He immediately drew his bow, aiming straight at the target. "Don't worry." The arrow flew like the wind towards the distant Saedlong. He seized the opportunity to attack while he was down. The powerful hammer struck down a lethal blow. Allison hesitated, his eyes doubtful. "Was that a dragon?" Veden lowered his voice to remind him. "Loosen your shoulders a bit." His expression was complicated. Torn clothes, standing alone with a scared face, trying to carry the whole world. One look and you know what kind of person you are. He still tried to keep a calm demeanor as he exclaimed, "You are quite skilled. I have never seen anyone break a dragon's shield with pure magic before. People like you usually follow a pattern." Veden continued to draw his bow and aim straight, bearing everything, including the pain of others. The arrow shot forth as if tearing through the wind. "If you are dissatisfied, just speak up. If happy, enjoy it. If you need rest, then rest properly. A bow too taut is easily broken." He hesitated before voicing a warning. "You are about to collapse." Allison's face showed a complex expression. "What is so special about you alone?" A series of dragon wings suddenly appeared. "You are not the only one fighting in this battle." They surrounded him with vicious looks, breaking the covenant and giving birth to a lord, destroying the fire dragon. It snapped in dissatisfaction. "It is you again. Why are you always the first to arrive before us?" Darien frowned. "Just go deal with that guy." An irritated voice rang out. "Get lost now." He was still in shock. A dragon fighting another dragon, the corner of his mouth curled up. "This guy knows nothing." Darien raised his hand and pointed behind him. "Look over there." He spoke with a hint of implication. "Your teammates have come looking for you." Dagos led the charge. "Allison, are you all right? Look at that line." He chuckled in admiration. "See, I told you, you are not alone." Darien introduced bluntly, "You are Allison, right? I am Darien, and this guy is Veden." Veden was amused. "It seems we will meet again. See you later." Allison's face clearly showed complex emotions. "I hope we meet again alive. There is nothing special about being alone." Hearing that, he gripped the spoon tightly, returned to the camp to finish off the leftover soup. Since joining this unit, he had never paid attention to that soup. Allison's face darkened. Its taste was as bland as at the academy. He slowly cracked the egg, so skillfully that the old squad leader took notice. The corner of Allison's mouth curled up. From now on he would handle the cooking in the kitchen. He agreed immediately without hesitation. Lively conversation made the atmosphere warm. Perhaps that was the first time he had smiled since the war began. His voice dropped with a firm gaze. Rurin, do not feel guilty just because you are happy. Rurin suddenly hugged Allison's arm tightly. She said sincerely with a shy expression, just sitting here with you makes me happy. Holding hands, opening a restaurant, just being able to taste the food you cook like this. Rurin's hand tightened along with her uneasy voice. Lately, every time it is like this, I feel suffocated. Should I give up this feeling? He immediately grasped her hand to reassure her. No, you should cherish it. Letting go is not easy, right? That is what Darian and Vedin said to me. The corner of Allison's mouth slowly curled into a smile. No matter how hard you try to relax, you can never fully let go. The food was quickly arranged on the plate. His eyes were full of anticipation. What do you think? She praised enthusiastically. It is delicious, truly wonderful. Is that so? Serena calmly took a drag of her cigarette. Her face was full of complexity. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. What is this? He decisively stepped in front of her. I have never seen your face before. Are you new here? He kicked that man straight in the face when he spoke. How much does it cost? He collapsed in pain and then fainted. Why did you do that? Serena curled her lips meaningfully. These guys are perfect for experiments. Even if there is some pressure, those fools wouldn't notice. Redden said in a deep voice. I see, sorry. He spoke with a meaningful tone. Are you angry about the broken equipment? You look like the unlucky type. He interrupted. I am not really angry. Suddenly a deep voice rang out. It seems there was a bit of chaos just now. I am sorry. Melich's expression turned heavy. I did not expect there to still be trash like this in my territory. He spoke meaningfully. Anyway, I want to hear your plans soon. I heard Allison and Rurin have completely cleared out this base. Serena's face showed a complicated expression. At least I should introduce myself properly first. I am tired. Sit down. That plan is the reason we called you here. Allison approached with a sincere look. Rurin, you do not need to run away from happiness. Rurin's eyes darkened. Is it really okay? He nodded and answered, of course. She hesitated and asked, so can I be honest with you? Allison lowered her voice. Okay. Rurin pulled him closer, no matter what. She smiled mischievously with a seductive demeanor. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. So you said it yourself. Rurin suddenly jumped up with a dazed expression. Her whole body burned with embarrassment. Rurin covered her face and muttered, oh my god, how did this happen? What was I dreaming about? A group of people stood in front of a small house covered in greenery. Lena said the treatment was complete. The man stammered with a shy face. Yes, may I ask? The man handed over 2 movie tickets. If Miss Elena is free, go watch a movie with me this weekend. Elena was stunned. My mistake, sorry. Suddenly a hand smacked the man's forehead hard as he suggested letting him know when free. Serena sternly chased him away. Since you are healed, then get lost. If you want to date, you have to be discreet. The man trembled as he tried to joke. This place seems to need treatment too, Serena threatened in reply. Do you want to get into a coffin? Elena sat at the table maintaining politeness. Thank you for your concern. Serena standing by continued to press. Why is your face so troubled? This is nothing. Elena's eyes were sad as she shared. I heard about Sally's story and saw the pain in Allison and Rurin's eyes, so I did not know how to comfort them. Serena answered thoughtfully, about that matter, ever since the Hyperion flower appeared I have felt something was wrong, not finding it might actually be for the better. She concluded that reproducing between dragonkind and humans must certainly be difficult. Serena listened. From then until now I have never heard of this. Elena's face was anxious, her hand gently grasping as she mentioned, perhaps it is about Sally. Serena came over to hug her from behind teasingly. If you could replace Rurin in getting pregnant, that would be great, would it not? Elena blushed and reacted strongly. Do not think nonsense. Serena seriously explained, that is not what I meant. Elves and humans can still have children, but by the 2nd generation they cannot. She chuckled and continued teasing. Did you recover when you brought Allison into the sanctuary? If Rurin pairs with Allison during the coming-of-age ceremony, you will lose your chance. Elena denied. Not at all. Elena was less shy now. She shifted the conversation to him. What about your coming-of-age ceremony? Surely you had a partner too. Serena's eyes flashed with hatred when mentioning the past. Yes, his name was Giat, the one who carved a hole in my back. Elena lowered her head, face full of regret. I am sorry. Serena comforted her bluntly. No need to worry, he has healed me already. She added that, even after the coming-of-age ceremony, many people still parted ways to seek other partners. A scene from the past appeared. She emerged from the darkness with a sharp gaze. Giat Ko-Bup was standing in the middle of a group of surrounding women. Serena was haunted by the bonds of the past. At that time, I could not accept such a thing. Her gaze was sharp and decisive as she concluded. Thinking back, he was not worth my emotional investment. Elena, with a gentle, caring gaze, softly spoke. Forgive me, your comfort feels very warm to me. Serena stuck out her tongue mischievously in response. I did not mean it that way. Serena took Elena's hand, rebutting with a confident expression. It should be the opposite. Serena embraced her, expressing curiosity and a hint of seduction. Thinking back, I have met many men but never a female Allison. If you want, I can show you how to forget the pain. Elena's face turned bright red, flustered, and panicked. Serena leaned in closer, whispering enticingly, I am very confident in my charm. Suddenly, a hand knocked firmly on her head. Serena stopped teasing her. Serena froze, startled, and exclaimed, Who dares to disturb me? Elena looked extremely surprised. Miss Ruin. Ruin approached and asked a provocative question. Is that story true? I heard you have a gender confusion issue. Serena was shocked, fell back, face changing color, and stammered. What is that? Ruin's face was shy as she pleaded. If you know how, please help me a bit. A sanctuary built on an island amidst a sky full of clouds. Two creatures watching from afar exclaimed, Someone crossed the border. Is it an intruder? The one beside immediately replied, Calm down, this was arranged beforehand. Allison landed from above right in front of the two guarding dragons. It is Allison. One lying dragon spoke out sarcastically. May as comfortable as entering his own home. When has the dragon clan ever been so disrespected? The other replied wearily, Shut up, you have already gone through the coming of age ceremony too. Anything else? Estelle shone brightly with a group of people surrounding it. Allison looked around curiously in his heart. What is this? He approached and was greeted by a group of people in mysterious black robes. Welcome to the Holy See, Lord Allison. We have prepared the attire. Please come inside. Allison politely declined the overly ceremonious reception. I am also just a human. There is no need for such formality. The black-robed person immediately explained. But last time you relied on the Dragon Clan's authority. Now you do not wish to exercise your power. His face showed a clear expression of astonishment. Medasana spoke with a calm expression. What an odd one. Then he ordered, Follow me. He led him before a massive castle. Medasana spoke. There is a large stele along the way. Allison, curious, asked directly, What is engraved on it? He took a deep breath, calmly replied, I engraved the name Baron on it. He explained that this was a place to commemorate those lost in battle. His face lit up in recognition. Medasana stood before the castle, sharing emotionally. My gratitude may be fragile, but I thank you. For many people, I have only now been able to correct my mistakes. Allison's face was calm and understanding as he replied, I understand the elder's perspective as an elder and also as a father. He expressed deep concern. If you correct your own mistakes, many things will collapse. His face was dignified, listening to his words, then he spoke. There is no need to make excuses for my foolish actions. He went straight to the main point. But what is the reason for your visit? The flower seed or mirin? Do you need it? Allison showed clear surprise and some embarrassment. He clenched his hand, calmly delivered an important piece of information. I have already sent Zeolai off. Medasana expressed surprise at the level of connection between the young ones. I did not expect you two to regard that child as your life. I thought you two knew about the Highbuyer flower, a dragoman living only with his mother and a human from another world. Allison heard this, his eyes wide and frozen. A Hyperion flower bloomed brilliantly. Medasana, with a contemplative and thoughtful face, explained. The Hyperion flower seed is prepared by absorbing a soul near the heart of a dead person. Then it wanders the world until it takes root somewhere. In other words, to exist in this world thanks to the hybrid flower, one needs a heart. He asked with a tone full of doubt and worry. But why are you seeking that flower now? Can you no longer talk to that child? Allison kept a calm face, his eyes briefly sad but resolute. Sally and I have nothing left to say to each other. He stood leisurely and spoke. I need the seed for myself. Medasana stood frozen, shocked and confused. You are still alive, why would you? Suddenly his face froze and he spoke in fear. Could it be? Allison placed his hand on his chest with a calm and steadfast demeanor. That is right, the heart inside me. He revealed the reason for needing the Hyperion flower. I want to hear the call of the Dragon King Sederlong. Serena sat with her legs crossed and exclaimed, Want to get closer to Elwar. Then she laughed heartily. Really? Rurin jumped up and replied, saying, Do not laugh, Serena. Serena looked at Elena, her face full of mischief as she teased. Hey, Allison, and you have already seen everything there is to see. What else is there? Suddenly, a hand placed on Serena's shoulder made her change the subject. Elena is here. Let us go somewhere else to continue. Elena's face was bright red with embarrassment, waving her hand at Serena as she replied, I am fine, just continue, keep going. He fell into an awkward position, dazedly asking back, Where were we? Rurin looked confused and flustered, answering, Where were we? Rurin's face was shy, her hand touching her lips as she spoke. With Allison, we have only kissed. Serena looked disappointed and replied, Just that? Really? She looked at Rurin with a meaningful and provocative expression. Anything else? Rurin hesitated a bit before replying, Anything else? Serena gave a mysterious and sly smile. I do not know if there is anything else. She continued steering the conversation. For example, intimate contact between the two. Rurin looked both surprised and shy. Serena continued. Or pressing against each other from top to bottom even more. Rurin blushed shyly, unable to speak. She stood up abruptly, panicked and embarrassed, exclaiming, "Are you crazy?" Serena kept a calm and teasing attitude with someone in their coming-of-age ceremony. Talking about this is still too soon. Elena at this time put her head down on the table to lie down while hearing Serena's words. "I just want this time Allison to kiss me first." "All right, I will lower the difficulty." She continued to pressure with speculations about private life. "You two live together. You do not each have your own room, right?" Then she gave a suggestion. "Then try this method." A large door opened and Allison was walking in. Rurin, her face full of excitement, kept calling, "Rurin." Allison walked over to her and spoke. "Is Rurin still sleeping?" Allison saw Rurin holding a book and could not resist teasing. "Studying language arts again. You know quite a bit now, right?" He entered the room and saw Rurin sleeping soundly on the bed, calling softly, "Rurin, I am back." He stood beside the bed, scratching his head, wondering. Lately, Rurin has been sleeping more. Why is that? He approached, his hand touching the blanket before yanking it off, urging Rurin to wake up and asking how long she planned to sleep. When the blanket was pulled away, his face went pale and he blurted out, "Hey." Allison decisively ripped the blanket off and asked how much longer she intended to sleep. His face was full of shock and dismay as he exclaimed, "Huh." Her fair legs were exposed. Allison felt embarrassed seeing her lying on the bed without a single piece of clothing covering her. Rurin rubbed her eyes in a dazed state and softly called out, "Brother." Rurin sprang up and asked when he had arrived. He quickly threw the blanket back and yelled for her to cover herself. Allison turned his face away while covering it with his hand from embarrassment, asking why she was like this. Rurin sat on the bed with a still sleepy expression and explained that wearing pajamas was uncomfortable. She used to sleep like this before. Had he forgotten? He couldn't stay calm and tried to argue that at that time she was alone. Lately she had been wearing pajamas. Rurin looked at him with a shy expression, trying to convince him that she saw no reason she couldn't sleep like that. Even with him here, was there a problem? He turned his face away, blushing from shame and confusion, while she kept asking if she was making him uncomfortable. Allison fell into a silence and reflected that he had promised at the holy sanctuary not to run away anymore. He gradually regained his composure with a determined look and said, "If that is the case." Allison focused a source of glowing magical energy on his fingertip, thinking to himself that reacting differently now would only confuse Rurin more. He suddenly changed his attitude with a confident demeanor and blurted out, "What is it? How could I be uncomfortable? So what if you take off your clothes? I have seen it many times before." After saying this, he quickly turned away and told her to get dressed quickly. They still had to eat dinner. Rurin sat on the bed with a calm expression and softly replied, "All right, not okay at all." A plate of delicious food was placed on the table. Rurin gave her compliments and thanks for the meal, saying his cooking was still the best. She then turned to share the good news about the recognition for the family, saying that mother's name had also been engraved in the holy grounds. He smiled and replied that the elder was also very happy. Rurin spoke with a light, meaningful smile, saying there was another matter she wanted to discuss. She would tell him when they got down the mountain. She casually picked up the plates to clear the table, cheerfully telling him she would clean up and he should go rest. Allison sat at the table looking relaxed and slightly surprised as he replied, "Really, thank you." Rurin glowed brightly when she heard him say, "Then I am going to take a bath." Rurin held the plates with an exaggerated expression, her body covered in soapy suds as she exclaimed that she had accidentally gotten dirty while washing the dishes, so she supposed she would have to take a bath too. Allison saw this and asked in astonishment how she could have gotten so dirty from just washing dishes. His face clearly showed tension while his hand was casting magic. He asked, "You want to bathe together?" In a small house, a voice rang out. First pretend it was an accident. Say that wearing clothes felt uncomfortable. Serena spoke with great confidence and suggested ways to attract him. Then sleep naked, accidentally scare him by flipping the blanket off. Then take a stronger step in the plan. Be a bit bolder. Try bathing together with just some kind of excuse. She painted a vision of Allison and Rurin bathing together in a hot spring. She also gave Rurin the suggestion that in the northern region, bathing together was a normal custom between lovers, to gradually increase physical contact. Rurin's face clearly showed confusion, and she reflected on the change in his attitude. The things she used to do in the past now made her too shy to do again. While Elena was lying face down on the table, Rurin lamented her embarrassment, asking if there was another way because she had tried everything but doing it again was too embarrassing. Serena showed a surprised expression and exclaimed, "What, you've already done all that, and you are still hesitating, you fool." Serena pointed at Rurin with a sly smile, saying that even if she acted the same as before, she was shy now, wasn't she? And she bet that the other person could sense it too. She warned further that if she didn't change, the relationship would stay like this forever. Rurin sat silently with a sorrowful expression. A pair of feet stepped down into the bathtub. Her face clearly showed confusion and shyness. Rurin and Allison soaked in the bathtub. She blushed and exclaimed that they used to do this very naturally in the past. He calmly replied, "That is right." Allison reached for the cup and asked Rurin if she wanted some cocoa. He brought it because she said she liked to drink it too. Rurin shyly said that would be fine. She was lost in confused thoughts, wondering why Allison was so calm. She really should not have trusted that fool Zorina. Both hands fumbled and touched the cocoa container at the same time. Allison missed his grab for the cocoa. She could only remain silent with a bewildered look. Suddenly his eyes emitted a strange light along with magical energy within. Rurin realized in shock and exclaimed, "Is this a light blocking magic? Wait, so you haven't even been looking at me this whole time?" Allison was startled at being caught and replied, "You noticed," she exclaimed, both embarrassed and angry, saying no wonder he seemed unusually calm. Allison answered in confusion for her not to grab him. He could not see anything. Was that her hand? She screamed in panic, then just dispel the magic. Rurin was stunned and bewildered as everything became clear before her eyes. She screamed in utter embarrassment and pushed him down into the water. Allison submerged underwater and blurted out, "Sorry, Rurin, actually I'm not okay at all." He, with his face bright red from shyness, confessed that even though she acted the same as before, he could no longer accept it normally. It only made his misunderstandings increase even more. She gently raised her hand along with a confession that he had promised to be honest with her. She moved closer, placed her hand on Allison's shoulder, and said that she wanted him to see her the same way. She lowered her face, shy but full of emotion, saying that while the actions might be the same, the feelings were different because the purpose was no longer what it used to be. A look of determination appeared in Rurin's eyes as she admitted that the purpose was indeed to seduce him. Allison was stunned, his eyes wide open. He spoke up to ask, "So it is not a misunderstanding then?" She replied shyly but decisively, "Of course not. Anything your heart desires." Rurin looked up, full of surprise and flutter. Water from the bathtub overflowed onto the floor. A magic hole blazed open. An excited voice rang out, unable to stop there. Serena gasped and blurted out, "Allison, you idiot. You have to go further. You can't really just kiss and stop." Elena frantically grabbed the magic hole, forbidding anyone to watch this. Serena replied in surprise, "Rurin herself asked me to keep an eye on them." Elena questioned, "Did they deliberately perform that scene for the viewers?" Serena answered provocatively, "What are you imagining?" She mused with a sharp gaze. Rurin and Allison were embracing in the bathtub, and through a gap she spoke, thinking about it, for this bunch of blockheads. This much progress is pretty good. In the dark room, a prisoner was being tortured by chains and magic, and a voice sounded. A total of 328 people. After filtering out those still physically capable, only 37 remained. These were the managers who had fled during the incident attacking the slave detention facility. A subordinate reported to Melich, "We have gathered them as per the Duke's orders." His face was icy cold. A torture instrument was being heated red on the flame. He held the glowing hot instrument, approaching a prisoner. With a calm expression, Melich spoke, "Are you all afraid?" Holding the instrument, his voice authoritative, "There is no need. My role is not to cause you pain. We have someone specialized for that." He approached the chained prisoner, speaking calmly, "Everyone has a role. This world is truly simple when everyone fulfills their role, isn't it?" His voice was harsh. "You discarded your roles and ran away." The prisoner painfully whimpered, "Sorry." Melich, with a cruel demeanor, delivered the verdict, "I am originally the one who sets the rules, but abandoning one's role is unforgivable." He held up the red-hot instrument. "Look." Then he pressed it against the prisoner's body. The prisoner screamed in pain. Melich tortured while discussing, "If I abandoned my role, it would be unfair." He held the red magic stone, his gaze cold. "Now I will give you a new role." Melich cruelly implanted the stone into the prisoner's chest to see if you could accept it. A person in a hooded robe began to chant a spell. They surrounded the prisoner, creating a magic circle that stretched his body taut. The prisoner screamed in utter agony. Melich stood watching the transformation from afar with a composed look. The prisoner transformed completely, his body muscular, eyes bloodshot, teeth sharp. Then he charged out of the magic circle. Melich held a potion vial and exclaimed, "Wonderful." He forced the prisoner to drink a liquid that made him tremble and vomit. "From now on, forget everything, remember only one thing." The potion vial fell to the ground. He defined the role. "Your role is to be loyal to the rules." The prisoner knelt prostrate at his feet. Melich stood towering. "I am that rule." He walked away, ordering armor to be equipped and swordsmanship training. Another person joined the Blood Saint Knight squad. Darian and Medrin were moving across the vast steppe. Darian's expression was serious. "So you learned medical arts from Iramantiuma?" Medrin replied sadly, "Yes. I was assigned to find a cure for victims whose brains were destroyed by toxins." He explained in the quiet atmosphere, "I began my investigation when I heard the Count had been successfully treated. There was a nameless physician secretly treating brainwashed slaves, so I followed the trail. She was wearing a maid uniform, sharing anxiously. They said they would teach me magic if I helped them with a task." Medrin blushed in embarrassment. "That thing about wearing a skimpy maid outfit, it wasn't voluntary." Darian was worried. I cannot overlook the important information in the report. Medrin replied, that matter isn't important, right? She followed him, emphasizing the danger. Above all, the crown prince must not know this secret. After a pause, he replied, I will consider it. Suddenly, a man shouted command, attention the whole squad. Welcome the vice commander back from a grueling mission. The subordinate shouted for humanity. He interrupted enough. Even though the campaign is about to conclude, this is still a secret mission. Darian gathered the 4 commanders. Have you all escorted the civilians safely? Tagore confidently replies, we have completed it. We are investigating the victims' hometowns and deploying support. Riala reported on potential dangers. But more importantly, Vice Commander, this time you faced real danger. That person was Leon, right? Darian gave a sharp assessment. We need to investigate him further. If you encounter him, avoid combat. The group of knights was surprised when he mentioned Allison. Everyone has met him while escorting refugees. A knight exclaimed, who is that person? I almost fainted. A magical explosion shook the ground violently. The place where Melich was experimenting was engulfed in a sea of fire. The ground shook, the massive facility burned fiercely, the night as bright as day. The knight group was talking. Carson was astonished. A mage breaking a 9th level wall with just her body. Rail debated. There was a shorter woman with her, equally extraordinary. I checked the outline, mentioned her. Her name is Rurin. Tagon laughed loudly. Speaking of which, that Valiant guy barged into the restaurant the other day. Rail smiled. It's a miracle he's still alive. Darian raised his hand to interrupt. Maintain order. He warned with a stern look. Their identities are top secret. Most importantly, there must be no connection between the restaurant and the 3 heroes. If you slip up, he continued, pointing out Allison's power, that power you saw could come crashing down on your own heads. The group replied in tense unison, understood. Medrin looked at him in surprise. Is Lord Allison also participating in this mission? Darian calmly explained, you didn't know because you were assigned a different area. She fell silent in thought, not just participating. The entire campaign was initiated at Lord Allison's request. He still thinks of others. He looked into the distance and asked softly, do you still remember the old days? Her voice wavered with torment. I feel regret, a deep regret I will never forget. Darian closed his eyes, his expression serious. It is that very regret that has made you the person you are now, a person I never imagined you would become. He continued to tease, now you're willing to wear a skimpy maid outfit to learn healing. Medrin blushed and shouted, don't bring that up again. The knight group prepared the horses. Darian decided, let's hurry back to the royal capital. The official events are being reorganized after 17 years. She watched him warily and asked back, don't change the subject. You're not planning to put this in the report, are you? Warm eatery resonated with a voice from inside. Please give me some more water. Rurin smiled brightly, holding a plate of food as she replied, here it is. Ben looked at her and smiled teasingly. Miss Rurin, what happy thing has you smiling so brightly? Rurin shyly touched her face. Is it that obvious? Serena laughed meaningfully as she revealed the reason. She is excited because she finally got kissed by Allison. Ren exclaimed in surprise. Really? Ren laughed loudly and continued teasing. I was wondering when he would show his feelings. Allison is really slow on the uptake. Rurin lowered her head and murmured vaguely, I guess so. Serena was dissatisfied and scolded Elena. If you had listened to me from the start, it would not have stopped at just a kiss. Elena replied irritably. We agreed it was just a celebration. Serena concluded indifferently. Fine. The 2 employees whispered and chuckled meaningfully. A kiss, huh? A kiss indeed. Allison cheerfully carried a plate of food and announced, the baked mac and cheese is ready. Table number 3. An employee reported to the manager, the chair at table 3 is wobbly. The leg needs to be adjusted. Lynn, who was arranging dishes, replied, I will go adjust the angle of the clawn dish. Allison observed and exclaimed, looks like you have been busy all day. Lynn looked surprised when someone called him. You did not find what I asked for, right? He held the bowl and spoke, that is right. You mean the high Byron flower. Lynn shared, I asked a few people who specialize in dyes, but lately no one has heard of it. Even people who travel the whole country have not seen it. Allison raised a hand to his mouth thoughtfully. Then the only remaining way is. Medisan asserted pensively, in short, we no longer have any high Byron flower seeds. He reminisced about history. There used to be a few seeds in the royal treasury, but as time passed and war happened, it seemed no one kept them. Allison responded in a daze, I see. He exclaimed in surprise, is this the pinnacle of living beings? The old man calmly replied, do not think you can find everything here. Suddenly, he looked startled and revealed a clue. I heard a rumor about a place that might still have some, if I remember correctly. He revealed that one flower was kept in the royal palace treasury in the capital. Allison was flustered but reassured himself. The royal palace, huh? He thought about the feasibility of searching. That is right. After everything that has happened, they should at least share their treasure. Right. Allison laid out a plan. It has been a while. I should visit the royal capital. Leon excitedly raised his hand high and called out Allison's name. Father Tien approached and placed a hand on Allison's shoulder. Satisfied, I heard the news, you did well. Why do you not visit more often? Is the restaurant too busy? Allison stammered, I am very happy to see you again, your highness. He put an arm around his shoulder and enthusiastically introduced, "The royal capital is about to hold its first concert in 17 years. It will be spectacular." Allison showed hesitation. "But I am not a noble." Leon laughed loudly and said, "Since when is that a problem, just like last time?" Suddenly a calm voice spoke up, "Calm down, Leon." His Majesty looked sternly straight at him, expressing deep gratitude. "Say thank you first." "Thank you, Allison. Thanks to you we dismantled the economic facilities with minimal damage." He directed his gaze at Allison. "Please forgive the Crown Prince. Ever since he learned you were a war hero, he has not been able to contain his excitement." Leon stammered awkwardly, "Your Majesty." He asked respectfully, "Is there any reward you would like for this achievement? I know you do not care about titles." Allison smiled modestly. "Your Majesty could read my thoughts. I was also planning to speak." The Highbyron flower. At the unexpected request, His Majesty and the Crown Prince showed clear astonishment. Allison continued cheerfully, "I heard a living seed of it is kept in the royal palace treasury." He concluded the request, "If I am to be rewarded, I wish for that living seed." His Majesty pondered with a pressured gaze. "Sir Allison." The Crown Prince tried to defend him. "Could it not be something else?" He interrupted decisively and ordered, "Be silent, Leon." Allison showed a look of shock and bewilderment. Leon bowed with a pale face full of fear and exclaimed, "But that living seed." A messenger ran down the street, throwing newspapers with an excited expression. "Hot news here." People decorated with flags and banners chatted noisily. "Everyone has heard the news, right?" Of course, Ren replied with beaming joy, "The first good news in so long." The citizens discussed the event. The biggest concert of the Luyan Empire has finally returned. With the festival, restaurants and shops will be packed. Everyone is already preparing to make a killing. The group was at the concert. A voice rang out thanking the lords present today. The crowd paid attention to the inviting announcement, the occasion of the second anniversary of the Luyan Empire officially ending the war. Ova gave a slight smile and said, "The royal palace has decided to revive the concert festival in the royal capital after a 17-year suspension due to war." He reached into his coat, preparing to take something out, and spoke, "The royal palace does not take this lightly. After much consideration, we will award a treasure to the one with the most beautiful performance." He asserted that the treasure was not only valuable, but also carried deep spiritual meaning, soothing the pain of the past and comforting those who lost loved ones. He held up a jar containing a precious seed and clearly announced, "La Placia, known to the common folk as the Highbrine flower. Its seed will be the reward." The invited guests could not hide their astonishment and buzzed with discussion. La Placia is a legendary flower. Another person whispered, "Is it really the flower that lets one hear the voices of the departed? Truly amazing." Hova raised his glass and continued his speech. "The concert is not only the revival of an ancient event, but also a festival of unity and peace that we have long forgotten." He affirmed the noble meaning behind the ceremony, a powerful statement that the empire is ready to move past the wounds of war. Everyone simultaneously raised their glasses in response. Allison was utterly stunned and exclaimed, "So the Hyperant's flower seed will be the reward for that concert." Leon bowed his head, showing a pained expression as he recalled childhood memories. "I heard about the concert when I was just 8 years old. Though I was young, the music back then gave me a feeling of healing." He clenched his trembling hands, showing resentment and despair. "It was stopped for 17 years because of war, and now it is being held again. But if there is no prize, then why hold it?" Standing before His Majesty, he shouted a desperate plea, "Please, give away that reward." His Majesty shouted angrily, "You are a fool, Leon. Give away the reward." He questioned his true intention. "Are you dismissing Allison's achievement just because the reward does not fall into your hands?" Despite being reprimanded, he still tried to resist, emphasizing the importance of the festival. "But Your Majesty, this is the event everyone has been waiting for so long." His Majesty cut him off with a firm command, "Silence, I did not raise you to become such a person." Allison exclaimed in horror, "Your Majesty." They were flustered and confused. "This is too much. So I have to give away the Hyperion flower seed and just sit back and watch everything happen." His Majesty pointed at him, affirming he deserved the flower seed. "Who cares if the concert fails? Allison wants it, so let him have it." He scolded the profiteering nobles. "Do not bow to those nobles who constantly say they can do nothing without their cut." Leon said helplessly, "Your Majesty, I did not think it through. So are the merchants hoping for the concert not important?" Allison was deeply disappointed and disillusioned, pondering with a dark expression. "This is an event returning after 17 years. Exactly. If there is no reward, they might as well cancel it." He spoke up and directly asked His Majesty, "Where do I register?" Leon was stunned with a mix of shock and admiration. "No way you will really participate fairly to win the reward." His Majesty realized he had no intention of taking it by force, but chose to face the challenge head-on. After everything he has done, he still chooses the righteous path. Truly an admirable person. He continued to urge, "Hurry and show me where to register." The regana is a keyboard instrument similar to an organ on Earth. You can talk to an ignorant person all day, a rude person for an hour, but you cannot bear a minute with someone who does not know the sound of a Rihanna. That is how deeply rooted and high status this instrument is in the Liu Yun Empire nobility. Therefore, it is only natural that the regana is used in the empire's biggest event, the concert. Rurin stared intently at the instrument and asked what this was. Allison immediately replied, "A used regana, you have seen it at the Lord's mansion before." A moment later he revealed, thinking back now, "I said I would tell you about the plan but never did." She asked what plan. A moment later only Rurin's shocked voice was heard, "You want to hear the Lord's voice through a Highbyron flower." Allison said slowly, "Actually, last time when the lady came, I overheard a bit about that day, just a fleeting impression. But that day was not like someone who would recklessly start a war." Rurin eagerly questioned, "So you are trying to get a living seed of the Highbyron flower, and that is the concert's reward?" He nodded, "That is right." His voice sounded dejected, but he heard that concert was only for women, and he did not know how to play the regana. Allison suddenly clutched her shoulder tightly. "Good thing you are here, Green." She was surprised me? He explained in detail, having heard that his lineage was born with a natural talent for all kinds of musical instruments, so most were proficient in the arts by the time they grew up. Allison asked awkwardly, "Playing the regana with you must be as easy as eating candy, right?" Seeing him nearby, she felt a little flustered. Rurin confidently sat down in the chair, making his jaw drop. Of course, the regana was merely a small matter. Allison suggested, "Could you play a piece?" The scene shifted outside the farm. Minton's voice rang out, "Senior." He tied his hair up and asked excitedly, "How do I look? You have grown a lot, right?" Ment chuckled, "It suits you." Minton said regretfully, "If you wanted me to see it, you should have told me sooner. It is a shame I cut it off already." He hesitantly suggested, "Since you did what I wanted, can I do something for you too?" The man was bewildered. "Huh? What is it?" Minton blushed with embarrassment and said, "Just once, touch my breasts." Suddenly the herd of Baroneric in the yard started roaring. Minton panicked. "Senior, all the Baroneric are agitated." Ment shouted, "Be careful, do not leave my side." They heard something that made them panic. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The two were bewildered. "What is that?" Suddenly giant lightning bolts struck down on the house. "What the hell is going on?" At that moment, a monstrous sound from the regana echoed through the space. Rurin thought it was good, so she naively continued to play. After playing, she turned around in bewilderment and asked, "So, how was it? It was fine, right?" Allison froze stiff. He heard the sound. Of course it was the instrument. "No, I mean the sound of the entire plan collapsing completely." The scene shifted to Greg's house. De'Aaron was eating like a starving tiger. Bernard reminded him in shock, "You can eat a little slower." Leon slowly asked, "Work must be busy, right?" He answered while chewing, words tumbling over each other. "Much better than before. Even Dejlan has stabilized more." Bernard reminded him again, "Speak after you finish swallowing." Leon asked with concern, "Coming all the way here during such a busy time, was it tiring?" De'Aaron replied, "No, sitting down for dinner is exactly what this clone wanted. More importantly, have you heard the news, father?" As he spoke, he pulled a piece of paper from his breast pocket. De'Aaron announced excitedly, "They are going to hold a regana concert again in the capital. How about our whole family goes? Mother used to play the regana beautifully." He smiled and turned to look at Bernard. "You have heard the news too. What do you think?" Her face was hesitant. "The concert," her voice dropped to a mumble in her throat. "Honey." Bernard stood up abruptly. "That is right. I still have a meeting after dinner. I am sorry, I will take my leave." The chef stepped out with a regretful look. "I had already prepared the dessert." She slowly turned around and took all the desserts away. Then she awkwardly left the dining room. Aaron emphasized, "I mean just to go watch, not to participate." Lydon said intently, thinking back now, the regana in that room, it was covered in dust. Back then, Mother would not let the servants touch it. Klon said he would clean it himself. Upon hearing this, his face froze. His voice was deep and sad. Thinking carefully now, ever since Father fell ill, Mother has never played the regana again. His eyes were full of sorrow. "I only hope your mother will open her heart and share her worries with the family. I am afraid your mother will silently endure again." "So I thought you were very serious." Deering closer, "Yes." At the same time, Bernard had returned to her room. Her face clearly showed panic and unease. Remembered back when she was a child. It was the only thing she truly loved. Among all the things he forced her to learn to become a perfect product, only the regana touched her heart. It was the first time Bernard smiled while learning. Then she remembered the radiant faces of her family as they applauded after her performance. For the first time in her life, she felt grateful for having learned something from that man. But she should not have thought that. Old Walter said coldly, "Lately the laughter around him has been non-stop. It seems Bernard has completely won his trust." His smile was full of scheming. Now no one in the house getting sick would arouse suspicion. Bernard blamed herself. It was all because of her. She remembered familiar faces. She had met wonderful people and had a happy life. Yet she still could not play the regana again. Bernard sank into depression. The act of confidently playing an instrument that man himself had taught her. She could not bear to imagine how disgusting that would look in the eyes of De'Aaron and Leon. Bernard's eyes at that moment must have clearly shown the awkwardness she felt felt every time she saw the Regana. She felt as if her ugly guilt was staring right back at her. Hey! Suddenly, a ghostly figure poked its head out and stared intently at her. It hugged the Regana tightly and asked with glaring eyes, "Have you really been taking good care of it?" Bernard immediately fainted her guilt. Turned out it was Rurin. She panicked. It is covered in dust already. Why did she faint? From the other side, a voice rang out. This is the list of contestants registered for the concert. Since it has not been held for a long time, quite a lot of people have signed up. Melis picked up the list to look it over and then pondered for a while. And he spoke up. There are a few interesting names. The Marchioness Mycen. Where did this person register from? The Marchioness replied, never heard of it. A moment later she said, hold on, found it. It says a noble from Greg City. Hearing this, Malik sighed inwardly, thinking this was the best plan they could come up with. Someone stepped forward with an arrogant tone. What is it? Is there something to worry about in that place? It was Lorien Melich's nephew. The young lady Fries said, I do not care who registers. In the end, everyone will kneel before Lorien Delian's performance anyway. Lorien wondered, did he not once say only the untalented worry? Melik slowly replied, of course, but even so, Klon still had to prepare carefully. At that moment, after a period of being unconscious, Bana jolted up. She had woken up. Looking at the person before her, she was surprised. Rurin? Allison asked in panic. Are you alright? They said you were not injured. Bana was even more confused. What happened? He explained it might sound strange to say this after bringing you here, but a moment later, she gasped out in shock. So you people want to borrow my Regana? Rurin nodded in confirmation. Allison mustered the courage to apologize for the sudden request. Rurin will participate in the concert, but we are not sure if the problem is the skill or the instrument. Meanwhile, her playing sounded very jarring. He concluded with a sentence. Is there any way to help? Hearing the sound, Bana was stunned. What kind of strange sound is that? She replied, if it is just borrowing Regana. Then, suddenly, Leon opened the door and called out hastily, Allison. He urgently reported bad news. The Dalian family has made a move. The allied nobles imposed new limits on the conditions for participating in the concert. Families that have never participated now have to go through a preliminary round in their territory. Hearing this news, he felt as if struck a heavy blow. What? Meanwhile, Rurin continued playing strange screeching sounds on the piano. She said, this kind of preliminary round should be enough, right? Allison was completely crushed. Goodbye, Hyperion Flower. On the other side, Melich was still discussing the planned scheme. His voice asked hoarsely, by now, it should have been carried out, right? Sydney said while holding a cigar. Yeah, I heard it all. Why are you asking about that again? Slowly revealed the plan would be carried out at the concert in the Louvain Empire. This is the first one in 17 years. We will launch a terrorist attack at that time, slaughtering all the nobles of the royal faction and the capital's residents. The reason the previous war failed was because they were more united than predicted. The three heroes gave the people false hope. If not, we would have destroyed the Empire and the Black Dragons. Sydney flashed a sinister smile. This time it is our turn to sow chaos. Melik commented, the First Night Order will protect the event in the capital. If a massacre happens, the people's trust in the Night Order and the imperial family will collapse. That will be the perfect stepping stone for the heir to power, as I promised. His eyes gleamed with danger. The Emperor has not fulfilled his role, just as expected. But there is a troublesome puppet who has gotten involved in the plan. Malik said as he presented a scroll. This is the list of people registered to participate in the concert. He pointed at a line, Baroness Osio Reebok's wife, Lady Lorena Reebok. Sydney bit his lip tightly. Calling that a puppet is a bit small scale. I hinted, I believe you already have a plan. He sighed. If not, I would not have called you here. The best way is to close the window from the start. The next day, the competition judge cheerfully announced, hello, I am Baron Ponto, one of the preliminary judges. Allison kindly extended his hand. Baroness Revoke. The man immediately shook it. It is an honor. You are also coming to this restaurant? He replied. This place is quite famous. Holding the introduction paper, Revox was quite surprised by the unusual name. The contestant is Lady Rurin Revox. Allison stammered, yes, that is correct. She is my wife. The man wondered, where is your wife now? He tried to keep his voice calm. There was a bit of trouble with the Regana, so she went to borrow another one. Rivos forced a smile and praised, she must have practiced a lot. I am here to judge, but I also love Regana performances very much. I truly respect people like that. I am really looking forward to it. Faced with this enthusiasm, Allison, despite his panic, had to stay calm. Of course, a while after Rivos left, a panicked voice echoed from the house. What is this? A preliminary round. Allison questioned in panic. Rurin has not even had the chance to practice properly. Leon tried to calm him down. The nobles led by Duke Dalian and keep making trouble. We cannot do anything about it. He touched a key. She even brought a completely unfamiliar piano, which produces very awkward sounds every time I try to play it. It is not because Rurin plays badly. Leon continued. That is why she went to borrow Lady Bernard Gregg's regana. Allison sighed. They said that piano has not been maintained for a long time. What if it is also broken? Suddenly, someone walked in from outside and said, "No need to worry. His Majesty sent me here for this matter." He widened his eyes in surprise. "You are..." On the other side, Bernard was carefully cleaning each key. Rurin sat beside her and said sarcastically, "How thick is the dust on this piano? It must have been abandoned for a long time." She whispered, "I am sorry, but at least it is not broken." Rurin's expression suddenly turned serious. She said something that startled Bernard. "Come to think of it, was that not also the place where you once hid a confession letter listing all your sins?" Rurin further questioned, "So you wanted to gather all the crimes in one place and then bury them? Is that the reason you neglected the regana all this time?" Bernard thought while crying, "So she really was by Lord Allison's side back then. I knew it, she is no ordinary person." She tried to keep her voice steady. "I have cleaned it. I will call someone to move it." Rurin looked straight at her and said, "Try playing it, that regana." Bernard was stunned. She lowered her voice and asked, "Why be so surprised? Of course, we need to check if it is still working steadily." Bernard slowly pulled out a chair, thinking to herself that this matter was not for Leon Hadieron to hear. It was just a check requested by Lady Rurin. She closed her eyes tightly and reached her hand towards the keys. As the music began, the guard outside chatted, "I hear the sound of a Rihanna somewhere. The sound is so warm and pleasant." A few maids chimed in admiration. "That is really beautiful. Do not tell me it is the lady herself playing. The Lord would surely be very happy to hear this. Too bad he is not here now." After finishing a piece, Bernard slowly lifted her hands. Then she slowly stood up, taking one step back. Those gentle sounds put Rurin more at ease. There was no problem with the regana at all. She thought to herself, a piece like this does not deserve to be buried in dust. The scene shifted to the concert preliminary hall, the small stage. Rivos asked the person sitting next to him, "So you are the additional judge, right?" This person came from the Luvern Empire named Pogo Tamiran. He replied, "I did not expect Duke Tamiran himself to come here as a judge. I certainly cannot let just anyone step into the concert, can I? I dare say no one can match me in knowledge and love for the regana." His words stirred Rivos slightly. His heart blazed with anger, muttering that this round would be interesting. Allison was startled, and said she thought he had only come to grade. He whispered that he was glad Duke Tamiran was here, but this matter had not been discussed beforehand. Leon chuckled and said no, he had only just found out as well. Backstage, Bernard anxiously asked if Lady Rurin would be all right. She was worried and said she had brought regana along, but whether she could play it was another matter. Rurin was practicing the instrument by herself in the common space. Seeing her nimble movements, she was surprised and asked if this was the piece she had tried playing and imitated. Rurin coldly replied not to underestimate her. She said that as she approached the regana, every movement she made while playing was deeply etched into her memory. This was the power of observation and focus of dragonkind. At this moment, the curtain was gradually opening. Rivos smiled with anticipation and said it was finally starting. Allison silently observed that she was wearing that outfit. Rurin gritted her teeth, channeled all her strength into her hands, and told him to experience a perfect performance he had never heard before. The sound of the solo rang out, but it was a strange and bizarre noise. Bernard turned stiff as a statue after hearing just one note. The entire audience below was petrified. Rurin continued to play with deep focus, her hand speed terrifyingly fast. When the piece ended, not a single clap was heard. Rurin felt the atmosphere and could only force a smile. "Farewell, Kingdom of Byron." Rivos exclaimed in panic that this was an insult to Regana. What kind of performance was that? Next day, they were still inside the castle. They had passed the preliminary round, but Allison looked at Rurin with doubt and said she hadn't thought borrowing Regana would cause trouble. They needed to find out why it made that strange sound. Pogo looked at them helplessly and said he could gloss over it this time, but that excuse wouldn't work with the capital's nobles. Leon sighed and said he had ruined his entire study abroad reputation over this. Allison asked sternly if she had checked it before bringing it along. Rurin angrily retorted, who did he think she was? She said she had checked everything. It had only suddenly malfunctioned like that. At that moment, Bernard stepped forward to test it again. He was surprised and said, "Wait a moment." Pogo and Leon were also stunned and asked what was this. Now it was working normally, so couldn't it just be that she played it wrong? She spoke up and said, "Allison, come over here for a moment." He looked confused and said me. Behind him, Rurin was furiously grabbing Leon's hair and exclaiming how rude. She was the crown prince. When he came closer, Bernard pressed a key, and the instrument sounded like a croaking frog again. Allison sighed in dismay, saying it was making strange sounds again. She bent down and said indeed it was because of this. Mana flow inside had become disordered, Bernard said as she opened Regana's panel. She explained in detail that Regana needed wind to produce sound, a function handled by the magic array inside. When the mana flow was disturbed, the sound distorted. He marveled and said he see. Bernard continued, unsure when it made that strange sound as we pressed. I thought so too, since both are powerful mages. Leon stood behind, delighted. Just getting close was enough to disrupt the magic formation. The amount of mana you all are emitting is too much. Allison nodded. That was right, but... And who is that woman? At this moment Rurin was focused on her monologue, so it was decided. Next second Rurin declared she would go with them to the capital. Bernard gaped. What, me? She stated bluntly, you understand the internal structure of Regana, so I need you to come up with a way to control the mana. Bernard stammered a refusal. I would like to, but there are meetings and several appointments. Rurin narrowed her eyes. Better to go willingly than be dragged, right? She immediately trembled. Yes. At that time the father and daughter from the Life family were eavesdropping and discussing. Mother is going to the capital. What luck. I did not know how to persuade her. Lie was nothing before absolute power. Scene changed to the Louvren Empire, a lively atmosphere. Rian reminded with a stern voice, everyone be careful. Riella replied, of course. Down below, the people were enthusiastically excited. His Majesty is coming. Leon smiled kindly. Subjects of the Louvren Empire, I welcome you. Seeing the capital this lively, I believe restoring the event was the right decision. Although the festival is still a few days away, many have arrived early, so I have prepared some pre-festival activities. I hope you enjoy the concert being held again after a long 17 years. Everyone applauded in response. Serena sighed upon hearing this. The crowd is dreadful. Mayan asked, Serena, have you ever watched a concert? She answered honestly, no. Why would I watch events of humans? If I had not been dragged here, I would be sleeping by now. Behind them, the couple Ren were talking. Honey, look, it is His Majesty. I oppose this system. Randy punched him on the head. There you go again. Can you not go a single day without saying something nonsense? Minton quickly interrupted. I think they are selling food over there. Let us go take a look. They all walked over to the food stalls. A moment later, the chef brought out the dish. Here you are, stir-fried noodles for 900 runs. Serena ate and praised. This dish is actually quite tasty. Mienta smiled and replied, see, coming here was the right choice. Holding a grudge means no meat. On the other side, the Klon couple had become cheerful again. These mobile food carts have become very popular lately. It is said they originated from the city of Dizran and are now popping up all over the capital. Suddenly they were drawn to a stall. What are they selling over there that it is so crowded? People gathered and scrambled to buy. Give me 3, I will take 5, buy some more. The aroma from the food was very enticing. Unexpectedly, the seller was Allison. 3 hot snail cakes. Careful, they are hot. Ren approached in surprise. Allison, your voice sounds familiar. How are you in the capital? On the main stage, an artist was performing Regana. Lorian had not been seated long before yawning. She sighed in frustration. The performance is so boring. There is no reason to stay. Melik reassured, it is just a little trouble. He instructed, you have probably realized by now. But at this concert, there are those who absolutely must not touch the Laplacia seed. Your victory is now more important than ever. If you see a strong opponent, tell me immediately. Lorian stood up arrogantly and declared, meaning these people, can they defeat me? No way. Melich emphasized further, this matter is that serious. Use whatever means necessary. She immediately interrupted, Uncle. Lorian declared bluntly, it is me, I am the means and the method to achieve victory. When leaving that place, Miss Michelle told her not to misunderstand. The Duke did not suspect her at all, my lady. Lorian replied, but his expression remained tense. I know. Mizzen continued, when it comes to Regana, no one in the Empire can surpass you. Suddenly she smelled a strange fragrance. Too tense, I need something sweet. Alice and Oriel followed that scent. What is that smell? As soon as she reached the stall, she loudly ordered, why are there so many people? Give me the best one. He hurriedly stopped the young lady. There was no need to eat street food like this. She cut him off. Don't mind it. To be a good noble, you must understand commoner culture. A moment later, Allison brought out the cake. Here is your hot taco snail. Lorian was surprised. Hot taco snail? I have never seen this dish before. He warned, it is very hot, please be careful. But before she could finish listening, she took a big bite right away. Let me see. Next second, she opened her mouth and yelled out loud, it's so hot. He quickly offered a handkerchief. Are you all right? Lorian shyly pushed Allison's hand away. How rude, how dare you touch my lips? He gently explained, I was just about to wipe it off. The sugar syrup inside is very hot. If left on it will burn. Just by seeing that face, she imagined a romance film with a happy ending. A commoner daring to touch my daughter. Let us have another one, dear. I have lived a very happy life. Allison stammered. Sorry, my lady, I will go get some cold water to cool down. Lorian suddenly screamed. I am not married yet. What is your name? He stammered a reply. She spoke, she blushed and ran away. Do not misunderstand, I only asked to return this handkerchief. Allison was slightly confused. That was just a paper napkin. Ren warned coldly. Did you just flirt with a noble? If Ruin finds out, there will be trouble. Allison was stunned. Huh? What are you talking about? Lon added more fuel to the rumors about Allison. The fateful hot taco snail incident. In the room, Ruin was diligently practicing Regana. Her expression was very serious. Indeed, if you control the mana surrounding the sound, it will stay stable, but it is still not enough, not the right way. Miss Bunny hesitantly entered. Miss Ruin, they said we need to confirm the pre-registration list of contestants. That takes place in the banquet hall at the same time as the pre-festival activities. I think we should go there. Ruin honestly replied. I do not know where the banquet hall is. The lady reassured, I will go with you. At this time, Serena and Minton just heard the news, shocked to the point of being speechless. Ruin will participate in the later performance. Allison explained that some things had happened, so they should call them Count Okyo Revoke and Lady Lorena Revoke. Klon mocked, do not command me, anti-system noble. Ren wondered, so that is why you introduced yourself so strangely. Just that is enough to get a noble title? Lorena quickly ordered another hot taco snail. Alright. Minton was thinking to herself, Count Allison. Ren brought up the earlier matter. Did you just seduce that noble? Trying to eliminate the competition? Allison was startled. I did not seduce anyone. Minton still wondered to herself. But what do you mean by competition? Countess Allison and the forbidden love. She emphasized, do you not know who that person is? And she immediately introduced Allison Oriel Delayan. She is a top-tier performing artist, talented enough to organize a tour across the entire continent with Regana. They say she is the best performing artist in the empire, regardless of age. After hearing that, Allison froze. What do we do now? Ruling. Klon said while eating, no, she is not the best in the empire. The winner of the last concert before the war was someone else. Allison was surprised. Who is that? He revealed further, someone you know well. She lives in our Bright City district. Miss Bonet Greg, she won that concert. At this moment in the main hall, a loud mocking voice rang out. You. Lorian approached Bernard. I did not expect to meet you here. Rurin wondered who that person was. The lady slowly replied, it is Lorian de Lien. Meanwhile, she questioned in a close voice, are you also participating in the performance? Lorian stared at her with a disgusted look. Bernadette ran, the only person who has ever humiliated me. She calmly replied, I think you are misunderstanding. I am not participating. Then Lorian was surprised. Why not? She clenched her fists in anger. After embarrassing me at the last performance, now you say you will not participate anymore? Lorian was so angry her veins bulged. Do you think I will let that go? At that moment, Allison also ran over. Rurin, are you studying properly? I just heard something shocking. The atmosphere before them was still filled with tension. He saw that and was surprised. You two are both here. What is going on? Hey, Rurin and Bernard both turned around. Allison, Count Revox. Hearing that name, Lorian was stunned. Count, so you are also a noble? Allison turned to look in surprise. Are you not the lady who bought hot taco snails the other day? She angrily yelled, I told you I am not that lady. Lorian gritted her teeth and thought, could it be that he knows Bernasol? Why are you two talking so intimately? She watched and wondered to herself. Lorian began to grow jealous. Again, are you trying to take away what I desire again? She pointed her fan at them and declared, a duel. Bernard ran. Participate in this performance. If you lose to me, leave Count Revox and go away. Bernard and Allison were surprised. What did you say? Rurin was growing angry. What? That insolent little brat was about to rush forward, but Allison managed to hold her back. Calm down. If you cause trouble here, you will not even be allowed to perform. Bernard explained, I do not know what misunderstanding you have, but I am already married. She clearly introduced herself. I am Bernard Gregg. Lorian was surprised. What? Really? She lowered her head and muttered to herself. So Count Revoke belongs to me. A voice spoke from behind. Enough. There is no need to lower yourself to fight with such a lowly person. Hearing that, Allison raised her face in displeasure. Melik coldly declared, if victory is certain, then what is the meaning of all this? Allison Oriel finally lowered her voice. Uncle. Allison suppressed the rage in his mind. He spoke and Melik stared at him. The Duke. Osio Revoke, is it? A funny joke but fitting for a coward like you, who has fled from responsibility, he said in a mocking tone. The next second, Melich arrogantly left, abandoned La Fletia. This performance is not for the likes of you. Bernard faced that atmosphere and could not help but feel fear. The Duke threatened. How could he? Suddenly Edison jumped over. Lord Bernard, please participate in the performance. She was surprised about what? He sincerely begged. We need the seed of La Fresia for an important reason. Bernard was struggling. But I have already left Regana. Butcher Turin spoke seriously. This is not the time for such words. She was furious to the point of bursting into flames. What did that woman mean just now by telling you to leave Count Revoque? Allison froze stiff. Calm down. He only wiped a bit of syrup stuck on her lip. What did he wipe on her lip? On the other side, Lorian was leisurely tearing a piece of hot snail. While eating, she hummed, it tastes great when it cools down a bit, and it is sweet too. Lorian thought to herself, I heard Bernard is already married. So then, a stern voice rang out, making her put down the hot snail. She did not hear the sound of Rihanna practicing. Turns out she was eating cheap snacks. While speaking, she snatched the cup of pastries. Lucian harshly threw it into the woodpile and scolded. Are you going to disgrace the Delayan family again? She said coldly, go to Regana immediately. Allison Oriole lowered her head, yes, mother. On the other side, Allison was embarrassed after just eating an onion. He would not wipe anything for anyone anymore. From now on, let the guests wipe themselves. Rurin was still not over her anger. She questioned, you are quite famous too, aren't you? Why don't you wipe Bernard Klon's lips and beg her to participate? The next second, Rurin lowered her voice sadly. I have practiced a lot too. Don't you trust me? Allison immediately comforted her. It is not that. He was only worried whether she had enough strength because her study time was still short. Rurin answered seriously, I do not deny that my orthodox technique might have fallen behind, but I have found a new way to perform. She tapped on the Regana with full confidence. A new way to perform. Just wait for the performance and see. I will make them never forget. On the other side, a vulgar voice rang out. Is this the place to register for the performance? The manager introduced, yes, madam. If you have participated before, you can skip the preliminary round. Just write your name in that list. Would you like me to help you register? The vulgar woman hesitated for a moment. She was so conflicted that she bit her lip hard. After a moment, the vulgar woman spoke up when someone bumped into her. Then, that person was Lucian. She left in frustration. Bernard hurriedly apologized. The manager had recognized her by then. She smiled, yes, I am that woman. Suddenly a hand shot out, slapping her across the face. That woman, Lucian sneered with contempt. No wonder I smelled something rustic around here. You are the daughter of Countess Dizran. She glared as if to burn holes. Not only that, Lucian also grabbed Bernard's face tightly and threatened. A person like you dares to participate in the performance. Suddenly another hand shot out and knocked her hand away. Leon questioned sternly, I understand if you are jealous of my wife's performance to the point of resorting to such sabotage. She exclaimed, Leiden, he said mockingly, how rude, Miss Lucian. She pulled her hand back and said haughtily, rude. Who do you think you are? Suddenly another voice rang out, excuse me, but violence is strictly prohibited here. This person was Rala, he reiterated throughout the event. All honored guests of the nobility must obey the authority of the first night squad, so, Miss Lucian, please step back immediately. She looked disdainful. Of course, it seems the nobles of the Dalian family even brought their personal knight along. A lowly deputy commander dares to interfere, and a lowly count dares to touch me. It seems the Dalian family is being looked down upon too much. Rala smiled calmly. Thank you for the compliment. Lucy arrogantly walked away. What just happened was only a warning out of concern. If you ignore it and still participate, you will regret it for the rest of your life. She left with a remark, I hope you think carefully. Leon said calmly, I think you are misunderstanding. He then announced that he had already registered his wife for participation earlier, and was only on his way to leave this place. The married couple often understood each other by instinct. On the other side, Lucien gave a sinister smile, sincerely hoped that Miss Lorien will not have to face a sad outcome again this time. In the hall, people gossiped endlessly. Have you heard the news? I heard Lord Bernard's wife is also participating in this performance. Bernard, the one who won last time's competition. Lorien versus Bernard. Will Allison Oriole lose again? I heard that afterwards Lord Bernard's wife completely gave up playing Rihanna. Anyways, this performance will surely be extremely exciting. When the names of the performers were whispered around as the evening ended, the melody of Regana rang out continuously from each contestant's practice room, and when that refinement reached its peak, in just the blink of an eye, the day of the final match arrived. The principal of the Royal Mage Academy announced, because this is a festival for everyone, the performance will be broadcast live at the square. We have also installed projection windows throughout the capital. Please be aware. Allison quickly stood up. The finals have finally begun. I should head to the hall. His gaze turned serious, and he thought to himself, I wonder, how talented will the contestants who made it to the finals be? He arrived at the hall. Those girls performed one by one. Allison thought to himself, it is hard to tell the difference. They are all quite decent. Emperor Leon praised those who made it to the finals truly are on a different level. I really feel everyone has tried extremely hard, Pogo affirmed, but I will judge very strictly. Lucien spoke up. Since it is the first day, the standard is a bit low. Melich continued, people usually save the best contestants for the later days. Rivos announced, that was a wonderful performance. Next is the contestant participating in the performance for the first time. Lady Lorena Rivak. Upon hearing this name, everyone was surprised. Allison looked in surprise at Rurin's outfit. She had not been told beforehand that she would have to dress like this. When Rurin stepped out, the audience below could not help but murmur in admiration and gasp. Everyone who knew her exclaimed with delight, that was truly Miss Rurin, meaning Lady Lorena. She was really beautiful. Lon worriedly asked if she was okay, because the other day near the restaurant he heard a cracking sound like someone's neck being twisted. Ren reminded that she must have practiced a lot, so they should just cheer for her. added, asking if they weren't curious about her performance. At this moment, Rurin had already sat down on the chair. Revo's hand clenched the chair in anger. Here it comes. That man was a fraud, making him furious but unable to do anything about it. Revo's thought back. Since that shocking preliminary round, he had traveled everywhere researching the Regana technique. He even went to the Longbang Kingdom in the south. He realized he was tricked. There was no technique called staccato at all. Revo stared at Rurin, determined not to be fooled again. He would expose her. Beside him, Diran whispered, asking if his father was all right. Leon replied, "Shush, the performance had started." Allison looked up with hope and encouragement. "Rurin, go for it." She slowly raised her hand on the stage, thinking a mundane performance would not be enough to win. She knew that, so she would exploit the instability in the air supply to gain an advantage, remembering the real world. Back then there was a rock band playing together. It seemed a performance was about to start. Allison had once suggested everyone should listen to a bit before leaving. Now, Rurin began pressing the keys, creating a timbre never heard in this world. The sound of an electric guitar seemed to ring out from the Regana. Allison was so shocked her mouth hung open. Was that an electric guitar and drums? This was earth music. Gurin played, each note accurately. Ren and Serena exclaimed in surprise. That was the sound of Rigan Nassau. Emperor Lemiden and Pogo had to widen their eyes in astonishment, not knowing how to describe it. The audience began to cheer with excitement. It struck straight into their hearts. Hearing that joyful sound, Rurin smiled happily. That woman Lucia watched with a stunned expression. What was this? As for Rivos, his eyes were brimming with tears. He completely acknowledged the existence of the staccato technique. She happily thought that from the start they should relearn Regana together, then stood up and shouted aloud, "Thank you." The host stepped out, exclaiming that it was a breathtakingly powerful performance. Next was the next performer. The girl backstage stiffened having to perform after that act. Everyone in the hall buzzed lively about the incredibly awesome performance, giving everyone goosebumps. The young lords began to notice Rurin. No one had ever imagined the Regana could produce such a sound. They happily praised and inquired about the young lady. She was a bit flustered. Allison reminded her to just introduce her name. She innocently said she was Rurin, then quickly corrected it to Lorena Revoke. The young men vied to introduce their names and ask about the technique. Rurin awkwardly suggested they ask one at a time. Allison thought to himself she was too famous. After that performance, it was understandable, but she was talking nonsense, shocking him. Allison stepped forward to pull her away, apologizing to everyone that his wife was tired. Rurin asked with interest wife. He replied randomly that they should just pretend that way. He winked, thanking Rurin for worrying and striving for him. He apologized for not believing her and for trying to find a replacement. She smiled and said that was a matter between the two of them. She jumped down, her voice turning serious, and apologized for not being able to express it in words. Suddenly, Allison raised his hand and lifted Rurin's chin. He gently placed a kiss on her lips. Allison softly asked if she would forgive him. Rurin shyly replied fine. She innocently asked about the uncomfortable dress, hoping he could help take it off. Allison awkwardly asked if she intended to do this every time she wore a dress. After the second day, Rurin's performance was still a hot topic. Everyone regretted missing it. Upon hearing the news, Bona was surprised that people were still discussing the first performance. Leon laughed carelessly, saying Rurin's performance was too outstanding. It no longer belonged to the category of Regana. A hint of worry flickered in Bernard's eyes. He thought so too. Michel said it seemed a new star had appeared, Lady Lorena with the staccato technique. Allison stopped his hand from playing, asking Michel what he just said. Michel replied about the technique causing a sensation. She emphasized that she meant before that. Lorian widened his eyes in fury. Lorena, Lady Revox. In another room, Lucien's voice trembled, cursing a bunch of fools. Her face contorted with anger, sneering at the sound as if from a marketplace. She asked the Duke if he intended to just stand by and watch like this. She stood up abruptly, demanding to send someone to eliminate the rival, but Melik coldly reminded that the plan had changed. They were not to cause trouble. Lucien glanced meaningfully. I don't intend to cause terror. I just need her unable to perform right. Outside, Bernard spoke up. I'm sorry, I just wanted to practice more. She blamed herself. I've made things more complicated again. Rael laughed from Dungeon and said, don't worry, the concert is organized by the royal family. Safety is our responsibility. Miss Bernard, you're performing tomorrow, right? We're looking forward to it. So you already knew? They had no idea someone was watching from behind. He said while inadvertently turning around, I also really enjoy Regana performances. In their eyes, they were surrounded by a group of people holding sharp weapons. Bernard panicked, her voice cracking. There are people behind us too. Ella drew her sword and shouted loudly, Miss, when I say so, duck down, yes. Fought all those people alone. Raela widened her eyes, then shouted right now. Bona, upon hearing the signal, ducked her head and crouched down. Ryula swung a 360-degree sword slash, cutting down those around him. Watching them fall, he judged this wasn't ordinary robbery. I won't kill them, but they can't move. I still have many questions to ask. Knight. Suddenly a figure appeared, tightly gripping Raela's arm. He used great force to throw him away. Then he charged forward and grabbed Bernard, who was helpless on the ground. The man pointed at her hands and ordered another. Crush them for me. Bernard screamed miserably as the hammer closed in. No, my hands, please, don't destroy them. In that moment, she suddenly recalled a feeling of happiness, finally having a real chance to start over. Suddenly, a voice from behind made them freeze in shock. Stop right there. A proclamation echoed from the castle. I'm delighted to see everyone enjoying the festival. But what begins must end. The concert is gradually drawing to a close. The host stated clearly, I hope those in the capital today will stay until the very end. Now, please welcome one of the remaining 2 artists. There are only 2 final performers left. He excitedly introduced a talented artist who had won on his very first appearance at the concert. Please welcome Miss Bernard Gregg. After a few seconds, the wings of the stage had no one stepping out. The audience below began to panic. Mellich pretended to be calm. It seems all efforts have paid off. Lucien smiled lightly, of course. It's the Blood Holy Night group. Right, I'm quite satisfied. Her face showed clear triumph. I received the mission completion report this morning. Bernard will no longer be able to perform on stage, or perhaps she won't even be able to hold anything from now on. Let her live in regret every time she looks at her crushed wrists. She imagined the scene of both hands being completely destroyed. Allison whispered, Rurin, did you hear anything? She replied, no, we were together all day yesterday. He worried. I should have left someone at the school with her. Don't tell me. Just then, Lorien stepped out. Maybe she fell asleep somewhere, but I'll perform first then. Changing the order shouldn't be a problem, right? Miss Lorien, the host quickly replied, of course it's no problem. The audience below kept discussing. Now the most promising candidate of the competition will take the stage. She was already a touring artist across the continent. It's really unfair. Lorien stood on stage, sweeping her gaze towards Allison. Then I understand. There's no one in this world worth trusting. With fiery momentum, she sat down at the piano. The only one who proves my worth is Regana. Regana is my life. And I will show you what it means to pour your whole heart to music. Her fingers began to press the keys. Emperor Lamita watched, then remarked, she begins with a powerful prelude, without pause. A wave of deep sound resonated strongly like a giant army marching forward. Allison widened her eyes in surprise. It feels like my chest is being compressed. Even knowing nothing about Regana, I can feel it. This performance is completely overwhelming the entire hall. The melody, like a soul, had a grip on everything. Allison Oriole played the final notes, her expression having softened. When the piece ended, the hall fell silent for a moment. The first clap sounded, breaking the silence. Then it suddenly erupted into thunderous applause. The host stepped out. What a magnificent performance, emotions surging, indescribable in words. He stammered as he spoke. It should have been Miss Bernard's turn now. People began to murmur. Where is she? Couldn't she handle the pressure and quit? I heard she's been on hiatus for a long time. Hearing that, the crone Lucien sneered. She's probably crying in the hospital right now. Suddenly her expression changed because she noticed something. From the wings of the stage, someone slowly walked out. On this side, Taegon laughed heartily. I heard Railra got beaten up by some bandits. He replied with a taunt, looking at your face. Those stitches are about to burst open. Taegon laughed louder, had to go to the hospital again, got hung up for a whole year to see. Railra revealed, get lost, they weren't ordinary bandits. Taegon remained flippant. Rail is a bandit, huh? Darien stepped forward to remind, stop laughing, it's not enough. He announced, we warned you to be careful about the concert security this time. Raila continued, sorry, Vice Captain. Darien wondered, but I heard someone helped you about that. He recalled the moment he was sent flying right after being attacked. He tried to get up to counterattack. Rail was struggling to stand firm at that time. Witnessing the scene before him, he roared, you bastards, how dare you? Then that steady voice rang out, stop right there. Rail turned back in surprise. You are... That moment, he spoke a name no one expected. Lorianne Delian had saved Lady Bernard on the stage. She smiled. You have finally arrived. Bernard Gregg looked at her with grateful eyes. Lady Lorian. Bernard whispered as they passed each other. Thank you for saving me. And she calmly replied, what use is a meaningless victory? I did not come here to play childish games. Bona calmed down and then sat down on the chair. Old Walter's silhouette was still there, and then I understood. Among those who did not trust me, I was the first to not trust myself. She pressed the first notes. The sound rang out, shattering that deep, shadowy figure. Bernard felt happy, thought to himself, and then began her performance. A gentle, exquisite melody that seemed to touch the audience's hearts rang out warmly and tenderly. Everyone in the audience felt as if they were enveloped in a loving blessing through the sound of the regana. Everyone smiled softly, feeling warm. Allison and Rurin silently tightened their hands on each other. Rivos had tears in his eyes by then. He could not contain his emotions. Iran, I smiled the most forced smile. Father! The boy Klon earnestly wished to hear this piece of music again. Backstage, Lorian also couldn't help but smile. She slumped down, but did not feel any pain. That's right, this is it. This is what I have been pursuing. By evening, the paper girl excitedly ran along the street. Hot news here, the winner has been announced. Come see quickly. People took the newspapers and chatted. The concert? Anyway, we just watched the awards ceremony together. Though the result hasn't changed, the concert was truly wonderful. I hope they hold it again next year. Arriving home, Lorien was met with a burning slap across the face. That woman Lucien struck without any mercy. Michelle rushed to stop her. Wait, please calm down, Lady Lucien. This is going too far. She almost screamed. Do you know what I hate the most? It's not the untalented, but it's those fools who think they are clever, she said, then threw the second-place trophy to the ground. She left in a rage, still cursing. Not only did you help Bernard, but you also dared to file a false report. This is the height of stupidity. Stepping outside, Lorien involuntarily glanced to one side. She saw Allison gently comforting Ruin. Third place, you did very well. Then she saw the Bernard family talking. Declare today a holiday. Hold a big celebratory feast. Don't do that. The sky suddenly turned dark with clouds and then it began to rain. Everyone hurriedly took shelter. It's raining. Go inside now. Only Lorien crouched in a corner, touching her just struck face. She slowly slumped down, touching the second-place trophy. It had been thrown until it was deformed by that woman Lucien. Lorien felt wronged and could not hold back her tears. Ruin stood to one side, seeming to hear that pitiful sobbing. That woman Lucien hastily ordered people to be stationed along the Greg Road to seize the living seed as soon as she left the capital. She spoke with a mocking tone. Can't even cover up properly. Michelle helplessly apologized. She cursed. The sky was clear just a moment ago. Now it's raining all of a sudden. Suddenly, a voice startled that woman Lucien. Nobles attending the concert should have a protection squad. Yet someone stubbornly insisted on bringing their own knight. Do you know what that means? The mysterious person was Ruin. She stared at that woman. From now on, I will beat you to a pulp, and it will all be your fault. Lucien showed contempt. That kind of vermin is just annoying me. Leave. I am tired. Ruin lowered her voice. Vermin, huh? Few knights followed orders and advanced. Get out of my sight now. Just as he struck, she had already controlled his legs. Ruin threw a punch and one knight instantly fell. Another attacked from behind. She immediately kicked him. You idiot. Having easily dealt with the two, Ruin charged straight in and landed a blow on Lucien's face. Done, she even taunted. What kind of face is that? It looks ridiculous. Even at this point, she still raised her voice. Try saying that one more time. Ruin sneered. Who do you think you are talking to, huh? That woman screamed in fury. You lunatic, whose face are you touching? She didn't care and landed another hit on her. Only then did Michelle speak up in fear. You damned wretch, can't you stop? Ruin's clenched hand revealed a power that frightened him. Before Michelle's eyes, he fainted, foam spilling from his mouth. Ruin grabbed Lucien by the hair and lifted her up to interrogate her. Do you think you are the chosen one? Stop deluding yourself. Seeing you try so hard to steal the seed, it seems someone gave the order, but you yourself don't even understand what it's for. You can't even recognize my voice. That says it all. Behind them, a knight was trying to stand up. He swung a slash straight at Ruin's arm. That small wound did not drain her strength at all. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down on that knight. A blinding light descended from the high heavens. Ruin slowed down. Let me tell you something. A fool who does not know their place in this world will not live long. And with that, the lightning bolt immediately finished him. On the other side, Lorien was still sobbing in grievance. A voice from behind startled her. Miss Lorien. Lorien quickly wiped her tears. What is it? Who is it? I just tripped. She exclaimed in surprise. Bernard Graves. She handed her the cloak and said, like this you will catch a cold. The scene shifted to Allison's restaurant. Everyone had gathered here after the Regana competition. The main dish of the day was ready. Allison said with a smile, please clear the table, everyone. The star of today's party was Ruin's friend, whom everyone was looking forward to. The enticing dishes were placed on the table one by one. Piping hot grilled gouka loin. Please enjoy. Ruin said excitedly, I'll eat first. You smiled. There is plenty. Eat slowly. She quickly took a huge bite. Ruin closed her eyes to savor the sweet taste of the meat juice melting in her mouth, blending with the smooth, rich sauce. It was truly a heavenly taste. Bernard was also immersed in happiness. The meat was incredibly tender. Klon cheered loudly. Eat as much as you want today. Congratulations. I didn't expect Ruin to be so good at performing. She turned to question him. What do you take me for? Lorien quietly watched them having fun. Ranking third on the first try, truly surprising. But weren't you the one who won first place? Bona smiled and denied it. I am not worthy. She said frankly, the person who helped me participate. It was all thanks to you, Miss Lorien. While getting a serving for Lorien, she recounted, I was originally avoiding Regana. Lady Desran forced me to learn it to curry favor with the nobles. The more I liked performing, the more I improved, the more I felt manipulated by him. At first it was just an excuse, but I got stuck there letting worry eat away at me. Bona emphasized, it was you who made it disappear. Even though she bore many injuries, she never abandoned Regana. She even helped me as a rival. That made me feel ashamed. I also want to pursue that intense passion. Serena spoke sincerely. I think you were completely worthy of winning first first place. That performance was truly full of dedication and effort. I was very moved listening to it. Lorian listened to those words quietly. Bernard then said earnestly, I hope we can practice performance techniques together more often. Can we, Miss Lorian? She couldn't hold back her tears. Really, truly, can I? I'm just a nobody who placed second. Klon immediately comforted her. Don't cry or I'll feed you onions, you hot-tempered thing. What is wrong with these people? Rurin roared angrily. First place and second place are teasing third place. A while later, the food on the table was all gone. Everyone was too full. Giangia ran excitedly. I brought the trophy back. It's all fixed. Lorian stammered. Thank you, he said cheerfully. If it gets dented again, just let me know. The two girls continued chatting. Hey, how did you know I was covered in injuries when learning Regana? Just look at your mother, Lady Lucian. You understand? She once slapped me too. Sorry. And Rurin was radiant after the good meal. That was really nice. Ree looked at Klon and asked, have you heard that rumor? What rumor? She revealed, I heard recently the Grand Sorcerer has appeared across the Empire, one of the three great heroes from the war. Klon was surprised. What, didn't he disappear right after the war ended? Ren replied, who knows, maybe he's off destroying demons somewhere. Anyway, there are rumors about someone wearing the old sorcerer uniform with a 9th level badge. Hearing this, he judged that the old sorcerer uniform definitely meant a high-level magic user. Allison heard the conversation, but you were deliberately ignoring it. However, Klon asked directly, just remembered, what did you do in the army? Allison calmly replied, I was just a common soldier. You emphasize further, you suspect me. I wasn't even given a rank, just a temporary sorcerer, you know. Back then I mostly just cooked. He frankly remarked, no, I don't suspect you at all. If you were a cook once, handling a crowd like this must be easy as pie. Allison said in a more serious tone, perhaps, just a slightly different scale. I still remember the largest crowd I handled. The encampment of my unit temporarily became a base, you narrated slowly. Agos had carefully instructed, so we had to interact with soldiers from other units the whole time, of course avoiding unnecessary conflict even if they started trouble. We told everyone not to retaliate. Yes, sir, Captain Dagos, 3rd Battalion, Defense Force for Kangxi. A moment later, he said, let me give it a try. A subordinate spoke up. As I guessed, the reaction was the same as before. That man voluntarily handled the meals for the entire guest unit. Back then, Allison sat processing a mountain of food that stunned everyone. How do you see this world? The assistant cook asked, is this part to be thrown away? You smiled and explained, no, how could this rolled part be thrown away? Keep it. Allison alone handled the amount of food in that giant pot. When the dish was finished, you were so tired you were sweating. Everyone dig in. People started entering. They were still discussing intently. Looks like most of the area near the Hobel Plains is safe now. Good, Klon. Check if there's any empty spot. That person was Captain Darian, Infantry Company Bacha Kansi. The knights cheerfully and boisterously invited each other. Enjoy your meal. The portions were neatly arranged onto each person's tray one by one. Darian closed his eyes to take in the aroma. Another day with an excellent meal. I never thought I'd look forward to mealtime while in the army. Suddenly, sounds of laughter and jesting rang out, just like a noble unit. 2 soldiers were openly mocking. This is that place, right? That unit where Klon hides in the back and sucks honey. No casualties. Just hiding and piling all the work onto one sorcerer. When others were falling, they were off testing cooking recipes. At least the food was good. Darian gripped the soldier's collar tightly and questioned harshly. You are new soldiers assembled from other units, right? What did you say just now? The startled soldier shouted. What the hell? Let go of me. The man glared as if to threaten him into letting go, but a familiar voice cut in. What are you doing? Allison stepped in with an angry look. You are not planning to fight, are you? The food here is only meant for mealtime. His appearance eased the atmosphere. Darian, though furious, let go and said, you should consider yourselves lucky. Coming to another unit and still getting decent food, you should be grateful instead of complaining. Hearing this, the new soldier gritted his teeth in anger. He slammed his plate down hard. Then I won't eat. Take this food back. Then he turned around and left. Let's go, that's right. Seeing this, Allison said sorrowfully, I worked so hard to cook this. He wondered which unit they belonged to. Darian replied, judging by the uniform, it is probably from Penrable City. A subordinate spoke up. That place. I remember about a year ago, there was an attack there. That area had suffered heavy losses back then. Hearing this, Allison fell silent for a while. When the 2 recruits returned to their room, their meal was only 2 bowls of thin porridge. The 2 men were, respectively, Tonbon Q from the 6th Infantry Division of Penravo City and Hest, to Bon's side. But anyway, at least let's eat first before going. Hess ate while grumbling. You guys have no self-respect. I can't stand this. We were out there rolling around like hell. Suddenly, a voice called in, Tonbon Hess, come out. Say exactly what you just said to those people over there. The The manager stepped in and shouted loudly, "You idiots, where is your head? I made it clear that you must avoid conflict because too many units are gathering. Not to mention, we are not required to provide food for other units. The city only does it out of goodwill." The two tried to speak, but he said sternly, "Silence! Be grateful you are not getting a formal disciplinary action." Then he declared, "Both of you will be temporarily assigned as kitchen assistants for 1 week. You must prepare meals for the entire unit and experience for yourselves how rude your behavior was." The next day, Allison cheerfully greeted them. "I heard the news. Mr. Tonbon, Mr. Hess. Nice to meet you both. I am Allison." He happily introduced. "This is the kitchen area where you will be contributing for the next week. Start with the preparation of ingredients." The two still muttered, "This place is actually quite warm. Honestly, it is more comfortable than working outside." Just as expected, they just sit around enjoying themselves, and now they want to punish us like this. Allison heard everything. A moment later, the two were working amid shouts. "Hurry up! There are still 23 gontas to peel. Is that enough to feed a squad?" Scolding never stopped. "Skim off the foam. If there is still foam, the broth will be unusable. Stop complaining. When will this ever be done?" 2 more hours. Tonbon struggled outside. "Cleanliness is not a choice. It is mandatory. All cooking utensils must be washed spotlessly." He lamented, "My hands." After returning to their room, the two collapsed onto the floor. "I give up. I can't take it anymore. Do we have to survive like this for a whole week?" Hess closed his eyes and trembled. "I think I can sleep for 10 hours straight today." "Me too." He had not yet fallen asleep when a beam of light shone directly into his eyes. Allison smiled gently. "Get up and prepare breakfast. It's already 5 in the morning." Hess broke into a sweat and cried. A few days later, the two were like lifeless souls standing to hear the announcement. "Today we also have a menu to prepare, but the plan has changed a bit," Allison said generously. "It is hard to create a rich menu with just the rations provided, so today we will go up the mountain to gather ingredients for cooking. Just follow the illustrated list and pick anything suitable." He emphasized, "Still easier than being thrown onto the battlefield, right?" Hearing this, Hess only lowered his head. The three of them followed the mountain path in turn. After a while, Tonbon asked, "This is Protofun, right?" Allison quickly found it too. "Found it." Hess asked bluntly, "Are you a mage? I think I saw a light when you woke me up." Allison revealed softly, "A weird combat mage who likes cooking." He asked further, "Wait, are you from the Royal Magic Academy?" Allison sighed. "Unfortunately, I was not officially given a rank." Hess judged, "So you are only a temporary combat mage. But if you are a mage, you must have heard the rumors, right?" He continued, "This unit has an exceptionally outstanding mage, a genius who reached level 5 in record time. That person has repelled dragons many times and personally controlled most of the combat area around Chokin City. The reason this unit has so few casualties is because of that person." Hess suddenly stood up straight, his voice full of determination. "Being a kitchen assistant is truly harsh. I feel like my brain is numb, but that does not change my mind. On the contrary, it only strengthens my conviction. Most people in this unit are enjoying life because of the blood and sweat of a few others. Is that not too unfair to that mage and to people like you?" Allison calmly turned back slowly. "You are misunderstanding a bit." He explained in detail. "First, our unit is not just sitting around. We expanded the reconnaissance team to 4 times the standard. They are on duty out there to monitor monster activity. Thanks to that, we avoid surprise attacks and hold our positions. Based on that information, the mage is sent to places where monsters are about to attack. It is a division of tasks to reduce their burden. Of course, it took me a while to get used to this system. There were also times when the infantry squad was surrounded and nearly wiped out." Allison smiled. "Second, these meals are something I wanted to do, because when I see someone smile happily while eating good food, the cook feels happy too." As he spoke, he stepped forward. "Hess, try to imagine. Would you feel better if our unit suffered heavy casualties?" Those words startled him. Allison slowly continued, "Or would you feel satisfied if we only gave everyone bland, tasteless porridge?" He lowered his head. "That is not why we are here. Just as we did not enlist to die, but to protect. If the food is bad, we do our best to make it better." After hearing those words, Hess's voice also lowered. "You are right." Allison continued, "I have another task today, so I have to go." "But," took Hess's basket in surprise, "this? You actually found this?" Looking at the rare mushroom, Allison said happily, "You will feel proud of yourself today. Just wait. Once this is brought to the kitchen, the chef will be shocked." Indeed, the chef excitedly announced, "Now then, today's special, savory wild mushroom soup." Each portion was distributed one by one. The soldiers all murmured in praise. The aroma was wonderful. Was this a mandan mushroom? I heard only nobles could eat it. Oh my god, the food here is unbelievably good. I want to transfer to this unit so badly. Tonbon exclaimed excitedly. The reaction was quite good. Could not help but smile happily. Everyone liked the dishes made from ingredients they personally foraged. Suddenly a bowl of mushroom soup was thrown to the ground by someone. Two arrogant men spoke in a condescending tone. Damn it, my taste buds are ruined. This is not Mandan mushroom soup, it is just mushroom washing water. I wanted to try it for fun, but now it is just terrible. The others murmured, who are these people? Do not look at them. They are personal guards of the Baroness. I heard they are ill-mannered, but this level is too much. It looked at the soup splattered on the floor. When he passed by the pot, he even spat into it. The chef angrily asked, "What the hell are you people doing?" The crow-faced man sneered, "Huh, you should thank me. I just saved you from swallowing that troublesome thing." Hit suddenly rushed forward and threw a punch straight at his face. That man glared angrily at him. "What the you bastard?" Hit gritted his teeth and questioned, "Do you bastards even know what that dish is?" The curly-haired man rushed over and kicked his stomach. "That dish is for filthy scum like you." Seeing Hess fall, that man chuckled. "I just added some seasoning. If you are so desperate, go ahead and eat it, Hess. Who knows, you might find it tastes better after eating it." He thought bitterly, "They are exactly like I used to be." That was exactly what he used to do. Back then they used to judge. This is a unit that only knows how to hide behind the front lines lazily. No casualties because they dump everything on the mages. The rest hide behind. He used to look exactly like them. Right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "It is not the same. What you did back then is not the same as what they are doing." The two arrogant men spoke again. "Who are you, some chef? Are you the one who made that pot of soup down there?" Allison coldly used magic to call over a robe. "I like cooking, but I am a mage. Or now I am a strategist, to be precise." The two men widened their eyes. "Are you joking? Your current position is strategist of the city defense force. Uncertified, a level 5 mage, Allison." Mr. Hen replied, "I am not in a position to joke. So what, soldier? Do you agree?" Allison said coldly, "I understand if you put down the dish because it did not suit your taste. If you accidentally dropped it on the floor, you just need to wipe it, but spitting into the whole pot is too much." The curly-haired man sneered, "I know you are angry, but calm down. Look at this armor. You know which faction I belong to, right?" He reached out and activated the formation. "The person we serve is Delhi." Allison did not say anything more, decisively clenched his hand, and the armor of the two men immediately shattered. He was stunned by his words. "Trust me, soldier, that broken chainmail and even your superior will not protect you." He continued, "As I said, the floor only needs to be wiped. So what about the pot of soup?" Allison angrily pulled the soup pot over. "We cannot throw it away, so you understand, right? The two of you will have to drink it all." The large pot of soup placed right in front of you. Just then Darian walked in excitedly. "I just got back from an attack mission, and it is Montana mushroom soup." The subordinate looked at him helplessly. "Please calm down. I cannot take it anymore." Two arrogant men kneeling before the soup pot surprised him, and Allison's face was cold and unreadable. After eating for a while, the two stopped because they were too sick of it. Darian was shocked, shedding tears. "All right, I understand the situation now, my pot of soup." Later, Hess sat dazedly in the detention cell. He thought about Allison. So that man was not a temporary forensic mage, but an actual level 5 mage. And he recalled his words, "Most of this unit enjoys comfort from the sweat and blood of a few. Like that mage, and you, do you not feel unfair?" Second, I cook these dishes because I want to, because seeing everyone happily eating well makes me, as a chef, happy too. Did you just say that to me, even while carrying so much? When he returned to the kitchen, he wanted to formally learn cooking from him and continue taking on work missions. Looking at the bowl in his hand, he felt regretful, even though he probably would not have it anymore. Suddenly the door opened with a call. "Hess," the team leader said gently. "Come out, your disciplinary punishment has been decided." In the luxurious tent, a voice rang out. "Now that Hess fellow will be dealt with. Are you satisfied now?" The crow-faced man hesitated. "Sorry, but..." He kept stammering, also including the mage Allison. The senior figure suddenly put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. "Sorry, there has been a misunderstanding," he said frankly. "I was just fulfilling your final request. You two no longer belong to this unit, like a final dinner." The two men were startled. "What?" This man was the Holy Lance Knight Commander Frigo Delian. He sipped his drink. "Above all, I like talented people. My unit only works with the best." His tone changed. The mage standing by had already acted. "But that standard is too high for you two." The two panicked. "Count." In the end, only faint sounds of pain remained. Count Frigidelian. At the same time, Allison was still sitting working. Darian sighed. "This time you have gone too far." He warned, "You have touched the escort team directly under a noble." Allison replied calmly, "They did not know how good they had it, so I let them eat to find out. Mr. Jenan is still restricting information, making sure my name does not get spread around." Darian was still unhappy. Easier said than done. He smiled wryly. "You are always so kind," Allison said seriously. "Please stop with the pleasantries. We have known each other for a long time." He shook his head. "I cannot. You are a level 5 Grand Mage." Allison grumpily reminded him not to spread that strange Grand Mage nickname around. Darian closed his eyes wearily. "I told the soldiers not to say it, but it keeps spreading anyway." The soldier Hess had been transferred out of the unit due to a disciplinary charge. This news surprised him greatly. Allison stood up coldly. I will be back. He called out helplessly. Please wait, calm down first. Arian said sincerely. From a strategist's perspective, this might not be a bad thing. You liked that soldier, right? Later, a familiar voice appeared. The other units have no room to take in more people. Today he was assigned to the 3rd Battalion of the Calcium Defense Force. Allison smiled kindly. The young man in front of him smiled and introduced himself. I am Hess, looking forward to working with everyone. Allison teased. Oh my god, out of all the units you ended up in ours, do you know how busy we are? He replied excitedly, I know, grab a basket. Let's go get ingredients. Now telling that story, he feels happy, and I also straightened out those guys who wasted food. It was quite fun. A rare moment for reminiscing. Everyone listened intently. Karina and Elena felt a bit helpless after hearing it. Probably so, that fool Allison. Seeing everyone looking at him, he was a bit flustered. What is it? Klon stared at him intently. He said something that froze the atmosphere. A level 5 mage as a chief of staff. What are you saying? He said that man is a temporary coroner. Allison stuttered to cover up. I was planning to write a novel with that kind of plot. How does it sound? And the couple went outside. Ren asked, what do you think of that young man Elgin? Klon calmly replied, don't worry. He said he took it from a novel. She asked seriously, you don't really believe that, do you? Even the temporary coroner thing, I only heard about it, but even a level 9 archmage once wore a temporary coroner badge during the most brutal moments of the war, when he was one of the 3 heroes. So that young man Allison is the archmage. That question made Claude realize something. Then he denied it, but everyone's description of the hero's appearance is different. The name too, it's not just Allison wearing the old-style coroner uniform. Ren hesitated, that's true. But Klon continued slowly, looking at the overall situation. Next second he smiled. Our archmage needs to practice his acting skills more, then spoke as if he had guessed. Is that not right? He casually advised. Don't worry about rumors when the restaurant becomes famous. The regular customers are the ones who will suffer. She replied, I will only keep that story to myself. In the restaurant, Allison was holding his head in his hands. You are such a fool. He lay down helplessly on the table. This fool is lost in his memories again. Rurin wondered, so it really was just a misunderstanding? I even thought you had some elaborate plan. Allison sighed. Thank you for letting it slide. He slowly took out a small box. But well, the next second his expression brightened up. I finally got this. At least there's some achievement. After the meal, Bernard came to find him and then handed it out. Can I pay for today's meal with this? Allison smiled. I would be lying if I said I didn't foresee this situation, but accepting it so blatantly like this is a bit, she replied with amusement. What are you saying? I am just grateful. Bona even teased, don't be shy, please accept it, Archmage. Blushed shyly, no. Back in the present, he blamed himself, saying it was his fault. Rurin asked, so now I just need to plant this seed immediately? Allison slowly brought the seed up to his chest. No, he thinks he will keep it for a while. They say the seed must absorb the soul near the heart to bloom. She asked curiously, there is still time, but what happens after that? Manheskia joined, but what happened to the unit? And what about those guys you scolded? I don't know much about what happened before I met you, please tell me more. Allison was surprised. You are curious about that? That's unexpected, most people hate hearing war stories. Rurin asserted seriously, I want to know everything about you. Hearing those words, he involuntarily froze. Allison slowly stood up. There's nothing interesting after that, it will bore you. He gently walked out of the room. You sleep first. I still have to clean up. She only replied shortly, I see. Allison quietly made his way to the attic. He found a wooden box and opened it. Inside was a small notebook. Allison picked it up, his expression turning slightly sad. After looking at the notebook for a while, he put it back in its place. On the other side, Rurin was secretly watching. She stared intently at the box. What is that? After Allison left, Rurin sneaked in. I am sure I saw him put something in there. She gently touched the box. There is a lock charm. I can deactivate it. Rurin placed her hand on it, hesitating for a moment. Then she gently put it down and asked herself, what am I doing? No matter how curious I am about Allison's past, I shouldn't do this. He is the person I trust most in the world. If we truly trust each other, I shouldn't do this. She pushed the box back to its place. Rurin stood up determinedly. Brother Klon, wait for me. This time it will be me waiting for you. At this moment, outside the restaurant, a figure was lurking. This person's face was covered, their voice full of hatred. This place, Allison, that damn restaurant. In the blink of an eye, a new day began. Rurin sulked as she walked through the house. I can't wait any longer, I have to know. She growled at the staff, where has Allison gone? They panicked but still replied, he said he had business and would be gone for a few days. Red Hair immediately asked Han, what's the matter that has you so worried? Rurin confessed honestly about Allison's past, nobody knows. Scarface revealed, if so you could try meeting the Lord. Does the Lord of this place remember when he erected a statue of Allison at the restaurant long ago? Back then, Leon once said there was an old story about a legendary soldier from the Dragon War, a person who dual-wielded elements to save people, disregarding superiors' orders, the greatest mage but also the worst soldier. He frankly said while sitting across from him, from what I know that person's name is Allison. Leon said slowly. Few people know this story now. If I told you that a village he saved is actually Greg City, would you believe it? Scarface recounted it and then commented, back then I didn't understand, but recently hearing about the manager's past, I think it's related, although I don't fully comprehend it all. Suddenly, Rurin spoke up, telling everyone to take a break. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. Tonight's session was really short. The work was done, but I had already cooked boiled pork for dinner. What do I do now? She walked out to close the shop. Just put it in the fridge. I'll eat it as a late-night snack. A regular customer had just arrived when the door slammed shut. Why is that? The scene shifted to the Gregg family castle. I didn't expect any distinguished guest to visit. If I had known beforehand, I would have run straight to the restaurant. Leon set down his teacup and asked, "You want to know about Allison's time as a soldier, right?" Rurin nodded in confirmation. Her expression was extremely serious. "Of course I don't ask you to tell everything, just the important details. Allison accidentally told this story to someone else." She raised her voice, startling him. "At that time, you were not at the counter, so you couldn't hear. Allison is actually a Ninth Circle Grand Mage, one of the 3 human heroes of the war era." Then came a few seconds of silence. After a moment, Leon lifted his teacup. "I understand." Rurin kept a stern face. "Yes." She asked directly, "Aren't you surprised at all?" He calmly replied, "I knew how you would react." Lyron spoke slowly. "Allison and the Ninth Circle Grand Mage, the war hero, those two are not related. In fact, anyone who has seen Allison's skills thinks the same. It's hard to believe there are 2 such powerful mages." Rurin asked further, "Then why don't people recognize him? Did he use a spell to change his face?" He replied, "That is only part of it. The main reason is that almost all records about Allison have been erased. Many people don't even know a soldier named Allison ever existed." Rurin picked up her teacup. "Isn't it just because of the restaurant?" Thinking back, Allison didn't want this place to be famous for anything other than the food. Leon sighed. "Unfortunately, no." He explained, "Allison is a deserter. His records were completely wiped. He could be punished just for having someone mention his name. That's the kind of soldier he is." At this, Rurin was stunned. "What did you just say?" She shouted furiously, "So what if he quit being a soldier? You all did nothing for him. Whoever dares to accuse Allison, I will kill them." Leon calmly explained, "Desertion during wartime is a serious crime, but that is not the reason the records were erased. Just desertion alone is not enough." Rurin glared and demanded, "Then what is the reason?" Leon slowly lowered his head. "I only heard a rumor. I believe more than anyone that it is a false rumor, so I will not mention it." His tone was more serious than ever. "I do not want to tarnish Allison's honor or your faith in him with unverified stories." After hearing this, Rurin hurriedly left. As she ran, she wondered to herself, was that the story I heard while half awake in the palace? Emperor Leon at that time had covered his face in disappointment. "I truly feel regret about that matter." Allison continued in a regretful tone, "I understand it was unavoidable. If I could go back to that moment, I probably wouldn't have thought of any way other than leaving." Rurin still wondered what exactly happened. When she returned to the shop, she stopped short upon seeing a figure. Rurin kept her calm and spoke, "Who's there?" That person said, "Did I come to the wrong place? This is the restaurant managed by Allison, right?" Rurin's gaze shifted to caution. "I am the co-manager. Do you know him?" The person smiled slowly and lowered his hood. "I know him very well. Anyway, I am his first teacher." The statement left Rurin extremely surprised. He introduced himself. "My name is Kosavian, a 5th Circle homeless mage." She replied, "Since you came to the restaurant, eating while talking be good." He was served a plate of fragrant meat. He ate with tears in his eyes. "This dish is really great, absolutely delicious. It's been a long time since I ate something like this." Rurin glared threateningly. "Now that you've finished eating, you must pay the price for stealing my late-night snack." He sighed. "I suppose that's fair." He even tried to tease, "Anyway, I would have to reheat it myself." Rurin grew angrier. "Do you want to eat burnt meat?" After finishing the meal, he asked again, "So the price you want is to hear about Allison's past?" He boasted generously, "You are very lucky. I was in the same unit as him. I know every detail erased from the past." Rurin coldly ordered, "Stop bragging. Start telling it now." He took a deep breath. "If that is what you want." He recounted the entire incident according to what he knew. Rurin glared. She seemed to lose her composure. A second later, a shout echoed in the restaurant, "Don't make me laugh. Do you dare insult me?" Rurin glared and grabbed Kosavian by the collar. "Daring to speak nonsense in front of me, you've got some nerve." He stammered in fear, "I'm telling the truth. The reason I'm wandering around like this is because of that damn bastard Allison." Before he could finish, he was thrown out the door by Rurin. "Get out of my sight." Everything before Rurin's eyes became chaotic. "How ridiculous it's all lies." She suddenly remembered Leiden's words, "I only heard a rumor, and I am sure it is false. I do not want to tarnish Allison's honor, or make you lose faith because of unverified stories." Rurin didn't want to believe that information. She angrily ran upstairs. "Nonsense, not worth mentioning." At that time, Kosavian had said that Allison killed all the soldiers in the unit and then disappeared. Because of that, he was considered a deserter, and his records were completely erased. At this moment, Rurin stood in front of the box, telling herself, "It is definitely just a fake." Allison's words that night echoed in her head. Unfortunately, nothing interesting happened after that. "I was just afraid that if I told you, you would be bored." She picked up the box and destroyed the 4 formation. A small notebook inside was revealed. I must verify this myself. Rurin was heavily burdened with pressure as she turned each page. The lines of his handwriting were clear before her eyes. I am an outsider. I have fallen into another world. Allison, that is my name in this place. And sadly, I was forced to enlist even though I didn't belong here. Fortunately, I can speak, read, and understand the language immediately. But writing still feels awkward, so I am keeping a diary to get used to it. This world is truly wondrous. Monsters and dragons all exist, and there are also elves and dwarves. Surprisingly, alchemy is quite advanced, thanks to magic allowing the mining of rare ores and the generation of high temperatures. On the contrary, high-grade glass and metal appeared everywhere. The food culture was very backward, with bland spices and limited cooking methods. He thought it was mostly due to the war. Rurin kept reading. If someone opened a restaurant here, they would surely do booming business. He wanted to see his mother again. The training was harsh, but he had magical talent. He had to fix the mess hall because the food was truly terrible. Rurin's eyes went wide in surprise as she read about the time he compiled the list of fallen warriors. She had heard this part before and had even fallen asleep in class. She continued reading. Now she no longer resented Headmaster Achaban. If he had stayed, his life would have been full of regret. Vaden and the new people he met helped ease his burden. He liked seeing the soldiers smile while eating good food and seeing their eager faces. At those times, Allison's smile was happier than ever. Rurin unconsciously touched the line, "I cherish my comrades." She smiled proudly. As expected, that damned story was just full of nonsense. Rurin happily turned the page. After that, he spent most of his time just reorganizing cooking recipes. The so-called massacre was just speculation. Actually, there was no incident, but she had to stop midway. Several pages had been torn out, leaving Rurin stunned. He was extremely flustered, staring intently at those pages. The last page bore a single dark line. "Those pieces of trash deserve what they got." Rurin trembled with anger. Those pieces of trash would pay for their sins. Looking at the unfamiliar handwriting and the torn pages, her heart ached. This was the script from Allison's hometown. Perhaps, due to the spatial magic connection, she could also read it. That meant no one else could have written it. This was written by Allison himself. Rurin hesitated, recalling the time the two had clashed. Allison had once angrily flicked her forehead, saying, "Rurin, I told you not to do that." Rurin, both frightened and unconvinced, replied, "Why are you like that? That woman was rude to me and showed no respect at all." Woman kneeling nearby quickly bowed her head lower, trembling as she explained, "I'm sorry, please forgive me. I just saw her as my own daughter, so I patted her head." Allison stepped forward, his eyes disappointed. "Rurin, if someone doesn't respect you, will you take their life?" She pouted stubbornly. "I'm a dragon, don't impose human standards on me." Hearing this, Allison answered bluntly, "Then I and you are different." Rurin was shocked, unable to speak. Then she hurriedly stammered an excuse. Allison bent down and said gently, "Right, you and I are not different. Dragons, humans, even monsters." Gently helping the woman up, Allison continued, "But it also doesn't mean you should endure everything humans do. The only exception is when you are attacked with intent to kill," he coldly reminded. "Only then, otherwise absolutely do not harm anyone." Hugging Allison's diary, Rurin felt immense regret. "I trust you more than anyone else in this world." She sat down on the cold ground, clutching the diary to her chest. "I can also read these characters, but I don't understand their meaning yet." Just then, someone suddenly walked in from outside. Rurin jumped in fright. "Are you curious?" It turned out the person who had just arrived was Allison. "Why did you write this?" Seeing her expression, he asked gently, "What exactly happened?" Rurin called out, flustered, "Allison." Putting the diary down, Allison's voice carried a hint of disbelief. "I didn't expect you to be able to read it. As I said, it's just a boring story. It's no fairy tale where evil is punished, and there's no lesson to be learned. Its true nature is just running away in regret." He hesitated. "But do you really want to hear it?" Rurin was silent for a long time, then decisively nodded. "Yes, if you want to tell it." Allison began. It was only a few months after the story from last time. It was when he returned to his daily life. The ruined city appeared, the people trembling and crying out in fear. A woman fell to the ground, stammering, Why is there another dragon in Greg's city?" The ferocious monster roared, "Give up your lives, you lowly ones." Just then, Yun and Yangong's voice rang out in warning. "Shut your filthy mouth." As soon as the words left his mouth, that arrow immediately tore through the wind towards it. A large hammer slammed heavily into the ground. Darien roared in anger, "Taste the power of a lowly one, you bastard." The monster was hit by consecutive strikes, letting out a pitiful cry of pain. He hoisted his weapon over his shoulder, hands on his hips. "A greenhorn who can't even use a shield properly. We can handle this ourselves." Vaden reminded, "Don't call yourself lowly." Darien corrected, "Sarcasm, just sarcasm." The monster looked at the two who had just attacked, bellowing, "Damn pests meddling again." He yelled in panic, "It's breathing fire." At that moment, a dazzling magic formation suddenly appeared above its mouth. along with a familiar voice. "Where do you think you're going?" The monster screamed in terror. "My eyes." Darren turned his head in surprise. "That kind of magic is..." Veden recognized the newcomer and let out a soft laugh. "So it's you. It's been quite a while, hasn't it, Mage?" Allison said cheerfully, pulling down his hood. "What do you mean quite a while? Don't I see those faces all the time?" In front of him, the monster was already surrounded by his magic formation. That man was truly despicable. The field looked wide but was useless, and the screams of pain echoed endlessly. Severely wounded, he struggled to flee but still did not fear to threaten, vowing to take your lives. Darien looked at that pitiful state and burst out laughing, truly a high-level escape act. Veden looked at Allison and asked, "So you are still a good soldier. Have you reached level 5 yet?" He replied politely, "You too, I have heard many things about you. They call you a war hero." Darien pretended to be annoyed. "That is because Veden boasts everywhere." Allison's appearance piqued Veden's curiosity. "But what brought you here? This is not your mission area." Gok stopped, not knowing how to begin. After a moment of consideration, he said frankly, "Greg City, if you think about it, it is like my hometown." Allison smiled faintly. "So of course I had to come running." Veden sighed in relief. "Listen, do not overexert yourself. We are nothing special." He agreed, "Yes, just do what we can." After speaking, Allison cast a flight spell into the air. "Thank you for the help. I must return to my unit." Veden understood and did not hold him back. "We also need to move to the next area." The commanders in the city saw this scene and exclaimed in astonishment, "My God, who exactly is that mage?" Days passed like that. Just as he returned to the unit, he saw excitement. "Sir Allison, you are back." That period of Allison's was filled with cooking and missions. He saw Hess's exaggerated greeting and helplessly reminded him, "I told you not overdo it," but he still bowed deeply. "No, my respect must be shown like this." Allison pushed open the kitchen door while instructing him to finish a few dishes quickly, because they had to go out and collect ingredients tomorrow. Every day was busy but could not be called hard. That was a time full of purpose. He tasted the soup, his eyes lighting up. "Is this Hess's dish? It is delicious." Hess scratched his ear awkwardly. "Thank you." Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded outside, and Allison curiously peeked out. The soldiers quickly lined up neatly. Darien ordered the units to prepare, moved to the assembly point. He stepped outside, saw Darien and was surprised. "Brother Darien." But Darien seemed hesitant, replying reluctantly, "Allison." Seeing his solemn expression, he wondered what was wrong. "You are fully geared for battle. There is no planned attack today." Darien grew even more uneasy. Well. Then he honestly informed him. A noble's guard squad was surrounded by monsters, currently isolated. The order required a rescue mission. Allison was extremely shocked to hear this. "Why did you not tell me?" Darien quickly explained. "You just returned. Captain Dagos said we could not ask you because you were tired, and I thought the same. You have been overworking lately." The familiar robe was instantly summoned. Allison's voice rang out. "So you plan to go die in my place?" He put on the robe while reminding him, "Never do that again. This is my responsibility." At this moment, the battle in the march area was extremely fierce. Anxious cries rang out continuously. Too many, the monsters kept coming. Young commander hurriedly shouted orders to hold formation. He saw a soldier attacked by a monster, losing an arm, screaming in pain. Help! Panic and helplessness were evident in the commander's eyes. "Impossible. We are the elite Holy Knight Squad." His voice became urgent. "Where is the mage?" Very quickly, the monster loomed before the commander, its hideous face showing extreme excitement. Seeing the sharp teeth dripping with saliva heading toward him, he stood frozen, trembling out a weak cry. At the critical moment, the monster was suddenly pierced through its body by a sharp object. Allison appeared in the air like a deity, the magical array in his hand shifting mysteriously. His cold voice rang out, "Either." Immediately after, the remaining monster army met the same fate, each one receiving a fatal blow. His magical power grew fiercer. "Anyone threatening my comrades, I will not leave a single one alive." The scene at this moment was indescribable. The monsters looked as if they were being sacrificed. Their bodies were impaled on iron pillars, beneath which blazing fire burned, ghastly howls echoing through the mountains and forests. The noble guard squad witnessed this. Everyone was terrified, mouths agape. Someone stammered, "That is? What kind of power is that?" The fierce battle space that seemed at an impasse suddenly turned into a firestorm, blazing with the spirit of victory. Soldiers below shouted loudly, thanking Allison for answering their call for help. They did not know which unit he belonged to, but before their words ended, Allison's figure had already shot out of sight. They all momentarily stared blankly into the air, disappeared, without leaving a word, of course. When this news was reported to the higher-ups, a laugh of admiration suddenly rang out in the tent, astonishing. Frigo lifted the tent curtain and stepped outside. Even more terrifying than what the reports mentioned, was that really Allison? At this time at the unit, Allison was writing something in his journal, and Darien was also present. After finishing writing and snapping the book shut, he silently stared at it for a long time. In the quiet atmosphere, Allison's voice rang out apologetically. "Sorry for shouting at you this morning, Darien." He opened his eyes wide in shock. He continued, I did not mean to get angry." Darien quickly interrupted. "What, do not apologize, on the contrary, I am the one to blame." The conversation was abruptly cut short as a body, from an unknown source, was thrown straight onto the table before the two of them. Allison stood up in shock, the man trembling and crying out in pain, a vague sense of recognition stirring in his heart. This man, with a swollen face, his features indistinct, the man spoke with difficulty. "Forgive me, my lord Count." Allison frowned, thinking about this man, unable to suppress his curiosity, and blurted out, "Who is he? What is his name?" The voice came in broken breaths, too heavy-handed. "This body, the man, back when I was a trainee teaching magic." Hearing this, his mind suddenly cleared. "Do not tell me, it is the mage who once taught me during my apprenticeship." A condescending voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Sorry, my way of visiting was a bit rough." Frigo stepped in, putting on a polite fake smile. "But I am truly glad I found you. I am Frigo Dillion. Pleased to meet you, Allison." In his heart, Allison recognized the visitor as the commander of the unit he had assisted. He asked coldly, "Coming here in the middle of the night, what is the matter?" The man smiled coldly. "Then let me get straight to the point." With a jubilant expression, Frigo announced, "I officially appoint you as the head mage of the Holy Spear Knight Order. Pack your things immediately and follow me back to the unit." Not expecting this, Allison was flustered. "What?" Looking at the swollen face on the table, his voice rang out again. "That groveling wretch is the former mage, the one who fled, using the excuse of retreating mid-battle. But I did not keep him for that reason." Klon prided himself on being a level 5 mage, yet in real combat he ended up like this. Frigo pointed directly at him. "Compared to him, you, Allison, you are truly outstanding. That willingness to sacrifice, daring to step forward alone for fear of your comrades getting hurt. With your overwhelming strength, that readiness is hardly a burden." He slightly closed his eyes, letting out a sigh of admiration. "I was captivated by that quality. I will give you the best treatment. From now on, use everything you have for me." Allison sighed, his brows furrowing. "I thought you were gonna something grand." In his heart, he understood. I had heard that imperial mages all choose to serve under nobles, but I did not expect it to be like this. Seeing Frigo's rude attitude, he was curious. A single sentence could mobilize an entire unit in one night. The man replied flatly, Frigo rubbed his chin, a slight smirk on his lips. "I don't usually flaunt my family, but my father is a rather important man. One of the Empire's 3 dukes, Melich Delian, so transferring personnel within a day was more than enough." Faced with the boasting, Allison could only remain silent. After a moment, he forced a look of understanding. "Oh, I see. Then do your best, your grace." Before turning to leave, he did not forget to remind him, boasting, "No, I like that confidence. A unit is certainly going to live it up. I look forward to our conversations, Allison." Not long after, Frigo received an official document rejecting the transfer of the 5th rank mage Allison to another unit. Looking at the paper, his face showed a mix of annoyance and calculation. Interesting. At this moment, Allison was shaking a pan of food on the stove while thinking to himself. The look on the Count's face must have been priceless. He thought it was over, but it was not. The next day, as Allison was busy carrying a large pot, Frigo suddenly appeared at the door. "Have you changed your mind?" He answered bluntly, "Of course not." The following week, he doggedly followed him again. "Will you come to my unit?" Allison replied coldly, "I do not wish to." A month later, Frigo was still persistent. "Congratulations, Allison. The opportunity to join the Holy Lance Knights." But before he could finish, he was outright rejected. Allison's mind was slowly losing its calm. It was wrong that so many constant requests were enough to exhaust him to death, and now there was a noble causing trouble. That man was both a count and backed by a duke. Even Lord Dagos could not stop him. At this moment, Dagos was sitting before a pile of documents, crying without tears. Lost in thought, Allison felt he needed a break. There was also an appointment to keep when a person suddenly appeared before him. What awaited him were the ceaseless words of Frigo Delian and a death notice. The newcomer gently probed, "Are you Mage Allison?" Allison, puzzled, hesitated and replied, "That is me. But who are you?" The other man reached into his pocket to search for letters from the front lines. "Dean Achabon of the Imperial Academy of Magic has fallen in battle." Hearing this news, his entire body froze in shock. Handing the death notice to Allison, the messenger said that due to wartime, the news was kept secret to avoid affecting morale. He begged him not to reveal it, and that there would be no funeral. For Mage Allison, the dean's unfinished words while he was alive echoed. His mind went blank, and the image of Achabon surfaced. "After the war, what do you want to do?" Allison took the death notice, his voice trembling and broken. "No." War situation escalated. Dagos looked at the battle order and shouted in anger, "They want our unit to take this mission again. It is not even in our jurisdiction. Why are they constantly piling more missions on us?" The soldier beside him stammered, "These are orders from above." Just then, Allison had just returned from the battlefield. He understood everything clearly, stepped forward and suggested, "I will take them all." Dagos immediately objected, "No." Looking haggard, he warned loudly, "Allison, do you know how many times this has been?" Allison was resolute. "This is not a request, Dagos. I will take them all." His mind drifted entirely back to his graduation days at the Imperial Academy. Back then, the dean could no longer bear it as Allison was still lacking. That list had not diminished in the slightest, that very list. The next ones would be his unit comrades. No, absolutely not. Amidst the brutal battlefield and the looming threat of death, Allison still tried to muster his spirit. It is fine, I can still bear it. Power has its limits. The most unwelcome moment finally arrived. He was so weak he could no longer hold on, and even as he fainted, he believed he could bear it. In the unit, Darian sincerely advised Frigo, please stop coming count. The unit is in chaos and busy. Mage Allison graduated from the Imperial Academy of Magic in the capital. You know what that means. Imperial combat mages have an independent system. They are officers dispatched to various units. Even Commander Dagos has no authority to force Mage Allison. The only place that issues them official orders is the Imperial Palace. If you truly care about Allison, hearing this, Frigo suddenly spoke with a sneer. How ridiculous. If someone else said that, I might have considered it. But from your mouth, it is too hypocritical. Spit it out. Is the whole unit busy or just one person? You know full well that what you are doing is using Allison. Darian suddenly stiffened. Frigo's gaze sharpened. The type of person I hate most are those like you, without real strength, only boasting to appear great. You are no different from that fallen mage. You MAGA it. Darian did not argue back, his face gradually darkening. Just then, a soldier ran over shouting, "Quick, take him to the infirmary, hurry!" Seeing the seriousness, Frigo yelled, "What happened?" The soldier stammered in fear, "Well, Mage Allison has collapsed. He is unconscious." As soon as the words left his mouth, Darian and he were both stunned in place. In the tangled space of his subconscious, Allison lay motionless on the ground. After a long while, he slowly regained consciousness. Looking around, he felt this place was entirely unfamiliar. Before Allison now, a familiar silhouette gradually appeared. Not daring to believe his own eyes, he cautiously probed, "Dean Achabon?" The person before him did not answer. Allison continued, "Dean, why did you go to the front lines? I tried my best to cut down the list as much as possible. If it was not enough, you should have told me. I could have expanded the area of operations." His voice was both trembling and urgent. "I am sorry, you see, I met a dwarf and an elf on the battlefield. I promised not to risk my life. Maybe that is why." Saying this, Allison suddenly fell to his knees. "I should have tried harder." Only then did Achabon softly open his mouth and whisper something. He lifted his head, his eyes trembling. "Huh, what did you say? I could not hear you." He leaned in close, speaking into his ear word by word. "You are being too much." Then, without warning, Achabon swung his hand and gave Allison a thunderous slap. "How excessive, you madman. Do not risk your life for nothing. Truly beyond expectation." That slap, seemingly intangible in the subconscious, hurt him awake. The one who had just struck hurriedly exclaimed, "He is awake." Finishing withdrawing his hand, that person smiled awkwardly. "Mage Allison, are you alright?" Allison was still dazed. The mission had made him cry himself hoarse. "He scared us to death." Arianto breathed a sigh of relief. "We are all soldiers, Allison. It is over. Rest easy." Allison instinctively raised his hand to his cheek, the burning sensation from before still fresh. "That was never a duty. The director never wanted you to bear such a burden." Allison said to himself, "Now I understand, director. You just need to trust your teammates more. From now on I will not risk my life excessively." Someone quietly entered from outside. Darian, Allison, and Hess all looked toward the door. The newcomer spoke calmly, "Mage Allison, from today onward, you are transferred to the Holy Lance Knight Order. Furthermore, the commander of this unit, the one who caused severe losses by continuously deploying personnel, will be punished in the name of the Royal Palace." Reading the transfer document, Dago's voice was panicked. "This is truly the Emperor's favor. How could this be?" He angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "How could such an order be issued?" One soldier was confused. Didn't the messenger carrying the document come from the Royal Palace? Hiss was also suspicious. "Lord Allison, are you leaving?" Allison's eyes were filled with helplessness. His lips were pressed tightly into a line. Then he quietly shouldered his luggage, stepping outside alone. Suddenly, an urgent call came from behind. "Chief of Staff." Recognizing the pursuer, Allison said gently, "Darian, I told you not to come out." He asked unwillingly, "Are you really leaving?" Allison replied bluntly, "A verbal order from the Royal Palace. What choice do I have?" His expression was not good. "Everyone knows, even if I am not here, do not push yourselves too hard." Allison lowered his head, grabbing Darian's arm, trembling, "Please, everyone, do not die." He tightened the grip on his sword at his side, mustering his courage to speak. The words Frigo Delayan threw at me. When he said this unit was using the Chief of Staff, I could not refute it. He opened his eyes wide in shock. He was right. Even with power, I am only protected like this. Darian drew his sword from its sheath. "So I will bear everything." Planting his sword on the ground, he loudly swore, "Everything Lord Allison left behind. From now on, no one will fall again." Clutching the plan tightly, Darian laughed reassuringly. "I have memorized every strategy you devised. Do not worry." Hess behind him quickly assured, "Leave the provisions to me." His voice grew louder. "Thank you for everything. If you are still worried for us, please leave your concerns and go." Allison's eyes were brimming with tears. He tried hard to suppress them from falling. Looking over everyone once, he said softly, "Thank you everyone, truly thank you all." Elsewhere, Elsewhere, hearing the soldier report that Mage Allison had arrived, Frigo immediately smiled joyfully. Truly the best news. Looked smug. Finally, this result. It has been a long time since I have felt so excited. Come now, prepare to welcome the honored guest. Hearing this, Rurin was furious and unable to control himself. How could such an order exist? Allison picked up the logbook, his tone calm. Perhaps they think you were being overworked. Now we can only accept it and cancel the punishment for the unit. Rurin's expression darkened. Those bastards must have used you as they pleased. That greedy noble must have given the filthiest orders. Allison quickly covered his mouth to suppress him. That is not the case, Rurin. When Allison first arrived at the new unit, Frigo was genial. Welcome to the Spear Knight encampment. Immediately after, two girls snuggled into his lap playfully. Allison was bewildered. Earl, what is this? He smiled kindly. Your task here is to rest. One girl pressed her exposed chest against his body, saying, this is part of the task. Allison panickedly pushed her away. Let me go! The girl teased. You seem tense. The other chimed in. But I like that, Mage. He coldly reminded them. My duty is to protect members and assist in command. Other than that, I have no reason to obey orders. Frigo laughed mockingly. It seems other factors are a bit provocative, huh? Your face is red. You must not have much experience with women. He turned around and instructed. If you do not like it, you can tell them to leave. But rest is very important. You must rest. A large bathhouse appeared. The servant spoke. Welcome, Chief Mage. Please relax in the bath made from Durinjad wood and rare earth. Allison soaked in the tub, his eyes wide open in disbelief at how luxurious the conditions here were. The servant guiding the way continued. Afterwards, I will take you to your private bedroom. He was surprised. A private room? The door opened, revealing a wide, soft bed in the center of the room. The servant said, this bed is a masterpiece by a famous artisan. If you need anything, please call at any time. Having said that, she bowed and withdrew. Allison realized everything here was not fake. On the dining table was an enticing plate of meat, covered in an eye-catching sauce. The servant introduced, this is aged Bell Lauren breast meat. Paired with 30-year aged Fenkert U wine, the flavor is even more profound. So this world was not lacking in cuisine after all. Here there is art, culture, and sophistication. Elegant music filled the hall. There was no war here. Seeing his expression, Frigo chuckled softly. You seem surprised. Continued, this is our daily life. You do not need to worry. A joint operation might only happen once every few years. Here, you do not need to fight, cook, or do anything. Allison suddenly fell silent. The banquet became dull, his mind wondering, so why am I here? This encampment was built right outside Frigo, no different from a dazzling white palace. Looking from the outside, no one would think it was a garrison. Training was very serious. The ideology of elevating one's own value was widespread. Top-tier equipment showed this was an excellent night order, but their life was excessively free and abundant. Theaters, performances, alcohol, and parties. Allison was only occasionally paraded before the nobility to prove their strength. As Lord Frigo said, there was never any battle. He struggled desperately to keep his spirits up. Allison fought to not forget the memories of that place. The ragged, hole-ridden makeshift beds, insects crawling all over the damp, moldy floor, mud-caked combat boots, alarm calls like stones being thrown at him, sweltering, suffocating kitchens, and then Allison sat on the bed, carefully recording everything he had experienced in his diary. And then there was something else, and so 2 years passed. One day, a panicked soldier ran up to announce, Head Mage urgent. While summoning his robe, he asked what was going on. The soldier stammered, Barondelian, you still need to come immediately. Allison felt uneasy in his heart, never having been summoned this urgently before. The soldier urged, hurry, go to the main hall. When he arrived, an unexpected scene appeared. On the table was a large cake. Frigo cheerfully said, Happy birthday, Allison. The soldier from earlier, who had pretended to be panicked, was now eagerly blowing a horn. What a surprise. Allison said gloomily. Today is not my birthday. Frigo cheerfully replied, Right, no one knows your real birthday. We wanted to do something to celebrate your 2-year anniversary of joining. He held a bottle of wine. Today we will drink together. Accept this 2-year anniversary gift. After a moment of silence, Allison hesitated. All right, let's go. The nearby soldiers were astonished. One exclaimed, Gosh, really? First time seeing the mage willing to join a party. Frigo set his glass down heavily on the table and shouted, That's right, you should have accepted the invitation sooner. Stop acting so aloof. Allison said calmly, You're drunk, don't drink anymore. Frigo mumbled on, I didn't even invite any girls just so you wouldn't be uncomfortable. Why won't you open up to me? Bringing the wine glass to his lips, Allison lamented, This place never needed me anyway. He blurted out a question he had held for a long time. Sir, why did you bring me here? This place gets along fine without me. Frigo drained his glass and replied leisurely, I have seen too many special people fall. Those talented clowns who break their limits until they shatter just make my heart ache. Allison's face darkened. I'm nothing special, just an ordinary person. I only do what I can. Frigo stood up abruptly and laughed loudly. That's ridiculous. Then why did you ask me before if that was something other mages could do? Didn't that question stem from you thinking you were special? Allison's eyes went wide in shock. His cheeks already flushed, eyes hazy, Frigo continued. People like you deserve more recognition. The Holy Spear Knights is a place that gathers such people. I also feel sorry for what you've been through. But why must those with ability suffer more than others? Is that thought strange? Giving Allison respect and consistent treatment for 2 whole years was truly not easy. Right on the 2-year anniversary with the new unit and with Baron Frigo. He hesitated, I think I owe you. And then Allison opened up. Frigo laughed very happily. I already heard your answer before giving the gift. He actively teased. Should I bring some women then? He waved his hand, that won't do. The nearby soldiers teased. The mage is indeed as straight as an arrow. Frigo leaned his hand on his forehead, barely holding back his laughter. Oh my, it's been a long time. 2 years, now I'm truly a part of this unit. Is this the joy after hardship when those 2, Mardell and Urgin, tried to cling to our unit? It was so hard to kick them out. Just hearing those 2 names, Allison's hand holding the wine glass froze mid-air. Countless memory images flooded back. He once had meals with Mardell and Urgin at the academy, or when everyone happily practiced magic together. Then when someone received a medal, the whole group shared the joy together. Their bright, confident smiles when leaving the academy for missions remained deeply etched in his mind. Thinking of that, a surge of grief rose in his chest. Allison instinctively bit his lip. Good diary entries about his time here now felt like 1,000 knives stabbing his heart. Unable to believe what he just heard, Allison asked back in shock, what? In the quiet library, Leon was silently looking at the book in his hand. He flipped through the book and read intently. Mage Allison, after 15 years of loyal service as a royal mage, has left the military. Leon's face slightly drooped and he remained silent. Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing Leon's attention. It's quite late. Leon approached the seated person and joked. If the other nobles knew you worried this much, they would be surprised. Seeing him, Leon quickly stood up. Father. Lemedon looked at the books on the table. That is... Quickly recognized it. Allison's file, right? Leon turned his head to look at the book, reaching out to touch it. Yes, though nothing is left. About to continue, Leon stopped and widened his eyes. But the records of the disaster are still quite detailed. Picking up 2 books, Leon frowned. According to Deputy Commander Darian, he belonged to the Kensho unit. After Frigo Delian, son of Duke Melich Delian, contacted them, a mage was transferred. That person's name was not recorded, but hearing Leon speak of that matter, he remained silent. Shortly after, didn't an incident occur in Frigo Delian's unit? Leon continued speaking, his eyes glancing over. Duke Melich Delian knew Allison and harbored a deep grudge against him. Saying this, Leon's memories flooded back to the past. Allison was betrayed in his faith. He stood opposite, leaning his hands on the table and asked curiously, Father, why did you abandon Allison? After a moment of silence, his face darkened slightly. When the First Night Order collapsed and Captain Achabon fell in battle, the balance was broken. Allison crumbled under the weight of excessive responsibility. The nobles got the opportunity they needed. When Duke Delian threatened to withdraw troops from the front lines, we had no other choice. Leon's hand on the chair twitched slightly. He hesitated. I could give plenty of excuses, but they sound pitiful. In the end, there is only one thing. Leon's face was filled with remorse. He sat down on the chair, speaking slowly. It was because I was weak, because I had no power. Amadan looked towards him, his voice slow. It sounds pitiful, but actually I hoped he would go to Frigo's unit to live more comfortably. I never imagined things would turn out like this. On the other side, Allison was sitting talking with Frigo. He called out in bewilderment. What? Urgin and Mardell? Frigo's face was bright red, his voice raised. That's right. Those 2 useless bastards came to our unit. They call themselves royal mages, but they're worthless. Hearing Frigo, Allison was stunned. His eyes widened, remembering their words about loving the people, cutting off luxuries to help refugees. Frigo was still calm, holding his wine glass and letting out a smug little sigh. And they are only first rate. I can't stand that kind, so I threw them to the monsters. Suddenly from behind, another person who was leisurely drinking and laughing spoke up, and if she heard that, Allison would misunderstand. They were just toasting each other. Frigo chimed in with a laugh. That was true too. Allison's mood had changed by now. He lowered his head to the table in silence, not understanding anything himself. In Allison's mind, the image of Mardell and Urgin happily chatting with him surfaced. We were originally assigned to the same place, Northern Delian, a rather distant location. Looking at the scene before him, Allison wondered why they were laughing. Those people still wouldn't stop joking and shouting. I just didn't save them. I had also said I would support them. Did they really think I would help? If they had no ability, why did they crawl into the monster's nest? The fingers holding the paper tightened slightly in fury. What's so funny? Urgin, 20 years old, died on a mission, his body covered in wounds. Mardell, 19 years old, died on a mission, his neck bearing a deep slash. The image of those 2 falling into danger was vividly clear in his mind. Thinking of that, Allison's spirit completely collapsed. He struggled to take ragged breaths. Frigo turned around excitedly. His face flushed red as he spoke loudly. It's okay now. I've forgotten everything and now you're here. This is the perfect time to give a gift. Right after that, he took out an item and presented it. Congratulations, Allison. We are truly proud of you. you. Allison remained still, reaching out to take it. I can't keep up. Frigo asked cheerfully, are you moved? The group further away along with Chen were laughing, saying we should also mention that we sent countless missions to the city to lure Allison into this unit. But he kept getting lost in thought about the conversation, their way of thinking and the flow of their words. He spoke with great pride and contempt. Why are you saying such embarrassing things now? Allison found those actions unnerving. They were monstrous beings in human form, spouting nothing but nonsense. Frigo glanced at him then continued, anyway, with this you have become the Empire's greatest archmage. Just as he was speaking, the ceiling suddenly blasted open from something. The group who were lounging immediately jumped to their feet. What the hell? The ceiling collapsed. Is it an artillery drill? Their faces were full of horror, their eyes wide with terror and fear. A gigantic dragon suddenly appeared, and those people immediately screamed in fear. A dragon. Frigo quickly stood up, his face looking up in disbelief. He stammered in fear. A real dragon? Unbelievable. I've never seen one. How could it come all the way here? Dragon then raised its claw and swung it forward. Frigo spoke confidently. But do you know something? Just as it attacked, a shield suddenly appeared to block it. Allison stepped forward, using his power to create a shield to protect everyone from the dragon. We have our own trump cards too. Seeing they were safe, that group cheered happily again. That's our mage. He breathed a sigh of relief. He blocked the dragon's attack. At this level you have surpassed your father's school of magic. But as he spoke, Frigo suddenly stopped, his eyes glancing in horror. I just need to hold on until the black team arrives. The shielding barrier was gradually being pierced by the dragon's claws. He watched silently, his eyes subtly shifting as if realizing something. The soldiers behind were still unaware, still laughing and joking happily. Finally, the dragon's huge hand shattered the barrier shield. Its hand immediately came down, crushing the people who were standing and laughing in the distance. Frigo, standing nearby, didn't dare to move. He glanced over and cried out, huh? Frigo turned his gaze towards Allison, who was there, calling out to him. He had a cold expression, took out the gift he had just received, and spoke, I'm bored. The gift he had just received was instantly destroyed by his power, so boring. While he was stunned, the dragon attacked again, huh? It opened its mouth wide, created fire, and then blasted it down onto the people below. Everyone was quickly incinerated, screaming in agony and misery. Frigo lay on the ground, trying to crawl out, screaming, it's so hot, Allison, Allison. Allison turned and walked away without looking back. Frigo watched him and shouted an order, where do you think you're going? Get back here now! Frigo's voice began to tremble. He fearfully begged in vain, hey, are you angry? Whatever you want, just say it. I'll get it for you. Large boulder above fell down. Frigo was left there, shouting out a plea, save me. He held the book and walked out, tears beginning to fall. What he wanted was just to hear one sentence, no matter how tired or how much his body hurt. After that, Allison unhesitatingly tore that book apart with his hands. Thanks for the meal, thank you. And so he left those people behind. Just hearing that was enough. They were being burned alive, screaming and cursing. It's so hot, Allison. You traitor. The dragon continuously spewed fire, burning everything to ashes. Allison just walked out of there. He didn't want to hear another word from them. Looking at the blazing, ruined scene before him, a surprised voice rang out. Hey, it's already burned down. Darian's face was covered in sweat. He looked with difficulty. Seems we arrived late. Vidin stood beside him, panting heavily. Damn it, I've been running for 3 days and 3 nights. As they stood talking, a figure appeared. Even if no one survived, I still have to restrain the dragon. The gaunt figure of Allison appeared, surprising them both. Huh, Allison. Seeing the two of them, he widened his eyes and murmured, Darian Vidin. Vidin quickly ran over, his face anxious as he asked, hey, you've been missing for 2 years. I thought you were dead. Are you alive? You're here, so what exactly happened? She stood beside him, looking at Allison with concern. Wait, Allison. His tears started to fall again. Seeing this, Darian asked, hey, are you okay? Allison staggered as if about to fall, his state unstable and trembling. Let me go with you. Allison's tears flowed even more. He knelt on the ground begging. I know how to cook. I'll cook whatever you want. Those scum down there, they have to pay for their sins. After hearing the story, Rurin hesitantly spoke, so you left the military? Allison held the book, his expression sad as he spoke slowly. The dragon left, no one survived, only the people I killed remained. Her hand clenched the edge of her pants. Trembling, she quickly denied, it wasn't you who killed them. They faced their own retribution. He still couldn't hold back, his face darkened, his voice trembling slightly. They weren't innocent, that's true. But was that crime worthy of such a massacre? Allison was no longer lucid, continuously blaming himself. You had the strength to stop it, but you didn't. You are the one who killed them. Rurin immediately stood up and shouted to cut him off. I will say this over and over. She began to cry a lot. Rurin lowered her head and stammered. Dozens of times, hundreds of times, I will keep telling you that. It's not your fault. Then she sat down, hugged Allison tightly, and comforted him. I will always be by your side. Hearing that, he felt relieved. At that moment, thanks to his teammates' encouragement, he managed to overcome it. Allison hugged Rurin back and said thank you. He smiled, thinking that this alone was enough courage to face the guilt. Then Allison whispered, "But actually, it was my fault." In the dazzling light, Rurin's hair gently fluttered. She sat still on the bed, her face flushed, looking down. Rurin silently recalled Sorina's teachings. She thought, since Allison has been sad lately, I should comfort him. She was a little restless, softly touching her body. This outfit seemed to be something Allison liked too, of course, only meant to comfort him. Suddenly, Rurin was startled and exclaimed in surprise, "So hot!" Zulin, outside the door, abruptly poked his head in and yelled, "Lure on." She quickly waved her hand in refusal, saying, "It's nothing, I am not calling you." Then Rurin paused briefly and shyly asked if there was anything to eat. He stared at her and then laughed. After that, Zulin took out a pack of noodles, held it up, and said, "Lou." Rurin took the pack of noodles, thinking to herself that this must be the ramen noodles Allison used to summon as a snack, as well as the black bean noodles from back home. She looked at pack and softly murmured to herself, "The cooking instructions are written on the back too." Then Zulin, without hesitation, jumped off the bed and said, "Alright, let's cook together. People say 3 packs for 2 people is just right." Zulin was startled and yelled, "Lurak." She paid it no mind and suggested, "Let's go to the kitchen. Today, I will cook for you myself." After a while, the dish was finished but gave off a horrifying appearance. His eyes turned red with vigilance. Rulin asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Then Zulin looked at her confidently, placed his hand on his chest, and shouted, "Zurun." Seeing this, Rurin got angry and yelled, "What? You said you would cook. You're looking down on my cooking skills?" Finally, another perfect dish of noodles was completed. Her face immediately darkened and Rurin hesitated a little, stepping back. Looking at the beautiful dish of noodles, she observed every detail, pondering that those glossy noodles probably had never read a recipe before. That white thing sprinkled on the noodles, could it be cheese? No way, this guy created a new dish on his own. But Rurin noticed something, picked it up, and said in a low voice, "Is this fur?" Without hesitation, she took the dish of noodles and dumped it straight into the trash can, saying, "Your dish is disqualified." Zulin, panicked, covered his face and cried out, "Lu." On the other side, looking at the large bag of eggs in front of him, Klon said softly, "So then this week's Valenku eggs." Then he rolled up the bag of eggs, laughed, and spoke, "I kept this precious egg just for you, even though you are the one who supplied it." Allison took the bag of eggs from Klon's hand and said, "You must have sold a lot beyond the delivered goods." He looked dazed, sighed, opened his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Quite sharp, you know it's worth." Suddenly his voice slowed down. Allison smiled lightly and uttered, "I still think I still have questions." He looked at Klon standing opposite him and said, "I really think the rumor about the Archmage has spread. The city of Greg will be in chaos." He only smiled and calmly replied, "Don't say another word." I sweated bullets, stopping Ren from letting the news out. Hearing Klon's words, Allison was stunned by what he said. Everyone had worked hard just to protect his daily life. While they were talking, a loud voice suddenly interrupted, startling Klon. "When did you do that?" Seeing the situation was not good, he stepped outside and said, "I'll be heading back now, thank you." That voice asked with concern, "Will you be stopping by the restaurant later?" Just as Allison was about to leave, someone suddenly called his name. Allison. A hand gripping the old man's head peeked out slightly, looked toward Allison and asked, "You know Creston is lying, right? I would never spread the news." He smiled lightly, turned around but still waved at everyone. Of course, daily life. In Allison's head, he kept thinking about something else. I've turned a blind eye until now. He constantly thought about the strange events that had happened before, about the strange waves still existing in the Empire. I only intervene late when there's an emergency. Allison recalled past events, thinking to himself, I don't want to step up and lead. A man who had just seen him happily called out, "Allison," that person asked with concern, heading back to the hotel. He stopped to chat. "Yes, I'm going to buy some fresh eggs." The woman beside him also said with a smile, "I'm really looking forward to it. We'll stop by soon." Allison felt satisfied with his current life, because this daily life was truly precious. When people saw him, they greeted him. "Allison, stop by my shop too. Prepare plenty of roasted pork. Last time it was all gone before I could eat any." Allison went to where he needed to be in a cheerful mood. How delightful it was. He hoped it would never disappear. Elena was standing ahead. When she saw him, she hesitated and called out, "Brother Allison." She was holding a bouquet of flowers in front of a grave, turning her head to look. But all her hesitation eventually turned back into something she couldn't ignore. Allison approached and then knelt before the grave, replying, "So you're here." Elena's gaze still did not leave him. She answered, "I've been planting flowers slowly, bit by bit, for a while." Allison took out his cooking utensils, a slightly sad look in his eyes as he said, "Sally will like them, because she was born from flowers." No matter how bad things got, he couldn't be tough. In his memory, everyone was there, making Allison constantly reminisce. In the end, what I chose was a moment of reminiscence, a cowardly and petty mistake. He paused what he was doing, gently rubbed his head and asked, "Why? What's wrong?" Klon cried out helplessly, You idiot. When he explained it to Allison, he was stunned. A 5th rank advisor? What nonsense is that? He said he was just a temporary battle mage. After that, Allison began the cooking process step by step. If I revealed my identity and that got out, my daily life would shatter. He used his power to light the stove fire and poured the batter into the pan to cook. I consoled myself that there was no other way. Allison was making cakes, muttering praise under his breath. Really, everyone is so kind. Elena stood there, startled, and blurted out, huh? He only smiled lightly, looked into the middle of the cake and said slowly, they've kept my secret very well. Allison finally finished the plate of cakes. He pushed it forward in front of the grave and said, not a single rumor has leaked. After visiting the grave, Allison carried the bag of eggs and headed back. Inside, Rurin was pulling Zulin's head, forcing him. It looks pretty good anyway. Hurry up and try it. Just then she saw him, her eyes lit up as she called, brother. Allison walked closer in confusion, asking curiously, what's with that outfit? Rurin stood shyly facing him, saying, you're here. I prepared this gift to comfort you. She blushed and gently rubbed her arm, turning her face away hesitantly. So should we eat first? Or a bath is good too? Or else? Allison looked dazed, then glanced around. He never wanted to lose this. Then he looked at Rurin's expression, which was trying hard to avoid these moments. After a moment, Allison couldn't help but burst out laughing. What did you hear from Serena this time? That made him even more determined. He couldn't just postpone it anymore. Allison put his hand on her shoulder and said, all right, let's eat. Are you hungry? Rurin stammered shyly. It's not like this. To protect his daily life, he had to be willing to make sacrifices. On the other side, Medrin and Pogo were approaching a large room. Both of them pushed the door and stepped into the dark room. Inside, Darian and Leon were already seated, their gazes fixed on them. Leon suddenly spoke, as you all already knew. When everyone had settled down, he began the secret meeting. Every word spoken here would never be revealed. Leon picked up the scroll on the table, unrolled it, and asked about the topic of why Medrin was wearing a maid uniform. Medrin blushed, startled, and exclaimed, What are you saying, my lord? Everyone discussed animatedly, with rumors that she really liked that outfit. Medrin blushed even more, jumped up, and said, You are still writing a report about it? Medrin hastily reminded everyone to change the subject. Stop. We are meeting about Allison's matter. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, my past affairs. From an open spatial gate, Allison slowly stepped out. Her face was pale, her heart anxious as she looked at him. Leon saw Allison and called out happily. Pogo turned his head in surprise and asked, Teleportation? That spell is only for high-tier mages. Sweat covered her face. She breathed heavily with difficulty. Allison? Medrin hurt herself in pity, knowing this would happen. She pursed her lips tightly, closed her eyes to endure. My life is full of regrets. Is this the end? Suddenly his voice rang out. Say everything. Allison's words shocked everyone. I have decided to face the past. No need to hide anymore. Energy emanated from him. Allison looked away and said, Announce it throughout the Empire. The 9th tier Archmage has returned. A hand was extended forward, with a small flame on it. Flames were continuously created and shot out everywhere. The flames flew to the tops of pointed stone pillars and ignited them. Sydney knelt, bowed her head respectfully, and reported the research progress. The flame on the tower top burned brightly. The medicine was almost complete. It showed clear effects on humans, elves, and dwarves, only one step remaining. Gradually, the flying flames gathered into a large circle above. The heart fusion rate had exceeded 70%. The army was growing stronger day by day. A sharp, piercing voice sounded, startling her. The Hiberian flower seed has reached that mage, has it not? Red-black electric current shot toward Sydney, causing her to collapse. I do not doubt your will, but the results are not yet satisfactory. The threatening voice ordered him to find it. Sydney frowned, resisting, thinking, my heart feels like it is being squeezed, like someone is crushing it with their hand. The red circle above emitted pressure. A voice echoed, the next sacrifice to become a lord, your body will carry my will. Exhausted, she sat stunned, panting incessantly. That thing disappeared swiftly. Sydney replied respectfully, of course we worship the eternal master. At that moment, Allison slowly walked down the street. Without many words, he drew his wand and conjured a magic circle. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, what the hell is that magic? In Kingdom Hearts, the bewildered crowd wondered, another screening hall, but the concert is over. What is going on? In Askeberg City, the residents discussed, a mage coming all the way to this countryside? When they saw the stranger appear, they exclaimed in shock, that person is... Allison greeted them warmly, long time no see everyone. The people buzzed with noise. He is wearing a 9th tier medal. So the rumor is true, a hero. They cheered joyfully. The Archmage has returned. He expressed, I am ashamed to meet everyone again in this situation. After the war, I thought peace had finally arrived, but I was wrong. A high official angrily asked, who dares to broadcast without permission? Stop it immediately. The attendant nervously identified him as a mage from the royal palace. Allison declared sternly, the empire is rotting from within. Those who crave war want to throw you into chaos, but I will not stand by and watch. Those who treat others as slaves corrupt and oppress the weak for personal gain. Those who betray the ideals of a hero say that you will no longer endure. I will stand by your side. At the same time, Lorien was in a daze on the balcony. She gazed thoughtfully at the illusion that was speaking. Lorien choked out, "Ninth tier, a war hero, that person could it be?" She asked curiously. Did he change his voice with magic? Melich calmly replied, "You heard it too, child." Lorien hesitated and called out, "Uncle?" The old man asked directly, "I want to know your thoughts, if you do not mind." She stated her opinion. "If those declarations by the mage are not all just and righteous, what are they?" Melich approached, pointing a finger, "That thing he mockingly calls hypocrisy." Melich emphasized angrily, "A capable, arrogant person who does not put his life at risk. No matter what he says, that is a selfish morality, shifting responsibility onto others, while he himself has not even fulfilled his duty. Our mortal hearts can never reach the level of people like him." Lorien firmly retorted, "I do not think those declarations are false. Uncle taught me that if one is a noble, one must bear their role and duty. If one holds a leading position, should one not set high goals regardless of one's ability?" The old man coldly expressed disappointment. "If that is what you consider your duty, I cannot stop you." Melich leaned in and asked, "Did you come up with this thought after your recent visit to Greg's city? I understand you have learned about the new warriors there." Frightened, she quickly defended herself. "I did not learn anything special. It was just a long-held thought." The old man hesitated, then showed understanding. "I see." Before leaving, Melich sneered in disgust. "If only Frigo had walked even half the path you have chosen." Seeing Lorien stunned, he corrected himself. "I was just muttering. Your mother is scared and has locked herself in the castle. Please visit her when you have time." The scene shifted to the meeting room, where Medrin awkwardly reported, "I have dispatched mages across the country. Soon, within just one day, even the farthest region will have heard the news." Allison returned and praised her satisfactorily. "You have worked hard. Truly you are Miss Medrin." She replied shyly, "It is nothing." After that, he seriously addressed the main issue, returning to what I was saying. Allison coldly asked if everyone knew who the spy was. "An infiltrator from our side who secretly sends back information." Leon listened, then asked back, "Darien, you summoned Allison here, right?" Startled, he asked, "How does your highness know?" He hinted, "Because you alone showed no surprise." "Did you also tell them about this spy?" Darien confessed honestly, "Never." Allison gave a sharp glance and said, "I found it odd when I destroyed the slave facilities in the Empire. They were all hidden in secret places, yet every single one was hit without exception. If you had prior information, you would have subdued me long ago," meaning the intel was only obtained in a very short time. He uneasily analyzed, "This whole concert incident is the same. You even tricked me and Rurin into coming close to the capital. So you knew something would happen." Hearing this, Leon gave a helpless wry smile. "I cannot keep up with your schemes." He then admitted everything. "Yes, the concert was exactly as you guessed. We received the information." Allison immediately asked, "So it is true? Who is that person?" At the same time, Melich was leisurely walking down the corridor when he accidentally met someone. Before him stood Redden, leaning against the wall. Melich politely greeted, "Have you been waiting long?" He replied coldly, "Not really." Next, he asked Han thoughtfully, "I heard you helped with the Lorien Sacred Knight Order of Rare Treasures." Redden explained emotionlessly, "They mistook me for the client. I just silently went along because I was told not to cause conflict in the capital." Melich sneered at that. "Since when were you so good at following orders? Or are you reminiscing about your days as knight captain?" He emphasized harshly, "I have bet everything I have on this matter." Melich glared threateningly, "I do not know your true intentions, but Allison, if you dare stand in my way and the one who killed my son, whoever he is, I will not spare you." He refuted indifferently, "As you wish, I have no idea what you are talking about." Meanwhile, the ministers urgently proposed, "Your Majesty, I demand an explanation. What is going on here? The Grand Mage has returned, and yet the news came without consulting us." Rai angrily shouted, "Watch your tongue. What is the meaning of barging in here?" Without further ado, Leon clearly declared, "Things are as you heard. The war hero, the level 9 Grand Mage, has returned." He glared and asserted, "So what is there to worry about? What the Grand Mage requests is merely ordinary order. You dislike that." Another minister retorted irritably, "Even so, making a declaration in the territory without permission only causes chaos among the people." As he finished, Leon chimed in agreeing, "I see no problem at all." He commented with a private smile, looking at recent events, "This is the time to sow hope. The City of Great fully supports it." Just as a minister spoke up discontentedly, "That opinion is only the Count's. This matter concerns Lord Autonomy." Suddenly, Leon draped an arm over a shoulder and asked Han, "What is everyone gathered here for?" He laughed drunkenly, "Tense on a holiday, an ugly face looks even uglier." Seeing him, the old men exclaimed in shock, "The Crown Prince?" The ministers unhappily criticized. That smell of alcohol. Your Highness, at least maintain noble etiquette. Leon laughed it off. That etiquette you yourselves cannot even uphold, huh? I heard you all were discussing the Grand Mage. He confidently revealed. I even heard his next destination. They eagerly asked, where does your Highness say he is going? Leon covered his face and answered to Purim. The next second he laughed loudly. Just kidding, fooled you. Actually, I was studying abroad. I do not even know who he is. How sad. That the return of a hero would spread so much fear. Leon hummed leisurely. Let me see, is it the last Cream City? If my role is to cut out the rotting tumor in between, then I will do it, even if I am used and discarded. Meanwhile, Allison was carrying Rurin as he flew through the sky. Upon arrival, he quickly called out, Rurin, wake up, we have arrived, the Louvren Empire, Penrival City. After observing, she frowned and wondered to herself, is this the place the spy pointed out? Allison helplessly corrected, the spy is not a name, you know. Just then, a bird suddenly brushed past her. Rurin panicked and yelled, my earring. That damn bird stole the earring you gave me. He asked in surprise. What? She lost patience and screamed, I will kill it right now. Allison frantically sued. Wait, Rurin, I will get it back for you. Rurin raged, radiating murderous intent. That is a gift from you. At that moment, an arrow flew from somewhere through the bird. It took the hit instead, she exclaimed in surprise and glee, an arrow serves you right. Looking at the back of the attacker on the ground, Rurin asked in confusion, who is that? Upon landing, she lamented in panic. Lost, it is really lost, this bastard does not have my earring. Oh my god, that was the one you gave me. Allison gently comforted. Wait, Rurin. He pried open its beak and announced cheerfully, looks like when it was shot down it swallowed the earring, it is right here in its mouth. Rurin cheered happily, really? She grumpily demanded, I will tear its mouth open to get the earring out. Allison awkwardly advised, saying that scares me. Right then, Hess spoke up in confusion. Sorry, that bird was caught by me. He nodded and explained, right, sorry, it swallowed an important item of ours. Rurin declared loudly, right, only return it after we take it out. As she finished, he exclaimed in shock, wait, really? Hess called out in surprise, Allison, is that you? He asked blankly, who is it? He took off his hood and replied happily, it is me, long time no see. Allison marveled, good heavens, Hess. Rurin revealed dazedly, the guy who always complained about the food in Elk's unit. A while later, Allison awkwardly brought up the past, right, Hess, you said you were from Benjamin, right? Thinking back, I am embarrassed by my ridiculous behavior back then. He recounted emotionally, it has been so long, of course I knew you were safe, Allison, but I did not know where you were. I have not seen you in nearly 10 years. Next, Hess sighed regretfully, in the previous battle, we did not even meet. He took the chance to ask curiously the person next to you. Rurin greeted warmly, I am Rurin, nice to meet you. Hess asked curiously, may I ask what your relationship is? Two blushed and answered, this is the person I live with, my dining companion. What, why are you embarrassed? They playfully bumped into each other, your face is red too. Then what else can you call it? Have you not always called her wife? Seeing the attitudes of Allison and Rurin, Head understood and smiled contentedly. He sincerely expressed his joy at seeing him still healthy. As soon as she returned home, she suddenly remembered her earring. Rurin excitedly cheered when she found the gift he gave, had forced a smile and explained that birds like shiny things, she must be very shocked. She angrily asked if her father had punished the bird. He deftly chimed in, saying he had cut it into pieces. Hess eagerly invited them both to eat because new ingredients had arrived. Rurin fiddled with putting her earring back on, while Allison dazedly agreed. He suspiciously looked around the room with its clothes and furniture, then startledly asked if Head was not. He proudly introduced this as a restaurant he and his mother opened together. Allison admired it and praised that his own restaurant was really great. He happily boasted that he also opened a restaurant in Greg City. After finishing putting the earring on, she breathed a sigh of relief. Had eagerly invited him to taste the dish he cooked. After a moment, he gently placed the food on the table and thanked them for waiting. Allison excitedly praised the noodles as delicious, while Rurin commented that this dish was a bit different from what they usually made. She pensively picked up a piece to inspect it. Seeing them enjoy it, Hess could not help but feel anxious and worried. Taking a sip, he nodded in appraisal, saying the broth was simple but the flavor was rich. The noodles were torn into small pieces, so they were not tough, had a moderate chewiness, absorbed the broth and went down very smoothly. Impatiently waited and asked if this dish suited his taste. Seeing that Allison did not answer but only finished the entire bowl of noodles, he called out to him. Both of them contentedly slurped up every last drop of the soup. He set down his bowl on the table and then enthusiastically praised it, saying there was no need for comments like a food review. This was his answer. Had breathed a sigh of relief, happy that the dish was delicious. He said that eating it every day made him lose confidence, so the two of them praised him as being truly very skilled. Next, Allison curiously asked if the broth recipe used ghost bird bones. He honestly explained that he simmered error and hoffer together, adding mogo mushrooms. Hearing this, he understood the problem and said he had used a small trick, After the meal, Head diligently washed the dishes and chopsticks. Seeing his friend was busy, Allison eagerly offered to help. He panicked and refused because the two were guests, but he insisted it was fine. Looking around the kitchen, Allison admired its tidiness. He seriously replied that cleanliness was very important. At this moment, he solemnly confessed that he had seen the Archmage's proclamation. And that was him, Allison, was it not? He asked skeptically if he had not come here just for sightseeing. Were those who broke the rules here, and was it a secret from others? He asked if he had experienced anything strange when he was in Benjamin. There were suspicious rumors about missing people. He hesitated, not knowing if this information would help. Did he feel anything when he saw my restaurant? Hearing this, Allison stepped forward thoughtfully and then said that actually, from the moment he stepped inside, he felt something was off. That feeling became even clearer after tasting the noodles, especially during the evening meal. He commented thoughtfully that there was not a single customer. Hess bitterly confirmed. Now he understood why he only needed to catch one ghost bird. It was not like this before. The restaurant used to be very popular in the area. It was a diner he and his mother ran together, full of joy. Mother asked where the noodles were. He replied they were being cooked. His voice dropped shyly as he spoke, but then Hess recalled a meeting with a cunning merchant. One day, someone came looking for them, greeting respectfully. A few people at most. He arrogantly made an offer, saying it was good even though it had not grown much yet. He claimed to be from the Ling Trading Company and wanted to discuss business. Hearing that, Allison was astonished, wondering what Lin was. He nodded, confirming it was a giant corporation supplying goods across the empire. A man named San offered to invest in expanding the facility, high-quality ingredients, advertising, hiring staff, and promised to turn the place into the #1 restaurant. Has hesitated for a few seconds, then revealed a strange secret. The only condition was to use the spices they supplied in every dish. He was stunned, thinking about the spices. Hess honestly said he had never actually seen the product. Hess passionately asserted that he had refused because he believed in his own cooking. He did not need to rely on something so suspicious. He sighed sorrowfully, and then customers gradually dwindled, and now he alone could handle the load. His mother did not even need to go outside anymore. She just rested at home. Allison raised an eyebrow, guessing that the offer might have been given to another restaurant. Hess nodded in agreement. He continued, saying the Mali restaurant opened at the same time and was now always packed. Hearing that, he quietly calculated in his mind about the Lin Company. The spices, the conditions, too many suspicious points. After reasoning, Allison shrewdly probed whether this was a clue to start investigating. Hess hesitantly recounted that he had gone to the Mali restaurant when it first opened, before it got crowded, but the feeling made it hard to go back a second time. The scene shifted to the street. Rurin, drooling, suddenly rushed forward, insisting she was not dozing off. Looking around, she asked confusedly where this was. Has kindly replied it was downtown, while Allison helplessly warned that if she slept like that, she would get carried off one day. Rurin innocently teased about whether his outfit was okay since he had publicly announced it. He smiled cheerfully and reassured her not to worry. Looking in the direction Hess pointed, several people on the street were wearing identical outfits. Seeing that, he wondered why the clothes were the same. She insisted it was clear, but Allison was still the most handsome. He laughed, explaining that after his announcement, many people started wearing fake mage soldier uniforms, even those who were not mage soldiers, and they had arrived. Having just reached the spot, Hess immediately pointed, announcing this was the Mali restaurant. Looking at the luxurious building, Rurin gaped, lamenting that she was outdone. Allison quickly retorted, saying that an ordinary restaurant could be just as crowded. He shrugged and advised that they just get in line. As soon as they stepped inside, Lizin greeted them warmly, asking if it was 3 bowls of ghost noodles. She hastily fell to the ground, then repeated, 3 bowls of ghost noodles. Observing from top to bottom, he remembered and commented that this place had too much of a stale smell. Allison boredly judged the amateur service, messy staff, and poor hygiene, exactly the reason he did not want to return. He wondered in confusion why there were still so many customers. Allison stared at the bowl of noodles in puzzlement, wondering if that meant inside this bowl of noodles. Looking at the bizarre dish, he was certain that behind that appearance there had to be some flavor to compensate for all the shortcomings. Faced with the horrible dish, Allison and Hess cursed and vomited, while Rurin was so angry she nearly called the manager over. He stared at the terrifying food that was emitting a strong stench from the bowl. He doubtfully reassured himself, do not judge hastily by appearance, try it first. Allison nervously slurped the noodles, hoping there was some appeal hidden behind it. He spat it out in horror immediately. There was no delicious taste at all. Rurin grimaced and complained that she was chewing on nothing but hair. Allison slowly shifted her gaze toward the person opposite her. Seeing him devour the food ravenously, he could not help but be bewildered and blurted out, "It's all gone." He frantically praised how good it was, wondered why he had only come back now, and said this restaurant was so delicious that his own shop could not compete. Allison slowly questioned herself. Perhaps this dish just did not not suit her taste. She suspiciously remarked that his reaction clearly indicated there was something in the food. At the same time, Leeson was secretly hiding behind the wall out of curiosity. She confusedly speculated whether he was the one who opened the shop in the outskirts. He also sold the ghost noodle dish, but how could he make it so delicious? Leeson joyfully cheered their name but tripped and fell flat on her face, happy that even a rival acknowledged her shop. She looked up gently. Hooray flew into a rage and yelled, telling her not to come in unless she was there to pick up the food. Leeson tremblingly explained and apologized. She only wanted to say thanks out of curiosity about the spices. He snarled, forbidding her from eating the noodles or investigating the spices. Hooray threatened her, just earn money this easily and that was fine. She lowered her head in acceptance and apologized. Time passed. Hess was pushed into the water. Rurin loudly asked Han if the noodles were good since he was still high. He stammered a reply that they were very good. She pushed his head under the water again because he was not yet sober. Allison reminded Rurin to stop because that was not the right way. Xiao Yun speculated it was not magic because it did not affect him and Rurin. Allison suspected it could be mind control magic like the Baroneric incident. Hess screamed that he almost died. Rurin hastily apologized. Medrin confidently stepped forward. Finally, the magic learned during her humiliation would be useful. He happily called out Medrin's name. She proposed to let her see what was wrong with him. Back at Hess's restaurant, Medrin chanted a soft spell and took a deep breath. After successfully dispelling it, she earnestly asked how he felt. Covering his mouth in horror, he asked what he had just eaten, so cheerfully the taste was truly awful. Rurin excitedly exclaimed that he was awake. Allison was surprised that Medrin had successfully cast the illusion spell from Arimantum. She truly was the genius mage Medrin. He asked Medrin about the cause. She explained it was not magic but a stimulant affecting the mind, making it hard to trace the ingredients. This substance made people blindly worship an object. Allison quickly recognized the problem. He recalled when Leon held up the bottle of medicine and asked if he knew what it was. Allison awkwardly inquired back. He warned that it was dojutsu, a type of nerve toxin that destroys the human brain. He angrily explained, using poison to erase the self and turn people into slaves. It was definitely connected to that restaurant. Allison softly called his name and asked, "Is that all?" He directly asked her if she wanted revenge on that restaurant, causing her to be stunned for a few seconds. The scene shifted to a construction site. Workers shouted that lunchtime had arrived. They excitedly urged each other to go to Molly's, saying they would have no energy without eating ghost noodles, even though the meat was a bit fishy and the place was a bit dirty. One person wondered to himself why he still wanted to go back. It must be out of habit. Suddenly, they looked up in a daze because of an unfamiliar fragrance. At a small stall, Allison loudly invited people to come and try the freshly made ghost bird meat skewers. The people lustfully praised it. It looked delicious. Was it the smell of charcoal grilling? He rushed over, saying having one skewer before lunch would surely be fine. He carefully grilled the meat and warned everyone to be careful because it was hot. Taking the first bite, everyone delightedly applauded the absolutely delicious dish. Allison happily realized that the customers from Molly's all left satisfied. When people retained their sense of self, the pressure to force loyalty was also gone. In that state, who could resist a juicy grilled ghost bird skewer? A customer hissed about the juice while eating. Allison silently praised that in terms of flavor, her restaurant was truly superior. They only needed one chance. The smell of charcoal grilling and hunger had done the trick. Allison pretended to be worried, then loudly made an announcement. All the prepared stock was sold out. The people regretfully chorused, "What? No way." They wanted to eat more. He kindly instructed them, "Do not worry, the branch in the outer district still had stock. Go try the noodle and skewer combo there since it was lunchtime." The scene shifted back to the restaurant. Customers came and went in a bustling stream. Allison's mother was stunned and cried out, "Oh my God." She was happy it had been a long time since the shop was this busy. Allison smiled in agreement. Everyone ordered 2 portions of the noodle and skewer combo, wondering why they had not known the shop was this good before. Allison secretly felt proud of the effective bait dish and upgraded menu. At the same time at Molly's restaurant, the entire place was empty without a single customer. Leeson was horrified and asked why there were no customers. Harai cursed in anger. He turned to confront Leeson, saying he told her not to drop the food. She was startled and protested she had never spilled it on customers. Suddenly, a pale-faced man kicked the door open and walked in, loudly asking what the hell was going on here. He said this was not some desolate area that he invested in to see this scene. Harai hurriedly bowed his head respectfully in greeting. The old man shouted respectfully, "Sir." He approached. "You've been quite lucky lately." Leeson fearfully replied, "Petey." Zan showed no restraint, hurling insults and criticizing everything. "Yet you always snatch the opportunity." He coldly presented a mysterious glass box. Seeing the main ingredient arrive, Harai was overjoyed. Zan emphasized that this batch was on a completely different level. When cooking, open all the windows, and you will witness a miracle. Meanwhile, Ruin was strolling down the street. She muttered a complaint. "Even if I did sneak a few skewers, it's not like I deserve to be sent off to catch ghost birds." Suddenly, Harai loudly invited her, "Have some noodles before you go." It's free. There won't be a second chance. Rurin annoyingly criticized. That dreamy restaurant again? I don't even want to step inside. At that moment, the aroma from the pot drifted intensely to her nose. As soon as she inhaled, Rurin seemed bewitched and immediately spun around. At the same time, at the Allison restaurant's ingredient storage, Allison rubbed his chin in frustration, pondering, it's been 3 days since Molly lost customers. If only I could lure that merchant spirit in. Just as he finished his thought, Rurin at the door waved to him. He greeted her with a smile and asked, did you bring the ghost birds? Suddenly, she reached out her hand. Without a word, Rurin directly placed a passionate kiss on his lips. Allison panicked and called Rurin's name, afraid someone might see. However, she remained immersed in her drunken state. This caused him to blush involuntarily. Allison quickly pushed Rurin aside. What is this? Did you learn that from Sorina? The perfume girl repeated. I just ate the best noodles in my life. The scent is still here. I want you to taste it too. Rurin coquettishly blamed him for rejecting her. He covered his mouth and asked suspiciously, what did you eat? At this moment, she lost all patience and started smashing things. Rurin angrily almost shouted benefits. She annoyingly questioned why he kept running away. Allison panicked. Do you want to beat me to death? Rurin argued indignant. Death? I just want to share the flavor I experienced. Do you still have taste buds? The others ate all the takeout portions. This was the only way. He doubted. Who eats noodles that way? Feeding them mouth to mouth. She didn't hesitate to prove it. Birds do it too. Allison refuted. That's a bird thing. How strange we. Rurin lowered her voice then criticized. What huh? She annoyingly blamed herself. I'm not human. So what must we to be normal? Rurin sobbed as she recounted. Last time I changed clothes just to welcome you, yet you avoided me. Then when I asked what our relationship was, you didn't answer either. So that means you truly hate me, right? He shyly concluded. You're ashamed of me because I'm a different species, right? Seeing this, he quickly stepped closer. Allison pressed her against the wall, deciding to confess. I avoid you because if we continue, things won't stop. He tightened his grip affectionately. It's not because of you, it's because of me. I won't be able to stop. She widened her eyes in surprise. Allison gently lifted Rurin's chin. Come here, take a taste. Just as their lips were about to merge into one, suddenly he chanted a spell, open spell. In an instant, her consciousness fell into a dazed state. Allison had captured Rurin. Talmai remarked, normally that spell isn't effective, but it held for now. If Rurin is that strong, what about the others? After gathering everyone in the restaurant hall, Medrin muttered blankly, why am I clinging to magic? Just this bowl of noodles is enough. He anxiously called her name. Hess cried out, this flavor prevents me from thinking of anything else. I have to close the restaurant. Allison called out to him in shock. His mother criticized him without restraint. He frowned and retorted, you're being too harsh. Seeing the unstable situation, Allison pondered, this is indeed Molly's noodles. Yesterday, they weren't even half as good as today's. But she didn't lose control like Rurin. Why are the reactions different? Just then, Listen hurriedly ran and calling him. Seeing the person before him, he exclaimed in confusion, the manager of Merlisau restaurant? She knelt down eagerly and asked, you're the one who sold the skewers and helped improve the menu, right? Allison happily stated his purpose. Great, I was looking for you. He seriously retorted, actually, I should ask first, what kind of noodles did you sell? She sadly recounted, I can't take it anymore. The restaurant is out of control, but I can't fire her eye. Allison took his hand and earnestly proposed, would you like to be the new head chef? He exclaimed in astonishment, what? A few hours later, he followed her to the dreamy restaurant. Passing through familiar paths, Allison looked around uneasily. There's no one on the road. Leeson cautiously asked, I saw that outfit when you were with Lord Hess. So you're a mage? He humbly said, I just wear it for comfort. I'm a chef. Next, she sadly told a story from the past. My father was also a chef. Since I was young, I've been clumsy, always making him worry. No matter how hard I tried to help, I could only arrange a few simple ingredients. But he never frowned, only smiled. Allison insightfully concluded, so you signed the contract because you didn't want to ruin your father's restaurant, right? Leeson sadly confirmed the terms with the Ling Trading Company. Yes. She nervously recounted that they had even built a second floor, sent a head chef, and sold ingredients at low prices. He quickly jumped in, adding that they had let customers try some bizarre ingredients of unknown origin. Leeson desperately begged, asking what he should do when he had no ability, and that the restaurant was the only asset his father left him. Upon arriving, Allison softly called her father, her voice full of melancholy. Watching the crowd scramble, he frankly asked if he wanted to see her reduced to this state. Inside, the people grumpily ordered the noodles to be brought out, telling them to step aside because they were nobles who must eat first. Faced with the chaos, she sank to her knees, mumbled an apology, and promised to pay. Leeson shyly and urgently begged him to save his restaurant. At that moment, an excited diner called for another bowl here. Harai generously ladled out food, saying, no, 3 bowls, eat as much as you want, there is plenty more. At the crucial moment, Allison boldly asked him directly if he was Harai. The man warily turned his head and asked who he was. He declared himself the new chef sent by the manager, and immediately fired Harai. Scene change, Sydney was working while reporting that he had just been severely scolded. Asked Han, so we have to find a replacement, do you have any suggestions? Redden replied reluctantly, asking asking would be the same. Sydney sighed in exasperation, saying at least say something. Next, he quickly suggested, did you once say the Black Dragon Ruin was a candidate? Ah nodded but refuted it, saying that was just a contingency plan. Sydney coldly reminded him, eliminated now, you know who Klon is with her, right? Ah amused, she seems content with her current life. Lost the motivation Klon provided. You need a goal worth sacrificing everything for. Sydney questioned further if there was any such dragon. Redden honestly replied, he only knew how to research dragons to kill them. Ah laughed, retracting his compliment about him being funny. He irritably warned him not to joke. Sydney praised his composure, just as Sun's figure appeared at the doorstep. Elaine proactively greeted him, saying it had been so long he probably didn't know. Seeing this, he waved his hand in reply. It had not been that long. Next, he seriously announced that Thing had entered his territory. Sydney warmly offered to go all the way to a remote hometown. It seemed his declaration was not empty. If he needed a hiding place, just say so. He arrogantly refused. Hide, no need. San cheerfully took out a glass vial of potion, saying it was a success, even on a dragon. He excitedly declared that he had just received a report that it was effective on the Black Dragoness accompanying Allison. The long-term research results were finally confirmed. Sang chimed in gently, told you, if a candidate cannot be found, we will create one. The era of silence is over. At the same time at the restaurant, Leeson hesitated. I miss. She shyly called Allison's name. He quickly corrected head chef. Allison nodded and reported that the cleanup was done. As you said, after throwing away the pot of broth containing that spice, all the customers left. But before that, they were still frantically licking the floor. She worriedly asked Han, that was half a day ago, the restaurant was empty, so when will we start cooking? The question from the other party caused Allison's body to unconsciously stiffen. He scratched his head blankly and asked back, cooking. Allison wondered, how am I supposed to do that? Leeson was stunned and demanded, what do you mean by that? I fired Harai because I trusted you. I even threw away that pot of broth with the spice. He pursed his lips and sneered, too bad, isn't it? She was bewildered, thinking to herself there's no way he accepted the position of head chef. Leeson was horrified, concluding that his purpose was to destroy this place. As soon as he finished speaking, San stepped in leisurely, accompanied by an amused hum of interest. He cheerfully looked around and then assessed. Things are far different from the reports. She trembled, trying to find an excuse. Sir, this matter, how do I explain it? At the crucial moment, Allison lowered his voice and interjected. I guess that if we waited a while, you would show up. He stepped forward boldly. Allison confronted him, saying he could not let the restaurant he built collapse. Han curled his lips in a knowing smile. So you fired Harai and drove away the customers to take over this place. Truly a scheming hero. Leeson heard the earth-shattering information, his mind completely in turmoil. A hero? Wait, did I mishear? Looking at his figure, she asked in disbelief. Impossible, one of the 3 war heroes. He donned his robe, arrogantly taunting. I am a bit surprised. Heard you people were living in seclusion. And yet you are trying to resurrect the Dragon King. Sang heard this and grunted emphatically. I am different from those cowardly dragon men. Don't lump us together. They are fools who cannot understand the situation. He spat out a threat, you too. I was hoping you would live comfortably, running a restaurant in Greg City. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura, Leeson's legs trembled, then he collapsed, losing consciousness. San aggressively retorted, don't tell me you think I've been silent all this time because I'm afraid of you? Standing before the danger, Allison frankly brushed lightly against the dark aura. Instantly, that malevolent energy was dispelled, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, all the furniture in the restaurant shattered into pieces. He showed no fear, provoking, so there is another reason, right? A few minutes later, the earth-shattering clash made the thick wooden doors rattle. San, caught off guard, took the full force of a powerful magic blast from Allison's hand and was sent flying outside. Seeing his opponent fall, he harshly accused him, demanding he confess the scheme. Why try to resurrect the Dragon King? Who are your accomplices? Where is your base? He stepped back, let out a contemptuous laugh. This is not how you play the game. San regained his arrogant demeanor, lecturing that he should have chosen the right question. Your question proves you know nothing about us. Negotiation only begins when both sides are on equal standing and influence. Then, he ruthlessly released a burst of violent energy around him, making all negotiations impossible. He quickly transformed into a dragon and roared madly. Even if it destroyed the city, it would be fine, but you cannot do the same. He set up a dark magic formation surrounding the target, and at the same time spoke, preparing to make a move. Just as the destructive energy beam shot out from the center of the formation, San excitedly challenged, you must prove your worth before making a request. Allison steadfastly focused all her spirit to condense a colossal power. That was a level 9 spell. He decisively shot straight into the air, then sealed off the violent attack with a space-time translocation. The sturdy defensive barrier erected successfully completely neutralized the destructive magic flow from San. He clenched his hand, causing it to explode, then confidently taunted the opponent. Is that enough qualification? In the midst of the intense battle, a mysterious energy sphere from a dark corner stealthily approached him. San flapped his wings and soared into the sky, then issued a threat. Are you sure you can protect what you want? Let's see what happens. He presented the white crystal and asked cheerfully, you're curious about this thing, right? San pointed and explained its function. Of course, it's not a seasoning for a dish. It's very simple. Allison snapped a threat. Don't casually talk about seasoning. Ignoring the anger, he continued to explain. Consider it something that drives someone insane over a certain goal, creating a master-servant bond. You've probably heard of it. San emphasized proudly, it reminds you of the Dragon King's ability, doesn't it? Hearing that nonsense, he immediately denied it and then bound him tightly with magic ropes that only applies in noodles. Just as he saw the binding ropes tightening around him, seeing Horai about to ambush Allison, San commented pityingly, you still don't understand. Just as he was tightly embraced by that old man, he realized in shock that this was not human strength. At the critical moment, waves of people with faces devoid of all reason rushed out madly shouting, protect Lord San. Seeing that scene, Allison's heart grew heavy, and she had to retract her weapons. Civilians. He cunningly affirmed his position. I told you this thing is only used for the designated target. They no longer live for themselves, but have become my followers. Not stopping there, San also arrogantly pointed to the sky. Of course, there are no exceptions. Immediately, countless streaks of fiery red light like fire rained down from the sky, forcing him to throw up a shield. Medrin, now completely devoid of her own will, immediately gaped and shouted, the enemy of Lord San. Meanwhile, a radiant figure in the air excited him, that is, before he could finish speaking, that person jumped heavily to the ground. San happily concluded, even if it's a dragoman who has absorbed the ancient gem. As soon as she saw the person emerging from the dust, Allison was utterly stunned. He proudly sneered in a mocking tone, how about it? San announced loudly, it seems the situation has been reversed. He concluded firmly, surrender, you cannot reverse the situation. He sneered and silently reasoned, it's really enjoyable watching you struggle in vain. I know it well. That monster cannot be defeated with just this. He is holding back his power to avoid hurting those around him. But how long can that last when facing a dragoman and a level 7 archmage? Even if he wins, he will at least lose his friends and his power will diminish. I can take the chance to escape after all. I have nothing to lose. Finishing that thought, San cheerfully instructed, well, if you don't mind. He lightly touched her shoulder and then offered a suggestion. I think taking her away wouldn't be a problem. Witnessing this, the rage within Allison burned fiercely. However, Rurin suddenly became lucid and lightning fast. She reached out and grabbed San's wrist tightly. She resolutely and mercilessly flung away the hand clinging to her shoulder. Without a word, Rurin straight punched him in the gut, knocking him out. Witnessing this unbelievable reversal, even Horai, who was holding Allison, showed extreme shock. The thunderous punch made San double over in pain, holding his stomach and staggering. What the? Rurin angrily cursed, you bastard, who do you think you're touching? She kicked him aside and screamed madly, only Allison is allowed to touch me. Staggering to his feet, San reeled in shock, losing his balance and stumbling backward. He proudly broke into a satisfied smile. Now that's the Ruin I know. Wasting no time, Allison immediately activated a wide area binding magic circle, causing the citizens to shout angrily, let us go. Medrin struggled hard, being tied up like this. At that moment, he leaned in close and uttered a chilling warning. Don't repeat the same mistake, Medrin. She was terrified, only able to stare wide-eyed at the dazzling magic light appearing before her. In just a few seconds, a shockwave from Allison's ultimate skill swept through. At the same time, Sam panted and asked himself, I wonder why the effect didn't work. He angrily realized it turned out her heart was already taken. As he landed, he asked gently, do you remember that move just now? San bitterly spat out insults. This makes me even more furious. So you two aren't just friends. A dragoman and a human. What a farce. Faced with the insulting words, Allison clearly affirmed this was faith, not one-sided support, but having become each other's support. Not wanting to hear any more moralizing, he opened his mouth and exhaled power, then mocked mockingly how shameful. He easily neutralized it, then proudly denied it no. Immediately, the attack pierced straight through San's body. Allison confidently declared, there's nothing shameful about it, because we love each other. He smiled and emphasized that the issue of racial difference was not worth worrying about, and muttered bitterly in a daze, saying he had never seen such a strange relationship in his life. It was not because he was wrong, nor could he have predicted this. San fell, charred black, blaming himself. As the enemy lay dying, Allison happily asked Hen if he had finally spoken his mind. Rurin answered shyly, just once more. He sincerely uttered a sweet phrase. I love you, Rurin. She burst into tears and replied, I love you too. Horai, with his hands bound by iron chains, struggled wildly and screamed hoarsely, let me go, you bastards. Allison stared at the old man, suspecting in his heart that this man must be a confidant of the White Dragon, not entirely human, with abnormal strength. Suddenly a pale golden magic circle appeared, tearing off Horai's clothes. What are you doing, you bastards? He lowered his head and muttered curses through his teeth. Damn it. An image surfaced in Allison's mind as he looked at Horai's appearance. This man was exactly like that swordsman from before. A sinister laugh rang out like a whisper. Hard to understand, isn't it? Although San had fallen to one knee, he still wore a mocking smile. Keep struggling and realize there is a crude power in this world that cannot be overcome. Rurin angrily bent an iron bar as she walked forward, saying, but beating people to a pulp is not among those powers. She rushed forward, throwing a flurry of punches, shouting as she hit. The more I look at his face, the more I hate it. Thinking about his hands touching Allison drives me mad. Medrin tremblingly said to Allison, please do not kill him. He suddenly became annoyed and ran towards Rurin, muttering, the more I think, the angrier I get. I am joining in too. She called out in panic, Lord Allison. Scene change. Leeson walked dejectedly alone in the forest. She recalled Allison's farewell words when the repairs were complete. Allison exclaimed in fear, wait. Her palms were sweaty. Her voice panicked. If you leave now, I am done for. At least teach me the cooking formulas. Allison continued, leaving her frozen. If you just follow instructions without understanding the ingredients, it is no different from tossing spices around randomly like before. Leeson lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling slightly, quietly pondering his every word. Think about what you have and what you lack. I believe you will know what you need to do. Scene change. Hess hesitated while peeling potatoes. Mom, let us move into the city. The restaurant is busy but a bit far, and the storage is already chaotic. She nodded. Maybe they needed a supply manager. Leeson excitedly threw open the window and shouted loudly, I can do it. Miss Listen exclaimed in astonishment, pointed at herself nervously, and added, I can manage the storage. I also have a restaurant in the city. Leeson lowered his voice. What I mean is, do you want to cooperate with me? Scene changed to a restaurant. A person suddenly put down their plate of food and asked doubtfully, hasn't it been a while already? Klon questioned irritably. The restaurant is packed, but the two owners are nowhere to be seen. Serena curled her lips slightly, her tone understanding everything. No wonder they put out that strange notice back then. The girl beside her lowered her head and muttered, could it be that Lord Allison? Her words froze the atmosphere. Has decided not to return to the restaurant anymore. The customers began to chatter excitedly. The owners have been absent lately, right? The girl nodded. Yeah, ever since the declaration of the Supreme Archmage. After all, Klon was dressed like a mage. Another person spoke out in speculation. Even before it became common, Serena glanced at the gossiping crowd and sighed warily. The rumors are starting to spread. Silent absence creates the greatest suspicion. Elena twirled a strand of hair and asked in a small voice, should we cover it up with a lie? The person next to her wondered, are you good at that? She blushed and hesitated. We could say he went to pursue love with a noble. Klon suddenly interrupted, turning to Ren and asking, be quiet, we promised to keep the secret, but you started that rumor, didn't you? She annoyedly grit her teeth and punched him. It wasn't me. A hand suddenly appeared, gently pushing the door open. Allison walked in, his voice surprising everyone. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Lynn excitedly exclaimed, you two are back. He stepped in with a bright smile and greeted, long time no see. He ran towards them, unable to believe it. We thought you would not return. Allison smiled and shook his head. There is no way I would abandon the restaurant. The diners whispered curiously. The owner is back. Should we ask him directly? Lynn continued speaking, but seeing the intertwined hands of Allison and Rurin made him stop. Things have been so chaotic lately. There is a rumor that the manager is the Supreme Archmage. Lynn hesitated and asked, you too? Allison blushed shyly and recounted. During the trip, we talked a lot and decided to be more honest with each other. Allison gripped Rurin's hand tightly, his voice gentle with no more concealment. From now on, we will kiss anywhere. Everyone should get used to it. Allison's tone turned serious. So what is this rumor that is spreading? Say it again. The diners muttered in disappointment. Supreme Archmage, my foot. It was just a lover's trip. Damn it, how can someone be so lucky? With a girl this beautiful, bring another bottle of wine. And from that night on, the rumor about Allison's identity vanished overnight. Scene change. Redden pushed the door open and walked in with a cold expression. He hesitated and called out, Lord Sydney. Immediately raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Sydney asked blandly. Let me guess, bad news. He replied in a low voice. Yes. Continued. Good failed and was capture right. Redden's voice grew quieter. Yes. Sydney pointed. You predicted this, didn't you? He muttered. Yes. Suddenly turned and walked away without panic, only asking flatly, so where is my tobacco? Redden lowered his head. Is that an order, sir? Sydney shrugged leisurely. What else? Cleaning up the consequences is our job. Penravo City. This matter might. Scene changed to a gloomy, eerie castle. A shadow hurried slowly to some place. Medisana looked up at the large monument before him, thinking, I never thought I would see the name Baron carved here. He searched with a complex mood. It should be over here, I am sure. Medisana suddenly saw a crack on the name he was looking for, Baron. His eyes turned sharp, bloodshot filling them. Medasana reverted to his dragon form and roared in anger. Who did this? Who dares to defile the sacred memorial stele? Hearing the noise, two people ran out from inside. Elder. The man looked at the stele in horror. Oh heavens, who would do such a thing? How despicable. Medasana furiously commanded, restore the memorial stele immediately. His gaze was razor sharp, scrutinizing every detail to find the perpetrator. A person fearfully tried to soothe him. Please calm down, Elder. Dahima walked over and said in a low voice, many people are listening, nothing good will come if this spreads. He led Medasana back to the room and poured him a cup of tea. Dahima slowly asked, are you calmer now? Medasana gripped the teacup tightly, the corner of his mouth curling up as he remarked, childish. He lowered his head, his voice carrying a hint of bitterness. If anyone had an objection, they should say it, at least he would listen. But to secretly scratch the memorial and then flee, how could the Dragon Clan, the pinnacle of life, be so cowardly? Dahima suddenly lowered his voice, unfortunately, but now nearly half of the Dragonkin in the sanctuary disagree with that decision. Medasana slammed the table emotionally. Half of them, what makes so resentful? My daughter prevented the birth of a complete Dragon King. But his words made him stumble. You are overprotecting your daughter. Medasana was stunned and asked back, what? Dahima looked at him sternly and then sincerely expressed his thoughts. Evaluate the situation objectively. Think about how Baron was restored before. In the sacred ceremony, he used force to carve a path into the sanctuary and took away the blessed female before even declaring his intention. How could there be no resentment? He closed his eyes and recounted the situation. The two ancient primordial jades. If he had only absorbed the Dragon King heart, there would still be a chance. If the Dragon Clan were willing to suffer heavy losses, but not anymore. And I cannot say I am blameless. Dahima's gaze sank as he accepted the truth. If his goal was not merely to make a declaration, if he had killed a few Dragonkin to flex power, then we would no longer be the supreme life. Every sentence stabbed directly into his pain. So I said half is correct, because half believed that Baron's actions were justified in principle and Allison acted as a defender of the ideals. Medasana clenched his sweaty hands and asked, what about you? Medasana's gaze was more severe than ever. Are you a part of that half? A memory suddenly surfaced. Back then, Medasana said to Allison with tears in his eyes, before the coming of age ceremony of Rurin. Rurin is a Dragonkin, but you are a human. No matter how strong you are, that fact will never change. His words made him jolt awake, his eyes wide open. Do you genuinely believe you can walk alongside her forever? Returning to the present, Medasana slowly repeated, you were the one who proposed it, Dahima. The matter of bringing up the lifespan issue with Allison. Dahima suddenly stood up and turned away. That matter has been resolved, however. He said it to remind him of Allison's presence. This is not something to discuss in front of him. Medasana heard that and looked around, then realized with shock, shouting out his name. Allison awkwardly scratched his face. It seems I came at a bad time, huh? Dahima quickly walked away, leaving behind a final reassuring word. Continue your conversation. I will go ensure that no idle rumors spread among the Dragon Clan. Allison asked dazedly, idle rumors? Dahima walked out of the room, looking deep in thought. He walked, his thoughts gradually turning to resentment. Resolved. Yes, that should have been decided long ago. Since he tore through every obstacle for Rurin, I had already decided. Just then, a voice from the darkness suddenly rang out. You're leaving, sir? He glanced at him and questioned, what is it, Luhat? Luhat slowly stepped forward, his face tense with sweat. Yes, I have something to say. It is about something that could decide the future of our Dragon Clan. Inside the room, Medasana looked at the jar filled with powder in his hand, scrutinizing it. So this is the spice in question? He asked further, you said it also affects Rurin. Allison blushed and awkwardly explained a little bit, but how should I put it? The direction seems a bit different. I think so. In the memory, Rurin shyly said something embarrassing. I will give you something really delicious to eat. Medasana poured out the powder and remarked, let's see, it feels like there are many mixed things in here. There is definitely a strange energy blended in. His eyes suddenly widened as he recognized the unfamiliar thing inside. Allison nervously hesitated and asked what was wrong. Medasana clenched his fist and spoke with complex emotions. It is a heart. The next words made the air drop. A fragment of a dragon heart that is shattering. Allison exclaimed in shock, huh? He bowed his head in guilty contemplation. If I am not mistaken, this is the consequence of the sins we have committed. Outside at the same time, Dahima stopped and spoke to Luhat. That is right, Luhat. The Dragon Clan carries a very heavy meaning for me. He recalled his words and asked curiously, so what is this important matter regarding the future of the Dragon Clan? Luhat lowered his voice in fear. Are you sure it is fine in this situation? He shouted emotionally when old Dahima had turned his back. 1,000-year tradition was distorted by a human who came from nowhere. The criminal of our clan is was no longer a criminal just because of a single statement, and the authority of the coming-of-age ceremony has collapsed. Dehema turned his head impatiently and warned, "The weight of that thought cannot be solved with lengthy explanations. Get to the point." Luhat calmed his mood and continued, "I think you, Sir Dehema, must be troubled." He deliberately sowed doubt about Allison, every word intended to cause division. "How long do you think Allison will continue to support the Dragon Clan? Now he looks confident. With him here, the ancient primordial jade will not appear, and when a dragonkin with a purpose becomes an elder, he can handle that too." Luhat's eyes widened as he planted doubt in his heart. But he is still a human, with a lifespan of at most 80 years. And considering the war period, how much time does he really have left? Dehema's voice slowly explained, "You know that well. No one knows Allison's lifespan." Luhat hurriedly stepped forward and questioned emotionally, "So you mean to gamble our clan's future on something so fleeting?" Dehema narrowed his eyes, suspicious because every explanation was too coherent. Why is this bastard speaking so coherently, and deliberately trying to stall for time outside? By your logic, we just need to wait a little longer. He seized the flaw and retorted sharply, 50 years from now, there will be an answer. Then you can state your position to everyone. So why cause trouble now? He suddenly lost composure, his breathing rapid. Then it will be too late. Tears suddenly fell heavily from Luhat. His face was red with anger and grief. By then it will be too late. Rurin has already spent too much time with him. She will do everything with him. Dehema seemed to understand everything. He clenched his fist, his eyes briefly flashing with annoyance. The more he saw it, the more annoying it became. He thought to himself, wanting to slap him really hard. Dehema seemed to have anticipated Luhat's actions. He was the one who destroyed the memorial tablet. Ignoring the old man's ugly expression, he stubbornly insisted that if they wanted to bring him down, they had to do it now. He had asked the others, and most were dissatisfied. Dehema pondered, stringing the events together before quickly making a deduction. When he spoke, he appeared intelligent and persuasive. This story was not something he had thought up himself. His sudden move like this carried a hidden meaning. The old man walked over and placed a hand on Luhat's shoulder, promising his support. His intuition told him this was not a spontaneous action. There was definitely someone behind him. Dehema spoke softly, his tone probing. He said his sincere plea had moved him, and that he would overlook the destruction of the tablet. Luhat frantically shook his head in panic, refusing, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The old man paid no heed to his excuses, curiously asking how to bring down Allison. He reminded him of the opponent's strength. Luhat's hand clenched maliciously. He said if it were only the Black Dragon clan, it would be fine, but that was not the case. Back in the room, Medisana wondered about the ringleader, a white dragon named Xan. He asked if Allison had found anything. Allison replied that since he was a dragon, hypnosis magic was ineffective. He tightened his grip on the spice bottle, accepted the investigation, and promised to send the results. He suddenly turned his head, puzzled about the door. He asked if the person from earlier was Lord Dehema. That lord said he did not want rumors to spread. What had happened? Medisana sighed wearily, thinking it was unnecessary to mention the memorial tablet again. He lowered his voice to reassure him that there was no need to worry. Medisana picked up the teapot pour tea, saying there was something more important to discuss. His voice was hesitant, but his expression was full of concern. He asked how things were going with Rurin these days. Allison lowered his head in embarrassment, blushing, and replied that they kissed in public without fear of being watched. They even made their relationship public. Medisana laughed heartily in praise and asked further. He faltered, asking about the next part. Medisana slammed his hand on the table, telling him not to pretend. His eyes were full of anticipation, but his expression was grim, asking where his own was. Allison panicked. He spoke seriously, words that made his face turn pale and red. He asked if the coming-of-age ceremony went smoothly. Why was there no good news yet? He scolded him for only kissing so far. Her belly should have swollen by now. Allison froze, his face burning hot as he stammered, asking what he was talking about. He calmly took a sip of tea before providing important information. He said if she got pregnant in human form, she would give birth to a baby, not an egg. Allison clenched his hands, muttering that he did not ask, but he was a little curious. He lowered his head worriedly and asked about the possibility of having children. He said he was human, Rurin was a dragon. Would that be okay? Medisana grumpily told him to try it before asking. He asked in confusion why he was like this today. He withdrew his smile, speaking in an elder's tone that he knew his real worry. It was not about whether to have children or not. Medisana calmly pointed out Allison's fear, startling him. He asked whether his lifespan would change if he had a child. That was what he was truly worried about. He lowered his head in defeat, sighing, and praised that he was quite perceptive today. He said that he already knew and still asked. He looked down at the table, his dejection evident. He thought that even if a miracle happened and the child was born, he feared that if he died after a few decades, or if the child inherited a human lifespan, the future would cause Rurin Hartash to stay, and Allison dared not think about it. He said he could not imagine it. Medisana was silent, gently stroking his thoughts. He thought that mature thinking was strong, but overthinking was weak. Allison suddenly stood up, turning away with confused emotions. He asked him to please investigate thoroughly. He suddenly lowered his voice and called his name Allison. Edasana raised his hand and cast the polymove spell. He said it was not just an external disguise. He pointed to the blood streaming from his hand, saying it was real blood. His body had a structure similar to a human's. Edasana continued, making Allison's eyes widen. Rurin also refused to revert to dragon form at the coming-of-age ceremony, saying it was her true form. Medasana spoke seriously from the depths of his heart. He said the decision was his, but he believed he knew how great Rurin's determination was. Scene shifted back to Rurin's residence. She hugged the soft, smooth white fur, tightly smiling shyly. Rurin thought back to that situation, telling herself that at that moment she had kissed Allison. She lowered her eyes slightly, her ears reddening as she recalled the previous kiss. Rurin was startled, her eyes immediately opening wide. Sweat began to pour from her forehead as a thought surfaced. She remembered the vague memory but was certain they had taken another step on the ladder of lovers. If so, then what Serena said. Rurin agitatedly grabbed Zurun's fur and pulled hard, making it yelp in pain. She asked what to do. She hugged its child tightly, talking to herself. She said what, telling her to keep it as imagination in her head. That was not imagination, you idiot. The sound of the door opening made her face brighter than ever. She asked if he was back. Rurin eagerly stepped out to open the door, telling him to look closely. She said she would prove it was not imagination. The person outside the door was Dahima. He coldly said he had not seen Rurin since the coming-of-age ceremony. His voice was emotionless, praising her good disguise and asking to enter. Cold sweat on Rurin's face, she softly called Dahima. Scene shifted to a dark forest. Luat laughed loudly at the speck of light in his hand, saying he had done it. He proudly reported that he had scratched the name Baron off the memorial tablet. A deep, hoarse voice from the underworld praised him. Luat raised his head high with a dark, confident face. He said many people were relaxed, even Dahima was on his side. The voice was surprised, thinking Dahima valued the dragon clan above all else. So Ellison stepping over him made him angry. The mysterious voice asked suspiciously if Dahima had truly taken our side. Luat snapped, telling it to be quiet, because the person had not yet met the conditions. He tilted his head and lowered his voice, asking if the information about Allison's lifespan was accurate. The voice affirmed without hesitation that he would not live long. Then the voice manipulated, wanting him to help a little. Luhat roared, cutting it off, saying Rurin should have been his, her body. Luhat's mind was filled with a hot image of Rurin, her happy smile. The voice hurriedly spoke up to stop his footsteps, calling Luhat to wait. But Luhat lost his composure, running off crazily, shouting that she was his. The voice panicked, calling out to him. Zan gritted his teeth in annoyance, muttering. He said he deliberately chose fools so they would not betray him. He helplessly lowered his head, muttering that destroying the binding object was nothing. But if he did that, Allison would come immediately. He cursed, asking what Sydney was doing. The car roared through the magic circle as Allison's figure drew closer. He asked if anyone was out there, cursing that there was no one else. He darkened his face, staring at the magic circle with complex thoughts. The earlier dialogue plunged Allison into thought. The words about his human-like lifespan echoed. Yes, he would not live long. He looked up at the vast night sky, lamenting that it was truly like that. The scene shifted to the restaurant at that moment. Serena frowned irritably, asking where Allison had gone again. She rested her chin on her hand with a mocking smile, muttering if opening a restaurant was that easy. Matt quickly spoke up to ease the tension, saying he was busy and asking for understanding. A sudden explosion sent the door flying off its hinges in an instant. The panicked diners turned back to hear a grim voice echoing from behind the shattered door, revealing that this was his tavern. Luhat, his sharp eyes gripping his fists, commanded those inside, "Hand over Rurin, and I will not speak more than 10 words to a mortal." Inside a house, Ment rushed to ask Minton what had happened. She fearfully replied that she heard a crash from the restaurant. Cold sweat ran down his face as he asked where the manager and Rurin were. She shook her head, saying they were not there. Ment quickly told her to get the sword. The scene shifted back to the restaurant. Luhat spoke irritably. "What is this? Are you all deaf?" He emphasized each word with annoyance. "Did you not hear what I just said?" Ling stepped forward, grinding his teeth in anger as he questioned Luhat. "You burst in here causing trouble. Who exactly are you?" Seeing his brother step forward, he cried out in fear. Luhat lowered his voice decisively. "I did not come to fight, just bring Rurin here." Ling shook his head. "She is not here, and even if she were, I would not call her out for a stranger." At that moment, Ment ran over holding a sword and said firmly to Luhat, "There is nothing of value here. You should leave. If you leave now, we will spare you." His words made Luhat's face turn terrifying again, veins bulging across his face. "The war just ended recently, yet you dare to be so arrogant." Cold sweat rolled down Ling's face, causing him extreme terror. Luhat unleashed his power with a roar. "I told you, I will not use more than 10 sentences to speak with humans." Ment was also shocked and immediately became highly alert. At that moment, Serena suddenly stepped out from the smoke and questioned him. "What exactly are you?" She rubbed her neck disdainfully and asked, "Do you know where this is to dare pull such tricks? The owner of this place is a very terrifying person. Can you handle that?" Serena then led Luhat to an open area. This distance should be fine. Fighting inside the restaurant would cause noise. Many people still do not know who I am. Luhat's face darkened as he coldly lamented. Indeed, a restaurant opened by that man is certainly not ordinary, even having a dragon openly sitting as a customer. Luhat's next words struck Serena's pain, making her furious with veins bulging on her face. And a red line one at that, the instigator of the war. It is hard to believe Allison saw you and still let it be. Serena screamed in anger, I did not want those things. Luhat shook his head with a sigh, but that does not erase what you did. She narrowed her eyes in annoyance. Is that not something you should not say, Luhat? I heard you destroyed human villages many times under the pretext of exterminating the Red Line. Luhat darkened, his voice losing patience. The only reason I overlook your insolence is that you know who I am. I came only to speak with Ruin. She glanced over with curiosity. Why do you keep mentioning Ruin all this time? Serena suddenly burst into laughter, the corner of her lips curling in mockery. So you are that one? Her provocative words angered Luhat, the dragon designated as Ruin's mate in the coming-of-age ceremony. The two quickly transformed back into their dragon forms and lunged at each other. Luhat growled, yet you still dare to speak like that. At that moment, Ruin's annoyed voice rang out. What are you doing, you bastard? Seeing Ruin appear, Serena gleefully said with contempt, you are done for. Luhat suddenly blushed happily and exclaimed, there you are. He stared intently at her and called Ruin. She irritably walked closer to him. Do not look so happy to see me. Your face is already annoying enough. The scene shifted to another place. Medrin sat nervously on a chair in a dark cellar. Sweat dotted her face from worry. She thought to herself that she had followed Allison's advice and let the silver dragon go. But it should be fine. If something happened, he would come at once. Suddenly a strange voice sounded beside her, asking if this was where the sinner was hiding. Medrin immediately panicked, not understanding how this person appeared here. The scene shifted back to Ruin's spot. Luhat blushed and whispered that she was not wearing a dress. He gazed at her passionately, captivated by the beauty of the dress from the coming-of-age ceremony, but Ruin irritably crossed her arms and shooed him away. Luhat's face darkened. He said it was not too late and hoped Ruin would return. He asked hopefully if she had done nothing with that man, and that the two could not have children. Ruin's face bulged with veins. She ground her teeth and angrily asked him if he was done talking. She furrowed her brow and harshly told him to shut his mouth and go back if he did not want that to be his last words. Luhat stepped forward and yelled that he spoke for her future. Ruin was startled by his words. He said her rebellious phase would not last a few decades. She clenched her fists and asked him what he was talking about. Luhat still tried to persuade her and mentioned the ancient gem. He argued that even with that gem, nothing would change, it would only make Elena sadder. Ruin lowered her head because he had touched her pain. That man's lifespan was as short as a human's. The memory of Dahima's words flooded back. He said Ruhat was coming soon, but if that was what she wanted, it was fine. Ruin asked back why she had to do that. She said she trusted him, but the old man calmly said it was up to her. He had already decided. Dahima's final words echoed in Ruin's mind. Hoping she would personally crush that man's heart, she gritted her teeth and asked him back that nothing had happened yet, right? Luhat was stunned by Ruin's words. She said they had done everything together. He stiffened and asked back what. She blushed and laughed loudly, pointing at him and saying they'd already done it all long ago, she and Allison. Luhat excitedly roared, telling her not to lie. Ruin feigned shyness. On the very day of the ceremony, it was Allison who untied every ribbon of her dress for her. And then on the special day she still wore it, but not for long. His face gradually turned pale. Serena watched Ruin's hair-raising conversation, then fearfully added more, like when they bit each other's necks. She keenly realized Ruin was only lying. She must have just been boasting about things that never happened. Luhat knelt down in pain, yelled to stop her, and said he'd not want to hear anymore. Seeing him tremble, Ruin lowered her voice, saying he was misunderstanding one thing. The next sentence shocked him. She went to the holy hall during the coming-of-age ceremony not for him, but because Allison wanted her to come. Ruin raised her head, her gaze sinking. Her cruel actions towards Allison had bound her. She was not brave enough to make him stop, but he still sought her out again. She blushed slightly. At that moment her heart had decided, a heart that would never change for the rest of her life. Ruin once again shattered Luhat's fantasy, declaring that it had nothing to do with Allison's race or lifespan. It was her choice, and she would never be his. The sound of Allison's footsteps drew nearer. Luhat sensed his arrival and gritted his teeth as he asked, so what about you? Do you think the same as her? He repeated the question, answer me, Allison. Ruin's eyes widened happily the moment she saw Allison as she called him, while Serena coldly pointed at Luhat and said that he had broken the restaurant door. Luhat stood up to calm himself and then spoke loudly, Allison, Ruin will live for thousands of years after you die. Do you intend to make her suffer because of your selfishness? Ruin angrily pointed at him. Don't listen to him, my love, ignore those unconfirmed nonsense words. But he lowered his voice and called Ruin. He pressed close to her and whispered an explanation. If it is about lifespan, perhaps he is right. Then Allison turned to Luhat and nodded in confirmation. That is correct. Humans live much shorter lives than the bloodline. He laughed proudly. See, if you truly care about Rurin, he suddenly smiled and cut him off. But that is precisely why. Allison held Rurin tightly with great tenderness. Every day I live becomes extremely precious. She tilted her head and blushed as she replied, my love. He lifted her up in his arms. So if you will excuse us, we will be going now. You do not seem to be here for a meal. Luhat panicked and hurriedly stopped him. Wait, where do you think you are going? Why are you carrying her like that? Receiving no answer, he collapsed in worry. What do you two plan on doing next? The two of them entered the forest together. Rurin softly spoke. You can put me down. He shook his head and tightened his hold. Let me hold you a little longer. Allison suddenly whispered shyly, Rurin, do you remember the time you wanted to tell me the taste of that delicious noodle dish, and you interrupted me? He cunningly pressed closer to Rurin. Let me continue. This time there are no noodles. She lowered her head, her ears flushing red. Should we try that taste again? Allison laughed at her adorable reaction. I want to engrave every moment you have with me. He continued walking while holding his girl, leaving Rurin with only happy, joyful memories to recall at any time. It will not be long. Laughter echoed over the couple's happiness. So when that time comes, can I be a little selfish? At a place the two did not notice, Dehema was standing high up watching gently. He stroked his beard lightly and nodded. That is indeed the right choice, choosing to be together despite accepting a short lifespan. Dehema raised his hand to create a stream of purple light. Only then could the fate of the HL clan be entrusted. And of course it would be very inconvenient if such a man only had a human lifespan. Allison and Rurin had returned to their room. They sat next to each other shyly and hesitantly. About last time. Allison scratched his face in embarrassment. We decided to try again, right? Rurin stiffened and nodded. Allison awkwardly suggested, then to start, let us kiss first. The two slowly pressed closer together with hot breaths fanning onto each other's faces. A passionate kiss took place as their lips intertwined. The air became hotter than ever as the intoxicating exchange continued. Allison suddenly lifted his head, looking shy as if thinking about something. Rurin, with an enchanting appearance, called out, my love. At that moment, Medisana's words suddenly flashed in his mind. Where is my grandchild? Allison slapped her own face and cried out in a panic. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, going any further was truly impossible. She asked worriedly, honey. The scene changed to that morning at the restaurant. Mint nodded gently at Minton. Minton, I told you to save that for later. She still focused on bringing the razor to his beard. Stand still. If you move, you will get hurt. After finishing, Minton shouted proudly, done. How does it look? Mint exclaimed in astonishment, truly impressive. But Klon shook his head. I liked you better before. Mint picked up the mirror in confusion and stammered, why are you reacting like that? Creston, how bad is it? As soon as he saw himself in the mirror, he asked in a panic, what is this? You said at least you had to keep the jawline. She was still very confident. Why, I just think you look more handsome. Mint muttered painfully, oh my beard. Just then, Allison yawned as she walked over. What is the matter? Ren got excited seeing him. Allison, you came. Minton just shaved Ment's beard. She has been waiting for this chance for a long time. Her words startled him. Looks better, right? Look 10 years younger, Klon. He stammered hesitantly, Allison's question shocked everyone. Then how old do I look? Everyone immediately started discussing animatedly. I never noticed before. You never told us your age. You look very young. But you served in the military 15 years, right? One person asked curiously, so how old are you? Allison rubbed her neck shyly and replied, the war ended 2 years ago, so I am 34. Everyone exclaimed in unison, 34. Someone slapped Allison's shoulder. What, you look incredibly young, not at all like that Klon. He asked shyly, really? He thought to himself, so this really is the effect. Just then Klon suddenly shouted, do not lower your guard. He said with a serious face, people age very quickly after 35. Klon pointed at himself and asked, if I say I am still a radiant young man at 20 years old, would you believe me? Ren stood up irritably. No way, we saw you when you were young. Everyone's words made him frown, but it is true that some people age overnight. Allison thought to herself, right, so I am not sure either. After that, Allison went to the room and put a mask on her face. Rurin peeked into the room curiously and called, Big Brother. She said blankly, what is it? Allison quickly replied, skincare product. He gently explained, I heard it is good for preventing wrinkles. Rurin lowered her head in silent pain. Allison is still worried about his lifespan. She ran overexcitedly but accidentally tripped into him. Then I will do it with you. Doing that won't shorten the age gap either. Allison glanced at her shyly, then asked kindly, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Rurin looked up and whispered sincerely, I told you I don't care what you look like. He reached up to take off the mask, thinking anxiously. In the end, I have to interrogate him completely. How did he know my lifespan is short? Is there another way? She was still fumbling with tearing the mask packet. How do I open this thing? Allison's eyes suddenly widened as if he sensed something. He quickly jumped up and shouted, "No." Rurin was startled. She asked timidly, "Is this very expensive?" He lowered his voice to calm himself, then gently explained to Rurin, "Zan has been released. Sorry, Rurin. I have to go for a moment." She suddenly grabbed Allison's hand. Rurin lowered her head and said quietly, "You don't need to go anywhere." Her next words made the atmosphere suddenly heavy. "I have heard of that matter. Allison, you feel embarrassed, right?" The scenery changed. Sang comfortably wrapped his arms around his neck and exclaimed, even though he was only detained for a short time. He chuckled to himself, but the irritation was unavoidable. Hawk bowed his head respectfully to see Zan out. "I have caused you much trouble." He walked away comfortably. I only felt relieved that the misunderstanding was resolved. Adrian frowned angrily, nearly grinding out each word, "You will regret this." Her voice grew more certain, "The royal court will not this go." That man put on a contemptuous expression again, shaking his head as he offered a reasonable excuse. "We have told you many times, we released him due to insufficient evidence to convict." Medrin shouted angrily, "I already explained. He brainwashed the people and plotted many things." Hop stood up straight and replied, "According to my report, he only invested in a single restaurant." That man suddenly sighed, gently wrapping the truth in a perfect excuse. "Fine, let's say it is so. Let's say he did charm the people a little with that seasoning." Hawk smiled coldly, his voice sharp, not giving Medrin a chance to interrupt. "So what does that have to do with the principles of a 9th-tier Grand Mage?" His voice lowered, forming a hazy screen covering the truth. "You cannot kill other races. However, if your life is threatened, you can counterattack." "Does feeding people noodles violate that principle? Is that dish so good it is deadly?" She angrily questioned Hop. "You also said he used magic recklessly in the city." That man shrugged. "That was because he was attacked first. They say the restaurant door was blown away." Medrin's voice grew more impatient. "He is a dragon. That level of attack was not enough to threaten his life." At that moment, a stern voice rang out behind her, "Be careful with your next words." Melik stepped forward, speaking in a cold tone, warning Medrin, "By that logic, who could really threaten Allison's life?" His gaze was calm, but each word was sharp as a blade. "Thanks to executing many dragons after the war on similar grounds, he was called the Dragon Slayer, right?" Medrin froze, unable to utter a word in reply. "Then report it to the royal court just like that. Because he did not violate any principle of a Grand Mage." Zan was released. Scene transition, a desolate mountain area appeared. After being released, Zan gathered with Luhat, Horai, and me. We split up to search and agreed to meet here. Perhaps he got lost. Seeing him continuously shedding tears, he hesitated and said, "This is starting to get awkward." Zan spoke up to suggest, "Can you stop crying?" Luhat still could not calm down, saying painfully, "Rurin, he did everything to her, truly." Zan glanced sideways thinking, "Still bringing up that girl, what a foolish brat." But being humiliated like this, he must have harbored a grudge. He flashed a triumphant smile. "This is the perfect opportunity to recruit." Zan immediately put an arm around Luhat's shoulder in a friendly manner. "Be strong. In the end, what matters is whose arms you will end up in." He quickly hit Luhat's weak point. "Moreover, you have already made up your mind, right?" Luhat's eyes went wide as he exclaimed, "Of course I have no lingering attachment to my clan anymore." The corner of Zan's mouth curled into a smug smile. "I will serve you wholeheartedly." Right then, Redden had arrived. "You came." He coldly delivered the news. "We received orders to assist with evacuation. This base will close after today." Redden pointed at Luhat and asked curiously, "And who is that beside you?" "Luhat of the Black Dragon clan." Zan quickly introduced. "Now he belongs to Feta." Luhat looked at the flow of Redden's power, dazed and wondering who this guy was. Human, dragon, it was hard to tell. He quickly asked Xan, "So how do you plan to isolate Allison in the end? What is the plan after destroying the monument?" Zan gently smiled and replied, "Now I can explain." Zan raised his hand to outline his cherished plan. "Initially, we plan to gradually increase allies among humans." He envisioned a perfect plan, the fragments of a dragon's heart. We implant them into humans to create soldiers with superior strength and vitality. With those soldiers, we cause countless incidents within the Empire, enslaving them and weakening their unity. Zan raised his hand. Speaking seriously, that was the first plan, but unfortunately it was too slow. Creating one soldier required slaves, mind control magic, memory erasure potions, and maintenance facilities consuming too many resources, time, and mana. Redden chattered endlessly while leading the way. Perhaps because the first batch was too successful, Miss Sydney pushed for more additions. Zan pondered for a moment before continuing. "But to eliminate Allison, we eventually had to involve dragons. That method was originally only usable on humans." Luhat muttered angrily, "Those fools, they do not understand how dangerous Allison is." Zan's voice was steady as he continued, "So I researched a new method, a miraculous item. Just eating it makes anyone completely submissive. Its name is Tear of Obedience." Luhat repeated in astonishment, "Tear of Obedience." Zan remained very pleased. "It works even on dragons. That is why I told you to wait patiently a bit longer." Just as he was speaking, Luhat's entire body suddenly burst into fierce flames. "I was on my way to retrieve the research documents while restoring the mass production facility." Luhat glanced awkwardly at the light behind his clothes. "Huh? What was that just now? What happened to my clothes?" Zan sensed something, his expression gradually turning unpleasant. From this point onwards there is a barrier blocking teleportation, impossible. A massive explosion suddenly occurred accompanied by blazing light. Zan fell to the ground in fear. Damn it, Luhat, what did you bring in here? A sharp voice spoke up just in time. Do you know what causes an organization to collapse, even the strongest one? Dihima appeared, grabbing Luhat's clothes tightly and said, not a powerful enemy, but a useless ally. That is what creates the most fatal crack. Dihima grabbed Luhat by the ear and lifted him up. I thought someone else was behind him, but I did not expect to catch such a big fish. He screamed in pain, Lord Dihima. The old man looked at Exan's group and sneered. So it's you people, an organization that wants to revive the Dragon King. Dihima created a massive wave of power. Come here, or I will. At that moment, Luhat suddenly exclaimed in confusion. Wait. Sat bolt upright, cold sweat on his forehead. Lord Dihima, what are you talking about? Revive the Dragon King? The old man's gaze swept towards Luhat with a helpless look. He glared and questioned, do you mean you joined them without even knowing that? Luhat shook his head repeatedly. They only told me they would completely eliminate Allison, and the Age of Dragons would return. Dihima said wearily, then you explain it. He raised his hand and slowly explained that it meant all dragon clans would merge into one, unified power. As if suddenly understanding everything, Luhat jolted in shock, frozen. Ignoring his bewildered expression, Dihima turned to the group and continued, you see, the person you recruited is this foolish. Zan's face darkened, but he burst out laughing like a madman. Indeed, I recruited such a fool, but I didn't expect to be trampled like this. It is my fault, for being overly confident that I could control him. He transformed into a dragon form and roared, but in that regard, you are the same for coming here alone. Zan immediately created a massive surge of power, striking directly at Dihima. Real battle erupted, causing dust to fly everywhere around. Do not be so rashly overconfident. Dihima had returned to his dragon form, crushing him underfoot. You truly have no ability to assess the situation. Zan trembled, thinking inwardly, what is this? On the other side, Luhat hurriedly bowed and kowtowed repeatedly, Lord Dihima, please believe me, I truly had no idea this lot intended to revive the Dragon King. Dihima lowered his head, his voice gradually dropping. To prove those words, his attention immediately turned towards Redden. I think even a fool like you knows what to do now. Luhat immediately sprang up. Of course, I will prove it right now. He immediately transformed, a surge of power rushing straight into him in an instant. Dihima turned around to look down at his feet, then said, come on, let us continue our conversation. He quickly returned to human form and asked, why are you so astonished? You know the truth as well about Allison. The scene shifted to Allison's room. He asked Ruin in a daze, did you know Luhat was coming? She lowered her head and nodded slightly, full of remorse. Ruin explained sincerely, it seems someone was behind him, so I asked for him to be provoked even further, so that he would completely take the organization's side. Her words left Allison stunned. It was a request from Dihima. He hesitated to ask when he saw her hand clenched tightly, what did you hear? Ruin silently recalled what Dihima had told her, do not hope for too much. He sat facing her, honestly advising, that is only one possibility. He is still human. That relationship will only last a short while before he leaves. He sighed, I know the path you have chosen is that. Ruin darkened her face and gritted her teeth, that does not affect my decision. Dihima stood up excitedly. But you are different. Do not be fanciful, I have found a clue about Allison's lifespan. Hope can turn into despair because his choice was once wavering. Allison's complexion turned pale from shock. A clue to his lifespan? He tried to run, but his hand was held tight by Ruin. Why are you stopping me? That is even more reason to go there. She sincerely stopped him. Do not go. Ruin said loudly, impatiently, nothing has changed, my mind is the same. Allison was confused. What are you saying? This is an important matter. She exclaimed anxiously, what if it is just an unfounded rumor? Ruin said hurriedly, I do not care how you look, even with many wrinkles, even if you grow old or become an old man. Allison's gaze softened but did not hide his worry, but I will surely worry about you, the one left behind. Ruin burst into sobs. If you truly have a human lifespan, I am afraid that after you step through that door, you will not return. Her tears flowed freely along with trembling in the silent space. It would be better to just live senselessly together. He faltered, a pained look in his eyes. If our times are different, the one left behind to suffer is you, Ruin. Allison ran to hug the girl, crying heart-wrenchingly. But why are you still worried about me in the end? He suddenly remembered Medicana, as if she had known everything all along. The decision is ultimately yours. Could she have known about this back then? He gently wiped the tears on Ruin's cheek, soothing her tenderly. I will not go anywhere, do not worry. Whatever the result, I will not leave you. He hugged him tightly, then proved that heart to me. Ruin's hand gripped Allison's clothes tightly as if she had made a decision. He whispered into his ear, this time absolutely do not stop. The scene shifted back to the fierce battle within the great flames. Luhat in his dragon form shouted angrily, "That man, how long do you plan to run?" Redden calmly observed the situation, thinking to himself, not only the documents but also the teleportation blocking formation had been destroyed. The production of the Dragon King's tier had failed, and reinforcements from the Long clan could arrive at any time. He jumped down, glancing at the blue figure screaming in pain, and at the other side. His arm was twisted by Dahima until it trembled. It seemed this form was more convenient for dislocating joints. The blue figure continuously begged, "Stop, please stop." He leaned in close, demanding, "Now tell me. I do not like torturing anyone. Or shall we return to the Holy Land to continue talking?" The blue figure remained stubborn. "I know nothing about Allison's lifespan." Dahima gently stroked his chin and said, "Actually, when I first heard the rumor about the Dragon King's resurrection, what crossed my mind was not the reason, but a question, a curiosity. Why now?" He breathed heavily, "Of course, involving that idiot Luhat. I told him nonsense that if not now, Allison would steal Ruin's maidenhead. What does any of that have to do with you? Die for my innocence." Dahima shrugged as if it were obvious. If Allison's lifespan was like a human's, just waiting a few decades would have been enough. His gaze turned sharp. "This holds true even if I did not know the specifics. Just wait and act when things become clear, but you did not do that." His sharp reasoning startled him. "So my conjecture is, you inadvertently learned through the experiments for the Dragon King's birth that man's lifespan is not like a human's." Dahima paused for a beat, then chuckled softly, "But mere suspicion is not enough. I need solid proof." The blue figure was shocked as he continued. "Before coming here I met that man Horai and heard an astonishing piece of news. Horai's testimony was that his true age is 92. Dahima pondered, "Is that not the age of an old man when humans can die at any time?" He answered himself as his gaze fell on Redden. "That is right, just like the old man fighting Luhat over there." On the other side, Luhat had coughed up a mouthful of blood. He realized in shock, "Perhaps you truly are not human." He stabbed Luhat with a sword, causing him to fall straight down. The blue figure called out weakly, "Ridden." Dahima's eyes sharpened as he continued, "Now he uses the name Ridden?" "No, his name is not that." He spoke firmly, "Lorien Pierce, the founding captain of the Lovern Empire's Knight Order. Luhat could not win from the very start." He pressed his foot harder on the blue figure's body, "So now, be honest." He silently recalled his dealings with Raiden. To prepare for the war, first he had to divide the human empire. Ultimately, Allison was still the big problem. Perhaps he possessed a lifespan equal to a Dragoman. And so a plan was born. Try grafting an ancient treasure gem onto a human. From there deduce its effect on the Dragon King's heart that Allison possessed. What a coincidence. I had a good test subject. After the experiment ended, a Redden was born, damn it. The blue figure wondered then he had become young again. Sydney beside him added a mocking remark. "I do not know if should be considered a failure or a success." Kima continued his monologue. "In the end, Allison is..." At that moment he shouted to interrupt. "I will talk. I will talk." He began to be honest. "You are right. After grafting the gem into that person, that old man also turned to a youth. That is Ridden, the Edrin you spoke of, and that other man is the same." The blue figure painfully confessed the truth. Allison had obtained the lifespan of a Dragoman thanks to the Dragon King's heart. Dahima's smile rose as he achieved his goal. He said into the barrier in his hand, "Did you hear that? Congratulations, Alice and Ruin." The barrier connected directly to the couple's room, and in their awkward state, they heard the good news. The lifespan problem that had troubled them was now resolved. Dahima, looking through the barrier and seeing the other side of the room, froze stiff. Allison blushed slightly as he rebuttoned his shirt. "Lord Dahima, this is..." Ruin was too embarrassed to move. "Oh dear." Dahima quickly turned her face away, shyly saying that she seemed to have brought up an important matter at an inappropriate time. She apologized. Hova looked toward Leon and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, what do you plan to do this year?" Leon lowered his eyelids, his hands clasped in front of his chest, his tone unreadable as he slowly replied, "The anniversary of the end of the war is approaching. Come to think of it, it's already been 2 years. Memories flooded back into his mind, the familiar scene vividly clear. He thought quietly about the war that seemed as if it would never end. A man with an indistinct face rode on the back of a monster several yards long. Leon looked up, his entire body stiff. A hint of nostalgia in him. That day still felt like yesterday. He half closed his eyes in thought, saying that the concert had been going on for a while. Now it was time to restore the national events. So then, the wind followed his words out the window, sunlight stretching across a corner of the kingdom, carrying the words, "Let's hold a festival full of gratitude for the 3 heroes of the war." As for Allison, he had just finished making a fragrant rolled omelette, his hands skillfully scraping the remaining sauce off the pan. Then he turned to Rurin, a satisfied look on his face as he said, "Rurin, can you bring this to table number 3? She smiled and replied, "Of course." Just then, Rurin's hand accidentally touched his, and the air seemed to freeze. Suddenly a bit awkward, both their faces flushed red inexplicably. In the distance, 2 gossiping people happened to catch that moment, and he turned to say to his companion, "Brother, it seems like..." Lin nodded vigorously as if understanding. "That's right, this time it's truly different from before." Unable to wait another second, Lynn walked toward Allison, her voice full of implication. "Looking good, manager. Something good happened." The sudden voice startled him, and he stammered back, "Huh? What are you saying?" Seeing Allison's hesitation, he closed his eyes with satisfaction, a smug look on his face as he replied, "Come to think of it, the shop is busier than usual today. I'll permit you to change the subject." To ease the awkward atmosphere, they both turned their gaze toward Lynn, listening as he continued, "Today is the anniversary of the end of the war. I heard that starting this year, a festival will be held. If you two don't mind, after closing, come drop by the city." Soon enough, the sky gradually turned to night. Leon stood on the high platform, clearly explaining the reason for today's festival. Up until now, Greg's city and the Louvain Empire have gone through many hardships. As you all know, in the early stages of the war, this territory was once mercilessly ravaged by dragons. At this point, his voice softened, each word carrying gratitude. Yet we rose up again, those loyal soldiers, who fought to the end even when facing dragons and monsters, and everyone together rebuilt this place with the three heroes of the war. I bow my head to express my gratitude. Below, everyone clapped in approval, cheered, and even some raised their weapons high as if swearing their loyalty in response to Leon's moving words. Receiving the recognition, he spoke with increasing fervor, fire flashing in his eyes, his tone rising a notch, his hands clenched into fists, his face full of pride as he continued, "And furthermore, one of those three heroes, the great mage Allison, is currently staying in our Greg city. He even opened a restaurant back then, so everyone hurry over there and order 2 dishes each to boost his revenue." Although what he said was not wrong, and even had the good intention of helping Allison increase revenue, Bernard was still not pleased. She furrowed her brow, her voice stern. "We already agreed not to do that. Don't put him in an awkward position." Knowing he had misspoken, he only fell silent and dared not speak again. At the same time, the sky echoed with thunderous explosions. Wave after wave of colorful fireworks were shot up, brilliantly illuminating the entire neighborhood. Some people stopped to watch the fireworks, utterly delighted. Others, holding half-eaten ice cream sticks in their hands, still couldn't tear their eyes away from this breathtaking scene. In another corner, a marble shot by Allison hit a stuffed bear on a shelf. He spoke up, "Hit it." Rurin's face was full of excitement, perfect shot right on target. Having achieved their goal, they both continued strolling forward. Rurin took a breath, smiling faintly. "Indeed, the familiar places are still the best, much more fun than the festival in the capital." He added, "I heard from Dahima." Allison looked at her with gentle eyes and said softly, "Let's come again next time, next year, and the year after that, and even in the years to come." Rurin lowered her eyes, hanging her head to hide her face, which had long since turned red, and let out a single sentence. The romantic scene was cut short by the laughter and play of a group of children. One child wore a red mask with 2 horns and a pair of tattered wings on his back, laughing at another, "Insolent humans, be burned the Lord's flames." The other child, holding up a dawn bow and wearing a black robe, replied, "Take this arrow from Yun En." Another kid joined in, swinging Darian's hammer. Having played so much, she almost forgot the purpose of this festival. Seeing the kids role-playing as heroes and villains, she suddenly remembered, "That's right, this is the festival to honor the 3 heroes, isn't it?" Allison let out a sound, but remembering something, his hand unconsciously clenched. 2 names flashed through his mind, Vaden and Darian. Hearing a voice from behind, a boy turned to look and spoke, "Huh?" Seeing the outfit Allison was wearing, the whole group excitedly ran toward him. "A mage costume. Are you imitating the great mage? Then you play the role of the great mage." The unexpected situation caught him off guard, and he stammered, "What? Imitating who?" In the distance, Rurin saw this and covered her mouth, giggling. As expected, she didn't escape from the children either. The whole gang dragged the 2 of them into the game. The sister standing next to her will play the role of Princess Clone. Now that she was also caught up, she forced a smile and replied, "Huh, I have to as well?" They all answered in unison, "Hurry up." Elsewhere, in front of a wooden house, 2 men carrying a load of items were knocking on the door and saying, "Elena, you must come to the festival with me today." Another interrupted, "No, come with me." The door suddenly swung open forcefully. Serena, with a fierce face, yelled, "Shut up, the clinic is closed today. If there's no emergency, don't come here." The oppressive aura overwhelmed both men, and in an instant they had changed shape and vanished without a trace. She looked back inside, letting out a long sigh. "If you could instill fear like me, there would be fewer of those troublesome pests." The elf sat on a chair, leaning against the table, a gloomy and sad look on his face as he replied, "I thought I would meet May today. Sorry, but our doctor is not in a mood to accept confessions today." Sensing something was off, she walked toward the elf, quietly asking, "You seem to be in a bad mood today." The elf stammered and continued talking about the look in Mr. Allison and Rurin's eyes. "This morning," Serena asked urgently, "What is it?" "They are still as affectionate as usual." Seeing the elf didn't answer, she asked further, "Has something changed? She remained silent, but her face looked as if she was about to cry. Serena seemed still unaware of it, her questions growing. What's wrong with you? Why don't you go out and enjoy the festival? The moment she finished speaking, the door suddenly burst open from outside. Two middle-aged men with panicked faces loudly asked if Dr. Elf was inside. There was an emergency patient. Before Serena and her could react, the other man continued. At the orchard. Elf exclaimed in shock, "What?" Group of people quickly moved to the back of the orchard. From a distance, they could already hear agonized screams there. After an initial examination, the elf began treating the wound. Her hands skillfully bandaged, her voice soft and reassuring. "The bone is slightly fractured, I've said it, but don't remove the splint for a while. There's no need to work on such a dark night." The man forced his lips to move. "I'm sorry, I'm fine because I'm used to this level of darkness from being in the cave." Seeing the elf had saved a member of their tribe, Ganja was extremely grateful, approaching to express his thanks. "Thank you for helping us, elf. We are currently constructing on the land granted by Lord Elcup." She understood, implicitly nodding. "So this is the orchard that Vedin sold." He further explained, "We are erecting a statue of Lord Conlat. The towering statue stands in front of the villa area, looking extremely eerie and gloomy. We want to honor him forever." The elf turned to look. Compared to that statue of Conlat, the statue before her was both familiar and gave off an indescribably oppressive feeling. She asked curiously, "The person standing next to me must be..." The statue depicted a figure wearing iron armor, with a mask covering half of its face. In front, he held a large hammer in his hand. Ganja followed her gaze and replied indifferently, "Incidentally, you would know, since you said you came from the fort on Elf Forest." She suddenly interrupted. "He was a comrade of the hero Lord Vedin, right?" The chieftain did not give her an answer, but continued explaining about the person the statue depicted, the traveler Darren. He was called one of the 3 heroes of the war. But to be honest, from our perspective, he was a troublemaker. Reaching this point, Ganja lowered his gaze, a complex expression on his face as he exclaimed, "I never knew that man would go to such lengths." On another side, the arrow shot from the bow flew straight toward the cliff face, embedding deeply inside with a loud noise. Iramantium has already left, but who knows when he will come back and cause trouble. Even though her hands were bleeding from training, she showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, her gaze grew even more determined. "I need to become stronger." The captain of the Oris defense, Lilinia. Old memories flooded back into her mind. A familiar image appeared before her eyes. Vedin holding his hat, a mocking smile on his lips as he said, "Meat. If you eat meat, you can shoot like this too." She furrowed her brow, leaving only those strange words. From a distance, a voice rang out, "Lilinia, you are pushing yourself too hard." Naria leaned against the tree trunk, her gaze gentle, and asked softly, "There's a festival outside the forest. Why don't you go, Klon?" Seeing Lilinia silent, she asked again, "Do you still remember the saying that relaxing the shoulders is very important?" Lilinia turned away, her eyes sad. Those Lord Vedin's words. Sculpting was not only an honor but also a symbol so the people would not forget, including Van N. But in the end, he himself broke his word when he stopped the Demon King. The sky darkened. The play by Allison and Rurin had just ended. The boy playing the Demon King collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy from Lord Vedin. The 2 children shouted, "We have won." Was the winner the princess? "I lost." She clenched her fist, her face angry. "Damn Demon King." A kid complained, "Sister, your role is the princess." Rurin crossed her arms, raising her voice. "I am not a princess. I am Rurin." The child wearing the mask lying on the ground also said, "Breaking a role is a very serious crime." Rurin retorted, "There are no princess roles in war." The boy replied, "My father's there are." Allison stood in the middle thinking, who would argue with children? Why is it always different every time? The story drifted further and further. The child insisted. The order was also wrong. The Grand Mage had to win after Vedin and Darien were defeated by the Demon King. The words made Allison freeze. But not stopping there, the child holding the hammer continued, "That's right, those 2 heroes died. The only one left was the Grand Mage." Seeing the situation was not good, Rurin observed the boy, stammered, "Troublesome brats. Alright, I'll play along, stop there." The teacher was gaining the upper hand, but the kids kept talking, ignoring the warnings about the final battle with the Demon King where everyone had gathered. Allison's face turned green and pale. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his hand clutching his chest. Vague memories flooded back. That's right, Vedin and Darien. As soon as those 2 names were uttered, his chest pounded violently, his heart felt pierced, stabbing pain to the point of breathlessness. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "Allison, are you okay? Look, you're drenched in sweat. Wake up." He bolted up as if escaping a nightmare. Before his eyes were 2 familiar figures. Allison couldn't believe his eyes, stammering for a long time before forcing out words. Vedin asked, "Darien, did you have a nightmare? The newbie is being lazy again. Why is the cook the one who sleeps the longest?" Scene change, everyone's voices rang out, They are the heroes of the war. Thank you for saving us." They continued to ask permission to know the hero's name. The masked man stepped forward, "I am Michael." he said. Why do you always use a different name? The people cheered excitedly. Allison promised, when the war ends, I will open a restaurant and be judged only by the food. Veden was curious. Is that weird face also for this reason? He replied. Maybe I changed it a little. I suppose I'll let everyone see me differently. The voice sneered. You people are always late. What kind of heroes just turn up their noses? He pulled his hand. Come on, let's go. Darian was helpless. Eat first. The frogs croaked madly, their expressions panicked, repeating. The people turned to Veden, Darian, James, Juanjo. Thank you very much, you heroes. He shouted angrily. Short as you are, you sure run fast. And that pointy-eared one hiding in the forest. She stopped him. Hey, are you crazy? Scene change. A chaotic battle between the red line and the black line was taking place. Run, everyone. Blocka threatened. If you don't want to die, scram. You insects know your lowly place. Allison spoke up. Everyone, I have something to say. Veden was panicked. I was just wondering what you wanted to say. Do you mean we should take down the Overlord? He hesitated. That is the fastest way to end the war. He stopped him. Come on, Allison. Do you think we've never thought of that? He continued. We already tried. He was horrified. You've met him already? That Overlord? Anand's words made everyone's hair stand on end. We almost died, both Darian and I. Darian said coldly. To be honest, where we come from, both you and we are quite strong. The three of us together could take down about 5 adult dragons. His expression was surprised. The heroes are coming. Errol analyzed. The Overlord is on another level. He can't die. Continued. Even if he suffers fatal wounds that could kill other dragons many times over, he still shows no sign of dying. He sighed and recounted. Luckily, he sensed the support of the black line and left us to retreat. Afterwards, we gave up on the idea of killing the Overlord. Darian realized something. Why did you suddenly mention this? I see. You're wondering about humans, right? Allison replied. Every line is the same, always having to add one more sentence. Van En smiled in approval. Come to think of it, you said you come from another world. Maybe you don't understand the discrimination between races here. Darian said. Now I understand why you didn't react when you saw flying dragons or elves. He continued. Things are better now. Most express gratitude. Allison nodded slightly. Human emotions are not as simple as addition or subtraction. He recounted. A few years ago I happened to meet Lord Darian, a swordsman once part of a combat unit. He continued. He told me to go back. The Imperial Palace could silence the rumors, so I should return to the unit. He continued, his voice trailing off. I wanted to save more people, so I left when he was gathering his comrades. At the time I thought I was right, but recently I've started to waver. Hearing the following words, Veden fell into contemplation. I think I'm tired of this war. He explained to Allison, all attacks on other races are forbidden. Counterattacks are only permitted if life is threatened. This is a declaration to everyone, including dragons. He continued, just think about that principle, and you will understand the regret of having to choose who to save. Allison still hated the monsters that killed his comrades. He hated both the red dragons that started the war and the black dragons that didn't care about humans. That is why you who gave all of them a new chance are called a hero. Van En smiled naturally. I still have plenty of time. Darian added. That's why I told you to eat less meat. Suddenly Darian said, right now. He took out an item. This is for you. You can't wander forever. You said you went out to save people. Now try being the Grand Mage who holds the Empire's trust instead of a deserter. Allison accepted it, wondering in his heart if he could ever become like the two of them. Darian realized something, his expression suddenly as if waking up. He panicked. Where is Veden? He replied. He probably just went to the bathroom. He shouted. I'm not joking. Allison noticed the unsteady tone. Impossible, huh? The two immediately went to find Veden because they had just received a signal of a dragon appearing. At this moment, the three of them shot off at wind-ripping speed. Allison said, it feels like we're just going around in circles. Are you sure we're on the right path? Darian replied, there's a barrier ahead. Follow the direction I point. Vanen suggested, then I will stay behind to block them. A moment later, a cave appeared. He was curious. In there? He wondered in his heart, what is this hole? It doesn't look like a place humans could live. Suddenly he felt something, his pupils trembled. From inside came the weak voice of a dragon, calling for its mother. Allison worriedly stepped down, her face full of unease. Could it be that they were already too late? He thought to himself, the young dragon must have lost its mother, which was why it was calling out like that. Suddenly Rurin charged forward. Allison screamed in fear, asking what she was doing. She harshly questioned him, asking if he was the one who had caused this. Her expression was one of extreme pain, her face covered in tears. In her eyes there was also hatred. She said she would kill that person. Allison was frightened by her aura, not expecting her magical power to be stronger than adult dragon. A huge explosion occurred, releasing a massive amount of energy. He stated with certainty that it had just fought a red dragon, a special type of immature black dragon. Darian yelled that he almost died. Veden was puzzled as this was no ordinary young dragon, and Allison timidly thanked him. He screamed for her to please listen to him, but then helplessly realized it was futile. He explained this was not the time for talking. Rurin looked at them in pain and swore she would kill the red dragons. He tried to calm her down, mentioning the ancient Klon gem. Veden wondered. Allison blankly asked what that was. Only then did she seriously look back at the person before her. She curiously asked why he knew about the ancient gem. The whole group panicked, cursing because dragon ears were really sharp. Rurin angrily concluded they were the Lord's minions. They quickly claimed it was a misunderstanding. Darian was knocked flying. Vidin marveled at the terrifying power of the ancient gem. She lost control, cursing them as red dragon lackeys, trash blocking her path to kill the Lord. She continued saying no one could stop her. Darian impatiently said they had told her it was a misunderstanding. A voice rang out making her stop, saying that they were not hindering her. Allison declared instead that they would help her take down the Lord. Darian tried to stop him, but he still continued to propose cooperation. In his heart, he was the one who wanted to end the war more than anyone. He thought he only wanted to open a restaurant in a suitable place and live peacefully. Hearing those words, Rurin temporarily restrained her fury. She pointed at each person asking what their names were, Vidin and Darian. A light appeared. She only allowed them to use names until the Lord was defeated. The earlier dragon turned into a girl and said her name was Rurin. She came before him and asked his name. Allison replied that she was Allison. He curiously asked if she was a girl. Darian warned not to be fooled, that it was just a transformation. Rurin interrupted, saying they must leave here immediately. He smiled. It seemed the hunt for the Lord had begun. Van En said everything was going according to his plan. Sidelong let out a deep, husky voice, calling for the one with the right to end everything to come to him. At this moment, Allison spoke up, saying that in the final battle, everyone must participate. He issued an ultimatum that he would not speak empty words, but would focus on scattering the red dragon to capture the Dragon King alive. Van En sighed in agreement because their strength was not yet sufficient to speak freely. He reached out a hand, calling for everyone to disperse to persuade and then regroup. Darian and Van En also responded by forming an allied force. A moment later, after hearing the story, he looked troubled and said that matter was difficult to approve. He said he did not misunderstand. He knew the heroes had tried their best, but the dragon attacks were unpredictable. Lowered his head slightly, saying that even the inland areas were attacked by surprise, making retreat difficult as he had to prioritize the people. He exclaimed in panic that he knew they had worked hard, but mobilizing the soldiers would be nothing less than a pointless death. He also refused to confront the Dragon King, fearing it would provoke him, and apologized. Allison was utterly impatient and furious. He exclaimed that this was for the benefit of all the people, to end the war. Rurin narrowed his eyes, asked him if he was a hero, said no one was willing to listen, and that summoning How Long would create a new Dragon King. She bit into a piece of cake and exclaimed in amazement that it was very delicious. Allison asked sheepishly if that was true. She curiously asked what this dish was. He explained the name of the dish, that a few days ago he had obtained Serivanan eggs, then thought to himself that he preferred cooking, and perhaps could not be like them. The next day after hearing this, Neria sadly asked if his lordship absolutely had to go. Van En smiled faintly and asked what she meant. She said there were clan members here that he had to lead. He coldly asked if his meaning was that it absolutely had to be a human. Daryl replied that there was Lord Kulat, but was interrupted by him, who said that Lord had grown weak from resisting the Dragon King's orders. Van explained that the humans outside were worthless. The perverted golden dragon was a dragon, so he kept this area safe, even just by running away. He sighed softly. Perhaps the clan leader was right. Saving people did not necessarily have to be done by him. The words of Darian and Vidin moved him and her. That was the reason he acted. He smiled happily, taking action even if unnecessary. Darian continued, but the feeling was good, so this time he would go. Night fell. At the castle, a voice rang out even though it had been predicted. Allison had an angry expression because there was no one. He paused, feeling that something was strange. Van En found it strange, because everything was completely empty. With no guards either, Darian replied that it must be here. He wondered, is there no Dragon King clan? Rurin replied no. She continued, I sense his presence from deep within. She suddenly charged forward, I will kill him. Allison panicked, hey wait. Stepping inside, everyone was stunned because it was empty. Could a large-scale invasion have begun? He said, after all, this is an optimal environment to fight the Dragon King. Rurin said, hurry before the wyverns return. She added, I wish the Dragon King's heart would appear before my eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, a heart appeared, leaving everyone standing frozen in shock. Allison wondered, a heart? Darian suddenly understood. Now he understood the source of that monstrous life force. He continued, I never expected him to keep his heart out's body. Rurin was like an enraged dragon. Then there is nothing left to hesitate about. Vidin charged forward, that is right. Darian added, advance. They used their magical power to attack the heart. They just needed to destroy it. A loud explosion rang out. Everyone laughed like children. We won, the war is over. A protective shield appeared, enveloping the heart. Next came a sinister voice, of course, you fools. The voice came from behind. Do you think I would just let that happen? The Doi Long glared with angry eyes. You have finally arrived, bringing my last ancient divine gem with you. His voice was cold. From today the era of war ends. The era of dragons will begin. Vidin was furious. Damn it. I thought everything was going smoothly. Allison panicked. Dragon King. Rurin said slowly, what needs to be done remains unchanged. She charged forward, unleashing her power. Because from the start I only intended to kill him. He sneered, how pathetic. If your mother had not been greedy, she could have lived a peaceful life with you. She was furious, so it was indeed you who killed my mother. He snorted coldly, do not worry, you will meet her soon enough. Darryl interrupted, shut up. He continued, do you think I will let it slide? Both sides clashed, the battle was extremely intense. Sadoi Long spoke, I am just slightly out of breath. The two were horrified, your arm has been severed. He exclaimed, the body is merely a vessel. Edison was utterly astonished at the sight. He opened his mouth and spewed out a flame. The flame immediately engulfed everything. Everyone could only protect themselves. Vedin snorted coldly, how annoying. Darren continued, as expected, attacking his body is futile. Allison glanced at the heart, tried to break the protection magic. Rurin dismissed it, it is just a waste of time. That was not created by 1 or 2 dragons. He spoke up, you absorb it. Allison panicked, what? He continued, he is also planning to absorb the remaining ancient divine gem. Darryl said, the protection magic has a gap. We will buy you time. Rurin's voice rang out, I refuse to become the new Dragon King. He panicked Rurin. Allison looked toward the heart, filled with confusion inside. He sighed softly and unleashed his skill. Then it must be done. Sadoi Long sneered, you fools. You think an ordinary human can absorb an ancient divine gem? Arian wondered, is it impossible to absorb without a massive amount of magical power? He was frantically absorbing the heart. He swung his weapon toward him, his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary mage. He brought down a hammer and so did we. In Allison's heart, I can do it, I can absorb it. He yelled angrily, get out of the way, you bastards. Vedin held him back and cheered, hold on, Allison. The words were like a wake-up call for Allison, end the war with your own hands. In his heart, just a little more, almost there now. Allison used magic to press down on the ancient divine gem with determination. I will absorb the Lord's heart and erase it. The gem radiated more and more energy, today the battle will end. Witnessing the scene, Sadoi Long silently admired, truly impressive, something I had never imagined. But I know the method without knowing the side effects. Suddenly he flinched and stepped back. Raising a hand to his face, Allison exclaimed in disbelief, flesh. A blinding light emanated from his chest. Once I am done with you, no one will touch me again. Sharp spikes sprouted all over like a porcupine's back. Your demise comes from not understanding the ancient gem. To a lapse in vigilance, he was pierced through by the sharp spikes. Feeling the pain spreading through his body, Allison still remained persistent. A small house appeared in his mind. No. Allison gritted his teeth, trying to break free from the spikes. Do not be absurd, Once again he used a spell to destroy the gem with fierce determination. Having suffered like a dog for so long, I cannot die. A moment later, as the protective gem vanished, the flames on Allison suddenly surged with a wave of energy. He looked at his hand in confusion, not understanding where that energy had come from. When it disappeared, Allison realized his body no longer felt pain, and he looked down at the wound. He turned back joyfully and shouted, we did it, the Lord's heart. His words suddenly caught in his throat at the horrifying sight. His teammates were all pierced through by sharp stone spikes. Allison's eyes went wide, cold sweat poured down, and he gasped, huh. At that moment, Sidelong touched the surface, and said this was beyond his imagination. Suddenly he gasped heavily. In the end, he had become the one to trigger the awakening. His Sadalio body gradually dissolved, leaving only bones, and he asked how they dared to use their bodies to block the blow, how different races could be willing to sacrifice. Before dissolving, he still did not understand and would never get an answer. Even his own kind, after obtaining the ancient gem, only sought unification. He lived his whole life without understanding. If that was the case, he should have stayed by their side. The necklace containing the stone fell to the ground. His hands pressed hard against the chest with 2 large holes. He tried to revive his teammates, stammering, hurry Rurin, do the same for Vernendi. Quickly, stop the bleeding, block it by any means. In the panic, Rurin sadly stated the truth that he already knew. No matter who came, these people could not be saved anymore. In the silent space with only breathing, one person slowly spoke, Allison. Allison joyfully called out, Vedin. Darian smiled lightly and said, congratulations, they had finally done it. Darian, you survived too, what a relief. She gritted her teeth and blamed herself for trying to block the Lord's final attack. Old memories resurfaced, reminding her of what her mother had done for her. She thought as long as she did not die, there was still a chance to awaken. Like the person who pushed her away, only the 2 of you remain. Rurin asked in anger and sorrow. Why was she the one with the highest chance of survival? Why did they protect her? Vedin looked at the ceiling and said slowly that she knew. Even she could not have come out unscathed from that attack. The others listened. Everyone needed a chance, whether they were dragons, humans, elves, dwarves, or monsters. Darian forced a smile and said sorry to Allison. His last words were about that restaurant. They wanted to be the first customers. Tears fell and Allison shyly tried calling the 2, but there was no response. He asked what they were doing. The Lord was defeated, everything was over. He sobbed and said to come back now. His fingertips clenched tightly on the ground. Dark energy surged from Allison's body. Why is it only us left? He asked himself after the battle with the dangerous dragon. After the heroes had run back and forth for them over 13 years. Why was no one here? A mocking voice sounded in his ear. He knew the reason everyone had abandoned him. Accusatory words rang out. The refugees only spoke empty words. The lords refused aid. The dragons scorned him. All of them created this scene. Another Allison clone sneered. None of them were any different. No need to endure anymore. He increasingly radiated terrifying energy. The monsters took away his shelter. The humans took away his place to return. The dragons took away his refuge. Allison's hatred turned into dark power. He wanted to kill them all. Massive source of energy gushed forth from the castle. At this moment, he was no different from a monster, starting with the dragons. Like a dragon's claw grasping his hand, facing the abnormality, Ruin calmly said to listen carefully. She asked, why did no other red dragons come? Didn't he find it strange? Only us. The light shone into the great pit. See for yourself clearly. He floated in the air, watching the battle between the dragon and the other races, such as the elves holding their ground for the newly crowned hero. Dwarf warriors did not give up, determined not to let another dragon into the city for the traveler Darien. All for James, for Michael, for Brooks, for Tom. The human knights, though afraid, went to the battlefield for the great mage Allison. She flew beside him and continued, while they fought, those others had held back the dragons. When the Lord's binding was lifted, the battle would end quickly. The dragons panicked when wounded, not understanding why these people were like this. The dark aura gradually faded, revealing Allison's haggard and moved face. It seemed their voices had reached him. Vedin patted his shoulder and said with a smile, dragons like this, people like that, you know, that dragon earlier also saved you. Arian teased him, huh, are you going to cry again? Relax your face, you idiot. Both of them stepped onward to another world. There was nothing sad about this. He should be happy because their actions were not wrong at all. Tears streamed down Allison's face. Everyone had finally come. A loud and calm voice rang out across the battlefield, declaring the Lord destroyed, seize the fight. Many recognized the voice of Lord Allison. Allison continued, from now on, all acts of aggression are forbidden. A general appeared and waved his hand to order a stop. You fools, the Lord's orders are over. The light of a new day emerged. However, counterattacks are permitted if life is threatened. World moved towards change. This rule applies to all races. I declare it based on the hero's principles. Fireworks shot up brilliantly in the night sky, but some people were not in the mood to enjoy it. Rurin asked worriedly, finally awake. The children gathered around also asked Han a few questions. Are you awake? Are you okay? Allison sat up, his head aching, and asked, where is this? Observing his surroundings, he realized he was at the festival. Two citizens were clinking glasses, toasting the heroes, and a mother and child were happily strolling. Yes, our city of Greg has been saved. Hearing this, Allison smiled softly. For the heroes, the child in the helmet awkwardly apologized. My parents said adults should not join this game, afraid it would stir up sad war memories. The boy just listened with a gentle smile, thinking it was fine since he and his sister were still young. Allison patted the boy's head to comfort him. It is okay, I just suddenly remembered the past. A magical light flashed. Then I will do the ending as you said. Children eagerly questioned, are you really a mage? Is this badge real? He just laughed it off and denied it. This is not magic. The answer was that Vedin taught him spirit arts, and Darien made the badge for him. As he spoke, Allison used a spell to make him and Rurin float up. The girl asked in surprise, is it okay to say that? Allison just told her to enjoy the festival. The three children were stunned. Vedin and Darien had been running around for these moments. In the night sky brilliant with fireworks and the peace of the people, a mother called her child inside, asking if they had seen a real hero, then assumed the children were too deep in role play. Leon held the paper and praised with a smile. You worked hard in Penravo City before. Even though the Silver Stream was liberated, the facility producing brainwashing items was destroyed. He said the situation was tense. You did well. Medrin lowered her head sadly and replied, it was a necessary mission. His next sentence made her freeze. He heard that Duke DeLion had come to see you. Sweat dripped down the mage. He thought that matter made things difficult for her. Seeing her cold attitude, Leon worriedly said the present is what matters most. He changed the subject, asking her to deliver this to Count Laydin. Medrin bowed her head to accept the task. He helplessly said this was a vacation. After finishing it, go enjoy the festival. On the table, all four people were slumped over dejectedly. Seeing this, the other two were confused. Rurin bluntly asked Klon, what is wrong with everyone? A hoarse, tired voice replied, during the festival we overindulged in wine, accidentally served strong liquor to the dwarves. She calmly asked, what was on the menu? Klon had been drooling, saying demon beast meat. Then he muttered if he ate that much grease, he would probably die on the spot. Hearing this, Rurin frowned and cursed. Damn it. Allison was calmer, suggesting ramen noodles to cure the hangover. He cheered happily. That sounds good, making her ask curiously. But he did not reveal it, saying to wait and see. If it is good, it will become the festival's best-selling item. In the night, warm lights shone down on the ground. Few people took advantage of the crowd to sell art, having returned to Greg City after a long time, thanking everyone for coming to watch their performance. A figure in a fully covered robe walked ahead, while behind them was noisy. They announced that today's performance was a folk song dedicated to the three heroes of the war. This was a touring show. Hearing a certain word, Medrin pulled her hood down, hawking fresh flowers for the three heroes. After a moment, she found her voice, uttering the word I. Suddenly someone tapped her shoulder. shoulder. A drunk but kind man apologized. "Oh, mage, sorry, I am too drunk." Medrin replied it was fine. The person next to him reminded, "You should look closely." They both saw the medal with the rank 7 insignia. They eagerly rushed over. "Sir, it is an honor to meet someone who served the Empire." She flinched back. "I am not." The street became noisier because of the incident. They said, "A soldier like you should be enjoying. At least let them buy you a drink." She refused. "Please let them have a chance to show their gratitude." A cup slammed hard on the table. Someone shouted, "That is right." Earlier she was awkwardly refusing. Now a drunk Medrin rambled, "I am the only active rank 7 mage. I am Medrin." Someone wondered, "Isn't the headmaster of the Magic Academy also rank 7? The crowd clamored, "Rank 9. She replied drunkenly, "Only counting active people. He left the front lines long ago." The man laughed and asked, "More importantly, tell us about it." Medrin's mind was a bit hazy. About what? He spoke of the war exploits of a rank 7 mage. Surely there were countless heroic stories, which brought her back to sobriety. After a moment of silence, Medrin smirked and asked, "You want to hear?" Everyone was excited, of course. "Tell us about what you did in the war." Driven by the alcohol, she bluntly said, "Nothing." Everyone was stunned. She said, "I lived for pride, just wanting to be stronger. If only I had done nothing, things would have been better." Medrin's eyes were vacant. "I was the one who interfered with that Grand Mage the most. The scene appeared, I forced him to follow troop deployment orders, but that was not all. The people who were cheerful earlier quickly moved away. At the academy, I secretly reported to the headmaster so he could not teach. And finally, in the forest that evening, a scream echoed in their ears. 'Mage Allison, I will capture you. I set a trap.' A magic circle appeared under Medrin's feet. 'In the name of Duke Delian, I, Medrin, will execute this personally.' A line of knights appeared. 'Do not resist. I stole his honor.' At that time, she sneered contemptuously, 'A man kicked out of the kitchen like you, a grand mage, how dare you bear a higher title than me? Even a gentle person like Allison would be furious. If you had stayed hidden, your strange teammates would not have had to die.' I spewed out those filthy provocations." The cup slammed hard on the table, all because of the ambition to become the strongest. The room was now emptier than before. She muttered, "You were the ones who wanted to hear. Now there is no one left to buy drinks." Medrin giggled, pulling the bottle closer. The strongest mage Medrin, the genius of magic Medrin. The flames surrounded him. So many knights were defeated. Those shouts were ultimately so meaningless. She could not believe this creature appeared here. "Huh? A worm?" Medrin took another large gulp of wine. The surging energy swelled within her. She thought to herself that she could not even defeat a young dragon. Why? A dragon seemed like an ally instead. Memories of peaceful days came flooding back. Why was he always the special one, too lazy to study magic? He had no clear goal, only using magic to roast meat. Then the image of that huge hole appeared. Why? In the end, why was that? The young Medrin showed an expression of utter despair. In that battle, she shouted that she was Medrin, a 7th rank mage, the head mage of Duke Zedelian. The opponent's magic did not hesitate, striking her directly. She took another very large sip of wine. That power could cut through an entire branch, and the massive mountain only cut off the long hair of the mage, not hitting her neck. Allison took off his hat and cloak, said he did not care that she clung to the nobility for glory and wealth. He approached Medrin, also did not blame her for only using power for herself. But if she had already chosen that path, she drank even more fiercely. But if she had already chosen that path, he painfully cried and blamed that person, telling them not to interfere. My friends shouted that even someone like her deserved a chance. She should not take away the hope of those who were desperate. Then she declared not to let him see her again. Unable to bear it any longer, Medrin collapsed onto the table. What a fool she was. When she woke up, she found herself in a different place, more crowded. Someone asked if she had woken up. Her outer coat had been taken away for washing, making Medrin sit up with a start. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Allison?" He worriedly scolded her for how much she had drunk. Then he set down 2 dishes on the table, telling her to eat them to settle her stomach. Medrin curiously asked what they were. "This is the special menu for the festival, consisting of meatball stew and bean sprout soup, still hot. Since yesterday, it has been very popular. Everyone happily enjoys it." Allison reminded her to eat slowly, so she would not burn her mouth. But she was not in the mood to eat, stammering, "Allison, I have something I want to tell you." "Magic Academy?" He slowly recalled, then said, "At the academy." He realized and asked, "Did Medrin tell the principal about my secret kitchen?" "I have known about that for a long time." Medrin broke out in a cold sweat, forcing out an awkward, "What?" Seeing her reaction, Allison calmly said it was too obvious. Later, when he became a chef, the only person who dared not look him in the eye was her. The same for the troop deployment order. It seemed Hess did not tell her. The spoon in her hand trembled violently. But then, why? Memories of that incident came flooding back. Even knowing everything, he turned his back, but still continued speaking. "I really thought you did very well back then, because I know you are trying your hardest now." The spoon was now filled with food. As she ate, she sobbed. The food was still warm, truly. Just then, the door opened and Rurin appeared, shouting, "Hey, I have installed them everywhere just like you said." Allison smiled brightly and praised, "Good job, Medrin asked in surprise what it was. On it was a reflection of her when she was drunk. Sorry for all the trouble. He explained it was her stuff from yesterday when she was drunk. Nothing better to fix a drinking habit. Not minding her blushing face about to cry, she asked, wait, installed everywhere meaning? The people were all staring with their mouths agape at this broadcast. Impossible, isn't that person the mage? Immediately, she rushed out, shouting loudly, no way. Allison smiled and reminded her that running right after eating would give her a stomachache. Rurin nodded and said it was fine. She would accept it and stop soon. The screen was showing all the embarrassing footage from last night. Everyone was watching it all. Oh, magic that spews trash is trash. It's not because I like wearing maid clothes. And the one concerned was so embarrassed she wished the ground would swallow her up. Rurin came over and hugged him tightly, making him blush with embarrassment. Allison stammered, Rurin, I feel fine. But what is this? She shyly replied, it's a hug. Rurin explained, warming his heart. Something happened not long ago. For you, it must have brought back painful memories. So I will hold you tightly. Allison asked softly, you care about me that much? You surprise me every day. Thank you for worrying. Rurin let out a playful laugh. Allison started rambling about old stories again, annoying her. Back then you once said, this human is complaining again. Learn the cold, rational heart of a dragonborn. After all, they are so weak. That was everything you said. But now, Rurin tightened her grip, hugging him. All of a sudden, a cracking sound startled them both. Allison panicked. Something broke. Rurin shouted in fear. No way, the Hiberian flower seed. Allison picked up the container holding the seed to inspect it. The bottle was broken. The seed suddenly began to glow, startling them both. The seed? In the evening, the two fumbled around looking for soil to plant it. This place should be fine, right? Allison covered the seed with soil. New stopped speaking, regarding Sardalong. I do not think he can destroy things physically, but still he is a dragon king. Right after that, light radiated from the seed. Allison exclaimed in surprise. It's sprouting instantly. In the blink of an eye, it had bloomed into a radiant Hiberian flower. Sardalong was raising his head to bask in the light. Oh, so peaceful and quiet. So we have finally arrived. Could my hypothesis be correct? This must be the afterlife, where spirits gather. He said softly, sadly, Saren, I miss you so much. The two were speechless, listening to him mutter, but at least here I cannot see you. Sardalong turned his head and saw the two, then became dejected again. No, this place is still the world of the living. Allison asked proactively, you are Red Dragon Sardalong, is that right? Sandbird Dragon replied while transforming, a useless dragon king. I see many familiar faces here. His body shrank. It seems you have many questions for me, but set them aside for now. He transformed into a human with a bright expression and said, even though we are about to talk, is eating first better? He placed his hands on the shoulders of the two and laughed heartily. The three sat down to eat. Sardalong's voice drowned out everything. That's right, La Placia. I used to wonder how she came back. Rurin asked helplessly, you are a spirit. What is the point of eating and drinking? Allison secretly commented, you look young. Probably the same age as Saren. Sandbird Dragon devoured the meat and praised refreshingly, delicious, your cooking skill is truly astonishing. He asked casually, are you the chef? Allison was speechless and replied, yes, you caught on quickly. Sandbird Dragon wiped his mouth. Yeah, I recognized it immediately. You are running this restaurant. Wonderful. Rurin could not hold back. Enough, you bastard, do you know how we feel? Sandbird Dragon's face turned serious. Are there still red dragons in this world? Rurin was confused. He replied, I know you hate me, I understand that feeling. He asked in a deep voice. Ranking sounds strange, right? Motivation sounds better. You lost friends and family, you have the power and motivation to destroy the red dragon. Sandbird Dragon said bluntly. To avoid beating around the bush, I ask, is anyone from my clan still alive? Allison hesitated. The red dragon still exists. Sandbird Dragon was surprised. That is quite unexpected. He tapped the table and asked, perhaps you are curious why I became Dragon King and started the war. Allison admitted. He lowered his head honestly. To state the conclusion first, I never wanted war. He continued, I know that sounds absurd, but it is the truth. Shadow Dragon looked at the two and asked, do you not find it strange? How did Baron obtain the ancient gem right at that moment? How did Klon arrive in time for the red dragon's attack before the black dragon? He returned to a pale expression. I have told you everything. I have said, someone stop me, please. Result, you know. Rurin was furious. Wait, you are a dragon king who has absorbed 2 ancient gems. She questioned. Who did you beg to stop you? And stop you from doing what? Going back to the past, Sardalon was in a terrible state. He weakly confessed that we are dragonmen of different races is just a coincidence. But me falling in love with you was inevitable. Right after that, he fell onto the dry ground. Sardalon remembered the figure of the girl he loved and thought painfully, Saren, I just want to see you. If I must go through separation again, if I could turn back time, I would choose to see you. The sky gradually turned a cold, gloomy color. A low voice called out, son. Sandbird Dragon opened his eyes. Do you want to change this tragic fate? He wondered. Who is that? Before him was a bonfire that spoke, saying, "If you want to break the old rules and claim the right to rewrite your fate, reach out your hand." Sardalon was stunned as he looked at what was before him. The figure of Sarin suddenly appeared, and he felt a sharp pang of pain, crying out, "Sarin?" Sandy Drake reluctantly stretched out his calloused hands. He admitted in pain, "I cannot forget someone like her." Sydney, dressed in a cloak, stepped inside. Inside, a trembling voice cried for help. "Excuse me, is there anything to eat? Please, I'm so hungry." Some people said nothing, simply pulling their hoods over their heads. After that, he coldly merged into the crowd of people wearing cloaks like his own. In the very center was an empty chair. A giant skull appeared behind the chair. The gathered crowd murmured, "We are about to have an audience." Allison was stunned upon hearing that, exclaiming impossible. He recounted, trembling, "That overwhelming presence, I had never encountered it, only heard it in legends, but I knew at once the first Dragon King, Balaka." He admitted in a low voice, "That creature had taken over my body." Sandy Drake recounted in agony, "A binding from the Dragon King's command, a thing that completely rules you. I became his puppet through eternal time. Before my eyes at that moment he was desperately begging someone to stop him, saying, 'Please.' But in the end he was controlled into shattering the crystal ball. I never wanted to be the Dragon King." At that time, a person appeared, making him notice the presence of Sarin. Sandy Drake thought bitterly, "Is it you? Please stop me." But his body disobeyed him, saying, "There is an intruder." He despaired, "Please stop me." At that moment, a girl rushed forward. Ardlon's face darkened. That was Baron, who I later learned was Sarin's granddaughter. "I owe a debt I can never repay in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Rurin was furious and lunged forward. She burst into tears and punched him hard, sobbing, "It was you who called my mother." She cried out in pain, "Do you know how my mother was treated?" Sandy Drake shed tears, thinking, "Yes, go on, hit me, if it makes you feel better." Rurin lost control and charged, shouting, "Die!" Allison panicked and tried to stop her. "Rurin, aim for the body, not the face. We still need to talk." Sandy Drake let out a bitter laugh, thinking, "That hurt. Learned something new today. Ghosts bleed red too." The restaurant was still lit. Sandy Drake, his face bruised and swollen, asked, "Are you feeling a bit better now?" Rurin clenched her fists. "I should hit you a few more times." Allison quickly stopped her. "Calm down, that's enough." She pointed at him and scolded loudly, "You useless bastard." He admitted he did not know which faction created the Lord. Sandy Drake trembled. "Yes, I am a useless dragon." He held his wound and recounted, "I was sealed for nearly 300 years to wrest the ancient gem from Baron, become a complete lord, and suppress the rebellion of the other bloodlines. Without any orders, I was buried deep underground. When that patience ran dry, Balaka finally acted." A hoarse voice rang out. There was no need to wait any longer. He declared clearly, only with the power of the Red Line would this world be restored to order. The era of war had begun. Sadalong said quietly, "As you know, only those who have met can exchange signals. The moment my seal was broken, I sent an apology signal to Beren. This time we must be extremely careful that Balaka does not discover it." The signal sent to Sarin was blocked by the defensive magic of the sanctuary, and Sarin's reception was interrupted. So, the purpose of that ritual was to birth a complete lord, but for some reason it only reached Beren. Rurin panicked and asked, "My mother?" Beren read the contents in horror. They had stopped searching for the third ancient gem and abandoned the path to becoming a complete lord. It had been properly transferred. Rurin was stunned in the middle of it. "I warned you then." When he exchanged words through the crystal bridge, "I warned you at most 10 years. Being discovered was only a matter of time. Is there really no way to escape?" Beren stroked the orb and said, "So you are the one begging me for help." Sadalong said, "The fact that my signal reached you proves this place is not safe. Instead, summon all the clansmen to guard it like an iron fortress." Beren hesitated. "The entire Red Line will gather there." She insisted that once a complete lord was born, clans would become meaningless. "One side here will be completely annihilated. I cannot bear to witness that massacre." At that moment, innocent Rurin was playing and called out, "What is mother doing?" She said softly, "Besides, Rurin will not be able to enter this place when she is a little older." Rurin shouted that a true lord had appeared. Beren called her over seriously. "Rurin, from now on you must learn to protect yourself. Learn magic." Allison gaped and asked, "So you knew all along?" Sadalong said guiltily, "Beren cared for the clan more than anyone." He conveyed gently, "Because this is the place for you to live, Rurin, not for anyone else." At that time, Beren had hugged the little Rurin and said sadly, "This is mother's choice. You must never forget that." She smiled tenderly, "Having a daughter like you. All the memories in this lair are happy ones." Rurin cried as she remembered, "Mother loves you, Rurin, now go." She roared angrily, "So you did know, didn't you?" Rurin lost control and yelled, "Tell me the names of those who killed my mother. The war started long ago. Don't feed me that nonsense about not knowing." Sadalong closed his eyes helplessly. "I have to take on this role again." He looked up at that newly bloomed beautiful flower and thought, for one who has endured so much, even a fleeting spark can ignite the flames of hatred. At the Red Dragon Sanctuary, the man standing inside looked into the distance and asked, "Still no progress?" Subordinate turned his head and said, "The investigation into the remnants aimed at resurrecting that lord. He disappointedly scolded, "You have lost your edge, Riham." Riham knelt with his head bowed and replied, "I am sorry." He said coldly, "Do not forget we are all sinners." Riham retorted, "That was not our will but the Lord's command." Dee interrupted loudly, "Exactly." His eyes darkened, his voice also turned cold. "Precisely for that reason, that power must not be allowed to exist, especially within ourselves." He warned to be cautious with words about this matter. Riham hesitated and complied. "I will follow your opinion, elder." Just then, Ben approached to greet him. "Greetings, Riham." He immediately turned around. "Ben." Graham recalled and said, thinking back, "You were also present in Greg's city with Allison back then." Ben hesitated upon hearing this and admitted, "Yes, that is correct." Graham continued, "You witnessed the moment of awakening through the third ancient gem." Saying this, he suddenly laughed bitterly. How ridiculous. A dragon absorbing 3 ancient gems becomes a traitor to the world, yet a human absorbing them is called a hero. Riham fell into anguish. "Indeed, we have committed sins, but I still wish for others to acknowledge our efforts." At the restaurant, Sadalong was constantly bustling and asking if he could help with anything, or maybe try toting for customers a bit. "Huh? Right now Lynn and Matt have gone traveling," Allison said while washing dishes. "Staying quietly in one place is already a help." Sadalong replied awkwardly, "I feel guilty just eating and lazing around like this." He glanced dejectedly at Rurin, who was vibrantly serving customers. "I also feel I said something unnecessary to Rurin." Serena entered with Alina and ordered 2 bowls of corn soup here, extra meat for mine. Rurin went over to announce, "The festival is over, no more corn soup." Serena was startled and asked, "Why is your expression so strange today?" Sadalong peeked out and was stunned. "A red dragon." He turned to Ellison in surprise and asked, "A member of the Red Line came in as a customer." Allison slowly explained, "Just like Sadalong, we do not discriminate against customers." Sadalong praised her endlessly. "Wonderful." He speculated, "So this festival is." He quickly provided the answer, "It is the festival commemorating the armistice of the Dragon War." Sadalong hesitated to ask, causing him to jump, "Is your Red Line friend doing well these days?" Allison asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Sadalong replied somberly, "Isn't this the day commemorating the end of the war? Some were saved, some lost loved ones. Most of the terrible things were caused by us. The more we are praised as heroes, the deeper the hatred towards the invaders." On the other side, Riham was bowing his head in silence. "You leave." The man angrily drove him away. "Didn't you hear me? I said get lost." Riham stubbornly explained, "We only want to prevent the crisis of the Lord's rebirth. Just cooperate a little." The old man shouted angrily, "You are the ones who started the war, and now you mince words and beg. Even if my head falls, I will absolutely not cooperate with the likes of you." Ben gritted his teeth and asked, "Human, have you forgotten that we are dragons?" The old man sneered, "I understand now. Your true nature has finally been revealed." The man approached and provoked, "Go ahead and kill me and trample all over your heroic principles. You know the Archmage has returned." The old man poured all his resentment into his words, "The blood and tears of my territory's people, those who died by your hands, have not yet dried. Get out of my territory immediately." The two could not persuade him and had to turn away helplessly. The drunken patrons saw them and gossiped, "Those damned Red Line bastards. Should have wiped them out from the start. Those so-called heroes are not the type to back off obediently like that. They endured hearing themselves being insulted. Why did the Archmage spare those bastards?" And said sadly, "Let's stop at this lordship's domain for today. Once we've sorted things out, we'll return to the sanctuary." Riham interjected, "Wait." At that moment, Rurin was strolling outside, breathing the air. She thought angrily there were 2 dragons who attacked Baron. Rurin recalled Sadalong's words. One of them was named Sydney. Rurin gritted her teeth and asked, "The other one is the dragon who killed my mother." Sadalong was silent. The second one was named Riham. At that time, Riham had said to Ben in extreme frustration, "I can't hold it in any longer." Serena quickly returned to rest. The festival finally came to an end. Elena smiled politely and said she would need her company for patrol again tomorrow. Serena complained, "Lately, don't you think you've been making me work a bit too much?" Serena suddenly remembered and asked, more importantly, what was with Rurin's mood earlier? She is a black lineage. The festival normally shouldn't have affected her that much. Elena hesitated, then said, "Well, Serena, about that festival." Serena reached over and pinched her arm. "Why are you also shouting those lines about destroying the red lineage? It even sounded kind of cute." Elena winced in pain, her voice shaky. "No, that's not it. I was just worried if you were okay." Serena sat down and began to recount, "I can't say I don't understand given what we've done, especially after the Lord died." Hearing that, Elena was puzzled. "Huh?" She pointed and said, "The Lord died 13 years ago, but the war didn't end until 2 years later. Do you know why?" Elena's face darkened with her own conjecture. "Don't tell me." Serena nodded in agreement. "Yeah, a bunch of crazed plunderers kept raiding human territory. The scene was very chaotic back then. One dragon spoke up, of course we'll meet those guys soon enough. Serena remembered the furious look of that person and recounted, a shop owner who was extremely angry. She tilted her head, recalling hadn't he opened his restaurant yet back then? Anyway, all of those captured that time were killed, and that was when I earned the title Dragon Slayer. Elena murmured, Allison. She listened in silence. Even the remnants did not escape their retribution. Whether they had followed the Lord's orders or not, any lineage that committed a crime was imprisoned in the temple dungeon, no exceptions. Elena asked softly, hesitating, this might be rude. But what about you, Serena? She answered calmly, me. In the early days of the war I was ambushed and captured by a group of the black lineage, completely powerless. Hearing this, Elena perked up. Well, that's good then. She cheerfully replied, very good, sometimes things turn out fine because Serena is weak. Serena blushed and protested, hey, I'm not weak. They ganged up on me and played dirty. Elena took her hand and explained, no, I mean because you didn't commit crimes under those forced orders, I'm truly relieved. Serena awkwardly pulled her hand back. What are you talking about? No one knew my true identity from the start. Just then, a strange noise came from outside the window. A stone suddenly flew in, startling them both. Serena quickly bent down to examine it. What is this? Haha, Elena asked loudly, who's there? Serena read the words carved on the stone, filthy red lineage scum, get lost. Elena trembled in confusion. Why would they do this? Did Dang listen to the other recount what Reham had said and asked, did Reham tell you to go back first? The other lowered his head and replied, yes. The other handed over an item and explained the situation at the time. He looked very angry. Perhaps he overheard conversations of nearby humans. He only told me to deliver this and then left. Dang shouted angrily. I told him not to mind the gossip when he goes down to human territory. He asked again, where was the last territory he planned to visit? Hearing this, the other pursed his lips and remained silent. He spoke with difficulty, the city of Great. Didan hesitated, that place is down on the street. People were constantly whispering, have you heard the news? I heard after the war the red lineage has been living among us. Oh my, can they really disguise themselves as humans? I heard they live by drinking human blood in that form. They huddled together exchanging information. And that's not all. I heard one is right here in the city of Greg. What, they started a war and still aren't satisfied? It's rumored that when they turn into humans, the red lineage have red hair. Good heavens, so does that mean? One of them shouted, could it be Miss Serena from the clinic? Inside the clinic, Serena and Elena sat in silence, neither speaking. Serena crossed her arms, looking at the wide open door. Elena thought sadly, no one has come. The rumors about Lady Serena must have spread throughout the village. She carefully chose her words, Serena. Before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off by her, I'm fine. Serena tried to calmly reassure her, being this quiet is also fine, rumors aren't always bad, right? She went to the door to check. I don't want your clinic to be affected by this. How about I go clear up the misunderstanding? It's nothing major, just wait here. At this time, Allison was chatting with Rurin. She mentioned the name Rahim, surprising Rurin, who asked me. He recounted when Nisko harmed her, that man had come with the elders. Rurin remembered that was when she absorbed the third ancient gem. Rurin asked back in confusion, wait, what did you just say? The two walked over. Elena hurriedly called Lord Allison. The group from the nearby church loudly called him Allison. The two sides argued about who arrived first. Rurin put her hands on her hips and murmured, what a mess this is. Elena said apologetically and urgently, rumors about Miss Serena were spreading throughout the town. The other side asked in unison, have you seen the Lord privately? Allison was startled upon hearing the name Serena. Rurin beside him also became agitated. At this moment, Serena was extremely frustrated. She thought, it's unbelievable, everyone's mind is so simple, not every red line is the same. He flung the door open and shouted, hey, I don't know what rumors you've heard, but I will explain, so... The people inside quickly looked at her with disapproving eyes. Whispers and murmurs arose. Look, she's here. I think it's true. I heard she's like the rogue mage from the clinic. No wonder I got goosebumps being near her. Someone concluded she is that lineage. Hearing those words, Serena stood frozen in place. The waiter stammered that the manager wasn't here. Ren stood up abruptly and interjected, she's here. He timidly called out, Miss Serena. Serena forced a twisted smile. She awkwardly waved and explained, I'll come back later. I only came to ask if Elena was here. Ren was startled and called out, no, Miss Serena. She walked away ignoring the plea. Wait. Serena fled desperately into the forest. She thought she had assumed she could just brush it off easily. She imagined herself tapping Ren on the head and explaining, hey you kids, I am different from the others. She thought if she just explained, everyone would understand. Ren laughed. She was ambushed. Someone retorted, what kind of excuse is this? Serena recalled Elena's words, as long as one has no shame in one's heart. She was very glad Serena hadn't committed crimes even when pressured. Hearing that, her heart felt peaceful. Thinking of this, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Serena painfully accepted that to others she was just a red dragon. She sighed after running a long distance. Serena comforted herself. What am I saying? Just let them misunderstand. I am a red line anyway. Serena said fiercely, I will catch a few of those stone throwers and teach them a lesson. But then she looked to the side. Before her eyes was the clinic that had been burned down. Sorina immediately ran inside looking for someone. Elena. She looked around and then thought with relief, not here. Luckily she went out. Everything inside was now reduced to ashes. Serena clenched her fist and wondered, has it gotten this bad? She fell into despair. Is my existence here an unforgivable sin to all of you? In the blink of an eye, the clinic had turned to ash on the ground. Everyone was horrified seeing the scene. Elena panicked, searching for Miss Serena. Rurin's face darkened as she ground out. Now, she shouted at the other side. Is this what you want to see? Is that damned Rehem satisfied seeing his own kind treated exactly like him? The other side stammered a defense. There was no evidence yet. Rurin questioned, why did the rumor coincidentally spread exactly on the day that man arrived in our territory? She said painfully, Rehem killed my mother. Ben was immediately stunned. What did you say? Rurin clenched her fists, losing control. It's too easy to make him pay. Don't even think about interfering, cause I have no intention of going easy on anyone. On the other hand, Klon slammed the table in anger and yelled, how could you say that? Ren trembled as she explained. When they met, the rumor had already been blown out of proportion. Klon roared, you knew she wasn't normal, and with that red hair, you should have realized sooner. Klon said softly, even if others don't, we shouldn't be like this. At the very least, we should be a support for her. He recounted, Allison was a great mage who lost all his comrades because of the red line. Klon's words brought tears to Ren's eyes. Do you think he didn't know Serena's true identity? Ren sobbed, what should I do? I want to apologize to Miss Serena. I heard she has gone missing. People in the city chatted, that red dragon has completely disappeared. Clearly, once her identity was exposed, she tucked her tail and ran away. She should have been finished off. They spoke passionately, not noticing Klon listening. I heard someone set fire to the clinic to force her out. What? The elf doctor was there too, is she okay? At that moment a childish voice rang out, shut your filthy mouths. Two kids put their hands on their hips in defense. Don't speak ill of our Miss Serena. Little girl yelled, face red, you don't know anything. Miss Serena always treats everyone with kindness. The man stammered an apology. The man beside him asked, do you kids dare to say that in front of those who died in the war? The other quickly scolded him, you madman, even to children. The man in the robe listened as they walked away. Then, a voice startled him, found you. The man in the robe looked at the speaker, quite bold, didn't expect you were still lingering in Greg City. Rurin arrived with a furious face, the red line dragon killed Baron, my mother, in the Dragon Clan War. That was you, wasn't it, Rahim? That man immediately recognized her, you are Rurin. He stammered a denial, the Dragon Clan War, if you mean that period, I have no memory of it. Rurin's angry questioning provoked him, just because of that your sins vanish? She rotated her hand as a warm-up and asked, you are the one who spread the rumors about Serena, aren't you? Rehem took off his hat and replied wearily, even if it really were me, what would change? He spoke without acknowledging any wrong, insisting that the red dragon's red hair, when human, was a secret that had to be hidden. When your kind was being oppressed, you didn't care. Now you only take notice because of one close to you. Having said that, he roared, even so what? Rurin rushed over and punched him straight in the stomach, asking, what would it change, really? The punch was so strong it tore a large hole in the middle of his robe. Rurin gritted her teeth and cursed, then die. Rehem, his face pale from the punch, opened his mouth wide, unable to speak. A spatial gate opened right behind him. Rehem was punched straight through the spatial gate by her, and then vanished. The people murmured in confusion. What just happened? Beyond the gate was a barren land, filled with nothing but thick dust and smoke. Rurin coldly signaled him, get up. She stretched her limbs and asked with a harsh voice who Sydney had been working with. Rehem struggled to get up and denied it. I told you, I have no memories of the war. Right now, I am only acting according to the agreement. Immediately, he transformed into a dragon and roared, do not regret this battle. His power was immense, and the surrounding space was submerged in thick, cutting smoke. Said Al-Labin stammered. As expected, there is something wrong with this battle. Rurin enveloped herself in shadow magic and charged forward powerfully. Rehem asked fiercely, do you find me that laughable? He launched an attack and shouted, reveal your true form. Rurin dodged the blow and replied, this is my true form. She quickly placed a magic circle directly above Rehem's head. Immediately, the magic circle released a colossal power, causing an extremely bright light to erupt. Rehem panicked, wondered how a newly matured dragon's power could be so great. Even using all my strength, I might not win. He remembered the images of Baron and Rurin, even if it was just a small possibility. Rehem recalled the scene of the oppressed people back then. Even if not intentional, sin is still sin. The red dragons must take responsibility for starting the war and taking too many lives. Adam spoke up as the leader. According to the agreement, battles with the Black Line and the casualties in them are not considered crimes, but that only applies to adults capable of fighting each other. Those who commit crimes against humans or weaker lines will be imprisoned. A prisoner retorted, how unfair. That was the Dragon King's order. What crime did I commit? He screamed. What about Rehem then? You not remembering doesn't mean you never followed the she-dragons and the Dragon King's orders. Untimi, you bastards! While fighting Rurin, his heart asked, did I really kill Baron with my own hands? Elsewhere, a man in a robe ran back to report. Patriarch. Daedam felt uneasy and asked, what now? Stammered, patriarchs, that door. I don't know whether to call it an intrusion or a visit. Allison stepped forward and greeted. I apologize, sir. This is urgent. Please forgive the discourtesy. Adam was surprised. Allison, why are you here? He replied. I was wondering how to explain this. Allison quickly took out the plant he had grown and said, perhaps this is the fastest way. Daydam immediately recognized it. This is Laflacia. Daydam noticed the person beside him. Dragon King, why are you here? That man lowered his eyes and replied, Daydam, so we meet again like this. Claude rushed over and punched him in the face. You bastard, I never thought I would see your face again. Said Alabin calmly took the blow and said, I figured it would come to this. On the battlefield everywhere was submerged in smoke and fire. Rurin muttered, impressive. She asked, is this the strength of an elder? Rihem at this time was not far behind her. He spoke up, enough. Rihem stood up and instructed, tell others that I instigated this battle. With wounds like this, no one will blame you for killing me. Rurin clenched her teeth. What nonsense are you talking? Rihem asked back, don't you want revenge? He returned to human form and said, even if it makes you hate me, if it is the Dragon King's order, I would still do it. Just come and do what you want. Rurin reached her hand out towards him. She angrily pressed Rihem's head into the ground and asked, what are you doing, huh? Rurin screamed in despair, fight back, regret your sins, and curse me. Rihem stammered wearily, I am too tired, right now I cannot. Rurin lost control and prepared to strike. You bastard. On the other side, Daydam heard the truth and was horrified. What? Even the Dragon King was controlled? What is this? And Rihem killed Baron? Allison said seriously. According to Lord Sidelong, Rahim and Sydney murdered Lord Baron together. Sydney seems to be on the side wanting to resurrect the Dragon King. He replied vaguely, I don't know anything about Sydney, at least not in my clan. Daydam asked in shock, do you have any idea which side Rahim might be on? It may sound like I am defending my own, but, he said honestly, Rahim is not that kind of person. From the very beginning of the post-war period, he was the one leading the efforts to repair the damage and apologize. Allison listened and pondered. That's precisely why I am well aware of his actions since the war. If he had been in contact with anyone, I surely would have noticed. Allison continued, I heard he has no memories of the war. Daydam did not hesitate to tell, he suffered many wounds and endured all kinds of humiliation because of sins he doesn't remember. Even so, he never ran away. Said Alabin gritted his teeth, thinking of the disastrous scene if a person like Rihem were to meet Rurin. He jumped up and said urgently, I'll listen right now. Please stop Rurin. Said Alabin lost his composure and begged, it is my fault, because of my foolish greed. Even if you erase me or make me suffer for it, I accept it. All red dragons had no choice but to obey the Dragon King's orders. He spoke in a rush. Are you alright? Rihem is not on the side wanting to resurrect the Dragon King, nor is he hiding from his sins. He simply does not know. With this situation, Rurin might kill Rihem. On the battlefield, Rurin was gathering magic, preparing to fire it straight into Riem's face. He softened his voice sincerely. I have a request, Baron. If I truly killed your mother, I am ready to apologize. Rurin had completely lost consciousness, paying no heed to his words. That is an unforgivable sin. Your anger is justified. I am sorry. Riem remembered Sydney's face, telling himself, no, provoke me, mock me like that woman did. He broke down in desperate tears. Please let this end with me alone. The pain and hatred of the red bloodline. Do not show that face. Mock me instead. Rurin burst into tears and screamed, it is not like that. Right after, she launched an attack with devastating force, causing the surrounding ground to crack open. Rurin recalled the words she had heard. Baron's sins had been erased. She did that to stop the Dragon King. I cannot accept it. Regardless of intention, possessing the Asian Mapen is still a crime. Rurin screamed wildly, no, I said. She remembered the words of the villagers this afternoon. Serena's clinic had been burned down, even though Dr. Allison was there. The arson was a bit excessive. Moreover, Miss Serena had been treating everyone all this time. Someone justified, so what? Many people here are suffering because of the war. Who cares about that? She shouted helplessly, what I want is... In the past, the stubborn little girl Rurin said to her mother, the red blood line are the bad ones. The little girl said indignantly, they started the war while you were suffering like this. Baron gently explained, Rurin, no one wanted that war. Not humans, the black blood line, or the red blood line. The girl retorted, but our clan has lost many people because of the red blood line. Baron asked the girl, what about the Dragon King then? Should we not hate the one who ordered it all? She said gently, that is truly difficult. Perhaps you will find it hard to understand. Baron linked pinkies with the girl and said, promise me, our Rurin, even if you have power, do not judge hastily, but confirm what is truly in their hearts. Rurin hesitated, okay. Turning to the present, Rurin was still out of control. This was not how it was supposed to be. After the strike, she stood dazed, looking at Rihem. On the other hand, Allison flatly refused, no. He gently explained, I will not stop her, because I believe Riham truly has no memories. And if he tries to accept his sins, then Rurin will not kill him. Indeed, as he said, Riham stared at her stunned. Several very large holes appeared around him. Riham jumped up startled, looking at her with confused eyes. He stammered, why after all? Rurin turned her back and said coldly, get lost, go to the Holy Land to atone for your sins. Sobbing, she admitted, I cannot kill anyone anymore, because I realize that is not what you wished for. The three of them steadied themselves. Didan hesitated. If Rurin truly thinks that way, it is truly gratifying. But, he seriously admitted, if he really killed Baron, that is a serious crime, because that was not a battle loss but the murder of an undefended dragon. Though late, punishment must be carried out. Didan helplessly said, I have no memories, so I cannot confirm. Sorry. Allison opened his mouth. That is right. That is the point. He rested his chin and thought, that is precisely what I find strange. Even if controlled by the Dragon King, one usually does not lose their memories. Didan replied, that is right. As you were about to say, before he could retract his words, a shout rang out, Allison, you are still here. Ben rushed in urgently. I followed the footprints near the burn clinic as you said, and I also found a witness. The arsonist is. Allison fell silent. Right, the culprit's name is Lord Riham. He asked darkly, Mr. Ben, when was the last time Riham met Serena? Ben was confused. What? Why ask that all of a sudden? In an ancient castle filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Serena lay bored on a pile of gold, saying, in the end, I am back here. She jumped up excitedly. This time it is different. This pile of gold and silver, it is all real. Serena shouted loudly, look, do you see? In your whole life, you will never get a second chance to see treasures piled up like this. Saying this, she fell back into utter despair. So, someone please come and see. Serena bowed her head, biting her lip to hold back. She remembered the times she laughed and joked with Lynn, and also the times she cast spells to scare everyone. Serena smiled crookedly. I thought we were close. But, she curled up in the corner murmuring, what do you mean this time is different? Nothing has changed at all. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded, do you not find it unfair? The way people treat you based only on your appearance, even though you have committed no crime. Serena wiped her tears and asked cautiously, who are you? The person in the robe replied, I am the same as you. No, we are all the same as you. On the other side, Ben answered Allison's question. It was the day you were falsely accused and we made a huge mistake. He nodded in reply, that is right, and you compensated Serena with the treasure in the cave. Allison frankly exposed, especially since even Mr. Ben only found out today that Serena had left the cave to live in human form with Elena. Benzin asked, Chieftain, the documents Lord Riham gave you. Didan held up the document, you mean this? He flipped it open and said, this is just a leave application. More importantly, what is this about the house fire? Allison hesitated. If so, I do not know who it is, but that person was too greedy. The person in the robe was Rahim. He ordered her, go this way, Serena. She stood up surprised. It is Riham. He replied, we understand you. Riham, activate his magic. By now you must realize there is nothing left for you here. The magic emitted a voice. That red bloodline brat is gone. It feels much better. Serves her right. After all the trouble from the war, instead of going elsewhere, she had to run to this territory. Truly an eyesore. Serena bowed her head, listening in silence to those words. Riham held several magic stones in his hand, persuading her to go to a place where no one can hurt you, Serena. The scent from those stones rushed into her nose. Go to a place with no more pain. Serena sadly admitted in her heart, yes, it was gone, because there was no one left there. She sank into a lost loneliness, with no one waiting for her and no one searching for her. Serena quietly followed Riham. There really was no one left in this place. Suddenly, a loud shout called out her name, Serena. The rustling sound and the light from a torch appeared. This place was not safe. Elena said it was the Melioric mountain range. Everyone frantically searched for her figure. Miss Serena, are you here? Riham turned his head and said, Serena, you know well, don't you? He interrogated her. This was not a process, but a result. If you tried to create a new turning point, you would only end up with old wounds. Serena hesitated in her answer. I know, I am tired of being abandoned. Everyone panicked, planning to split up to find her, but Renjun shouted that it was too dangerous, Miss Serena. She hesitated. There was something she needed to say. Just then, a monster lunged forward. She stared in fear as the monster opened its mouth wide to swallow her, but in the next second, Serena rushed over and smashed straight into the monster. Everyone was delighted to witness that scene. 3 people shouted to call her. Serena angrily scolded, you idiots. Why were you standing in such a dangerous place? Watching this scene, Riham was slightly irritated. You chose the difficult path to return. He made his move. You know well, a small emotional reunion is just an illusion. At that moment, Serena's entire body was suppressed and transformed. Immediately after, her dragon form was exposed. No, this is... The 3 others stood stunned, staring at her. Serena consoled herself. It was fine. This was even better, because I was planning to leave anyway. Surprisingly, Ren stepped forward and gently said, thank you, Miss Serena. She sobbed with difficulty, thanking her for healing the children, helping cook when Allison was away, and saving them from the dragon. Even now, they had actually known everything all along. Lynn burst into tears and admitted, "Sorry for not saying you were not a bad person, Miss Serena. We are grateful for what you silently did. We should have said that earlier." They recounted Mr. Ment, Miss Minton, Elena, and the children were in the village, persuading everyone and waiting for you, Miss Serena. Serena cried while listening to them speak. "Please, can you forgive us?" Serena thought painfully, how must they feel when their trusted neighbor is the red dragon who started the war, running to the lair of the race whose homeland was destroyed twice. What did they think when they still came to seek forgiveness after seeing this monster form? Serena replied awkwardly, "Do not apologize. The one who needs forgiveness is me." She opened her mouth and spat out a massive flame. "In the end, I was still only thinking of myself." Rehem burned, could only stare wide-eyed. "You foolish woman." He angrily vanished in an instant. Everyone immediately buzzed with joy, chatting among themselves. Allison felt relieved seeing that matters on Serena's side had ended. Dedan was also satisfied. He clenched his trembling arm and said, "For humans to come calling like this must be due to her accumulated virtue. I am proud of Serena." Allison covered her mouth and laughed. "Is that so?" Serena wished to be understood and to integrate into a place she truly wanted. He looked at everyone happily and said, "I think perhaps it was Greg." Allison spoke worriedly. "My intuition suggests there is a mastermind behind this." The person behind quickly replied, "Yes, I understand." Graham, in a battered state, replied, "They said someone has impersonated me." Furthermore, that indeed leads us to one conclusion. Dedan nodded in agreement. Dan patted Raham's shoulder, making him teary. "You did nothing wrong. Did you not act alongside the dragon Sydney in the war?" Raham was moved. "I truly." Dedan comforted him. "I know, the pain and injustice you endured must have been very difficult." Rurin, hearing this from behind, was stunned and stammered, "I then." Rurin at that moment clutched the hem of her dress, her voice stammering, "That matter. I truly thought it was you. I thought you were the one who did it, so, I mean." She gathered all her courage and blurted out, "I am sorry," Allison said in disbelief. "The master is using honorifics." Raham spoke, "It makes no difference because we both believed it." He continued, "Even when I spread the rumors about Serena and did unforgivable things to Vaden, you still stopped at the final moment." His next words left her stunned. "I am truly grateful for your kindness." Raham continued, "I never tried to investigate the period of lost memory because I was afraid I truly committed the crime. I did not want to abandon the unfair shield." He voiced his frustration. Since when did the world have to hide the fact that a red dragon has red hair in human form? When they were oppressed, no one cared. Now they are astonished. He continued, "If I exonerated Serena, I would become the true victim, but you would not care either. I was still afraid of the truth. What if I was not at fault?" He seriously acknowledged his fault. "My actions ultimately helped the one who committed the crime. I did unforgivable things to you and Serena. I am sorry." Rurin was extremely remorseful, stammering, "No, he interrupted her, and him shouted in Sutherland's face, "If anyone is to be held responsible, it is not you." He slapped him. "Ultimately, the fault was yours for providing false information." He argued back, "That was reasonable." Rurin turned and screamed in Allison's face, "You bastard. If you saw something wrong, you should have stopped me." He helplessly retorted, "How was I supposed to know you would beat him to a pulp then stop?" Reham coughed lightly. "I did say I spread rumors. From now on, speak more clearly." Dan turned to the side. "You are very quiet." He felt awkward because he had also made that mistake with Allison. Witnessing that scene, Sutherland was helpless impressive. Night fell inside a house. A voice rang out, "I have something I need to tell everyone." Rurin spoke up, "I heard rumors about Serena spreading that her identity is red lineage." Her next words sent everyone into a panic. "It is true. I already knew." Her sharp gaze swept over each person. "Because I am also of the lineage." People whispered, "Oh my, Rurin is also of the lineage, but her hair is black, so that is black lineage." She showed a flustered expression. "I felt something strange when the dragons began to appear," but she continued, "It is truly an incredible restaurant. Do not repeat that mistake again." Rurin recounted, "I lost my mother to the red lineage during the war." She continued, "I am not saying that those who did not suffer like me should be silent, nor am I saying that everyone must become saints who forgive everything." She voiced her thoughts. "I just understand everyone's feelings, but direct that anger at the ones truly guilty." Rurin questioned, "Is the Serena everyone knows really that kind of person?" Her words silenced the room. "I have no right to lecture anyone. The judgment is yours." She stood up and walked out. "But this restaurant will not discriminate against customers just because of their hair color." Sutherland, standing outside, remarked, "Impressive." Scene change. At this moment he happily said, "I am done." He praised, "Good job. A simple house had been built. I never thought I would be repaid like this." Serena was astonished. "In just a few days." Van Eyne quietly thanked everyone. They replied, "It is nothing." An excited voice called from afar, "Serena, look, we prepared this to celebrate Allison and Rurin returning." She looked displeased. "A gift does not seem quite suitable for me." They cheerfully said, said it is cake and hair dye. Heard you cried. She thought you people. A figure lurked by the tree. Everyone chatted joyfully. Come over and have some cake. If you need help dyeing your hair, we will help. Do not be like that. How? She then gave a satisfied smile. Really? Watching everyone be happy, he became happy too. Is this not already wonderful? Elsewhere, someone was washing dishes gently. Sutherland asked Allison, the restaurant is closed, but you are still cooking. He continued, it seems the territory has returned to peace. He replied, it is all thanks to everyone working hard. His face darkened. I know someone worked harder than anyone. Suddenly Sutherland knelt down. I offer my deepest apology and thanks for your patience. He felt immense regret. All this time you must have been holding back. He continued, even with a heart full of rage, you did not use that power to overthrow the whole world. You gave everyone a chance. This time as well you chose to listen. He thought, no, it is all because of my greed. He thought, those eyes contain not just hatred for me because of my sins, the red dragons will be annihilated. He repeatedly apologized inwardly, I am sorry, please, just my life is enough. Sutherland was completely crushed, even someone like me who killed your friends. He gently stood up, if I had any honor or treasure left, I would give it all to you. The only thing I have left is this tattered fragment of a soul. He walked over and lifted the other's arm. The only thing I can do for you is take away a bit of the hatred in your heart. Make me disappear. Sutherland's voice slowed before time runs out. Allison gently pulled his hand away. There seems to be some misunderstanding. I am not that great of a person. He continued his work. Until the very end, I only tried to live up to my friend's words. In the end, I did not even do that well. He offered a bowl of soup. Speaking confidently, I am just a restaurant owner. The door opened, a voice rang out, please come in, sit comfortably and eat your fill. Sutherland looked toward the door, his eyes shocked. Sometimes you meet again the one you miss. Saren, with an aged face, walked in, just an ordinary restaurant like this. Meeting an old acquaintance, he called softly, Saren. Saren spoke, Sardalong, you look exactly the same as that day. While I have grown old. Sardalong felt warmth. He gently interrupted, no. He continued, you look exactly the same as that day too. A moment later, Allison went to the balcony to gaze at the night sky. Reason he could stop. Rurin, holding a pillow, called him, brother, are you still not done? I am sleepy. It was because there were people who held my hand and stopped me. Allison replied, I am coming right now. He continued, I have a guest right now. Saren was at that moment enjoying the meal with a satisfied look. Sutherland on the other side was directly lifting the soup bowl to pour it into his mouth. The reason he could let go of hatred was not because I saw the suffering faces of those I loathed, but because I saw the happy faces of those I love. He held her in his arms like this. He continued, I was able to endure saying goodbye. Saren sniffled by the table, tears streaming down. She sobbed, goodbye, Sardalong. At this moment, Saren opened the door, her expression apologetic. Allison, sorry for making you work so late. Everything is done now. The scene before her was Allison holding Rurin, who had fallen fast asleep in his arms. She asked curiously, you have worked hard. Do you regret taking the child along? He replied, is that not an extremely adorable point? He asked in a voice, was the meal to your liking? She smiled, happier than being merely satisfied. He laughed cheerfully and said that was good. You are always welcome to visit again. Saren suddenly spoke, that is why I must at least tell you. She continued, Rurin seems to have fallen asleep. Just leave her be in the cave. Let us go to the holy temple. At that moment, Medasana glanced towards the source of the sound. He spoke up, you have arrived. Saren replied, sorry for the trouble, elder. She inquired about Lady Medrin. He replied, the spice investigation you assigned is complete. He explained that substance is called Tears of God. As predicted, it was made from a broken dragon heart. He continued, but that heart was not an ordinary one. Allison asked in confusion, what do you mean? Saren spoke up, this is a secret not just from other races, but even within the race, only elders know. I am not sure if telling you is the right thing. She asked if he knew how to destroy a Maben artifact. He replied, I heard it is indestructible. Even the ancient dragons were helpless. She wondered, then why has no lord ever been born until now? She continued, the indestructible Maben artifacts must have existed for a very long time. Can you guess why they are not piled up like a mountain? Saren continued, when you fought Sardalong near the end of the battle, his heart was protected by magic, wasn't it? During this, he seemed to understand. Could it be? Saren nodded. That is correct. Make a dragon absorb it and then destroy the heart at the same time. That is how we have prevented a lord from being born until now. He continued, we sealed the dragon that created the Maben artifact together with the original body. Every time a dragon commits a grave sin, we make it absorb it and then eliminate it. He was curious, even the red line. Saren replied, all are equal. That is the principle since the first lord died. He was astonished, so that is the reason the red line felt it was unfair. Allison was curious, what is the standard for that sin? She smiled, the laws change with the times. She voiced her thought, from the current perspective, it cannot be said that no one was wronged. She challenged, do you think that is wrong? Allison stammered, I know it is for peace, but in Saren's heart this child sees all lines as equal. The restoration of bone is also that will. Medasana spoke up, perhaps that is why we are receiving our comeuppance. He said, even a line was enchanted by tears of God, wasn't it? He continued, every dragon heart used as material for Tears of God has absorbed a Maben artifact. Allison was shocked. What? He hesitated. So they are from the colors of dragons bearing grave sins. Dehima replied firmly, that is correct. He continued, the burial site has been looted. It feels like a heavy blow. He recounted, the saint confessed to being responsible, and many layers of barrier had been neutralized long ago. His voice deepened. Inside there was only a skeleton with an empty rib cage. He said that was the reason they could tell him about the lifespan. They have implanted those hearts into people. Allison stopped him. Wait a moment. But he continued speaking, I think I know a person who underwent that experiment, a swordsman named Ridden. Dehima said coldly, his real name is Edwin Pierce, formerly the commander of the First Knight's Order. He analyzed, the real problem starts from here. All the line hearts from those corpses are in their hands, hearts that had absorbed the Maben artifact. He clasped his hands behind his back, his voice hesitant because they had been destroyed once before. It is impossible to create a lord from them, but it has proven possible to enhance power. The important thing is when they started the implantation, and how many times. On the other side, Malik spoke up. It is too quiet. There should be some reaction by now, right? He wondered, did it fail? Sydney said calmly, perhaps so. Aziz took a drag of his cigarette. Allison and Rurin are calmer than expected. I thought just provoking them would make them go crazy immediately. Suddenly, a source of energy appeared from somewhere. A furious voice rang out, I have finally found you all. Rahem trembled with anger. You were the ones who set the trap for me. The soldiers immediately protected Melik. Sydney calmly extended his hand. Said gently, this isn't fun at all, Ken. Suddenly a horrifying scene occurred. His head was split in two hands protruding from within. He sneered, indeed. Was that a bit too much? I was just trying to lighten the atmosphere in my own way. He continued, it's all ruined, the 15-year plan I made while fighting as Riem, that stupid saint, Tears of God and such. Serena's the same as Rurin. He continued, enchanting even a line is good, but if they have other desires in their hearts, it could break at any time. Sydney said coldly, either way, a trigger can be created. Ar raised his cigarette, you have gone too far, stirring up conflict as Raheim and trying to capture Serena. He argued, this is a time for encouragement, not criticism. Melik spoke up, you are too soft. He was like a sly old fox. If it were me, I would have killed the elf beside him, thrown the body into the burned clinic, and dealt with Klon and the villagers looking for Serena in advance. He continued, yet they killed Riem without hesitation. He gaped, are you a demon? Said, anyway, thanks for the good suggestion. I will use it next time. Patted his head, don't be blind. Smiled awkwardly, I understand your hatred, but do not cross the line. Do you think we have been cautious all this time because we are stupid? Sydney asked, if that person loses control, who will handle the consequences? He scratched his head, so this time we have to evaluate it. He continued, implant this into a dragon. I was wide-eyed, there is no guarantee of success. He replied, we have enough experimental results from humans. He said excitedly, there will be many volunteers. A mysterious voice rang out, give us a chance. Both of them entered the experiment together. Suddenly a burst of intense light exploded. Melik and his companions stared straight ahead, their eyes calm. Hiki spoke up, his voice excited, just crush them and head back, right? Including the restaurant and the village. Night fell and a figure walked silently. Redden slowly walked down the street. He said, now all the data on the Tears of God has been burned. Damn it, Raiden, put out the fire quickly. He suggested, how about we part ways peacefully today? Why would you ally with God when I know you are not that kind of person? He wondered, are you disappointed in humanity? He smiled bitterly. It seems I guessed right. Let me make a prophecy. He said, no matter where you belong, you will be disappointed in the same way again. Scene change. At this moment a large painting was hung high up. Allison was amazed. This statue is truly impressive. It could become a tourist attraction in Greg's city. Rurin asked, its name is Kulat, right? And the one in front is Daryl. Everyone looked at each other, feeling awkward. A voice rang out, congratulations on completion. She asked curiously, why is everyone acting like this? He stammered, no, really, it is too embarrassing. He continued, as everyone knows, we like to create things. Before, we were only focused on survival, so it was fine. He tried to cover it up, but now the village construction is complete. It has been a long time since there was such a relaxed atmosphere. No more tension, so everyone is a bit strange. Rurin sulked, why is Elena so happy that someone proposed rebuilding the clinic? Ganja explained, I am not happy that it burned down. Allison looked around, curious. If it is work, then there probably is some. De'Aaron said excitedly, it is truly wonderful, Klon, and above all, we need it. He said warmly, please take care of us. Chief Gansha, there is work to do, labor is sacred. He explained, all manpower has been dispatched to repair the dilapidated structures. The timing is perfect, my lord. Allison asked, is this place the old Dizran? He replied, that is the old name, it is different now. Carriages move through the beautiful city. Welcome to the new Greg city. Mohan stepped forward shyly, hello, I am Mohan, in charge of land land management. She introduced, "This is the central market, the first place the Lord built after arriving." Allison was amazed. I almost did not recognize it. He recalled the scenes of the past and present, unable to believe this place was once a pile of rubble. Even witnessing it firsthand, I still do not believe it. She continued, "We took in many refugees, there is labor, but relying solely on relief rations has its limits. For the domain to sustain itself, money must circulate, so this place was established." Moan continued, "A place where people can trade safely." Everyone excitedly called out, "Fresh vegetables have arrived, fresh produce. Would you like to buy some, sir?" Only then did she smile. It sounds easy now, but it was not simple back then. The security was so bad one could not walk alone, but Lord Deeren Greg never gave up. At that time, Deeren looked at the rubble and calculated, "This place will be a new foundation for the domain, a place to freely display goods, buy and sell, where people interact in peace." He walked. "People will say I say this because I am the Lord, so I will stand where everyone stands, walking everywhere every night without needing guards." He went to every house to speak, but was almost always met with annoyed looks. "Please trust me." He stood under the moonlight, silently promising, "I will make promises meaningful again in this place." Moen proudly recounted it was not a short time, but in the end he kept his promise. Allison was astonished. "Really?" Rurin spoke up, "If there are bandits, can we hit them with Klon?" She wondered inwardly, who exactly are these people? Aaron stepped forward, his face excited. "That was not something I did alone." He continued, "Do you want to see where the most hardworking people are?" His voice rang out powerfully, "Attention everyone." The guards shouted, "We salute Lord Deeren Greg. He was helpless training again today. I wonder if they are overworking themselves." Kim and Vanna said in unison, "Not at all, we are all here voluntarily." That man asked, "Are you the one who used to peddle goods?" She stepped forward, Baron Revoke. Allison shook her head. "No, it is Allison. Long time no see. That was just Nguyen Trang." Deeren said excitedly, "After that day, Vice Captain Darian Tabero continued to send people to train our army." He continued, "No wonder everyone's skills are so impressive now. Cannot compare to before," he replied. "There has been much hardship." He recounted, eliminating criminal organizations, establishing patrols and arrests to ensure security, even scouting areas with monsters. "Everyone trained day and night to keep up with my determination." He continued, "Thanks to that, during military exchanges with other domains, we were evaluated as being on the level of trainee knights." Allison was startled. Trainee knights? Oh! In his heart, just a few years and they had already reached that level. Spoke up, "Perhaps now everyone can stop calling me master." A voice rang out, "It is not just the level of trainee knights." That voice caught his attention. "We have even defeated full-fledged knights." Gota said fiercely. "Those nobles were so angry about losing that they almost complained about our unit." Aaron explained, "He was the outstanding soldier during the exchange. His talent and confidence are both excellent. He kept making moves. Honestly, catching thieves is no longer fun. Even a mountain of monsters is not scary, because they do not know swordsmanship." He confidently said, "Actually, these days I even hope a dragon will attack." Allison interrupted, "You should not say things like that." He said quietly, "Even as a joke, someone who has encountered a dragon would not say that." He sneered, curious, "No wonder you are wearing the Royal Mage uniform. Have you encountered one?" He mocked, "Anyone can claim to be a veteran with just words." King screamed to stop him. Rurin laughed coldly, "Do you want me to show you, kid?" Allison held her weapon and sighed, saying it would be wonderful if everything could be resolved with words. He continued, saying sometimes he had to use this method. Rurin called out loudly, "Master." Seeing the tense atmosphere, everyone was panicked and didn't know what was happening. He gave an awkward laugh and asked if a mage really wanted to duel with him in swordsmanship. Aaron trembled with worry, wondering if their master even knew how to use a sword. In Kin's mind, the man who had attacked the stall the previous day was now unconscious, and wanted to contact the vice captain of the first night squad, along with how the Lord addressed him. That man thought he would have to be an idiot to think he was an ordinary person. He calmly replied that it had been a long time since he last held a sword. That man advised him in a serious tone to take this seriously. Gota sneered and prepared to step forward, and even the captain noticed. He raised his sword and said it was just a royal mage. Allison's face turned cold as she swung her sword, releasing a powerful surge of energy. His face turned pale and his hand trembled, thinking to himself what kind of power this was. Rurin thought to herself it was exactly as she had predicted. Not only his mana but his physique had also become like that of a dragon. Anna was astonished to realize that just using swordsmanship was overwhelming. Earlier, he must have also been using magic. Gota thought to himself that he had lost. Did that man deliberately lose? Damn it, he was looking down on him. He had predicted his next move, but it was only a feint. The moment that man intended to spin around and slash. He swung a strike, but Allison's real attack was the one that followed. Everyone's mouths were hanging open in shock. Allison was knocked flat to the floor. He said dazedly that maybe that man could actually take on a dragon. Deeren sheepishly apologized, and Rurin regretfully asked why he didn't use magic. He chuckled and said there was nothing to apologize for in a sword duel. He commented that the swordsmanship of the first night squad was truly excellent, and training like this would turn them into a unit unafraid of even dragons. He said he must be very reassured with such talented swordsmen. Night fell and a voice asked if he was still angry about what happened this morning. He sighed, "It's been 10 months already, aren't you satisfied yet?" Gota snapped angrily that he wasn't angry, it was just that guy was toying with him. He said that was exactly what being angry was, finish the patrol and then go eat. Gota swore in determination, "Just you wait, within a year I will." A stranger appeared with an expressionless face. He asked if this was Greg's city. Gota asked irritably who he was. That man reminded him that he had just been scolded for speaking arrogantly to civilians. That man said this was New Greg's city, and if he wanted to go to Old Greg he had to travel further southeast. The stranger sighed softly, then this wasn't the place. The stranger turned away, saying he had entered the wrong coordinates. Gota cursed after him, asking who he really was. That man covered his mouth tightly, saying he had been speaking very rudely lately. He would never get anywhere just because he lost one match. How long was he going to act like this? That man said to forget the name Allison. The name accidentally reached the stranger's ears, and he turned back and asked Allison. There was only a loud explosion, and the entire city erupted. That man panicked, thinking the gunpowder depot had exploded. Gota said sullenly to call people to move the injured. He warned in a cold voice that civilians were at risk of further explosions. Evacuate immediately. The stranger muttered, suspecting Suki had made a move, seeing a territory with a similar name and immediately blowing it up without thinking. Controlled a source of power downwards. Starting from here wouldn't be a problem either. A huge dragon appeared, causing him to sit down on the ground in fear. The stranger had now transformed into a violent red dragon. Gota asked in panic what he was going to do. Gota's cold laugh made him nervous. "Captain, don't tell me." He shouted loudly and charged towards him. "Take a look at this." He charged forward at a speed like the wind. He slashed with all his might at his body. Only a small scratch appeared on the black body. Gota was terrified. He had swung with all his strength and only managed to scratch him. The stranger looked at him like one would watch a jumping clown. Then he turned around, preparing to fly up as he watched in shock. Gota's face darkened. Did that man not even consider him an enemy? It was like passing through a field of grass and accidentally being nicked by a stiff leaf. To him he was just... Gota swung his sword up in rage. "Damn it, you bastard." His eyes were filled with hatred. Then suddenly a memory from the past flashed through his mind. Back then that man asked, "What was your name?" He hesitated and answered, "Gota." That man remarked that he was quite useful. What did he do before? Gota honestly confessed that he used to live by robbing, but Dashan had collapsed. That man laughed heartily and said his luck wasn't bad. Remembering that encouragement, he became even more fierce. That man said there was some talent in him. Back then, he innocently asked if he could become a swordsman who could kill a dragon. He smiled confidently. "Of course it would be fine, you fool." Loud voice rang out, "You liar." Immediately after, the black tail swept sideways and knocked him away. Then it swung down, slamming him hard onto the ground. He was angry, opening his mouth to prepare for an attack. He spat a stream of energy towards Gotha. Gotha crashed into the corner of the wall, in too much pain to breathe. He weakly looked ahead, his vision blurred. In the past, he used to complain that he did not understand why soldiers had to do such tasks. Kim explained that one had to build things bit by bit. Haste would ruin both swordsmanship and life. Kim continued, "Look, everything is getting better, right?" Looking at the beautiful village burned to ashes, Gotha sneered, "So what? Even the structures built with so much effort, even the sword sharpened until the palm was torn. When facing that monster, what meaning did any of it have? Watching the fire devour the village," his voice trailed off, "nothing at all." Ezrin said calmly, "That is right, what I built was too fragile and meaningless." He said, "That is why I abandoned them." Arian exclaimed, "Do you really think so?" He questioned, "Do you truly see everything as meaningless, Commander Edwin?" He slowly spoke, "Darian, you finally recognize me." He continued, "I want to ask you in return. I heard you teach them swordsmanship, answer me." He mocked, "In that place, what meaning did you find?" Gotha spoke weakly, "Captain Kim, Captain Vanna, everyone has been attacked." He panicked, "Why has the alarm not sounded yet?" Over on the other side, a sharp female voice rang out, "What is this?" He sneered, "This is an army? So weak." Gotha slumped down in despair, sitting on the ground. Den spoke up, "Let us go." He said coldly, "After all this destruction, there is still no sign of Allison. He must have left. This has not been Greg from the start." She panicked, "What?" She demanded, "Is this not Grave Fortress?" He replied, "This is New Fortress, Greg. Go read the coordinates for the Huang party." She glanced to the side as if she saw something. Hoki approached Gotha, saying that before leaving, they had to deal with these pests. Suddenly, Allison rushed over, exactly those two. Rurin stepped forward and launched an attack on them. He shouted, "Killing you causes no problems, it feels good." Herky and Den immediately transformed into beams of light and attacked Rurin. She was startled by that sight. She said excitedly, "Found it, that is Rurin, is it not?" Den continued, "An interesting mistake, so he was still here." She said coldly, looking at the letters on your chests, "What trick are you preparing now?" She laughed loudly, "The era reliant on ancient magic is over." A streak of red energy fell from the sky straight down to the ground. Edrin watched from above, the ground trembled under their power, only a dragon could interfere. He continued, "Even after training for decades, soldiers would be crushed in an instant. Human history is just a castle of sand, I understand that gap clearly." He said, is that not why you came out here, having realized that truth? He said coldly, if anyone could control that place, it would be only one person. Edwin continued, Allison, perhaps only someone like him. At that moment, Herky, in his dragon form, unleashed a wave of power. Seeing that, Ruin flew up to dodge. She raked her claws across her body. You are too slow. In Ruin's mind, just as expected, both his magical power and physique were extraordinary. She thought, in this state, having to face both of them at once would, and blocked an escape route, sneering, do you plan to keep running? He used his power to restrain Ruin. He mocked, so this is all you have. Den's smile became more insane than ever. As a child, Gotha had experienced an earthquake, feeling powerless knowing he could not change anything. When the ground shook, the only thing he could do was lie down and pray. Exactly like this moment. In his heart, they were monsters, even that woman was a dragon. He panicked, where is Captain Kim? Suddenly, something appeared behind him, sending a chill down his spine. In his heart, the battle was over. Gota thought that no matter who won, they were mere insects to them, and they would just leave. At this moment, Ruin lay defeated on the ground. Gota laughed helplessly. This was as far as he could go. A figure appeared behind him and said, it is fine, you did well. Gota saw a glimmer of hope and exclaimed, Mage. Looking at the emblem, he knew it was a 9th level one. Allison spoke up. They would not even look at me. The soldiers had already been safely moved to the hospital. Our true target has appeared from now on. Do not be careless for even a moment. Everyone was surprised to see him walk over to Ruin's side. She lay in pain on the ground, seemingly motionless. Allison held her in his arms, apologizing for being late, but said there were still people buried. Ruin whispered, be careful of them. The chest part. He comforted her, rest now. After placing Ruin in a safe spot, Allison finally breathed a sigh of relief. He coldly questioned himself. Every time this happened, he wondered if the path he chose was right. He continued, was my warning not enough? Or do you not understand what you hear? He said, giving people a chance is not like that. Hersey charged forward, scolding, you idiot, look at the situation. Allison sneered, you think you can still be arrogant now? She asked in confusion, you are... Allison called out in a clear voice, come. He asked in confusion, I have many questions. Why did you do that? He continued speaking, but there were too many of you. It was not convenient to talk. She was startled. Hersey turned and ran away. Allison immediately gave chase. She thought to herself, I was wrong, I misunderstood him. He is not human. He thought that magical power was already a monster far beyond dragon standards. Allison coldly said he did not need that person's help. Suddenly, a source of magical power tightly bound his hands and feet. At this moment, he seemed to be seriously injured, his body limp. Hersey flew up high, trying to run far away without looking back. Allison asked curiously, you are letting your comrade escape? I find that very annoying. He turned around and said, the other side should be fine now. Darian said, Sir Allison, you actually came. Gota felt revived. Allison took off his mask and called out loudly, Darian. From the other side, a voice rang out. Why are you shouting my name like that? He was carrying someone on his back and said, there is still space here. A voice replied, no room left. Go to the next building. Everyone murmured in surprise. What is going on? Chaos even before construction has started. Allison asked with concern, Ruin, are you all right? She replied, it has been handled for now. She ran over to cover his eyes, telling him not to look. He thanked her. Ruin pulled down her shirt, saying she'd not mind looking a bit more. He told Elena he wanted to speak with Ruin privately. She replied yes and went to check on the patients. Allison walked to Ruin's side. Said with pain, Ruin, you were in danger this time. She took a breath and said she was fine. He continued, many people were seriously injured or died. After he spoke, both of them awkwardly lowered their heads. Allison felt guilty about the way he had acted. Ruin interrupted him, saying it was not about forgiveness. She said, it is that very thought that changed my perspective. She continued, when my resolve wavered, this body only endured by letting you lean on me. Ruin reached out and gently touched his clothes. He collapsed and cried like a child. Let me lean on you for a bit, okay? At this moment, Darian stood outside, deep in thought. Allison walked out looking excited. Let us go catch the remaining dragons. Darian spoke up. Sir Allison, about that matter, he remembered. That is right. I am curious about your meeting with Commander Adrian Pierce. A voice rang out. What are you two talking about? The man tensely replied. The man continued. It feels like his memories have been tampered with. On the other side, Hersey was worried. They probably would not chase this far. She was so angry she shed tears and cursed. You idiot. She cursed angrily, saying she would never forgive Allison. When she returned, she would bring an entire army to crush everyone. A voice rang out. It seemed the mission had failed. Adrian appeared with a cold expression, slightly panicked. I have something to ask you. Did you ever attack the Imperial Palace in the early days of the war? A voice echoed in the palace hall, but no one turned around. Erin lightly knocked her head against the pillar. Did we fail? Sydney was not surprised. If using force would have worked, it would have ended long ago. Karen continued speaking, causing her to falter. It was understandable that Hersey and Den had not returned, but Edwin not coming back was a problem. He looked at the other party with displeasure. I have made it clear that I objected to to releasing that man. Whoever was responsible would bear the consequences. The scene returned to the two people in the forest. Herky rubbed his wrist in annoyance. Why bring up the attack on the Imperial Palace? You mean the incident where the First Knight's Order was annihilated at the start of the war? It was just a human army being wiped out, nothing major. I wonder if he was imagining things. Edrin's face grew increasingly dark. I once said that the talents I trained, elite warriors who had been through countless battles. Because of your foolish confidence. Edrin placed his hand respectfully. Of course, your majesty, we are ready to dispatch the First Knight's Order to another region. The emperor was troubled. My greed has caused you trouble. But he comforted him. Please do not belittle yourself. Making a decision for the sake of territory is something not everyone can do. Edrin's eyes were filled with hope. The capital could still hold out. Besides, wasn't Klon trying to become stronger through choices like that? Hope was immediately extinguished by the horrific scene engulfed in flames. Edwin, clad in his armor, breathed with difficulty. Two dragons landed and spoke. The western front had been swept clean. The Knight's Order had suffered fewer casualties than expected. They divided their forces, and without bringing along knights to use their swords to support their weary bodies, what do they really take the dragon lineage for? Returning to the present, he coldly continued his story. The unit was annihilated. The Empire lost. I could do nothing. I mocked myself for being nothing but a weak human. The scene shifted to someone screaming in agony. Dehema frowned and reminded, "It is too noisy. Be quiet." But the man screamed even louder. "You are the one torturing me, and you still say that?" He asked. "What did you do to him?" But was asked in return, "At least tell me who you are." Dehema replied calmly, "Who else but Adrian Pierce?" The memory of the battle surfaced. When fighting Luhat, he had only focused on defense, like a desperate battle against someone many times stronger. Even winning seemed unbelievable. Luhat survived. He lowered his head. I don't know why, but he thinks of himself as just a slightly stronger person. He was furious. That is because he is human. Human my ass, but Dehema cut him off. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. We all know it. His eyes changed. He is not the type to throw his life away in ordinary battles. A poison that destroys the mind. If you use that thing, they lowered their heads and laughed. We did not use poison. An image of the imprisoned man appeared. What we showed him was only reality. Sydney raised his palm, which had a magic circle, and laughed. See, your knights have been scattered everywhere. An image of dragons attacking knights. Each one was trampled by our red dragons, unable to resist. Ah, he stepped forward with a contemptuous laugh. The First Knight's Order, the strongest in the Empire? Then he sat on a chair. Just today we destroyed 2 territories. Why don't they understand that human combat is meaningless? I heard there is a mage named Allison who is rising and strong enough to face dragons. But after his unit was annihilated by the red dragon lineage, he deserted. Adrian's mind no longer cared about the words from outside. My sword and my knights. Everything I devoted my life to. Just a sandcastle arena. Humans are truly useless. Even though there were only 2 chains, he felt as if there were tens of thousands. I am weak, worthless, and meaningless. But Darian's words surfaced. Humans are not weak. He followed the light before him. Have you forgotten what you have done? The First Knight's Order and the will you left behind. It left him with new hope. It has not disappeared yet. Huki said impatiently. What? If you have something to say it directly. He calmly asked further. Did you people truly suffer no losses? She asked back in a daze. What? Edrin did not repeat the question. I do not remember clearly back then. Perhaps I wanted to forget. You fought against the First Knight's Order. Did the Red Dragon lineage truly suffer no losses at all? I am curious. Hiki's voice lowered. Hey. She assumed a combat stance and cursed angrily. What the hell are you talking about, you lackey of Lord Sydney? Do you think we would get hurt crushing those insects? Even though her attitude hard to understand, Edrin calmly advised. Don't be upset. Listen to me. According to his account, didn't you run away after losing to that human? Hiki, enraged, turned into a dragon and roared. You damned brat. She raised her claws and shouted. Just because you were given a heart, did you lose all fear? That human's heart is not even something that has absorbed the ancient Tomaban. It is just an ordinary one. Facing her hatred, he quickly drew his sword, which was enveloped in flames. I will tear you apart. Blurry images appeared. My sword has been stained with blood. Whose blood is it? It returned to Sydney sitting on his chair. Ah, he held a pipe in his mouth, recalling a familiar name. Adrian Pierce. A scene of a fierce battle appeared. They had captured the Knight Commander. The dragon beside him asked, how do we handle the aftermath, Lord Sydney? Ah, just looked at the brutal scene ahead and gave orders. Do not let it be known that a human did this. Clean it up thoroughly. Burn everything. Kill all witnesses. Just remembering it already annoyed Sydney. What do they take dragons for? Was it a mistake to let him go? On the other side, a person and a stream were fighting each other. The flame from the sword flared up, burning the surrounding trees. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the strange person paused. Edwin frowned at the dirty sword. That guy was also a monster. She spoke in a helpless voice. I am a stream, sorry. I probably cannot take revenge anymore. His slashes from earlier created a huge explosion. Dehema chuckled. I will predict, wherever you are, you will be disappointed. That matched the current situation, so that was it. Time passed slowly, the dawn rose high. Person approached, happy that he was safe. Allison smiled warmly and sat down on the grass. You are Lord Gotha, right? Go to pondered then spoke, we are facing 3 heroes of the war. He reluctantly said, do not use that annoying title. That is also a secret. Heard that Vanna and Kim have passed the critical stage. The 2 girls were discussing. I covered my hair, it should be fine. I cannot do it alone. Gota was grateful, thank you. The atmosphere fell into silence again. After a moment he exclaimed, I look ridiculous, don't I? Gotha himself was despising himself, being arrogant just because he was good at swordsmanship, hoping the invading stream was because I am a full-fledged knight. But when it happened, I could not do anything. The confessions just kept flowing out, just a pitiful person. I did not even realize you were holding back during the practice match. While speaking, he saw the person next to him extend a finger. That finger was pointing at a person. It was Deern with a tired face, covered in dust, directing everyone. Gotha exclaimed in surprise. Allison stood up and said, he has not slept for days, going everywhere to direct the damage control. His gait is so relaxed you can still stand up again. Allison's eyes seemed to remember something. That is what is truly admirable. Gotha listened and became more and more emotional, tears welling up me, Sir Gotha, and this place too. A figure hidden behind the stone wall also listened quietly. A person can stand up again and again. Edwin stared into the void as if thinking. The 2 of them talked without knowing. I planned to teach you a painful lesson, but I lost. After hearing that, he disappeared. Looking at the house with a simple beauty, someone wondered if this was the famous restaurant in Great City. 2 people sat chatting. It has been a while since I last visited. I want to treat you to a proper meal. The other person looked around excitedly. Just then Matt walked over with a bright smile. Here is your meal, esteemed guests. He was stunned by the other's cute appearance. He radiated a sparkling aura, gently held the boy's hand and asked, thank you for your service. May I ask for your name? The corner of his mouth twitched, but he still replied, I am Matt. The boy awkwardly turned away. Enjoy your meal. The other person asked in confusion, what are you doing? That beauty-loving guy chuckled slyly, saying that you know I have reached marriageable age. So you brought me to the flower garden, right? He repeated in confusion. What, the flower garden? He waved his hand excitedly. I have already looked all over this place. Why pretend anymore? The flower garden refers to the beautiful women in here. Elena and Bernard, the 2 of them are already married. Wherever I look, it is full of beauties. Miss Serena's busy. I must eat quickly and go back. I did not expect you to know this place, Klon. How well behaved. After hearing that, he could not help but feel helpless. Speaking the truth made the other person freeze. They are all taken. Then he said one by one, Miss Wren has a husband, Miss Elena is of a different race, Miss Bernard is the Lord's wife. Are you done daydreaming? Eat. He did not give up, pointed straight at the young lady in front. So what about that one? The other person asked suspiciously. Do not tell me it is Miss Rurin. Amidst the noise, Rurin was amused by Allison's embarrassed expression. What is wrong with your face? Beating the cream is just your style. A sweet scene between the 2 made his determined words turn into a joke. I guess I still have a chance. He slurped his soup, asked with dead fish eyes what chance. He dejectedly began to eat. Of course she already has a lover, and he is handsome too, damn it. To be living with such a beauty, the other person concluded angrily. I will never go with you again. In the bedroom, Rurin's voice gently rang out, honey. Allison hummed in response, what is it, Rurin? She lay in his arms, calling out happily, Allison. He replied lovingly, I am here. Rurin blushed shyly. We have been so busy lately, haven't we? Allison agreed, that is right, so many things. The next sentence made his face redden too. Since last time, we haven't had any time alone together. With magic, Rurin's clothes were easily removed. So shall we continue where we left off? That part in the hospital. Seeing this, Allison quickly stood up and got off the bed. I forgot to prepare the ingredients for tomorrow. My mind has been so confused lately. Sorry, Rurin. I will be right back. You sleep first. She was stunned. Another time Rurin tried to suggest a shower together, but he quickly replied, I showered yesterday. Next, Ruru tore all the clothes. If he saw that, it would be a big problem. The cat stared wide-eyed. Allison calmly said it cannot be allowed to become a big issue. Another method is to change to new clothes. I slipped on the clothes. How could a person like her not get angry? Rurin pinched the cat's cheek to vent some anger. What the hell is this? Recalling the several times she took the initiative, she blushed and thought to herself, he is still warm. But why does he avoid me at that point? Rurin boredly talked to the cat. Was she asking for too much? Just then, Serena, covered in fur, appeared and said, Hey Rurin, let me use the bathroom. I've been doing continuous medical checkups in the neighboring territory. Allison isn't here, right? But when she saw the girl covered in fur, she asked in confusion, what is this, fur ball? Then she made a request, go with Klon. As soon as she stepped into bath, Serena's whole body felt relaxed. She was revived. When building the clinic, I should have asked them to build this too, Klon. I don't know the other places in her cave, but this place is really beautiful. Seeing the depressed person in the bath, she asked curiously, why do you look so sad? After a moment of silence, Rurin only evasively said that Allison seemed to be avoiding her lately. Hearing this, Serena couldn't help but burst out laughing. You two are really silly. Is it progressing too fast? Her next sentence, no, we have accepted each other's feelings, but since then he has been like this, made her stop laughing, and she exclaimed in surprise, what? The memory of that incident came back again. Why is it like this? Oh my god, how could this happen? Ayat laughed contemptuously and said, I told you, I've had enough of you. Recalling that incident, Serena's emotions gradually faded. Allison is not that kind of person. Then she gave advice, hey, don't carry everything on your own shoulders like that. This is the first time for both of you, right? Hearing that, Rurin shyly glanced at the person beside her. She calmly continued, communication is the most important. Try talking to him directly. Her gaze suddenly dropped downwards. While listening and looking at the kind soul of that person, you two are a special case, so it's hard for me to give random advice. But your feelings for each other seem genuine. Rurin's pupils contracted as if losing her reason. After a moment of silence, while staring intently at that part of Serena, she suddenly blurted out, that's it. The other person suddenly saying that made her ask in a daze what? And she became excited after realizing, this is it, the reason Allison is avoiding me. And she pointed directly at her chest, because I don't have these two big things. Thinking back now, the women in this town are too well developed. Being pointed at like that, even Serena had to feel embarrassed. What are you doing? After realizing the truth, Rurin stood up quickly and blamed everything on herself. Allison is very gentle and kind. If there's a problem, it must be me, it's always been like that. Then she quickly ran outside, I have to change. In the twilight outside, the house echoed with Serena's question, Allison, are you there? She opened the door to check. The restaurant is closed, why haven't you come down yet? But the strange sight in front of her made Serena's voice hesitate. One of the two called out in confusion, Serena, while she, her face bright red, raised her trembling finger and stammered a curse, you bastard. She uttered a shocking sentence. Do you really like perversion that much? It startled Allison. What are you talking about? And Elena instinctively covered her chest in embarrassment. A moment later, regaining her composure, Serena asked in confusion, what exactly are you two doing? Regarding this, he scratched his face and glanced slightly at the person beside him, and she nodded and said, I think I have to explain. After listening, she exclaimed in disbelief, healing magic. Mentioning this, Allison's expression darkened. It's still scary on her body. The back full of scars of Ruin from that time appeared again. His voice lowered. Ruin was very badly injured, but I couldn't do anything for her. Everyone calls me a hero, but for the most important person. If something similar happens in the future, I know I will blame myself. Elena, however, focused on a different point. You must have had many chances to see her body, right? That lightened the tense atmosphere. No, that's... Serena looked at the tree in front and asked, so you learned from Elena and practiced on your own. How did it end up like this? I tried a few times before, but it wasn't any different. Your magic power is too great, it seems hard to control. Suddenly her eyes widened as she remembered. Now is not the time to talk about this. Serena hurriedly shouted, then quickly go stop Ruin, making Allison freeze. She had to reveal the truth. Does that girl have some misunderstanding? Erymanthium asked in awe. The reason she came to find me was, a hand slammed hard on the table and a familiar voice rang out. You are just a pervert who only studies women. Ruin, though embarrassed, still stated what she wanted. Turn this body into one that will drive Allison wild. Hearing that, you couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, Erymanthium repeated in confusion, a beautiful body. She had to give some examples. I mean, like the maids here. He took out a scroll and said, it might not be the way you think, but it's not impossible. Bring me these ingredients. The mountain wall surrounded by a blizzard. Ruin was carrying out her mission. The flow will develop rapidly during the sacred ritual. Then it will stop. I can't grow any bigger. She remembered her mother. Mother said if she grew more, she would look like her. Do I look like father? And she was determined to climb forward. It will work. I will definitely make it succeed. Just for the dream, I will become a beauty that surprises everyone and then appear before Allison. Meanwhile, after hearing everything, Allison was stunned. Oh my god, can you explain it to me one more time? Her eyes froze as she stared ahead and stammered, Ruin. Reason was that Ruin was covered in dirt. What happened to you? The person smiled brightly and replied, it's nothing. Then she made a request. More importantly, can you cook 2 servings of rice for me? I've decided to have a good meal with Allison today. Although a bit confused, Lynn still agreed, of course, no problem. Hidden behind the girl's back was a bottle of pink potion in her palm, so they didn't notice it. What dish do you want me to cook? She replied, any dish with broth is fine, I'm counting on you. Going back a moment earlier, Erymanthium was quite unimpressed with that person's speed. I knew it was urgent, but I didn't expect you to find the ingredients so quickly. Even for a dragoman, going to those places is not easy. A moment later, he capped a bottle of potion and said, alright, it's done. With this you will get what you want. Ruin asked curiously, I just need to drink this. Seeing the person in front of him about to drink it, Erymanthium hurriedly stopped her. No, calm down. If there was a method like that, I would have cured myself first. From the start, my field is mental control. Not you, but get Allison to drink this. The first person he sees after drinking this potion will appear as the ideal image he has always longed for deep in his heart. She asked again to be sure, so Allison would see his wonderful appearance. He replied, if that was the ideal image, then he would see it that way. was slightly disappointed that she was not directly growing up herself. That answer was enough for Rurin to accept. After a moment of contemplation, Erymanthium asked if she was truly satisfied with that. If Allison drank that thing, he would see the version of her in his imagination. His voice would become gentler and her appearance would be altered. She replied that as long as Allison was happy, she did not matter, her gaze showing clear determination. Hearing that, he grew even more worried. If that was the Allison I know, I do not think he would want to hear that. Before leaving, Erymanthium advised that he had once been obsessed with a fake relationship and had done many foolish things. But look at them now. Even though they could go anywhere, they still chose to stay in this place. Witnessing that peaceful scene, he was extremely happy, even though he himself had not changed at all. I think you two are also a couple like that, Rurin mused while stirring her bowl of food. Seeing that, Allison asked Rurin what she had been thinking about all this time. Is the stew not good? I think it is tasty and Lin's skills have improved a lot. She jolted and replied the food was delicious. Another long silence ensued. Rurin suddenly mentioned, Ment and Minton, right? Ment had shaved his beard while Minton had grown his hair long. He could not help but chuckle at the cute love where each person chose what they wanted to see in the other. She forced a smile to ask, but it sounded like a statement. Changing for the person you like is not strange, right? Allison's smile faded as the girl continued, just like those two. He frankly stated the plan. So you're planning to put the drug in this food? Rurin shrank back and asked in confusion how he knew, but Allison just tapped the table and demanded she put that thing away over there. This thing is completely different from your transformation magic or Ment's beard. He was once afraid that his lifespan was still that of a human. He did not want to live on a different timeline from her. If he grew old and decrepit, she might abandon him. She agitatedly said that would never happen. He smiled softly, exactly, which is why your words telling me not to go were etched into my mind. And he posed the question, why does she think he would change? Allison gently held her hand, even if granted more time than others. If we spend a happy time together, then I too will grow old, my appearance and thoughts will change, but I am sure we will still smile at each other. The sound of a cap popping open rang out. He did not intend to explain with words alone, because it was also his fault. Rurin startled and lifted her head. She saw him gulping down the potion water. Her face went pale. Allison, if you drink that, then he uttered another sentence. Come out. The person called Erymanthium was hiding in the doorway. He apologized for only following instructions and said he tried to stop him until the very end. Rurin angrily slammed the table. So you knew about the potion brewing. While Allison calmly confirmed the first person seen would appear as the ideal image. He told Erymanthium to read his thoughts and convey them accurately to Rurin. He stopped his mischief to ask again and received confirmation. Erymanthium cast magic on both of them. One of Rurin's eyes glowed a bright golden color. The image of Allison in my head, eyes closed and pitch black. He gently called Rurin to imagine it. I will open my eyes now, but if the version of me you see is completely different, will you truly be happy? She could not help but be restless. Allison's ideal image, as long as he liked it, that was fine. Gradually the vision opened, but what if that was not the real me, but something created? When he was about to fully open his eyes, Rurin panicked and shouted wait and apologized for being wrong. But the vision was already shared. Allison had obviously not closed his eyes. I understand what you mean. She saw her own weeping scaled form and froze. Huh? Erymanthium smiled softly, exactly like Klon. He already knew this, of course. The two embraced each other. From the very beginning, he had never loved anyone else. A moment later, Allison was using healing magic on the girl in the room. Rurin suddenly said he was using healing magic. He worriedly said it was only superficial. Handling small scars had its limits. She happily realized if that was why he avoided looking at her body. Allison admitted fault and promised not to do it again. His face flushed red. Yes, because I heal her myself. Because of Rurin's current posture, even this area right here, she was injured when she was pushed off the cliff. Though embarrassed, he still wanted to treat it. She whispered softly, be gentle and tender. While happily chewing on bread, he was reminded doing that would cause indigestion. De'Aaron mumbled in acknowledgement. Bernard reluctantly said there was no need to apologize. Mother would not scold him about table manners anymore. Are the unit members all right? He cheerfully recounted they received a lot of medical support. Kint and Vanna had woken up, even though many areas still needed recovery. She hesitated but still said, De'Aaron, at this time you need strong allies. One thing has happened, you have received a few marriage proposals. Bernard forced a smile and said he managed the territory excellently. His reputation was such that noble families were competing to send letters. De'Aaron coldly said it was fine. He was too busy to think about that. She still tried to persuade him to meet them. Who would have guessed the child jumped up and shouted mother, and took his robe and left. I will handle that matter myself. Seeing the other party react so strongly, Bernard could not hold back his tears. Father, I think I made a huge mistake. In the dim corridor, a figure was walking. De'Aaron took out his green gem. Opening it revealed an old photograph, a landscape scene with a girl smiling brightly. He clenched his palm tightly, then whispered softly, Sienna. Next morning, Rurin looked extremely excited. Everyone, come here quickly. The two servers were stunned by the girl's unscathed appearance. All her wounds had been healed. She was full of vitality. apparently having had a pleasant meal with the manager. Then they looked worriedly at Allison, who was washing dishes, with a few marks still on her neck. Although the manager looked a bit tired, suddenly the door was pushed open forcefully. Ment stepped in hurriedly and shouted, "Manager." While adjusting his collar, Allison asked Mr. Ment what was the matter, confused. He showed a hesitant expression. "It is." Then he approached and whispered, "You once said that Baron Eric at the farm was very gentle and could be let out, right?" Seeing Ment acting strangely, he broke into a sweat. "That is right, it just eating grass recently is not enough." The reason he was flustered was, the problem is it just returned and on its back was carrying a person. Next morning, Bernard appeared with swollen eyes. Seeing this, Lydin called out worriedly, "Milady." Suddenly she became sad, on the verge of tears. "My lord Leon, I am so foolish, so useless." He panicked. "What are you saying?" After hearing the whole story, Leon repeated the matter of Dieren's marriage proposal. Ona quickly added, "They have been continuously sending letters for a long time, but the boy seems to dislike it greatly." Her face flushed with emotion. "He is far away and pushing himself too hard. I mentioned hoping he finds peace, but," rested his chin on his hand thinking, then replied that if it is for that reason, I know of a matter. When I mentioned it before, he was not happy about it either. It seems he still remembers that girl fondly. Bernard asked in surprise who that girl was. Leon did not hide it. She was a maid the same age as Dieren. The two were very close since childhood, like childhood friends. He once said he would marry her when he grew up, even if it was just the words of a 6-year-old child. Hearing such a romantic tale from her son, she was moved. "Really, I do not mind that she is not a noble. Where is she now?" The question made him cover his face in pain. "You cannot meet her, because she is no longer here." Back at the restaurant, Serena asked curiously who this was. Alina only little information. Heard that Baron Eric had carried her to Allison's farm. Her brow furrowed warily. "Is she a runaway slave or a prisoner? Should we tie her up?" But she calmly replied, "She does not have the strength to walk, due to severe malnutrition." The two exchanged questions and answers. "So you could not treat her properly?" "Yes, because forcing her recovery could be more dangerous." Elena pointed to the letter. Moreover, her identity has been somewhat confirmed. There was a letter inside her chest. Serena picked it up. There was a name written there. "Have you read the letter?" They were so engrossed in talking that they did not see the person on the sickbed moving. "How could I open someone else's letter?" But that is the interesting part. Just as Serena was about to tear open the letter, a shout rang out, "Do not touch it." Though exhausted, the mysterious girl struggled to shout in protest, "Give it back to me." The other woman was not surprised. "You are awake, huh?" The tired one said, "I tried to stop it." Aaron looked tired, chewing on a pastry. Seeing his wary appearance, Allison asked with concern, "Have you been busy lately? Your complexion is terrible." But he humbly replied, "There are many who suffer more than me." The next sentence made Dieren spit out all his food. "So when are you getting married?" Dieren flusteredly yelled, "No." I said no. He still leisurely shrugged, "But I heard you received a pile of marriage proposals." To hit the point, "Are you waiting for someone perhaps?" His hand unconsciously touched the item in front of his neck. Suddenly many loud sounds came from outside. The noise made Dieren curious. "What is going on at the farm?" Allison helplessly explained, "It is Baron Eric causing trouble again. It brought a stranger back. The other two are checking on her." "Is this what I taught you? So naughty." "She injured, so I am quite worried." While munching on his pastry, he answered casually, "It looks gentle. Maybe it even saved her." Hearing that, he could only force a smile. Then the other asked, "Is she a resident of the territory?" Allison placed her hand on her mouth, recalling, "No, she said her name was Diana, is it?" Hearing the familiar name, Dieren was so stunned he dropped his pastry. His voice trembled. "Master, have you seen her with your own eyes? What does she look like?" Dieren's pupils shook violently. "She has orange hair and is wearing a maid's outfit." Without waiting for an answer, he stood up abruptly and ran off. "She is still at the clinic, right?" Leaving the other men bewildered, "Huh? No way." Running on the forest path, Dieren thought both hopefully and fearfully, "It is ridiculous. It must just be a coincidence." The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Even though he knew it was impossible, even though his body was tired from work, he did not slow his running pace. Even so, childhood memories flooded back. Dieren at that time was crying loudly. Someone spoke helplessly, "Crying again, huh?" Sienna giggled while holding a broom, offering no comfort. "The young master is truly a weakling." The reason he was scared was because of an animal running wildly on the floor. But over there, the broom slammed down hard and the rat was sent flying. The girl waved her hand bluntly. "What is it?" "It is just a rat. What is there to fear?" Dieren stammered. "To be precise, having rats in the castle is a problem." Sienna teased, "You cannot survive a day without me, can you? My crybaby young master." That made him blush in embarrassment. Then he honestly admitted, "Yeah, maybe so." The girl smiled happily. Memories of the day Sienna left came flooding back. Would he ever forget those words? The last words were, "Goodbye, young master." Finally, Darren arrived at the place, tiredly resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath. In front of him was the clinic. I still have not forgotten. From inside the room, the girl's scream echoed out. "Let me go." The mysterious girl was struggling fiercely. "I have to go." Elena tried to stop me, telling me I still needed to rest. While they were arguing, the hospital room door shook. If I stayed any longer then, Ian had already opened the door. The entire space of the hospital room seemed to freeze. Tears of happiness streamed down his face. That's right, it really was her. Familiar flowing long hair. But appearance was still exactly the same as when she was young, Sienna. Unable to hold back, Darren hugged her tightly and cried out in joy. After hearing the story, Rurin exclaimed in astonishment. The person the Baron Eric rescued is the one Darren was looking for. Allison nodded in confirmation. One mystery was solved, so that's why he turned down every marriage proposal. She just wondered, humans get married so early, huh? Two of them chatted, hearing that they had been separated since childhood and hadn't seen each other for over 10 years. What a strange coincidence. Both became cheerful, proud of each other, and said, "We believe in you." Curiosity piqued. I bet they've already met, right? Let's go see. Oh my god, such a romantic reunion. That's right, let's watch. But as soon as they opened the door, they saw Sienna slap Darren straight across the face. Two people in the room were both startled. I know, only Elena was. As for him, he stammered, nah. Her face was full of disgust. "Why are you hugging me so intimately? How unpleasant." She sneered. "Young master is still a crybaby like before. Why did you think I would be happy to see you?" She coldly said, "Get lost, I don't want to see you." Darren's happiness shattered. The two spectators were both anxious. It seemed this matter wasn't romantic at all. The other two also witnessed it. We were rooting for the wrong side. They immediately stopped feeding the bead. "Hey, stop eating." Rurin worried. Darren must be deeply hurt. Allison noticed something else. Strange, she doesn't seem like someone being sought after, but rather holds a grudge. Why is that? In the mansion, Bona staggered down the hallway. Suddenly, she slumped to the floor, startling the night-standing guard. "Milady, are you all right?" Tears streamed down. "What should I do now?" Leiden's words echoed. "You won't be able to meet her, cause that little girl is no longer here." The girl's name was Sienna. No wonder the first time I heard that name, because she was one of the maids scattered by the schemes of Count Dizran when we arrived at this territory. Bona lowered her head in pain. "It's my fault for coming here." The reunion was not as happy as imagined. Darren has been hurt again because of me. A tear fell onto the carpet inside the house. She clenched her hands tightly, brushing away negative thoughts. "No, if I give up now, the mistake of that day will repeat." She sat up determinedly. "I must right my wrongs. This time I will do it myself." Many people stopped in their tracks. The clinic was now surrounded by thousands of knights. Elena nervously hid behind the wall, stammering. "Did everyone get hurt during training?" Serena said helplessly. "Do they look like patients to you? Stay inside there." A gentle voice sounded amidst the tense atmosphere. "You've all worked hard. Is there someone named Sienna here?" It was Bernard. "I just came to visit a patient. I want to speak with her privately for a moment." Sienna, lying on the hospital bed, asked suspiciously, "Why are you people here?" Bernard and Greg, she no longer had her usual weak demeanor. "Long time no see, Sienna." Bag was tossed onto the bed. Ona sat down on the chair to lead the conversation. "Do you want to open it and take a look?" She hesitantly picked it up. "This is..." As soon as she opened it, she saw a pile of jewels and gold coins stacked up. She added, "If it's not enough, just say the word." "You know what I'm talking about, right?" Hearing that, Sienna suddenly snorted coldly. The young lady's sharp eyes were full of contempt. "That's right, the insect you crushed to death has now crawled back. You must be quite annoyed, right? And right next to that son you're playing house with. You don't need to worry, I will leave this place." Hearing that, Bernard couldn't stay calm and burst into tears. "Take this money and make peace with Darren, okay?" Her sudden change in attitude startled the girl. "What?" Bernard cried. "I'm not kicking you out, Miss Sienna. It is indeed because of that Darren, but our family truly knew nothing. You accepted it, right? Since you accepted it, consider it settled. Will you make peace with Darren? Well then, let's go downtown for some tea. I, Klon, would want to do this if I had a daughter-in-law." Completely breaking all etiquette, Sienna threw the hard money pouch straight at her face and shooed them away. "Get out right now." Returning in defeat, Bernard dejectedly sprawled over the table. "Just let me die." Leiden asked, confused, "Why did you bring soldiers along?" The answer was to make her feel assured that she was protected. Hearing this, he gently said, "Lift your head, my lady." Leon put his cane aside and said in a deep voice, "I am the one who made Greg drunk. Not once, but twice. I held back, because I thought the Lord personally showing up would put pressure on her, but I am very confident in my ability to persuade others." At that moment, he sat up with great effort, prepare a meal. Hearing her husband was going into battle, she perked up. "Leon, with Sienna and Darren as the goal, the four of us must eat a meal together." A moment later, each spouse was with their own. After failing, Leiden also sadly lay slumped over the table. I didn't even get to speak before being kicked out. Bernard asked. She must hate us very much, right? He thought for a moment then voiced his speculation. From that child's perspective, she probably thinks she was abandoned. I tried to explain the misunderstanding, but she was extremely remorseful. I wouldn't mind being treated this way. But Leiden felt the same way. I think so too. It's all just at least for Darren. Allison couldn't believe her ears, asking again, "What did you just say?" Darren eagerly repeated the offer, asking if he could teach him how to cook. He immediately guessed the reason for this sudden request. That dish was for the person he met yesterday, was it not? He optimistically thought that anyone would feel better after a full stomach. Hearing that, Allison smiled gently, saying he was trying to comfort her, but it seemed unnecessary now. Delicious food really is the best way to change one's mood. Alright, what did he want to cook? Darren rolled up his sleeves, unafraid of difficulty, thinking he should make something soft and easy to eat for the patient. Mixed food spilled down. Sienna coldly poured it away. Was he still not giving up? She said she was not joking. She pushed the plate away. She had told him she did not want to see him again. She was really sick of him. You imbecile. Seeing this, Serena got angry. Hey, you are really annoying. Let me teach you a lesson. Elena quickly intervened. I need to mop the floor. Darren volunteered to do it. Let me wipe it. Sorry for dirtying the floor. She called out worriedly, my lord. Unexpectedly, while wiping, he dipped his finger into the food and then brought it to his mouth to taste it. Sienna watched, unable to hide her shock, her eyes wide open. He calmly commented. Now he understood why she did not eat. It was probably a bit too salty. Not giving up, he said he would make another dish and bring it to her. Sienna lay on the bed, coldly repeating, she had already said they would not meet again. Another time, Darren brought food, stood outside the door and loudly called her name. Today is Parinda soup. I made it blander. I will leave it here, eat it before it gets cold. He set the bowl on the ground, said he found some good Luca meat, so he tried making hot pot, slicing it thin should be tender. Another time, this time I made loving rice with added herbs to help her recover. Next time then. Allison worriedly asked if he had gone to the clinic. How did it go this time? Did she eat? One look at Darren's face told the answer. He fidgeted, thinking about the last incident, unsure whether to speak. Lady Bernard was still complaining yesterday. That was the reason Sienna hid from him to go to Iran. His words made Allison interrupt. Not what you think. Darren picked up the plate, did not know then but understood now. The matter of Sienna being taken away was caused by Count Darren. And Sienna is not the type to resent my family for that. He was confused and about to ask, wait, then what? That person continued, so what was the real reason in the end? Master, I have decided on the next menu. I feel this will be the last dish. After all the food deliveries, Serena was furious, saying just let her starve to death. She had some nerve. Elena calmly refuted, cannot at least until she recovers. Meanwhile, she kept eating the dishes brought over, since they were delicious anyway. Sienna shouted angrily, but still lay still for treatment. Kick me out. Who said I wanted to be here? She jerked her hand away. I told you I should not be here. After a moment of silence, Elena calmly said, that sentence sounded sincere. She pressed her face close to that person. Speak the truth, but why have you only lied until now? Everything about the Lord's family was fake. The fake anger, the fake discomfort. Exposed, Sienna trembled in fear. Then she realized, finally she read the letter. But that is not it. It is because... No, I look into your eyes. Elena asked again, what exactly are you afraid of? After a long silence, she finally told the truth. They will regret meeting me again. Because I am a very wicked child, you will regret it too. For letting a plague mass like me step in here. A person stepped forward to report, my lord. Someone is requesting an audience. Leon asked in confusion, no appointment, who is it? The knight hesitated for a moment. Still firmly reported, the lord of Lucian City has come in person. A moment later, a gleeful voice rang out in the room. Thank you for the reception despite my sudden arrival, Count Lidin. He reacted coldly, it is nothing. Please excuse any shortcomings due to the hasty preparations. He smiled brightly and said, shortcomings. The mere fact that you agreed to meet is a great honor. After a perfunctory greeting, he cut to the chase and asked about his son. He must be very worried. Leon asked directly, did you come all this way just for that matter? That name slipped from her lips, Sienna. She pretended to blurt it out accidentally. Oh my, sorry. It seems you want to get straight to the point. You are keeping her in your territory, are you not? I demand you extradite her to us. He calmly said, I am a bit surprised, arriving and demanding a person right away. He clasped his hands and smiled. The traces of her escape lead here. You misunderstand, I came to prevent danger. The next sentence made Leon lose his composure. Sienna is a serious criminal. She incited the populace to terror and rebellion in Lucian City. His eyes narrowed, a cunning smile appeared. She is a very wicked child, you see. He asked, what if I refuse to hand her over? He confidently replied, I do not think that will happen. And he threatened, something appeared in the space beside her. Harboring a criminal could cause a major conflict between our sides. A vague shadow appeared within purple smoke. Reason is on our side. Hap smiled and said, the person with me will search your territory. Just try to stop us. That is Mage Zimia Zen, recently reached level 7. Seems very curious about his own power. 2 or 3 soldiers shouted at each other, "Arrest them, even if we have to tie them up." The soldier saw Zemia's power and was terrified. How could they capture that monster? He looked down, not here. Zemia mused, did not expect much at first, just blocking the road. Zemia's eyes lit up. Zemia attacked the soldiers, creating a huge explosion. The criminal is injured, the only place left is the clinic. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the girl stuffed medicine into her bag. This is oral medicine, and this is topical medicine. Separate packs, do not forget to use them. So it was Sienna. She slung the medicine bag over her shoulder. If you had let me leave earlier, things would not have come to this. Sydney stood at the door and turned back. The mage is coming this way, hurry up. Damn it, if Allison had not stopped me, I would have smashed them. Elena held Sienna's hand. If possible, I still want to complete the treatment. I am sorry. Sienna showed unwillingness but still told her to be careful on the road. Hearing that, she suddenly burst into tears. Elena cheerfully reported that someone would escort her to the outskirts. Sienna was startled. Wasn't the manpower lacking? Allison opened the door and replied to Klon that it was no. Sienna hesitated and asked who the person in front was. He replied that he was just an ordinary restaurant owner. For now, this was all he could do. Allison and Sienna walked together on the grass in the dark night. He turned his head back. There was a loud noise behind him. The mage was coming. We should speed up. He reassured her that there was no one in this area. She just silently walked ahead. Sienna asked softly. It seemed the young master had returned. I thought he would try to stop me, but looking at the territory like this, he must have regretted it. Allison hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then replied, that was right. She opened her eyes wide in surprise when she heard him say that. Allison continued. He complained angrily, saying she did not touch the food he had worked so hard to make, and when he tried to hold her back, he only received a slap. It was a miserable experience from start to finish. Sienna trembled as she listened, her hands sweating profusely. Allison said he was glad she would leave Greg New City as soon as possible. Sienna's face flushed red. She trembled and clutched her chest, asking, did the young master really say that? He calmly replied, no, he did not say that. She angrily turned around, grabbed his collar and shouted, do you want to die? What is wrong with your head? Allison gently took hold of Sienna's wrist and asked, wasn't that the reaction you wanted? She listened silently as he spoke. Lies born from concern sometimes leave deeper wounds. I did that, so did Lady Bernard and Lord Deeren. Allison sincerely advised, I just hope you won't do that anymore, Miss Sienna. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking straight at her. Lord Deeren said, you are an upright and sincere person. Believing in that, I want to propose a very small deal. From now until the outskirts, let us talk without uttering a single lie. He continued to challenge, if you can do it, I will grant you one thing you desire most. Sienna hesitated, then tremblingly asked, who do you think you are? She pointed at her own head. Do you mean I am lying for the sake of the young master? How paranoid are you? Sienna's face flushed red with anger. She clenched her bag strap and shouted, it is all the truth. A criminal who incited a rebellion for those stupid nobles, an arrogant maid, trash, throwing away all the food others made. That is me. Sienna recalled her time working there. Did you call for me, my lord? Have replied, that is right. It has been quite a while since you last came here, has it not? I smiled and glanced at her. Today I will assign you the task of distributing rations to each lower class. Sienna. As Sienna was handing out the items, the old man softly said, oh my Miss Sienna, I am sorry, my hands are very dirty, are they not? She quickly shook her head. My hands are dirty too, do not worry, next person. Sienna looked at the ledger, lost in thought. So many years and not a single letter. Has the young master forgotten me? She told the person in front of her, sorry, but we are all out. Sienna picked up a pen and wrote in the ledger, that is right, at most, I am just a maid. She reached her hand into the supply crate but suddenly stopped, because the crate was empty inside. Seeing this, Sienna was annoyed. Is the relief aid already gone? She frowned and hesitantly said, sorry, but we truly are all out. The old man clasped his hands, looking at the empty supply crate. I see it has indeed been decreasing lately. The old man lowered his head, having no other choice. It is fine. We know that Miss Sienna Klon cares about us. The old woman next to him also nodded. You do not even look disgusted when you look at us anymore. Sometimes Sienna was surrounded and bullied by a group of people. She shouted angrily, why are you all making such a big deal out of something so obvious? Stop saying such strange things. They laughed and joked. She is just being stubborn, but it is very obvious. We do not know who her future husband will be, but hopefully he will not misunderstand. She yelled, threatening to kill them. At that time in the meeting place, that subordinate was reporting to her. The dissatisfaction of the people in the territory was increasing due to the reduction of aid. Hearing this, Sienna remained calm. It is fine. Flashed a sinister smile. If the poverty rate exceeds a certain level, we will actually receive support from the capital. You do not know how sweet that is. I was still talking to that man in the room. Actually, if they could survive, that would be a problem for us. But unfortunately, Hav's malicious words were all overheard by Sienna standing outside the door. She cried in pain, covering her mouth tightly to make no sound. If they knew about this, they would expel me. I can return on the condition of keeping silent. Return to Greg New City. Return to the side of the young master. She thought of the people who had treated her well. I just need to stay silent. Sienna let out an indifferent laugh. Why should I care about those beggars? That evening, a group of people came to the front of Hav's building carrying fire and weapons. They shouted angrily, condemning the Lord for embezzling aid supplies. Drag out Hav, the one who has deceived us all these years. The guard did not hesitate to draw his sword. Suppress them all, it is fine even if you kill them. The old man anxiously turned back and told Sienna, Scribe, run quickly. We will hold them back, go now. Hearing this, she hesitated, but suddenly a soldier was about to strike her from behind. The old man shouted loudly, Miss Sienna. And then Sienna was locked in a prison, her body covered in wounds from the back. I could have returned. I could have returned. Returning to the present, she said forcefully. I was swept away by that brief emotion and personally threw away the chance to return. A stupid fool who got caught and can only regret. The more she spoke, the more Sienna lost control, unable to restrain her emotions. You know, even though I risked my life to escape that place, I still could not abandon those people. I came all the way here to beg the young master for help. After that night, only ruined houses remained in the entire village. All the people had to quickly pull themselves together and start cleaning up. Sienna said, but before I arrived, I saw. Darren looked at the scene before him, unable to speak from pain. She lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. The young master already had something he could not give up. It had long been the same as me. No, he was even more pained than me. At this moment, Allison just lowered her head and listened to her speak. At that time, I finally realized that the time when we were the most important people to each other had passed. He looked up, following her receding figure, and softly said, so that is why you hate him? Sienna recounted when she was locked in the prison. The guard threw a leftover piece of food onto the floor of her cell. I am full here. I have some leftovers. If you do not mind, eat it. He rubbed his belly and dumped the plate of food onto the floor. Sienna, there is someone who for many years has continuously sent petitions for you to return along with these snacks. Earlier he told us not to tell you, but now it probably does not matter anymore. He said he is the Lord of Greg New City, a man named Darren. I am sick of it. He does not even know his own maid has become a criminal. Sienna was startled and looked up to glance at him. Sienna suddenly burst out laughing. I knew it. I never forgot that day, you silly young master. She bit her lip painfully. There was no way I could. After so much suppression, Sienna finally burst into tears. There is no way I could hate him. Make me hate young Master Darren? I like him. I like him so much. She fell to her knees on the ground. But I will leave again because we both cannot abandon the burdens we carry. It would be better for both of us if I remain forever a very terrible person. Allison gently raised a hand. All right, keep those true feelings intact. He yanked off the cloak. Now, would you like to tell him that yourself, directly? Seeing Darren before her, Sienna was shocked, her mouth hanging open. He awkwardly raised a hand to cover his face, hesitantly speaking, you, Sienna. Sienna tremblingly turned her head to look at Allison. You, at this moment, he smiled delightedly. Allison joyfully held up the invisibility cloak. I thought you said there was no one around here. I said that before we decided to be honest with each other. She angrily lunged at him to hit him. You clown, go die. Allison quickly retorted, I never said it was retroactive. Darren stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Sienna, she shouted at him, do not misunderstand, your highness. Sienna choked Allison and shook him hard. At this moment, he looked no different from a fish flopping on dry land. All right, even if I take 100 steps back, it is true that I deliberately used 3 weird excuses to push you away. Allison said with difficulty, it is not that I hate you, your highness. Just say directly that it is not that you do not hate him, but that you actually like him. Hearing this, Sienna choked him even tighter. But what difference does that make? I have to leave here anyway. Darren hesitated, then spoke, even if you try to stop me, I do not intend to stop you. As you said, I realized this after having my own territory. In my life there are also things I cannot give up. Even though he had touched the gemstone on my neck, I still could not ignore her, so I found someone to help. In the desolate place, a voice rang out, is that Miss Sienna? From now on, we will escort you safely. Hearing that, she slowly turned her head to look. The soldier was controlled by the magic circle and could not move. Do you think arrogance will be tolerated on someone else's territory? Zemia laughed loudly, saying that the soldiers had all been captured by her. Looking down below, Zemia smirked slightly because she had found Sienna. This matter would not end so easily, with the crime of treason and the mobilization of troops to obstruct. Even if the night order from Lucien comes, you have no excuse. The frightened soldier said he did not know anyone named Sienna. Using my magic staff, I aimed for another strike. If you keep sitting still, then just wait and see. I will sweep from here to the outskirts. A sudden surge of power struck Zemia directly, startling her. A voice praised Zemia. Excellent, Zen. The one who just attacked was quite surprised, not expecting you to have reached rank 7. Among the juniors, you are the most outstanding. Hearing that, Zemia bit her lip tightly, addressing him as Lord Medrin. She continued, but you do not have to walk down the wrong path. On the other side, Sienna and Darren were sitting together, looking out at the sea. He opened the food box he had prepared. Sienna glanced at it and sighed. After days of thinking, this is what you came up with. Slima cakes drenched in syrup. Darren smiled sheepishly, saying he had racked his brains over it. He turned to ask if she still remembered remembered the old days when she accidentally broke her father's porcelain piece. She was startled, recalling it. Back then, the steward kept beating Siena's legs with a rod. Her calves were almost smashed. After all, the steward was very strict. Dieren stood nearby, unable to bear it, so he pointed at himself and took the blame, claiming he was the one who broke it. But then, she saw him do it again and got angry, turning back to scold him. "You were furious with me, right?" She said that a person must take responsibility for themselves. Dieren awkwardly spoke about that incident, asking why he was made to look like a cowardly liar. Back then, she really looked very cool. Sienna smiled and picked up the food box. "This is the dish you brought when you wanted to make peace, right?" Dieren was surprised. "You still remember?" He lowered his head, saying that when she came here, everyone was very happy. She was extremely surprised to hear that. "What?" Dieren continued. "A person who hates being trampled on like you came to me for support. A person who hates lies lied for me." Sienna was shy, her face blushing bright red like a tomato. She hesitantly asked if he had known everything from the very beginning. He remembered running in breathlessly and opening the door back then. When he saw her, he was very happy. Dieren rushed over and hugged Sienna without hesitation, saying he had realized that when he hugged her, holding her tightly, he said that if she wanted to hide it, she should do it properly. Sienna shyly buried her face in her lap, saying maybe he just liked being hit, you pervert. Dieren panicked upon hearing that. "No, I do not." She picked up the skewer and stabbed the food, asking if this was meant to make peace like back then. His voice was a little sad now. "No matter the outcome, I still made you lie." Dieren saw Sienna eating and nervously rubbed his neck, apologizing. "Do you find it greasy? I know I sent tons of this stuff to Lucian City." She brought it to her mouth, feeling happy, and said, "No, I have really missed this flavor." He was very happy to hear that, asking if it was much better than back then. Master said there was a similar dish in his hometown, so he asked for help. She nodded, saying it was tastier, truly surprising. For both cooking and territory management, I never expected a crybaby to become such a confident lord. Sienna turned her head to look at the troop behind her, not expecting him to have connections with the first Night Order of the capital. Allison happily spoke with Darien, saying he was truly reliable. Lord Klon appeared just in time. He said that this time the young master might find it hard to avoid the situation. He replied dejectedly, "Anyway, I was already considering whether to go and pick up Medrin." He sighed, "She is already here, there will be no more kidnapping cases." Allison nodded, "So if both are here that means—" Darien interrupted, "That is right, that day has also arrived." The person they were referring to was Have. At her place, someone walked in and placed a water bottle on the table, asking what that expression was for, as if he had just seen a ghost. The one who just walked in was Leon, his cheeks flushed red from taking some mint. He said hello to Lucian, "Long time no see." "Strange, this is the new church included in the tour. You are not the lord here." Leon approached Have with a dangerous look, saying he seemed to have seen a fight on the way here. "Could you stop? If not, this will turn into a territorial conflict." At this moment, on Zemia's side, she was attacking Medrin. Zemia held her weapon, gritting her teeth and saying something weakly. She did not hesitate, launching a powerful attack down upon Medrin. Medrin remained calm, blocking the attack with just one hand. She said in a clear voice, "Stop it now, Len." Medrin turned to ask her if she knew what her being here meant. Zemia bit her lip tightly upon hearing this, addressing him as Prince. She thought to herself that now it was big trouble if Sienna was really here. Zemia was about to make her move. What needed to be done was to quickly locate the traitor. Her eyes blazed as she glared at someone. Seeing this, Medrin was utterly stunned, looking up at Zemia. Zemia used her power, delivering a powerful strike down below. Allison and Darien were talking. Darien said they had lost contact after the attack. As he was speaking, both of them flinched and turned to look. The entire sky behind them was shrouded in a bright blue color. Some people did not understand what was happening. Seeing this, Darien quickly grabbed a cloth to cover her, saying please. The blue surge of power Zemia created enveloped everything around them. She was now like a mad woman with nothing but hatred in her eyes. "Found her! Even from this distance, my destructive magic can just barely reach." Suddenly, Zemia stopped short, her eyes widening. The First Night Order also arrived later, but as long as I deal with Have before meeting the prince directly. Have stood inside the house, looking out the window and exclaiming, "Oh my, you want us to cease fire?" She spoke to Leon. "Your Highness seems to misunderstand. We are only hunting down a traitor, with clear evidence pointing this way. Shouldn't we capture them first and then talk?" He silently listened to Have finish speaking, saying that if they were found in the form of a corpse, then so be it. After hearing that, Leon burst out laughing, saying that it seemed you had misunderstood me. "Listen carefully, I said that out of respect for you." Zemia was rushing like the wind. He continued speaking. His meaning was that there was a person here that you absolutely must not touch, regardless of their identity. He stopped. Before him was something extremely bizarre. "What kind of aura is this?" Edrin finally caught up to Zemia, and she appeared in that state. She created a dazzling magic circle to control that woman. It might be a bit hard for people like us to accept. In this world, there are some things it is best not to know. The stream of blue magic had dissipated. Allison approached Sienna and Dieren, seeing both of them huddled under a blanket. Oh my, they had also seen me from over there. He spoke up, Master, are we all right? He sat down, gestured for silence, then said, luckily it wasn't a poisoned bone, but it seemed to be a detection magic. We must stay close together to avoid being detected. Inside the blanket, he was pressing against her. Sienna hesitated and said, like this. Allison gleefully pushed on Dieren's back. Press closer, closer, like you two are one body. He cheerfully looked at the two people in front of him, their breathing synchronized. He must really want to be caught. Darien put his hands on his hips looking at him. The detection magic is fading, but still get to it. I am carrying it out. Inside, Dieren and Sienna were pressed tightly together, both shy, their faces flushed and sweating. A few drops of sweat from his face fell onto her body. Dieren shyly said hurriedly, sorry Sienna, I am sweating a bit. Sienna bit her lip tightly. You're overdoing it. The two were lying in a rather awkward position. She told him to just be quiet. We cannot get caught. Dieren asked hesitantly, so that was the reason. Sienna pulled him closer. Don't misunderstand, you perverted highness. She told him also, don't breathe so hard. The sun was starting to rise now. The other two were still lying under the blanket in their wisdom. At that time on Medrin's side, she had brought the subdued Yamia to a place. Suddenly a voice sounded, everything is finally settled. I am glad neither side suffered casualties. Things could have been worse. It turned out that person was Leon. He crossed his legs, closed his eyes and said, the core responsibility for the rebellion belongs to the city of Lucian. It would be hard to prove Sienna led the rebel troops, simply because she revealed the truth. Facing him was Have, her eyes darkened as she listened to him speak. In reality, the city of Lucian had intentionally embezzled relief supplies for nearly 10 years. Hart quietly pleaded in a requesting voice, please retract that statement, it is only an accusation. Hearing this, Leon laughed loudly. To confirm this matter, I will send an investigation team to the city of Luzon. Usually, problems like this are resolved with an internal investigation. Right at that moment, she angrily bit her lip but could do nothing. He continued speaking, if the capital's resources have been touched, that is a different story. Leon turned his head and told Medrin, all right, now plan a modest welcoming banquet for the investigation team, and also release that mage. She bowed her head and replied, yes. Suddenly, an immensely powerful aura radiated from Zemia. Her gaze was as if she wanted to devour the people before her alive. I can break this barrier whenever I want. Do not think you have defeated me with something like this. After bursting through the stream of power, Zemia broke the binding magic. I have surpassed you, you traitor. While walking, Leon spoke, pointing at himself. Zemia, are you talking to me? Hearing this, Zemia was startled and turned her head. Zemia stammered, of course not, my lord. I was speaking to my senior. He propped his chin on his hand and looked at Zemia. She is your senior. You should at least speak with some respect. Zemia quickly replied, yes. A while later, in a restaurant, everyone was happily chatting with each other as they had planned. Leon smiled, propped his hands on the table and said to the person before him, Sienna will be protected in the capital until the investigation is concluded. That will surely make everyone feel more at ease. Dieren smiled slightly upon hearing this and replied, thank you for your thoughtful consideration. He stated frankly, of course, nothing is free. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head. Naturally, your highness. Dieren even asserted firmly, from this day forward, the new city of Greg and I, Dieren Greg, swear loyalty to your highness's will. Leon found this answer very pleasing. It had been a long time since he last heard those words. Due to the great pain, he threw his head back and cried out, exchanging an entire territory just to save one life. If I were a merchant, I would have gone bankrupt 5 times by now. Seeing this, he quickly bowed his head. It is my fault. He averted his head and saw Allison, then said, do you not find him very admirable? He walked over and upon hearing this was startled. Are you talking to me? That is not something the Empire's crown prince should say to a restaurant owner. Leon nodded. Then why should I abandon my old lifestyle and go to the trouble of persuading the lords? Leon still remembered the time when Allison worked hard, all of it, but he still gave him 2 loaves of bread, all because I was scolded insolently here. Leon turned his head and asked smugly, try to say it. I did a very good thing this time, right? Hearing this, Allison shook his head and walked away, leaving behind the words, so troublesome. Fine, today I will make what you want. Hearing this, he laughed joyfully. Then make me a full plate of grilled palanquillo like last time, for everyone in this restaurant. Sienna was quite surprised to see this. Even the crown prince is like that? She leaned into Dieren's ear and said, young master, who exactly is this man? And what about that invisibility cloak? He smiled and replied, he is my master, the one who brought us the smiles we have now. Dieren looked at the 2 powerful people before him who were joking around. One was wonderful but extremely humble. Suddenly, Serena walked in. carrying a letter, and shouted loudly, "All right, gather round. Next, we will begin the ceremony of reading the letter Sienna sent back." She slowly opened the letter and read, "To my foolish young master, by the time you read this letter, I have most likely already left." Upon hearing this, Dieren was extremely embarrassed, his face turning completely red. He angrily shouted, "Hey, really? Stop reading." Serena cheerfully continued reading, "My actions were actually not sincere at all." At this moment, the food was brought up, but she still did not pay attention, reading the entire contents of the letter. "But I felt that if I did not act like this, I would never leave this place another time. I miss my hometown that much." Rurin brought up 2 more plates of chicken. Serena was engrossed in reading. "To tell the truth, even I do not want to have to leave this letter." Sienna stood up to stop her, but Serena continued reading, ignoring all words. "Because if I could return here, this time perhaps I would never be able to return again." Everyone was busy eating, while she was busy reading the letter. "I do not want us to go our separate ways while you still misunderstand me." Allison carried the food past, helpless and speechless. "It is just a precaution." Preparing to read the climax, Serena slowed down her reading for dramatic effect. "If a miracle truly happens and we can meet again someday." Sienna could not take it anymore upon hearing this. Her eyes were brimming with tears, her cheeks were flushed red, her voice trembling. "Stop it, really." And then Serena read the final sentence. "I will return as the honest Sienna from the beginning." Everyone ate until evening, then dispersed to go home. Suddenly someone spoke up. "I told him to drink in moderation." Bernard ran after Sienna and Dieren. She said hesitantly, "Sienna is about to leave, yet Leon still cannot see her off." He turned back with a friendly smile and said, "In the end, everyone got a bit too excited." Suddenly someone called out, "Bernard, my lady." It was Sienna, both shy and flustered. She bowed her head. "I sincerely apologize. I know this departure is because of Count Dijan, and I have learned it was not your fault." Hearing this, she was surprised and whispered to Dieren, "Could this be the honest Sienna who has returned?" He played along, "It seems so, mother." Seeing this, she angrily shouted, "Stop it!" Bernard happily approached, taking Sienna's hand. "Then when you return, will you have tea with me?" Upon hearing this, her face turned bright red. She bit her lip tightly and hesitantly replied, "Yes." So she got on the carriage and left. The old woman even called after her, "Remember to drink together." Allison and the group entered the forest. You asked if the Lord was okay. When separated for a while, I felt lucky because she would be safer. Rurin stood beside Chumo. The important thing was whether the two had kissed yet. Kiss kiss, you know. Allison and Rurin huddled together to whisper. He pointed at Dieren saying, "I felt hot so I lifted my leg." Even though we were only together briefly, she laughed gleefully. If given more time, things would have been more serious. He heard that and shyly yelled, "Sweet potato candy." Dieren bowed his head slightly over his hair and then said, "The meal you helped cook this time. The name is the master's hometown dish, right?" "That is right." When walking on the road, Sienna took it out to eat. It was truly very sweet. Imagine the snake scale. She ate the sweet potato candy, the aftertaste still lingering on her tongue. Dieren, walking ahead, turned his head. "Thanks to that I remembered old memories. Next time can you help me cook that dish?" Allison smiled happily. "Of course." Rurin raised an eyebrow and said, "Even if we work for a few hundred more years, we will still be fine, because we will continue to run the restaurant there." When they were young, Sienna and Dieren ate sweet potato candy together. Grown up and still the same, that is Klon, unchanging. Evening arrived at a different arena. Someone raised their voice to ask, "So you said you gave them everything, right?" Ha knelt on the ground weeping bitterly. The voice rang out again. "If so, then you gave them a reason to investigate Lucy." Speaking loudly is still not too late. With the Holy Blood Knights, can we not ignore the protection of the leader? If we bring Sienna back then? A man turned his back and said contemptuously, "My knights do not exist to do that." The person speaking with her was Melich Delian, the 3rd Duke of Louvain. He asked sternly, "Is that not your mission?" Melich turned his head and approached Have. "When did I ever order you to falsify poverty data? Do you think it is difficult to not cause trouble for just a small territory? The position of Lord no longer suits you." Hearing him say that, his whole body trembled in fear. "No, my lord, that is not it. And then Have was thrown into the prison, beaten without mercy, only able to cry alone. That man beat him while shaking his voice, saying, "The Countess ha cried, begging for forgiveness, my duke. It is still not too late." He turned and saw Melich and immediately screamed, "My lord." He blocked his path, a countess as a prisoner and a baron wielding a whip. Truly a perfect pair of fools. Melich walked closer and told Zemia, "Perhaps I gave the treasure to an unworthy one. You have worked hard, Len." I followed him, bowing my head to apologize. If I had dealt with Medrin and found Sienna faster. Melich shook his head and walked away with clasped hands. hands. It is fine, the crown prince has arrived. He continued, if you had used excessive force back then, the one with the power you sensed would have definitely interfered. Zemia's face darkened. He raised his voice to ask back, so you were certain he would not act before that. Zemia hurriedly followed behind. Is that the principle of a hero? Melich chuckled softly. Principle truly is a pleasing word. Do not slaughter other races, because I will retaliate in kind. He recounted, but in the end it was all just a fabricated play. Melich's eyes gradually turned cold. A dirty trap set by a volunteer to cling onto the item he liked. In other words, he does not care about the problems between humans. He does not exist for humanity. He sighed and said to Zemia, you will soon see that, the moment the mask is removed. The next morning, in Allison's shop, suddenly someone opened the door of his restaurant from outside. Rurin sensed the commotion and a mysterious energy flow and was startled. The young boy entered the shop. The couple at the table beside whispered that a cute customer had just arrived. The boy had such a unique hair color. Lena saw the boy enter and was so surprised she was speechless. The boy asked Big Sister, where is this place? The staff approached and answered, this is a restaurant, a place where you pay to eat, and he is not your sister. She pulled open the kitchen door. Allison quickly turned and asked Rurin if she sensed an unprecedented energy source. Is it an enemy? Rurin glanced behind and then hesitantly answered, probably not, it is because it is a very young silver dragon. The boy outside rubbed his belly in confusion and asked a restaurant. Iron touched his belly and then suddenly realized the truth. It turned out he had smelled the food since he stepped in. He pointed to the table across and told him to take his time choosing, but the boy firmly refused and said he had no money. Just then Rurin placed a dish of food on the table and said, take it, this meal is on the house. Rurin placed the dish of food and said this dish was ordered by mistake, so it will not be charged. If you like it, then eat it. Erin was delighted and ate without stopping. She saw the plate emptying and let out a small sigh of relief. A moment later the boy stopped and continuously praised how delicious it was. He had never eaten anything so good before. A feeling of guilt rose in Iron's heart, but Rurin, knowing the situation, comforted him by saying to just consider it as the restaurant receiving the wrong order. She probed, never having seen him around here. Iron said he was from Lunada. Rurin heard that and could not help but be stunned, because it was too far. Was it not a neighboring territory? She asked if he flew here. Iron answered, no, I ran. It is just a figure of speech. I only learned it recently. Rurin looked at Iron and said that is not a figure of speech, it is literal. Statement made the boy wonder how humans flew, but her answer seemed to make Rurin not dare to believe it. On the way back, Iron still thought of the words from earlier and saw horses. All the food today was very delicious. Next time he wanted to bring his parents. That place gave a feeling of peace. The people at the restaurant somehow made him feel a sense of belonging, even though it was their first meeting. Just then from the opposite side a shout rang out, that beggar is back again. Those guys said, do you think the warning was a joke? We clearly said don't draw attention. Iron saw the situation was bad and stepped back saying, don't do this, we are friends. Inside the shop, Allison just learned of the matter and was extremely surprised. A dragon that thinks it is a human. Rurin confirmed she had discreetly checked. The boy knew nothing about the Holy Land or dragon breath, saw himself as a human child. Even if he was in human form, he must have transformed at least once. He pointed at the earring and said polymorph is not a mana-consuming transformation magic. It is like mutation magic. The species changes, but the form is maintained. Rurin spoke a flurry that made Allison dizzy. If he was born while his parents were transforming into humans and they hid that fact, then just yes, I have heard that in human form they can give birth. Rurin was speaking passionately when someone opened the door and entered, saying he heard that the gold dragon and silver dragon had chosen to live in seclusion long ago. It turned out to be Iron appearing in a bedraggled state, asking if there were any leftovers today. He saw the boy's condition and was startled. Hear the story first. She was also frightened. How did you end up like this? Food can wait. Treatment comes first. After a short while, Iron was taken into the bathroom to be tidied up. Alina washed the boy's hair while asking if the water temperature was fine, and Iron shyly replied yes. Sorina, standing nearby, also noticed the issue and asked if it was too stimulating for such a young child. Although the boy intended to say, I can bathe myself, she explained very persuasively that it was to keep water out of his wounds. Alina explained as she worked that open wounds could get infected, but Iron still stubbornly struggled, insisting he was fine. The boy pointed at his cheek, his face red as a tomato, saying the wound had healed and most of his injuries healed after a few hours. Sorina deliberately teased him. Hey, you idiot, shut up and let people help you nicely. You'll lose the chance when you grow up. He was about to blurt out the truth about the dragon's wounds when Rurin walked in and gave her a knock on the head, saying, idiot, I told you to keep that a secret. Aaron saw the two fighting but only caught the keyword dragon by accident. At that moment, Alina asked how the boy was injured, as she understood things were not simple. By now, the boy no longer wanted to hide things and gradually revealed his heart. In the village, my friends hate me. Serena, overhearing this, was surprised. Then they must be human children, right? Rurin's face hardened upon hearing this. Don't call those useless brats friends. A relationship like that is worse than with strangers. She saw the wound on Iron's head and asked if he just let them hit him, to which he replied, "But my parents, Klon, told me that." His hands drooped down in helplessness. "Even if no one else does it, at least I must absolutely never use violence." Hearing this, she was even more puzzled. If they planned to live in seclusion, they should have taught him the bare minimum to survive. Sending a young dragon into human society like this was very dangerous. But the things that followed sent waves of unease through Rurin's heart. The boy was still convinced he was human. What on earth were his parents thinking? A little later, they settled in the main room to understand the situation, and he clearly stated he came from Lunata, didn't he? Meanwhile, from outside the door, a pair of footsteps was approaching. The two mysterious people inside the house called out upon hearing this. "Iron, you're home. Go wash your hands. Tonight's dinner is your favorite Gantus soup." Allison, finally learning the boy's name, muttered to herself, "My love, so that child's name is Iron." And he dropped a line that startled those inside the house. Indeed, that is a wonderful name carrying the soul of the silver dragon. He walked deeper into the house with soothing words. "Please don't be alarmed. I am just a small restaurant owner in the city. I came today to talk about your son." The man, seeing this, took off his hat and said, "I always thought this day would come." He did not hide it but introduced himself. "I am Bourbon Silver." The woman beside him also said, "I am Sylvia Her. So, what do you want to talk about?" Bourbon slumped his head onto the table and said remorsefully, "First, please let me apologize." Then he poured out his instructions for the boy, about eating and leaving without paying. He had told him not to do such rude things, and begged to immediately pay the full amount. But Allison had not come for that. "It's fine. I was actually glad he ate so well. Moreover, I am not here to blame the two of you today." The crux lay in the following question. "Do you two know what trouble your son is facing in the village? He came to the front of my restaurant covered in wounds." Those words were like a knife cutting into the hearts of the couple. Even though he could heal because he was a dragon, they probably did not know. He asked again upon hearing this, and Allison immediately replied, "A dragon using polymorph is still a dragon. If doesn't use mana, it is still easy to wound, only the recovery speed is extraordinary." Allison thought of the image of Iron happily ladling soup and said, "If you two wish, I can help teach your son basic body enhancement methods, so he won't get hurt anymore." Bourbon, hearing this, seemed receptive, agreeing, "I see you are no ordinary person. You recognize my son's identity yet remained calm. I suppose you are capable enough." And he brought up a more difficult issue. "But do you intend to make my son a murderer? Who knows what would happen if a human is attacked by a dragon?" Allison quickly replied, "I understand your worry, but with proper training, controlling that power is easy." He only received 2 words in return: "Get out." Bourbon roared angrily, "Get out of here before I lose my temper, even sooner than my son." Seeing the situation unstable, Allison could only sigh. "I'm sorry." After hearing the story, Rurin was also helpless. "So you came back without saying anything?" He sighed in frustration, unable to do anything more. They refused. "What do you want me to do?" She began to sense the instability of this family. They were too strange. Suddenly, Allison realized the truth. "I think I know." He thought of the two of them, his mind now understanding. They acted so desperately. But, accompanying Allison's words was the image of the couple drenched in sweat from fear. Both were ordinary humans, with not a trace of mana. Rurin screamed upon hearing this. "What? Humans?" he explained. "At first, I thought they were hiding their aura, but they were not. Their hair was dyed." He probed. "So the reason he hasn't learned to use mana is because they can't." Allison added, "How could a human know how to raise a dragon? I should have tried harder to convince them." Meanwhile, in the dark forest, the voices of the brats rang out clearly. "That bastard Iron will come this way, right? He's been passing through here lately." Panthera looked at the opposite side and asked, "But guys, do we really have to do this today? Can't we take a day off?" He, hearing himself mentioned, snapped, "Now May feels sorry for that bastard?" Han, standing beside him, also started egging him on. "Panthera, you need to understand. Mela, the one who likes guys, has been looking at Iron weirdly. Because of extreme embarrassment." Mela cut in, "Shut up. Anyone who doesn't want to do this can get lost." Though that was the truth, he remained calm. "He's just a beggar. I hate seeing him not know his place." Han teased, "That's right. Silver hair that shines, handsome, smart, but he acts too arrogantly." Just then Mela signaled everyone he's here. He stared intently in that direction and declared, "Today I will make sure he never dares to act like that again." On another side, Rurin inadvertently spoke the truth. "I taught him already. Body enhancement using mana." Allison trembled in shock upon hearing this. "What?" But they refused. She was a rebellious woman and didn't care. Who cares about their opinion? They're not even real parents. Besides, he already learned how to control his power. From Rurin's account, Iron's strength had not reached its peak, only enough to break their limbs. The mana emanating from the boy caused the group to panic. Even Mela had to stop and call out, "Iron." On this side, he gave her a knock with a warning. "How could you do such a thing?" She said, "I taught the boy." "Weren't you unhappy seeing him just stand there and take the beating?" Though he knew the truth, he was still uneasy. It was true the boy could control his power, but because he could do that, it meant he could also decide not to hold back anymore. Finally, Rurin could only voice the worst possibility. The boy is being bullied. If he suddenly unleashes great power, what will happen? With a negative IQ, Rurin finally got it through her head. This is really too much of a headache. Inside the forest, Iron was spreading mana throughout the surrounding space. Witnessing that, Panther was stunned, not understanding what was happening, and Han shouted that they were crazy. It was best to go home today and come back tomorrow. Because the image of their loved one was still in their minds, the bullies said that if he did not want to do it, he could just go home. Ringleader charged in with his fist raised, saying he had to teach this kid a lesson. However, that punch missed to the side. At that moment, the kids could only cry out in surprise. No matter how many attacks came, Iron still dodged them with ease. Faced with that sight, the ringleader was scared speechless. His punch did not even leave a scratch on the boy. Suddenly, the boy spoke, breaking the frozen atmosphere, saying he had heard all the reasons they were bullying him. Iron's words were like a lament, asking them if they did it just because he was smart and good at sports, with no other reason. The final sentence rang out just as Iron rushed toward the kids, questioning them if it was only for that ridiculous reason. Unable to dodge or run away, the ringleader could only cry and call for his mother. But then the boy grabbed his hand tightly and said that meant they did not need to bully him anymore. While the other boys still did not understand what was happening, Iron confided that he had learned to control his body using mana. With deep sincerity, Iron said the mana flows in his body had been unlocked, and that was why he was different. As he spoke, Iron happily boasted that he believed his friends could do it too, and promised to help them study. From the top of a tall tree, the two who witnessed that finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rurin sat down heavily and told Allison that he was more patient than she had thought, because she had been ready to intervene. But he seemed not yet free from unease, saying something was wrong, which made the girl curious. Rurin quickly realized that, instead of anger, Iron showed relief at finding the reason for his difference. Allison watched Iron teaching the kids with worry, thinking he believed he could become like them at any moment. More than anyone, Allison understood that was impossible for someone without the ability to sense mana. Rurin understood then that Iron's parents did not teach him mana because they were afraid. She thought they drove Iron away out of fear that he had the power to harm them. Rurin then flipped the issue, saying that even though the growth of a dragon race was imbalanced, its appearance alone was enough to tell it had lived for at least 50 years. The more she spoke, the more worried Allison became, unless Iron had lost his memory due to an accident. Observing carefully, Rurin noticed a large scar on Iron's head, and he seemed to have been abandoned in the human world to suffer. Not understanding the situation, Allison could only make up a reason to calm herself, asking if they intentionally feared humans for a legitimate reason to hate dragons. This story must go back to the past when drops of dragon blood fell to the ground. The people standing nearby saw this and cried out in dismay. Sylvia panicked and screamed miserably, saying that this child was not human, but a dragon. Those words echoed in Bobon's mind, saying that it was a monster. Just then she approached and called him, startling him out of the old memories, telling him he was late. Although worried inside, Sylvia still wondered if he was thinking about that person's words. Finally, she dared to speak her heart, saying perhaps they should change their thinking, because in a few years Iron would realize something was wrong. While Sylvia was still rambling, Bourbon shouted in protest, saying that it was not a child. Though he lost his composure, he still loved his child and said never to call it by that name, because it was a creature. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, startling them both. It was the someone calling for their parents. They looked outside and cried out in unison, asking if Iron was back. Bobon looked at his child with care, saying to wait a moment for him to reheat the soup, asking why he was so late. Iron confessed to him that he had learned how to control mana, but then Bobon sensed a deep sorrow when Iron said he had tried to teach his friends, but no one could sense mana. Iron recounted everything, saying the girl at the restaurant could sense mana, so he thought everyone could, which made him panic too. The story continued on, making everyone more and more panicked. In the forest, Allison began to confide in Rurin about another reason he needed to talk. The words that followed made Rurin jump with fright, because now Iron could sense other people's energy. That was the hidden worry, whether Iron would see something he did not want in the last place, he considered a support. At the same time, Iron began to question his family, saying that his mother and father were the same as his friends. He could not sense energy from either of them. In a panic, the boy asked if he was strange, if he was different, and Bobon gently placed a hand to comfort him, saying he was not different at all. In the end, he chose to accept the truth, promising to tell him everything once he had rested and finished eating. Hearing those words, Iron's mood finally stabilized. The lonely house in the forest that night became incredibly warm thanks to those loving words. Soon the dawn light shone upon the house. Seeing that, Iron sprang up, happily calling out to his mother and father. When he stepped outside, the room was empty. They said they would tell him today. After controlling his mana, the feeling in his body was strange, not because he was unused to it. The boy panicked and called for his mother. It was just a misunderstanding about him not being able to sense mana from his parents. The situation made Iron shed tears, wondering if they had gone to hunt demons without letting him help. With that, the boy helplessly collapsed to the floor, because they promised to tell him today but no one was there. Meanwhile, Bourbon had run to Allison, asking if the two of them knew about it. Right, he poured out his heart, teaching Iron how to control mana. We did not come here to interrogate you two. Both of them were kneeling on the ground, begging. Yes, it was all a lie, we are not dragons. They kept pleading, even if they had to humble themselves. Please teach us how to use mana to defend ourselves. Rurin sensed that something heavy was weighing on their hearts. Allison was suspicious. What if they tried to harm Iron like Rurin had said before? He began to question them directly. I want to know the real reason you need that power. On the other side, Han was also piecing together what they had both seen. He was still trembling mentioning Iron's power. Panther felt the same sensation too. Those words left the person standing nearby bewildered. He was even rambling about controlling mana. Someone from outside stepped in, saying they had just heard something interesting. That man approached and asked urgently, the two of you were just mentioning Iron, were you not? Panther saw his idol and shouted, the Holy Blood Knight. Han still remained suspicious. He took off his hat, his voice full of implication. I need your help. He raised the drawing of Iron and asked, have you seen this child? It is a threat. Allison looked at the two at her feet and said with disdain, I thought you did not know Iron's identity. He said bluntly, but once you heard I knew your true identity, you pretended to be dragons. Bourbon asked worriedly, do not tell me you have already told Iron? Allison denied it. I have not said a word. He quickly looked up and begged, please do not tell him. Absolutely do not. He screamed out of control, you do not understand about the life of being parents to a dragon. Rurin gritted his teeth and asked, is that all your fear is about? Rurin lunged forward and grabbed Bourbon by the collar, asking in a low voice, once it knows the truth, your neglect while it was being bullied will be exposed. Sylvia called out to her husband worriedly. Rurin flew into a rage, ignoring Sylvia. She kept blaming them. The people of Laverna hate dragons. I believe you tried to kill Iron, but thanks to the dragon's life force, the plan failed. The scar on its head is the proof. Every word from Rurin struck their weak points. When the injury caused it to lose its memory, you pretended to be its parents, and then abandoned it in the human world. She grew more agitated, exposing their conspiracy. You even wanted to learn magic to harm that child, did you not? He turned pale with fear and denied it. What do you mean by saying we tried to kill Iron? Rurin was confused and loosened his grip. Sylvia quickly explained, the one who started the war was the fire dragon. Why would we kill a silver dragon? Rurin was surprised, looking over at Allison who also had her mouth wide open. Bourbon and Sylvia were pushed aside. Allison and Rurin argued. Do not jump to baseless conclusions, she retorted. After a bout of arguing, they agreed to invite Bourbon and Sylvia into the house. Both of them nervously explained, we are subordinates of a dragon. Bourbon tremblingly recounted, we live far from the sanctuary because we have retired. Allison wondered, I thought subordinates had to stay for life. Bourbon explained, our master researched memory magic. Sylvia added, we were allowed to leave by having our memories of the sanctuary erased. She recalled, after leaving the sanctuary, we found an abandoned dragon nest. They recalled the moment they found Iron lying on a wooden plank, severely injured. Bourbon lowered his head, remembering with regret. At first they thought Iron was also a subordinate, but when his wounds healed on their own, they knew he was a dragon. He hesitated. The problem was that when he woke up, Iron fearfully asked that he did not remember anything. Who were they? Iron looked around blankly, asking who he was. Bourbon and Sylvia looked at the confused boy, also at a loss. Bourbon confessed honestly, whether out of panic or a longing for a child, he thought things would be fine, because there was a dragon who could erase memories. Images of them caring for the boy appeared. They said gently, your name is Iron, you are our child. Sylvia remembered the time Iron caught a big fish. She lowered her voice. We only wanted to fill the void until we found his real parents. We could not tell him he was found in a dragon nest. Bourbon spoke for his wife. We thought it would be better for the child to live with happy memories. Their voices soared when mentioning him. Iron was like a priceless gift for two people who had never interacted with anyone because they lived in the sanctuary. Bourbon spoke of a secret desire. They even wanted to raise him as their own son, but the other children in the town bullied him. An image of the frightened boy asking, other children grow up every year. Am I different? Allison listened, then scolded, you should not have raised Iron like a human child. He understood their purpose. Bourbon explained, parent dragons will grow older with the years. They poured out their hearts. The pretense began when Iron asked about their hair color. Bourbon made an excuse, this is our real hair color. Sylvia clarified they used fake names to make Iron believe it was a secret. They pretended to be dragons in the process of transforming. Bourbon concluded contentedly, at least that way they could still be his real parents. Allison nodded, understanding their feelings. So you want to learn magic to prove you are like Iron. Rurin was still unsympathetic, saying that was also a deception easily discovered. You will eventually pass away. Allison stated the cruel truth. At most you could only deceive him for 20 years. Bourbon lowered his head and asked, "Do you know how long we have been with Iron?" Bourbon's tears began to fall. 5 years, only 5 years. Sylvia also sobbed. Bourbon spoke from the bottom of his heart. In a mere 5 years, we came to love that child. Rurin and Allison both bowed their heads in silence. Thus, 20 years was an invaluable amount of time for them. Allison looked at them in confusion but stated the truth clearly. "You cannot learn magic because you have no mana sensitivity." Bourbon nodded. "I suppose so." He hesitantly asked Allison for her opinion. "It seems we have to report this to the Duke. With this strength, I think I cannot carry on anymore." Allison quickly asked, "Which Duke?" Sylvia answered, "He is the one who helped us since we met Iron. He has kept the secret until now." She wiped her tears, saying, "We received a letter from him saying he would help. He lost one eye, his name is." Sylvia suddenly remembered. She exclaimed, "Duke Melech de Lion." Allison felt uneasy upon hearing that name. She immediately asked, "Where is Iron now?" The evening sunset light descended, shining on the small house in the woods. Iron worriedly thought, "They still have not returned." Iron sat curled up in a corner of the house, his face dazed as he waited for his parents. He asked himself, where should he go now? Outside the house, the sound of slow footsteps suddenly echoed. Iron was quietly gathering his thoughts, while the boy secretly rejoiced in his heart. The boy happily jumped up, ran to the door, and shouted that his parents were home. Iron's intuition suddenly surged, signaling something was wrong. The boy keenly heard many odd things. A large number of people, the clashing of metal, iron armor, and soldiers. Outside, a squad of soldiers in iron armor and carrying weapons surrounded door of the house. Iron sharply realized he was trapped. He quickly ducked away from the door, wondering to himself, "Don't tell me they're targeting me. Why? I have to run." Aaron remembered his parents' instructions. "Run to the cellar door, where there is a secret underground passage." Man suddenly emerged from the tunnel, terrifying Iron. He's been discovered. He raised his sword high, intending to finish off the boy, threatening him. "You must have been planning to run away, huh? Sharp senses indeed." The boy's arm was pierced through by the sword. Iron was so shocked he couldn't dodge in time, just staring wide-eyed at the wound. The pain hit him, and he writhed on the ground, screaming to the heavens. The man watched and muttered, "I don't like this because you're just a child, but I will kill you on the orders of Duke Delayan." Iron looked at his profusely bleeding arm, terrified. Blood, that was a real sword. He had really attacked him. Iron's voice trembled as he asked him, "Uncle, why are you doing this? What did I do wrong?" The man sneered in surprise. "Uncle, because you're a child, your brain hasn't developed properly either." Iron lay curled up on the floor, eyes welling with tears as he watched the man talk about him, saying his real age was even twice his own. Iron didn't understand what he was saying and stammered, asking what he meant. The man thought he was faking it and called him out. "Stop pretending. You know it well." He revealed the truth about his birth. The boy was not human, but a dragon, even older than his fake parents. Iron couldn't accept the truth and stammered in denial. "That is a lie." The man didn't let up, taunting him. "So you still have a little bit of reason left." He pointed out a sign. "Look at your shoulder. The wound is healing. You should have realized you were different." A thought suddenly appeared in the boy's mind. Why did he think to run when he saw the soldiers? Iron reflected, beginning to accept that he truly could feel that about other people, that they were different from him. Everyone's gazes gradually changed. They had abandoned him. He was incredibly shocked, frozen stiff. In his negative thoughts, he was a monster, different from everyone else. Just as the man swung his sword to finish him off, someone rushed in, hoisted him up, and ran scolding him. "You idiot." That person carried Iron like the wind, running and scolding. "Why did you stand there like a statue when a sword came at you? Do you have a death wish?" Iron stammered, "The sword." "More alert now," he asked. "What did you do to get chased by knights?" Iron was drowning in despair. He started to ramble, "Put me down, I'm a monster, I'm different." That person didn't care about his words, shouting, "So what if you're different?" He scolded Iron while also scolding himself. "Not accepting differences, and then bullying people is something only stupid kids like me do. Why are you giving up before even trying? All along you always said you wanted to help." That man came from somewhere, taunting, "Your words are interesting, kid, you." He wanted to drown Iron in disappointment. Too bad being different is a very important issue. Then he lunged at the two children. But the sword tip didn't touch Iron or the other, it touched something else. He was stunned. It turned out Bourbon had already returned. Old Man Jun countered, "Maybe that's true, but the most important thing is," Bourbon drew a sigil in the air, a halo enveloping them. He proudly declared, "You are not different from us, my son." The boy joyfully called out, "Father." Bourbon comforted him, "That's right, you are not different." Rewinding time, his voice pleading with Allison echoed, "Even so, you still cannot learn magic. Even if we wanted to teach, it would be impossible without mana sensitivity." He agreed. Back in the present, Allison said with relief, "At least we can make him look like he can use magic." Rurin said eagerly, "I want to smash that bastard myself." Allison stopped her. No, this is an opportunity for him to prove himself in front of his son. Bourbon drew a sigil in the air. The radiance from the sigil enveloped them. He looked proudly at Iron. You are not different, my son. He joyfully said, Oh, father. Bourbon encouraged him. Of course you are not different. Iron stared blankly at the shining radiance, astonished. Father is using magic. The other stuttered in fear. Oh heavens. The soldier panicked. What is this? They clearly said his parents were just ordinary people. Hey, fall back. From the forest, reinforcements rushed in to surround them, forming a terribly uneven line. The soldier vented his anger in frustration. Can't you even carry out a simple encirclement? All children and old folks. You can't even call this a decent party. That man said apologetically. I'm sorry, sir. Iron fearfully hid behind Bourbon. Father, about that, there are also soldiers. Bourbon said steadily. Do you think I don't know what you feel? He glanced at the stain on Iron's sleeve, and a pang of pain rose in his heart. He frowned, feeling sorrow for his young child. He asked him, Iron, you have awakened your mana. Why didn't you fight them? Iron said innocently, My parents told me never to use violence under any circumstances. Bourbon said regretfully, Because we spoke out of fear, we failed in our parental duty, and that's why. He did not scold him, only patted his head. Have you kept that in your heart all this time? I advised that because I was afraid you would hurt human children. He looked at the soldiers, then said to Iron, But hurting adults who bully children is not wrong. That man heard Bourbon's words and sneered contemptuously. Old man, don't make irresponsible statements. Don't kill human children, that is complicated. A soldier asked tremblingly, But can we actually kill a dragon? Bourbon raised his hand to gather magic, his voice taking on a threatening golden timbre. Watch closely. He was still full of strength, soaring into the air, ready for a grand magic battle. He commanded valiantly, Spirits, gather. Allison, far away, instruct the spirits. Follow that man's gestures, make it look really cool, like he's actually using real magic. I'll handle the action part. Allison calculated everything, deploying the plan. Bourbon and the spirits coordinated, pushing a surge of power towards the enemy. The soldiers, already terrified upon seeing the spirits, stood frozen stiff. The surge of power flew towards them, exploding upon touching the ground, blasting them far away. The soldier sent was not afraid, charging forward to attack Bourbon from behind. He quickly turned around, used magic to create a barrier, and knocked him flying far away. His sword did not retreat, pressing close to the edge of the abyss. His eyes darkened, with no intention of yielding. The friend standing beside Iron looked at Bourbon with admiration. His father was so cool. Iron's eyes lit up, and he proudly boasted, That was right, that was my dad. High up, no one knew Bourbon was about to cry from his fear of heights. It was truly terrifying. His love for his son overcame the fear, and Bourbon searched for the soldiers who were still alive. Bourbon struggled to deal with the enemy, admiringly thinking that man was also truly frightening. Bourbon's gaze swept over and saw his son on the ground looking up at him with admiration. He smiled contentedly, feeling light all over. My son is looking at me with proud eyes. Bourbon continued his act, determined, and shouted loudly, threatening to end this. The soldier who knew a bit of magic found it strange. Could that old man even control spirits? He immediately ordered his unit of archers to shoot arrows, to prevent the old man from chanting. But every arrow that approached the seal circle immediately fell broken. Sylvia looked so cool, supporting Bourbon. She thought excitedly, Oh my god, I am flying. Aaron watched his parents flying in the air, joining forces to blast away the bad guys, and they shouted for them to pay. Allison and Rurin observed the battle. He said, Let us end this. Come on, Rurin. Over here, Bourbon and Sylvia shouted platinum magic. They thought we are not using magic anymore. The unleashed power of Allison and Rurin shook the entire forest. The soldiers were blown into the air, and even Bourbon and Sylvia looked at them in surprise. Iron and his friends watched the majestic sight, both of them utterly stunned. Suddenly, Iron noticed something strange. He looked in the direction of Allison and Rurin. Sometime later, Allison's small shop still had its lights on even though it was already dark. The doorbell rang, signaling a customer, and Allison instinctively said welcome. He saw Iron's family and happily asked if he brought both his parents today. Iron squinted his eyes and replied yes. Tonight he wanted to test the young man's cooking skills, to see if it was truly as delicious as the rumors said. Then he paused, but this might be the last time we stop by here. Allison generously invited them in, saying he would serve a meal they would not regret. Bourbon looked at the boy and happily asked, My son has praised the food here so much. I am really looking forward to it. Allison brought out a pot of food, set it on the table, and said everyone must have been waiting a long time, right? Allison opened the pot lid to invite the diners. The food is ready. Bourbon had never seen this dish before, so he was very curious and asked what it was. Allison introduced it as hot dumplings. Racine found it strange and asked if these dumplings were made from grain flour. Bourbon put a large piece into his mouth and immediately sensed the wonderful aroma. The rich flavor of the meat hidden in the clear, sweet broth, piping hot and juicy. He laughed heartily and praised that it was really delicious. Allison brought out another kind and asked if everyone wanted to try it. Bourbon did not hesitate and put it into his mouth immediately. He exclaimed that this one tasted completely different from before. Allison smiled warmly and added an explanation. The filling inside it is different. He spoke eloquently even with the same dough wrapper. What was inside would create distinct dumplings. Iron paid no attention to his surroundings, devouring bowl after bowl. Allison hinted further, flavor is something that cannot be hidden forever. Allison cheerfully reminded Bourbon and Sylvia, the most important thing is that they blend together. Bourbon caught a different meaning in the boy's words, looked up at Allison who explained about sincerity. He felt a pang of sadness, realizing a truth I understand. He acknowledged the flavor of the dish. It truly went very well together. The meal ended, Allison went outside to see off Bourbon and Sylvia, who praised the wonderful meal. Iron excitedly asked his parents if they could even use instant teleportation. The two promised to teach him later. Rurin did not understand. She whispered to Allison asking did they finally decide to hide it. You already revealed that, right? He looked at them and said with relief that such a choice was also wonderful. Rurin stubbornly did not understand. Suddenly Iron turned around and answered her, no, I already know everything, that my parents are just ordinary people. The boy looked at Allison happily and said, big brother, thank you, did you help my parents use magic, right? Iron remembered his friend, my friend told me this, so what if I am different? The boy opened up to Allison. When I said I was leaving, he cried and apologized for the trouble. The boy smiled brightly. Isn't that truly wonderful, brother? To be friends with someone, we don't need to be exactly the same. Iron spoke his heart. I hope mom can let go of her worries, but it is okay because I can wait. The boy said a few last words then ran to them. Someday when they tell me, I will say thank you. Allison and Rurin watched the family of three, feeling comfort in their hearts. They were so harmonious. Rurin intimately tugged Allison's arm and asked, like us? He replied indulgently, that is right. He would not let her get too cocky, so he teased her, saying she still occasionally mixed up the meat when making dumplings, you know. Allison looked out at the scenery outside, saying it seems the day is about to end. Do you want to go back to the cave and rest first? Allison scratched his chin thoughtfully, then leaned down and whispered to tease Rurin, then go boil some bathwater. She was stunned, stammering as she followed his instructions. Yes, I know, I'm still not fully awake. In the middle of the night, when he was alone, Allison shouted, you can come out now. From a nearby bush, a soldier cautiously stepped out. Allison sneered. Holding your breath like that must have been tiring. The man muttered, even the dragon next to you didn't recognize you. You're truly a monster. He stepped forward and asked Allison loudly, what do you think you're doing, interfering with the extermination of a dragon that violated the territory? Aren't you ashamed to be called a hero? He jumped down from the balcony and replied nonchalantly, if you've opened a restaurant, just stick to cooking. They are my customers. He strolled closer to him and asked, you misunderstand. What are the principles of heroes? He replied, they cannot attack other races, so those races are not allowed to attack humans. He suddenly understood Allison's implication. Don't tell me you want that to apply to humans too. He shrugged and asked back, then what's the difference? Allison stated bluntly that it was them who broke the principle. The man couldn't argue, only cursed. Just as I heard, you are completely insane. A wretch like you once wore the uniform of our Luvana Empire. He went crazy with insults. They are monsters, dragons that ravaged the empire a few years ago. They look like children but have lived longer than us. You want them to live among ordinary people. Allison didn't bother listening. He cast a spell and blasted his armor apart while he was still yelling at the top of his lungs. Allison calmly watched him fall to his knees and explained, that's not something you should say when you have a shattered dragon heart planted in your chest. He lowered his head and clarified, Vedin and Darien of the Klon family tried to give a chance to everyone, to humans, monsters, and even dragons. He pointed and ordered the spirits to attack him, saying, remember, the only reason you and the Lunata soldiers are alive is because of them. He stepped closer and whispered, I have marked you, there won't be a next time. Allison quickly opened a different space and shoved him in. The man kept cursing, damn lunatic. In the castle, Malik was waiting for news when Zemia ran in and reported, a report from Lunata City. The capture of the immature silver dragon Iron has failed. Its parents, who were thought to be humans, interfered and subdued the soldiers with magic. Melich turned to look at Zemia, replying slowly, so in the end, they were fooled by its appearance and developed feelings for it. He asked, what do you think? Ah, let me remind you, its parents might actually be human. The one who truly interfered was Allison. He must have disguised himself to make it look like they were using magic. Ah, he hesitated, recalling. But, Zemia asked, didn't you intend to inform that silver dragon of Allison's restaurant location beforehand? Zemia Klon said irritably, it's just an immature dragon. It can't use mana. If handled discreetly, Commander Tugger could have resolved it himself. He turned his back and said, I was only testing him. Melich looked out the window sinisterly thinking, let's see whose side he will choose, between humans and dragons. Zemia noticed someone lurking outside. Tugger had heard everything, realizing bitterly, damn it, so I was just a pawn to be sacrificed. He entered the palace, soaking wet, fuming. If that bastard had decided to kill us all, I would have died without a chance to protest. Still, I am the knight commander under his command. He is too harsh on me. Melich turned and saw Tugger, saying, Tugger, I can see it in you. He mentioned Allison. That bastard teleported me into the middle of a river. Melich asked about iron. Was the drawing I gave you of any use? Tugger replied angrily, you mean this unrecognizable scribble? I'd rather have had nothing. He turned away, correcting, I drew that myself. Tugger immediately flattered, then I will be the only one privileged to behold such a priceless holy relic. He returned to seriousness and asked, so, have you reached a conclusion? What are we going to do? That man truly doesn't care about anything except his principles and his restaurant. If so, isn't this alliance with the Red Dragons pointless? Melich warned cautiously, do not underestimate the dragons. They are surely plotting meticulously to eliminate that lazy hero. Karen screamed frantically, we are doomed. She asked worriedly, even a dragon implanted with a heart shard died like an insect, without leaving a single scratch on him. Do we really need all the dragons to join forces to kill that man? Sydney sat to one side, examining a glass bottle. This, the tears of the Lord. Can't we use it? What? You want to attack his mind? Forget it. Even a dragon training in that field for centuries can only last a maximum of 5 seconds. In the prison, a feeble voice called out, excuse me, I'm so hungry. Please give me some food. Sydney turned to look. Done drawing. I gave you food 3 days ago, the man said helplessly. Normal people eat 3 meals a day. He went over and took the paper, sneering. I can't make out anything in this. The man said in fear. That's all I can remember. The man confessed everything. I couldn't guess the structure. I only saw it in a brief moment. Sydney didn't let up. If you think harder, it will surely come to you. Do it. The prisoner shouted in fury. Will it even work? The man's voice stammered in pleading. Please, my memories are being suppressed. I'm losing my mind. Sydney paid no heed, turning to ask, Karen, you know that dragon, don't you? Karen stopped blankly. Huh? Sydney prompted. You know, the one who lives in seclusion and only studies the brain. In the room piled with documents, Iramantium politely raised a teacup to enjoy. He took a deep breath of the tea's aroma, thinking comfortably, I wonder if any guests will visit tonight. Hopefully, a girl who looks good in a maid uniform will come by. At Allison's house, sunlight streamed in, waking him and Rurin. Allison woke up, opening his eyes to find Rurin already awake. She asked softly, did you sleep well? Allison rubbed his eyes and answered, yeah, I don't even remember when I fell back asleep. Rurin chuckled, me neither. Allison yawned tiredly, trying to stay alert. Get up, we have to prepare to open the restaurant. Rurin whined, can't we leave it to Lynn and Matt today? I want to lie down a bit longer. Allison replied playfully, fine, if you want to lie down more. He lunged to tickle Rurin, who laughed heartily. Too much. Okay, I give up. I'm getting up now. Allison stopped tickling, put on his shirt and said, hurry up, get ready to go out. Rurin nervously grabbed his leg, thinking, I'm so happy, I want to be with him forever, but I'm always the one receiving everything, unable to give anything back. Rurin thought for a moment and asked, now that I think about it, when is your birthday? He asked back in surprise. Huh? Rurin pouted. Every time I ask, you never answer. Allison explained tactfully, the concept of dates here is a bit different. Even if I told you, it would be hard to calculate. He said gently, you don't need to worry about that. She clutched the blanket tightly, thinking, does he think I'll give up that easily? In the restaurant, a cheerful voice said, today, all the familiar faces are gathered again. Ren munched on a pastry and asked, has everyone ever thought about that? She continued, the question that stopped everyone, is there a moment when you would make a different decision if you could go back to the past? Ren went on carelessly, like, there are moments I regret and wonder if a different choice would have made me happier. Serena bit into a sausage and replied, I guess to be happier, everyone has something like that. One person asked, what would have happened if I hadn't fallen off the cliff while escorting the merchant caravan? Nearby Minton was puzzled. Senior, if that were the case, you wouldn't have been discharged and probably wouldn't have had the courage to move on. He nodded. Is that how things turned out? Matt, standing by, also wondered, what if we had held back then? Lynn replied immediately, there was no such option, second sister. Elena listened to their debate and then said, this is a difficult question. Still, I think I have one too. Plon looked up while eating to ask a trivial question. What if that day she hadn't jumped in front of me? Len immediately grabbed the pan, ready to hit him. She quickly covered up, Lord Allison is truly an astonishing mage. Allison saw Clone with his head on the table and stammered a thank you. Before he could say any polite words, Ren asked if he could reverse time. He sweated as he looked at her and asked back, what is she talking about? That is impossible. Ren chuckled. I just feel like you can do it. After all, we have witnessed too many extraordinary things. So you two have any moments like what I just said? He pondered Ren's question. Regrets. Ruin spoke up from afar. We do not have that. He cheerfully refuted Ren. It is foolish to stay stuck in the past. Besides, right now I am the happiest person. Allison looked at delighted Ruin. Even if 100 more Ruins existed, I would still be the luckiest among them. He smiled brightly, walked over her, agreed. I feel the same way. Right now I am the happiest person, because because I met Rurin. Suddenly she broke free from him, awkwardly giggled, which confused Allison. This is not the end yet. I will make you even happier. Ren saw them happy and said he was truly envious of that mindset. Klon shakily looked up and asked his wife, I also like the current life, but you only want to go back to the past to be young again, right? Ren was close, because his midlife crisis is coming, isn't it? Just as he lifted his head, Klon had the pan slammed back onto his head by Ren again. Outside the door, a flustered girl ran up, panting in fear. Serena looked up, a maid's outfit. Allison politely asked, what brings you here? The person was in tears, stammered, please help me. He bowed down and sobbed. My master told me to come here if anything happened. Allison calmed her and asked carefully, please calm down. Who are you talking about? The frightened girl reported news. Iromanthium. He might have passed away by now. Rurin in the room in a cheerful mood, writing a letter to Allison. Rurin admired her work, wondering if he would like this. She lay on the bed hesitantly looking at the papers. Should I write a bit more? It is good to write down all the embarrassing things I cannot say directly. Suddenly Rurin heard noise from the hall below. What is happening? Curious, she walked down and saw a strange girl crying. Rurin walked over and asked what the commotion was about. Serena looked at her and asked, were you upstairs? She relayed the information. I heard Iromanthium is dead. Rurin exclaimed in shock. What? Allison came over and tapped her head, scolding her that nothing was confirmed yet. Don't cause unnecessary panic. He calmly directed, please gather everyone here, Klon. That person will protect everyone. The girl gradually calmed down and thanked him. Allison immediately opened the door and instructed, I am leaving the house to you all for a moment. Rurin hurriedly followed. I am coming too. They arrived at Iromanthium's room and saw large bloodstains splattered everywhere. Allison sat down to examine. It seems this happened a long time ago. Rurin looked at the bloodstains and exclaimed, so much blood. He deduced, considering the surroundings are intact, he must have been in human form at the time. Rurin agreed that is true, and if so, they keenly realized that even if he survived with that wound, he could not move. Elsewhere, Iromanthium was severely wounded all over. He looked around for a moment. Iromanthium tried to sit up, wondering strangely where he was. He tried to scan his eyes around, understanding that no matter which direction he looked, he saw infinite space distorted by barrier magic. A person's voice reached him, so the rumors about your agility are true. That person stepped closer to him and asked, you evacuated the maids beforehand, didn't you think of fleeing? Iromanthium was unafraid, spoke bitterly, if I did that you would chase them instead of me. Sydney held a cigarette, took a drag and asked, they are only humans, there are plenty of them in this land, can't you find new ones? Ah, indifferent to him. Oh well, things are a bit troublesome but not important. Sydney did not beat around the bush, directly demanded, I need the magic you created, Iromanthium, the mental magic that affects even those with lord-level mana. He understood Sydney's purpose upon hearing this. Asked, are you talking about Allison? That is impossible. He will free himself in seconds. Sydney interrupted, those seconds are more than enough. Thunderstone said, even if that were true, do you think I will cooperate? You cannot force me. Sydney mocked and asked, I already said it was a bit troublesome but not important, right? Iromanthium did not believe his own hands and asked what? Licked his lips and sneered at Iromanthium. I Klon like to prepare backup plans. I even found your cute little hideout. Iromanthium angrily asked, do you think I don't know your true origin? Deep in the forest, a steep cliff stood tall and majestic. Lavinia stood hidden behind a tree, preparing to take out her hunting bow and arrows. Suddenly, someone appeared right in her line of sight, confusing her. Lavinia tried to see clearly the person lurking by the cliff. She wondered, who is that? Is there someone else coming to the training grounds at this hour? That person turned back and asked Lavinia, impressive, are you starting this early? She recognized him in surprise. Vaden, he replied gently, it has been a while, hasn't it? He suddenly approached Lavinia, causing her to step back in slight surprise. Come to think of it, no one has worked as hard as you, Klon. Cloudfeather took her hand to look, exclaimed, heavens, look at these hands, no matter how important training is. You should take it easy. Lavinia stared again as he spoke to her. You haven't changed at all. Lalinia's heart skipped a beat. This voice, this scent, it is truly Vaden. She was momentarily happy. There really is no mistake. It is him. Vaden continued to confess. I guess the pressure you have been under since Iromanthium disappeared is partly my fault. He raised his hand as if to pat Lalinia's head. You don't need to try to fill the void of my absence anymore. Lavinia sensed the abnormality, immediately shot an arrow at Vaden. He looked somewhat humiliated at Lavinia. She backed away warily. Cloudfeather tried to keep up the act. What is going on here? Lavinia pointed out the strange point. Vaden does not use honorifics for Iromanthium. She angrily drew the bowstring, threatening that guy. Do not defile his appearance, intruder. I will kill you before Neria sees you. The fake Cloudfeather scratched his head and said jokingly, big mistake. This is truly difficult. He quickly grabbed Lavinia, then sarcastically remarked that firing such a fatal arrow was probably not easy, and reason must have overcome emotion. That man insulted Lavinia, but it was actually just because she did not remember Vaden to that extent. He manipulated her mind, his hand tightening around her neck, which was why she was ready to fire the arrow without mercy. He mocked May, saying even the hero Vaden did not get special treatment. Lilinia grew angry, clenched her fists, and cursed him for knowing nothing. That man tore off his mask, frantically admitted he knew nothing, then asked back what her exact name was. At the restaurant, Alina was busy when a small bird bullied her, and she cried out in pain. The maids watched worriedly. Alina apologized for leaving the clinic empty, but she could not abandon the restaurant because she had to take care of them. Serena recognized it as a bird that only lived in the sacred forest. Alina nodded but wondered why Neria had sent another letter. A spatial door suddenly appeared behind her, startling Elena. Allison and Ruin returned, asking if no one had arrived yet and if everyone was safe. Serena looked at Ruin and asked about Iromanthium. She replied that she only saw a blood trail, but it was definitely dragon blood. Allison added that there were still faint mana traces that could be followed, so they needed to hurry. He worried that even if they saved him, the wounds might already be too severe. Elena suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. She fearfully begged Allison to take her along because Lilinia had also gone missing. Allison asked back in surprise, in the elf forest? Elena recounted that the method was identical, only leaving faint mana traces. Allison drew a small circle, hesitantly saying she had initially hesitated because this matter was dangerous, then decided to entrust the task to Elena. In an endless space, Lilinia and Iromanthium were tied together. She irritably wondered to herself why she had become a hostage. Lilinia unhappily said she never expected to see him in this situation. Iromanthium trembled as he looked at her, certain she was the guard captain. She stated her name outright as Lilinia, eliminated from the list of bride candidates because her chest was too flat. Iromanthium awkwardly brought up old matters, and she asked in confusion what he was talking about. She immediately refused, no matter what, do not even think about helping these people. Sydney stepped in, leisurely saying he was glad to see the two of them knew each other. He looked at the two tied individuals and asked Iromanthium if he would speak now. Usually he liked to handle things slowly, but today it seemed difficult. Lilinia retorted fiercely, "Do you think I am valuable as a hostage for him?" She tried to distract Sydney, saying he had completely failed no matter what he was searching for. Lilinia cursed Sydney but failed. He said everyone had regrets, and what he needed was mind-penetrating magic to stimulate that emotion. Sydney approached Lilinia and whispered that she claimed she was worthless, but the scars on her hands were proof of her efforts. He looked at the magic circle binding them both and viciously said they should cut it off right here. Sydney raised his hand to create a magic circle and Lilinia cried out in panic. He pushed that circle into Lilinia's hand, ignoring her painful screams. He said not to worry, he would return her thumb to her. Iromanthium quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait, let's talk first." Sydney received a notification, looked at the crystal ball, saw Allison's group arriving, and leisurely told them to look. Sydney was plotting something, then sarcastically remarked that the honored guests had finally arrived earlier than he thought.